Chapter 1. Are the six-winged angels truly powerful? At last I've arrived. Before the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall, a little boy, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years old, gazes at the imposing doors of the Spirit Hall, letting out a sigh of awe. Perhaps due to his long journey, his small face is streaked with dirt and looks somewhat disheveled. His name is Zhao Su, a being not originally from the Douluo world, but rather a traveler from the modern era. He was an ardent fan of Douluo, engrossed in the latest anime adaptation. Disgusted by the various exceptional feats and the hypocrisy of Tang San, he often fantasized about traversing into the Douluo world, where he would undoubtedly become a formidable villain, intent on crushing Tang San. Perhaps fate had heard his innermost desires, for he indeed found himself transported. Ding! Detection indicates the host has arrived at the Spirit Hall. The Destiny Villain system awakens. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift pack. Restricted level Martial Soul 1, Soul Devouring Silver Needle 1, Soul Sage Pill 1. System tasks are now being issued. Awaken your martial soul and become a disciple of Pope Bibi Dong. Success reward: 10,000 Year Soul Ring 1. Failure penalty: system collapse, relegation to a lifetime of beggary. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Zhao Su's lips curled into a smile. At last, the system had arrived. It seemed his decision to come to the Spirit Hall was indeed the right one. Soul Sage Pill? What is that? Could it be that I would directly become a Soul Sage? As he pondered, Zhao Su's smile grew ever brighter. Without further ado, he hastily retrieved the Soul Sage Pill and, without hesitation, consumed it. However, after swallowing it, he felt no immediate change. Just as a tinge of disappointment began to creep in, the system's voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host. You have attained a Soul Sage level physique. Powerful martial souls and transcendent soul rings require a robust body to withstand their might. Get lost, you beggar. Don't block the way. As Zhao Su stood there, absorbed in the system's messages, a domineering voice called from behind him. Turning to look, he saw 7 children, with a small girl leading them. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall? What are you staring at? Looking for trouble? One boy clad in white glared at Zhao Su, ready to throw a punch without any inquiry or hesitation. Li Kai, don't cause trouble, the small girl admonished, halting the advancing Li Kai. Her voice was somewhat aloof, not even casting a glance at Zhao Su, before she turned to enter the yet unopened Grand Hall. So, this is the golden generation of the Spirit Hall? Quite fitting for a villain's style arrogant. Especially Hulaina, who appeared even more exquisite than her animated counterpart. Her fox spirit martial soul endowed her with an innate allure that was simply captivating. At that moment, in Zhao Su's palm lay a silent silver needle, the soul devouring needle. Coated with potent poison, it would seal the throat of anyone below level 40 upon a mere scratch. It could be said that Hulaina had inadvertently saved Li Kai's life. From this, it becomes evident that even villains must possess strength to truly embody their role, otherwise they are merely cannon fodder. Soon, an individual emerged from within the hall, beckoning the awaiting children to enter for their martial soul awakening. Including Zhao Su, there were approximately 30 children in total, most accompanied by their elder relatives. Upon entering the hall, Zhao Su noticed nearly 100 children already undergoing their martial soul awakenings. These children hailed from major sects or belonged to the inner circle of the Spirit Hall, all enjoying priority status. The core and all the seed candidates of the Golden Generation were gathered here. The Spirit Hall's intention to have them awaken alongside commoners was primarily to showcase its might. It is well known that most of these children's parents possessed formidable martial souls, and they were likely to inherit their parents' strengths. I heard that Miss Qianrenxue will also awaken her martial soul today. We are fortunate to witness the world's most powerful martial soul. Not long after Zhao Su entered the hall, he overheard discussions nearby. Indeed, I can hardly wait to see what the strongest martial soul looks like. She's coming out. Miss Qianrenxue is coming out. A commotion erupted as Qianrenxue, clad in a porcelain white gown, emerged under the protection of the title Daw, Snake Spear, and Porcupine. Subsequently, Qian Renshue ascended the awakening platform. The snake spear, Douluo, personally initiated her martial soul awakening. On the awakening platform, 6 black spirit rings emitted golden specks of light, showering upon Qian Renshue. At that moment, as the golden light entered her body, it surged brilliantly, and in an instant, a golden ethereal figure appeared behind her, gradually solidifying. A pristine form, bearing an ethereal beauty, radiated a divine glow as the 6-winged angel hovered in midair. 3 pairs of golden wings began to coalesce behind her. With a gentle flap of its wings, the 6-winged angel dispelled all darkness from the world, leaving only light. An involuntary urge to kneel before the divine angel blossomed in the hearts of the onlookers. Truly formidable. The 6-winged angel undeniably deserves the title of the mightiest martial soul. Is this the 6-winged angel? It's so powerful, it's utterly blinding. Is this truly the premier martial soul? In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the 6-winged angel floating behind Qian Renshue, each gaze filled with admiration, daring not to defile its presence. My goddess, from this moment forth, I shall be your servant, dedicating my everything to you. One individual, not far from Zhao Su, gazed at Qian Renshue with a look of infatuation, nearly fainting with excitement. Zhao Su couldn't help but chuckle at this quintessential modern-day sycophant. What are you laughing at? Though Zhao Su's laughter was not loud, the proximity allowed it to be heard. The boy shot an angry glare at Zhao Su, demanding an explanation. Nothing much. I just found it amusing, by the way. Is the 6-winged angel truly powerful? Zhao Su's voice, initially soft, resonated loudly in the hushed hall, where even the drop of a pin could be heard. Consequently, his words captured everyone's attention. All eyes turned to Zhao Su, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and derision, some even wearing faint smirks. Even the title, Douluo, snake spear, and porcupine, guarding Qian Renshue, cast glances at Zhao Su. Though their eyes held fury, they refrained from speaking as titled Douluos. It would be beneath their dignity to confront a mere child. At this moment, Qian Rengshu's martial soul had been fully awakened. With the 6-winged angel behind her, the golden wings gently fluttered. A wave of sacred soul power surged toward Zhao Su. Ding! Detection indicates host is in danger, releasing restricted-level martial soul's power. As the system spoke, a palpable aura of death emanated forth. What is this aura? Chapter 2. My martial soul is far superior to yours. Standing on the awakening platform, snake spear and porcupine Douluo sensed the emanation of this deathly aura and turned their attention to Zhao Su. As Qian Renshue radiated her divine aura, the deathly aura grew increasingly potent. Sensing the intensifying deathly presence, the 6-winged angel's eyes snapped open, releasing an even more formidable divine essence. The escalating deathly aura proved too powerful, even for the divine essence of the 6-winged angel to completely eradicate. This overwhelming aura of death caused even Qian Renshue, enveloped in divine energy, to feel a pang of trepidation. Even the title Douluo, snake spear, and porcupine appeared astonished and readied themselves to intervene if necessary. To carry such a formidable, deathly presence, could it be that he is an evil soul master? Qian Renshue descended from the awakening platform, approaching Zhao Su, her divine essence intensifying as she aimed to obliterate the deathly aura. In the process, she sought to purify Zhao Su entirely. Don't be so quick to label others. I speak only the truth. My martial soul is far superior to yours. Zhao Su, hands clasped behind his back, casually regarded the divinely enveloped Qian Renshue. Oof, what audacity! Hulaina chimed in, striding toward Zhao Su. Nana, let go, he's merely posturing. Why bother arguing with a fool? Yin, following behind Hulaina, added his voice. Exactly. Talking to a beggar like him is a waste of breath. Kid, you'd best leave. Soon you won't be able to. Ha ha ha. This kid's words are undoubtedly the best joke I've heard in my life. The golden generation's mockery prompted the surrounding crowd to join in, as they perceived the golden generation of the Spirit Hall as invincible beings of the future. The remarks grew increasingly harsh, ultimately devolving into personal attacks. "You are but frogs in a well, blind to the vastness of the sky. I speak only the truth if you refuse to believe it. That is beyond my control." "Very well. Since that is the case, awaken your martial soul now, and let us engage in a duel." Qian Rengshu, who had been imbued with the belief that her martial soul was invincible since childhood, would not tolerate anyone belittling her six-winged angel. "Fine, but I fear that by the time the opportunity arises, you may find yourself unable to make a move," Zhao Su remarked nonchalantly. Foolhardy. Although Hulaina had long held a grudge against Qian Rengshu due to Bibi Dong, she was aware of the formidable power of the six-winged angel. Seeing Zhao Su dismiss it so casually, she could not help but scoff. "Enough of this idle chatter. Allow me to show you what a truly powerful and invincible martial soul looks like." With that, Zhao Su stepped onto the awakening platform. "Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity, Uncle Shi Mao. Please personally assist him in awakening his martial soul." Qian Rengshu exuded immense confidence in her six-winged angel martial soul. She could not fathom that a person who had seemingly appeared from nowhere could awaken a martial soul stronger than her own. "Since you insist, I will personally help you awaken your martial soul." Douluo Shimao was also eager to discover what kind of martial soul Zhao Su would awaken. The deathly aura emanating from Zhao Su reminded him of his experience after Bibi Dong returned from the City of Slaughter with the God of Death domain. However, the deathly aura Zhao Su exuded was far more refined and potent. "Place your hands on the blue crystal ball," Douluo Shimao instructed Zhao Su. Zhao Su nodded and placed his hands upon the blue crystal ball at the center of the awakening platform. At the moment his hands touched the crystal, it initially emitted only a scattering of golden specks. Douluo Shimao murmured, "Soul power at only level 2? So, it's merely a waste." Qian Rengshu sneered from below the awakening platform, losing interest in continuing to watch, unwilling to waste time on someone she deemed a failure. Just as she turned to leave, a gasp drew her attention back to the platform. "Look, the soul power is rising. Those golden specks are becoming more concentrated." The golden specks intensified, gradually transforming into a radiant glow that seemed on the verge of materializing. In an instant, it enveloped the entire hall. Even the formidable Shimao Douluo and Sichuan Douluo felt a twinge of fear in their hearts. The powerful aura of soul power surpassed that of their own rank 92 titled Douluos. The correlation between the strength of soul power and martial soul was undeniable. They could scarcely imagine what kind of powerful martial soul could emerge from such formidable innate soul power. The sheer intensity of the aura even instilled a feeling of reverence within Douluo Shimao, who stood on the awakening platform. Suppressing his trepidation, he activated the 6 black spirits on the awakening platform. He was eager to see what martial soul Zhao Su would manifest. As Zhao Su focused his thoughts, a miniature human figure model flew out from within the system interface and entered his body. Subsequently, the golden glow surrounding him began to disperse, and a phantom appeared behind him. It was reminiscent of the moment Qian Rengshu's 6-winged angel emerged. Yet while her spirit was white, Zhao Su's phantom radiated a golden light. As the phantom became increasingly tangible, all eyes widened in astonishment. However, while Qian Rengshu's martial soul was a female angel, Zhao Su's was that of a male angel. What is this? A 6-winged angel martial soul? Could he be the illegitimate son of the previous pope? Impossible, this cannot be. This is not a 6-winged angel. Look at the wings behind that angel. As the golden light was absorbed into the 12-winged angel, the wings on its back began to grow continuously. With each pair of wings added, the angel's aura became increasingly solemn and divine. Before long, the wings on its back surpassed the 6 of the 6-winged angel. An 8-winged angel? No, it continues to grow. 10-winged angel. 12-winged angel. When the wings reached 6 pairs, they finally ceased to expand. At that moment, the golden light was fully absorbed into the body of the 12-winged angel, which glimmered resplendently, emanating a golden glow that instilled a sense of awe in all present. Even during the awakening of the strongest martial soul, the six-winged angel. They had never felt such a sensation. Amidst the reverence, there was also a refreshing vitality that coursed through them. A solemn aura radiated forth, as if it could purify the souls of everyone present. Those who had already awakened their martial souls felt a warm current, enhancing their soul power within. Those yet to awaken experienced a similar warmth, unlocking their inner potential, affecting the emotions of those around them. A sense of reverence towards Zhao Su arose in their hearts, as if he were not merely a person, but a true celestial being. Yet this was not the end. Above the head of the 12-winged angel, a golden halo gradually began to coalesce. At the moment the golden halo took shape, the previously closed eyes of the 12-winged angel began to slowly open. Instantly, a solemn and sacred aura emanated, casting the entire hall in a golden hue. This divine atmosphere enveloped the entire spirit hall in a sacred and auspicious energy. Qianren gazed at the radiant 12-winged angel with a look of disbelief in her eyes. Before she could react, the six-winged angel spirit, which she had just retracted, emerged spontaneously. It hovered behind Qianren, and what followed was yet another astonishing sight. The six-winged angel behind her gradually knelt before the hovering 12-winged angel on the awakening platform. Even Qianren, under the influence of the spirit, could not help but kneel down. The onlookers were not only left dumbfounded, but the silence in the hall was almost eerie. The six-winged angel was far too weak. "You are not worthy to engage with me." Zhao Su's lips curled upward as he softly addressed Qianren, who knelt before him. At that moment, all doubts dissipated entirely. Everyone, including Hulaina, bowed their heads in reverence under the sacred aura emanating from the 12-winged angel, revealing their devotion. In a chamber within the Pope's palace, Pope Bibidong abruptly opened her eyes, gazing in astonishment and confusion at the hall radiating auspicious energy. She swiftly rose and made her way towards the grand chamber. The secluded sanctuary of Douluo, the esteemed elder of the spirit hall, was similarly stirred awake by this divine aura. Initially perplexed, a smile soon graced his face as he murmured, "Shuer has awakened the six-winged angel spirit?" In Daoluo's heart, the six-winged angel spirit was a unique treasure of the Qian family on the Douluo continent. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the six-winged angel was no longer the pinnacle of spirits. With this realization, Douluo also set off towards the grand hall. The other esteemed members of the spirit hall emerged from their seclusion, gathering in the hall, accompanied by several elders from the elder hall, who also remarkably left their meditation chambers. They all believed that Qianren had awakened an angel spirit surpassing all previous six-winged angels, heralding the emergence of their true leader. However, upon entering the grand hall and witnessing Zhao Su standing upon the awakening platform, flanked by the 12-winged angel emanating a sacred aura, their expressions turned to one of incredulity. 12-winged angel? As a peerless Douluo of the 99th rank and the oldest of the Qian family, Douluo was well aware of the legends. In his youth, he had heard his father speak of the angel god's initial descent upon the Douluo continent, embodied by a 12-winged angel. Yet, the descendants of this 12-winged angel had been unable to bear the weight of such a formidable spirit, leading to its regression into the six-winged form. Even so, the six-winged angel remained the most potent spirit on the continent, possessing a divine domain. While all present were engulfed in astonishment, they remained oblivious to the fact that within Zhao Su resided not only the 12-winged angel but also another spirit, perhaps the true manifestation meant to awaken within him. As this second spirit began to emerge, two distinctly contrasting auras filled the hall simultaneously. The solemn, sacred aura purified the soul, instilling a sense of reverent fear, while a presence of destruction and death instigated an involuntary dread. A dense black mist coalesced behind Zhao Su, gradually taking shape. As this shadowy figure solidified, the atmosphere of death intensified. A beautiful woman of exquisite grace began to sprout wings, ultimately revealing 6 pairs of wings, 12 dark angel wings. A black halo formed above her head, and in that moment of eye contact with the 12-winged angel, an explosive surge of power erupted, triggering 2 opposing realms, one black, one gold, one righteous, one sinister. The sacred aura and the terrifying essence of death began to merge flawlessly. Not only did the 2 realms unite, but the 12-winged angel and the 12-winged dark angel fused as well. In the end, the 2 angels were inextricably intertwined, each embodying elements of the other, while Zhao Su himself became a manifestation of both darkness and light. One hand wielded a holy sword meant to shatter darkness, while the other grasped a spear of death, symbolizing annihilation. As one of the law enforcers of the 12-winged holy angel divine realm, he embodied the king of all angels, both sacred and dark. In this moment, even Zhao Su found himself bewildered. Was he to be considered a dual spirit, a singular spirit, or perhaps a mutated spirit? Little one, which sect do you belong to? Just as Zhao Su pondered the nature of his spirits, a voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Zhao Su raised his head and beheld none other than Douluo, the grand priest of the spirit hall, speaking to him. Without an affiliation to any sect, he walked his own solitary path. Would you consider joining my spirit hall and taking me as your master? In the future, you could ascend to the esteemed position of grand priest. Douluo's invitation was nothing short of a powerful allure, enticing Zhao Su to become part of the spirit hall. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong, clad in a resplendent golden robe and wielding a scepter, exhibited a flicker of unease upon her icy visage. She was acutely aware that Douluo had long sought an opportunity to eliminate her. Should Zhao Su truly choose to apprentice under Douluo, it would undoubtedly herald a dire calamity in the future, especially considering Zhao Su's formidable martial spirit and innate soul power. Zhao Su's ascension to the title of Douluo is merely a matter of time. The prospect of becoming a deity is not beyond reach. I wish to join the spirit hall, yet I have no desire to take you as my mentor. As Zhao Su's words echoed in the air, an undeniable sense of incredulity washed over everyone present, as if reality itself had momentarily faltered. It is imperative to recognize that Douluo holds the esteemed position of the Grand Supreme of the Spirit Hall, wielding authority that surpasses even that of Pope Bibi Dong. The other high-ranking officials within the Spirit Hall are bound to heed the commands of the Grand Supreme. To ascend to such a prestigious status within the Spirit Hall is to traverse the Douluo continent with an unyielding sense of fearlessness. Yet, Zhao Su, without the slightest hesitation, declined the offer. This bewildering decision left many pondering the motives behind his thoughts. Oh, you do not wish to become my disciple? Why is that? You are far too old, and you cannot even defeat Tang San. There is no future in becoming your apprentice, Zhao Su casually remarked. In truth, it was not that he was unwilling to take Douluo as his master, but rather that the system forbade him from doing so. To be honest, he had long coveted the angelic ensemble possessed by Douluo, which could directly elevate one to divinity. Upon uttering this, an uproar ensued, as many were incredulous at what they had just heard. In the Spirit Hall, and indeed throughout the entirety of Douluo continent, few dared to speak to him in such a manner, especially not a mere child of 6 or 7 years. Douluo, upon hearing this, took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fury that surged within him. In the presence of so many people, Zhao Su not only declined to acknowledge him as a master, but even went so far as to mock him, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. The defeat he suffered at the hands of Tang San, albeit by a mere half move, would forever remain a haunting specter in Douluo's heart. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Douluo's face was indeed revealing. Zhao Su paid no heed to his surroundings. Instead, he surveyed the area before finally fixing his gaze upon Bibi Dong. He approached her with swift steps, raising his head to meet her gaze with his bright, expressive eyes. With a charming innocence, he inquired, "Beautiful elder sister, would you be willing to take me as your disciple?" Zhao Su's words not only took Bibi Dong by surprise, but he then revealed a bone from his embrace. Although the bone appeared unremarkable, it ignited a spark of intrigue among the several titled Douluos present. A soul bone. Remarkably, it was an external soul bone. Who exactly is this young man, possessing such formidable innate spirit power and an unusual martial soul, while also carrying a soul bone with him? The titled Douluos and attendants began to privately speculate about Zhao Su's origins. It is well known that even for titled Douluos, acquiring a soul bone is no simple feat, let alone an external one. Beautiful sister, if you accept me as your disciple, I shall present you this bone as a token of my respect. What do you think? Zhao Su inquired. Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards him, her voice cold yet melodious. Is that what they call a soul bone? It is a trivial thing, and I have no fondness for bones. Zhao Su, with a decisive gesture, placed the luminous white soul bone into Bibi Dong's hands. Humph. Douluo let out a disdainful snort, choosing not to linger and turning away from the grand hall. The remaining elders, witnessing Douluo's departure, similarly turned to leave. Very well, if that is the case, I shall accept you as my disciple. Bibi Dong, holding the soul bone, could feel the formidable aura radiating from it. She understood that the seemingly ordinary bone might very well be a faade. In her estimation, Zhao Su, with his unparalleled talent and enigmatic background, was truly one of a kind. Taking him on as a disciple would undoubtedly benefit her. Moreover, She had always intended to attract talented individuals to bolster her own power. Even if she considered an alternative perspective, having Zhao Su as her disciple was far preferable to allowing Douluo to take him under his wing. Subsequently, under the envious and admiring gazes of the onlookers, Zhao Su followed Bibi Dong back to the papal hall. From now on, you shall reside here. Do not wander outside without my permission, and focus on your cultivation. Bibi Dong coldly instructed as she led Zhao Su to a room in the papal hall. Understood. Zhao Su, with an appearance of innocent charm, nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, when I find the time, I shall take you on a hunt for spirit beasts to procure your first spirit ring. Until then, refrain from carelessly absorbing spirit rings. He aimed to devise the most exquisite configuration of spirit rings for Zhao Su. Bibi Dong was acutely aware that it would be exceedingly difficult to completely extricate herself from the influence of Douluo. To achieve total liberation from Douluo and the other esteemed elders who monopolized the authority of the Spirit Hall, it was imperative to cultivate an individual more formidable than Douluo himself. It was evident that Bibi Dong had placed her hopes upon Zhao Su. Indeed, Zhao Su nodded. Ding, the task is complete, and rewards have been obtained. The first soul ring, Zhu Yan, 60,000 years, soul skill, law of heaven and earth. After Bibi Dong departed, the system interface reappeared, notifying him of the successful completion of the task to join the Spirit Hall, along with the rewards acquired. 60,000 years. The law of heaven and earth, quite commendable. As Zhao Su spoke, he closed the door and summoned forth the 12-winged holy angel spirit. A magnificent fusion of black and gold, embodying both the sacred and the macabre. With a mere thought, the system bestowed upon him the 6,000-year black soul ring of Zhu Yan, which materialized before him. Gradually, it ascended towards the crown of the 12-winged holy angel behind him. At the moment the black soul ring encircled the radiant halo of its dark and golden essence, an exquisite transformation began. Zhao Su felt an instantaneous ignition of his soul power within. It swiftly circulated through the meridians of his body before converging in his dantian. Simultaneously, the method for utilizing the first soul ring's accompanying ability, celestial manifestation, materialized in his mind. As he willed it, the magnificent 12-winged holy angel behind him began to expand rapidly, ultimately breaking through the roof. The colossal figure of the 12-winged holy angel stood tall, one hand wielding a sword and the other grasping a spear of death. Yet, the most critical aspect was the first soul ring, radiating a dazzling black light. Chapter 4. Worthless is worthless. Everyone within the Spirit Hall was rendered awestruck by the towering presence of the 12-winged holy angel. The realm infused with a divine essence intertwined with a deathly aura evoked a conflicting sensation of both reverence and fear in all hearts. A black soul ring? Douluo, perched atop the Douluo Hall, cast a venomous glance towards the direction of the Pope's Hall, harboring thoughts of eliminating Zhao Su before he could fully mature. Who on earth is this boy? The second high priest, Golden Crocodile, appeared beside Douluo, inquiring about the extraordinary event. As far as I know, no family on the continent possesses a martial soul like the 12-winged holy angel. Moreover, to awaken one's martial soul today and already possess a soul ring surpassing 10,000 years is unprecedented. We must test him. With a casual remark, Douluo leapt into action. At this moment, Zhao Su stood atop the roof, immersed in the transformative power of the 12-winged holy angel and the ability granted by celestial manifestation. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of murderous intent. Just as well, he was eager to find someone to test his newfound abilities. Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed in a particular direction. A shadow, as elusive as a specter, materialized behind him. Humph! With a soft snort, Zhao Su swung the death spear held by his martial soul towards the dark figure behind him. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura of death locked onto his target, resulting in the instantaneous obliteration of the figure's head, leaving no opportunity for resistance. The foe was swiftly annihilated. Yet, how could a mere level 10 soul master effortlessly vanquish an 82-level agility-type soul Douluo? What manner of person are you? Standing by the window of her chamber, Bibi Dong had already sensed the presence of the soul Douluo. Initially, she had intended to intervene and protect Zhao Su, but to her astonishment, he had dispatched the opponent in an instant. Nevertheless, this incident rekindled her hope for her grand ambitions. Resolutely, she vowed to herself that even if Douluo were to personally confront Zhao Su, she would fight to the death to safeguard him. Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared, indicating the detection of vanishing soul power. Host, would you like to absorb? This message was directed at the headless corpse lying on the ground. A white halo commenced the absorption of the soul power from the deceased. Is it possible to do this? This revelation brought an unexpected delight to Zhao Su. Absorb, he commanded, as Zhao Su's thoughts stirred. The soul power drawn in by the radiant white light entered his being. With a chime, the absorption was complete, transforming the soul power of an 82nd level soul Douluo into 1,000 energy points. Accompanied by the system's voice, a page appeared before Zhao Su, visible only to him. At that moment, detailed information about Zhao Su materialized on the system page. Host, Zhao Su. Martial Soul, 12-winged Holy Angel. Soul Skill, First Soul Skill, Celestial Phenomenon. Level, 19. Battle Soul Master, Assault System. Mental Power, 23,200 points, Spirit Domain Realm. Energy Points, 1,000. Fortune Points, 19. What is the purpose of the system? Energy Points and Fortune Points? Zhao Su gazed at the two lines at the bottom of the system interface, a hint of perplexity evident as he inquired about the system. The energy value could be exchanged for luck value, which in turn could enhance mental strength. Once the luck value reached 100, the host could ascend to divinity. Understanding this, Zhao Su nodded thoughtfully. He then pondered, aside from absorbing the soul power of deceased soul masters, what other means were there to acquire energy value? Completing tasks issued by the system would yield energy value rewards, excluding the acquisition of martial spirits, soul rings, and soul bones. Very well. I shall exchange 1,000 energy points for luck value, he declared. However, he was met with the disheartening response: insufficient energy value for exchange. Zhao Su's expression darkened at this revelation, yet he remained unfazed, for he was currently an invincible existence, and the urgency to become a deity was not pressing. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had elapsed. During these 10 years, Zhao Su did not remain idle within the spirit hall. Douluo had repeatedly sought to eliminate him from the shadows. Had it not been for Zhao Su's formidable strength, coupled with Douluo's reluctance to provoke Bibi Dong, he might have faced more direct confrontations. Zhao Su may have long been killed by Douluo. For the sake of his safety, he departed from the spirit hall many years ago, not only to guard against Douluo's assassination, but also to attend to other matters. Nonetheless, Zhao Su silently vowed that when he returned to the spirit hall, it would signify a complete overhaul of the establishment. In the kingdom of Balak, within the confines of the Rose Hotel in Soto City, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed from within, drawing numerous passers-by to gather at the entrance. Clad in a long black robe, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, Zhao Su melded into the crowd. 5 years prior, the system had issued a task. Ding. A new mission has been released to encounter Tang San and embark upon your journey as a villain. Task reward: 1 mutated martial soul, the 7-kill sword, and access to the system mall. At that time, Tang San had just awakened his martial soul and was on his way to Notting Academy. He was still too young to be a worthy opponent, hence Zhao Su had patiently waited for 5 years. Now, the clash between Tang San and Dai Mubai had escalated to a fever pitch. Tang San had forced Dai Mubai to unleash his 3rd soul skill. How formidable! Was this indeed the apex of the white tiger beast martial soul, known as the king of the forest? The young man's talent was remarkable. His martial soul appeared to be blue silver grass, yet he was managing to contend against the mighty white tiger beast martial soul. Remarkably, this youth was only in his early 20s, with merely 2 soul rings. The onlookers at the hotel entrance erupted in animated discussion. The surrounding crowd's admiration greatly gratified Tang San's vanity, intensifying the ferocity of his attacks. Tang San was inherently a person of immense vanity, coupled with a duplicitous nature. He was wholly self-serving. Despite Master Yu Xiaozhang's relentless devotion to Tang San, once Tang San ascended to godhood, he abandoned the master to live out his days on the Douluo continent. In all other narratives of the Douluo universe, Tang San's hypocrisy and selfishness reached an extreme. He was, in essence, a person who feigned benevolence while harboring darkness within. Merely a failed martial soul and a mediocre soul master. It is evident that the weak often find it easier to forge friendships. Observing the camaraderie between the two inside the hotel, Zhao Su could not help but mock them. All eyes were drawn to Zhao Su. Kid, if you're so impressive, why don't you step up? Indeed, it's easy to talk big when you're standing on the sidelines. I doubt you even possess a martial soul. Zhao Su paid them no heed, immersing himself instead in the hotel's ambience, indifferent to Tang San and Dai Mubai. His gaze was drawn to a pair of identical twins not far away. They possessed flawless figures, and their captivating eyes stirred an involuntary flutter within him. The allure of the duo was irresistible, igniting flights of fancy in the minds of onlookers. What are you staring at, kid? Keep it up, and I'll have your eyes out. Dai Mubai's irritation had already been piqued by Zhao Su's previous taunt. As he watched Zhao Su enter the hotel lobby, his unwavering gaze fixated on the beauties in his company, a surge of anger welled within him. A waste of space ought to remain silent. It's embarrassing. Finally, Zhao Su diverted his attention from the enchanting twins and turned to Dai Mubai. Such exquisite beauties are truly wasted on you. Seeking death, Dai Mubai bellowed, his sinister eyes merging with his white tiger martial spirit, instantly activating his third soul skill. The white tiger diamond transformation. He raised his fist, launching it towards Zhao Su. Bang! Everyone present felt a blur before their eyes, as the now magnified form of Dai Mubai was sent flying by a single punch from Zhao Su. A waste is indeed a waste. Zhao Su blew gently on his fist. And astonishingly, without even summoning his martial soul, he propelled the 37th level soul master Dai Mubai through the air solely with the strength of his physical body. He couldn't help but add a final taunt. Chapter 5. The first encounter with Tang San. At this moment, the crowd gathered in the hotel was utterly silenced, stunned by Zhao Su's overwhelming punch. Among the onlookers were not only ordinary people but also numerous soul masters. While the layman might not grasp the true might of a soul master, those endowed with martial souls were acutely aware of their prowess. To send a 36th level soul master flying with mere physical strength, could this be a dream? What an extraordinary physique this must be. What kind of formidable martial soul could possibly accompany such a powerful body? In an instant, curiosity sparked among all the spectators, leading them to speculate fervently. Zhao Su, however, paid them no heed and turned his gaze towards Tang San, inquiring, "Are you not inclined to assist your friend?" "We are not friends, merely acquaintances," Tang San responded. His demeanor and words indeed did not disappoint Zhao Su. He was the epitome of a perfect egoist. Simultaneously, Tang San's hypocritical and selfish nature was vividly revealed. Just moments ago, he had extolled Dai Mubai, harboring thoughts of befriending him, yet now he dismissed their connection as mere happenstance. Nonetheless, this was precisely what Zhao Su wished to witness. Sowing discord among the Shrek 7 devils was also one of his objectives. Haha. You are quite astute in recognizing the shifting tides. Zhao Su did not wish to crush Tang San outright. Rather, he intended to savor the moment gradually. After all, he had an abundance of time at his disposal. Zhao Su refrained from directly eliminating Tang San, primarily due to the fact that Tang San was blessed with the fate of a protagonist, protected by the heavenly will. Throughout his journey, he would encounter numerous fortuitous events. This can be regarded as a privilege bestowed upon him by destiny, a right of the protagonist. Conversely, the formidable antagonist, endowed with a villainous fate, lacked such privileges. However, this is of little consequence. What one does not possess can often be taken from others. Perhaps this is the true privilege of a great villain. While Zhao Su was lost in these thoughts, an unexpected blur caught his attention as he found two long, slender legs entwined around his neck. The smooth, delicate sensation, akin to jade, left him somewhat dazed, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. It was evident that Xiao Wu had made her move. In the moment of her martial soul fusion, her body's flexibility, speed, and strength had significantly heightened. With her legs wrapped around Zhao Su's neck, Xiao Wu exerted force, attempting to fling him away. Yet, it was not so simple. Moments ago, Zhao Su had allowed her to ensnare him while distracted by other thoughts. Now that he had regained his composure, Xiao Wu found herself at a disadvantage. As she exerted her strength, Zhao Su also sprang into action. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, rendering Xiao Wu's efforts utterly futile. At the same time, he seized her slender leg and effortlessly tossed her aside. As Xiao Wu was hurled away, she executed a swift somersault and charged back towards Zhao Su. At that moment, Dai Mubai rose once more, his powerful white tiger martial soul merging anew. With a mighty roar that resonated through the heavens, he charged towards Zhao Su once more. Such ambition. Zhao Su remained remarkably composed, yet she regarded Dai Mubai with newfound respect. He was undoubtedly far more ambitious than Tang San. Tang San incessantly proclaimed that Xiao Wu was his beloved sister, vowing to protect her from any harm. However, when witnessing Xiao Wu's plight, he hesitated to intervene, paralyzed by the overwhelming soul power emanating from Zhao Su. Zhao Su showed mercy towards Xiao Wu, yet he exhibited no such leniency towards Dai Mubai. Once again, with a single punch, he shattered Dai Mubai's martial soul, this time with even greater finality. Dai Mubai coughed up a mouthful of blood, rendering him incapable of merging with his martial soul for at least a week. Return to your Shrek Academy and tend to your injuries. Spare us the embarrassment of your presence, he remarked. At that moment, Tang San finally made his move, albeit not in a straightforward manner, resorting instead to underhanded tactics. A barrage of poisonous silver needles was launched towards Zhao Su. Is this all you can conjure? Zhao Su effortlessly caught the silver needles and sent them back, forcing Tang San to refrain from merging with his martial soul. Vines, akin to ghostly tendrils, began to entwine themselves around Zhao Su, carrying a narcotic toxin that could prove troublesome if ensnared. However, for Zhao Su, this posed no challenge whatsoever. Zhao Su, still unarmed, seized the ghost vine and effortlessly pulled Tang San closer. The Lanyin grass was simply too feeble. Just as Zhao Su prepared to eliminate Tang San's Lanyin grass martial soul and extract the Haotian hammer martial soul, a line of text appeared from the system. Ding. This individual possesses the fate of a protagonist. Encountering numerous fortuitous events, it is advised that the host refrain from direct elimination. Ding. Encounter with Tang San. Mission accomplished. Reward: Mutated Martial Soul, 7 kills Sword X1. System Mall unlocked. As the system's voice resonated, Zhao Su retracted his raised hand and tossed Tang San aside. What do you mean? It means nothing. You are simply too weak. There is no challenge in battling you. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he turned and departed, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of Zhao Su's true intention. Brother Dai, are you alright? After Zhao Su's departure, Tang San feigned concern for Dai Mubai, whose pallid face was marred by blood at the corners of his mouth. I'm unscathed. Who exactly is this person? How could they possess such formidable strength? Could they be a member of the Spirit Hall? It seems likely. Tang San, my brother, I must take my leave now. I believe we shall meet again soon. I am a student of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai hurriedly left the Rose Hotel, aided by the twins, eager to tend to his injuries and prevent any hidden ailments from arising due to his spirit. As Zhao Su and Dai Mubai exited, the crowd of onlookers began to disperse. Sir, would you like me to book a room for you? Though Tang San had just suffered a crushing defeat at Zhao Su's hands, the hotel manager, perceptive and astute, recognized that even someone of Tang San's caliber was not to be trifled with, and thus treated him and Xiao Wu with utmost courtesy. Tang San's complexion was grim. Although his spirit was the inferior blue-silver grass, his mastery of the Shantian skill rendered him no less formidable than those with more powerful spirits. Coupled with the memories from his past life, the various hidden weapons he crafted were exceedingly potent. He had always been a prodigy, highly regarded by Master Yu Xiaojiang as the hope for achieving his aspirations. While he appeared courteous on the surface, he harbored a sense of pride within. However, Zhao Su's emergence had effectively shattered this pride, leaving him unsettled. It must be noted that there is a commendable aspect to Tang San. Despite his anger at setbacks, he never wavers in his resolve to grow stronger. Perhaps this resilience is a hallmark of a protagonist's fate. In Soto City, in a courtyard at the northernmost point, Zhao Su was awakening his newly acquired mutated spirit, the 7 kills sword, in the world of Douluo continent. It is well known that the only Douluo to possess the 7 kills sword is the sword Douluo Chen Xin, one of the 2 guardians of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Renowned as the most powerful offensive spirit, it rivals even the Haotian hammer of the Haotian sect. However, the 7 kills sword that Zhao Su was awakening bore similarities to Chen Xion's, yet it was distinct, without even discussing its appearance. The aura emanating from it was exponentially superior to that of Chen Xion's 7 kills sword. The seemingly ancient longsword floated quietly behind Zhao Su, exuding terrifying sword intent that sent chills down the spine, even in its nascent state. Upon the complete awakening of the 7 kills sword spirit, Zhao Su slowly opened his eyes and turned to regard the floating sword. One could clearly see that one side of the sword was intricately carved with mountains and rivers, while the other depicted flying birds and running beasts. The sword's hilt, measuring over a foot in length, bore 5 characters. Emperor's 7 kills sword. These characters were not of the contemporary era, but belonged to the ancient script of Douluo's origins. The immense pressure radiating from these 5 characters surpassed all other sword spirits, including the 7 kills sword of the sword Douluo. Congratulations, Master, on awakening a powerful spirit once again. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared behind Zhao Su, bowing slightly and speaking with utmost respect. Have you uncovered any information? I have found some clues, but nothing definitive yet. This individual is named Shadow, a formidable ally whom Zhao Su has personally trained over the years, entirely loyal to him. The members of the Shadow team excel in stealth, particularly their captain, whose spirit manifests as a shadow, making him undetectable even to title Douluo when merged with his spirit. Furthermore, he is a title Douluo of level 97. Yet he does not hold any official title. Even the Spirit Hall is unaware of his existence. In accordance with Zhao Su's orders, he infiltrated various sects, families, and the two great empires. This was twofold: to monitor the next moves of these sects and families, and to fulfill a hidden quest assigned by the system. Hidden quest: seek out the 9 guardian divine dragons lost in the Douluo continent. This hidden quest not only offers no rewards, but also carries a peculiar stipulation: one must not reach level 100 and ascend to godhood until all 9 guardian divine dragons are found. In essence, if Zhao Su fails to gather these 9 guardian divine dragons, he shall forever be barred from achieving divinity. Indeed, as you suspected, the martial soul of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family is highly likely to be one of the 9 guardian divine dragons, specifically the golden sacred dragon. However, the family's constitution is too weak to bear its descent. Furthermore, the martial soul of the guardian title Douluo from the 7 treasure glazed tile school is the bone dragon. These are the only 2 leads we currently have. Shadow, enveloped in a black cloak, spoke in a slightly hoarse voice, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. I understand. Continue your search. But do not act against these 2 families without my command. Understood. Shadow nodded respectfully, yet seemed to harbor some unspoken concern. Speak freely. Do not hesitate. Today, I sensed a hint of soul beast aura from the young lady you encountered. It is highly likely she is a 100,000-year soul beast. As Zhao Su tended to the flowers he had nurtured during his idle time, a powerful surge of divine energy intertwined with an aura of death enveloped Shadow. Under the pressure of this overwhelming soul power, even the 97-level title Douluo felt a flicker of fear. The black cloak that shrouded him fell away, revealing Shadow's true form, a woman of striking figure. Though not conventionally beautiful, her form was nearly flawless, with every curve accentuated perfectly. Where flesh was needed, it was abundant. And where it was not, there was not an ounce of excess. Who would have imagined that beneath that cloak lay such a nearly perfect and breathtaking physique? My subordinate did not intend to monitor you, Master. I merely wished to report the findings of my investigation, and I stumbled upon it. Shadow bowed her head silently, her body trembling slightly beneath the weight of Zhao Su's formidable soul pressure. Remember, do not attempt to challenge my limits. Yes, I understand. Shadow felt the oppressive soul power recede and breathed a sigh of relief, quickly shifting the topic. Master, I have also uncovered another piece of information. Oh, what news? Gurong appears not to belong to this world. Zhao Su was taken aback by Shadow's revelation, secretly contemplating. Could there be another traveler besides myself? His background was shrouded in mystery. Before he became a title Douluo, no one had ever heard of him, not even within the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The Shadow continued, expressing disbelief at the notion that this individual had been unheard of prior to achieving the title of Douluo. Such a scenario seemed rather implausible. It is essential to recognize that while there are numerous soul masters on the Douluo continent, they are by no means abundant. Particularly, those who transcend the realm of Soul Emperor at level 60 are exceedingly rare. While discretion may be comprehensible, the complete absence of any past information raises a sense of curiosity. Investigate thoroughly, tracing back to his origins, starting from the place of his birth. Yes, my subordinate acknowledges. Zhao Su waved his hand, signaling for Ying to withdraw. Ying bowed once more, and the black robe that had fallen to the ground rose gracefully, enveloping her flawless figure before gradually vanishing. The 7 treasure glazed tile school. If that is the case, then I shall visit Shrek Academy. After Ying's departure, Zhao Su settled into a recliner beneath a ginkgo tree in the courtyard, gently swaying as thoughts meandered through his mind. His motivation for visiting Shrek Academy stemmed from the knowledge that Ning Rongrong, the most talented and favored young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, would also be present. Gurong's fondness for Ning Rongrong was unparalleled. Perhaps she could provide insights into some matters concerning Gurong. System, where's the marketplace? Once he clarified his next course of action, Zhao Su resumed his exploration of the rewards presented by the system. The attributes panel materialized before him. With the system's voice echoing in his mind, all of Zhao Su's attribute data appeared before his eyes. Host, Zhao Su. Martial Soul, 12-winged Holy Angel, Emperor's 7 killing sword. Soul skills. First skill of the 12-winged Holy Angel, Celestial Phenomenon. Second skill, Heavenly Destruction Palm. Third skill, Ninefold Sword Technique. Fourth skill, True Form of the Holy Angel. Emperor's 7 killing sword. None. Level 42 Battle Soul Master, specializing in offense. Mental power, 23, 200 points, Spirit Domain Realm. Energy value, 90,000 points. Fortune value, 23 points. Guardian Divine Dragon, none. System Marketplace? Shall it be activated? Activate the System Marketplace. As Zhao Su's thoughts stirred, the System Mall vanished from the Attributes Introduction page and subsequently reappeared in the upper left corner of the System page's homepage. Instantly, the System Mall opened automatically. There, one could behold an array of soul rings in a spectrum of colors, along with a diverse assortment of soul-guiding devices. Zhao Su cast a cursory glance over the array of silent projectiles, including the silent sleeves, dragon whisker needles, and the shadow photography, as well as the King of Hell stickers, even the formidable rain pear blossom needle, the tearful guanine, and the wrath of Buddha's Tang lotus. All powerful weapons of mass destruction were present. However, his interest did not lie in these concealed weapons. Instead, he was captivated by the 6 soul bones radiating a resplendent golden light within the soul bone rack. This set of 6 soul bones, known as the 12-winged Holy Angel set, represented the culmination of all absorbable parts. Each soul bone possessed attributes that made Zhao Su's eyes gleam with the hunger of a wolf spotting its prey. Yet, upon seeing the energy values required for each soul bone, his excitement was extinguished like a fire doused with cold water. Even the bones of the left and right legs demanded an energy value of 100,000. As for the most powerful torso bone, the requirements were even more daunting. Disheartened, Zhao Su turned his attention to the soul rings, in search of 4 suitable rings for his recently awakened Emperor's 7-kill sword. By chance, he noticed the last soul bone, which was labeled as an external soul bone, not part of the Holy Angel set, lying solitary in the final slot of the soul bone interface. It only required an energy value of 10,000? Zhao Su first glanced at the required energy value and, upon confirming his ability to afford it, delved into the detailed description. The external soul bone, obtained from slaying the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly, would grant the host a pair of wings enabling them to ride the winds after absorption. A smile crept across Zhao Su's face at this revelation. This acquisition could effectively compensate for his inability to fly. It is important to note that aside from flying-type martial souls, other martial souls are incapable of flight, and even flying-type martial souls cannot sustain prolonged flight. However, the soul bone dropped by the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly allows for unrestricted flight. Furthermore, external soul bones possess the potential for evolution, rendering concerns about quality irrelevant. With this thought in mind, Zhao Su decided against further contemplation and directly exchanged for the external soul bone from the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly. Upon commencing fusion, a pair of wings resembling those of a butterfly manifested behind Zhao Su. With a gentle flap, a surge of formidable power lifted him into the air. Subsequently, Zhao Su proceeded to select 4 10,000-year soul rings for his Emperor's 7-killing sword, each requiring 2,000 energy points. Together with the recently acquired external soul bone, his energy value dwindled to merely 5,000 points. This plunge effectively returned Zhao Su to his pre-liberation state. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, for energy points could be replenished through future endeavors. Just as Zhao Su mused over this, the system's voice resounded. Ding! New task unlocked. Devise a method to approach Ning Rongrong and extract information regarding Bone Douluo Rong. Task reward: 100,000-year soul ring and 10,000 energy points. 100,000-year soul ring? Splendid! Upon encountering the task rewards that had appeared before him, Zhao Su could not help but nod in satisfaction. He then stepped out of the courtyard. With only 5,000 energy points remaining, he needed to devise a plan to earn more. His method of accumulating energy points was, in essence, quite straightforward. It involved taking the lives of those who deserved it. His targets were primarily evil souls who preyed upon innocent civilians and nefarious individuals whose malevolence warranted their demise. However, just as Zhao Su exited the courtyard, he spotted Tang San and the lively Xiao frolicking nearby. A smirk emerged on his lips, and a hint of malicious thoughts began to stir within him. Silently, he trailed behind them. Before long, Zhao Su observed Tang San and Xiao enter a shop adorned with the emblem of the Spirit Hall. How much for this crystal? Tang San inquired as he noticed a rather murky crystal placed in an inconspicuous spot, addressing the elderly man reclining in a chair. 100 gold soul coins. The old man replied, opening his eyes briefly to glance at Tang San. At that moment, Zhao Su also feigned passing by and entered the shop. The elderly man, none other than Flinder, the founder of Shrek Academy and one of the Golden Iron Triangle, narrowed his eagle-like eyes upon seeing Zhao Su. I'll offer 200 gold soul coins. I want that crystal, Zhao Su declared. Zhao Su tossed 2 bags of golden soul coins to Flander and reached out to seize the crystal ball from Tang San's grasp. Do you understand the principle of first come, first served? Why should those who arrived first yield to you? Tang San remained silent. But Xiao was quick to step forward, forcefully pushing Zhao Su's hand away. With her hands on her hips and a glint of fierceness in her eyes, she rebuked. It's a simple principle that the one who pays more should receive the reward. Do you not comprehend such an elementary concept? Zhao Su smiled dismissively. In his perception, villains in typical novels are initially arrogant, seizing the protagonist's possessions or teasing the beautiful companions surrounding them. Subsequently, the protagonist retaliates, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the antagonist, thus asserting their superiority. Therefore, Zhao Su, assuming the role of the villain, felt compelled to emulate this pattern. However, he intended to orchestrate both scenarios. It was indeed a pity for such an adorable little rabbit to be in the company of a useless individual. Zhao Su regarded Xiao Wu with a hint of profound amusement, surveying her from head to toe, and remarked with a hint of regret. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words and perceiving the weighty gaze fixed upon her, Xiao Wu instinctively took a step back, her heart racing. What do you intend to do? Tang San, who had endured Zhao Su's provocations multiple times, could no longer restrain himself and shot a frosty glare at Zhao Su. At the same time, his right hand rested on the 24 Bridgeming when knight at his waist, poised to unleash a concealed weapon. Flender also took note of the belt at Tang San's side. Naturally familiar with this belt, Flender contemplated whether to intervene. The formidable presence exuded by Zhao Su upon entering the shop had even left Flender, a seasoned soul sage at level 78, feeling a flicker of trepidation, prompting him to refrain from acting recklessly. Zhao Su was not afraid of his anger, rather, he feared his indifference. It was precisely when he was angry that things became entertaining. Otherwise, what was the point of posturing alone? Are you angry now? Are you preparing to launch your silent darts at me? Who exactly are you? Why do you seek to oppose us? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Tang San was not only taken aback, but also revealed a hint of fear in his gaze directed at Zhao Su. I am just an ordinary person. I have no intention of antagonizing you. I merely came to purchase something, and it so happens that we both desire the same item. Zhao Su casually remarked. Yet inwardly mused, it is because you are the protagonist, and I am the antagonist. The role of the villain is to provide the hero with opportunities for triumph. However, as your own strength falls short, you cannot blame others. Xiao Wu, let us depart. Ultimately, Tang San restrained his emotions, swiftly ushering the concealed Xiao Wu behind him away from the scene. In Tang San's perception, a concealed weapon that has been seen through loses its essence as a secret weapon, transforming instead into an open one. Such a weapon has, in essence, forfeited its original purpose. Aware that he is no match for Zhao Su, Tang San chose to bide his time. The adage, a gentleman seeks revenge. 10 years is but a fleeting moment resonated in his mind. Observing Tang San and Xiao Wu's departure, Zhao Su could not help but display a sinister smile. One that only a villain would wear. Indeed, it would be even more splendid when you grow stronger. Zhao Su murmured softly, turning to face Flandre. The moment Zhao Su's gaze fell upon him, Flandre felt his trepidation deepen anew. Sir, this crystal does not require such an exorbitant sum of gold soul coins. 100 gold soul coins will suffice. Flandre returned one of the 2 bags of gold soul coins that Zhao Su had just tossed to him. No need for that. Let this additional 100 serve as my contribution to the Shrek Academy. Upon concluding his words, Zhao Su turned and departed before Flandre could respond. He did not forget to take with him the seemingly murky crystal ball. Was he perhaps a prodigy from a prominent family or sect undergoing training? Flandre's keen, eagle-like gaze followed the retreating Zhao Su, his eyes filled with perplexity. Chapter 8. The Battle Soul Sect with 4 10,000-year soul rings. After Zhao Su's departure, Flandre pondered for a moment before exiting the shop, locking the door behind him. Meanwhile, Zhao Su continued to meander through the streets of Soto City in search of that accursed individual. That girl possesses quite an admirable figure. Perhaps she could entertain me? At that moment, a brash and domineering voice caught Zhao Su's attention. Zhao Su turned towards the sound and beheld a stall selling trinkets where a young woman stood. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her fair skin radiant, and her physique was admirable, albeit still somewhat immature. The expression on her face was notably frosty, seemingly indifferent to the provocations from the 4 or 5 ruffians nearby. Hey, little girl, I'm talking to you. Are you refusing to show me some respect? Do you know who I am? One of the burly ruffians, his face a mass of flesh, declared as he attempted to reach towards the delicate features of the young woman. What a typical villain. So brazen and utterly unafraid, impressive. However, just as Zhao Su felt a sense of admiration for the ruffians, the cold beauty had already made her move. Her martial spirit resembled that of a cat, and upon merging with it, her speed was significantly enhanced. Was that Zhu Zhuqing, one of the Shrek 7 monsters? Upon seeing the ethereal spirit cat, Zhao Su recognized her identity. She was yet another individual destined to be a protagonist. In this world of the Douluo continent, dominated by the grand villain system, it was clear that Tang San was not the sole bearer of protagonist fate. Logically speaking, although Zhao Su was cast as the antagonist, he was, in fact, the true protagonist. I find this young lady quite appealing. Zhao Su regarded Zhu Zhuqing, who exhibited a fierce demeanor and swiftly defeated several adversaries. With a hint of surprise in his eyes, Zhu Zhuqing's frigid personality indeed resonated with him. "Please spare us. We shall never dare again," pleaded the strongest of the 5 bullies, whose level barely reached 18, and whose martial soul was merely that of a common domesticated dog. They were nothing more than bullies preying on ordinary individuals. In the presence of Zhu Zhuqing, who had already attained the rank of 26 and possessed 2-century-old martial souls, they were understandably reduced to begging for mercy on their knees. "Get lost." Zhu Zhuqing sheathed his martial soul and uttered a single word, as if uttering any additional words would be an affront to his dignity. Zhao Su observed the few individuals who were escaping in a frantic manner and couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, these petty minions existed solely to be humiliated by those destined for greatness. "Do you fancy it? I shall gift it to you." Zhao Su approached the stall selling handicrafts and selected an adorable little kitten, which he then presented to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her aloof demeanor, casting a fleeting glance at the smiling Zhao Su. She paid him no heed and swiftly turned to leave. Zhu Zhuqing, indeed. Zhao Su retrieved a golden soul coin from the jade pendant at his waist and handed it to the proprietor. "Sir, I do not require so much. Merely 10 copper soul coins will suffice. I cannot provide change for this." "No matter, keep the change." Zhao Su placed a golden soul coin upon the stall and pursued the direction in which Zhu Zhuqing had departed. However, as he observed Zhu Zhuqing turn into an alleyway, by the time he caught up, her figure had vanished. Yet, this was inconsequential for Zhao Su, as he was well aware that Zhu Zhuqing would inevitably head to Shrek Academy. Thus, he made his way directly to the academy. 2 days later, at the dilapidated entrance of Shrek Academy, upon Zhao Su's arrival, he witnessed an elderly man responsible for admissions intimidating a father and son who sought to reclaim their 10 golden soul coins as a registration fee. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already arrived and were standing in line. Upon seeing Zhao Su, Dai Mubai, seated beside the admissions officer, became visibly anxious and leaned in to whisper something into the elder's ear. The elder, intrigued, lifted his gaze and followed Dai Mubai's pointed direction, locking eyes with Zhao Su. Although Zhao Su wore a seemingly innocuous smile, it nonetheless unsettled the old man. Quickly informed the dean of this matter, "This individual is not to be underestimated." The old man, Li Yusong, urgently instructed Dai Mubai, who, without hesitation, nodded and turned to enter the academy. "Dear attendees, allow me to reiterate, those over the age of 13 who have not attained a rank of at least a level 20 soul master should refrain from wasting their time here." Li Yusong, a formidable level 62 soul emperor wielding the dragon pattern staff as his martial soul, summoned forth his dragon manifestation. With a gentle strike against the ground, a powerful surge of soul energy emanated from him. The appearance of his 6 soul rings was enough to instill awe in the parents accompanying their children to enroll. Yet Zhao Su remained unfazed. Observing the first white soul ring, he disdainfully shook his head. Zhao Su's performance was undeniably noted by Li Yusong, who also perceived Zhao Su's evident disdain. The purpose of summoning his martial soul was not to intimidate the students and their parents, but rather to target Zhao Su specifically. Although a flicker of fear unconsciously arose in his heart upon gazing at Zhao Su, he rationalized that the latter appeared to be no more than 16 or 17 years of age. In Li Yusong's estimation, even if such a youth were a prodigy or an exceptional talent from a prestigious family, they could not possibly surpass his own formidable status as a rank 62 battle soul emperor. This served as a subtle warning for Zhao Su to withdraw. However, Zhao Su disregarded the overwhelming pressure emanating from the dragon-patterned staff that Li Yusong wielded, which struck the ground with formidable soul power. He boldly bypassed the throng of individuals queued before him and approached Li Yusong directly, declaring, "I wish to join your esteemed academy." Zhao Su refrained from unnecessary pleasantries and directly addressed Li Yusong. Li Yusong scrutinized Zhao Su from head to toe, a hint of amusement gracing his aged visage. "I believe you did not fully comprehend my earlier words. Even if you understand, you cannot become a student. teaching is also beyond your reach. Our institution is currently at full capacity regarding faculty, and your age renders you ineligible to be a student. As for teaching, you likely lack the requisite qualifications. Is that so? What are the qualifications for becoming a teacher here? Zhao Su inquired. At the very least, one must attain the level of a 60-level soul emperor. And the martial soul cannot be subpar. Before Li Yusong could finish his statement, Zhao Su unveiled his martial soul. A time-worn long sword materialized behind him, emanating a presence far more formidable than Li Yusong's dragon-patterned staff. For black soul rings? Am I dreaming? The first soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring? Is this the 7-killing sword? At that moment, Flender, accompanied by Dai Mubai, arrived at the academy's entrance. They coincidentally witnessed Zhao Su revealing his imperial 7-killing sword martial soul. They were equally astonished by the 4 10,000-year soul rings radiating dark brilliance. In the Douluo continent, the 7-killing sword is revered as the martial soul with the most potent offensive capabilities, surpassing even the Haotian hammer. The 7-killing sword is inherently a mutated martial soul, and Zhao Su's imperial 7-killing sword can be classified as a mutation among mutations. Although Zhao Su's level was merely 42, the overwhelming aura he exuded compelled Li Yusong, a rank 78 battle soul saint, to instinctively take a step back. The 7-killing sword? Could this individual be related to the Sword Elder? A little girl in a white dress from a nearby group murmured, gazing at the imperial 7-killing sword floating behind Zhao Su. So, do I possess the qualifications to become a teacher at your esteemed academy? Zhao Su stood there, gazing at the Emperor's 7-killing sword martial soul behind him, along with the 4 10,000-year soul rings, while Flander, captivated by the sight, inquired. Zhao Su had already devised a plan. Should the 7-kill sword prove inadequate, he would reveal his 12-winged holy angel. After all, he must gain entry into Shrek. Enough. Enough, Flanders exclaimed, a broad smile adorning his face as he gestured for Zhao Su to withdraw his martial soul. May I inquire, young brother, how old are you this year? 16. Ah. As soon as Zhao Su spoke, a collective gasp echoed among all present. A 16-year-old from the Battle Soul sect. They had not merely never heard of him. They had never even encountered such a name. Moreover, he was a Battle Soul sect member with 4 eternal soul rings. Chapter 9. The Haotian Hammer. Nothing extraordinary, one might think. It is worth noting that Dai Mubai himself is merely 16 years old, yet he has only attained the 33rd rank. Even so, he is regarded as a prodigy among prodigies. Young brother, please enter the academy for a discussion, Flander said respectfully, gesturing for Zhao Su to enter the academy. Flander was determined to keep Zhao Su at Shrek Academy. As Zhao Su stepped into the academy, he turned to glance at the queue and caught sight of the little girl, Ning Rongrong, who had gasped in astonishment moments earlier. The system task was to approach Ning Rongrong and glean information about Gu Rong through her words. Zhao Su understood that since the system had issued such a task, it undoubtedly indicated that Ning Rongrong possessed some knowledge. Although his arrival at Shrek was not solely for the purpose of Ning Rongrong, he still needed to ensure that she would indeed appear at Shrek Academy as described in the text. Upon witnessing the anticipated presence of Ning Rongrong, Zhao Su felt a sense of relief and followed Flandra into the academy. Upon entering the academy with Flander, Zhao Su witnessed the continuation of admissions. As the narrative unfolds, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing successfully progressed to the second round of tests. With Dai Mubai's endorsement and the evaluation of their soul power, they advanced directly to the 4th round, ultimately securing their places at Shrek Academy. In a similar vein, Zhao Su also assumed the role of a teacher at Shrek Academy. One night, within the chamber of the immovable king, Zhao Wujie, a figure clad in tattered garments yet exuding an imposing aura materialized before him. This visitor was none other than Tang Hao. It was evident that during the 4th round of tests earlier that day, Tang Hao had concealed himself in the shadows. Observing the proceedings, there was no need to flaunt a mere broken hammer. The moment Tang Hao appeared, Zhao Su sensed the presence of the Haotian hammer. Accompanied by Flander into Zhao Wujie's quarters. Zhao Su, do not show disrespect to the Haotian Duke, Flander cautioned. Despite recognizing Zhao Su's genius and formidable soul ring configuration, he could hardly believe that Zhao Su, at level 42, could withstand an assault from a titled Douluo, particularly one as formidable as Tang Hao, the owner of the most powerful weapon soul, the Haotian hammer. Do you truly believe that possessing the 7-killing sword weapon soul along with 4 10,000-year soul rings renders you invincible? Zhao Su initially sought to disregard Tang Hao's provocations. However, upon hearing the condescension laced in Tang Hao's tone, his temper flared. Zhao Su had long harbored disdain for Tang Hao's incessant display of arrogance, a demeanor of invincibility that masked the fact that he could not even protect his own wife, merely a waste of potential. If you dare, give it a try. I need not employ my weapon soul. Go ahead. This was a sentiment Tang Hao had earlier expressed to Zhao Wujie, yet Zhao Su's retort was even more audacious. Given that Zhao Wujie was inherently weaker than Tang Hao, though their words bore semblance, their implications were starkly different. Ha ha, young man, you are exceedingly arrogant. Tang Hao scoffed at Zhao Su and then launched an attack. However, he refrained from revealing his Haotian hammer, believing that dealing with a brash youth like Zhao Su required neither his weapon soul nor full strength. Isn't youth characterized by a touch of arrogance? Zhao Su effortlessly evaded Tang Hao's assault. If you do not reveal your Haotian hammer, you shall find no opportunity. Meanwhile, Flander and Zhao Wujie, mere spectators, dared not interject. On one hand, they were wary of Tang Hao's prowess. On the other, they were eager to discern whether Zhao Su was genuinely formidable or merely posturing. Upon witnessing Zhao Su effortlessly dodge Tang Hao's attack, expressions of incredulity emerged in their eyes. It was important to note that Tang Hao had achieved the terrifying realm of a level 95 super Douluo, even without wielding his weapon soul. His physical speed and strength were formidable. Yet, he was effortlessly evaded by a mere soul master of level 42. The crux of the matter was that Zhao Su had also refrained from employing his weapon soul, relying solely on his physical agility. And he did so with such composure that he couldn't help but taunt Tang Hao. Tang Hao felt a flicker of surprise. Subsequently, he ceased any further concealment but still did not reveal his weapon soul, instead opting to engage Zhao Su with his formidable physicality. I warned you. Without revealing your weapon soul, you shall find no opportunity. As Tang Hao's massive fists, akin to sandbags, hurtled toward him, Zhao Su remained nonchalant, casually grasping Tang Hao's fist. Here is another opportunity for you. Zhao Su suddenly exerted force, grasping Tang Hao's fist and forcefully pushing him away. It is impossible. How could this be? Tang Hao felt the overwhelming strength that had just propelled him, casting a disbelieving glance at the still composed Zhao Su. Be cautious, it is now my turn. As Zhao Su spoke, he forcefully pushed off the ground and charged towards Tang Hao, relying solely on the power of his fists. Tang Hao, now fully engaged, ceased to hold back. A brilliant light emanated from his right hand, followed by a surge of formidable soul energy that radiated from within him. The 9 soul rings that belonged to Tang Hao materialized in succession. Upon witnessing the resplendent red soul rings, a smile crept upon Zhao Su's lips. Zhao Su understood that the crimson 10,000-year soul ring was a sacrificial offering from Tang San's mother, Ain, to Tang Hao. He had already devised a plan in his mind, for this soul ring would inevitably belong to him. However, it was not intended for his own use. Rather, it was meant for his enchanting mentor, Bibi Dong. In truth, one could say that it was prepared for both Bibi Dong and Xiao Wu. Furthermore, he harbored another scheme, which could also be regarded as an experiment. After Xiao Wu's sacrifice, she was resurrected by Tang San, who intended to return the soul ring to her. Yet, the 10,000-year soul ring that Ain had offered to Tang Hao did not vanish after her revival. Zhao Su pondered whether it was possible to resurrect Ain through Tang Hao, only to slay her once more to acquire her 100,000-year soul ring. This would essentially grant him 2 such rings. However, this notion was merely a preliminary idea, still in its infancy. At that moment, the Haotian hammer was gripped firmly in Tang Hao's hand, hurtling toward Zhao Su with tremendous force. Is this truly the most formidable weapon spirit? It seems rather mundane. With a nonchalant remark, Zhao Su effortlessly wielded the Emperor's 7-killing sword. The first black 10,000-year soul ring illuminated, as the Emperor's 7-killing sword intercepted the incoming Haotian hammer, imbued with raw power. Simultaneously, a blade intense surged through the Haotian hammer, aimed directly at Tang Hao. Within this sword intent, Tang Hao sensed a trace of divine presence, prompting him to retreat hastily. The sword of the god of killing, endowed with its own domain? At this juncture, Tang Hao's expression soured considerably. He had once believed himself a genius, possessing rapid cultivation abilities coupled with the unparalleled might of the Haotian hammer. He regarded no one with reverence, even reducing the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, to the brink of death under his might. Yet, before Zhao Su, he was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. The indomitable spirit of this formidable warrior began to shatter, piece by piece, under Zhao Su's influence. You possess a modicum of insight, yet this is but a trifling skill. Zhao Su spoke as he retracted his martial soul. Enveloped in a radiant aura of black and gold, he gazed at Tang Hao and continued, Allow me to demonstrate what constitutes the pinnacle of physical strength. As soon as Zhao Su's words fell, before Tang Hao could react, he felt himself hurled away by an overwhelming force. Chapter 10. Are you the offspring of Bone Grandpa and Sword Grandpa? In truth, Zhao Su merely intended to intimidate Tang Hao and was not speaking the whole truth. The black golden radiance enveloping him did not originate from a pure physical strength, but rather from the fourth soul skill of the 12-winged holy angel, the true form of the holy angel. This was something Zhao Su had only recently discovered. His dual martial souls, the 12-winged holy angel and the Emperor's 7-kill sword, were not akin to the dual martial souls of Tang San or Bibi Dong. While they possessed dual martial souls, they were required to be utilized separately, which imposed considerable limitations during combat. However, his dual martial souls could be employed individually or fused together, and he could even utilize soul skills without releasing his martial soul. At that moment, Zhao Su appeared as a divine war deity descending from the heavens. After sending Tang Hao flying, he approached him and raised his fist, shrouded in black golden light, to deliver a crushing blow. Tang Hao felt as though all his soul power had been sealed by an overwhelming aura, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Zhao Wujie and Flender, observing from a distance, stood in stunned silence, the scene before them imparting an almost surreal sensation. You are too weak. Focus on enhancing your strength. I shall take it upon myself to mentor your son, Tang San. After approximately 5 minutes, Zhao Su ceased his actions and addressed the prostrate Tang Hao, who had surrendered any thought of resistance. Rising from the ground, Tang Hao could distinctly sense the long-standing ailment within him beginning to dissipate, a result of Zhao Su's earlier fierce strike. Thank you, esteemed elder. There is no need for thanks. Your talent is the strongest I have ever witnessed. Dedicate yourself to your training. Who knows, with a bit more strength, you may even revive your wife. The elder seemed to understand. Tang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zhao Su. He had preserved a seed of Ain with the hope of one day resurrecting her. This was a secret known only to him. Yet, Zhao Su had articulated it directly. You need not inquire how I came to know. Zhao Su interrupted as Tang Hao began to speak again. This is a soul-nurturing pill. It may prove beneficial to you. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generous gift. Tang Hao respectfully accepted the soul-nurturing pill with both hands and knelt before Zhao Su. In this life, I shall serve you like a beast to repay your kindness. There is no need for repayment. Upon witnessing Tang Hao's actions, Zhao Su felt a twinge of embarrassment within himself. It is essential to recognize that his efforts to heal Tang Hao and provide him with soul-nurturing elixirs were not driven by a genuine desire to assist, but rather by his ulterior motive to revive Ain and claim her coveted 100,000-year soul ring. However, it soon dawned on Zhao Su that he was inherently a villain, and these deeds were merely in accordance with the nature of a nefarious character. Moreover, the love between human and beast has always been deemed unacceptable by the heavens. This holds true in any realm. Senior, from now on, you shall be my idol, Zhao Wujie. Whatever you command, I, Zhao Wujie, shall follow without hesitation, he declared fervently. As Tang Hao departed, shortly after, Zhao Wujie hastened to stand before Zhao Su, gazing at him with adoration, and humbly remarked, Teacher Zhao, you flatter me. I am but an ordinary individual. Zhao Su spoke humbly. However, to Flander and Zhao Wujie's eyes, Zhao Su's humility appeared somewhat pretentious. Subsequently, Zhao Su gestured towards Zhao Wujie. In his previous life, Zhao Su had a particular fondness for Zhao Wujie while watching Douluo continent. Nevertheless, Zhao Wujie's past conflicts with the Spirit Hall, his close friendship with Flander, and the connections between Flander, the Master, and Xiao Gang complicated their relationship. Zhao Su was uncertain whether he would be able to utilize Zhao Wujie in the future. Therefore, he merely offered a few simple pointers, without genuinely assisting him in elevating his soul power level. Even these modest suggestions sparked profound insights within Zhao Wujie. After expressing his gratitude once more, he retreated to his chamber to cultivate. Meanwhile, Flander remained close to Zhao Su, appearing as if he had something to say yet hesitating to voice it. Flander, the Academy's headmaster, seemed to harbor questions. Who exactly are you, and what is your purpose at Shrek Academy? Flander scrutinized Zhao Su with a watchful gaze. A mixture of wariness and curiosity reflected in his eyes. He had contemplated every conceivable possibility, only to dismiss them all. It's quite simple. I am not a person of great significance. I came to Shrek merely out of boredom. Is it truly that simple? Yes, indeed. Very well. Since you prefer to remain reticent, I shall refrain from further inquiries. However, I must insist, do not lay a hand on those children. Rest assured, I can guarantee that. And I shall personally instruct them. I hope you will keep your word, Flander replied before taking his leave. Zhao Su gazed at the departing figure of Flander, a wicked smile creeping across his face. At this moment, he would not take action against them, but when the time comes, the situation may well change. After all, Zhao Su is a villain affiliated with the Spirit Hall. As long as Tang San and his companions diligently focus on their training, he would refrain from interfering. However, should they choose to oppose the Spirit Hall in the future, he would have no choice but to express his regrets. He has always disregarded anything that might be detrimental to his own interests. In the early morning, having just risen from his slumber, Zhao Su stepped out of his room and spotted a young girl standing not far away, gazing in the direction of his chamber. It was none other than Ning Rongrong. Have you come to find me? Zhao Su stretched lazily and cast his gaze upon the seemingly obedient and adorable Ning Rongrong. If it were not for Zhao Su's awareness that Ning Rongrong's current sweetness was merely a facade, he might have easily regarded her as the quintessential daughter of someone else's family. Indeed, is your martial soul the seven-killing sword? Ning Rongrong trotted over to Zhao Su and inquired, Are you familiar with the seven-killing sword? Zhao Su feigned astonishment as he turned to Ning Rongrong and inquired, Of course, but as far as I know, the seven-killing sword is a mutated martial soul and cannot be inherited. How is it that you possess the seven-killing sword martial soul? Are you a member of the seven-treasure glazed tile school? You have yet to answer my question. Ning Rongrong's delicate visage appeared somewhat indifferent as she resolutely addressed Zhao Su. I was born with it. I cannot explain why I possess the seven-killing sword martial soul. Is that explanation satisfactory? Not quite. You must surely have some connection to Grandpa Jian. Are you perhaps his illegitimate child? As she spoke, Ning Rongrong's previously frosty expression gradually transformed into one of inquisitive delight, her eyes sparkling with the thrill of uncovering a secret. Witnessing this, Zhao Su felt a hint of exasperation. It dawned on him that this little girl had sought him out so early in the day purely to uncover the nature of his relationship with Chen Xin. However, such matters were of little consequence to Zhao Su, as he held no interest in Chen Xin. His true curiosity lay with Gu Rong, who possessed the Bone Dragon martial soul. I share no connection with Chen Xin, but I do have some association with Gu Rong. Zhao Su shifted the conversation towards Bone Douluo Gu Rong. Bone Grandpa? Ning Rongrong's eyes reflected a hint of confusion, and she boldly exclaimed a rather audacious remark. Are you suggesting that you are the offspring of Bone Grandpa and Sword Grandpa? But how could two old men possibly produce a child? Chapter 11. Indeed strange, isn't it solely men and women who can conceive? As she pondered this, Ning Rongrong seemed to arrive at a realization. Could it be that Bone Grandpa is a woman? Her statement left Zhao Su momentarily speechless as he mused inwardly. Indeed, Douluo continent is a world where one is considered an adult at the tender age of 12. Yet, within Ning Rongrong's words, he discerned a glimmer of insight. Zhao Su promptly inquired, Why do you say that? I cannot disclose it. It is a secret of Grandfather Gu, Ning Rongrong replied before swiftly turning and departing. Indeed, there was an issue. Zhao Su cast a knowing glance towards Ning Rongrong, revealing an expression of realization. Understanding that Ning Rongrong possessed knowledge of something significant, Zhao Su felt no rush. After all, he had ample time and was not concerned about the passing days. Ding. Approaching Ning Rongrong and extracting information regarding Gu Rong was accomplished. Reward obtained. 1,100,000. Your soul ring and 10,000 energy points. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile graced Zhao Su's countenance as he turned and entered his chamber. Due to the absence of a suitable soul ring, he had been suppressing his soul power level of the 12-winged holy angel. Now, with the acquisition of this 100,000, your soul ring, there was no longer a need to wait. Upon returning to his chamber, Zhao Su summoned his 12-winged holy angel martial soul without the slightest hesitation. 4 soul rings adorned it, 2 black and 2 red. As his thoughts stirred, the suppressed soul power surged rapidly, soon reaching level 50, thus enabling him to absorb the 5th soul ring. At this moment, Zhao Su's detailed attributes were as follows. Host, Zhao Su. Martial soul, 12-winged holy angel. Emperor's 7-killing sword. Soul skills, 12-winged holy angel. First soul skill, celestial phenomenon. Second soul skill, annihilating palm. Third soul skill, ninefold sword technique. Fourth soul skill, true form of the holy angel. Fifth soul skill, indomitable body. Emperor's 7-killing sword. First soul skill, supreme sword intent. Second soul skill, name of the sword, destruction. Third soul skill, name of the sword, slaughter. Fourth soul skill, name of the sword, a sword across time. Level, 51 battle soul master, offensive type. Mental power, 23,200 points. Spiritual domain realm. Energy value, 15,000 points. Fortune value, 23 points. Guardian divine dragon, none. As Zhao Su fully integrated his fifth soul ring, a formidable aura emanated from him. In the adjacent room, Zhao Wujie was abruptly awakened by this overwhelming presence. His eyes, filled with trepidation, turned towards Zhao Su's chamber, and a peculiar thought seemed to flicker in his mind. Zhao Wujie was born in a quaint town within the territory of the heavenly capital empire, and he could be considered a member of the nobility. However, tragedy struck when his parents fell victim to a treacherous scheme, leaving him as the sole survivor. In his relentless pursuit of vengeance for his parents, he dedicated himself to rigorous training. Yet, the might of a single individual proved insufficient, and ultimately, he found himself grievously wounded and forced to flee from an ambush by the Spirit Hall. Initially, he believed that the prospect of revenge was forever beyond his reach. However, the appearance of Zhao Su reignited a flicker of hope within his heart. After Zhao Su absorbed the soul ring, he conducted a brief test of the fifth soul skill he had just acquired, and he found himself quite satisfied. The integration of the soul ring and the testing of the fifth soul skill had indeed consumed a significant amount of his energy. Feeling a slight pang of hunger, he rose from his seat and left the room, intending to procure some sustenance. The Shrek Academy cafeteria was located within the village, and upon Zhao Su's arrival, he discovered that Tang San and the others were already present. In addition to Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, whom Zhao Su had met the previous day, Zhu Xing was also indeed there. Furthermore, there was a stout individual and a man with a bearded face and charming peach blossom eyes. Zhao Su recognized that these two individuals were Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Greetings to you. Zhao Su casually approached and seated himself beside a few individuals, greeting them with a smile. Have you truly become a teacher at Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai asked incredulously, glancing at Zhao Su, who was only slightly older than himself. Although Dai Mubai was aware that he could not rival Zhao Su in strength, he found it hard to believe that Zhao Su could persuade Flinder to accept him as a teacher. It is worth noting that Shrek Academy not only recruits extraordinary students but also imposes stringent criteria for its faculty. Of course, is there any doubt? Zhao Su lifted the bowl of rice porridge before him and took a sip, casually responding. After that, he fell silent. Everyone occasionally cast glances at Zhao Su, who maintained a gentle smile throughout. The teaching methods at Shrek were rather unique, devoid of any fixed curriculum, instead adapting to each individual student at any given moment. That evening, under the guidance of Flinder, the Shrek 7 were taken to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. Naturally, Zhao Su accompanied them as well. Although Zhao Su is a teacher, he is merely 16 years old and is equally eligible to participate in the soul fighting. As for Zhao Su, Flinder had little to say. He understood that he was incapable of instructing Zhao Su given his own limitations, as long as Zhao Su did not cause any trouble. That would suffice. However, Zhao Su had no intention of engaging in the soul fighting. He was merely here to witness the spectacle. Master, as Zhao Su settled into his seat in the audience of the Soul Duel Arena, a shadow materialized beside him. This shadow perfectly overlapped with Zhao Su's own, effectively concealing its presence. Moreover, with so few spectators in the arena, the shadow felt no hesitation in speaking up. What have you discovered? Gu Rong is indeed suspicious. It is highly probable that he hails from a certain family in the divine realm. He encountered an unexpected incident during his descent to the lower realm and was rescued by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, where he has since remained. A person from the divine realm? Zhao Su furrowed his brow, a sense of unease inexplicably arising within him. He always felt that his transmigration was anything but ordinary. The emergence of the system seemed far more complex than he had initially envisioned. To his astonishment, it was entangled with a family from the divine realm. Presently, his prowess rendered him virtually fearless across the Douluo continent, yet should he encounter someone from the divine realm, the outcome would surely be uncertain. He bore an aura of divinity that evoked a lingering trepidation within me, compelling me to refrain from approaching for further investigation. I understand now. I must remain vigilant while concealing my identity. Upon hearing Zhao Su's seemingly concerned words, a flicker of fervor flashed in Ying's gaze as she regarded him. Thank you for your concern, Master, but there is another matter. What is it? His Holiness the Pope has arrived in Soto City, currently residing at the Soto Grand Hotel. Oh, she is in Soto City? What is her purpose? Officially, it is for the upcoming Intermediate Soul Master competition. However, in reality, it pertains to the 10,000-year soul beasts within the Stardow Forest. She intends to hunt the 10,000-year soul beasts? That appears to be the case. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. Zhao Su waved his hand dismissively, having lost interest in the battles within the soul arena, his thoughts adrift. He was aware that within the Douluo forest, there existed 600,000-year soul beasts, including Xiao Wu. However, only 4 remained alive: the Daming Sky Blue Bull Python, the Erming Titan Giant Ape, Xiao Wu, and a nameless little deer. Both Tang San's mother, Ain, and Xiao Wu's mother had already passed away. Chapter 12. If you desire 100,000-year soul ring, await my arrival. Among the 400,000-year soul beasts still living in the Douluo forest, only the transformed Xiao Wu could be easily dealt with. The other 3 soul beasts would be no match for Bibi Dong at present. With this thought, Zhao Su hesitated no longer and quietly departed from the soul arena. In a lavish suite at the Soto City Grand Hotel, Bibi Dong sat cross-legged on the bed, engrossed in her cultivation. Do not venture into the Douluo forest to hunt soul beasts. The time is not yet ripe. With her eyes closed, Bibi Dong recognized Zhao Su's familiar yet distant voice and slowly opened her eyes to gaze at him. Though merely 16, Zhao Su had already reached a height of 1.8 meters. His youthful visage bore a resolute expression. It seems you have indeed placed spies around me, Bibi Dong remarked coldly, devoid of any emotion. My intention in leaving spies was not to monitor you, but rather to protect you. I, Bibi Dong, require no one's protection. Alas, your stubbornness is detrimental to your cultivation. You should endeavor to forget some of your painful past. What do you mean? At Zhao Su's words, a flicker of confusion crossed Bibi Dong's eyes, her composure faltering. Do you not understand my meaning? How could I possibly know? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, the hint of turmoil in her gaze revealing a shadow of pain, as if haunted by memories best left untouched. In that dark, damp chamber, that fateful night not only robbed her of her most treasured possession but also shattered her pride and kindness into fragments. One should not dwell solely in the past. Learn to forget. The future holds boundless beauty. After all, Qian Xuanji is dead, and your vengeance is avenged. Silence. Zhao Su's words undeniably provoked Bibi Dong's fury. As a formidable surge of soul power enveloped Zhao Su, she was bewildered by how Zhao Su had come to know all of this. Yet, it was a secret that she needed to conceal for eternity, an indelible anguish that could never be erased. Zhao Su also took action, sealing the somewhat tyrannical soul power emanating from Bibi Dong, while a surge of vitality infused her being. This formidable life force carried with it a restorative essence that promised the revival of all things. Beneath this warm current, Bibi Dong gradually regained her composure. Her originally domineering and indifferent gaze softened, and tears began to flow as she wept. This vibrant warmth stirred within her memories of childhood, a time when she was born in an ordinary village that was later obliterated by evil soul masters. Yet, she was discovered by King Sunji, who brought her to the spirit hall and personally took her as his disciple, guiding her with care. In the beginning, King Sunji was the person she revered and admired most. However, it was also he who shattered her love and ruined her life. Enough of the tears, he reassured her. Forget the past. I shall help you attain everything you desire, as long as you safeguard yourself. Zhao Su stepped forward and gently comforted Bai Bai Dong. Why do you wish to help me? Bai Bai Dong looked up at Zhao Su's slightly immature, yet resolute face and asked softly. There is no particular reason. I simply wish to do so, and thus I shall. Bai Bai Dong smiled, her breathtaking beauty radiating an enchanting allure as she leaned towards Zhao Su. While a woman who consistently exudes charm may induce a sense of visual fatigue, a typically aloof and frigid beauty like Bai Bai Dong, when suddenly revealing her allure, could leave one utterly mesmerized. Unconsciously, Zhao Su took a step back. Bai Bai Dong followed closely behind, her entire being nearly pressed against him as she reached out to caress his cheek. Zhao Su's heart raced uncontrollably, quickening its pace. Or do you desire my body as well? Her captivating gaze, the blunt yet slightly suggestive words, and her alluring figure, accompanied by a subtle fragrance, all assailed Zhao Su's soul, nearly overwhelming him. He found himself tempted to push Bai Bai Dong down and love her passionately in that very moment. Ultimately, however, Zhao Su restrained himself. He acknowledged his lack of interest in younger women and his utter vulnerability to the charms of a mature woman like Bai Bai Dong. Yet, he understood that even if he wished to claim her, now was not the time. He could have what he desired at this moment. But it would cast a deeper shadow upon Bai Bai Dong's heart, as she had endured painful memories she preferred not to revisit. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the distinction between a moment of pleasure and repeated indulgence, between passivity and assertiveness, and he knew how to make the right choice. Do not act foolishly. You seek the soul ring of 100,000 years, and I shall assist you. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he hastily departed. He dared not linger any longer, for he feared that if he continued, he would be unable to suppress his restless soul. As she watched Zhao Su leave, Bibi Dong's formerly enchanting gaze gradually turned cold and indifferent. She had not anticipated that Zhao Su could resist her allure. Bibi Dong harbored considerable confidence in her beauty and figure, although she believed her strength did not necessitate leveraging her physicality. Zhao Su's rejection led her to perceive him in a manner distinct from others. Naturally, for Bibi Dong, Zhao Su was merely a pawn on her path to greatness. In her heart, she had never truly regarded him as her disciple. She was merely captivated by his formidable martial soul and power. Zhao Su had infiltrated not only Bibi Dong, but also the entirety of the spirit hall with his spies. Bibi Dong, in turn, had her own agents monitoring Zhao Su. Over the past decade, she was acutely aware of Zhao Su's every move. However, what she failed to comprehend was that she only knew what Zhao Su wished her to perceive. This, in itself, could be considered one of Zhao Su's tactics. He aspired to conquer Bibi Dong, while simultaneously evading her control. In other words, he did not wish to become a sycophant. Upon exiting the hotel, Zhao Su inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the turmoil within him. He turned to glance at the room where Bibi Dong resided, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. Little enchantress. Master. At that moment, the presence of shadow enveloped Zhao Su. Having learned from the previous encounter, she ensured to emit a subtle aura to alert Zhao Su of her arrival. Follow her closely. If necessary, I permit you to take action against her, but remember, do not inflict any real harm. As Zhao Su walked towards the great soul arena, he spoke to the shadow concealed in the darkness. Yes, I understand, the shadow replied, yet chose not to follow closely behind him. Once Zhao Su's figure vanished around the corner, the shadow gradually materialized from the shadows. Her eyes reflected a hint of resentment and a sense of unfulfilled longing. She could not comprehend why Zhao Su cared so deeply for Bibi Dong, while he had never cast a glance in her direction. Chapter 13. The Six Oddities of Soto City. The shadow's true name was Zhang Ying, who had been pursued by enemies 3 years ago and was saved by Zhao Su. Zhao Su not only avenged her, but also elevated her once ordinary shadow martial soul to an all-encompassing shadow martial soul. Moreover, within the span of a year, he assisted her in raising her soul power to the formidable level of a super Douluo at 97. Throughout the years spent beside Zhao Su, she subtly hinted at her feelings on numerous occasions, even going so far as to offer herself to him, yet Zhao Su consistently rejected her advances. One day, you shall realize that in this world, only I truly love you and wish you well, Ying murmured softly before vanishing once more, transforming into a genuine shadow. Upon Zhao Su's return to the Grand Soul Arena, he discovered Tang San and his companions surrounded by 5 individuals. It appeared a conflict had arisen. What is the matter? Zhao Su inquired. Teacher Zhao, these individuals claim this place is under their protection and demand a fee for it. Dai Mubai replied. A protection fee? Teach them a lesson. I will take responsibility for any consequences. Zhao Su cast a glance at the 5 audacious individuals before him. One of them bore a ghastly scar across his face, his robust physique brimming with muscle, towering at an impressive height exceeding 2 meters. The remaining 4 were similarly imposing and formidable men. Observing that Tang San and his companions were merely children of around 12 or 13 years and lacking any teachers by their side, they perceived an opportunity to extort them. Especially since Tang San and his friends had recently triumphed in the Soul Arena, possessing a considerable amount of gold soul coins. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, the scarred man could not suppress a laugh. Kid, it seems you're courting death. Have you not heard of our notorious reputation as the 6 fiends of Soto City? 6 fiends? Are they truly formidable? Zhao Su inquired. Teacher Zhao, these 6 possess mutated beast spirits, wreaking havoc in Soto City and the nearby Stardo Forest. Even the Spirit Hall has attempted to eradicate them multiple times, yet they have always emerged unscathed. Tang San interjected. The leader, with the scarred visage, boasts a soul power level of 59, wielding a mutated wild boar spirit. So what will it be? Are you prepared to part with your money? Or are you willing to wager your life? The scarred leader, upon hearing Dai Mubai's introduction, grew even more arrogant, casting a mocking glance at Zhao Su. It's merely a wild boar. Eliminating him would be a service to the people. Zhao Su waved his hand at Dai Mubai, signaling him to take action. Although Dai Mubai was a prodigy who had reached the 32nd level of Soul Master at merely 15 years of age, he felt a twinge of apprehension facing a Soul King of 59 levels. Nonetheless, having witnessed Zhao Su's prowess, he resolved to act without hesitation, fueled by his innate pride and unwillingness to be intimidated. With a fierce roar akin to that of a tiger, Dai Mu Bai's white tiger martial spirit began to merge. Unleashing his most formidable third soul skill, the white tiger diamond transformation, as he charged towards the scarred face of his opponent. Unbeknownst to him, the scarred face did not engage directly. Instead, one of his underlings, also wielding a white tiger martial spirit, sprang into action. However, this particular white tiger appeared somewhat sinister. Its form cloaked in a dense layer of fur, oozing repulsive pus after the fusion of its martial spirit. Like the scarred face, this individual was also a soul king exceeding level 50. The first white soul ring among his 5 glowed brightly as he surged forward to confront Dai Mu Bai. The disparity between the 30-something and 50-something levels was palpable, and after just a few exchanges, Dai Mu Bai found himself struggling to maintain his ground, retreating repeatedly. Witnessing this, Zhu Shiqing joined the fray, merging with her Hell Knight Spirit Cat martial spirit, moving with such swiftness that she became nearly invisible, aiding Dai Mu Bai. Tang San and Xiao Wu also joined forces, and the 4 of them launched a coordinated assault. Tang San unleashed his most potent concealed weapon, the Zhuge crossbow. Swiftly, 3 arrows shot forth without warning, piercing through the chest of the individual with the mutated white tiger martial spirit. Staring at the gaping hole in his chest with disbelief and a hint of resentment, the man collapsed lifelessly. The power of the concealed weapon was astonishing. Observing Tang San's successful strike against a level 50 Soul King, it was evident that the Zhuge crossbow possessed immense strength. Even if the attack had caught the opponent off guard, Zhao Su couldn't help but develop an interest in these concealed weapons. He pondered that if a single Zhuge crossbow held such formidable power, the Tang sect's most powerful concealed weapons, such as the Rain of Pear Blossoms and the Guanin's Tears, must possess unimaginable might. He contemplated the necessity of eliminating Tang San sooner rather than later, for the ability to craft such devastating weapons posed a potential threat to him. However, there was no time for further reflection. The scarred face, enraged by the sudden death of his brother, along with his remaining comrades, was consumed by fury. They merged their martial spirits, intent on avenging their fallen companion by annihilating Zhao Su and his allies. Mere monsters, they believed they could emulate human thieves. Zhao Su did not merely stand behind and observe, he took action. The Emperor's 7 kills sword manifested at that moment, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure. This force rendered the 5 individuals, led by the scar-faced man, utterly motionless. The 4 black everlasting soul rings particularly left them in a state of shock. However, Zhao Su did not grant them an extended moment of astonishment. A surge of sword intent materialized, piercing through their chest without hesitation or delay. As the 5 fell to the ground, the system activated simultaneously, absorbing their soul power entirely. Yet, the soul power of these 6 was rather feeble, yielding only 5,000 energy points. Nevertheless, Zhao Su did not disdain this meager gain, for even the smallest contributions accumulate over time. Tang San, please check if they possess any golden soul coins or valuable treasures. Zhao Su spoke to Tang San and the others, who were gazing blankly at the scene before them. All right, Tang San responded, stepping forward to inspect the pockets of the 6 individuals for soul coins and treasures. Teacher Zhao, there are fewer than 10 gold soul coins and some silver ones. There is nothing else of value, Tang San said as he presented a handful of soul coins to Zhao Su. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Oscar arrived as well. Ning Rongrong appeared to be in poor spirits, her expression reflecting discontent. Zhao Su understood that Ning Rongrong was unable to control her temper as a spoiled young lady and had been reprimanded by Flinder. As a result, she still wore an expression of discontent. What was the matter? Gazing at the several lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, Oscar inquired curiously of Dai Mu Bai and the others. Nothing much, merely a few robbers who attempted to obstruct our path. Consider this money as an unexpected gain. There is still ample time. No need to rush back. You may use this money to treat yourselves well. Really? That is splendid. Upon hearing this, Dai Mu Bai immediately became intrigued, lost in thought. A hint of lasciviousness flickered in his dual-colored eyes. However, when his gaze fell upon Zhu Shiqing, that lasciviousness was swiftly concealed. Humph! With a cold and indifferent demeanor, Zhu Shiqing let out a disdainful snort upon witnessing this, but chose not to say anything further, turning on her heel and departing hastily. Shiqing, it's not as you think. Dai Mu Bai quickly followed after her. Teacher Zhao, aren't you coming with us? Oscar asked Zhao Su. I have some other matters to attend to, so I shall not join you. You all go ahead. Zhao Su gazed at the scarred corpse lying on the ground, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. Without lifting his head, he addressed Oscar, saying, I see, then we shall proceed on our own. Oscar did not press the matter further. and together with Tang San and the others, they made their way towards the bustling district of Soto City. At this hour, the nightlife was just beginning to unfold. In the Douluo continent, where civil institutions and regulations remain underdeveloped, the nocturnal revelries are indeed abundant. After Tang San and the others departed, Zhao Su approached the lifeless form of the scarred face and knelt beside it. Moments ago, while absorbing the soul power of the scarred face, he sensed an unusual aura emanating from the body. This prompted Tang San to investigate whether there were any valuable items among the corpses. However, they discovered only a handful of soul coins on the bodies, indicating that the peculiar aura did not reside externally, but rather within the scarred face itself. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The aura of the nine-winged dragon had been detected. It appeared to be a fragment of its bone. At that moment, a message appeared on the system interface, conveying uncertainty for the first time. A bone. The soul bone of the nine-winged dragon. It is well known that soul bones only manifest when a soul beast is slain or sacrificed. If it indeed belonged to the nine-winged dragon, it would mean that the creature had been killed. This was far from good news for Zhao Su, who sought a living guardian dragon, not a mere soul bone. It seemed that this was not a soul bone, but rather a part of the nine-winged dragon's essence. As the system proclaimed this, it conjured a bone removal knife and proceeded to dissect the scarred face. Goodness! System, could you not find a more secluded spot? This is utterly gruesome. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Su could not help but feel somewhat speechless. At the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena, individuals would occasionally emerge. Should they behold this spectacle, they would undoubtedly regard Zhao Su as a peculiar entity. Someone's coming. We must depart. Yet, the system paid no heed to Zhao Su's words, continuing steadfastly with its own tasks. After approximately 3 minutes, a bloody bone was grasped by the ethereal hand conjured by the system, simultaneously alerting Zhao Su with a reminder. Zhao Su had no time for contemplation. He leaped into the air, swiftly departing from the scene. He arrived at his tranquil abode on the outskirts of Soto City, a sanctuary he had procured for himself. Subsequently, Zhao Su discarded the bloodied bone into the water tank located to the east of his courtyard, where lotus flowers thrived. He meticulously cleansed the bone. It was remarkably light. Even when cast into the tank, it did not sink, but instead floated gracefully upon the surface. Once the blood was washed away, it emitted a faint golden glow and resonated with potent fluctuations of spiritual energy. It was evident that the scar-faced man had acquired this bone from an unknown source, mistakenly believing it to be a soul bone, only to have absorbed its essence. Zhao Su reached into the water tank and retrieved a bone. The moment his fingers brushed against it, he felt a flicker of vitality, as if the bone itself possessed life. Could this truly be the bone of the Yinglong? Indeed, if my conjecture holds true. The nine-winged Yinglong must have suffered a grievous injury, fragmenting into several pieces in its desperate bid for survival. Once these bones are gathered and placed in the fire, the nine-winged Yinglong shall be resurrected. Is such a phenomenon possible? Upon hearing the system's words, Zhao Su was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unreality. This was a natural gift of the nine-winged Yinglong lineage, rebirth through flames. But can I ascertain the total number of bones belonging to the nine-winged Yinglong and their locations? That information eludes me for now. I must engage in thorough calculations. With that, the system fell silent. Zhao Su settled himself at the stone table in the courtyard, gazing at the fragment of bone in his hand that emitted a soft, golden glow. His fondness for this world of Douluo had undeniably deepened. It was far more vibrant and intriguing than his original realm. The following morning, upon returning to the cafeteria of Shrek Academy, Zhao Su discovered several others present. However, the atmosphere among them was palpably tense. Zhu Zhuqing, now even more aloof, deliberately positioned herself at a distance from the group. Observing this, Zhao Su naturally took a seat beside Zhu Zhixing. Wasn't he your purpose here to seek Dai Mubai? Zhao Su leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing's ear and whispered softly. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, a hint of surprise flickered across Zhu Zhuqing's indifferent expression. She had observed Zhao Su's familiar demeanor the previous day. Now, as she regarded him, the memory finally surfaced. Zhao Su was indeed the individual she had encountered a few days prior in Soto City. Furthermore, Zhao Su's subsequent action served to affirm Zhu Zhuqing's realization. This is a gift, specially purchased for you. Zhao Su handed the small cat, which she had purchased at the craft stall, to Zhu Zhuqing. What do you truly mean? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, gazing at the crafted feline before her, then lifting her eyes to meet Zhao Su's smiling face. She was somewhat perplexed by Zhao Su's intentions. Furthermore, from Zhao Su's words, she understood that Zhao Su was aware of everything about her. There's no hidden meaning. I simply thought you might like it, so I decided to gift it to you. Zhu Zhiqing, not wishing to decline, accepted the small cat and continued to question, who exactly are you, and how do you know so much? I know far more than you can imagine. Stay away from Tang San and the others. Associating with them will not bode well for you in the future. Zhao Su was destined to eliminate Xiaowu for her soul ring, yet her current restraint was merely to allow Xiaowu to mature. A fully grown spirit beast with a transformation period of 100,000 years was significantly more formidable than an immature one. Once she had slain Xiaowu, Tang San would inevitably seek vengeance against the Spirit Hall. Whether he chose to eliminate them outright or retain them to procure powerful resources, the outcome would not be favorable. Additionally, Dai Mubai was a prince of the Star Luo Empire. He would not idly watch the Spirit Hall annihilate his empire. Thus, he was fated to be an adversary as well. For now, Zhao Su refrained from killing Dai Mubai and instead covertly nurtured him, intending to use him against his brother Davis to seize true control over the Star Luo Empire. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Zhao Su became, she could not single-handedly oppose the vast army of the Star Luo Empire. Utilizing Dai Mubai was the most expedient approach. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, they posed little threat and could be dealt with at her convenience. Finally, regarding Ning Rongrong, she intended to devise a strategy to approach Gu Rong, the guardian Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Dai, I perceive danger looming over you. Not far away, Dai Mubai, who had been dining, had been consistently observing Zhao Su and Zhu Zhiqing. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhiqing accept the small cat from Zhao Su, Ma Hongjun donned an amused expression and remarked to Dai Mubai, Fatty, are you feeling a bit itchy? If so, I wouldn't mind loosening your bones for you. Dai Mubai, his eyes ablaze with fury, retorted sharply at Ma Hongjun. Realizing that Dai Mubai was genuinely angry, Ma Hongjun promptly fell silent. Dai Mubai glanced at Zhao Su and Zhu Zhiqing, who were standing close together, seemingly at a loss for words, his gaze burning with unspoken thoughts. Chapter 15. Who loses must bow 3 times. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhao Su and Zhu Zhiqing finished their breakfast and left the dining hall together. Upon seeing this, Dai Mubai lost all interest in his meal and followed suit. Soon, Oscar's spirit power reached level 30, and Flander, wishing to find a suitable spirit ring for Oscar and to further hone the skills of the 7 of them, instructed Zhao Wujie to lead them to the Stardow Forest to hunt spirit beasts. At Zhao Su's request, she joined the expedition as well. Flander contemplated and deemed that having Zhao Su accompany them would ensure their success, thus he consented. The atmosphere among the Shrek 7 monsters was rather delicate. Dai Mubai consistently sought to approach Zhu Zhiqing, but she adeptly evaded him, denying him any opportunity. In truth, Zhu Zhiqing had been in Soto City for some time, trailing behind Dai Mubai for several days. She had witnessed him with various women at the Rose Hotel on numerous occasions, which explained her cold demeanor towards him despite her initial intentions to join Shrek Academy for his sake. Zhu Zhiqing was a person with a strong sense of emotional purity. She did not wish for her partner to be a philanderer. Before long, they arrived at a city situated about 100 miles from the Stardow Forest, intending to rest there temporarily before heading to the forest the following day. That evening, Zhao Su and Zhao Wujie were in their hotel room, enjoying some drinks. Their journey to the Stardow Forest alongside Zhao Su to assist Oscar in acquiring his spirit ring had invigorated Zhao Wujie's spirits. Teacher Zhao, he began. Oh, just call me Zhao Su. There's no need for formalities, she replied. As Zhao Wujie raised his glass and began to speak, Zhao Su interrupted him, simultaneously lifting his own glass. Brother Zhao, I toast to you. Then I shall not be polite, Zhao Wujie replied. I toast to you as well, Zhao Su. Zhao Su drained his cup in one gulp, picked up his chopsticks, and while casually selecting dishes, seemingly without intention, inquired of Zhao Wujie, Brother Zhao, I have heard that you harbor a grudge against the Spirit Hall. Although the original narrative of Douluo continent does not explicitly delineate this, numerous enthusiasts of the series have speculated that Zhao Wujie is an undercover agent dispatched by the Spirit Hall to Shrek Academy, providing a plethora of evidence to support their claims. However, this remains an uncertain factor. Thus, Zhao Su's question to Zhao Wujie was deliberate. It cannot be said that I bear animosity towards the Spirit Hall. Rather, it is the city lord of Jiangyun City, Jiang Hong, who is my adversary. Jiang Hong is responsible for the demise of my parents and has colluded with Charles, the Grand Bishop of the Spirit Hall in Jiangyun City, to eliminate me. Zhao Wujie, as he spoke, could not help but notice that his right hand, which held the wine glass, had turned somewhat pale. His gaze was imbued with boundless resentment. So, what are Zhao's thoughts on the Spirit Hall? Zhao Su continued to inquire, remarking that it was quite commendable. Not only did they provide subsidies to soul masters, but they also offered free soul awakening to the common folk, thereby transforming the lives of many. However, the internal affairs of the spirit hall were shrouded in darkness. Zhao Wuji raised his glass and drained it in one gulp, expressing a hint of disappointment as he shook his head. If the spirit hall had the opportunity to assist you in avenging yourself and invited you to join them, would you accept? Surely not. I caused quite a bit of trouble for the spirit hall back in the day. They would be more inclined to eliminate me than to invite me to join their ranks. Zhao Wuji shook his head in disapproval of Zhao Su's hypothesis. Zhao Su refrained from further inquiries, harboring his own thoughts. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, when the opportunity arises, we shall venture to Jiangyun City together. And I shall aid you in avenging your grievances, even taking down the high-ranking bishops of the spirit hall. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wujia's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. If Brother Zhao can indeed assist me in exacting my revenge, I, Zhao Wujia, shall unwaveringly follow your lead henceforth. You flatter me, Brother Zhao. Zhao Su personally filled Zhao Wuji's cup to the brim with wine, and the two of them drank it down in one swift motion. Zhao Wujia is indeed an astute individual. From Zhao Su's earlier remarks, he has nearly surmised Zhao Su's true identity. However, for Zhao Wujia, the prospect of vengeance outweighs all else. As the two engaged in a convivial exchange, a commotion suddenly erupted from the hotel lobby below, accompanied by the furious roar of Daimobai. Exchanging a knowing glance, they promptly exited the room. What awaited them was a confrontation involving Tang San and his companions against 8 members from Tsanghui Academy. At the helm of Tsanghui Academy was the instructor Yi Zhiqiu, who, boasting a rank exceeding 50, was mercilessly tormenting Tang San and his friends. It is truly disgraceful for a soul king of such caliber to bully mere children. As Zhao Su and Zhao Wujia descended the staircase, they encountered Yi Zhiqiu, who brandished his martial spirit in an attempt to intimidate Tang San and his group. Who are you? Another student from Shrek Academy? Yi Zhiqiu scrutinized Zhao Su, noting his youthful appearance, and mistakenly presumed him to be a mere teacher. Perhaps. But are you not eager for a competition? How about we engage in a duel? Zhao Su proposed, undeterred. Yi Zhiqiu regarded him with a hint of disdain. After all, given Zhao Su's tender age, it was inconceivable that he could rival a soul king of his stature. Just you? Speak. What are the stakes if you lose? Zhao Su inquired boldly. I shall not be defeated, Yi Zhiqiu retorted dismissively. Enough with the idle chatter. Should you lose, you will kneel and bow thrice. Then depart at once. Agreed, but only if you promise to concede first, Zhao Su countered. In a fit of rage, Yi Zhiqiu lunged at Zhao Su, incensed by the latter's blatant indifference. With all 5 of his soul rings aglow, it was clear that his intentions had escalated beyond a mere lesson. Zhao Su observed a peculiar green-shelled turtle charging towards him in an odd manner. Without revealing his martial spirit, an enormous hand materialized and effortlessly sent the turtle flying. Initially, Yi Zhiqiu was filled with confidence. However, as he approached Zhao Su, an overwhelming surge of soul power suddenly emerged. In an instant, it seemed to seal his entire being's soul energy, and he felt as though he lost control, being propelled backwards with great force. He crashed heavily to the ground, and a distinct crack appeared on the shell on his back. His heart was tumultuous, akin to a raging tempest, and he could not suppress a mouthful of fresh blood from spurting forth. After a struggle, Yi Zhiqiu rose to his feet once more, casting a glance at Zhao Su, who remained composed and unwavering. A look of terror etched itself across his face. I shall grant you another opportunity. Come forth, Zhao Su casually remarked to Yi Zhiqiu. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu was utterly terrified, lacking the courage to make a move. Accompanied by the students, he was about to depart. Hold on. Is there something you have yet to address? Zhao Su intercepted Yi Zhiqiu, who was intent on leaving, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed her. Yi Zhiqiu's countenance was quite grim, her complexion alternating between shades of green and purple. Ultimately, however, she chose to concede. For Zhao Su had effortlessly sent her flying without even revealing his martial spirit. Acknowledging the futility of her resistance, she realized that no matter how fiercely she fought back, victory was beyond her reach. With a resounding thud, she bent her knees and knelt before Zhao Su, bowing her head thrice in submission. Rising swiftly, she dared not linger, hastily retreating with her fellow students in a dejected manner. Chapter 16. Farewell to Qian Renxue. Not far behind Zhao Su, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at his retreating figure, a flicker of bewilderment igniting in her eyes. It was not only his eloquence that captivated her, nor merely the charming little cat he had gifted her. His prowess stirred within her a peculiar sentiment. Despite being born into a noble family, Zhu Zhuqing's life had been predetermined by her elders from the moment of her birth. She had been betrothed to Dai Mubai, a prince of the Star Luo Empire, effectively binding her fate to his from a young age. This preordained existence was not to her liking. Initially, through the persuasion of her parents and family elders, she had begun to accept this life orchestrated for her. Otherwise, she would not have sought out Dai Mubai among the Shrek Academy students in Soto City. However, upon encountering Dai Mubai once more and witnessing his hedonistic lifestyle, her prospects for the future appeared increasingly bleak. This despair was the very reason for her daily expressionless demeanor and palpable aloofness. Zhao Su evoked a distinct sensation within her. What are you still doing here? Shouldn't you hurry back to sleep? At that moment, Zhao Wuji's penetrating voice reverberated, rousing Zhu Xing from her reverie as she gazed at Zhao Su. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing thoughts, she returned to her room alongside Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. With the conclusion of this brief interlude, the hour grew late. Tomorrow morning, they would rise early to venture into the Star Doe forest in pursuit of soul beasts. Zhao Su and Zhao Wuji concluded their drinking session and retired to their respective rooms to rest. At dawn, the first light of morning began to emerge. Zhao Wuji summoned everyone to embark towards the Star Doe forest. The distance to the Star Doe forest was still over 100 miles, and they needed to hasten their journey to hunt a suitable soul beast for Oscar, aiming to depart before dusk enveloped the forest. Although the formidable support of Zhao Su allowed Zhao Wuji to relax somewhat, it remained prudent to leave before nightfall. The Star Doe forest differed significantly from the imperial soul beast cultivation forests. It housed a diverse array of soul beasts, including extraordinarily powerful ones that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Although Zhao Su and his companions traveled on foot, they were supported by Oscar's restorative sausages, allowing them to maintain an impressive pace. Soon, they arrived at the Star Doe forest, an expanse that appeared infinite, with towering trees casting shadows over the ground. Before they truly entered the Star Doe forest, Zhao Wuji offered a few more words of caution to Tang San and the others. Zhao Wuji led the way, with Tang San and his companions positioned in the middle, while Zhao Su brought up the rear. In truth, with Zhao Su's presence, there was no need for such complexity. They could have simply sought out a suitable soul beast. Yet, Zhao Su chose not to speak much, quietly trailing behind. Zhao Su was aware that he might encounter Titan giant ape Erming here. He pondered whether to slay Erming now or to wait and hunt alongside the sky blue bull python. There was also the rarely mentioned 10,000-year plum blossom deer from the original narrative. With Zhao Wuji's assistance, Oscar soon captured a millennium-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Hurry! Just as Zhao Wuji urged Oscar to swiftly absorb the spirit ring from the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, a voice interrupted him. Following the sound, Zhao Su beheld an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, accompanied by a youth whose delicate features bore an uncanny resemblance to those of a young woman. The elderly man was familiar to Zhao Su. He had encountered him before at the Spirit Hall, where he served as one of the titled Douluo, the Serpent Spear Douluo. Alongside Qian Renxue, Zhao Su gazed at the youth before him, who was none other than Qian Renxue. May I inquire if you have any guidance for us, esteemed elder? Those who dare to venture into the Star Doe forest are certainly not ordinary individuals. Thus, even Zhao Wuji, a soul master of over 70 levels, maintained a demeanor of humility. Moreover, Zhao Wuji sensed an overwhelming soul power emanating from Shilong that surpassed his own capabilities. We were the first to discover this soul beast. I kindly request that you return it to us. Shilong regarded Zhao Wuji and Zhao Su, realizing that they must be from an academy intent on hunting soul beasts for their students. He paid them little heed. In the realm of the strong, possession is dictated by the victor. Whoever slays the beast claims it. Who are you to assert ownership so casually? Zhao Wuji remained silent, while Zhao Su stepped forward and produced a dagger, offering it to Oscar, indicating that he should deal with the Millennium Phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake and absorb its soul ring. Oscar glanced at Zhao Wuji, who nodded in approval, before accepting the dagger and aiming for the snake's vital point. What audacious confidence! I am eager to witness the extent of your abilities. Shilong scoffed, noticing that Zhao Su and his companions held him in utter disregard. Enraged, he summoned a surge of azure light, manifesting a violet-hued serpent spear in his grasp, directing it towards Oscar in an attempt to thwart his lethal strike against the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Is this all you have? Zhao Su's figure flashed as he positioned himself directly in front of Oscar, casually extending his hand to catch the azure-purple spear. You are far too weak. Perhaps you should wait for your companion to arrive, and together, you may stand a chance against me. Xilong and the porcupine Douluo were tasked with safeguarding Qian Rinxue. Given that both Qian Rinxue and Xilong had appeared here, it was evident that the porcupine Douluo was also nearby. Do you know my identity? The ease with which Zhao Su had caught his spear, coupled with Zhao Su's words, caused a tremor in Xilong's heart, compelling him to refrain from further aggression. Since I have stated such, I am indeed aware. Knowing my identity, why then do you oppose me? And what of it? Moreover, in the Douluo forest, the soul beasts are unclaimed entities. Whoever obtains them lays rightful claim. If you, in your unreasonable manner, seek to seize what is mine, do not blame me for being inhospitable. Very well, very well. In the realm of soul masters, none dare speak to us in such a manner. As Oscar finished off the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent and began absorbing its spirit ring, he realized that today he would not be able to acquire it. The disdainful expression on Zhao Su's face further incited Xilong's ire. He promptly sent a specialized signal to summon the porcupine Douluo to his side. Among the Shrek group, aside from the seemingly older Zhao Wujie, who was over level 70, the rest were quite youthful, even younger than Qian Rinxue by a few years. Yet, Xilong dared not underestimate them. After all, Zhao Su had easily intercepted his spear with a mere flick of his hand. Most crucially, he needed to protect Qian Rinxue and ensure her safety. A murderous intent had begun to fester within Xilong. He yearned to eliminate Zhao Su and his companions. In the Douluo forest, one need not fear retaliation from the opposing sect or its disciples for taking a life. This is, in fact, one of the perils of the Douluo forest. Not only must one remain vigilant against the myriad of soul beasts that may appear at any moment, but also against potential ambushes from fellow humans. Many soul masters entering this forest are not solely hunters of spirit rings. Some are specifically engaged in acts of murder and plunder. The 6 monsters of Soto City are among the more notorious. I offer you this chance. Wait for your companion to arrive, and let us confront one another, allowing you both to bid farewell for the last time. Zhao Su cast a glance at Oscar, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, integrating his spirit rings. Recognizing that all was well and the spirit rings had fully merged, he now awaited the adaptation of the spirit power and its complete assimilation for his own use. Chapter 17. An unbelievable configuration of spirit rings, such audacity. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you, an inexperienced junior who knows not the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth, so that you may grasp the meaning of respecting your elders. Xilong sensed the approach of the stingray Douluo, and with a cold snort, the 7 spirit rings around him illuminated simultaneously, as his azure-purple spear glowed with intensity. He charged toward Zhao Su, declaring, "You ought to respect me, rather than expecting me to honor a weakling." Zhao Su regarded the approaching Xilong with an expression of utter disdain. In Zhao Su's eyes, Xilong appeared exceedingly feeble. Not only would he himself find the challenge trivial, but even if the formidable spirit master of the pufferfish were present to aid him, they would scarcely be a match for Tang Hao. How much less so could they hope to contend with Zhao Su, who possessed the prowess to decisively overpower Tang Hao himself. Zhao Su, still unarmed, directly seized the indigo spear thrust towards him by Xilong. Impossible. How could this be? Without a martial soul, how could one possibly grasp the true form of my martial soul with bare hands? Observing the true form of the spear held firmly by Zhao Su, Xilong's face contorted in terror. Zhao Su casually snapped the azure-purple spear in two. At that moment, a profound connection between the soul weapon and its host became evident. Any injury to the weapon would inevitably inflict harm upon its bearer. As Zhao Su broke the spear wielded by Xilong, the latter felt as though he had been struck fiercely in the chest, concurrently sensing his soul energy dissipating rapidly. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth. "Uncle Spear, are you all right?" Qian Rinxue, noticing Xilong's injury and the blood he coughed up, rushed forward to shield him. "My dear, you have become far more beautiful than you were a decade ago." Zhao Su cast a glance at Qian Rinxue, and a thought quietly crossed his mind. Although Qian Rinxue was dressed in youthful attire at that moment, she did not disguise herself. Her exquisite beauty was still unmistakable. Consider this a warning. Remember that without formidable strength, one must tread carefully and carry oneself with humility. Zhao Su refrained from taking further action. Merely offering a warning to Xilong, grateful for the leniency shown, Xilong's demeanor towards Zhao Su underwent a remarkable transformation. "May I inquire how to address you?" "Zhao Su from Shrek Academy," Zhao Su casually remarked. Upon hearing this name, Xilong's eyes flickered with recognition, as if a realization dawned upon him. "I beg your pardon for my rudeness, esteemed sir. Please do not take offense." Xilong adopted a humble demeanor, acutely aware that he was no match for Zhao Su. And he also recalled Zhao Su's illustrious identity. It was indeed Zhao Su who awakened the martial soul years ago, a moment forever etched in his memory. His earlier failure to recognize Zhao Su was merely an oversight. Shilong's submission to Zhao Su was motivated not only by a desire to save himself but, more importantly, to ensure the safety of Qian Renxue. After expressing his sentiments, Shilong departed with Qian Renxue. Once they had exited, Oscar completed the absorption of his soul ring and soon regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Oscar excitedly introduced to everyone the third soul skill he had acquired from absorbing the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Zhao Su has long asserted that in the realm of soul masters on Douluo continent, the ability to fly is of paramount importance. Possessing the capacity for flight can be likened to wielding an invaluable talisman for survival. This is particularly critical for food-type soul masters like Oscar. For pure food-type soul masters, especially those whose martial spirits are akin to sausages, there exists a complete lack of offensive prowess. Should they become the target of an adversary, even those of a lower rank would find it effortless to eliminate them. Naturally, food-type soul masters typically have protectors by their side. However, one can never be certain of the loyalty of these guardians. Thus, it is essential to possess one's own means of self-preservation. Oscar, having acquired this flight soul skill, may only be able to soar for a mere minute, yet that fleeting moment could prove crucial for survival in dire circumstances. Everyone, be vigilant. There are movements. Just as Oscar excitedly demonstrated the effects of his third soul skill, showcasing his newfound ability to fly, Zhao Wuji suddenly spoke, beckoning Tang San and the others to approach him. Following the direction indicated by Zhao Wuji, everyone beheld a colossal titan beast not far away, gazing intently in their direction. Indeed, it had arrived. Upon encountering the king of the forest, the titan gorilla, Zhao Su did not experience fear, but rather a flicker of exhilaration. He yearned to test whether he possessed the strength to vanquish this formidable sovereign of the woods. Zhao, you protect the students. Leave this adversary to me. Zhao Su spoke as the Emperor's 7-kill sword materialized behind him, its 4 resplendent black soul rings illuminating simultaneously. I possess a sword, its name, a sword across worlds. As Zhao Su's voice resonated, he grasped the Emperor's 7-kill sword in his hand, unleashing a formidable intent to obliterate all that stood before him. Directed towards the approaching Titan Great Ape. With a thunderous roar, the Titan Great Ape, despite its formidable physique that could withstand even the assaults of a titled Douluo, found itself momentarily at a disadvantage under the weight of Zhao Su's sword intent. This setback ignited its wrath, prompting a furious roar. The towering figure, standing a full 20 meters tall, rose to its full height and extended its colossal palm towards Zhao Su. As the massive hand descended, Zhao Su experienced a palpable pressure for the first time. A surge of overwhelming energy surged through him, causing his blood to boil. Was this the might of a 100,000-year soul beast? Moreover, the Titan Great Ape was not an ordinary soul beast of that age. It belonged to the ancient class of extraordinary creatures. By human standards, it could be considered a peerless genius. Further amplified by the formidable bloodline of the Titan Great Ape clan and its invincible physique, even 2 titled Douluos might not stand a chance against such a beast. However, this challenge ignited Zhao Su's fighting spirit. He withdrew the Emperor's 7-kill sword, revealing his own martial soul, the 12-winged holy angel, black and gold intertwined. Exuding a potent vitality laced with an aura of destruction, it hovered behind Zhao Su. As the eyes of the 12-winged holy angel opened, its presence grew ever more formidable. Upon witnessing the 12-winged holy angel, Zhao Wudre and his companions found themselves utterly transfixed, particularly when they beheld the 5 soul rings adorning Zhao Su. The astonishment they experienced was beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. 2 obsidian-hued 10,000-year soul rings, accompanied by 3 crimson 100,000-year soul rings, instilled within them an overwhelming sense of unreality. Twin martial souls? What manner of martial soul is this, endowed with such formidable aura? Teacher Zhao, are those truly 100,000-year soul rings? Indeed, from the 3rd soul ring onwards, they are all of the 100,000-year variety. This is inconceivable. What immense physical prowess and extraordinary martial soul must one possess to bear the formidable soul energy of 100,000-year soul rings from the very onset of the 3rd ring? It is utterly surreal. Not only have they never seen such a phenomenon, they have not even heard of it. The onlookers, including Zhao Wujie, were utterly astounded by the simultaneous manifestation of Zhao Su, embodying both divine and dark angelic qualities. Chapter 18, truly deserving of the fate of a protagonist. Concurrently, Shilong and Qian Renxue, who had just suffered a setback at Zhao Su's hands, reunited with the porcupine Douluo. Upon hearing Shilong recount his recent experiences, the porcupine Douluo's expression turned grave. Xilong, you have acted recklessly. How could Zhao Su be here? I never imagined he would have become so formidable after nearly a decade apart. Xilong sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. The two of them, belonging to the Qiandao lineage of titled Douluos, had always followed Qiandao's orders and had never regarded Bibi Dong as a true pope. They were aware of Zhao Su's connection to Bibi Dong. Exchanging glances, they formed a plan and pursued the path taken by Zhao Su and his companions. When they finally located Zhao Su, they beheld him summoning the 12-winged holy angel martial spirit, along with an astonishing configuration of 5 soul rings. Old Snake. Are those 300,000-year soul rings? Am I dreaming? Is this still humanity? Despite having reached the level of titled Douluos themselves, placing them among the pinnacle of this world, they had never witnessed such a scene. Particularly striking was the 12-winged holy angel behind Zhao Su, radiating a potent aura of vitality and destruction, far surpassing the soul power it had wielded a decade prior. Unyielding Titan body, activate. With Zhao Su's command, the 12-winged holy angel martial spirit gradually merged with his being. Empowered by the angelic presence and the 5th soul skill, unyielding Titan body, Zhao Su's physical resilience became nearly indestructible, surpassing even the strength of the Titan Great Ape. His might eclipsed that of the Titan Great Ape. Engaging directly with the Titan Great Ape, he did not evade but met it head-on, delivering blow after blow. With a resounding impact, Zhao Su ultimately gained the upper hand, sending the Titan Great Ape flying with a single punch. The Titan Great Ape crashed to the ground, skidding nearly 10 meters before coming to rest beside Zhao Wudre and the others. Roaring, the Titan Great Ape rose, glancing at Zhao Su, who emanated a terrifying aura, and realized it was not a match for him. With a fierce roar, it directed its fury towards Zhao Wujia and his companions. Yet, even in its rage, a flicker of reason remained. It refrained from attacking Zhao Wudre and instead charged towards Xiaowu, seizing her in its massive grasp before swiftly retreating. Xiaowu. Upon witnessing Xiaowu's abduction by the Titan Great Ape, Tang San was instantly alarmed. He requested a mushroom sausage from Oscar and hurriedly pursued in the direction the Titan Great Ape had fled. Zhao Su, however, did not take further action, nor did he impede Tang San. Ultimately, he decided to nurture the Titan giant ape for the time being, believing that the present moment was not the most opportune for obtaining their soul rings. Should he act now, it would be twofold. On one hand, his soul power level was insufficient to absorb a 6th soul ring. On the other hand, unlike soul bones, soul rings could not be preserved for future integration. Moreover, the one who slays the soul ring rightfully claims it. Additionally, with the existence of the system, he had no need for the Titan giant ape's soul rings, as the 100,000-year soul rings available through the system were far more suited to him. Old Snake, let us depart. Upon noticing Zhao Su's 12-winged holy angel gazing their way, though hastily called out to Xilong, the two of them, flanking Qianren Xue, left without a moment's hesitation. Initially, they had intended to follow closely behind Zhao Su, biding their time to eliminate him. However, after witnessing Zhao Su's battle with the Titan giant ape, any lingering thoughts of that nature vanished entirely. Brother Zhao, do you know those 2 individuals and the young lady? Upon witnessing the snake spear and the stinging pufferfish Douluo hastily departing with Qianren Xue, Zhao Wuji approached Zhao Su and inquired, "Have you encountered them before?" "I have seen them, though we are not well acquainted," he replied. "Are both of them titled Douluo?" Zhao Wuji's eyes were filled with incredulity as he inquired of Zhao Su. "Indeed, they are elders of the Spirit Hall, and the girl disguised as a boy is likely the daughter of Pope Bibi Dong." Elders of the Spirit Hall, the Pope's daughter? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji regarded Zhao Su with a peculiar gaze and tentatively inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Zhao Su, with a smile gracing his face, simply replied, "I am Zhao Su." Nothing more. He continued to address Zhao Wuji, "Brother Zhao, Tang San has gone in pursuit of the Titan giant ape. We must hasten to catch up in order to prevent any unforeseen incidents." "Very well, let us depart immediately to pursue." Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wuji exhibited a peculiar expression, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Instead, he nodded and spoke. Zhao Su and his companions quickly followed the traces left by the Titan giant ape and soon discovered Tang San, who was recovering after absorbing the soul ring from the man-faced demon spider. Upon awakening, Tang San revealed the 8 arachnid legs that emerged from his back after the absorption. Zhao Su, recognizing these as external soul bones, could not help but marvel at this extraordinary phenomenon. It was evident that Tang San was destined for greatness. For under ordinary circumstances, even the rarest soul beasts, aged thousands of years, possessed only a slim chance of yielding soul bones, let alone external ones. Yet, Tang San had managed to extract external soul bones from a mere several thousand-year-old man-faced demon spider. Teacher Zhao, what is the meaning of these 8 spider legs on my back? Could it be a mutation of the soul ring? I must admit, I am rather perplexed, as I have never encountered such a situation before. Zhao Wujie gazed at Zhao Su, and although he was still unclear about Zhao Su's true identity, it did not impede the profound admiration he felt for him deep within his heart. In fact, he began to regard Zhao Su as the very embodiment of his aspirations. The affection and even reverence that others held for him were not solely attributable to Zhao Su's formidable strength, but also to his remarkable mental prowess, which subtly influenced the thoughts of those around him. This was merely the passive emanation of his mental force. Had he chosen to focus it on an individual, he could have compelled them to heed his every word. However, Zhao Su disdained such manipulations. Noticing that Zhao Wujie and the others were looking at him expectantly, Zhao Su feigned contemplation before speaking. If I am not mistaken, this is not a mutation of the soul ring, but rather an external soul bone. An external soul bone? Indeed, judging by the characteristics of the spider leg that Tang San had just demonstrated, which adhered to the 8 ribs upon retraction, it seemed indisputable. How could a 1,000-year-old soul beast shed a soul bone, and particularly an external one? Upon hearing that Tang San had obtained an external soul bone from the man-faced demon spider, even Zhao Wujie's eyes betrayed a strong sense of envy. Perhaps even a hint of greed that he himself was unaware of. When one encounters that which they have long desired, a flicker of greed may inevitably arise within. Some individuals can master this greed, while others are unable to contain it. Chapter 19, Collective Enhancement of Strength. Although soul bones are exceedingly rare, their emergence is not beyond the realm of possibility, particularly given Tang San's exceptional luck. Zhao Su casually remarked, "Xiao San, Teacher Zhao." Just then, a melodious voice pierced the silence, capturing everyone's attention. Following the sound, they beheld Xiao Wu, who had been seized by the Titan giant ape. Remarkably, she returned unscathed, and her stature had notably transformed, her figure maturing significantly. In response to Zhao Wujie's inquiry, Xiao Wu adhered to the premeditated narrative from the original tale. She claimed that upon hearing a resounding bellow, the Titan giant ape discarded her and hastily retreated towards the heart of the Star Doe forest. Furthermore, she asserted that the immense pressure from the Titan giant ape had enabled her to break through to the 30th level. Fortuitously, she encountered a dying spirit beast that was well suited for her, thus acquiring her 3rd spirit ring. Upon hearing these remarkable coincidences, Zhao Wujie and the others harbored no doubts, merely marveling at Xiao Wu's fortune, not only for surviving the clutches of the Titan giant ape, but also for ascending to the rank of spirit elder. How splendid! Their expedition into the Star Doe forest, initially intended solely to assist Oscar in finding a suitable spirit ring, unexpectedly saw both Tang San and Xiao Wu reaching the 30th level. Most astonishingly, Tang San had even obtained an external spirit bone. This journey has certainly proven worthwhile. Zhao Wujie cast a glance at Tang San and Xiao Wu, feeling quite satisfied with the achievements of his expedition to the Star Doe forest. Since they had arrived, it would be prudent to also find suitable soul rings for Zhu Qing, Rong Rong, and the Fatty, thus sparing them the trouble of another trip in the future. However, this seemed imprudent. Although the Fatty had already reached level 28 and could potentially attain level 30 in the short term, Zhu Qing and Rong Rong were merely at level 26, making their urgency questionable. At this moment, despite Zhao Wujie's considerable trust in Zhao Su, he still found such a proposition rather implausible. After all, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril, necessitating a gradual approach rather than hasty action. Otherwise, it could prove detrimental rather than beneficial. It is quite simple, Brother Zhao. I believe it is also time for you to elevate your own level. Zhao Su summoned his 12-winged holy angel, this time opting not to merge it with the dark angel, resulting in the pure manifestation of the 12-winged angel. A vast divine power radiated forth, permeating the bodies of those present, causing the soul energy within them to stir gradually. All individuals seated themselves cross-legged, deeply immersing in the experience. Zhao Wujie was the first to react. Although he had reached the remarkable level of 76 at his age, a feat that could be deemed extraordinary, he had not experienced any advancement for many years. Yet, under the divine radiance of Zhao Su, a flicker of enlightenment emerged in his mind, accompanied by signs of awakening within his soul power. What are you still waiting for? Quickly sit cross-legged and immerse yourself in this moment of comprehension. Miss this opportunity, and you shall have cause to lament. Hearing Zhao Wujie's call, Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun hastily settled into a meditative posture. Tang San and Oscar, along with 2 others, kept a vigilant watch around them to guard against any potential ambush or the emergence of formidable spirit beasts. Zhao, you should also sit down. I will protect you all for now. No need to worry. There is no danger. All right. Zhao Su's words left Zhao Wujie with little to add. It was indeed pivotal for him to break through to the soul Douluo level. He promptly settled into a meditative posture. Subsequently, Zhao Su intensified this divine power, particularly a small portion of it, which entered the bodies of the 4 individuals. Instantly, their martial spirits appeared to respond to his summons, autonomously detaching from their forms and hovering above their heads or behind them. Notably, Ningrongrong's 7 treasure glazed tower exuded an immense auxiliary power, truly deserving of its title as the mightiest supportive martial spirit. Under the influence of Zhao Su's divine energy, the martial spirits of the group began to undergo a gradual transformation. Zhu Zhiqing sensed subtle changes within her phantom cat martial spirit. Although the external appearance of her martial spirit seemed largely unchanged, she could distinctly feel that its essence had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Particularly, her dark green eyes began to shift in hue. One eye turned entirely black while the other transformed into a pristine white. It was evident that her phantom cat had evolved into a yin-yang cat, harmonizing with both yin and yang. She now found herself capable of wielding the formidable power of the phantom white tiger without needing to merge with the evil eye white tiger of the Star Luo Empire's royal family. Reflecting on this, she entertained other thoughts. The Zhu family had aligned themselves with the imperial family solely to compensate for the deficiencies of their martial spirits. Now that her martial spirit's shortcomings had been rectified, there seemed no reason to remain tethered to the royal lineage, which consequently put her engagement to Dai Mubai in jeopardy. For cultivators, indulging in errant thoughts during meditation is considered a grave taboo. Zhu Zhiqing's wandering mind led to a backlash from the potent soul power generated by her martial spirit's evolution. With a sudden cough, she expelled a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling drastically. The newly evolved yin-yang cat, still unstable, began to exhibit signs of agitation. Little wildcat, now is not the time for idle musings. Maintain your focus and think of nothing else. At that moment, Zhao Su approached Zhu Zhiqing, leaning close to her ear and softly whispering with a soothing magnetism. He placed his hand on her back, channeling a warm current into her being, swiftly calming her tumultuous spirit, with Zhao Su's life force bolstering her. The yin-yang cat quickly stabilized, and the martial spirit appeared increasingly majestic. Zhu Zhiqing's own soul power surged rapidly, soon reaching the 30th level. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix underwent a similar transformation as impurities within the phoenix began to be expelled. This not only enhanced the martial spirit's strength but also gradually diminished its flaws. In comparison to the transformations experienced by Zhu Zhiqing and Ma Hongjuan, Ningrongrong's martial spirit underwent even greater changes. The 7 treasure glazed tower, inherently an auxiliary spirit, demonstrated a remarkable synergy with the divine essence emitted by the 12 winged angels. Under the influence of this divine intent, the originally 7-tiered tower visibly expanded, ultimately evolving into an 8-tiered structure. Although the 7 treasure glazed tower was hailed as the most powerful auxiliary martial spirit on the Douluo continent, it bore a significant flaw that was progressively rectified alongside the tower's growth. In contrast to these changes, Zhao Wujie's great strength diamond bear martial spirit exhibited little alteration, appearing merely more robust, with its explosive muscles seeming even more pronounced, imparting an overwhelming sense of strength. Chapter 20. Rules are established for the week before long. Zhu Zhiqing, Ma Hongjuan, and Ningrongrong all reached the 30th level, their martial spirits fully upgraded and completely stabilized. Zhao Su thus acquired the 12-winged seraphim soul, allowing them to comprehend and become better acquainted with their newly enhanced abilities. Although the divine essence radiated by the 12-winged seraphim would facilitate their rapid growth, it is ultimately one's own cultivation that proves most reliable. Therefore, Zhao Su focused primarily on upgrading their souls, rather than hastily elevating their soul power levels. The level of Zhao Wujie is exceedingly elevated. To elevate him to the rank of Soul Douluo in one fell swoop would require nearly half of Zhao Su's soul power. Having witnessed the formidable prowess of a 100,000-year soul beast, Zhao Su, who has lived alongside these creatures for 10 millennia, would naturally refrain from such an action. Even if he might assist Zhao Wujie in the future, that moment is not now. He must prioritize his safety and avoid placing himself in perilous situations. After all, the essence of everything lies in the fundamental principle of survival. Brother Zhao, how do you feel? Zhao Su inquired with a gentle smile as he observed the first to awaken, Zhao Wujie. In the days to come, should my brother Zhao ever call upon me, I would lay down my life without a second thought. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wujie promptly rose and grasped one of Zhao Su's hands, his gaze brimming with admiration. It was evident that he had been thoroughly captivated by Zhao Su from the depths of his heart. In pursuit of vengeance and for the sake of his own future accomplishments, Zhao Wujie had resolutely made up his mind. Regardless of the time or circumstances, he would steadfastly stand in Zhao Su's camp. Brother Zhao, you flatter me. Zhao Su understood that Zhao Wujie was expressing his loyalty. He then retrieved an exquisite porcelain vial from the storage space jade pendant and handed it to Zhao Wujie. This is a soul-gathering pill, which, when consumed during meditation, will significantly enhance your cultivation efficiency and can even alter your physical constitution. Thank you, brother. Zhao Wujie took the porcelain vase, feeling the faint medicinal aroma wafting from within, which only heightened his excitement. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and the others began to awaken in succession. Wonderful, the 8-treasure glazed tower. Ning Rongrong exclaimed upon realizing that her martial spirit had evolved into the 8-treasure glazed tower, her eyes sparkling with unrestrained joy. Ever since their family inherited the 7-treasure glazed tower, every generation had endeavored to transform it into the 8 or even 9-treasure glazed tower, yet none had succeeded. Even her father, Ning Fingxi, renowned as a once-in-a-century genius of the 7-treasure glazed sect, had exhausted countless methods without achieving success. To think she had accomplished it. After all, Ning Rongrong was merely a 12-year-old girl. How could she not be thrilled? I will train diligently, and in time, I shall find a way to upgrade your 8-treasure glazed tower to the 9-treasure glazed tower. Zhao Su assured her. Truly, Brother Su, you are simply remarkable. I adore you. Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards Zhao Su, her enthusiasm palpable. Even her manner of address had shifted. Zhu Zhuqing observed this with a hint of a mysterious shadow in her gaze. The magnetic, gentle voice of Zhao Su whispering in her ear during their perilous moment lingered in her heart, an echo that refused to fade. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Ma Hongjun chimed in, his excitement evident though less ostentatious than Ning Rongrong's. Although this evolution did not completely rectify the flaws within his martial spirit, he could sense that the intensity had diminished significantly. While he would still need to occasionally find ways to dispel the excess energy, it was no longer an everyday struggle. This was indeed a tremendous assistance to his cultivation. No need for thanks, it is my duty. Now, the hour is late. Let us find a place to rest for the night, and tomorrow I will assist you in seeking a suitable third spirit ring. At that moment, Zhao Su was undoubtedly their pillar of support. The words spoken by Zhao Su would not be questioned. A group of several individuals journeyed approximately 5 miles, and the night had fully descended. Zhao Su observed the glimmer of light ahead, likely indicating a gathering place for soul masters entering the Star Doe forest to hunt soul beasts. Shall we rest there? Zhao Wujie, who was leading the way, halted and pointed towards the distant light and the faint sounds echoing in the air, inquiring of Zhao Su. Within the realm of soul masters, in order to better venture into the Star Doe forest for hunting soul beasts and obtaining suitable soul rings, many powerful soul masters have united to establish several sanctuaries within the forest. These havens provide a refuge for soul masters entering the Star Doe forest, offering them a place to rest during the night. Moreover, there exists an unwritten rule within these sanctuaries. Even enemies are forbidden from engaging in combat within their confines. Violating this rule would undoubtedly provoke the enmity and pursuit of the entire soul master community. Several formidable sects and families even provide security for these sanctuaries. Thus, it is customary for soul masters hunting soul beasts in the Star Doe forest to seek out a nearby sanctuary as darkness falls. Very well. Let us proceed to the sanctuary and rest for the night. With this decision made, they hesitated no longer and swiftly made their way towards the sanctuary illuminated by the distant lights. Zhao Su and his group of 7 moved swiftly, arriving at the so-called sanctuary in less than 5 minutes. In truth, it was merely a rudimentary enclosure that served as a gathering point. Although there existed an unwritten rule forbidding physical confrontations within the sanctuary, even long-standing feuds necessitated resolution beyond its confines. Nevertheless, vigilance remained paramount, as all teams occupied positions advantageous to themselves. Even during moments of respite, 2 members stood guard, ever ready to respond to unforeseen circumstances. Brother Zhao, one remarked, "It appears we have arrived too late. There may be no place for us here." Zhao Wujie cast a glance over the more than 10 teams within the enclosure, which had effectively occupied all available space. Even if they chose to remain, they could only stand guard at the entrance. It would be far more prudent for them to seek a relatively secure location elsewhere. It would be best to drive them away, Zhao Su casually remarked. Isn't this rather inappropriate? After all, there are regulations that prohibit violence in the shelter. Rules are established for the weak. We possess the strength to occupy the finest positions. Zhao Su had yet to articulate one final thought. Rules are not only established for the weak, but are also defined by those who embody justice. However, as he is the antagonist, he naturally feels no obligation to adhere to any such conventions. Zhao Su spoke as he stepped into the enclosure, making his way directly toward the group of a dozen or so individuals who were drinking and laughing at the innermost part. I have taken a liking to this place. You may reside at the entrance. Zhao Su interrupted a group of over a dozen individuals who were indulging in food and drink. Although his voice was not particularly loud, it resonated throughout the entire sanctuary, capturing the attention of everyone present. Initially taken aback, the crowd soon erupted into unabashed laughter. Do you even comprehend what you're saying, young man? Among those provoked by Zhao Su, a burly figure at the center, evidently the leader, joined in the laughter. Yet, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he turned to Zhao Su and inquired, "What exactly are you implying?" Zhao Su responded with clarity. "I have made myself perfectly clear. I am offering you one last opportunity. Vacate this place immediately." Zhao Su spoke casually. Chapter 21. Practical experience is the best training. You seem to be courting death, don't you? A robust man among the crowd rose to his feet, striding towards Zhao Su with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Who is this brat? The rest of the team gathered around, whispering amongst themselves. I don't know. He must belong to some academy. Look at his group. Aside from the leader, the others are merely 12 or 13 years old. Are the academy students so audacious now? Perhaps he hails from a prominent family, untouched by the harsh realities of society. How unfortunate at such a tender age. As the murmurs of the onlookers filled the air, the man intent on teaching Zhao Su a lesson had already made his move. Without revealing his martial spirit, he extended his hand and struck directly at Zhao Su. Bang! Zhao Su stood there, immobile, emanating a formidable soul force that sent the assailant hurtling backward. He crashed violently to the ground, scrambling to his feet, only to be met with scornful gazes that ignited a sense of humiliation within him. Without further hesitation, he summoned his martial spirit, a grand blade radiating an intense chill. 5 soul rings ignited beneath him, the most significant being his first soul ring, which was over a century old. The 4th soul ring commenced at the millennium level, revealing the extraordinary nature of this team. Clutching the great blade with his right hand, all 5 soul rings illuminated simultaneously, and his intentions transformed. He no longer sought merely to teach Zhao Su a lesson, but to obliterate him, seeking retribution for the earlier disgrace. Powerful streams of blade energy surged forth from the weapon, coalescing into a fierce blade wind that surged toward Zhao Su. Anyone ensnared within this tempest would undoubtedly be reduced to mere bones. At that moment, Zhao Wujie intervened. His formidable diamond bear martial spirit endowed him with a towering stature of over 2 meters, emanating an aura of immense power. In Zhao Wujie's eyes, these individuals were utterly unworthy of Zhao Su's direct engagement. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions entered the sanctuary, casting their gazes upon the team of a dozen, poised and ready to act at a moment's notice. Zhao Wujie stood before Zhao Su, and without needing to take action himself, the 7 soul rings shimmering upon his form served as irrefutable evidence of his prowess. In the realm of Douluo continent, it is indeed strength that dictates the discourse. Upon witnessing that Zhao Wujie was a soul sage of over 70 levels, the leader of the opposing party displayed a flicker of caution in his gaze and rose to his feet. As a soul sage of such formidable rank, do you intend to breach the sanctity of this refuge? I have no desire to disrupt the established order. However, this individual has spoken disrespectfully and offended my brother, and thus he must be taught a lesson. As Zhao Wujie spoke, he suddenly struck, seizing the wielder of the great sword spirit and forcefully pinning him to the ground, shattering his formidable weapon. He then lifted him up and cast him out of the shelter. Turning to the leader, he declared, "Come on. Let all of you come at me together." In his youth, Zhao Wujie was a formidable force, unafraid of confrontation. However, having taken on the role of a teacher, he had adopted a more composed demeanor. Yet, ever since encountering Zhao Su, the indomitable spirit within him had been rekindled. Most crucially, Zhao Su stood right behind him, instilling in him an unwavering confidence. I am Qian Sheng, the elder of the Spirit Hall in Qianhong City. May I inquire your esteemed name? Although Qian Sheng held a rank superior to Zhao Wujie, the overwhelming aura emanating from Zhao Wujie's spirit made him hesitate. With no choice left, he revealed his identity. In the Douluo continent, the reputation of Spirit Hall elders often carried significant weight. Enough of this nonsense. Either take action or vacate the premises. Spare me the trivialities. Zhao Wujie stood there with his arms crossed, arrogantly addressing Qiansheng. In that case, I invite you to enlighten me. Qiansheng, having a temper of his own, was immediately provoked by Zhao Wujie's demeanor. Swiftly, he unveiled his martial soul. After merging with the resplendent multicolored savage bull, a pair of horns sprouted from his head, and his limbs underwent notable transformations. 8 soul rings, emblematic of the soul Douluo level, illuminated themselves from top to bottom. With a resounding bellow akin to that of a wild bull, he charged fiercely towards Zhao Wujie. The savage bull charge. Zhao Wujie displayed remarkable courage. Refusing to retreat even a single step, he boldly grasped the horns of the charging bull head-on. With a fierce roar, he lifted Qiansheng and hurled him away with great force. Simultaneously, he propelled himself forward, his hands striking down upon Qiansheng like the mighty paws of a bear. However, the substantial difference in their levels, Zhao Wujie being 7 or 8 levels beneath Qiansheng, rendered him somewhat outmatched. Furthermore, the formidable strength of the bull, bolstered by its powerful martial soul, diminished the advantage Zhao Wujie had with his great strength diamond bear spirit. Brothers, let us unite and confront them. Seeing that Qiansheng did not hold an absolute advantage, one among the others shouted, disregarding the notion of overwhelming their opponent with numbers. A dozen individuals simultaneously unleashed their martial souls, intent on completely overpowering Zhao Wujie and his companions. Among them, 4 soul kings of over level 50 charged towards Tang San and his group, evidently aiming to eradicate any potential threats entirely. Dai Mubai and Tang San took the lead in the assault, while Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing were tasked with protecting Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Xiaowu functioned as a free combatant, poised to offer support at a moment's notice. The 7-person team had begun to develop a nascent synergy, coordinating their efforts to confront the enemy together. Zhao Su cast a glance towards Tang San and his companions, a smile gracing his lips, choosing not to intervene, wishing instead to allow them the opportunity to hone their skills against those 4 individuals. Indeed, practical combat serves as the finest form of training. However, Zhao Wujie's situation grew perilous. He was already at a disadvantage against Qiansheng. Now, besieged by over a dozen adversaries, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Which academy could boast such formidable strength? It was no wonder they exhibited such arrogance. I suspect they are not from an academy at all, but rather the direct descendants of a prominent family venturing forth to gain experience. Did you not notice that the most boisterous individual at the outset has yet to make a move? Which prestigious family possesses so many prodigies? The eldest among them appears to be no more than 15, yet they have already attained the 30th level. Some even possess only 2 soul rings. It is utterly astonishing. Look, that individual has made a move. The remaining teams, previously sheltered within the confines of the sanctuary, retreated outside the enclosure after Zhao Wujie and Qiansheng engaged in combat. Someone shouted, capturing everyone's attention as they gazed into the enclosure, where Zhao Su stood as if a god of war. Although he did not unveil his martial soul, his entire being was enveloped in a radiant white light, showcasing immense strength as he dispatched those soul kings, each at least of level 50, with a single punch, sending them hurtling away. What appeared to be a mere light blow shattered their martial souls, leaving them incapacitated on the ground, devoid of any ability to continue fighting. Soon, aside from the 4 still entangled with Zhao Wujie and Tang San's group, the remaining 10 were swiftly dealt with by Zhao Su in a matter of moments. Chapter 22. The need for synergy and the presence of gaps. You 7 are far too weak. It can be said that you lack any semblance of coordination. At this moment, Zhao Su truly assumed the role of a mentor. Ma Hongjun, is your fire merely for warmth? Zhu Zhuqing, capitalize on your advantages. Utilize your speed. Dai Mubai, you are the king of the forest, not a mere kitten. Cease your aimless wandering. Ning Rongrong, tailor your enhancements according to each individual's strengths. Xiaowu, go forth and strike him. Are you merely frolicking as a cheerleader? Tang San, are your spider legs mere decoration? Oscar, recite your insidious incantations. With Zhao Su's directives, the synergy among the 7 improved significantly. Despite each only being at the 30th level, they posed a substantial threat to the 4 Soul Kings, each exceeding 50 levels. As the battle progressed, those 4 gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, ultimately rendered helpless and forced to endure blows. Observing this, Zhao Su nodded in satisfaction, then turned his attention back to the clash between Zhao Wujie and Qiansheng, while Qiansheng held a slight edge over Zhao Wujie. Witnessing his companions being subdued only heightened his anxiety. Zhao Wuji, growing ever more formidable, found the gap between him and his opponent gradually narrowing. Brother Zhao, I believe we are nearing the conclusion. Leave the matter to me while you handle those 4 individuals. After roughly half an hour. Although Tang San and his companions had effectively cornered the 4, defeating them still required considerable effort. Furthermore, the practical training session was drawing to a close, prompting Zhao Su to call out to Zhao Wuji. All right. Zhao Wuji nodded in acknowledgement and, summoning all his strength, repelled Qianqing. Seizing this opportunity, he turned and charged towards the 4 individuals encircled by Tang San and his companions. Your opponent is me. As Qianqing attempted to persist in his pursuit of Zhao Wuji, Zhao Su intervened to block him. Who are you exactly, and why do you oppose the Spirit Hall? At this moment, alongside his fury, Qianqing's heart was also beset by a tinge of confusion, pondering how he had inadvertently provoked Zhao Su and his allies. Zhao Su stepped forward, directly confronting Qianqing. He reached out and grasped the vibrant horns of Qianqing's soul beast, the colorful savage bull. With a sharp crack, he forcefully wrenched the sturdy horns away. Simultaneously, he sealed Qianqing's internal soul power and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. As an external elder of the Qian family in the Spirit Hall, you once pursued me relentlessly. Have you forgotten? It was you. Carry this secret with you on your eternal journey. Zhao Su's lips curled into a smile as he decisively dealt with Qianqing. Shortly after Zhao Su departed from the Spirit Hall, he found himself relentlessly pursued by the external disciples of the Qian family, among whom was Qianqing. Over the years, Zhao Su had undergone significant transformation, and in his efforts to elude his pursuers, he seldom invoked the powers of his 12-winged holy angel martial soul. It was not that he was afraid, but rather that it was too cumbersome. Were Qian Douluo himself to take action, he would indeed welcome the opportunity to engage in a contest of strength. However, these incessant waves of attackers merely squandered his time, rendering no assistance to Zhao Su whatsoever. Before even reaching the sanctuary, Zhao Su had already sensed the aura emanating from Qiancheng, which was precisely why he had opted to come here. Under normal circumstances, given his prowess, resting anywhere within the Douluo forest would pose no threat to him. At this juncture, Zhao Wujing had also dispatched the 4 assailants and approached Zhao Su's side, addressing the onlookers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a personal feud between our Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall, and it bears no relevance to you. We kindly ask that you refrain from disseminating the events that transpired here. Zhao Su cast a glance towards the crowd gathered outside the enclosure. Although it appeared as though he was warning them to mind their own business, he inadvertently revealed from the outset that he was affiliated with Shrek Academy. Zhao Su's intentions are rather straightforward. He seeks to position Shrek Academy in opposition to the Spirit Hall. At this juncture, the Spirit Hall has grown exceedingly powerful, rendering it impossible for the 2 great empires and the 7 major sects to confront it openly. Even though there exists a palpable dissatisfaction towards the Spirit Hall within these empires and sects, they choose to endure in silence. Zhao Su aims to cultivate a formidable rival to the Spirit Hall, not only to propel its ambitions of unifying the entire Douluo continent, but also to eliminate the faction of Qian Douluo, thereby consolidating power entirely under the Pope's authority. This endeavor is intended to lay a robust foundation for the future establishment of the Spirit Hall Empire. Concurrently, Zhao Su is tasked with enhancing the cooperative combat skills of the Shrek members while occasionally sowing discord among them. The most effective means of creating rifts in their relationships is through the influence of women. Zhao Su seems to have already contemplated the path he intends to take. That night, the shelter was occupied solely by Zhao Su and his companions, while the rest of the inhabitants, wishing to avoid trouble, ventured into the darkness to escape. Although these individuals were unfamiliar with the Shrek Academy, they were acutely aware of the Spirit Hall. In their minds, any academy bold enough to confront the Spirit Hall could not be weak. After all, the prowess displayed by Zhao Su and his group had already attested to this fact. The remainder of the night passed in tranquility, devoid of any further incidents. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight pierced through the dense canopy of trees, the Douluo forest came alive once more. A beautiful day had begun. Zhao Su rose, stretching languidly, and softly murmured, "Brother Su, drink some water." Upon Zhao Su's awakening, Ning Rongrong was the first to approach, offering him the clean water she had with her. Ever since Zhao Su assisted her in upgrading the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to the 8 treasures glazed pagoda the previous day, Ning Rongrong had affectionately begun to address Zhao Su as Brother Su. Zhao Su comprehended Ning Rongrong's subtle intentions, which merely sought to gain Zhao Su's affection, hoping to persuade him to accompany her back to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. even if it proved impossible to have Zhao Su officially join their sect. Securing his assistance to elevate her father Ning Fengxi and her brother's martial spirits to the 8 treasure-glazed pagoda would still fulfill her aspirations. Thank you. But I am not thirsty. You may drink instead. Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smile, a countenance that could be described as a naturally cheerful visage. Although his features were not strikingly handsome, they imparted a sense of comfort to those who beheld him. Not far away, Oscar observed Ning Rongrong as she approached Zhao Su early in the morning, his gaze revealing a hint of despondency. With a resigned shake of his head, he began to contemplate relinquishing his pursuit of Ning Rongrong, for in comparison to Zhao Su, his chances of success appeared exceedingly slim. Meanwhile, Zhu Shiqing cast her eyes towards Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Throughout the night, Zhao Su's melodious and gentle voice lingered in her mind, depriving her of restful sleep and leaving traces of crimson in her eyes. Dai Bai, too, regarded Zhu Shiqing with his own private thoughts. The dynamics among the group were undeniably intricate. In truth, this was all part of Zhao Su's grand design. The reason his voice remained etched in Zhu Shiqing's consciousness was due to the potency of his formidable spiritual energy. Chapter 23, The Ethereal White Fox. Zhao Su, having lived 2 lifetimes, inherently understands the art of captivating a naive young girl. The initial step is to engrave oneself into her memory, ensuring that her mind is frequently graced by your presence or voice. Over time, through subtle influence, she will inevitably come to believe that this individual is her destined soulmate. Although somewhat unscrupulous, this approach appears to be the simplest and most effective, given Zhu Shiqing's recent behavior. Now, let us partake in some nourishment and prepare ourselves, for we are about to embark on a quest to seek a suitable soul beast to acquire a soul ring. Zhao Wujia's voice shattered the delicate balance among the few individuals present, prompting each of them to withdraw their gazes and begin tidying their belongings in preparation for departure. The group meandered through the Stardow forest until nearly noon, yet they had failed to locate suitable spirit beasts for Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun. The prolonged tension had begun to wear on everyone's spirits, inducing a sense of fatigue. Zhao Su, I believe it would be prudent for us to leave the Stardow forest and retreat to the nearest city for a few days of rest before returning to search for appropriate spirit beasts. Zhao Wuji approached Zhao Su, seeking his counsel. Well, if we cannot find a suitable spirit beast before dusk, let us temporarily depart and take a few days to recuperate before reassessing our situation. As soon as Zhao Su finished speaking, a cacophony of combat echoed from a distance. It seems we spoke too soon. Beyond the sounds of the skirmish, Zhao Su sensed a formidable wave of soul energy. This was not the soul power emanating from the soul masters, but rather a potent surge released by a powerful soul beast. Judging by the intensity of this soul energy, the beast must be at least 2,000 years old. Let us proceed and observe, remaining vigilant and in formation. With that, Zhao Su led the way, followed by Tang San and the others in the center, while Zhao Wujia brought up the rear, swiftly advancing towards the source of the battle's sounds. Before long, the combatants came into view. On one side stood 7 young human soul masters, seemingly no older than 15 or 16 years. Among them were 6 males and 1 female, each having attained at least level 30. Notably, 2 of them had reached level 38, while the lone female had surpassed even that, reaching level 40. It was evident that this hunt for the soul beast was primarily to procure a soul ring for her. The soul beast being besieged was a pure white fox, its agile form and sharp claws allowing it to maneuver effortlessly even under the onslaught of the 7 attackers. Members of the Spirit Hall. Zhao Wuji pointed to the insignia on the garments worn by the 7 individuals, leaning closer to Zhao Su and whispering. Furthermore, judging by the 6 distinct emblems on their attire, it was evident that they hailed from the Spirit Hall. They were core members of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, and the leading woman was likely a disciple of Bibi Dong. Zhao Su undoubtedly recognized that these individuals were indeed the core members of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, led by Hu Laiina. However, his words conveyed a sense of uncertainty. What shall we do? Zhao Wuji could sense that, aside from the 7 individuals, there were 2 others concealed in the shadows. They were sent by the Spirit Hall to safeguard these 7, particularly to protect Hu Laiina, the titled Douluo, the Phantom White Fox. Not only possessing remarkable speed but also formidable offensive power, was perfectly suited for Zhu Qing. Zhao Su, while speaking, cast a glance at Zhu Qing, deliberately displaying a hint of difficulty on his face. However, there are at least 2 titled Douluos lurking in the shadows. We are likely no match for them. The words of Zhao Wuji could be regarded as a divine assist for Zhao Su. Fear not. For the sake of Zhu Qing, I am willing to risk everything. Zhao Su declared, casting a glance at the impassive face of Zhu Zhuqing. It was evident that Zhu Zhuqing's indifferent expression grew increasingly intricate upon hearing Zhao Su's declaration. Brother Zhao, I will restrain those two titled Douluos lurking in the shadows. You confront the seven. Zhu Qing, you seven should seize this opportunity to hunt down the white fox. Be cautious. Zhu Zhuqing, who rarely spoke, softly instructed Zhao Su. Rest assured. Those two titled Douluos cannot harm me, but you must act swiftly. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su stepped forward, the Emperor's 7-kill sword materializing in his grasp. For soul rings simultaneously illuminated, and two blades of intent sliced toward a singular direction, forcing the hidden ghost leopard and demon bear, both Douluo, to reveal themselves. You seven, exercise caution. After slaying the white tiger, merge swiftly. Before Zhao Wuji took action, he once again cautioned Zhu Zhuqing and the others. Subsequently, he merged with the powerful golden giant bear and charged towards Hualaina and her companions, who were surrounding the spectral white fox. Seizing this opportunity, the spectral white fox attempted to flee swiftly. However, Tang San and his companions could not allow its escape. They quickly formed ranks and advanced toward the already weakened fox. Who are you to dare oppose the spirit hall? The ghost leopard and the demon bear were taken aback that Zhao Su, merely at level 42, was able to withstand their combined assault. One of them cast a cold glance at the Emperor's 7-kill sword in Zhao Su's hand and inquired, Enough with the pleasantries. Unleash your utmost abilities, or you shall forfeit your chance. Although Zhao Su verbally expressed this sentiment, he covertly suppressed his true abilities. His intention was to create an illusion for Zhu Zhuqing that he had risked his life to fend off the soul Douluo, ghost leopard, and demon bear. In order to procure soul rings for her, Zhao Su's actions can undoubtedly be characterized as the quintessential tactics of a rogue in contemporary society. Though undeniably unscrupulous, they prove to be infallible when deceiving Na'vi young maidens. While we remain oblivious to the methods you employed to thwart our combined assault, your realm of merely over 40 levels renders your demise exceedingly simple. The demon bear cast a glance at Zhao Wujia, who had effectively restrained Hualaina and her companions, while Tang San and his group commenced their siege against the white fox. With a disdainful snort, he hesitated no longer. The 4th, 5th, and 6th soul rings illuminated simultaneously, unleashing the true form of the blood magic savage bear spirit. This manifestation dwarfed Zhao Wujia's formidable golden titan bear, as the savage bear's crimson eyes radiated a chilling aura of ferocity and bloodlust. With all his strength, he launched a powerful strike towards Zhao Su. At that moment, the ghost leopard Douluo also sprang into action, his movements eerie and extraordinarily swift, seeking to break through Zhao Su's onslaught to provide aid to Hualaina and her companions. Attempting to escape? Upon encountering the ghost leopard Douluo, Zhao Su sought to depart, wielding the Emperor's 7-kill sword, which swiftly fragmented into 36 longswords, each imbued with a unique sword intent. This formidable array ensnared both adversaries. Despite the magic bear Douluo exerting every ounce of strength, he found himself unable to breach Zhao Su's sword formation. Each assault seemed poised to shatter the encircling blades, yet invariably fell short by a mere fraction. With each futile attempt, the agitation within the hearts of the magic bear and the ghost leopard Douluo intensified. Furthermore, witnessing Zhu Zhuqing successfully slay the white fox, a violet soul ring materialized within the creature, gradually merging with Zhu Zhuqing's essence. The fury within them grew ever stronger. Both understood that even if they vanquished Zhao Su and his companions today, the humiliation they faced would remain an indelible stain upon their honor. As Zhao Su ensnared the two titled Douluo, the demon bear and the ghost leopard, within a formidable sword formation, he simultaneously kept a vigilant eye on Zhu Zhuqing, who was in the midst of merging her soul rings. Chapter 24. To capture, one must first let go. Boom. Bang. At the very moment Zhu Zhuqing's soul rings completed their fusion, the ghost leopard and the demon bear managed to break through Zhao Su's sword formation, suddenly unleashing their might and sending Zhao Su hurtling through the air. Zhao Su happened to land not far from Zhu Zhuqing and others. Upon seeing him, Zhu Zhuqing hurried forward, helping Zhao Su to his feet while carefully examining him for injuries. Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Zhu Zhuqing asked with a face full of concern, her eyes slightly red. I'm fine. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Su seemingly casually grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand. At that moment, a jolt ran through Zhu Zhuqing's heart, yet she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she gazed at Zhao Su with a complex expression. Zhu Zhuqing's hand was small yet soft, seemingly devoid of bones, and exceptionally smooth, akin to holding a piece of tender jade. Although it felt somewhat cool to the touch, it was remarkably comforting. At that moment, Zhao Wujie also noticed the situation and shook off Hulaina and her companions, making his way to Zhao Su's side. Gui Bao and Mo Xiong, along with Hulaina S7, began to converge towards Zhao Su and the others. For Gui Bao and Mo Xiong, today's events would be a source of immense shame. Even if they were to kill Zhao Su, this incident would forever mark them with disgrace. The fact that two titled Douluos could allow someone to snatch away a soul beast that was within their grasp would undoubtedly be a source of ridicule for them among those who knew them. Brother Zhao, you take them and leave first. I will cover you. Zhao Su reluctantly released the soft little hand, then turned to Zhao Wujie and said, No. Let them go. I will stay and confront them with you. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's heart regarded Zhao Su as his most revered figure, and naturally, he would not allow Zhao Su to face danger alone. Even in the face of death, he wished to fight alongside Zhao Su. Moreover, he was inherently unafraid of death. Rest assured, as long as you are safe, they will not be able to detain me. Zhao Su naturally could not allow Zhao Wujie to remain. The demon bear and ghost leopard were undoubtedly aligned with the faction of Bibi Dong. Otherwise, she would not have entrusted them to protect Hulaina. Moreover, nurturing a titled Douluo is no simple feat, thus Zhao Su would refrain from eliminating them. There will truly be no repercussions? There will be none, trust me. Very well. But do exercise caution, we shall await you ahead. Upon hearing Zhao Su's reassurances, Zhao Wujie ceased his insistence and promptly urged Tang San and the others to depart. As Zhu Zhuqing was about to leave under Zhao Wujie's insistence, she cast a worried glance at Zhao Su, who met her gaze and offered a gentle smile. Do you genuinely believe that you alone can impede our progress? The ghost leopard and demon bear observed Zhao Wujie escorting Tang San and his companions away without haste, for they understood that as long as Zhao Su was eliminated, the others could be dealt with at any moment. Zhao Su remained silent, waiting until Zhao Wujie and the others had completely vanished from sight before tossing a token to the demon bear. Upon catching the token, the demon bear noticed that, in addition to the 6 emblems representing the spirit hall, there was another symbol engraved on the back, 6 pairs of angelic wings. Although Zhao Su had spent less than a year in the spirit hall, most of which was devoted to solitary cultivation as a senior elder of the spirit hall, he was well aware of Zhao Su's awakening of the 12-winged holy angel. Thus, upon seeing this unique papal token, he immediately recalled Zhao Su's identity. Is it you, Yelena? Upon glimpsing the angelic wings on the back of the token, also recognized Zhao Su. No wonder you look so familiar. It is indeed you, Zhao Su. Little Nana. After so many years, have you missed me? Zhao Su cast a playful glance at Hulaina and inquired with a teasing tone. Why are you assisting others in seizing my spirit beast? Hulaina, unfazed by Zhao Su's words, fixed him with a piercing gaze and retorted, I am aiding you. This soul beast is far too weak and unworthy of you. Zhao Su, with a nonchalant air, merely brushed off her concern. Noticing the predatory glare emanating from Hulaina, he decided against lingering any longer, swiftly retrieving the token from the grasp of the demon bear before turning on his heel and departing. It matters not, after all. The Stardow forest is teeming with soul beasts. We shall find another. Ghost leopard consoled Hulaina after Zhao Su's exit. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie and the others, who had distanced themselves considerably, began to slow their pace, with Zhu Zhuqing occasionally glancing back. The moment she caught sight of Zhao Su's figure re-emerging, an involuntary smile graced her lips. In truth, when Zhu Zhuqing allowed herself to smile, she was quite enchanting. Ah, we finally managed to shake them off. Are you unscathed? Upon the sight of Zhao Suping's arrival, Zhao Wujing exhaled a sigh of relief and approached him with inquiry. Those two cannot harm me, to prevent them from pursuing us. We must hastily depart and seek refuge. After confirming that the ghost leopard and the demon bear had not followed, they located a sanctuary to rest temporarily before leaving the Stardow forest. Brother Su, allow me to offer you something to eat, said Zhu Zhuqing, as she approached Zhao Su, who was seated in meditation upon a stone, holding a piece of golden-brown soul beast meat. Unbeknownst to her, Zhu Zhuqing's address towards Zhao Su had subtly evolved. Although she did not call him Brother Su as Ning Rongrong did, her address bore greater significance. Ning Rongrong's use of Brother Su was not born out of affection, but rather a means to foster closeness and entice Zhao Su to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even if she ultimately failed to recruit him, her aim of securing Zhao Su's assistance in elevating her family's 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda to the 8 Treasure Glazed Pagoda would still be fulfilled. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing's reference to him as Brother Su signified a profound transformation in her feelings towards him. Brother Su, I am grateful for your willingness to risk such peril to assist me in obtaining my soul ring, she said, sitting beside Zhao Su on the stone. Her head bowed as her fingers intertwined nervously. You need not thank me. It is my duty, Zhao Su responded. Not just for you. But I would extend the same assistance to Rong Rong and the fatty should they encounter suitable soul beasts. Zhao Su, while savoring the succulent roasted wild boar, spoke with a casual air. Zhao Su could be said to have employed a strategy of feigned retreat. For he understood that the moment to capture Zhu Zhuqing had not yet arrived. He intended to utilize her to sow discord among the members of the Shrek 7 monsters. Moreover, given their youth, he felt no urgency. Time was on his side. So it is this way. I thought your kindness was solely directed towards me. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhu Zhuqing exhibited a hint of disappointment, her eyes immediately glistening with unshed tears as she murmured softly, What did you say? Zhao Su not only truly did not hear, but also pretended not to have heard what Zhu Zhuqing had said, casually inquiring with a question. It's nothing. In any case, I ought to express my gratitude. With this remark, Zhu Zhuqing rose swiftly and departed. Zhao Su's words extinguished the flickering hope that had just ignited in Zhu Zhuqing's heart, plunging her emotions into the depths of despair. Chapter 25, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong's agreement after resting for nearly an hour. They set off once more from the Douluo forest. They arrived in a city approximately 100 miles away, intending to recuperate for a few days and unwind. The battles and heightened tension experienced in the Douluo forest over the past few days had left everyone utterly fatigued. That night, in a hotel room, Zhu Zhuqing sat by the window, cradling the small cat Zhao Su had gifted her. With her left hand propping her chin, her gaze drifted off, lost in thought. Zhuqing, what are you pondering? Ning Rongrong suddenly appeared behind her, gently tapping her shoulder. Startled, Zhu Zhuqing quickly tucked the cat away. She ran her fingers through her hair, feigning calmness as she replied, Oh, nothing much. Just feeling a bit bored. Teacher Zhao and Tang San are downstairs drinking. Why aren't you joining them? I'm not feeling well. I'd rather not go. Could it be that you truly have feelings for Brother Su? Ning Rongrong asked with a knowing look. Zhu Zhuqing became increasingly flustered, momentarily at a loss for words. Of course not, she finally mumbled, retreating under the covers. Oh, come on. We're all grown-ups here. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. If you like him, then you like him. Ning Rongrong insisted, climbing onto the bed and pulling the blanket away from Zhu Zhuqing's face. Rongrong, do you like Zhao Su? Zhu Zhuqing sat up, earnestly regarding Ning Rongrong. Who wouldn't he be fond of someone as exceptional as Brother Su? Ning Rongrong continued, casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. But if you truly like him, I want to compete with you. After all, we're good friends. Really? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened at Ning Rongrong's words, but then a shadow crossed her face. However, I cannot allow myself to love him. Why not? Because I am already betrothed, an engagement made since childhood. Perhaps it was Zhu Zhuqing's desire to confide in someone that prompted her to share this. Knowing that keeping it bottled up would eventually lead to trouble. You ran away because of your engagement? Ning Rongrong's interest was piqued. Sort of. Zhu Zhuqing initially shook her head, but eventually nodded in acknowledgement. It can't be someone among our group, can it? Ning Rongrong, perceptive as always, surmised. Is it Douluo? How did you know? You are from the Zhu family of the Douluo Empire. Daimubai must belong to the imperial family, right? It wasn't particularly challenging to deduce, especially since Ning Rongrong had some insight into the situation. Although she was a little devil, she hailed from the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, one of the upper 3 sections. She was cherished by both the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, who treated her as their treasured darling. Given her exceptional talent, Ning Fingji had long considered her as an heir. Understanding the various forces within the Doa continent was indeed a subject she had to master from a young age. It seems you are already aware. Zhu Zhuqing was not overly surprised by Ning Rongrong's knowledge. Alas, this truly complicates things. Ning Rongrong sighed, her head tilted as she pondered deeply. The Zhu family had become nobility in the Douluo Empire not merely because of their powerful martial spirits, or it's because they had produced prodigies like Tang Chun or Tang Hao from the Haoyan sect, but rather through strategic marriages with the Dai family of the imperial family. Historically, the empresses of the Douluo Empire had been from the Zhu family. If Dai Mu Bai could not become the crown prince, breaking the engagement would be inconsequential. However, if he were to be confirmed as the heir to the throne, breaking the engagement would equate to destroying the entire Zhu family, leading to the eradication of her parents and siblings. This predicament was the source of her turmoil. I know what I must do. Ning Rongrong leaned in close to Zhu Zhuqing, whispering something that immediately changed Zhu Zhuqing's expression. She hastily shook her head. No way. Regardless, that is the best solution I could conceive. How you choose to act is entirely your matter. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's reaction, Ning Rongrong chose not to press further. She jumped off the bed and said, "You must choose your own future. When opportunities arise, seize them." As Ning Rongrong exited the room, Zhu Zhuqing sat there, lost in thought. What Zhu Zhuqing did not anticipate was that after Ning Rongrong left, she made her way to the hotel rooftop, where Zhao Su sat, a jar of wine beside him, gazing up at the moonlit sky. "How did it go?" Ning Rongrong asked as she approached. "I've confirmed it. Zhuqing harbors feelings for you, but she is bound by her engagement. Is she truly from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire? Indeed. Dai Mu Bai is a member of the imperial family, and it is he with whom she has an engagement. Zhuqing came to Shrek Academy for him. So it is as I suspected. I have fulfilled my promise to you. When will you fulfill yours? Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. When the opportunity arises, I will accompany you to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and assist your family in evolving the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda." Zhao Su then turned to Ning Rongrong, a scheme forming in his mind. "I will help you transform the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda into the 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda. And you will assist me in winning Zhu Zhuqing's heart. How does that sound?" "Deal." Without much hesitation, Ning Rongrong extended her hand to Zhao Su. Zhao Su also extended his hand, signifying the establishment of an agreement. After a 2-day respite, Zhao Su and his companions re-entered the Star Do Forest on the 3rd day. Following the revelation of Zhu Zhuqing's secret by Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing adopted a demeanor of indifference, purposefully avoiding Zhao Su. Zhao Su remained unperturbed, for they were still young and time was on their side. 5 days later, delving deep into the Star Do Forest, they finally discovered a suitable soul beast for Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong. After acquiring the soul rings, they wasted no time and promptly returned to Shrek Academy, situated just outside Soto City. Upon seeing that Tang San and the others had all reached level 30, Flinder was instantly taken aback. He hurriedly pulled Zhao Wujie aside to inquire about everything that had transpired during their time in the Star Do Forest. "No wonder you were gone for so many days." So much had indeed happened. After listening to Zhao Wujie's account, Flinder couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have accompanied them. Perhaps, with Zhao Su's assistance, he could have broken through the stagnation of his soul power at level 78, ascending to the rank of an 80-level soul Douluo. He was confident that once he achieved that, he would certainly reach the pinnacle of title Douluo in the future. Chapter 26, The Inquiry from Master Yu Xiaojiang Boss. "Should we both go find Zhao and ask him to help you break through to the level of soul Douluo?" Zhao Wujie undoubtedly discerned the disappointment in Flandra's demeanor and cautiously inquired, "Is this truly feasible?" Flandra, too, felt a flicker of temptation. For who could resist the allure of becoming stronger? Shall we give it a try? After all, we stand to lose nothing if it fails. However, it is imperative to remain vigilant, as conventional methods cannot aid soul masters in elevating their soul power levels. Just as Flandra pondered his course of action, a deep voice resonated from outside the door. Zhao Wujie had long sensed the sound of footsteps, mistaking it for that of a teacher from the school, and thus paid it no mind. To his surprise, it was a voice he was entirely unfamiliar with. Instantly, he became wary. "Do not be alarmed. It is merely an old friend of mine who has arrived. Allow me to introduce you," Flandra declared, rising to his feet and approaching the figure standing at the doorway. None other than Master Yu Xiaojing, a member of the Golden Iron Triangle. "Xiaojing, I present to you Zhao Wujie." Flandra then turned to Zhao Wujie and continued, "This is my dear old friend, Yu Xiaojing, also known as Master." "Master, it is an honor to finally meet you," Zhao Wujie greeted, though the Master's countenance appeared somewhat aged, devoid of any expression, exuding an air of aloofness. In response to Zhao Wujie's salutation, he merely nodded indifferently. "Xiaojiang, what did you mean by your earlier remarks?" Flanders swiftly interjected to ease the tension and redirect the conversation towards Xiaojiang. Maintaining his characteristic impassive demeanor, Yu Xiaojiang replied in a measured tone. "Based on my investigations and the information I have gathered, aside from the possibility of rapidly enhancing one's level at the cost of one's own life, there are no other means to utilize external forces to elevate soul power levels." "Are you implying that Zhao Su is helping those children increase their soul power levels at the expense of their lives?" Flanders' heart began to fill with concern. He was acutely aware that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were exceptionally rare talents. If what Yu Xiaojiang suggested were true, it would effectively stifle the potential of these gifted individuals. "That cannot be the case, Master. Your findings represent merely probabilities, not certainties. How can you be so certain that no one possesses such an ability? Without much contemplation, Zhao Wuji directly countered Yu Xiaojiang. He simultaneously unleashed his formidable bear spirit, and, pointing to the even more imposing and powerful figure of the bear, continued, "Do you truly believe this appearance suggests a sacrifice of life energy?" Upon witnessing the overwhelming aura emanating from Zhao Wuji's bear spirit, Yu Xiaojiang's brow furrowed. As Zhao Wuji had articulated, if the enhancement of soul power came at the cost of one's vitality, it might result in a rapid elevation in levels temporarily. However, it would never render the spirit itself more formidable. Bring those children here. I wish to observe them personally. It is possible that your own potent soul power has provided you with a strong foundation, but the children are entirely different. Very well. Since you are so resolute in your beliefs, I shall dispel your notions. Assemble in the playground in 15 minutes. Zhao Wuji uttered these words before turning away. It was evident that the initial encounter between the two was far from pleasant. At this moment, Zhao Wuji harbored an immense admiration for Zhao Su. Having witnessed firsthand the alterations in the martial souls of individuals as they advanced in their soul power, it could not be as Yuxiagang suggested, that the elevation of soul power came at the cost of burning one's own life force. However, Yuxiagang possessed an unwavering confidence in his own research. Each held their distinct perspective. Xiaojiang, do you truly feel assured? Flander found himself somewhat uncertain, especially since he had witnessed Zhao Su wielding the formidable might of Tang Hao. Yet, he held profound respect for the theories posited by the master, who had once been his partner and closest brother. What, do you also doubt my theory? The master's expression turned to Flander, prompting him to hastily amend his words. Let us not dwell on that for now. I must caution you that if Zhao Su indeed employs the method you described of sacrificing life force to elevate the soul power of those children, he cannot be spared. Sigh, how am I to convey this to you? Flander felt a twinge of difficulty, but ultimately, in an effort to prevent Yuxiagang from acting impulsively, divulged the matter of Zhao Su's overwhelming power over Tang Hao. What? Impossible. Did you not say he was merely 16? I saw it with my own eyes. There is no way it could be false. Are you certain that person was Tang Hao? Of course, I still recognize the Haotian hammer. And the aura surrounding that individual could not be mistaken for anyone but Tang Hao. Could it be that such a person truly exists in this world? After hearing Flander's words, a flicker of doubt appeared on Yuxiagang's typically expressionless face for the first time. Enough of these musings for now. Let us proceed to the training ground to resolve our queries. My intent in sharing all this with you is merely to urge caution. Flander stated as he exited the room alongside Yuxiagang, making their way toward the training ground. Yuxiagang merely nodded, remaining silent. His heart was in a state of turmoil. Upon their arrival at the training ground, Tang San and his companions were already awaiting them. Zhao Su has also arrived, and Zhao Wuji is quietly conversing with Zhao Su. They have come. Zhao Wuji, upon encountering the master, offered a word of caution to Zhao Su. Zhao Su also turned his gaze towards the approaching Yu Xiaojiang. However, at that moment, Yu Xiaojiang appeared quite aged, his face resembling that of a zombie, evoking an unsettling sensation. Particularly striking were his bloodshot eyes. For a moment, Zhao Su found himself perplexed as to what exceptional abilities Yu Xiaojiang possessed that had rendered Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong so persistently enamored with him. This contemplation inevitably stirred within Zhao Su a tinge of jealousy. Teacher, you have arrived. Tang San exclaimed upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang, eagerly stepping forward with a smile. Respectfully addressing him, Yu Xiaojiang merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from uttering a word, and instead directed his gaze towards Zhao Su, who stood nearby alongside Zhao Wuji. Upon noticing Yu Xiaojiang casting his gaze in their direction, Zhao Su took a deep breath to steady his composure, and together with Zhao Wuji, approached Yu Xiaojiang and Flander. The other instructors of Shrek Academy, having heard that the master had arrived and was immediately at odds with Zhao Su, hastened to join them. The master? Zhao Su cast a disdainful glance at Yu Xiaojiang and exclaimed, I am curious to know what enables you to assist others in transforming their martial souls and enhancing their soul power. In my research, aside from sacrificing one's life, I find no alternative methods. Yu Xiaojiang, exhibiting remarkable forthrightness, wasted no time and bluntly questioned Zhao Su. Your research is utterly inconsequential, and your so-called 10 theories are nothing more than a farce. Zhao Su, unrelenting, directly retorted. Chapter 27. The Master's mental state crumbles, seeking continuous updates. A joke? Due to the peculiar mutation of his martial soul, Yu Xiaojiang was unable to transcend the threshold of level 30 in soul power. Thus, he devoted himself entirely to theoretical studies. He would not permit others to belittle his theories. Is that not so? Zhao Su retorted. I can facilitate Tang San's ascension to the title of the youngest Duke of the Douluo, find the perfect soul ring that complements him, and unleash his combat potential to its fullest extent. All of this is achievable solely based on my theoretical foundation. With a scoff, he added, do not flatter yourself. If Tang San possessed only a single blue silver grass, what could his innate full soul power possibly achieve? Upon hearing Zhao Su's assertion regarding Tang San's singular blue silver grass, Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. Having spent 3 days at Shrek Academy, he had inquired with Flanders about Tang San's particulars. Yu Xiaojiang was aware that Flanders and the others were ignorant of Tang San's possession of a second martial soul. I am indeed aware, he asserted. It is not merely a matter of your perception. I require no documentation. The moment he stands before me, I can discern his capabilities. Impossible, Zhao Su countered. There is nothing impossible, he continued. Moreover, your claim of being able to transform Tang San into the youngest Duke of the Douluo is not a result of your theory, but rather his innate talent. How can one nurture an individual with mediocre talent? What merit does a lackluster talent possess for cultivation? Yet, you profess that there are no worthless martial souls. Only worthless soul masters. Pray tell, master, does that not render you a worthless one as well? Zhao Su let out a cold laugh, effectively rendering Yu Xiaojiang utterly speechless. The expression on Yu Xiaojiang's face fluctuated between shades of green and purple as he grappled with how to counter Zhao Su's words. Indeed, your assertions may hold some truth. Yet I remain unconvinced that you can elevate your soul power level without the aid of elixirs. Even a deity would find such a feat impossible. In my perspective, gods are merely individuals of a higher rank, hardly worthy of mention. Zhao Su turned to gaze at the Shrek 7 monsters lined up beside him. He waved at Ning Rongrong among them, saying, Rongrong, showcase your martial spirit for our esteemed master to behold. All right, Ning Rongrong replied, stepping forward from the line to present her 8 treasure-glazed tower martial spirit before the master. She delicately held the resplendent tower aloft with her right hand. However, it was merely the 7 treasure-glazed tower. What was so remarkable about it? Yu Xiaojiang casually cast a glance. Recognizing that the 7 treasure-glazed tower might be perceived as the preeminent auxiliary martial spirit by others. Yet, in his heart, he regarded it as nothing more than a relatively strong martial spirit. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, his eyes widened in incredulity, fixating intently on the 8 treasure-glazed tower cradled in Ning Rongrong's hands. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8 layers? The 8 treasure-glazed tower? Yu Xiaojiang meticulously counted the layers again, his face a canvas of disbelief. It is well known that for the 7 treasure-glazed tower to evolve into the 8 or even 9 treasure-glazed tower, an absolute enhancement of one's physique is imperative. Numerous geniuses have graced the 7 treasure-glazed sect throughout the ages, yet none have succeeded in evolving the 7 treasure-glazed tower into the 8 treasure-glazed tower. This is not due to a lack of talent, but rather the inadequacy of their physiques to withstand the formidable soul power associated with the 8 or 9 treasure towers. However, the fact that Ning Rongrong's martial spirit had indeed evolved into the 8 treasure-glazed tower indicated that she had not sacrificed her vitality. On the contrary, her life force and physique appeared to have undergone a significant enhancement. This is impossible. Are their martial spirits all undergoing such transformations? Even though the evidence stood before him, the master remained skeptical, shaking his head and stepping back a few paces, gesturing towards Zhu Shuqing and the others. Since you are unconvinced, let us allow the facts to speak for themselves. Zhao Su urged Zhu Shuqing and Ma Hongjun to step forward and display their martial spirits for the master to observe. Yes. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, the two did not hesitate to unleash their martial spirits. Yu Xiaojiang scrutinized their manifestations. Although their transformations were not as striking as Ning Rongrong's 8 treasure-glazed tower, subtle changes were still discernible, particularly in the aura of their martial spirits. When he witnessed Ma Hongjun's evil phoenix martial spirit becoming less sinister, now emanating a hint of ancient phoenix blood, and Zhu Zhuqing's originally dark and ghostly feline eyes evolving into a dual-toned yin-yang spirit cat, the master was left devoid of any doubt. He comprehended that the elevation of their soul power levels was not achieved through the burning of life force, but rather through the evolution of their martial spirits, which had bestowed upon them enhanced soul power. Master, what do you think? I am no master. You are the true master here. I, Yu Xiaojiang, humbly offer my apologies. Yu Xiaojiang bowed his head quietly, rare in his complete admiration for another. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Wujie revealed a hint of prideful mirth upon his countenance. Master, did I not tell you? How could my dear brother Zhao resort to such nefarious arts to enhance his student's soul power? Now, you are convinced. Indeed, friend interjected. Observing Yu Xiaojiang's expression, he swiftly sought to mediate, exclaiming, "This is merely a misunderstanding. It is not uncommon for teachers to have differing views on educational matters regarding their students, is it? Precisely, this is quite normal. Let us not take it to heart. What has transpired is in the past," concurred the other instructors, echoing Fran's sentiments. "I do not deserve to remain here, Fran. I shall take my leave," Yu Xiaojiang declared, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. He cast a glance at Zhao Su, then turned to Fran, and, having spoken, he resolved to depart. The blow delivered by Zhao Su today was nothing short of monumental. Not only did Zhao Su render his proud theories of core competition and soul ring configurations utterly futile, but he also dismissed the adage, "There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters," rendering it a mere jest in Yu Xiaojiang's mind. He is nothing but a failure. Zhao Su gazed at the retreating figure of Yu Xiaojiang, his heart enveloped in indifference. "Xiaojiang, what are you doing? Did you not promise to stay?" Fran rushed forward, grasping Yu Xiaojiang's arm, hoping to persuade him to remain. Suddenly, a notification sounded. The residual soul of the golden sacred dragon was detected within Yu Xiaojiang. A new mission was issued, to retain Yu Xiaojiang and uncover the connection between his mutated martial soul and the golden sacred dragon. Mission rewards: 100,000 years of soul rings, 20,000 energy points, along with the dual cultivation technique, the primordial freedom technique. Zhao Su gazed at the 3 lines of text that appeared on the system interface before him. His attention was drawn directly to the dual cultivation technique. The ancient free and unfettered skill, listed among the task rewards, and a subtle smile graced his lips. It was evident that the mere sight of the term dual cultivation had set his thoughts adrift. However, until the reward was obtained, he would remain oblivious to the specific functions of the technique and the intricacies of the so-called dual cultivation. Chapter 28. Retaining the master under the pretext of evolving martial souls. As these thoughts swirled in Zhao Su's mind, a myriad of bizarre images began to materialize, and the smile that adorned his face gradually transformed in nature. Ding. Please refrain from such lewd thoughts, host. If you do not intervene, Yu Xiaojiang will depart. In a moment of urgency, even the system could no longer bear to watch, realizing that Flinder was unable to stop Yu Xiaojiang. It hastily prompted Zhao Su with a warning. Ahem. Zhao Su quickly suppressed his inappropriate thoughts, cleared his throat, and approached Yu Xiaojiang. Master, I sincerely hope you will remain with us. Although your theories may occasionally seem trivial, your ability to train students surpasses that of individuals like us. Zhao Su approached Yu Xiaojiang with a solemn expression and said, I apologize. I am but a worthless individual and am incapable of teaching students. A remark from Zhao Su ignited an increasing fury within Yu Xiaojiang, who struggled to suppress his raging emotions. He forcefully shook off Flander's grasp on his arm and strode swiftly towards the exit of the academy. Is this how you choose to depart? Zhao Su, in despair, resorted to unleashing his ultimate retort. Do you truly wish to remain a perpetual failure, a wretch disdained even by your own kin? What do you mean by that? Do not presume that your formidable power grants you the liberty to act as you please. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang could no longer contain himself. He turned and charged at Zhao Su, his bloodshot eyes glaring with wrath. Zhao Su, however, did not succumb to anger. Instead, he chuckled softly. Master, you have misunderstood my intentions. While you may inherently be deemed worthless, Zhao Su paused for a moment, and at that instant, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze seemed ferocious enough to devour him. I possess the means to alter your martial soul, transforming you from a mere liability. Yu Xiaojiang was on the brink of an explosive outburst, prepared to risk his very life to confront Zhao Su. Yet, upon hearing Zhao Su's subsequent words, his fury began to dissipate, gradually morphing into a profound yearning. Despite his claims of indifference towards the opinions of others, and his belief in his own theories as a viable means to cultivate formidable talent, Yu Xiaojiang was acutely aware that even if he did nurture an exceptional individual, skeptics would still argue that such brilliance was innate and that anyone could achieve greatness. It was only through personal strength that one could silence all dissenters. Choosing the path of theory was, in truth, a reflection of his own helplessness. Do you truly possess the ability to transform my martial soul? He inquired. Indeed. You have witnessed the prowess of Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile and Zhu Qing's ghostly spirit cat. You should understand that I wield such power. But I am different from them. They possess top-tier martial souls, whereas mine is deemed worthless. Although Yu Xiaojiang remained somewhat skeptical, his tone had softened considerably. The prospect of empowering a discarded soul was, in fact, far more gratifying than elevating a genius. Although Zhao Su's words were rather unpalatable, they bore the truth. This time, Even Yu Xiaojing refrained from offering a rebuttal. So, what do you wish to gain from me? To remain here and assist Shrek Academy in training their students. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. In his pursuit to transform his seemingly useless martial soul, Yu Xiaojing set aside his pride and acquiesced. When weighed against the prospect of attaining strength, what pride or dignity could possibly matter? Splendid. With the aid of Brother Zhao, once your martial soul successfully evolves, we shall seek her out. Together, our golden iron triangle shall undoubtedly carve out an even more illustrious reputation. As Flander mentioned her, it was evident that a flicker of something unusual passed through Yu Xiaojing's gaze, yet he chose not to contest it. The golden iron triangle had long been renowned, and I must certainly meet the other member when the opportunity arises. Zhao Wujia approached Flander and Yu Xiaojing with a smile, reassuring them, rest assured, you will have the opportunity to meet. Flander patted Yu Xiaojing on the shoulder and continued, Xiaojing, the training of these children will be entrusted to you. Yu Xiaojing responded with confidence, yes, you can rely on me. I will train them diligently. With Yu Xiaojing's affirmation, the minor episode of the evening came to a temporary conclusion. In the following month, the Shrek 7 monsters were subjected to an arduous training regimen akin to a hellish experience. During this month, Zhao Su personally investigated Yu Xiaojing's mutated martial soul. The three cannons of Luo, which was not only peculiar in appearance but also lamentably weak in soul power. Zhao Su pondered for an extended period, yet failed to discern any connection between the peculiar, flatulent Luo Sanpao and the golden sacred dragon. Even though he concealed his 12-winged holy angel soul, which merely emanated a divine essence capable of altering one's constitution akin to a soul, it did not facilitate the successful evolution of Yu Xiaojing's Luo Sanpao. Under the shroud of divine essence, Yu Xiaojing perceived that the soul power within him had become more refined and his strength somewhat augmented, yet he remained unable to transcend the limitation of level 30. Alas, this method proved ineffective. It seems he must devise another strategy. Zhao Su sighed, observing the flicker of regret in Yu Xiaojing's eyes, and continued, however, rest assured. Even if your martial soul, the three cannons of Luo, cannot evolve, I possess a method to help you transcend the 30-level limitation. Really? Yu Xiaojing inquired. Indeed. But not at this moment. The time is not yet ripe. After Yu Xiaojing departed, an enigmatic black figure materialized within Zhao Su's chamber. Master, I have uncovered the truth. In order to evolve Yu Xiaojing's three cannons into a true golden sacred dragon, it is imperative to gather the golden iron triangle, as well as acquire the ancestral dragon seal and transformation soul bone of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. It seems my thoughts were correct. Yu Xiaojing's constitution is too frail to endure the descent of the golden sacred dragon. A triad is essential to genuinely summon the golden sacred dragon. Precisely. You shall not return to the Star Luo Empire. Instead, proceed to the city of Tiando and seek employment at a prestigious soul master academy known as Blue Tyrant Academy. Strive to earn Lu Erlong's trust. Understood. The shadow replied, gradually fading into obscurity. Lu Erlong. Zhao Su murmured softly to himself, contemplating how to guide all the faculty and students of Shrek Academy to adhere to the narrative trajectory of the original work by journeying to Heavendo City. There, they would seek to unite with the Iron Triangle at Bluba Academy. This was the only path to unravel the mysteries surrounding the golden sacred dragon. System. How is the calculation of the other fragments of the nine-winged dragon progressing? It's still being computed. It seems a formidable force is obstructing my calculations. The system's voice echoed in Zhao Su's mind. Given this situation, let us focus initially on the golden sacred dragon and the bone dragon. Zhao Su nodded thoughtfully, contemplating how to proceed without arousing suspicion as he made his way to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. After all, the sect was conveniently located near Heavendo City, allowing him to resolve this matter seamlessly. Perhaps he might even glean additional information regarding the guardian divine dragon from Gu Rong. It was imperative for him to hasten his pace, for he was eager to discover what transformations the guardian divine dragon could bestow upon him. Zhao Su comprehended that his current strength was still insufficient, as he could at most confront two titled Douluos simultaneously, which was evidently inadequate. A month later, Zhao Su's Emperor 7 Kill Sword soul power reached level 50, and he exchanged it for a 10,000-year soul ring in the shop. At this moment, Zhao Su's overall attributes were as follows. Host, Zhao Su. Martial Soul, 12-winged Holy Angel, Emperor 7 Kill Sword. Soul Skills, 12-winged Holy Angel, First Soul Skill, Heavenly Phenomenon and Earthly Signs, Second Soul Skill, Annihilation Palm, Third Soul Skill, 9 Layers of Sword Art. Fourth Soul Skill, true form of the Holy Angel, 5th soul skill, indestructible Titan. Emperor 7 kill sword. 1st soul skill, supreme sword intent. 2nd soul skill, sword name. Destruction, 3rd soul skill, sword name. Slaughter, 4th soul skill, sword name. A sword across time. 5th soul skill, true form of the Emperor 7 kill sword. Level 51 battle soul master, assault type. Spirit power, 25,200 points, spiritual domain realm. Energy value, 23,000 points. Fortuity value, 23 points. Guardian dragon, remains of the 9-winged Yinglong one. After reviewing his attributes, Zhao Su opened the shop once more. Aside from the rows of soul rings and the 6-piece set of the Holy Angel soul bones, numerous martial souls had reappeared. Could it be possible to awaken additional martial souls? Zhao Su casually flipped through the pages, yet held little interest in awakening a martial soul. After all, in his view, his 12-winged Holy Angel and the Emperor's 7 killing sword were more than sufficient. He felt no need for additional martial souls. Suddenly, a notification chimed. A martial soul capable of triggering a fusion technique was discovered, the Devouring Sky Dragon Cat. Just as Zhao Su was about to close the marketplace page, a new window popped up, presenting a detailed introduction of the Devouring Sky Dragon Cat before his eyes. This martial soul could fuse with the Yin-Yang Spirit Cat to unleash the fusion technique, traversing the 7 absolutes, while enhancing all attributes by 70%. Could it trigger a fusion technique with Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Su ultimately opted to awaken the Devouring Heaven Dragon Cat, viewing it as an opportunity to draw closer to Zhu Zhuqing. Since returning from the Star Dough Forest 2 months ago, Zhu Zhuqing had been deliberately avoiding him, dedicating herself to relentless training until exhaustion rendered her unable to rise. Initially, Zhao Su had merely intended to employ a strategy of emotional allure, hoping that Zhu Zhuqing would seek him out on her own. However, he had underestimated her unwavering determination. Following the awakening of the Devouring Heaven Dragon Cat, Zhao Su did not immediately exchange for a Millennium Soul Ring. Instead, he adhered to the standard Soul Ring configuration, selecting 2 yellow and 1 purple Soul Rings to complement Zhu Zhuqing's abilities. On that particular morning, when Zhao Su arrived at the dining hall, Tang San and the others were already present, indulging in the special breakfast prepared by the master for them. Zhao Su was not afforded such treatment. He continued to have only plain porridge and a small dish of pickles. Upon Zhao Su's arrival, a few individuals greeted him. Ning Rongrong, in particular, carried her bowl and moved closer to Zhao Su. Zhu Zhuqing, however, merely kept her head down, engrossed in her own meal, seemingly treating Zhao Su as if he were invisible. Although Zhu Qing appeared aloof on the surface, she often called his name at night. As Ning Rongrong was positioned by Zhao Su as a confidant, she dutifully reported to him daily. Is that so? There is no doubt. I sleep beside her, so I cannot be mistaken. Yet, Ning Rongrong shifted the conversation, suggesting that in my probing, Zhu Qing seemed prepared to sacrifice herself for her family, continuing the alliance with Dai Mubai. What could have prompted this? Has someone spoken to her? I am uncertain, but I do know that she secretly visited Soto City yesterday. I understand now. Well done. Zhao Su emptied the bowl of rice porridge and spoke a few words to Ning Rongrong before rising to leave. On this day, the first phase of the master's specialized training was nearing completion. Coupled with the urgent financial situation of Shrek Academy, the master decided to advance the Shrek 7's entry into practical combat training. They were to head to the Soto City Great Spirit Arena to participate in spirit battles. This not only allowed the group to quickly acclimate to the rhythm of actual combat, but also provided an opportunity to earn gold spirit coins to subsidize the Academy's expenses. To ensure they could perform at their best during the battles, the master granted them a 3-day break, with a gathering scheduled for the evening of the 3rd day to depart for the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Though the master was primarily a theoretical scholar, he possessed a remarkable skill in guiding his students. After 2 months of specialized training, the Shrek 7 had developed an increasingly harmonious energy, and their physical prowess had significantly strengthened. Even the support-type soul masters, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, appeared to have made considerable progress. Before long, the 3 days had swiftly passed. On that evening, just as the sun began to set, the Shrek 7 convened on the playground. This time, only the master was present, along with Flinder, Zhao Wujin, and Zhao Su, all of whom would accompany them to Soto City. Simultaneously, Zhao Su would also partake in the spirit battles. Brother Zhao, your level as a rank 50 Soul King will likely make it difficult to find an opponent in the Soto City Spirit Arena. I can match you at either rank 50 or rank 30. Zhao Su smiled at Zhao Wuji and casually remarked, "Isn't your other martial soul of a higher grade?" Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wuji, somewhat perplexed, leaned closer and asked in a hushed tone. When Zhao Su had unleashed his 12-winged seraph to assist them in the evolution of their martial souls in the Stardow Forest, he had instructed them to keep the secret of his 12-winged seraph martial soul confidential. Thus, apart from Flanders, none were privy to this information. "Brother Zhao, can a soul master only possess dual martial souls?" With a hint of playful amusement, Zhao Su inquired of Zhao Wujie, "Do you, perhaps, possess another martial soul?" Zhao Waoqi narrowed his eyes, as a thought flashed through his mind, and he exclaimed in surprise, capturing the attention of Master Flander and the Shrek 7 monsters who were walking ahead. Especially upon hearing Zhao Waoqi's exclamation, Master S' interest was immediately piqued. "Who do you say possesses another martial soul?" Zhao Wuji did not respond to the master, merely casting a glance at Zhao Su. "You possess dual martial souls as well." The master employed the word also, yet no one paid it much heed. Both Flinder and the Shrek 7 were aware of Zhao Su's possession of two martial souls, thus they displayed no overt astonishment. Indeed, Zhao Su spoke little, directly unleashing his soul of the devouring celestial chinchilla. A pure white chinchilla, unblemished and resembling a small cat, stood majestically upon Zhao Su's shoulder. Its eyes, vast and mysterious like the night sky, instilled an involuntary sense of fear in those who dared to gaze into them. However, one individual was taken aback, Zhu Zhiqing. When she beheld the chinchilla upon Zhao Su's shoulder, she felt no fear, but rather a strange sense of familiarity. This sensation was peculiar, reminiscent of her own yin-yang spirit cat. A chinchilla soul? A three-live soul? Flinder involuntarily exclaimed as he observed the devouring celestial chinchilla. Besides the chinchilla and the 7-kills sword, was there yet another soul? The master, upon hearing Flinder's words, gasped in disbelief, fixating his gaze on Zhao Su. Since the truth was already unveiled, Zhao Su saw no reason to conceal his power any longer, revealing his 12-winged holy angel soul, along with the unprecedented configuration of 2 black and 3 red soul rings. Chapter 30. Do not worry, let it reject. This is impossible. Since encountering Zhao Su, the master had repeated this phrase more than any other. Indeed, Zhao Su's presence had completely overturned the theories he had researched for the past 2 decades. The existence of the world itself was a miracle. Thus, anything could occur within this miraculous realm. How did you resolve the rejection between each soul? The master hastily inquired of Zhao Su. He had advised Tang San against hastily adding soul rings to the Houghton hammer, as he had yet to discover a safe method to counteract the rejection, not wanting Tang San to take unnecessary risks. Do not worry, let it reject. Zhao Su had acquired the 12-winged holy angel, uttering a phrase that once again left the master feeling a sense of oppression in his chest, as if he might vomit blood. Let it reject? Let it reject? Ha ha. The master's thoughts were now completely in disarray, as he incessantly muttered Zhao Su's words, occasionally erupting into an unsettling laughter. Xiao Gang, are you all right? Flandra quickly supported the master, who seemed unsteady and on the verge of collapse, expressing his concern. I am fine. This world is vast and intricate. It is understandable for 1 or 2 anomalies to arise that defy reason. Your theories still apply to the majority of soul masters, Flandra continued to reassure the master. Ah, you need not comfort me. I comprehend all these truths. At that moment, the master appeared to have aged several years, looking quite haggard. However, Zhao Su remained unfazed by this. As long as he was alive and could execute the Trinity fusion technique with Flandra and Lu Erlong, that was all that mattered. Zhao Su's assistance was merely aimed at enhancing the likelihood of merging into the golden sacred dragon. Time was of the essence. They needed to hasten to the Soul Arena in Soto City. The master took a deep breath, steadying his emotions, and continued on toward the Soul Arena. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the Shrek 7 were donned in matching attire, each wearing a mask. Prior to engaging in the soul battles, it was essential to establish pairs. Every participant needed a partner to partake in the duet battles. The soul fights were categorized into individual, duo, and team formats. A team required a minimum of 7 members and could not exceed 10. The number of participants was determined by the smaller team. Individual battles were straightforward, requiring only registration for participation. Their current discussion revolved around forming pairs for the duos. Dai Mubai desired to team up with Zhu Zhuqing, yet she declined his offer. The master then interjected, stating, I have already decided your combinations. Mubai, you shall pair with Oscar. Your level is 36, making you formidable among those at the 30 level. You will take Oscar under your wing. Reluctantly accepting the arrangement, Dai Mubai refrained from arguing. Tang San was paired with Xiao Wu, while Ma Hongjun teamed up with Ning Rongrong, and Zhao Su was matched with Zhu Qing. Master, I wish to pair with Rongrong. Zhu Qing promptly exclaimed upon hearing the master's allocations. Your strength is inferior to Ma Hongjuan's. He can better protect Ning Rongrong. How about you team with Ma Hongjun, and let Rongrong join Zhao Su? You may choose. Before Zhu Qing could voice her thoughts, Ning Rongrong interjected, I want to team with my fatty. I adore my fatty. As she spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance at Ma Hongjun. I too wish to team with Rongrong. Ma Hongjun quickly added, given the circumstances. Zhu Qing chose to remain silent, tacitly accepting the arrangement. Why are you reluctant to partner with me? Zhao Su leaned closer to Zhu Qing, whispering softly in her ear while awaiting their turn on the platform. Feeling his warm breath against her ear sent a shiver down Zhu Qing's spine, her heart racing at the richness and gentleness of his voice. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, and softly replied, no reason. Is that truly the case? Zhao Su continued to press for answers. As Zhu Qing listened to Zhao Su's voice, her heart was in turmoil. She leaned slightly to the side, wishing to avoid excessive contact with Zhao Su. Do not be anxious, relax. I will protect you shortly. Zhao Su approached once more, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he whispered softly. Little did anyone know that Zhu Qing's anxiety stemmed not from the impending battle, but rather from Zhao Su himself. A few days prior, Zhu Qing had received a missive from her family's elders, instructing her to meet in Soto City. The elder had explicitly urged her to forge a connection with Dai Mubai and familiarize herself with the fusion technique, the ethereal white tiger. Within the Star Luo Empire, a rivalry persisted regarding the position of the crown prince, divided between those who championed Davis and those who supported Dai Mubai. The Zhu family was similarly split into factions. They sought to ensure their survival amidst these competing forces while preserving their influence within the Star Luo Empire. Thus, the family elders had come to Soto City to hasten Zhu Qing's completion of the fusion technique with Dai Mubai, preparing for the ultimate contest for the crown prince's title. From a young age, Zhu Qing had often heard the mantra of strategic marriage, emphasizing the Zhu family's status and power as paramount. Consequently, she dared not defy the elders' commands. Furthermore, her parents, cognizant of the Zhu family's unique standing within the empire, had imposed a stringent upbringing upon her. This rigidity was not born of affection or a desire for her success. Rather, it was a means to safeguard the family's prominence. In essence, their daughters were seen as pawns for the imperial family of the Star Luo Empire. Regardless of their personal desires or willingness, rebellion was not an option. The prevailing doctrine of their upbringing was one of obedience, obedience to the family, obedience to the crown. In a particularly ruthless arrangement, the two daughters were betrothed to two imperial princes, destined to vie against one another. To Zhu Qing's parents, it mattered little which daughter ultimately ascended as empress, as long as it was one of their own. This was the source of Zhu Qing's inner turmoil and anguish after developing feelings for Zhao Su. Had she not encountered him, she might have followed the elders' directives without a second thought, approaching Dai Mubai, perfecting the martial soul fusion technique, and accepting whatever fate awaited her, be it as a queen or otherwise, would have been her life as course. However, after meeting Zhao Su, a spirit of defiance blossomed within her. Yet she felt too timid to act on it. Soon, the duo battle commenced, with Zhao Su and Zhu Qing facing an adversarial pair, a young man who appeared to be around 18 or 19, and a younger woman. Let us proceed. Zhao Su extended his hand towards Zhu Qing, who hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to reciprocate the gesture. Ultimately, she chose not to reach out and instead proceeded directly towards the soul fighting platform. Observing this, Zhao Su shrugged helplessly and followed closely behind her, making his way to the platform as well. Chapter 31. A renewed strategy against Zhu Qing began. As both parties ascended the soul fighting platform, a voice resonated from above, signaling the commencement of the match. The male competitor took the initiative to strike, while the female counterpart assumed the role of support. In order to avoid prematurely revealing his prowess, Zhao Su refrained from directly eliminating the two individuals. Subsequently, he unveiled his formidable martial spirit, the devouring sky dragon cat. As the second soul ring illuminated, the dragon cat, perched upon Zhao Su's shoulder, leaped into the air. At the apex of its ascent, its form expanded to a size reminiscent of a tiger. With jaws agape, it let out a thunderous roar and lunged toward the support-type woman concealed behind the man. Yao Yao, be cautious. The man, known as Zhang Yuran, hastily called out in warning. He cast aside his curved dagger martial spirit to intercept the charging devouring sky dragon cat aimed at Yao Yao. In that moment, Zhu Shuqing also sprang into action. Moving with remarkable speed as her hands transformed into lethal claws, aiming to seize Zhang Yuren, who had thrown his martial spirit dagger. Zhu Shuqing's approach was merciless, showing no signs of restraint. It seemed as though she sought to purge her inner turmoil through the intensity of battle. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yuren acted with unwavering resolve, opting for surrender without a hint of hesitation. However, Zhu Shuqing's assault had already commenced, targeting his throat with lethal intent. There was no time to withdraw. Just as Zhang Yuren closed his eyes, bracing for the fatal strike from Zhu Shuqing's claws, he felt a firm grip around his waist, abruptly halting her advance. It was Zhao Su who intervened. Your mind is too chaotic. Such turmoil invites peril. Zhao Su held tightly onto Zhu Shuqing's slender waist. A warm current akin to the revival of all living things flowed into her being, gradually calming her restless spirit, enveloped in Zhao Su's comforting embrace. The turmoil and frustration within her became unbearable, and she leaned against his shoulder, disregarding the gazes of those around, and wept bitterly. There, do not cry anymore. I am here for you. I can help you with anything that troubles you. Zhao Su gently wiped away Zhu Shuqing's tears, whispering softly in her ear. This moment could be described as the point at which Zhu Shuqing was utterly captivated, unable to extricate herself from her emotions. Thank you for saving me, brother. We have lost. Zhang Yuren understood clearly that it was Zhao Su who had saved his life. Without him, he might have been nothing more than a lifeless body now. Thus, he respectfully cupped his fists in gratitude towards Zhao Su. We were merely competing, not enemies. There is no need for life to be lost. Thank you. Zhang Yuren expressed his thanks once more before turning to descend the battle platform with the support of female soul master, Yao Yao. Let us depart. Do not cry any longer, for tears will mar your beauty. Zhao Su grasped the delicate, smooth hand of Zhu Shuqing, guiding her down from the soul-fighting platform. Observing this scene from the audience was Dai Bai, whose eyes, imbued with a touch of wickedness, flickered with a glint of ferocity. Dai Bai. It seems your chances are dwindling, remarked Oscar, who was seated beside him, indulging in a sausage to restore his soul power. Casting a regretful glance at Zhao Su and Zhu Shuqing as they descended hand in hand. Dai Bai, I believe it's time for you to concede, chimed in Ning Rongrong, addressing him. Yet, throughout it all, Dai Bai remained silent, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Upon their return to the site of Shrek Academy, the others swiftly surrounded Zhao Su and Zhu Shuqing, save for Dai Bai. Soon, the individual and team battles of Tang San and the others concluded, each emerging victorious. A triumph that greatly bolstered the confidence of the Shrek group. Next came the team battles, in which Zhao Su refrained from participating, allowing the Shrek 7 to form a cohesive unit. During the combat, Dai Bai and Zhu Shuqing initially intended to employ their martial soul fusion technique. However, for reasons unknown, be it Zhu Shuqing's personal circumstances or the evolution of her martial soul from the spectral cat to the yin-yang cat, the fusion ultimately failed. Following this unsuccessful attempt, Dai Bai cast a look at Zhu Shuqing, his charming eyes revealing a hint of relief before he turned his focus to the impending foes. Brother Zhao, you must have been aware of Zhu Shuqing and Dai Bai's true identities all along, haven't you? One inquired. What makes you say that? Came the response. Just a guess. Zhao Wuji cast a knowing smile towards Zhao Su, then gently patted her shoulder. The master is in a melancholy mood. So Flandra and I shall accompany him for a drink. I leave this place in your capable hands. All right, understood. After Zhao Wuji had departed, only Zhao Su remained. Leaning against the backrest of the spectator's seat, gazing at Tang San and the others on the soul-fighting stage. The smile on his face gradually faded as he contemplated his next course of action. In the following days, the achievements of the Shrek Academy members were nothing short of remarkable. The name of the Shrek 7 monsters began to resonate increasingly within the Grand Soul Arena. People were eagerly inquiring about the masked Shrek 7 monsters, wondering to which faction they belonged. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's 8-treasure glazed tower, speculation arose that they were affiliated with the 7-treasure glazed sect. In the minds of many, only a super sect like the 7-treasure glazed sect could cultivate such extraordinary individuals. On this day, Zhao Su was awaiting the final team battle of this phase alongside the Shrek 7 monsters. Following this battle, there would be a month-long ceasefire. Hey, does that masked girl look so ugly that she is afraid to show her face? At that moment, an arrogant voice interrupted, reaching out to remove Zhu Shuqing's mask. Although Zhu Shuqing was young, her figure was undeniably the most striking among the 3 girls, far surpassing her actual age. If you don't want to die, remove your filthy hand and leave immediately. Just as the intruder's hand was about to touch Zhu Zhuqing's mask, Zhao Su, seated beside her, seized his wrist. Kid, do you have a death wish? Guangxi forcefully shook off Zhao Su, glaring at him with menace. It's incredibly difficult to make someone understand a lesson. No sooner had Zhao Su's words left his lips than Guangxi was sent flying, crashing violently against the railing of the nearby spectator area. Regaining his composure, Guangxi initially felt shock, swiftly followed by rage as he prepared to charge at Zhao Su. Stop! At that moment, a voice interjected as a man in his 40s approached. Halting Guangxi, whatever grievances you have, settle them on the soul fighting stage. You should be cautious. His name is Guangxi, and he is your next opponent. Supervisor Ao reminded Zhao Su and the others before turning to leave. Rong, don't engage. I'll take your place. Zhao Su had firmly resolved to teach this so-called berserker team a lesson. He then addressed Ning Rongrong, explaining that the points earned in team battles would be allocated within the team, and that her participation would not affect her individual score. Naturally, she readily agreed with enthusiasm. I will handle that fierce opponent. The rest will be left to you all. Let us conclude this swiftly and celebrate with drinks tonight. Zhao Su addressed Tang San and the others, inquiring if they would face punishment from the dean if they chose not to return. Today, I am leading the team, and my word is final, Zhao Su declared. Chapter 32, The Annihilation Team. Then it is settled. It has been far too long since we indulged in a hearty feast and drink, he continued. Upon hearing of the impending celebration, Ma Hongjun was undeniably the most exuberant among them. The surrounding spectators were astonished to witness Zhao Su and his companions still discussing their celebratory plans at this juncture, prompting many to shake their heads in disbelief, perceiving them as Na'vi newcomers unafraid of the formidable challenges ahead. In the Seoul arena of Soto City, the Annihilation Team stood as one of the most formidable factions, with each member boasting a soul power exceeding level 35. Their team composition was impeccable, and their synergy was unparalleled. The one-on-one and two-on-two battles were not conducted within the same arena. Thus, Zhao Su and his comrades' illustrious achievements in individual combat remained unfamiliar to the audience that favored team battles. Zhao Su and his companions paid no heed to the discussions of those around them. Soon, it was their turn to take the stage. Without a mask, Zhao Su brought up the rear, while the remaining 6 members of the Shrek 7 monsters, excluding Ning Rongrong, ascended the battle arena in order of their ages. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce both teams. Here we have the star team from Soto City, the Frenzy Warriors. In an instant, the fans in the audience erupted into a frenzy, chanting the name of their team. And on this side, we present the rising star team from Soto City, the Shrek 7 monsters. However, upon the host's introduction of the Shrek team, there was neither applause nor cheers, only a sea of spectators gazing on with curious eyes. Now, let the match officially commence. As the words were uttered, the frenzy rhino had already merged with his powerful rhinoceros spirit, a horn sprouting from his head as he charged towards Zhao Su and the others. Humph! Zhao Su exchanged a meaningful glance with Tang San and the others before taking the initiative to strike, concealing his martial spirit. He stepped forward decisively and seized the horn of the raging rhinoceros. A sharp crack resonated throughout the arena, followed by the resounding thud of the beast crashing onto the battle platform. The audience, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, widened their eyes in astonishment. Some even rose from their seats to gaze intently at the scene. With a sudden surge of strength, Zhao Su not only snapped the sharp horn but also lifted the towering, 2-meter-tall raging rhinoceros and forcefully slammed it onto the arena floor. Remember this. Henceforth, restrain your hands. Refrain from touching everything in sight. Zhao Su spoke as he raised the arm of the frenzied beast, forcefully twisting it until it shattered. A piercing scream of agony echoed throughout the arena, emanating from the tortured creature. Meanwhile, the remaining team members had been effectively restrained by Tang San and his companions, rendering any attempt to rescue the beast utterly futile. After subduing the frenzied beast, Zhao Su's afterimage darted across the stage. Once the spectators could clearly discern his silhouette, they realized that all 7 members of the frenzied battle team lay defeated upon the arena floor, clearly stripped of any fighting capability. Had the frenzied battle team truly succumbed in such a manner? A voice from the audience broke the stunned silence, awakening the spectators to the sight of the fallen team and the victorious stance of the Shrek team at the center of the arena. From the moment the host announced the beginning of the match to its abrupt conclusion, scarcely a minute had elapsed. Instantly, a buzz of conversation erupted. intermingled with curses from those who had wagered on the frenzied battle team's triumph. The defeat of the frenzied battle team had incurred substantial losses for these individuals. Yet, the Shrek 7 monsters faced no lingering doubts regarding their victory. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhao Su and his companions departed from the Arena of Souls, proceeding directly to exchange their points. Without lingering excessively, the time for their revelry had arrived. Within a tavern, the 8 of them ordered a sumptuous feast accompanied by 2 barrels of fine ale. It appeared that the intention for the day was to indulge until intoxication. Zhu Qing, I wish to converse with you. Suddenly, Dai Mubai, who had remained silent at the side, spoke up, addressing Zhu Qing. He then rose and made his way towards the tavern's exit. The unexpected scene left everyone in shock. Even Ma Hongjun paused in his meal. Zhu Qing's expression darkened as she glanced at Zhao Su, only to find him silent. Thus, she followed Dai Mubai out of the tavern. Brother Su, aren't you going to see what is happening? Ning Rongrong leaned closer to Zhao Su, nudging him gently, and directly directed her words towards the tavern's entrance. See what? We are here to drink. Zhao Su's face still bore a hint of a smile as he filled his glass to the brim, shouting to the crowd before downing the entire contents in one swift motion. Yet, beneath his carefree exterior, Zhao Su's heart was far from indifferent. He understood that this moment marked a pivotal choice for Zhu Qing. Should she choose Dai Mubai, he would cease his pursuit. Conversely, if she opted for him, he would no longer exploit her feelings. Drink up. Brother Su, I shall drink with you. Ning Rongrong filled her own glass, clinking it against Zhao Su's before tilting her head back to finish it in one go. Before long, Zhu Qing and Dai Mubai returned. Dai Mubai appeared considerably more relaxed, raising his glass to Zhao Su, declaring, Brother Su, I toast to you. Zhu Qing took a seat beside Ning Rongrong, her gaze towards Zhao Su tinged with a hint of shyness. Cheers. The gathering seemed to be aware of Zhu Qing's decision. And seeing Dai Mubai appear to accept the outcome, Ma Hongjun took the opportunity to enliven the atmosphere. In an instant, the tavern resounded with the clinking of glasses. They continued to drink late into the night, and when Flender noticed that Zhao Su and the others had yet to return, concern crept in, prompting him to send Zhao Wujing to find them. After searching throughout Soto City, he finally located the 8, all thoroughly intoxicated, within the tavern. Zhao, why have you joined them in their revelry? Zhao Wujing queried, supporting the head-down Zhao Su as he struggled with nausea on the way back to Shrek Academy. Brother Zhao, perhaps this is the true me. Zhao Su gazed at Zhao Wuji and uttered an utterly perplexing statement. Zhao Su did not genuinely wish to oppose the Shrek 7 monsters. However, his longing to return home, to his true home, compelled him to adhere to the tasks assigned by the nefarious system. He had no desire to embody a villain. Yet circumstances forced him into that role. For the sake of himself and those he sought to protect, he found it imperative to proceed in this manner. You are affiliated with the Spirit Hall, are you not? Zhao Wuji watched as Tang San and his companions ventured far away. It was only then that he softly inquired of Zhao Su. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Zhao Su's previously dazed expression gradually brightened. He straightened his posture and fixed his gaze upon Zhao Wuji, affirming, indeed. This time, I do not deny it but rather confess openly. Our Shrek Academy is merely an unremarkable institution, hardly worthy of the attention of someone of your stature to infiltrate. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall is not a monolith. I intend to truly unify the Spirit Hall and subsequently the entire continent. Zhao Su did not speak the truth, yet neither did he completely fabricate a lie. The interplay of truth and falsehood constitutes the zenith of deceit. Chapter 33, Zhao Wuji has irrevocably boarded the pirate ship. Are you aligned with Qian Douluo or Bibi Dong? Zhao Wuji continued to inquire, is your purpose for coming here related to the 7 of them? I am a disciple of Pope Bibi Dong. Besides nurturing a few prodigies, you ought to be aware of the identities of Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing. Did you come here for the Star Luo Empire? I wonder if Brother Zhao would be interested in joining me to witness the unification of the entire continent? Zhao Su had articulated his point with sufficient clarity. Thus, he chose not to respond further to Zhao Wuji's inquiry. Instead, he posed a counter-question. If I refuse, will you resort to murder? To which Zhao Wuji replied, certainly not. Your consent or dissent bears no relevance to my scheme. Zhao Su retorted, are you not apprehensive that I might divulge your plans? Zhao Wuji's chilling response was, at that juncture, I shall eliminate you and all members of Shrek Academy. Zhao Su turned to gaze at Zhao Wuji, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yet, despite the appearance of warmth, Zhao Wuji felt a chill creeping down his spine, as though he were being scrutinized by a formidable spirit beast. Even when confronted by the Titan Great Ape in the Stardow Forest, He had never experienced such an unsettling sensation. Haha, how truly honest you are. Zhao Wuji, upon hearing Zhao Su's unreserved declaration, could not help but chuckle. However, moments later, he gradually grew earnest. I am willing to fight alongside you. Very well, in the future. You shall come to understand that your choice today is indeed the right one. Zhao Su, speaking as he retrieved a small porcelain vial from the storage space within the jade pendant at his waist, handed it to Zhao Wuji and remarked, "This elixir is known as Soul Gathering Pill. It has the capacity to transform your physique, thereby accelerating your cultivation speed. Fear not, for this potion bears no adverse effects upon you, but moderation is key. Consume one every 7 days." Thereafter, Zhao Su swiftly made his way towards the Shrek Academy. Observing Zhao Su's departing figure, Zhao Wuji's gaze gradually solidified with determination. He had never been a man of indecision. Once he made a choice, it was unyielding. On the following morning, Zhao Su sat atop the roof, basking in the embrace of the first rays of sunlight, his gaze lifted towards the heavens, his countenance devoid of expression. Truth be told, a sense of homesickness tugged at him. Whenever he felt this longing, he would lift his eyes skyward. In that moment, a cool voice resonated from behind him. Zhao Su did not need to turn around to know it was Zhu Zhuqing. It is nothing. Basking in the first rays of sunlight each day is beneficial for the body, Zhao Su remarked as he shifted slightly to the side, offering Zhu Zhuqing a space beside him. After consuming so much alcohol yesterday, are you feeling unwell? Zhu Zhuqing settled beside Zhao Su, responding softly, then gazed at him with eyes full of tenderness. However, when I think of a certain person, discomfort fades away. Zhu Zhuqing, known for her aloof demeanor, found her words laden with an irresistible allure, capable of stirring a man's heart. And who is the person you think of? Zhao Su inched closer to Zhu Zhuqing, as if intending to press against her. With a hint of teasing in his tone, Zhu Zhuqing's handsome face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Who do you think I am thinking about? Don't you know? How could I possibly know? I am not privy to your thoughts, he replied. But you reside in my heart. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly leaned towards Zhao Su, uttering this phrase, her face now even more radiant, resembling a tantalizing red apple. Then allow me to touch your heart, to see if your words hold true. As Zhao Su spoke, he cast his gaze toward a certain direction, his right hand restlessly reaching out. Annoyed, Zhu Zhuqing swatted away Zhao Su's advancing hand and whispered, "Not a single man is worth a dime, and you are no exception." With that, she swiftly rose and leaped down from the rooftop. Witnessing this, a broader smile spread across Zhao Su's face. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. Zhao Su was now 21, while the youngest, Zhu Zhuqing, had reached the age of 18. Under the guidance of their master's theoretical training and Zhao Su's practical assistance, the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters had grown immensely. Each member had surpassed the 50-level mark in soul power. The evil-eye white tiger, Dai Mu Bai, at the age of 20, boasted a soul power level of 57. The sausage uncle, Oscar, at 19, possessed a level of 54. The thousand-handed Shura, Tang San, at 18, also held a level of 54. The evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun, at 19, reached 53. The soft-boned rabbit, Xiao Wu, at 18, matched 53. The 8-treasure glazed tile, Ning Rongrong, at 18, similarly attained 53. The yin-yang spirit cat, Zhu Zhuqing, at 18, had a level of 53 as well. In contrast, Zhao Su had deliberately suppressed his own growth, maintaining a soul power level still in the 50s. Zhao Su's actions can be described as a seamless integration into the illustrious Shrek 7 monsters. The students of Shrek Academy, who should have graduated long ago, possessed the potential to become instructors at any prestigious Soul Master Academy without difficulty. Yet, it is evident that such prospects do not align with their desires. Within the dining hall, Zhao Su and his companions were enjoying their meal. Although Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor appeared perpetually aloof, her gaze towards Zhao Su revealed an unmistakable tenderness. Following the resolution of her relationship with Dai Mu Bai 5 years prior, Dai Mu Bai ceased to invest time in Zhu Zhuqing, reverting to his former hedonistic lifestyle. Surrounded by an unending stream of alluring twin sisters and innocent beauties, the passage of these 5 years has only enhanced Zhu Zhuqing's already striking figure, rendering her a vision that could cause one's nose to bleed. Her captivating physique, paired with her usual indifference, took on an added allure when she looked at Zhao Su, stirring an undeniable restlessness within him. In addition to Zhu Zhuqing, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong have blossomed into ever more exquisite versions of themselves. Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were already deeply enamored, found themselves entwined, while Oscar intensified his pursuit of Ning Rongrong, only to face repeated rejections. "Zhao, my dear brother." A voice interrupted. "The head of the Soto City Great Soul Arena has just come to speak with us. He wishes for our Shrek team to participate in a team battle. The Master and the Dean have sent me to inquire about your opinions." "A team battle? Who are our opponents?" "They are known as the Royal Fighting Team, having triumphed effortlessly over more than a dozen teams in the past month." "The Royal Fighting Team?" "Indeed. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing the name of the Imperial Duel, Zhao Su realized that the opportunity to unite the Golden Triangle was finally at hand. Nonetheless, he still posed a question to Dai Mubai and the others. "Let us heed the leader's directives." Ma Hongjun was the first to voice his agreement. Over the past 5 years, Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix had thoroughly expelled its extraneous impurities, transforming into a pure blood phoenix endowed with the true blood of an ancient phoenix. It can be said that he was utterly devoted to Zhao Su, making him one of the most trusted individuals among the Shrek 7 monsters, second only to Zhu Zhuqing. At this juncture, Zhao Su had also emerged as the core of the Shrek team, stepping into the role previously held by Dai Mubai. "We are a unified team. We shall follow your arrangements." Tang San and Dai Mubai echoed in agreement. "Then let us accept their challenge. It is fortuitous that our Shrek team has been without rivals, and a worthy opponent has finally appeared for us to hone our skills." "Very well. In that case, I shall go inform Master and Flender." Zhao Wuji nodded upon hearing the words of the crowd, then rose and departed from the dining hall. Chapter 34. Journey to the Heavendo Royal Academy. Within a VIP lounge at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, Master and Flander entered, handing over detailed information regarding their opponents to Zhao Su and his companions. As Zhao Su and the Shrek team advanced in ranks within the arena, it could be said that the Soto City Grand Soul Arena had specially reserved a VIP room for them. During competitions, this would serve as their waiting area, and during off competitions, they could comfortably observe the matches from the lounge. Although the opposing team was weaker, one must not underestimate them. "I believe it would be prudent for Zhao Su to take the stage," Master remarked, directing his gaze towards Zhao Su. "They are merely in their 40s in level. Do we really need the captain to participate?" Ma Hongjun questioned, glancing at the opponent's member profiles with a hint of skepticism. Despite their soul power levels being in the 40s, their team composition is formidable. Particularly, their martial spirits are among the finest on the continent. Master continued, extracting 2 sheets from the detailed information on their opponents. "The captain, Yu Tianheng, possesses the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial spirit, renowned as the most powerful beast martial spirit, warranting special caution. Most notably, their support-type soul master, Yi Lingling, wields the 9-heart begonia, a truly exceptional spirit. Is it truly more formidable than the 7 treasures glazed tile? Although its reputation may not rival that of the 7 treasures glazed tile, its uniqueness and singular support soul skill surpass it. Ning Rongrong, as a direct descendant of the 7 treasures glazed sect, naturally possesses greater insight into other support-type martial spirits. The 9-heart begonia exhibits distinct characteristics in both its inheritance method and soul skills. Notably, it possesses a singular ability, comprehensive recovery. As long as her soul power remains intact, every member of her team effectively benefits from a healer augmenting their vitality. No worries, I have faith in their abilities." Zhao Su finally spoke, having remained silent until now. "If you, as Soul Kings at level 50, cannot prevail against a team of Soul Zone at level 40, perhaps it would be wiser to disband sooner rather than later." At this moment, Zhao Su wished to remain concealed, reluctant to intervene. He was also cautious of disrupting the original storyline. His objective was to expedite Shrek Academy's departure from Soto City and head towards Heavendo City. On one hand, he sought to facilitate the reunion of the Golden Iron Triangle and clarify the matters concerning the Golden Sacred Dragon. On the other hand, only upon reaching Heavendo City could he seize greater opportunities to approach the Bon Douluo Gu Rong of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, he felt the urgency to accelerate their progress. Remaining in the confines of the small Soto City was not a viable option. In Heavendo City, he would be able to engage with various factions. "Since you have suggested this course of action, let us proceed as you have advised." The master ceased to argue with Zhao Su, conceding to his perspective. For some reason, the master appeared burdened with concerns that day. Soon, as both battle teams entered the arena, the combat commenced. Due to the suppression of soul power levels, the outcome of the battle was devoid of suspense. The Shrek 7 Monsters team emerged victorious. After the fight, Qin Ming, the leader of the Royal Fighting Team, approached the resting quarters of the Shrek team and, upon entering, knelt before Flender and Zhao Wujie. Xiaoming, what are you doing here? Zhao Wuji hurriedly stepped forward to assist Qin Ming in rising. Upon seeing Qin Ming, Flander also expressed great excitement, and the three of them began to reminisce. Just as Zhao Su had anticipated, the following day Flander summoned all the students and teachers, preparing to relocate everyone from the academy to the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire in Tiando City. After deliberation, there was a unanimous decision to proceed to the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire. Among them, Zhao Su could be said to be the most elated. Once a consensus was reached, everyone returned to their rooms to pack their belongings, with plans to depart in 3 days. That night, Zhao Su sat atop the roof, gazing up at the half-moon in the sky, pondering what actions to take next. Just then, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing sprinting in with an unusual expression before retreating to her room. Observing this, Zhao Su promptly leaped down from the roof and made his way toward Zhu Zhuqing's chamber. Zhuqing. Zhao Su gently knocked on the door and softly called out into the room. Although standing outside, he could distinctly hear the sound of Zhu Zhuqing weeping within. After nearly a minute, Zhu Zhuqing opened the door, her eyes slightly swollen. Upon seeing Zhao Su, she felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and immediately threw herself into his embrace. What's wrong? Has someone been bullying you? Zhao Su gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who was weeping in his embrace, and a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. Brother Su, if one day you discover that I have deceived you or committed an unpardonable act, would you forgive me? After several minutes of tears, Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath, composed herself, and earnestly asked Zhao Su, I am aware that you hail from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, and I also know that Dai Mubai is a prince of that empire. You know? Indeed. From the very first moment we met, you were already aware, weren't you? Yes. Zhao Su no longer concealed the truth, responding with remarkable candor. So, your kindness towards me, your proximity, is also driven by ulterior motives? With Zhao Su's confession, Zhu Zhuqing's heart plunged further into despair. She had been manipulated since childhood. Upon encountering Zhao Su, she had hoped to alter the course of her life, only to discover that Zhao Su had been deceiving her all along. Your interpretation is not incorrect, yet my affection for you is genuine. I detest you. Zhu Zhuqing fixed Zhao Su with a cold, unyielding gaze, snorted disdainfully, and swiftly shut the door. Standing at the threshold, Zhao Su took a deep breath before turning to leave. Zhao Su's actions were not without purpose. He aimed to return Zhu Zhuqing to the Star Luo Empire. Initially, his pursuit of her was merely a strategy to create discord between Dai Mubai and the Shrek 7 monsters, ensuring a persistent rift among them. However, as events unfolded, he was taken aback by Dai Mubai's unexpected decision to abandon his pursuit of Zhu Zhuqing, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Thus, Zhao Su felt compelled to realign matters to their intended course. Although he harbored feelings for Zhu Zhuqing, he could not forsake his own path home for her sake, nor the entirety of the forest. 3 days later, the group from Shrek Academy set forth on their journey to the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Ever since Zhao Su's candid confession to Zhu Zhuqing, her demeanor had grown increasingly aloof, and she seemed to intentionally avoid him. Have you two had a quarrel? Ning Rongrong inquired softly, drawing closer to Zhao Su as they walked behind Zhu Zhuqing. No, not at all. Zhuqing's attitude has undergone a dramatic transformation in the past few days. Surely you can see that. Zhao Su replied. But putting that aside, you have yet to fulfill your promise to me. Zhao Su cast a sidelong glance at Ning Rongrong, shifting the topic of conversation, his expression laden with significance. Rest assured, I shall fulfill the promise I made to you, Ning Rongrong declared with unwavering determination. Chapter 35, If you favor poison. Then I shall acquiesce to your desire. 10 days later, Zhao Su and his companions arrived at the prestigious Tiando Royal Academy. They stood before the vast expanse of the academy, surrounded by its picturesque environment, and could not help but express their admiration. Truly, it was worthy of its royal status. Such grandeur and scale were beyond the comparison of ordinary institutions. Upon entering the academy, a minor incident unfolded. An ill-mannered student, lacking discernment, directed disrespectful remarks at their group, only to be swiftly reprimanded by Dai Mubai. Zhao Su recognized that the individual before him was none other than the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire. It was precisely due to his presence that the faculty and students of Shrek Academy had refrained from lingering at the Tiando Royal Academy. However, this serendipitously aligned with Zhao Su's intentions. Had the Shrek group remained, their journey to Lamba Academy would have been thwarted, preventing the reunion of Master Flanders and Lu Erlong. The illustrious Golden Triangle. Following this minor episode, Qin Ming had already arranged accommodations for them, a secluded courtyard that far surpassed the original Shrek Academy in magnificence. The next morning, Qin Ming escorted them to meet the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy. Unexpectedly, there was an unforeseen complication. The protagonist of the previous day's incident, Shuebong, had summoned his uncle, Prince Xuexing, who in turn had invited the poisoned Douluo, Douluo. They immediately imposed a daunting presence upon Shrek Academy. Nevertheless, even amidst the formidable pressure exerted by Douluo, Tang San, endowed with the fate of a protagonist, managed to navigate through his meridians. Such fortuitous encounters and protagonist's destiny evoked a wave of envy in Zhao Su. In the original narrative, even with the assistance of the 3 committee members, Shrek Academy found itself utterly suppressed by Douluo, deprived of any chance for resistance. Yet, this time the circumstances were markedly different. For Zhao Su stood by the side of Shrek Academy. After all, what was a mere little viper doing, flaunting its authority? Zhao Su stood among the students of Shrek Academy, not to mention the formidable Douluo. Even the 3 committee members who had just expressed their admiration for Shrek had failed to notice him. At that moment, a seemingly casual remark from Zhao Su captured the attention of everyone present. The expressions of the Dream God Machine trio changed, their displeasure evident as they cast reproachful glances at Zhao Su, their eyes reflecting a sense of disdain for his perceived audacity. They were not facing an avalanche, rather, they were up against a tidal Douluo. Originally, the trio had been engaged in a delicate negotiation with Prince Xuexing, attempting to secure the retention of the Shrek students. Zhao Su's audacious remark rendered their efforts utterly futile. However, in contrast to the reproaches from the 3 members of the Dream Machine Committee, as well as the derision from Prince Xuexing and Douluo, the members of Shrek stepped back, donning expressions of mere spectatorship. "Are you addressing me, young one?" Douluo scrutinized Zhao Su, noting his youth, barely in his 20s, and dismissed him with a wave of his hand, advancing with the intent to teach Zhao Su a lesson. "Elder Douluo, why stoop to engage with a mere child?" Although Dream Machine felt a twinge of displeasure at Zhao Su's arrogance, he took a step forward to intervene. Fully aware of Douluo's malevolent and ruthless nature, in their hearts, they believed that should Douluo unleash his wrath, Zhao Su would be doomed without a doubt. "Of course, I am speaking to you. Here, aside from you, who else could be a mere serpent? Or perhaps your age has dulled your hearing." Zhao Su, with his arms crossed and a hint of a smile gracing his lips, casually addressed Douluo. "Humph, foolish child, today I shall enlighten you. One must not speak carelessly." As he spoke, Douluo struck without mercy, unleashing a drop of lethal poison. Sighing, Mengshenji and his companions shook their heads, deciding not to intervene, thinking it prudent for Zhao Su to learn a lesson. Is this mere trickery? A dignified title Douluo, reduced to wielding only poison? Zhao Su stood there, utterly motionless, allowing the venom of Douluo to seep into his body. Impossible. Douluo, initially wearing a smug grin upon witnessing his poison enter Zhao Su, soon found his expression shifting dramatically. To his astonishment, the venom had no effect whatsoever on Zhao Su. "Since you delight in using poison, I shall employ it against you in kind." At that moment, Zhao Su sprang into action with remarkable swiftness. Even the trio of Dream Machine, who had already attained the Soul Douluo level, could hardly discern his movement. Suddenly, Zhao Su materialized beside Douluo, seizing him by the throat. In his other hand, a small porcelain vial appeared, from which a few drops of a foul-smelling liquid dripped, poured into Douluo's mouth. The instant Zhao Su gripped Douluo's neck, the latter felt his entire soul power sealed off, rendering him utterly incapable of utilizing it. He soon realized that his entire body was immobilized, leaving him powerless to resist. "Are you not a venomous serpent? I find your poison lacking. Let me administer you a dose of snake venom." After Zhao Su forcibly administered snake venom to Douluo, he casually tossed the small porcelain vial aside. Once Zhao Su released Douluo, the soul power within him swiftly returned to normal, rapidly circulating in an attempt to suppress the surging venom. He wished to utter something but found himself rendered speechless. How does it feel to play with poison? At that moment, Xuexing and Shuebong were utterly astonished by the scene that had just unfolded. Equally taken aback were the 3 committee members of the Dream Divine Machine. The disdain that had previously lingered in their eyes vanished entirely, leaving only disbelief. However, Zhao Su paid them no mind. Instead, he turned to Flander and the Master, "Dean, such an academy ultimately belongs to their royal family. Even if we remain, it is unlikely we will find our opportunity. I propose we seek other prospects." "Very well," Flander replied with a single word. "Indeed. There is no need to linger in such an academy." Zhao Wuji voiced his agreement. As the group conversed, they proceeded to exit, prompting Meng Xinji to hurriedly interject. Esteemed guests, this is merely a misunderstanding. I shall provide you with an explanation. Please, do take your leave. The three committee members, observing the turn of events, felt their presence unnecessary and prepared to depart. Qin Ming, watching Frand and the others exit the room, offered a remark to Meng Xinji and then pursued them. Bringing up the rear, Zhao Su passed by the meditating Douluo, who was in the midst of detoxifying. Leaning down, Zhao Su whispered into Douluo's ear. If you wish to completely rid yourself of the toxins lingering within, you must go to Blue Wind Academy. With that, Zhao Su departed with an air of nonchalance. Zhao Su's words were undoubtedly heard by Douluo. Although the snake venom Zhao Su forced him to consume seemed to be a profound humiliation, it paradoxically alleviated the lingering afflictions he had endured for many years. In that moment, Douluo found himself perplexed by Zhao Su's true intentions behind such an act. Are you all right, Senior Douluo? Prince Xuexing cautiously approached Douluo after the departure of Flandre and his entourage, inquiring softly. Humph. If anyone dares to speak of today's events, I shall ensure they suffer a fate worse than death. Douluo, still reeling from the indignity he had just faced and feeling an unsettling mixture of confusion and relief at the waning of his long-standing afflictions, did not offer a warm reception to Prince Xuexing. As a titled Douluo, he commanded respect. And even the esteemed Xueye Emperor of the Tiando Empire would treat him with deference. Chapter 36. The selfish and hypocritical Yu Shaojiang. After the departure of the Shrek Academy group from the Tiando Royal Academy, each member's spirits were notably low. Director, what should we do next? Qin Ming inquired of Flandre and the other teachers. Alas, if all else fails, we may have to return and re-establish Shrek Academy. Flandre lamented. Even if we were to return and recreate Shrek Academy, it would be far too cumbersome. Perhaps we should seek another academy within Tiando City instead. Zhao Su promptly spoke up to guide the others. Esteemed teachers, look here, the Blue Ba Academy is recruiting instructors. As uncertainty loomed among the crowd, Ma Hongjun pointed towards a recruitment advertisement on the notice board at the city gate and exclaimed. Flandre and the others hurried forward to examine it closely. Although the remuneration was not as lavish as that offered by the Tiando Royal Academy, it was still quite comparable. Blue Ba Academy? Xiaoming, are you familiar with this institution? Flandre inquired of Qin Ming, clearly having formulated his own plan. It is a rather unique academy within Tiando City, as it admits only commoners and excludes nobles. Beyond that, I am not very well informed. Only commoners? Flandre nodded thoughtfully. Very well, that shall do. We will leverage this Blue Ba Academy to compete with the Tiando Royal Academy, which exclusively admits nobles. As the group, led by Qin Ming, proceeded towards the Blue Ba Academy, a gentle voice called out, Zhao Su. Upon hearing the call, everyone turned to the source of the voice. There stood a woman clad in a flowing black gown, her long, dark hair cascading freely. Her exquisite features adorned with a smile directed at Zhao Su. In comparison to her beauty, her figure was even more striking. The allure she possessed could rival that of Zhu Zhuqing. What set her apart was not merely her stunning physique, but also a captivating charm that Zhu Zhuqing lacked, rendering her even more enticing. Is it truly you? After so many years, what brings you to Tiando City? The woman was none other than Ing, whom Zhao Su had sent to Tiando City 5 years ago to approach Lu Erlong. Zhao Su was taken aback as Ing shed the dark cloak that had enveloped him daily, donning instead his usual attire, which proved equally alluring. We have come here to beg for alms, and yet, unexpectedly, we encounter you. With these words, Ing casually linked his arm with Zhao Su's, his gaze revealing an unabashed tenderness towards him. This fortuitous meeting was, in truth, not orchestrated by Zhao Su. It was merely serendipity. Begging? A flicker of confusion crossed Ying's eyes, yet he refrained from probing further. Since we have not seen each other in years, allow me to treat you to your first meal here. As he spoke, Ying turned to glance at Flandre and the others, continuing, Are these your companions? Shall we invite them as well? It's my treat. Who cares for your generosity? Before Flandre could utter a word, he observed the intimate exchange between Ing and Zhao Su, prompting him to speak up first. With that, he swiftly turned and dashed away. Since you two old friends have reunited, we shall not intrude. Concerned for Zhu Zhuqing's safety, Flandre signaled to Tang San and the others to follow her, then turned back to Zhao Su, adding, Zhao Su, we will be waiting for you at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Very well. Zhao Su said little, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After watching Flandre and his entourage depart, he turned to Ing beside him and remarked, You did that on purpose, didn't you? What do you mean by on purpose? Did you not instruct me to reveal my presence when I see you? Ing averted her gaze, her demeanor slightly guilty as she avoided Zhao Su's eyes. Hearing this made Zhao Su both amused and exasperated, albeit he recognized the truth in her words and shook his head in resignation. "Are you currently at the Blue Tyrant Academy?" As they strolled towards a nearby restaurant, Zhao Su inquired. "Yes, not only am I at the Blue Tyrant Academy, but I can also say that I am now the best of friends with Lu Erlong," Ying replied, a hint of pride illuminating her expression. After 5 years apart, Ying appeared to have blossomed into a much more cheerful person. It seemed she could no longer dwell solely in her own darkness. "I've heard from Lu Erlong that after the three of them fuse their martial souls, they summon a golden divine dragon." From her description, it is precisely the golden divine dragon you seek. Within a private room of the restaurant, Ying reverted to her former aloof demeanor, recounting everything she had uncovered to Zhao Su. It is not sufficient to merely hear her words. "I must witness it with my own eyes to ascertain whether it truly is the golden divine dragon," Zhao Su declared. "That may prove to be quite challenging," Ying replied, a troubled expression crossing her face. "It seems there is some discord between Lu Erlong and Master Yu Xiaojiang. Each time I inquired about it, Lu Erlong would casually deflect the question. It is not mere discord. Are you aware of their relationship? Of course, they are teammates, the golden triangle of iron." "Are they not?" "Incorrect. Lu Erlong is not only Yu Xiaojiang's wife but also his cousin, which explains why they have not seen one another for 20 years. Wife? Cousin? These terms should never coexist, as they defy ethics and societal norms. This is one of the reasons Zhao Su harbored disdain for Yu Xiaojiang. Although he only discovered that Lu Erlong was his uncle's daughter after developing feelings for her, it was Yu Xiaojiang who had fled, leaving Lu Erlong to shoulder the criticisms from both her family and society alone. Upon their eventual reunion, he continued to entangle himself with her, ultimately forming what he termed a soul bond. It was a striking display of his selfishness and hypocrisy, all while cloaked in the guise of disregarding societal judgment. "What sort of relationship is that?" Ying murmured, perplexed, as she turned to Zhao Su. "Enough of that. Have you demonstrated your title Douluo strength in front of Lu Erlong?" "I have shown her. Otherwise, how could I have become a distinguished guest elder at the Blue Tyrant Academy?" "Upon returning to Blue Tyrant Academy, let us not disclose our true relationship. We can claim we met during our trials. Could we not concoct some other excuse?" Ying stood up from across Zhao Su and moved to sit beside him, continuing, "For instance, what if we say something happened between us? Say whatever you wish, but do not exaggerate too much." Zhao Su rose to his feet, preparing to depart, as he needed to hasten towards the heart of the Sunset Forest. Should he arrive too late, he might miss the opportunity to witness the Golden Iron Triangle executing their fusion technique and summoning the Golden Sacred Dragon. Yet, Zhao Su found himself uncertain whether Douluo would, as in the original narrative, abduct Tang San, and whether Master, Flinder, and Lu Erlong would embark on a quest to rescue him. After all, the unfolding events had gradually strayed from the original storyline. Throughout the day, Tang San had failed to pique Douluo's interest. Moreover, Zhao Su's intervention had made Douluo aware that he was no match for Zhao Su, leaving the question of whether he would dare to approach the Blue Tyrant Academy shrouded in ambiguity. Reflecting on this, Zhao Su felt a tinge of regret for having acted impulsively that day. However, upon reaching the Sunset Forest, he beheld a radiant golden light soaring into the heavens not far away. Chapter 37, Tang San's Forbearance. Upon encountering the radiant golden light, Zhao Su's lips curled into a faint smile, acknowledging that he had arrived at the right place. He then shed all reservations and revealed his external soul bone, a pair of wings resembling those of a butterfly, which materialized upon his back. With remarkable swiftness, he surged towards the direction of the golden luminescence. Ding! Detection of the golden sacred dragon complete. The connection with Yu Xiaojiang has been established, and the mission is accomplished. Rewards: 100,000 years soul ring, 20,000 energy points, and the dual cultivation technique, primal freedom technique. Ding! This golden sacred dragon is a pseudo-golden sacred dragon and cannot be hunted. 3 notifications appeared before Zhao Su. Although he was quite intrigued by the dual cultivation technique, primal freedom technique, he recognized that this was not the moment for such inquiries. System: what does pseudo-golden sacred dragon mean? As Zhao Su hurried towards the radiant golden light, he inquired of the system. Their trio's soul power was currently insufficient to withstand the full manifestation of the golden sacred dragon. They needed to enhance their cultivation to summon the complete entity. How then? Shall we hunt the golden sacred dragon? I shall devise a method when the time comes. For now, your task is to elevate the soul power levels of Lu Erlong and Flinder to that of a title Douluo. What of Yu Xiaojiang? He merely needs to reach the Soul King level to endure the arrival of the Golden Sacred Dragon. Understood. At that moment, Zhao Su arrived at the site where the Golden Iron Triangle confronted Douluo. Enough of his quarrel. Our demise is not imminent, for our ally has arrived. Flinder sensed Zhao Su's aura and intervened to prevent the Master and Lu Erlong from allowing Douluo to eliminate them. Lu Erlong, though initially stronger than Flinder, had succumbed to confusion. Thus Flinder was the first to detect Zhao Su's approaching presence. It was evident that Douluo sensed it as well, and he promptly braced himself for defense. Have today's lessons proven insufficient for you? At that moment, Zhao Su seemed to materialize from thin air, standing before Flinder and the others in a flowing white robe, accentuating his stature with an air of nobility. He gazed at the fully alert Douluo. I have acted disrespectfully. I implore you, esteemed elder, do not hold it against me. Please, save me. Suddenly, Douluo strode forward and knelt before Zhao Su. Upon seeing Zhao Su, a flicker of hesitation crossed Douluo's eyes, yet he ultimately relinquished his pride. If Zhao Su could assist in expelling the lingering afflictions caused by accumulated toxins within him, not only would he progress, but he could also alleviate the suffering of his granddaughter, Douluo Yin, leading to immeasurable future accomplishments. Such an outcome was sufficient for him to forsake his dignity. Witnessing this scene, Lu Erlong, who had never encountered Zhao Su before, was filled with confusion as she glanced at Flinder and the Master beside her. Flinder gestured for her to remain silent. If you desire my assistance, you must agree to a condition. Speak, esteemed elder, whatever I, Douluo, can do shall not be refused. Zhao Su gestured for Douluo to rise and come closer to him. Obediently, Douluo leaned in, bringing his ear near Zhao Su's lips. Though the words spoken by Zhao Su remained a mystery, Douluo's expression shifted dramatically. What? Is there a problem? Very well, I shall comply. With a resolute nod, Douluo agreed. For Zhao Su sought his assistance at a crucial moment with the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire. However, the specifics of the timing and the reason were left unspoken, causing Douluo to hesitate. Yet, Douluo was never a person of unwavering loyalty. Rather, he was driven by self-interest. Moreover, his relationship with the imperial family of the Tiando Empire was not one of master and servant, but rather a contractual engagement, which led him to readily accept Zhao Su's request without much deliberation. Very well, you may leave now. Come to the Lamba Academy tomorrow. Yes, I take my leave. Douluo replied respectfully, bowing to Zhao Su before stepping back and swiftly departing from the scene. Brother Zhao, what terms did you propose to assist him in expelling the toxins from his body? After Douluo's departure, the master inquired of Zhao Su. As an expert in theoretical aspects, the master had naturally studied the rare beast spirit, the phosphor serpent. While possessing this spirit conferred a unique advantage through its venom, it also posed a grave danger. Nearly every soul master endowed with the phosphor serpent spirit ultimately succumbed to the very poison it harbored. The master, true to his expertise, immediately identified the inherent flaw in Douluo's phosphor serpent emperor spirit. Zhao Su offered a few words of praise for the master before clarifying, there are no specific conditions. I simply wish to acquire the celestial herbs located further up the mountain. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he proceeded toward the summit. Who is he? Is he also a teacher at Shrek Academy? Lu Erlong inquired of Flinder. Indeed, and remember, try not to be too fiery, no matter what she does or says. Just go along with him, Flinder advised Lu Erlong as the three of them followed Zhao Su's lead up the mountain. He looks to be just over 20. How formidable could he possibly be? Lu Erlong mused. Do not underestimate him. Even the Haotian Douluo has suffered under his hand. Flinder replied, displaying a lively demeanor in front of Lu Erlong, revealing everything without reservation. Upon reaching the ice and fire in Yang'ai, they coincidentally witnessed Tang San emerging from the spring. Thanks to the effects of the ice and fire in Yang'ai, Tang San's physique had evidently ascended to a higher level. Teacher, Dean, what brings you here? He asked. Is it not to rescue you? The master looked at Tang San with a hint of reproach. Though it sounded like admonishment, it was, in truth, a manifestation of concern. Once he confirmed that Tang San was unharmed and had enhanced his physical strength through the spring's waters, he felt assured. At this moment, Zhao Su had collected all the celestial herbs. Tang San, though wishing to express something, ultimately refrained from speaking. In truth, he yearned for the celestial herbs growing here but recognized he could not compete with Zhao Su, so he endured in silence. A trait that had persisted since his previous life. Otherwise, he could not have remained patient in the Tang sect for 20 years, secretly mastering the Xiantian skill and creating the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Well, since Tang San isn't scathed, let us take our leave. Zhao Su naturally discerned the fleeting change in Tang San's expression, yet he paid it no heed. Upon returning to the Blue Tyrant Academy, Zhao Wujie was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Zhao Su return with Master Flinder and the others, the weight that had burdened his heart was finally lifted. Zhao, my brother, how is it that you are with the Master and the others? As Zhao Wujie spoke, Master Lu Erlong and Flinder turned their gazes towards Zhao Su. Initially, they had assumed that Zhao Su had only just learned of Tang San's abduction upon arriving at the Blue Tyrant Academy, which prompted his rescue efforts. However, it was now clearly not the case. Chapter 38, the terrifying enhancement of the Holy Angel set Soul Bone observing the expressions of those around him. Zhao Wujie realized he had spoken out of turn and quickly shifted his attention to Tang San, asking, Tang San, are you all right? I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Zhao. That is a relief. It is getting late. You should all return and rest. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Wujie turned and led the way into the academy. Flander and the others must have harbored suspicions. I believe we must exercise greater caution from now on. Once the night enveloped the academy and everyone had retired to their slumber, Zhao Wujie made his way to Zhao Su's chamber. Do not fret. What do their knowledge and suspicions matter? My intentions are not directed towards them, but can we truly ascertain that summoning the golden sacred dragon, conjured by Flander and his companions, poses no threat to them? Zhao Wujie gazed earnestly at Zhao Su and inquired. Flander and Zhao Wujie could be regarded as close friends. It was Flander who sheltered him when he was pursued by Titan, the leader of the Leaf family. Otherwise, he might have perished in those dire times. Although he agreed to assist Zhao Su, he harbored concerns about Flander being harmed as a consequence. Rest assured, at most, it would mean an inability to employ the Trinity fusion technique. However, I shall aid him in advancing to the rank of title de law, which can be considered a form of recompense. But what if they oppose the Spirit Hall? You must understand that in this world, rife with peril, one is either a friend or a foe. Zhao Su's words are evidently clear. This is a matter of two distinct realms. He has taken the golden sacred dragon, summoned through their fusion, to assist him in ascending to the rank of title Douluo as compensation. However, should one oppose him, they would no longer be friends but adversaries. Very well, I comprehend. Brother Zhao, at times, a ruthless disposition is essential. You may regard them as friends, yet they may not reciprocate such sentiments. Indeed, Zhao Wujie, without uttering a word, rose and opened the door, returning to his chamber. The master had just received intelligence that Qian Rinqiwei was presently in Heavendo City, disguised as Shui Qinghe, the prince of the Heavendo Empire. After Zhao Wujie's departure, as the candlelight flickered, a shadow emerged and addressed Zhao Su. Shui Qinghe? Indeed. According to our informants concealed within the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe is highly likely to make a move against Shui Yi in the near future. I see, Zhao Su pondered for a moment. What recent developments have occurred with Bibi Dong? The shadow replied, according to our informants, Bibi Dong has been in the city of Slaughter for the past 2 years and has yet to return. As the shadow spoke, it gradually took on a corporeal form, donning a black robe once more, and continued, it appears that Qian Daolu has also been making moves, likely targeting you, Master. Oh, targeting me? It is highly probable that Qian Daolu has already uncovered your identity hidden within Shrek Academy. The second offering, Qing Wan, departed from the Spirit Hall a month ago, and we have yet to ascertain his whereabouts, so caution is advised, Master. However, a mere bird poses little threat. We need only keep an eye on Qian Daolu. Understood, the shadow affirmed. It nodded, its form gradually becoming ethereal until it transformed into a shadow and vanished completely. After the shadow's departure, Zhao Su summoned the system interface and examined the rewards he had acquired that day, particularly the dual cultivation technique, the primordial freedom technique. However, upon reviewing the description of the primordial freedom technique, he felt a twinge of disappointment. The so-called dual cultivation technique was not what Zhao Su had envisioned as the union between man and woman. Rather, it was divided into 2 chapters, the 9 Nether Demonic Method and the 9 Heavens Yang Method. The term dual cultivation actually referred to the complementary practices of yin and yang. Yet, Zhao Su's interpretation of dual cultivation was not entirely erroneous. When an individual practices both the 9 Nether Demonic Method and the 9 Heavens Yang Method, they can indeed achieve a harmonious balance of yin and yang, enhancing their own capabilities. However, if a man and a woman separately cultivate the 9 Heavens Yang Method and the 9 Nether Demonic Method, the results would be even more profound. The male embodies yang, while the female represents yin, truly epitomizing the fundamental principles of yin and yang. thus achieving the most perfect form of dual cultivation in accordance with the natural order of the universe. Unfortunately, Zhao Su currently lacked a partner to engage in this ideal form of dual cultivation and could only practice alone for the time being. Striving to fully comprehend the two facets of the primordial freedom technique, Zhao Su placed the coveted 10,000-year soul ring upon the 12-winged holy angel. At that moment, Zhao Su's rank ascended to the illustrious level of 61st Soul Emperor, granting him the 6th soul skill of the 12-winged holy angel. His detailed attributes are as follows. Host, Zhao Su. Martial soul, 12-winged holy angel, Emperor's 7 killing sword. Soul skills, 12-winged holy angel, first soul skill, heavenly phenomenon. Second soul skill, annihilating palm. Third soul skill, ninefold sword technique. Fourth soul skill, true form of the holy angel. Fifth soul skill, indomitable body. Sixth soul skill, spear of death. Emperor's 7 killing sword. First soul skill, supreme sword intent. Second soul skill, sword name, destruction. Third soul skill, sword name, slaughter. Fourth soul skill, sword name, a sword across time. Fifth soul skill, true form of the Emperor's 7 killing sword. Sixth soul skill, sword name, 36 celestial polarities. Devouring sky dragon cat, martial soul fusion skill, traversing the 7 absolutes. Level, 61st battle soul master, offensive system. Mental power, 28,200 points, spiritual domain realm. Energy value, 136,800 points. Fortune value, 43 points. Guardian dragon, remnants of the 9-winged Long One. Zhao Su gazed at the astonishing energy value of 136,800 points. Contemplating his next move before accessing the system's marketplace, he expended 100,000 energy points to acquire the right arm bone from the Holy Angel Soul Bone set, which comprised 6 pieces. As Zhao Su clasped the right arm soul bone, radiating a mesmerizing blend of black and gold luminescence, he could distinctly sense a formidable surge of soul power emanating from it. Since his arrival in the Douluo continent, he had yet to encounter such an overwhelming aura of soul energy on anyone else. Even the renowned Douluo, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, who had attained the pinnacle of 99 levels as a peerless Douluo, could not compare to this extraordinary power. It is worth noting that this was merely a single soul bone. Zhao Su was not only filled with anticipation to witness the complete 6-piece Holy Angel set, but also to comprehend its immense power. In an instant, when the right arm soul bone of the Holy Angel set fused with Zhao Su's right arm, a deafening explosion reverberated in his mind, accompanied by an excruciating pain. The intensity of the agony compelled Zhao Su to cry out. At the moment of cerebral detonation, his mental prowess surged uncontrollably, ultimately manifesting as a tangible golden liquid. Subsequently, a profound connection was established between his mind and body, allowing the golden liquid to flow within, coursing through his veins and culminating in his right arm. An overwhelming sensation of ecstasy enveloped him. Zhao Su unconsciously murmured softly, transitioning from the excruciating pain he had just experienced to an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping his entire body. It could be said that he had ascended directly from hell to heaven. This sensation, in its exquisite nature, surpassed even the notion of directly entering paradise. Providing a profound sense of bliss, Zhao Su was completely immersed in the overwhelming sensation, unaware that the rapid surge of formidable spiritual power had been felt by the entire faculty of Shrek Academy. Particularly, the most powerful among them, Lu Erlong, experienced an accelerated heartbeat in response to this terrifying force. Chapter 39. The Doubts of the Shrek Collective. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Lu Erlong's chamber was rapped upon, followed by the voice of Flander. Erlong, are you asleep? Creak. The door was soon opened from within by Lu Erlong, allowing Flander and the master to step into her quarters. Did you also sense that immense spiritual power just now? Indeed. It is unfathomable to consider what kind of individual possesses such formidable spiritual energy. Flander's countenance was grim, yet despite his words, he had already formed a conclusion in his heart. Within Shrek Academy, apart from the enigmatic Zhao Su, there was no one else who could possibly evoke such a sensation. Who exactly is Zhao Su? I do not know. Over the past 5 years, I have employed numerous methods to investigate, yet have uncovered no leads. It is as if he appeared out of nowhere. What could his intentions be? Who can say? Perhaps he is affiliated with the Spirit Hall. With a sigh, Flander reflected on how Zhao Su had concealed himself so well over the past 5 years, revealing no vulnerabilities. However, Zhao Wujie had frequently uttered perplexing remarks to Flander, often mentioning the Spirit Hall, which stirred Flander's desire to uncover Zhao Su's true identity, yet he had found nothing. Upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Hall, Lu Erlong's expression shifted as she glanced at the master, who sat there impassively. Is it for Xiaogang? For me? I am but a useless individual. What worth is there in such extensive efforts for my sake? The master, hearing this, could not help but smile wryly. If it were not for Xiaogang, who else in Shrek Academy could prompt the Spirit Hall to dispatch such a person? These are merely our conjectures. We must wait. He will eventually reveal his true intentions. Alas, I fear that when he does expose himself, it may coincide with our demise. One day at a time, even if we discern his intent to kill us. Who among us could possibly stand in his way? The master remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to life and death. After speaking, he rose to depart from Lu Erlong's room. Lu Erlong and Flander exchanged glances and shared a resigned smile. Though the master's words were harsh, they rang true. Enough of these thoughts, it is time to rest well. Flander followed the master out. At that moment, Zhao Su had completely integrated the soul bone of his right arm. He could distinctly feel the powerful soul energy coursing through it. Simultaneously, he discovered a golden pool resembling a warm spring within his mind. Golden liquid flowed within it. And at the bottom of the pool was a small aperture. The golden liquid seeped out, entering his body, circulating through every part before returning to the golden pool. It could be said that this golden liquid was incessantly transforming Zhao Su's physique. Is this the true power of the holy angel set? Zhao Su withdrew her consciousness, murmuring softly to herself. The following morning, Lu Erlong convened a meeting for all faculty and students of the Blue Tyrant Academy, announcing its renaming to Shrek Academy. She appointed Flander as the new dean, with herself and Zhao Wujing as vice deans. Initially, Lu Erlong intended to appoint the master as a vice dean as well, but he graciously declined, preferring to remain a teacher. The Shrek 7 monsters were assigned to different classes according to their respective martial spirits. In truth, given their current levels, they could have graduated long ago. However, they decided to wait until the conclusion of the high-level Elite Soul Master competition before officially graduating. This would serve as their final contribution to the newly established Shrek Academy. Yet, from the onset of the meeting, Zhao Su was conspicuously absent. After the meeting concluded, Lu Erlong introduced Ing, the former high-ranking guest elder of Blue Tyrant Academy, to the master and Flander. Is it you? Upon seeing Ing, Flander furrowed his brow, somewhat taken aback. You are a titled Douluo? Titled Douluos are exceedingly rare across the continent, and each one is certainly not an insignificant figure. Greetings, Dean Flander. My name is Zhang Ing, a level 95 agile attack titled Douluo. Flander remarked, such modesty from a senior, in my experience. No titled Douluo could be as understated as you. His words bore an underlying respect, acknowledging that the individual before him was indeed a titled Douluo. And a superlative one at that. Do you two know each other? Lu Erlong inquired, surprised to find that Flander and Zhang Ing were acquainted. Lu Erlong had met Zhang Ing 5 years prior when she had reached level 70 and ventured into the Sunset Forest to seek a suitable soul ring. During that expedition, she was ambushed and gravely injured, but Zhang Ing intervened to rescue her. Since then, Zhang Ing had become a high-ranking guest elder of Blue Tyrant Academy and had forged a close friendship with Lu Erlong. I had the fortune of meeting her yesterday, but I did not expect that Senior Douluo would also be a teacher at our Blue Tyrant Academy. Lu Erlong expressed. What? Zhao Su did not mention this to you? It is true, there was an incident yesterday. By the time I returned, it was quite late, and I have yet to see Teacher Zhao today. Oh, I see. Very well then, you two converse. I shall seek out Zhao Su. With that, Zhang Ing stepped forward and, upon her next appearance, had already reached the corridor outside the meeting room. Flander exchanged a glance with the master and followed suit. Meanwhile, within Zhao Su's quarters, she was engaged in distributing celestial herbs to the Shrek 7 monsters. This particular herb is called the Heartbreak Red, specifically prepared for you. Zhao Su presented an ostensibly ordinary white flower to Zhu Shiqing, adorned with a hint of dazzling red that lent an air of enchantment to the otherwise simple blossom. This white flower exuded a refreshing and delicate fragrance, remarkably pleasant to the senses. Subsequently, Zhao Su regaled them with the legend surrounding the flower known as Xiangxi Duan Chang Hong. I don't want it. Zhu Shiqing turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze, her voice cold as she uttered those 3 words. If you don't want it, then it's better suited for me. At that moment, a somewhat hoarse voice of a woman echoed from outside, followed by the appearance of Zhang Ing in a flowing black gown that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure as she gracefully linked her arm with Zhao Su's. Soon after, Master Flander and Lu Erlong entered the room. Observing the closeness between Zhao Su and Zhang Ing, Zhu Shiqing's expression grew even colder. Yu Qing, this is not the time for sulking. Zhao Laoda has given you the finest, Ning Rongrong spoke to Zhu Qing, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. Look at the woman beside Zhao Su. Her figure rivals yours, and her looks are not lacking either. If you don't seize this opportunity, Zhao Laoda might be taken from you. Do you truly wish to part ways with him? Really don't want it? Zhao Su once again inquired of Zhu Qing before turning to Zhang Ying, stating, Then I shall give it to you. I want it. Zhu Qing quickly interjected as she watched Zhao Su extend the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong towards Zhang Ying. Chapter 40. Master breaks through the level 30 limitation without a moment's hesitation. After Zhu Qing's declaration, she spat a mouthful of fresh blood onto the flower. Instantly, the white blossom, now tainted with Zhu Qing's blood, appeared even more exquisite. The flower's white petals possessed an air of elegant tranquility, while the splash of red infused a touch of fervor into its delicate beauty. As Zhu Qing's blood graced the flower, it trembled violently, ceasing its oscillation momentarily, yet ultimately succumbed to the ground. With the flower's descent, Zhu Qing's gaze towards Zhao Su transformed once more. She reached out to catch the fallen blossom and brought it gently to her nose, inhaling its fragrance. As she cradled the white flower with its hint of red, its brilliance intensified. Consume it. It will greatly benefit your cultivation. I'll eat it later, Zhu Qing casually remarked, her eyes fixed on the flower. Very well then. Zhao Su did not impose his will on Zhu Qing. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong and presented her with another type of celestial herb. I promised you that I would assist in the evolution of the 8 treasure glazed tower. Consume this exquisite Kira tulip, and if all goes as anticipated, it shall evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tower. Really? Ning Rongrong's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the Kira tulip in Zhao Su's hand. Once you ingest it, the truth will unfold. Engage deeply with the experience of its evolution. It will be beneficial for you. Thank you, Brother Su. Ning Rongrong unexpectedly stepped forward and planted a kiss on Zhao Su's cheek, simultaneously taking the Kira tulip from him. Oh dear. Zhao Su was momentarily taken aback by Ning Rongrong's sudden gesture, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. However, he soon dismissed it and turned his attention back to the master. As I have stated, even if I cannot facilitate the evolution of your 3 canon, I shall ensure that you surpass the threshold of level 30. This pearl-like celestial herb may indeed fulfill my promise. Zhao Su presented another celestial herb to the master. Will this truly enable me to transcend the 30th level? Upon hearing this, the master's excitement was palpable. He had long been unable to surpass this threshold due to a flaw in his martial soul. However, if a means to break through the 30th level existed, perhaps he need not rectify the defect in his martial soul, and he could still ascend to greatness. This aspiration was, in fact, the original impetus behind the master's exploration of martial soul theory. Yet, after numerous failed attempts, he had shifted his focus solely to theoretical study. Nevertheless, it remains merely a conjecture. Only by consuming it can one ascertain the likelihood of success. With trembling hands, the master accepted the celestial herb, eagerly settling into a meditative position before consuming it. Beside him, Lu Erlong observed with a mixture of exhilaration and concern. Teacher Erlong, this is intended for you. Zhao Su promptly presented a mystical herb to Lu Erlong. This herb was not foraged near the Eye of Ice and Fire. Instead, Zhao Su had exchanged it in the system's marketplace using energy points. His intention was to expedite Lu Erlong's ascension in soul power, enabling her to attain the rank of title de law. I think I'll pass, Lu Erlong said, glancing at Flander, her uncertainty evident. Accept it, Erlong. This is a kind gesture from Teacher Zhao. Flander urged, for he believed that Lu Erlong's growth and strength would ultimately serve as a better safeguard for herself. Thank you. Teacher Zhao, Lu Erlong expressed her gratitude as she accepted the mystical herb. Dean Flander, this is for you. Thank you. Flander did not decline and graciously took it. At that moment, it seemed that everyone had received a mystical herb, save for Zhu Qing, who had not consumed the heartbreak red flower. The rest had already entered a state of comprehension. Are you truly not going to eat it? Consuming it will not only enhance your physique, but also significantly elevate your soul power, someone remarked. No, I wish to keep it, Zhu Qing replied resolutely, holding the white flower and shaking her head with determination. Very well, then I shall consume this mystical herb. Zhao Su once again produced a mystical herb and continued. Although this herb does not possess the formidable effects of the heartbreak flower, it is certainly better than nothing. No need, I can cultivate on my own and grow stronger. Zhu Qing did not accept the mystical herb that Zhao Su offered once more. Well, very well, then I shall let you have it. Zhao Su nodded, then turned to Zhang Ying beside her and said, I do not desire it either. If she does not want it, then I shall not want it. Zhang Ying glanced at Zhu Shiqing and, with a hint of pride, responded, "Alas, I truly cannot fathom what you are all thinking." Zhao Su shook his head helplessly and proceeded to eat, even though the celestial herb had little effect on him at this point. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. After approximately an hour, everyone gradually awakened, among whom Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong underwent the most significant transformations. Ning Rongrong's martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed tile, had officially evolved into the 9 treasures glazed tile, freeing her from the previous constraint of absorbing only 7 spirit rings. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix had completely expelled its impurities, rendering the flames purer and the phoenix's form more pronounced. "Xiao Gang, have you broken through?" At that moment, a gasp drew everyone's attention. Yu Xiaojiang appeared noticeably younger, his previously expressionless countenance now softened with the warmth of human emotion. "Indeed, I have broken through," he declared. Summoning his martial soul, the 3-headed cannon, which also exhibited significant changes. While its appearance remained largely the same, it no longer appeared dull-witted. Instead, it radiated greater intelligence, with its aura transformed remarkably. "Splendid!" Lu Erlong exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. She understood that the mutation of a martial soul and the inability to surpass the 30th level had been his greatest mental burden. "Congratulations, Master. Now that you have surpassed level 30, you are no longer constrained by the limitations of your martial soul. The ultimate level you can attain depends solely on your own efforts." "Thank you." The Master's expression, once rigid, now displayed a hint of emotion. Given that the spirit power levels of the Shrek 7 were vastly superior to those of ordinary students, they were not required to catch up on any missed lessons. Thus, they were granted a few days of leave to pursue their own endeavors. As long as they returned before the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent. On that very day, the Master, Lu Erlong, and Flinder departed from the academy to seek a suitable 3rd spirit ring for the Master. Lu Erlong and Flinder had both reached level 79. And perhaps during their quest for the Master's spirit ring, they might attain the level of an 80-level soul Douluo. Consequently, they entrusted the entire academy to Vice President Zhao Wujia and left Tiando City, confident that with Spirit Douluo Zhang Ying and Zhao Su present, there would be no issues. Upon the departure of the 3, Douluo arrived at Shrek Academy, requesting to see Zhao Su. The guards at the academy's entrance displayed utmost respect upon recognizing the title Douluo, guiding Douluo to the conference room and notifying Vice President Zhao Wujia of his arrival. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Wujia accompanied Zhao Su to the meeting room. Upon seeing Zhao Su, Douluo's previously haughty demeanor diminished, replaced by a respectful attitude. "Elder, have you devised a solution for the complete eradication of the ailment within me?" Douluo inquired, bowing his head slightly. "It is quite simple, since it is poison. We merely need to draw it out," Zhao Su replied. "Elder, I have attempted such methods before, but they proved futile." After guiding it out, new and more potent toxins emerged the following day, causing even greater suffering. What I mean by drawing it out is to direct it to an external spirit bone. This way, not only will you be spared from the daily torment of the poison, but it will also become one of your trump cards. To an external spirit bone? Douluo had indeed tried this method, but he found that while the external spirit bone fused with him, it was not a part of him, and thus could not effectively redirect the toxins produced by his martial soul. "What external spirit bone do you currently possess?" "I do not have one at the moment," Douluo admitted, his face slightly flushed. However, this was understandable. Even titled Douluos of higher rank than Douluo often lacked external spirit bones. "How many spirit bones do you have?" "Only one, the skull of a 10,000-year-old Medusa snake emperor, which I have nurtured with great care," Douluo revealed, having no reservations as he regarded Zhao Su as his last hope. The most crucial aspect was that if Zhao Su could find a way to cure his ailment, the toxins afflicting his granddaughter, Douluo Yin, would pale in comparison. Then we must gather all 6 parts of the Medusa spirit bone. "Elder, how is that even possible?" "Nothing is impossible." Zhao Su silently opened the system mall, where he discovered 6 soul bones, including the serpent tail soul bone in addition to the Medusa's skull soul bone. Within this system mall, apart from those 6 sacred angel set soul bones, the remaining soul bones held little value. Currently, Zhao Su possessed over 50,000 energy points, a sum ample for exchange. These were the additional 5 soul bones obtained from Medusa, along with the serpent tail soul bone. Feel free to fuse them at your leisure. Zhao Su casually tossed 6 soul bones onto the table beside Dong Gubo. Could it be that these are the soul bones that fell from Medusa? Upon witnessing Zhao Su's nonchalance in presenting the complete set of soul bones, including an additional external soul bone from Medusa, Dong Gubo found himself rendered speechless in sheer astonishment. During the fusion process, I shall assist you in purging the toxins within your body, guiding them into the channel of the snake-tail external soul bone, allowing you to fully integrate with all the soul bones. In stark contrast to Dong Gubo's amazement, Zhao Su sat there remarkably composed, as if these soul bones were nothing extraordinary, merely inconsequential fragments of bone. From this day forth, I, Dong Gubo, shall regard you as a mentor, and every member of the Bai Lin snake family is willing to sacrifice their lives for you. The excitement surging within Dong Gubo was beyond the capacity of words to convey. He knelt before Zhao Su, prostrating himself completely. Enough of this idle chatter. I have matters to attend to. Let us expedite the fusion. Zhao Su spoke lightly indeed. Gubo rose unsteadily, his trembling hands reaching for the soul bone that lay quietly on the table. Upon finally making contact with the soul bone, a lingering sense of unreality washed over him. However, he hesitated no longer and sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing the fusion with the soul bone. As he integrated the external soul bone, the serpent's tail, Zhao Su too took action, a formidable aura of divinity surging into Gubo's body. Simultaneously, the mental energy within Zhao Su's mind, now transformed into a tangible force, revealed its terrifying nature. At the moment, the external serpent tail fused with Gubo's martial spirit, the Phosphor Serpent King. He felt a warm current flow into the external soul bone. The toxins accumulated within him over the years began to gradually flow into the external serpent tail soul bone. Once the toxins had been completely expelled, a powerful soul force surged back from the external serpent tail into Gubo's body. The external soul bone had converted the toxins into soul power, returning it to Gubo. Consequently, the poison originally produced by the Phosphor Serpent transformed from a tormenting affliction into a beneficial elixir for his cultivation. Thank you, sir. Upon completing the fusion, Gubo sensed the change in his body's toxins and knelt once more. Very well, as long as you remember your promise to me. Of course. Gubo rose and looked at Zhao Su, wanting to say more but ultimately refraining. Your granddaughter is still young, and her toxins are not deeply rooted. You merely need to find an external soul bone for her and guide it into her soul bone. Zhao Su, speaking, once again handed a small porcelain vial to Gubo, instructing him to administer the elixir when fusing with the external soul bone, assuring him that the rest would take care of itself. Thank you, sir. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us depart. You have just completed the fusion of the soul bone. It is imperative that you acclimate thoroughly, as it will be beneficial for you. Gubo replied, yes. I shall take my leave now. He first bowed respectfully to Zhao Su and then nodded to Zhao Wujie, before gradually exiting the premises. With Gubo's assistance, the demise of the Tiando Empire seems all but inevitable. After Gubo's departure, Zhao Wujie finally spoke to Zhao Su. Despite Zhao Wujie's soul power level not having significantly increased over the years, he had nonetheless fused all 6 soul bones dropped by the Titan Great Ape. Much like Gubo, although there is a disparity in soul power levels compared to a title Douluo, in actual combat, he may very well rival Zhao Wujie. This is the peculiar nature of soul bones. The reason for not hastily elevating Zhao Wujie's soul power level is to avoid premature exposure. It is still uncertain. We are not the only ones keeping watch over the Tiando Empire. Zhao Su reflected for a moment, then continued, I should seek assistance from another individual. Who? Inquired Zhao Wujie. Someone reportedly possessing a special connection with the Snow Knight Emperor. Zhao Su refrained from revealing the identity of the individual, and upon witnessing this, Zhao Wujie chose not to press further. I reiterate my previous sentiment. I sincerely hope that when the time comes, you will spare Flander's life. As long as he does not oppose me, I shall not take his life, for his demise holds no advantage for me. I shall take my leave now. Zhao Wujie nodded slightly and turned to leave the conference room. At present, he serves as the vice dean of the newly established Shrek Academy, which boasts several hundred students, necessitating his attention to myriad matters. Chapter 42. Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After Zhao Wujie departed, Zhao Su rose and stretched lazily, preparing to take a leisurely stroll and explore a certain area. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Zhang Ying, who was approaching the conference room. It was evident that Zhang Ying was seeking him out. Are you going for a walk? I'm free. I'll accompany you. I want to join too. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind. It was Zhu Zhuqing. Without any superfluous words, she simply uttered 3 words and brushed past Zhao Su and Zhang Ying, heading towards the exit of the academy. Zhuqing, could you not walk so fast? We're out for a leisurely outing, not for exercise. On the bustling street, Zhu Zhuqing walked briskly, nearly reaching a jogging pace. Zhao Su pursued Zhu Zhuqing, calling out to her. Zhu Zhuqing halted her steps, casting a glance at Zhang Ying, who had been following Zhao Su, and then turned her gaze back to him. Do you really need to run to keep fit? Isn't your evening workout sufficient? Zhu Zhuqing's remark momentarily left Zhao Su at a loss for words. Where do I go to exercise in the evening? Zhao Su rarely exhibited any semblance of embarrassment as he approached and gently grasped Zhu Zhuqing's small hand, playfully suggesting, if you are willing, we could train together for a couple of evenings. Leave me be. Who would want to train with you? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Zhao Su a disdainful glance before hastily retreating. However, her pace soon slackened, intentionally maintaining a distance from Zhao Su. Master, Ning Fengji and Chen Xian. The group meandered through the bustling streets of Heavendo City for a while. Zhang Ying soon spotted a distinguished middle-aged man, whose attire and demeanor exuded an air of refinement, accompanied by a tall elder with meticulously combed silver hair, entering an auction house. Come, let us follow them. Zhao Su cast a glance at the departing Zhu Zhuqing, contemplated briefly, and then stealthily slipped away with Zhang Ying. When Zhu Zhuqing turned around to look for Zhao Su, she found both him and Zhang Ying had vanished without a trace. Humph, Zhao Su, you shall not have the pleasure of my attention again. Zhu Zhuqing stamped her foot in frustration, letting out a petulant huff. Meanwhile, Zhao Su and Zhang Ying had arrived at the entrance of the auction house, only to be halted at the door, as entry was forbidden without an invitation. Recalling a scene from the original story, Zhao Su retrieved the Zhuge divine crossbow he had been experimenting with from his storage jade pendant. As anticipated, the receptionist at the entrance displayed considerable curiosity upon seeing the crossbow, leading them to an evaluator. Before long, they secured their entry, and upon entering the auction hall, Zhao Su casually scanned the area, easily identifying the duo of Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo Chen Xian. Zhao Su cast a knowing glance at Zhang Ying before gracefully taking a seat beside Ning Fengji and Chen Xin. As Zhang Ying settled down, Chen Xin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, sensed the aura of a tidal Douluo and gradually opened his eyes. He first directed his gaze towards Zhang Ying and then turned to Zhao Su. However, he was unable to discern Zhao Su's soul power level. Fengji, that girl is a tidal Douluo, and she might even have reached the formidable rank of Super Douluo at level 95. Chen Xin whispered conspiratorially into Ning Fengji's ear, deliberately lowering his voice and using his soul power to envelop the area in silence. What? Ning Fengji held a deep respect for Chen Xin's perceptive abilities, which only heightened his astonishment. Zhang Ying appeared to be merely in his early 20s, yet he had already attained the exceptional status of a super tidal Douluo. However, it was Zhao Su who captured Ning Fengji's attention even more. Zhao Su, clad in pristine white attire, bore a subtle smile at the corners of his lips, his tall and slender figure exuding an extraordinary presence. Notably, there was an absence of any discernible fluctuation of soul power emanating from him. Amidst Ning Fengji's astonishment, the auction commenced. The first item presented was a cat girl, a being who had undergone a transformation during her martial soul awakening, merging with her soul in a peculiar manner. Trapped within a cage, she bore several wounds, her eyes wide with panic as she crouched in despair. How shameless to auction off a living being as if she were mere livestock. Upon witnessing the cat girl, Zhang Ying let out a cold snort, her aura uncontrollably radiating outward. Had it not been for Zhao Su's timely intervention, she might have been condemned to a lifetime of darkness. Now, witnessing the cat girl being auctioned off, reduced to a plaything for others due to her martial soul's mutation, perhaps it stirred memories of her own past. Although Zhang Ying's martial soul did not manifest the numerous feline traits that adorned the cat girl, its uniqueness, being one of shadow, had bound her since childhood, preventing her from living as an ordinary person. It was Zhao Su who aided her in evolving her shadow martial soul into a more advanced form, allowing her to transcend the limitations that had once shackled her. Before long, bids for the cat girl soared beyond 10,000 gold soul coins, with the bidders, dressed in opulent noble attire, showing little regard for the cost, solely eager to procure the cat girl for their own peculiar amusements. 20,000. Ning Fengji interjected, doubling the previous bid. The auctioneer and the earlier bidders turned their attention towards him, well aware of his identity, and thus, no further bids were made. Shall we place a bid? Ning inquired, glancing at Zhao Su in anticipation of a response. No need, he replied succinctly. Zhao Su shook his head, for he understood that Ning Fengji aimed to pursue a path distinct from the intentions of Catwoman and those aristocrats. In truth, Zhao Su held a deep admiration for Ning Fengji. Initially, Zhao Su had contemplated directly courting Ning Fengji's alliance. However, he recognized that the three great sects were invariably intertwined. Moreover, given Ning Fengji's character, he would undoubtedly not join the Spirit Hall, nor would he collaborate with them against the two great empires in the remaining sections. Hence, Zhao Su shifted his focus to Ning Rongrong. When the need arose, he would assist Ning Rongrong in becoming the new leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, which was an agreement between Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong. Young brother, may I inquire your name? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words directed at Zhang Ying, Ning Fengji found himself increasingly intrigued by Zhao Su and thus lowered his stature to greet him. I am Zhao Su. Noticing the young man's extraordinary demeanor, Ning Fengji continued to probe. Surely you hail from a prestigious lineage? In his heart, he had devised further plans. For the unique nature of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda's martial spirit necessitated formidable external protection. Without such guardianship, the status of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and even the safety of its direct descendants, could not be assured. Though Sword Douluo Qinshin and Bone Douluo Gu Rong were immensely powerful, they were not immortal. Should either of these esteemed protectors perish one day, it would spell a grave disaster for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Therefore, he aimed to facilitate a smooth transition for the next generation's leader during his lifetime. Chapter 43. With me here, I shall protect you, Lord Ning. You need not worry. I am merely a student of Shrek Academy, not from any prestigious lineage. Zhao Su directly called out the name of the esteemed Lord Ning, and even uttered the words Shrek Academy. Zhao Su was aware that Ning Rongrong had sneaked out, but her whereabouts had long been discovered by Ning Fengji, who naturally knew of the academy she belonged to, Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy? Just as Zhao Su had surmised. When Ning Fengji heard Zhao Su address him as the Sovereign Ning, he displayed no surprise. After all, his identity was not a secret, and his frequent travels meant that encountering him was not remarkable. However, when he heard Zhao Su mention the name Shrek Academy, his eyes clearly widened with astonishment. Indeed, how could a student from Shrek Academy be present in Heaven-Do City? Sovereign Ning was still unaware that our Shrek Academy had relocated to Heaven-Do City, merging with Lamba Academy, which is now known as Shrek Academy. So it was thus. Ning Fengji paused for a moment, casting a glance at his companion, Sword Douluo Qinshin. Since this young man recognized me, he must also be aware that I am Rongrong's father, correct? Certainly. Zhao Su did not deny it. Instead, he nodded and said, So Rongrong is also in Heaven-Do City. If I am not mistaken, she must have returned home early this morning. The young man continued. This place is not far from my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I wonder if you would be inclined to visit us. Upon hearing Zhao Su's earlier remark about not being from any notable family, Ning Fengji had already conceived a plan to recruit Zhao Su into the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, not to mention the formidable title Douluo by Zhao Su's side. Even he himself could not discern the level of Zhao Su's soul power, indicating that he was indeed a rare talent. In that fleeting moment, Ning Fengji even entertained the notion of inviting Zhao Su to join as a son-in-law to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, he reconsidered, acknowledging that today Rongrong had returned home, and as it had been many years since the father and daughter had seen each other, they surely had much to discuss. Thus, he resolved not to intrude upon their reunion. As Zhao Su spoke, he rose to leave but paused, recalling something. By the way, the next item up for auction belongs to me. If you have an interest, feel free to bid on it, he said before swiftly departing without any further delay. Zhang Ying promptly followed suit. Master, with such a splendid opportunity to approach the ancient banyan, why should we not seize it? Patience is paramount. We must maintain our composure and refrain from appearing overly eager. Zhao Su turned to gaze into the auction house, a meaningful expression crossing his face, and continued to address Zhang Ying, follow closely behind them. Yes, Zhang Ying responded, gradually becoming more ethereal until he ultimately vanished completely. At that moment, Zhao Su lost any desire to linger further and returned to Shrek Academy. Upon arriving at the entrance of Shrek Academy, he found it surrounded by a throng of people. Zhao Su approached to take a glance and witnessed a conflict erupting among the third generation of the Tang and Li families. It was a classic case of son confronting father and father confronting grandfather. Under the immense pressure of the Titan's formidable soul power from the Li family, Tang San was compelled to unleash his Haotian hammer martial spirit. Upon seeing the Haotian hammer, the Titan knelt before Tang San. Zhao Su shook his head upon seeing this, finding it rather tedious, and turned to walk towards the academy. How did you return alone? Where is your beautiful sister? As Zhao Su stepped into the academy, a cold voice resonated behind him. What beauty, sister? We are merely friends. noticing the unfriendly gaze of Zhu Qing fixed upon him. Zhao Su managed a faint smile and retrieved a small kit he had purchased earlier from his jade pendant. He approached Zhu Qing and presented the feline to her. "This is for you," Zhao Su whispered in her ear. "It pairs with the other little cat. One for you, and one for me." "How annoying, always with your sweet talk." Zhu Qing retorted as she snatched the small cat from Zhao Su's hands and turned away, striding into the academy. Zhao Su hurriedly caught up, grasping Zhu Qing's hand. "Yu Qing, please don't ignore me. Without you, I can neither eat nor sleep. Just look at how much weight I've lost these past few days." He huffed. "You have your beautiful sister by your side. You seem to be thriving. No one can compare to you, regardless of how many beauties surround me." At this moment, they arrived at a secluded spot, where Zhu Qing halted and turned to face Zhao Su. Suddenly, feeling wronged, she collapsed into his arms, weeping. "Enough now, please don't cry. I admit my fault." Upon witnessing Zhu Qing's tears, Zhao Su's heart twisted with concern, and he hurriedly offered gentle reassurances. "It's not your fault, it's my own issue." Wiping her tears, Zhu Qing looked at Zhao Su and continued, "Since you are aware of my identity and that of Daimu Bai, you should also understand the unique relationship between the Zhu family and the royal family of the Xinglua Empire." "I understand, but what does that matter? I only wish to ask you, do you have feelings for me, or for Daimu Bai? What do you think?" Zhu Qing replied. "I want to hear you say it." Zhao Su gently cupped Zhu Qing's delicate face, compelling her to meet his gaze. With an air of possessiveness, he declared, "I am fond of you. However, I was born into the Zhu family, a circumstance beyond my control. As long as you harbor feelings for me, all else shall rest upon my shoulders. You need not concern yourself with the elders of the Zhu family or the celestial royal lineage. I shall forever safeguard you." Zhao Su interrupted Zhu Qing, gazing intently into her eyes, his demeanor earnest. Zhu Qing met his gaze, and the atmosphere between them grew increasingly charged with an unspoken tension. Gradually, Zhao Su leaned closer, pressing his lips against Zhu Qing's. At the moment of that initial contact, a wave of electrifying sensation coursed through Zhao Su's body, intensifying his desire. Gradually, Zhu Qing began to reciprocate, responding to Zhao Su's advances. Just as they were becoming engrossed in their shared moment, a sudden cough broke the spell, causing Zhu Qing to startle as if jolted by electricity, and she pushed Zhao Su away. Turning towards the source of the interruption, they saw Ma Hongjun standing not far off, a lewd grin plastered across his face as he observed them. Zhu Qing's cheeks flushed crimson, and with an affectionate swat at Zhao Su, she turned and fled. "I must say, Zhao, can't you be more mindful of your surroundings?" Ma Hongjun remarked as he approached, still wearing an expression of satisfaction as he recalled the scene. "Enough of your chatter, what brings you here?" Zhao Su took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation within him, and turned to the portly figure beside him. "Ning Rongrong has returned, accompanied by her father, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. He wishes to meet with you and is currently awaiting in the conference room." "Ning Fengji, what could he possibly want with me? Who can say? Perhaps he seeks your assistance in evolving the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Martial Soul," came the reply. As they conversed, they made their way towards the conference room. At this moment, Zhao Su composed himself, his earlier excitement giving way to a serious demeanor. Chapter 44, The Unparalleled Elegance of Tang Weiwa. Before long, Zhao Su and Ma Hongjun arrived at the conference room, where Ning Fengji sat with an air of composure. Beside him, the obedient Ning Rongrong took her place. Additionally, there stood an imposing figure. Although his physique appeared formidable, the muscles on his face and body seemed rather gaunt, his towering stature attributed solely to his massive skeletal frame. Zhao Su realized that this individual was indeed connected to the Bon Douluo Gurong, one of the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm. At that moment, as Zhao Su entered the conference room, the system's voice resonated within his mind, detecting the powerful aura of the Bone Dragon. It was only then that Zhao Su could ascertain the link between Gurong and the Bone Dragon, a notion he had previously only speculated upon. With this confirmation, Zhao Su's mind began to ponder how he could compel Gurong to manifest the true form of his 7th spirit skill and the 9th spirit skill, the Bone Transformation Divine Dragon. Once it was established which one was the Bone Dragon among the 9 divine dragons they sought, the task would become significantly easier. If Zhao Su were to take action himself, he could undoubtedly compel Gurong to unleash his 2 soul skills. However, this would disrupt the plans he had meticulously devised. In the realm of Douluo continent, it is quite rare for anyone to force him to exert his full strength unless they were to launch a coordinated attack. This would deviate from Zhao Su's strategy, hence he must bide his time. "Little brother, I did not expect to see you again so soon," Ning Fengji exclaimed upon spotting Zhao Su entering the conference room. He rose to his feet, wearing a casual smile, which clearly indicated his regard for Zhao Su. Gu Rong sat quietly, his eyes half closed, with a few sparse strands of hair atop his head, remaining still in his seat. Ning Zhongju, you are too courteous. Might I inquire what brings you to seek my presence? Zhao Su spoke directly to Ning Fengji, stating, since you are so forthright, I shall be candid as well. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Ning Fengji dispensed with pleasantries, expressing his curiosity about the Qilua tulip mentioned by Rongrong, which possesses the remarkable ability to evolve the 7 treasures glazed pagoda into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Do you still have any of those? He inquired. Such a celestial herb is indeed a rare find. Thus far, I possess only one, which I have already given to Rongrong. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ning Fengji's eyes. But it was fleeting, quickly replaced by composure. Where might one procure more? I am uncertain. I see. Nevertheless, I must extend my gratitude to you for assisting Rongrong in the evolution of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Rongrong is not merely my classmate. She is akin to a sister to me, so there is no need for further thanks. Subsequently, Ning Fengji placed an order with Zhao Su for a set of concealed weapons to ensure the protection of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Zhao Su was not required to assemble the item himself. Instead, he sold the complete and detailed blueprints to Ning Fengji for the sum of 5 million gold soul coins. Moreover, he promised that any craftsman from the 7 treasures glazed tile school who encountered difficulties would receive his guidance free of charge to master the assembly process. This was, in fact, part of Zhao Su's calculated plan, for he was well aware that the artisans of the 7 treasures glazed tile school would inevitably face challenges in the assembly. At that juncture, he could then visit the school, thereby fostering a closer connection with Gu Rong, while also probing Ning Fengji's intentions to see if he could be of service to himself. The following morning, Zhao Su departed from Shrek Academy. He arrived at an impressive, towering edifice situated on the most bustling street of Heavendo City. The building boasted 5 stories, and its luxurious interior was evident from its exterior. Above the grand entrance hung a sign bearing the 2 characters Yuxian. Those familiar with the original narrative would recognize that the proprietor of Yuxian was none other than Tang Hao's younger sister, Tang Weiwa, who was also Tang San's aunt. However, Zhao Su did not come to meet her. Rather, he sought the 4th prince of the Heavendo Empire, Xuebeng. From his discussions with Dugubo, Zhao Su learned that Xuebeng was not merely the frivolous prince he appeared to be. Due to the suppression from the crown prince, Xueqinghe, Xuebeng had been biding his time. Initially, when he and his uncle, Prince Xuexing, expelled the Shrek group from the Heavendo Royal Academy, it was not merely due to a conflict with Dai Mubai. That was merely a pretext. The true reason lay in the fact that the Heavendo Royal Academy was entirely under the control of Xueqinghe, with all 3 committee members being his affiliates. If Shrek Academy and its associates remained at the Heavendo Royal Academy, they would likely become adversaries. Good day, sir. May I inquire if you possess an invitation or appointment? As Zhao Su entered Yuxian, he was halted by the guard stationed at the entrance. No. I'm here to see someone. I regret to inform you, sir, that without an appointment or invitation, we cannot allow entry. I am here to see Prince Xuebing. I'm sorry, but entry is not permitted without an appointment. Initially, Zhao Su wished to maintain a low profile, as he had come discreetly to meet Xuebing without drawing attention. However, upon encountering the guard's obstinacy, his temper began to flare. I shall reiterate, I am here to see Prince Xuebing. As Zhao Su spoke, he proceeded into the interior, but after taking only a few steps, he was once again halted. With this, Zhao Su hesitated no longer. He unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual power, sending all those who obstructed him flying. However, he refrained from taking the lives of these individuals, for they were all associated with Tang Yuehua, who still held considerable value for him. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to give her face. Stop. What is the meaning of this? Are you not aware that the lady is resting? At that moment, a lean middle-aged man, resembling a steward, approached with a sharp reprimand. Lord Ao, this person has neither an invitation nor an appointment and is attempting to force his way in. Who are you? Ao's gaze shifted to Zhao Su, his eyes still laced with disdain, yet his tone remained relatively calm. I am here to seek the Avalanche Prince. As I have made quite clear, today marked an unusual restraint for Zhao Su. In the past, he would have simply overturned this so-called moon pavilion. What is happening? Before Ao could respond, another voice echoed from the staircase, accompanied by a gentle aura that enveloped Zhao Su. This soothing presence gradually quelled the anger that had begun to rise within him. Zhao Su turned his gaze toward the source of the sound and beheld a stunning woman gracefully descending the staircase. She was adorned in a silver gown, and every movement she made exuded an effortless elegance. Zhao Su recognized the individual before him as Tang Duehua. The moment he laid eyes on her, his expression brightened instantly. In both poise and beauty, she was undeniably comparable to Bai Bai Dong, albeit devoid of the latter's imposing aura. Her figure, while not remarkable, was perfectly proportioned in all the right places. Most importantly, she exuded an air of noble gentleness that was unmatched by others. Her visage appeared to belong to one merely in her mid-20s, yet the calmness she carried, forged through trials and tribulations, represented an exquisite amalgamation of youthful charm and mature grace, leaving Zhao Su somewhat entranced. "Madam, there are disturbances, and I sincerely apologize for interrupting your rest." Odell hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Tang Duehua in apology. "Odell, who dares to cause trouble?" Before Tang Duehua could respond, a cold voice sliced through the air, imbued with a palpable killing intent that enveloped Odell. Chapter 45. The avalanche of alliances. Under the weight of that formidable killing intent, Odell nearly succumbed to kneeling. But Tang Duehua once again invoked her domain, dissipating the menacing aura directed at him. "Sir, my apologies. It was my failure to organize properly." The speaker was the poisoned Douluo, Douluo. It was no surprise for Douluo to speak on behalf of Zhao Su, given the noble lineage of those present. However, his subsequent actions astonished everyone. Douluo leaped down from the third floor, landing before Zhao Su, bowing his head in deference as he addressed him with utmost respect. It is noteworthy that Douluo was a titled Douluo, a guest of the highest caliber hired at great expense by the Heavendo Empire, the only one of his rank. Even the princes of the Heavendo Empire and the Emperor of the Snowy Night treated him with utmost courtesy, refraining from any offense. Yet today, he lowered himself to apologize to a youth who appeared scarcely 20 years of age, adopting such a humble demeanor. "Very well, I shall not pursue this further." "Indeed, please, sir." Douluo gestured graciously for Zhao Su to ascend the stairs. "Master Tang, kindly ensure that your servants are properly educated. If one cannot even instruct their own servants, how can they impart etiquette to the members of the royal family?" Although Zhao Su expressed a desire to refrain from further grievances, he nonetheless offered a cautionary word to Tang Duehua as Douluo passed her by. Subsequently, he ceased speaking and hastened to catch up with Zhao Su, who was ascending the stairs. "Madam, it is prudent to remember that such impulsive actions must be avoided in the future, since he has stated he is here in search of someone. A simple notification would suffice. Indeed, it is the fault of this old servant for lacking discretion, and I shall be more mindful henceforth." Tang Duehua nodded, offering no reprimand to Aoda, but instead gazing up at Zhao Su, who had just entered the room. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Zhao Su, a profound curiosity blossomed within her heart, as if an inner voice urged her, "Approach him. He possesses the ability to alter your martial spirit." This was, in truth, the manifestation of Zhao Su's formidable mental prowess. Zhao Su no longer felt inclined to approach Tang Duehua in the gradual manner he had employed with Zhu Xing. This was partly due to the fact that, unlike Zhu Zhuqing, who was an innocent young girl, Tang Duehua had extensive experience in the aristocratic political arena. Her knowledge and life experiences surpassed those of many men, rendering the same tactics ineffective. Given this reality, Zhao Su decided to adopt a more direct approach. After integrating the soul bone from the holy angel set into his right arm, his spiritual power had undergone a remarkable enhancement, surpassing the realm of the spirit domain and reaching an astonishing 53,000 points in the divine origin realm. Furthermore, his spiritual power had attained a tangible form. Even the spiritual power of a titled Douluo who had ascended to godhood would not exceed this level. Thus, dealing with someone of Tang Duehua's caliber, who was merely at the 9th rank, would be effortless, even with her innate domain. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door of the room where Zhao Su and his companions were gathered. "Lord Zhao, I apologize for my previous rudeness," Oder said, bowing slightly. "Please do not take offense." He gestured for those accompanying him to bring in several exquisite gifts as a token of apology. "Very well, you may leave now," Douluo said, his gaze still icy. Oder inclined his body respectfully and, without uttering another word, exited the room. He had done all he could. The outcome was now beyond his control, left to fate. "Did you say that Prince Xueqinghe is an impersonator from the Spirit Hall?" After Oder's departure, the astonished Xuebing turned to Zhao Su for confirmation. Indeed, Zhao Su reclined against the back of his chair, casually yet assuredly stating, "So that is the case. No wonder the style of action exhibited by Xueqinghe has undergone such a significant transformation over the years." Xuebing, rising from his seat, knelt before Zhao Su, pleading, "Please, sir, save me." On the surface, Bing appeared to be a debauched prince. However, for many years, he had merely been masquerading, living in constant fear of Xueqing's assassination attempts. Moreover, Bing had witnessed Zhao Su's cruelty towards Douluo at the Tiando Royal Academy. At that moment, Douluo was exceedingly respectful towards Zhao Su, which instilled in him a glimmer of hope. "Rise," Zhao Su commanded. "If you wish for my assistance, you must adhere to my directives. I assure you, in due time, you shall become the next emperor of the Tiando Empire." Bing was eager to follow his guidance, ready to comply with every instruction. "The first step is to continue your faade as a frivolous prince. Do not allow Xueqing to perceive any irregularities. Bide your time." "What exactly does the time you speak of refer to?" Bing inquired. "It will come soon. The wait shall not be prolonged," Zhao Su replied, gesturing for Bing to draw closer. "Remember, until I instruct you to take action, you must remain still, regardless of what transpires. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand," Bing affirmed, nodding solemnly. "Very well, that is sufficient. I shall take my leave." "Sir, allow me to escort you." Douluo, noticing Zhao Su's intention to depart, promptly stood, only to be halted by Zhao Su's gesture. "There is no need." With that, Zhao Su exited the room. Just as he turned to descend the stairs, a voice called out to him, "Mr. Zhao, might you be interested in joining me for a moment?" The speaker was Tang Yuehua, who stood there, clearly having awaited Zhao Su's arrival. Zhao Su's lips curled into a smile as he turned to gaze at Tang Yuehua, saying, "It is indeed a privilege to be personally invited by the esteemed Moon Sovereign." As Zhao Su spoke, he ascended towards the uppermost level, a realm reserved solely for Tang Yuehua. Entry to this sanctuary was strictly prohibited, even for the esteemed chief steward, unless granted permission. Upon entering the chamber, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping him in its refreshing embrace, invigorating both mind and spirit. While this aroma was undeniably pleasant, one could wonder if the master of the Moon Pavilion might not fear that excessive indulgence could lead to sleepless nights. Zhao Su casually settled onto the sofa, a playful smile gracing his face as he gazed at Tang Yuehua. Unbeknownst to her, as she met Zhao Su's eyes, Tang Yuehua felt an inexplicable quickening of her heartbeat. A woman seasoned by the tempest of life, it was uncharacteristic for her to experience such a lapse in composure, especially towards someone merely in his 20s. Sleeping is arguably the most extravagant waste of time. I wish I could remain awake forever. As Tang Yuehua uttered these words, a flicker of complex emotions danced in her gaze, as if memories long buried resurfaced. After all, time is abundant. Why fear its squandering? As Zhao Su spoke, he extended his hand to grasp Tang Yuehua's. Startled by the sudden contact, Tang Yuehua felt an initial jolt, quickly followed by a warm current coursing through her body. Once this warmth permeated her being, it unexpectedly dispersed, flowing through her meridians and imparting an indescribable sense of comfort. Her previously pale complexion began to gradually regain a healthy glow. Although Tang Yuehua possessed the mutated Haotian hammer martial soul and the innate noble ring of her domain, it must be said that these attributes held little significance against true powerhouses. Moreover, with her soul power only at level 9, she was unable to retain an ageless appearance like other formidable soul masters. Her youthful visage came at a cost. Chapter 46. The Elite Soul Master competition commences. It can be asserted that Tang Yuehua's ageless beauty was merely superficial, a faade sustained by her noble ring domain and external influences. In reality, her physical form had long begun to deteriorate, a torment she endured daily. The warm current that Zhao Su infused into her body was none other than the Nine Nether Mysterious Method, a component of the ancient dual cultivation technique. The Taikuzazai Gong, mysterious, symbolizing the yin, perfectly corresponds to the feminine essence. The harmonious interplay of the two could significantly alter even an ordinary person's state. After approximately 5 minutes, Tang Yuehua gradually emerged from the comfort bestowed by this warm current. She could sense a slight loosening in her 9th-level soul power, which had been forever hindered by the defect in her martial soul. Simultaneously, she became acutely aware of her body becoming increasingly youthful. Her skin grew smoother and more delicate, as if she had been reborn. Truly, the esteemed master was remarkable. With such simplicity, he had remedied a persistent ailment that had eluded Tang Yuehua's efforts for years. Tang Yuehua gazed at Zhao Su, who had once again reclined on the sofa. Her tone transformed, and she began to refer to herself as Yuehua. "The esteemed master is too kind. This is but a trivial matter, hardly worthy of mention." "You are far too modest, esteemed master." Tang Yuehua stepped forward, personally bending to pour tea for Zhao Su, her eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation. Might I inquire if you could share the method that transformed my constitution? I would be willing to offer you 100,000 gold soul coins as a reward." Upon hearing this, Zhao Su's smile blossomed even more brilliantly. Indeed, all women, whether ordinary or endowed with extraordinary abilities, hold a particular concern for their appearance. There is no need for a reward. Zhao Su spoke as he retrieved an ancient tome from the jade pendant he stored at his waist. The cover of the book was crafted from an unknown animal hide, inscribed with 4 archaic characters, 9 nether mysterious arts. "As long as the Moon's sovereign can remember me, that is sufficient." Zhao Su placed the ancient text upon the table before him, uttering no further words, and quietly departed. Tang Wei stood there, casting a glance at the tome before shifting her gaze to Zhao Su's receding figure, her emotions intensifying within her heart. Born into the Haotian sect, Tang Yuehua, though her Haotian hammer martial soul had morphed into a wish ring, thus capping her soul power at level 9, carried an inherent noble aura, marking her as a daughter of destiny. Most notably, her 2 brothers, particularly Tang Hao, were exceptionally remarkable. This reality led her to believe that no one could surpass her brothers, and certainly, no man was worthy of her. However, after encountering Zhao Su today, such notions began to waver. Standing at over 1.80 meters, Zhao Su, while not exceedingly tall, possessed a strikingly upright demeanor. Not conventionally handsome, yet his perpetual smile enchanted all, rendering him irresistibly captivating. Indeed, Tang Yuehua's burgeoning sentiments stemmed not only from Zhao Su's undeniable excellence but also from the profound influence of his formidable spirit on her. Regardless, Zhao Su's presence had indelibly etched itself in her heart. "May we meet again?" Tang Yuehua mused as she sat down. Reaching for the Jiao Yuming Fa Zhao Su had left on the table, her thoughts lingering on his visage. Soon, half a year passed, and the elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies was on the cusp of commencement. Recently, the Master and his companions had returned, just as Zhao Su had anticipated. Not only securing suitable soul rings for the Master, but also witnessing Lu Erlong and Flanders break through to the 81st level, achieving the rank of Soul Douluo. Among the trio, Lu Erlong exhibited the most transformation, her figure becoming increasingly alluring, her skin as delicate as that of a young maiden, leaving Zhao Su momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, Zhao Su had no intention of provoking Lu Erlong. 3 days hence marked the day of the preliminary selection for the elite competition. He hoped they would summon their utmost strength to reach the finals. Within the training room of Shrek Academy, Flanders and several instructors were conducting a pre-battle mobilization. Besides the Shrek 7 monsters, 3 additional teams were also present, set to represent Shrek Academy in the preliminary selections. The outcome would depend on the capabilities of each team. Following the mobilization, as the other teams departed, the Master addressed the Shrek 7 monsters, stating, "The highest level among the members of the other Academy teams barely reaches 48. Whereas you have all surpassed the 50 mark, entering the finals should pose no issue. Rest assured, with Zhao Laodao leading us, even the championship will be a mere trifle." Ma Hongjun interjected eagerly, having long viewed his team as destined champions of the elite Soul Master competition. "This time, only the 7 of you will participate. Teacher Zhao will not compete." "Why not? This is a test for you. If Teacher Zhao were to participate, it would negate the purpose of the examination." The Master asserted firmly, then turned to Zhao Su, inquiring, "What do you think, Teacher Zhao?" The Master's reasoning holds merit. If you, all Soul Kings above level 50, cannot best those at the 40s, then perhaps participation in this competition is unwarranted, Zhao Su replied, relieved that he was not required to compete, as he had other matters to attend to. With their decision made, they ceased further discussion and prepared for the preliminary selection in 3 days. During the selection, the other 3 teams from Shrek Academy were swiftly eliminated, yet the Shrek 7 monsters surged forth, triumphing in each battle. With every display of their 5 luminous soul rings, their opponents lost all confidence in engaging them. According to the Master's analysis, only the golden generation of the Spirit Hall might pose a challenge to the Shrek team. However, documentation indicated that the highest level among the Spirit Hall's golden generation was also a mere 48, making it difficult to contend with the Shrek 7 monsters, all of whom had surpassed 50. Nevertheless, the possibility of the Spirit Hall's golden generation concealing their true strength could not be dismissed. In this round, the Shrek 7 monsters once again faced the royal fighting team of the Tiando Royal Academy. The outcome of this confrontation would determine who would advance to the finals in Wuhuan City. Upon the emergence of the Tiando Royal Academy, Emperor Xueye, concurrently the Academy's president, appeared alongside 3 committee members. At his side stood the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe. Zhao Su understood that the figure before him, Snow Qinghe, was not the genuine Snow Qinghe, but rather Qian Renxue. As Snow Qinghe cast her gaze towards Shrek Academy, her brows instinctively furrowed upon resting her eyes on Zhao Su. Being one of the witnesses to Zhao Su's awakening of the 12-winged holy angel martial soul, she was acutely aware of his formidable strength. She comprehended that as long as Zhao Su took the stage, the royal battle team of the Tiando Royal Academy stood no chance. Within the royal battle team, aside from the captain, Yu Qianheng, and the vice-captain, De Yan, all members were her confidants, whom she had secretly nurtured and supported. Her aim was not only to maintain control over the Tiando Royal Academy, but also to orchestrate a confrontation between the royal battle team and the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, thereby demonstrating to Bibi Dong that she was not to be underestimated. This chapter, entering the finals, heading to Spirit City, encapsulates Qian Renxue's fervent desire to prove herself to Bibi Dong, a conviction that drove her to risk everything by disguising herself as Snow Qinghe and infiltrating the Tiando Empire for so many years. In addition to Qian Renxue's scrutiny of Zhao Su, there was another individual who also caught sight of Zhao Su from Shrek Academy. Unlike Qian Renxue's vigilant demeanor, this person's gaze radiated an unmistakable fervor. She was Tang Yuehua, the master of Yuxian, responsible for instructing the royal nobility of the Tiando Empire in etiquette. It had been nearly half a year since her last encounter with Zhao Su, and during this time, every moment she dedicated to practicing the 9 Nether Ming method he had imparted to her was imbued with his lingering presence. The figure and visage of Zhao Su would vividly manifest in her mind. Unbeknownst to her, the 9 Nether Dark Arts and the 9 Heaven Sun Arts are, in essence, complementary, engendering a harmonious dual cultivation of yin and yang. Practitioners of the 9 Nether Dark Arts are inherently drawn to those who cultivate the 9 Heaven Sun Arts. Coupled with the influence of Zhao Su's mental prowess, it is only natural that Tang Yuehua finds herself increasingly ensnared. Zhao Su seemed to have noticed that someone was observing him. He raised his gaze towards the elevated platform on the eastern side of the competition grounds, where the aristocracy of the Tiandu Empire was seated. First, he glanced at Qian Renxue, offering her a glance imbued with profound significance. Subsequently, he turned his attention to Tang Yuehua, a smile gracing his lips, subtle yet enchanting. Over the past 6 months, due to Tang Yuehua's comprehension of the 9 Nether Underworld technique, she appeared increasingly youthful, her entire demeanor elevated remarkably. Adorned in a fitting gown, she exuded an air of opulence and grace, becoming ever more captivating. Zhao Su felt an involuntary restlessness within him. Over the past 6 months, although he and Zhu Zhuqing often engaged in moments of intimacy, she would invariably rebuff him at the most critical junctures, preventing any progression. A pent-up desire had long been simmering within him. Thus, upon encountering the alluring Tang Yuehua, he found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Zhao Su averted his gaze from Tang Yuehua and directed it towards the central figure, the Snow Knight Emperor. Despite his opulent attire and jeweled crown, there was a noticeable pallor on his face, betraying a sense of fatigue. Soon, the match between the Shrek 7 monsters and the royal fighting team commenced. This time, the defeat of the Tiando Royal Academy was utterly decisive. The previous loss could be attributed to a stroke of luck for the Shrek 7, but this defeat left no room for dispute. Seated behind the Snow Knight Emperor were 3 committee members from the Tiando Royal Academy, who, upon witnessing the effortless triumph of the Shrek 7 monsters, exchanged glances filled with exasperation and resentment towards Prince Xuexing. The prodigious talents of the Shrek 7, once meant to belong to the Tiando Royal Academy, had now become the vanquishers of the Academy's strongest team, igniting their ire. Yet, their hands were tied, after all. The Tiando Royal Academy was an institution of the Tiando Empire's royal family, and ultimately, they were mere employees. The Shrek 7 monsters, having bested the royal fighting team, earned the opportunity to proceed to Wuhuan City for the finals, scheduled in 10 days. With little time for preparation, they needed to embark swiftly to avoid forfeiting the match. At that moment, within the Pope's Hall in Wuhuan City, Bibi Dong sat regally on her throne, listening to reports on the teams from the 2 empires entering the finals. Upon hearing that each member of the Shrek 7 monsters was merely 18 or 19 yet had achieved the Spirit King level, a flicker of astonishment crossed her otherwise indifferent gaze. Such talent and cultivation speed were unparalleled, even surpassing that of the highly regarded Tang Hao. Moreover, it was not just one, but all 7 of them. Provide me with the detailed profiles of each member of the Shrek 7 monsters. Bibi Dong's voice was devoid of emotion, almost frigid. Upon her command, the attendants hastily retrieved the comprehensive profiles of the 7 individuals and respectfully presented them to her. As she perused the documents, her initial nonchalance grew into profound shock. The rapid evolution of their martial spirit was astonishing, and even Oscar, with his culinary spirit, had reached the Spirit King level at such a young age. The revelation of Tang San's twin spirits and his mentor being Yu Xiaojing intensified her aura of authority. Dismissed. Bibi Dong handed the profiles back to her subordinates and, restraining her formidable presence, waved them off. Yes. The attendant promptly acquiesced and withdrew respectfully. Yu Xiaojing, I shall not grant you your wish regarding your pupil. Once the hall was devoid of others, her overwhelming aura returned, enveloping the chamber in a chilling atmosphere of impending doom. Meanwhile, Master Flanders and Lu Erlong, leading a modest entourage, prepared to journey to Wuhan City. Upon reaching the city gates, they were intercepted by an individual. Greetings. May I inquire if Mr. Zhao Su is accompanying you? The speaker was none other than the steward Ode from the Moon Pavilion. Hearing Ode's voice, Zhao Su poked his head out from the carriage and inquired, Is there something you need, Steward Ode? My lady wishes to converse with Mr. Zhao and assures me it will not take much of your time, Ode replied, adding a note of urgency. Who is this lady you speak of? In the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing's expression hardened at the mention of the lady. Turning to Zhao Su with a piercing gaze. An old acquaintance, do not overthink it. Zhao Su gently caressed the pouting cheek of Zhu Zhuqing before alighting from the carriage. He turned to Flander, saying, Director Flander, you may proceed without me. I shall catch up shortly. Time is of the essence, so do not linger. With a final caution, Zhao Su whispered to Flander, be careful on the road. Flander, momentarily taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation as he cracked the whip against the horse's rear. By the time Zhao Su arrived at the Moon Pavilion with Ode, the sky had darkened. Tang Yuehua was personally waiting at the entrance for Zhao Su's arrival. Upon seeing him, her smile radiated even more brightly. I wonder what brings the master of the Moon Pavilion to seek my presence. Has he encountered difficulties in his comprehension of the 9 underworld's mystical arts? Zhao Su deliberately posed a question to Tang Yuehua. Let us ascend and converse further. I have prepared tea and pastries for us to enjoy while we chat. With an air of nonchalance, Tang Yuehua stepped forward and linked her arm with Zhao Su's before proceeding upstairs. Upon reaching the top floor, Zhao Su was met with the sight of the meticulously arranged tea and pastries, and in the hall, a guqin awaited. I wonder if Mr. Zhao would be interested in listening to me play a piece? Tang Yuehua inquired as she gracefully settled herself in front of the guqin. Her slender fingers poised delicately above its strings. It is often said that the melodies played by the master of the Moon Pavilion are the most enchanting sounds in this realm. It seems that today, I, Zhao, am fortunate to have the pleasure of such exquisite music. Zhao Su settled onto the sofa, his gaze directed at Tang Yuehua imbued with tenderness. Chapter 48. The True Harmony of Yin and Yang with Tang Yuehua. Sensing Zhao Su's gentle eyes, Tang Yuehua refrained from speaking, merely offering a serene smile. Her fingers, resting gracefully upon the guqin, began to caress the strings, and a melodious and soothing sound reverberated throughout the room. Simultaneously, Tang Yuehua's innate domain was unleashed. As the music flowed, the gentle waves emanating from her domain became increasingly soft, as if capable of soothing all the sorrows of the world. Even Zhao Su, enveloped in this gentle ambience, felt his heart gradually relax. The harmonious sounds of the guqin seemed to dissolve all the intrigues and complexities within him, transporting him back to the carefree days of his childhood. Slowly, Zhao Su closed his eyes, leaning back on the sofa, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. After nearly 10 minutes, he remained lost in this bliss. How do you feel? Are you more relaxed? Tang Yuehua's gentle voice roused Zhao Su from his reverie. At that moment, she had moved beside him, leaning against his arm. Her exquisite features were adorned with a smile, each expression tugging at Zhao Su's heartstrings. It's better. But there is still a deeper relaxation I seek. I wonder if, sister, you would be willing to assist me? As he spoke, Zhao Su's gaze grew increasingly fervent. The soft sensation of Tang Yuehua leaning against him, coupled with her subtle fragrance, stirred within him the awakening of long-suppressed desires. His tone took on an ambiguous quality. Anything I can do to help, I shall. Tang Yuehua responded, her voice tinged with a hint of allure as she noticed Zhao Su's subtle change. Her eyes began to cloud with a bewitching charm. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Zhao Su felt the primal instincts within him fully awaken. To endure further would be to descend into a state worse than that of a beast. Really? Zhao Su asked once more. As long as you desire it. Perhaps it was the enchantment that had beset Zhao Su. In any case, as he listened to Tang Yuehua's voice, it resonated with irresistible temptation. With a mischievous smile, Zhao Su effortlessly closed the distance and kissed her without a trace of hesitation. Tang Yuehua initially offered a token resistance, but soon began to reciprocate. Zhao Su's movements became increasingly pronounced, and his hands gradually grew more restless. After a few minutes, when Zhao Su finally breached the last barrier, Tang Yuehua beneath him let out a soft grunt, her brows furrowing as a hint of pain manifested on her face. Zhao Su was also taken aback. He never anticipated that Tang Yuehua, the master of the Moon Pavilion, who had long mingled among the nobility of the Tiando Empire and was rumored to have a special connection with the Snowy Night Emperor, was still a paragon of virtue. Zhao Su glanced down at Tang Yuehua, whose expression had become increasingly enchanting, her cheeks slightly flushed. His movements gradually softened. What began as discomfort gradually transformed into delight. Amidst this exquisite pleasure, Tang Yuehua, hindered by the defect of her martial soul that prevented her from surpassing the 9th level of spirit power, unconsciously broke through. Half an hour later, still blushing, Tang Yuehua nestled shyly in Zhao Su's embrace, savoring the tranquil moments that followed their shared ecstasy. "Sister Yu," he said, "you must diligently comprehend the 9 nether mysterious art. It not only has the potential to transform your constitution, but also to accelerate your cultivation speed." Zhao Su gently kissed Tang Yuehua on the cheek, his words imbued with tenderness. Tang Yuehua merely nodded softly, not uttering a word. Observing this, Zhao Su felt a surge of emotions and rose to embrace Tang Yuehua, making his way towards the bedroom. The following day, while Zhao Su remained in a deep slumber, he sensed something brushing against his cheek. As he groggily opened his eyes, he found Tang Yuehua already awake, gazing at him with softness, her hair playfully teasing him. "The little rascal is up. The sun is shining on your backside." After their harmonious union the previous night, Tang Yuehua appeared even more enchanting. Her gaze towards Zhao Su filled with greater warmth. Yet, that very look left Zhao Su utterly captivated. "I don't wish to wake just yet. How about we indulge in a little more slumber?" Zhao Su gazed at Tang Yuehua with eyes that sparkled with brilliance, reaching out to draw her into his embrace. "Was last night not sufficient? Do you desire more?" Tang Yuehua gasped as she was pulled into his arms. This time, Zhao Su merely held her close, refraining from any further advances. After all, the balance of yin and yang must be maintained, and considering that Tang Yuehua had just experienced a significant change the night before, excess could be detrimental to her well-being. Although Zhao Su may be a beast, he is indeed a good beast. After a moment of tenderness, Zhao Su finally rose from bed. Tang Yuehua had prepared a sumptuous breakfast, which was quite delightful. Once they finished their meal, Zhao Su prepared to depart. Though the warmth of affection was enticing, he had other matters to attend to and could not linger indefinitely in this haven. "Can you wait a few days before leaving? After the Soul Master competition concludes, I shall return to find you." However, he had no choice. If he delayed any longer, he would not reach Soul Master City in time. "Very well, but do remember to come back for me." Although Tang Yuehua felt a tinge of disappointment, she acquiesced to Zhao Su's departure, offering him a gentle reminder. "Rest assured, once I have completed my tasks, I shall certainly return." Zhao Su, while speaking, retrieved a spherical object from the storage space of the jade pendant at his waist and handed it to Tang Yuehua. "Wear this at all times. Regardless of where you go, in the face of danger, channel your soul power through it. Even a tidal Douluo will be powerless against you." Simultaneously, Zhao Su imparted the specific usage of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus to Tang Yuehua, ensuring it would be etched in her memory forever. "I await your return," Tang Yuehua declared, clutching the sphere tightly as she addressed Zhao Su. "Take care of yourself." Zhao Su gently kissed Tang Yuehua's cheek, and without a moment's hesitation, swiftly turned and departed. Upon exiting the Moon Pavilion, Zhao Su glanced back, taking a deep breath to quell the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. He hurriedly made his way towards the city gate. At this moment, his master, Yu Shaojiang, had already parted ways with Flander and was heading alone to the Spirit Hall to meet Bibi Dong, who had dispatched the titled Douluos, Zhu Gui, and others to eliminate Tang San and his companions. Zhao Su took a few steps outside when Shadow appeared beside him. "You shall covertly protect Tang San and his companions. They must not perish at this juncture." "Understood." Zhang Ying responded, his form gradually becoming ethereal before vanishing completely. Zhao Su did not linger, hastening his journey towards the Spirit City with unwavering determination. After 7 days, he finally arrived at the Spirit City, just in time to witness Yu Shaojiang's visit to the Hall of Spirits to seek the Pope, Bibi Dong. Within the Grand Hall of the Pope, concealed in the shadows, Zhao Su observed Bibi Dong, who, in her encounter with Yu Shaojiang, exhibited none of her usual authority, displaying instead a fervent emotional intensity. Zhao Su not only felt a tinge of disappointment, but he also comprehended that in Bibi Dong's heart, the memory of Yu Xiaojiang had never faded. As the saying goes, where there is no love, there can be no hatred. Yet, the intensity of Bibi Dong's animosity towards Yu Xiaojiang reveals the significant place he occupies in her heart. Chapter 49. A forcibly twisted melon may quench one's thirst, but it lacks sweetness. Tang San must not perish just yet. After Yu Xiaojiang departed, he observed Bibi Dong sitting there, unable to find solace for an extended period. Zhao Su no longer concealed himself, directly revealing his presence as he spoke softly to Bibi Dong. Is it you? Upon seeing Zhao Su, Bibi Dong seemed to recall something, abruptly rising and coldly fixing her gaze upon him. Were you the one who secretly saved Tang San? Indeed, it was I, Zhao Su replied. Why? Why must you betray me as well? Bibi Dong's eyes hardened as she glared at Zhao Su, her voice sounding frigid and ruthless. In contrast to Zhao Su, Bibi Dong appeared to embody the true essence of a villain. At times, Zhao Su pondered whether he had truly fulfilled the role of a villain adequately. I have not betrayed you. I am merely assisting you, aiding you in realizing your dreams, and helping you escape from the confines of your own heart. I do not require your assistance, nor do I need anyone's help. I am capable of achieving this on my own. Perhaps I have misjudged the situation. Take care of yourself. Zhao Su, with a sense of resignation, shook his head and, with a hint of melancholy in his eyes, turned to depart from the grand hall. Zhao Su could be said to be thoroughly disillusioned with Bibi Dong. He never anticipated the significant weight that Yu Xiaojiang held in her heart. He was unwilling to become a mere pawn, nor did he wish to employ coercive tactics against Bibi Dong. Although it is said that a forcibly picked fruit lacks sweetness, it is still thirst-quenching. Nonetheless, he preferred a fruit that was both sweet and refreshing. 3 days later, at the finals of the Soul Master competition, Zhu Zhuqing's countenance turned grim upon facing the Royal Academy of the Douluo Empire. Her expression darkened especially when she beheld a woman from the opposing team who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Not only Zhu Zhuqing, but Dai Mubai's face also reflected dismay. Zhu Zhuqing, her mind in disarray, scanned the surroundings in search of Zhao Su's figure, yet as the competition was about to commence, he had not appeared. Do not dwell on unfounded thoughts. Have faith. You will surely defeat them and emerge victorious. Just at the final moment, as she was about to ascend the soul-fighting platform, a chill ran through her. Her hand, adorned with fine beads of perspiration, was gently enveloped by a warm palm. Zhao Su's gentle voice resonated in Zhu Zhuqing's ears. Zhuqing, have you truly betrayed the family's vow? At this moment, Zhu Zhuyuan, who had been observing Zhu Zhuqing from the Douluo Empire's team as they approached the soul-fighting platform, posed the question. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. Beside Zhu Zhuyuan, Davis wore a smirk of schadenfreude as he addressed Dai Mubai. Mubai, the other half that could merge with your martial spirit has already turned against you. What do you have left to contend with me? Humph. Even without the martial spirit fusion technique, I can still defeat you. My Douluo Empire can remain invincible without it, Dai Mubai retorted coldly, his enchanting eyes gleaming with ferocity as they fixed on Davis. Very well. Then I shall see what you will use to vanquish me, Davis sneered, falling silent as he awaited the commencement of the match. Soon, both sides ascended the soul-fighting platform, revealing their respective martial spirits. Upon witnessing Tang San and his companions all surpassing the 50-level threshold, adorned with dazzling 5 soul rings, both Davis and Zhu Zhuyan displayed expressions of disbelief. They were 3 to 4 years older than Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, and within a mere span of 5 years, they had been overtaken. An unprecedented sense of crisis burgeoned within them, and they resolved that regardless of the outcome of this match, they must swiftly find a way to eliminate Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Otherwise, upon their return to the Douluo Empire, they would pose a significant threat. However, even if Davis and Zhu Zhuyan were unwilling, they could only be crushed in this battle. The nearly 10-level disparity was an insurmountable chasm. Davis, you have already lost. I offer you a chance. Never return to the Douluo Empire, and I shall not make things difficult for you. After defeating the royal team of the Douluo Empire, Dai Mubai's aura grew increasingly formidable, subtly exuding the majesty of a forest king. This is merely a match. Who will win or lose is yet undetermined. Davis's gaze was icy. Had his glare been lethal, Dai Mubai would have been subjected to 1,000 tortures. Despite his words, Davis's body betrayed his intentions, as he did not linger in the spirit hall, but instead swiftly departed with the rest of the Royal Academy team of the Douluo Empire. He intended to return and prepare everything before Dai Mubai arrived, leaving him no opportunity. following the defeat of the royal team of the Douluo Empire. Only the Shrek team and the Spirit Hall Academy team remained. This was the battle that captured everyone's attention. Pope Bibi Dong, along with the formidable titled Douluos, including Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo, emerged to witness this decisive contest for the championship. Bibi Dong regained her former authority, her impeccably tailored attire accentuating her perfect figure. Crowned and wielding a staff over 2 meters tall, adorned with gemstones. The sheer aura radiating from her made many avert their gazes, as the members of the participating academies, except for Shrek's side, knelt in reverence to Pope Bibi Dong. She cast a glance toward Shrek Academy, but did not linger, gesturing for everyone to rise. She subsequently announced the final championship reward, 3 soul bones. The sight of these soul bones astonished all present, evoking expressions of greedy desire. Yet not a single person dared to make a move. As the battle commenced, Master S conjecture proved accurate. The Spirit Hall Academy's golden generation had indeed concealed their true abilities. Each of them, like Shrek's 7 monsters, had surpassed level 50 in the preliminary and subsequent advancement rounds. The Spirit Hall Academy had not showcased their golden generation, although this did not conform to the tournament's regulations. The final rule stated that the Spirit Hall held ultimate interpretative authority. Any objections would be futile, only revealing their trepidation. Thus, Shrek Academy had no choice but to press forward, for the golden generation of the Spirit Hall was not necessarily superior to them. The battle was fiercely contested, and the golden generation of the Spirit Hall proved worthy of Bibi Dong's personal selection and esteem. Moreover, the martial spirit fusion technique of Hulaina and Xiaoyu was formidable. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. They were defeated by Shrek's 7 monsters, with Hulaina and Xiaoyu succumbing to a potent poison. Although Tang San aided in dispelling the toxin, it had already affected their meridians, significantly impacting their future cultivation. However, for Tang San, the implications of the poison on their future cultivation were of little concern. His sole focus was on victory. Pope Bibi Dong, adhering to the tournament's regulations, awarded the 3 soul bones to Shrek's 7 monsters. After announcing the successful conclusion of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, her gaze turned toward the petite figure of Xiaowu, hidden behind Tang San. Zhu Douluo, Gui Douluo, seize that little girl. Pope Bibi Dong raised her staff, directing it at Xiaowu while commanding Yu Guan and Gui Mei in a sharp tone. Yes, Yu Guan and Gui Mei, having recognized the identity of the 100,000-year soul beast that Xiaowu was, acted without hesitation and flew toward her. Wait, Your Holiness, why such wrath toward a mere child? What offense could she have committed against you? Ning Fengji interjected, obstructing Yu Guan and Gui Mei. Before Bibi Dong could respond, the sword Douluo, Chen Xian, leaned close to Ning Fengji and whispered. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, gazing at Xiaowu. Ning Clan Master, will you still obstruct me now? Bibi Dong inquired, her tone deceptively calm but laced with murderous intent. Should Ning Fengji continue to intervene, she would show no mercy to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, including him. Yu Guan and Gui Mei stepped forward, exuding a threatening aura toward Ning Fengji. With a sigh, Ning Fengji ultimately chose to stand aside, taking a step back. At this, the members of Shrek Academy grew vigilant, and Master promptly stepped forward, positioning himself before the others, producing the Pope's order that Tang Hao had given him. Bibi Dong, I am also an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall. I have the right to know why you are acting this way. If you wish to know, why not inquire with your student? Master turned to Xiaowu, concealed behind Tang San. Xiaowu is not human. She is a transformed 100,000-year soul beast. At this point, any attempt at concealment had become futile, and Tang San could only speak the truth. Ultimately, Master Flanders and Lu Erlong resolved to protect Xiaowu, for she was, after all, their student, particularly for Lu Erlong, who was not only Xiaowu's teacher but also her godmother. The 3 stood in formation, their right hands raised, triggering the Trinity fusion technique in an instant. At that moment, Lu Erlong and Flanders had reached the rank of 82 Soul Douluo, while the Master had surpassed the limitations of the 30th level. The summoned golden sacred dragon gleamed even more brilliantly, exuding an aura of majesty. Even against a title Douluo, they would not be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Zhu Shiqing scanned the surroundings but could not spot Zhao Su. He had vanished amidst the chaos. Ultimately, Zhu Shiqing chose to stand with the Shrek Academy side. What are you two waiting for? Anyone who dares to obstruct shall be executed without mercy. With Bibi Dong's voice echoing, Yu Guan and Gui Mei ceased their hesitation and charged towards the 3 masters, while one rushed towards Xiaowu. A chrysanthemum and a little ghost dare to harm my son. At that moment, a domineering voice resounded, accompanied by the arrival of a colossal hammer. The newcomer was none other than Tang Hao, who, despite his tattered attire, radiated an increasingly formidable presence. The immense soul power emanating from the Haotian hammer sent Yu Guan and Gui Mei flying. In that instant, Bibi Dong also sprang into action, intervening to shield Yu Guan and Gui Mei from Tang Hao's next hammer strike. Just then, a powerful aura surged from the Pope's hall behind Bibi Dong, rapidly approaching. It was the other 4 elders of the Spirit Hall. Truly, the Spirit Hall was formidable, boasting 7 titled Douluo. Tang Hao hovered in midair, the Haotian hammer suspended beside him, his gaze cold as he regarded Bibi Dong and the 6 titled Douluo behind her. Do you truly believe that you can withstand the combined assault of the 7 of us alone? You may attempt to try. As he spoke, Tang Hao moved, gripping the Haotian hammer and unleashing his ultimate move, the 7th soul skill, Haotian Hammer True Body. However, at that moment, the elders of the Spirit Hall, apart from Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, hesitated and retreated back into the Pope's hall. Clearly, they had never regarded Bibi Dong as the true Pope of the Spirit Hall. This could possibly be an instruction from Qin Douluo. In any case, Qin Renxue had grown up, and upon Bibi Dong's demise, she would inherit the title of Pope. This had undoubtedly been a long-planned scheme, merely awaiting the right opportunity. Tang Hao's appearance presented them with the chance to eliminate Bibi Dong. Boom. At this moment, there was no longer time for Bibi Dong to contemplate. She unleashed her full power, striving to block Tang Hao's all-out strike with the Haotian Hammer True Body. Bang! Tang Hao merged with the Haotian hammer, delivering successive blows. His overwhelming assault was indeed worthy of the youngest titled Douluo in the entire continent. A series of strikes sent Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo flying, before he turned his focus solely upon Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, many years ago. Qian Xuanji withstood 3 of my strikes. I wonder how many you can endure? Though Tang Hao's voice bore a hint of weariness, it was undeniably domineering. As his words fell, the Haotian hammer descended upon Bibi Dong. In that moment, Bibi Dong's heart was thrown into disarray. The immense pressure, coupled with the betrayal of the 4 elders and Tang Hao's reference to Qian Xuanji, ignited an uncontrollable fury within her, mingled with a tinge of fear. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 consecutive strikes fell, and though Bibi Dong managed to block them, she still sustained injuries, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Is that all you are capable of? What does having twin martial souls matter? Boom. Tang Hao swung his hammer once more. Bang. Just as everyone believed that Bibi Dong would be gravely injured, if not killed, by Tang Hao's next strike, a figure cloaked in black robes appeared, wrapping one arm around Bibi Dong's waist while effortlessly blocking the mountain-like Haotian Hammer True Body with the other. With a sudden surge of strength, the figure sent both the Haotian hammer and Tang Hao flying. Let us go. After propelling Tang Hao away, Zhao Su did not continue his assault, merely casting a cold glance at him. Tang Hao stood there, staring at the figure shrouded in black robes, his eyes widening as memories of Zhao Su, who had once helped him alleviate his old injuries at Shrek Academy, surged back. You cannot leave. Kill them. Bibi Dong struggled desperately to break free from Zhao Su's embrace. Completely losing her former composure, she shouted furiously, "Clear the way, let them go." The potent soul energy emanating from Zhao Su caused a tremor among the Spirit Hall's enforcement team, who were obstructing Tang Hao and the members of Shrek Academy, compelling them to retreat in fear of further defiance. Although Zhao Su was shrouded in a black cloak that concealed his entire being, Zhu Qing, well acquainted with him, recognized him immediately, her gaze reflecting a hint of confusion. Zhu Qing was about to leave when Ning Rongrong gently pulled her back, prompting her to regain her senses and follow the group, glancing back with reluctance. Why? Why must they depart? You promised to assist me. After observing Tang Hao and the Shrek Academy members exit, Bibi Dong fixed Zhao Su with a frigid stare and shouted, "You see your current state? You have lost your sanity. You must take a moment to collect yourself." Zhao Su spoke as he extended his hand, resting it upon Bibi Dong's back. A sacred essence capable of purifying the soul flowed into her being, gradually calming her, until she gently rested her head upon Zhao Su's shoulder. Chapter 51. Bibi Dong's complete madness. Once Bibi Dong had settled down, Zhao Su carried her back to the bedroom within the papal palace, laying her upon the bed. He then retrieved a small porcelain vial from the storage space of the jade pendant at his waist, pouring forth a pill and administering it to Bibi Dong. At that moment, Douluo Yueguan and Gui Douluo Gui Mei entered the room. Douluo's complexion appeared somewhat pale, and though Gui Douluo's visage remained concealed, Zhao Su discerned that both had evidently sustained injuries under the might of Tang Hao's Haotian hammer. Take the pill and rest well. Your wounds will heal swiftly, Zhao Su assured them. Is your holiness unharmed? Douluo inquired, stepping forward and regarding Bibi Dong, who lay on the bed with her brow furrowed in concern. I am fine. A good sleep will suppress the inner demons, Zhao Su replied, reassuringly. Upon hearing this, Douluo felt a sense of relief and turned to the now unrobed Zhao Su, asking, what shall we do with those 4 individuals? What purpose does it serve to keep the traitors? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Zhao Su's gaze as he continued, you need not concern yourselves. I shall handle it. The spectral figure, indistinct in form, cautiously inquired of Zhao Su, Your Highness. Should we await the awakening of His Holiness the Pope before making a decision? It is entirely up to Your Highness, replied Douluo, as he respectfully ushered Douluo out. Once Yuegwan and Mei had departed, Zhao Su seated himself beside Bibidong's bedside. Before long, another ethereal presence manifested behind Zhao Su, stating, Master, the 4 traitors have been executed. Indeed. Is there any news from Douluo? Not at the moment. A day prior, the 3rd elder, Qingwan Douluo, returned to Douluo Palace after an unexplained absence to meet Douluo, but there has been no further development since. Summon Guangdao Hongfeng back. Let him remain at the Spirit Hall to keep a vigilant watch on Douluo. Master, why complicate matters? It would be far simpler to eliminate Douluo outright, thus avoiding further troubles. At this juncture, Douluo must not perish. He still holds potential utility. We merely need to keep him under surveillance. Understood. Although Shadow did not fully comprehend Zhao Su's motives, he refrained from further inquiries. There is one more matter. Zhu Zhuqing has sought me out, inquiring about your whereabouts. She intends to return to the Star Luo Empire with Dai Mubai. A few days prior, Bibi Dong had dispatched Yuegwan and Mei to ambush the Shrek group. It was Shadow who intervened at a crucial moment, successfully repelling Yuegwan and Mei, subsequently remaining with the Shrek entourage. Very well, I am aware. Zhao Su nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Please don't go, stay with me, won't you? Just as Zhao Su was about to rise and depart, Bibi Dong unexpectedly grasped Zhao Su's arm. Upon looking down, Zhao Su noticed that Bibi Dong remained in slumber, her eyes still closed. Perhaps she was lost in a dream at that moment. I have lost everything now. Everyone has betrayed me. You are all I have left. Zhao Su gazed at Bai Dong, who furrowed her brow in slumber, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, revealing a rare, vulnerable side of this petite woman, stirring a sense of compassion within him. Yet, throughout it all, Bai Dong never uttered the words, I have only you, leaving the identity of the addressee shrouded in mystery. Zhao Su cautiously withdrew the hand of Bibi Dong that grasped his arm, gently covering her with a blanket. At the entrance of the Spirit Hall, the Shrek 7 monsters faced the moment of separation, destined to go their separate ways. Tang San and Xiao were taken away by Tang Hao, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar accompanied Ning Fengji back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The master and his companions returned to Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun set off alone to explore the continent. Only Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai remained, with Zhu Zhuqing holding a flower, white with a hint of crimson, gazing longingly towards the Spirit Hall, reluctant to depart. Yuqing, it is time for us to leave. I wish to wait for his arrival before I go, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Her eyes cast down upon the flower, her expression tinged with melancholy. He will not come. If he intended to, he would have arrived by now. No. He will definitely come, Zhu Zhuqing insisted, shaking her head. Observing this, Dai Mubai shook his head, choosing not to voice further thoughts. However, as dawn approached, Zhao Su still had not appeared, and Zhu Zhuqing's gaze towards the spirit city grew increasingly indifferent, intermingled with a hint of disappointment. Let us depart. Zhu Zhuqing's voice sounded cold and devoid of emotion as she addressed Dai Mubai, who sat on the steps nearby. As she turned to leave, the delicate white flower slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground. Just as Zhu Zhuqing departed, Zhao Su arrived, yet he found no trace of her presence. Zhao Su lowered his gaze and beheld a white flower, adorned with a touch of vivid red, quietly resting on the ground. As the gentle breeze caressed it, a delicate fragrance wafted from the blossom. Zhao Su bent down to pick up the flower, which appeared somewhat withered at that moment. Zhuqing, I am sorry. Zhao Su pressed a gentle kiss upon the flower in his hand, gazing thoughtfully into the distance as he spoke softly. Upon his return to the Spirit Hall, he found Bibi Dong already awake, seated regally upon the opulent papal throne, her previous composure and aloofness restored. I thought you might not return, she remarked. Her icy gaze fixed upon Zhao Su, her tone devoid of warmth. I shall depart shortly. In your current state, even if you were to attain divinity, you would stand no chance against Tang Hao. That is inconceivable, Should I ascend to godhood, not merely Tang Hao, but all shall perish. I hope that your desires are fulfilled. Zhao Su gazed at the utterly deranged Bibi Dong, choosing silence as he turned to depart. Do not leave. I am aware that Tang Hao is no match for you, nor are the 100,000-year soul beasts. Will you assist me? Upon realizing Zhao Su's intent to walk away, Bibi Dong hastily rose and stepped in front of him. A flicker of madness danced in her eyes as she suddenly embraced Zhao Su, exclaiming, "As long as you can aid me, I can offer you whatever you desire, including myself." As she spoke, Bibi Dong discarded her scepter and began to remove her garments. Witnessing her frenzied actions, Zhao Su's earlier words rang true. Bibi Dong had indeed spiraled into complete madness. It was evident that her psyche had warped. Believing that all individuals were malevolent and bent on avenging the entire continent. In her heart, her ambitions transcended merely unifying the continent under the Spirit Hall. They had evolved into a desire to annihilate the two great empires, obliterate all sects, and destroy the Spirit Hall itself. For the Spirit Hall belonged to the Qian family, the very embodiment of her deepest loathing. If you continue down this path, I shudder to think of what you will become. Zhao Su reached out and grasped the hand of Bibi Dong, who was in the process of shedding her long robe. He continued, "The aura of death from the land of slaughter has begun to affect you. Heed my advice and destroy the domain of the god of death." Zhao Su, your words sound pleasant, but if I possessed your talent, your martial soul, and your opportunities, would I have ended up like this? Bibi Dong scoffed. Withdrawing her hand and ceasing her disrobing, she picked up the staff from the ground and turned to reclaim her place upon the grand papal throne. With a frigid gaze directed at Zhao Su, she said, "You may leave. It is acceptable if you choose not to assist me, but I implore you not to hinder my endeavors." Chapter 52. The Supreme Realm of Unity. These elixirs can suppress your murderous instincts and prevent the deathly aura of the god of death's domain from eroding your soul. Take care to heed my counsel. Zhao Su stepped forward and placed a small jade vial into Bibi Dong's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and departed from the papal hall. With a resounding crash, Bibi Dong, watching Zhao Su's retreating figure, forcefully hurled the jade vial to the ground. It shattered into countless pieces, releasing a cascade of white pills that scattered across the floor. There is nothing that can hinder my intentions. Bibi Dong's gaze grew increasingly frigid. My master, you must remain in the papal hall, by her side, to restrain her in her moments of frenzy. My master, there is one thing I do not quite comprehend. Are you asking why I wish to impede Bibi Dong? Indeed. Allowing Bibi Dong to take the lead would be advantageous for us. Once they are mutually exhausted, we can reap the benefits. However, the time is not right. We have yet to locate a single Guardian 9 Divine Dragon. We cannot allow them to ascend to divinity prematurely, for that would spell our own annihilation. Though Zhao Su did not possess the same madness as Bibi Dong, he was the true antagonist orchestrating everything from the shadows. The villainous system had previously stated that he could not ascend to divinity without obtaining the Guardian 9 Divine Dragons. While he was invincible within the rank of title Douluo, no one could guarantee his supremacy against deities capable of converting soul power into divine force. Thus, he must swiftly seek the Guardian 9 Divine Dragons while simultaneously enhancing his own strength to reach the title Douluo level, ensuring his position remained unassailable. I understand. I know what I must do. You must also safeguard yourself. At all times, when faced with danger, prioritize your own life. Can I interpret this as your concern for me? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhang Ying smiled, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at him. I have always cared deeply for you. Zhao Su also smiled, then without further ado, swiftly departed from the Spirit Hall. In Zhang Ying's heart, Zhao Su's words were such that she would willingly sacrifice her life for him. After Zhao Su departed from the Spirit Hall, he exhibited no hesitation and returned directly to Tiando City, where he sought entry into the City of Slaughter to attain the domain of the God of Slaughter. Only by acquiring this domain could he devise a way to mitigate the detrimental effects of its deathly aura upon himself. Tang San's ability to withstand the lethal onslaught of the God of Slaughter's domain was attributed not only to the assistance of Tang Yuehua, but also significantly to the neutralizing power of the Blue-Silver Emperor's domain. One must admit that Tang San's fortune is truly extraordinary, with all elements harmoniously complementing one another. Under the protection of the Blue-Silver Emperor's domain, he was not only impervious to the deathly aura but also capable of maximizing the domain's formidable power. Even the so-called number one genius, the youngest title Douluo, Tang Hao, could not achieve such a feat. Conversely, Bibi Dong's hatred was exacerbated by the encroachment of the God of Slaughter's deathly aura, driving her deeper into madness. However, Before venturing towards the city of slaughter, he wished to visit Tang Yuehua first. Little beauty, what are you pondering? In the private chamber on the top floor of Moonlight Pavilion, Tang Yuehua sat by the window, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at the waning moon in the sky, lost in thought. At that moment, a gentle voice broke through her reverie. Su, you finally returned. I've missed you so much. Upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, Tang Yuehua's eyes sparkled with delight, and disregarding her dignified demeanor as the etiquette instructor of the Tiando Empire, she swiftly rose and threw herself into Zhao Su's embrace. In that instant, she was entirely transformed from a figure of authority into a joyful woman. Overjoyed at the sight of her beloved, I have missed you as well. Zhao Su gently cradled Tang Yuehua, his gaze imbued with profound tenderness. He then lifted her into his arms and carried her into the room. Nestled within Zhao Su's embrace, Tang Yuehua's slightly flushed visage elicited even greater affection from him. An hour later, Tang Yuehua, breathing softly, reclined against Zhao Su's broad chest, her expression one of complete contentment. This time, you won't leave, will you? If I must go, I am destined for the city of carnage. At the mention of the city of carnage, Tang Yuehua's demeanor shifted, her face awash with concern. That place is a veritable hell. Once you enter, there is no escape without traversing the road of hell. What purpose do you have there? I seek to attain the realm of the god of slaughter. Is becoming stronger truly that vital to you? Tang Yuehua inquired of Zhao Su, her voice tinged with melancholy. Zhao Su lowered his head and gently kissed Tang Yuehua's forehead before continuing. This is my mission, an unchangeable destiny. Su, may I ask you something? But please do not be angry. Are you inquiring about my identity? It's all right if you choose not to disclose it, but you must promise not to get upset. Tang Yuehua rested her chin against Zhao Su's chest as she spoke. I am a member of the Spirit Hall, and the Pope, Bibi Dong, is my mentor. Spirit Hall? Indeed. Although Bibi Dong acquired the domain of the god of slaughter in the city of slaughter, she has also been tainted by the deathly aura of that realm. I intend to change the domain of the god of slaughter. You are venturing into the perilous city of slaughter for Bibi Dong. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Tang Yuehua's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment as she pulled her robe tighter around her enchanting form. She rose from the bed and walked to the window. She is my mentor, and I must save her. Seeing Tang Yuehua in this state, Zhao Su also got up, donned his clothing, and approached her, gently encircling her delicate shoulder that peeked out from her robe. Is she merely your mentor? Of course. Humph. Tang Yuehua huffed playfully, continuing, I find that hard to believe. In truth, Tang Yuehua felt a twinge of jealousy. Deep down, she understood that a person like Zhao Su could not possibly have only one woman in his life. Yet, she did not mind, for as long as Zhao Su loved her, that was sufficient. Truly, how could I bear to deceive my darling? How annoying. A smile finally grazed Tang Yuehua's face, and she leaned back into Zhao Su's embrace. The two remained quietly together, gazing at the moon in the sky. Su, our Houghton sect, especially my elder brother, has a deep-seated enmity with the Spirit Hall. Can you promise me that you will never harm him, no matter the circumstances? Rest assured, I will not harm him. I knew you would be the best. As Tang Yuehua spoke, her hands began to wander, her gaze laced with mischief. Under Tang Yuehua's playful seduction, Zhao Su felt a surge of desire once more. He lowered his head to admire Tang Yuehua's exquisite visage and kissed her fervently, as if wishing to consume her entirely, merging their beings into one, reaching the pinnacle of unity. In the following 3 days, the two scarcely left the confines of their room. Through their harmonious union, Zhao Su's life essence, infused with the balance of yin and yang, entered Tang Yuehua's body, fundamentally transforming her constitution. Simultaneously, her mutated martial soul, the Rui Ring, experienced a significant enhancement. The formerly white Rui Ring now shimmered with hints of golden light. The innate domain of the Rui Ring, the noble circle, not only had the ability to quell murderous intent and soothe the hearts of others, but also gained a measure of offensive capability. The Rui Ring could split into two, evolving into the Zawuyu and Yangyu. This is the Jade Maiden Heart technique, which, when combined with your Rui Ring's evolution into the Zawuyu and Yangyu, will greatly enhance your offensive power. With you to protect me, what use is it for me to learn these skills? Reclining lazily on the sofa in the hall, Tang Yuehua exhibited little interest in the Jade Maiden Heart technique that Zhao Su had presented to her. Having faced the shortcomings of her mutated martial soul throughout her life, she had never practiced martial arts. Although the Rui Ring had evolved and was no longer hindered by its previous flaws, she still had no desire to train. I cannot remain by your side forever. When I am not around, I hope you will possess the ability to protect yourself. Zhao Su gazed at Tang Yuehua and said unequivocally, this afternoon, I shall accompany you to the sunset forest in search of a suitable soul ring. Tang Yuehua intended to protest, but Zhao Su interrupted her. Trust me. Reluctantly, Tang Yuehua acquiesced, choosing not to voice further objections. If you do not wish to cultivate, that is acceptable. Simply take some time each day to ponder and reflect. Once you acquire the ability to protect yourself, I shall feel at ease. Are you leaving again? Yes, I must hasten to the city of slaughter. The delay has been considerable, and I fear unforeseen complications may arise. How about this? I shall accompany you to the city of slaughter. At this suggestion, Tang Yuehua's eye sparkled. She was reluctant to part ways with Zhao Su. No. The city of slaughter is far too perilous. If any harm were to befall you, I would never forgive myself. In truth, despite the inherent dangers of the city of slaughter, they pose little concern for Zhao Su. Zhao Su possesses her own considerations. If all goes as anticipated, Tang San will undoubtedly venture into the city of slaughter. She does not wish for Tang Yuehua to remain by her side, particularly to encounter Tang San. Due to the Xiantian skill, coupled with his extraordinary fortune and formidable hidden weapons, Tang San's advancement is exceedingly rapid. It is essential to appropriately curtail his cultivation speed. One must acknowledge that the current Tang San, even when accounting for Tang Hao, does not instill fear in Zhao Su. Nevertheless, it is crucial to recognize that Zhao Su is bound by the limitations of her ascension to divinity, whereas Tang San is not similarly constrained. Should he attain divinity before she secures the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm, converting his soul power into divine might, the consequences are utterly unpredictable. He may indeed surpass her as an adversary. This scenario is absolutely intolerable. If Tang San were to vanquish her, the great antagonist system would inevitably collapse, or worse. It would declare her unworthy of its destined role as the fated antagonist, leading to her erasure in favor of a more suitable candidate. Very well. One must remain vigilant and avoid any peril. Tang Yuehua, too, ceased her insistence on accompanying Zhao Su into the city of slaughter. Although she has never set foot in such a place, she has heard tales of its horrific nature. She is also concerned that her insistence on following Zhao Su might place Zhao Su in danger, as she would need to protect her. At this moment, it can be said that Zhao Su represents everything to Tang Yuehua. Rest assured, I alone, in this world, am temporarily beyond harm. What does temporarily signify? Zhao Su inhaled deeply, contemplating carefully, before revealing part of the truth to Tang Yuehua. However, he substituted the term system with devouring demon god, while concealing his identity as a time traveler, a secret that must remain locked within his heart, never to be disclosed to another soul. After all, once a secret is known by a second party, it ceases to be a secret. The legacy of the devouring demon god. Upon hearing Zhao Su's account, Tang Yuehua furrowed her brow, her expression betraying concern. Indeed, during my childhood, I inadvertently encountered the legacy of the devouring demon god. In my naivety, I accepted this legacy, unaware of the myriad restrictions it entailed. Are you saying that if you cannot locate the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm within the specified time, you will perish? Indeed, it is not merely death, it is the complete annihilation of the soul, rendering rebirth impossible, utterly vanishing. So, you joined the spirit hall not because of Bibi Dong? Tang Yuehua's thought process seemed rather disjointed and whimsical, still fixated on Bibi Dong at such a critical juncture. Of course not. I must fulfill the trials left by the devouring demon god to survive. Otherwise, only death awaits me. Su, you will undoubtedly succeed in the trials of the devouring demon god. I will assist you, no matter the cost. Tang Yuehua's gaze grew resolute as she swiftly rose, grasping Zhao Su's hand, eager to acquire a soul ring. According to her, she needed to grow stronger to better support Zhao Su. At this moment, Tang Yuehua was no longer the seasoned moon sovereign, adept at navigating the treacherous waters of the heavenly capital empire's aristocracy, but rather a young girl enraptured by love. Observing her demeanor, Zhao Su felt a pang of guilt, a reluctance to deceive her. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. He could only proceed thus, for his own survival and the hope of their eternal togetherness. Yuehua, thank you. Zhao Su embraced Tang Yuehua gently, whispering, between us, there is no need for gratitude. All that matters is your love for me. I love you. As Tang Yuehua listened to the tale Zhao Su recounted, she ceased to resist acquiring a soul ring and resolved to diligently enhance her own strength. 5 days later, Zhao Su procured her first soul ring, that of the blood moon mantis, which had existed for over 2 millennia. With Zhao Su's assistance in the elevation of Tang Yuehua's innate talents, it was no challenge for her to transcend her limits and absorb the essence of the ancient mantis. following the absorption of the Blood Moon Mantis soul rings. Strands of red appeared amidst the golden halo surrounding Tang Yuehua's martial soul, the Rui Ring. The harmonious fusion of gold and crimson amplified her might. Once her martial soul evolved into the Meridian Mandarin's axe, the blade bore barbed edges, a gift from the Blood Moon Mantis's innate devouring ability. Should an adversary be pierced by these barbs, their life force and soul power would be parasitically consumed, marking this as Tang Yuehua's inaugural soul skill. Upon returning to the Moon Pavilion, Zhao Su exchanged an entire set of soul bones suitable for her from the System S marketplace. These were integrated into her being, alongside a fragment of an outer soul bone from a void beast, which possessed the innate ability for spatial teleportation. With the skill, she could evade danger should she find herself outmatched. Chapter 54. Journey to the City of Slaughter. Having accomplished all these tasks, Zhao Su was set to depart. This time, Tang Yuehua did not impede his exit, for she understood that his mission was imperative, though she yearned for Zhao Su to remain by her side eternally. Her greater wish was for his survival. Take good care of yourself, and when we meet again, do not let yourself grow thin. Zhao Su embraced Tang Yuehua, his voice tinged with reluctance. I will, but you must take care of yourself as well. Tang Yuehua's eyes glistened with tears as she held him tightly, unwilling to release her grip. Ultimately, compelled by the lingering gaze of Tang Yuehua, Zhao Su cast aside his hesitation and departed hastily. He realized he had already squandered considerable time. A day later, Zhao Su arrived at the small town leading to the City of Slaughter. Even before entering, he was met with an overwhelming stench of blood. Though he had mentally prepared himself for this, the pungent aroma still provoked a mild discomfort, causing him to furrow his brow. I'll have a Bloody Mary. Zhao Su arrived at an establishment resembling a tavern, his expression devoid of emotion. After taking a seat, he called out to the waiter. Soon, a drink, as crimson as fresh blood, was placed before him. Is this your first visit? The waiter inquired. Setting down the Bloody Mary, indeed, a concoction made from genuine human blood, while scrutinizing Zhao Su with a penetrating gaze. The waiter's complexion appeared notably pale, yet an unsettling smile lingered on his lips, evoking an eerie sensation. Particularly when he looked at Zhao Su, his eyes gleamed with a predatory greed, reminiscent of a hunter surveying its prey. Zhao Su disregarded the waiter entirely, lifting the glass filled with a Bloody Mary and splashing it across his face. Simultaneously, the Emperor's 7-kill sword was swiftly unsheathed, piercing through the man's chest. I do not appreciate your smile. Zhao Su rose, making his way toward the tavern. Having arrived in the City of Carnage, it was time to truly embark on the path of slaughter. Young man, do you comprehend the nature of this place? Do you wish to defy the established order? The tavern's manager, along with the 10 or so spirit masters present, stood in unison, their gazes fixated upon Zhao Su. Order? To me, I am the very embodiment of order. Seeking death, are we? The manager bellowed, witnessing Zhao Su's audacity. Whoever slays him shall receive a permanent residence permit in the City of Carnage, exempting them from the annual hellish battles in the slaughter arena. The gathered individuals, all of modest strength, barely exceeding the 20th level, yearned for entry into the City of Carnage, yet hesitated to cross its threshold. Upon hearing the manager's proclamation, a wave of excitement surged through them. They brandished their martial spirits and charged at Zhao Su. Humph! Zhao Su let out a cold snort, disregarding them entirely. In a swift motion, a blade-like intent pierced through the air, severing their heads with alarming precision. Blood pooled on the ground, intensifying the already acrid scent that permeated the hotel. Your judgment is woefully inadequate. Perhaps it is time for a new overseer for your realm of slaughter. With that, Zhao Su approached the manager, seizing his shoulder and forcefully driving him downwards. The impact reverberated through the hotel, shaking it violently as if an earthquake had struck. The remaining patrons dared not intervene, silenced by fear of provoking this harbinger of death. In this place, often dubbed the paradise of sin, human life held little value. After Zhao Su smashed the floor, the manager was left in a grotesque state, his body a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Zhao Su cast aside the manager and leaped into the abyss. Soon, a regiment of knights, clad in armor and arranged in perfect formation, obstructed his path. Zhao Su refrained from idle chatter and swiftly made his move, channeling a piercing sword intent that effortlessly penetrated the heavy armor, leaving no opportunity for resistance. In this realm, the influence of the King of Slaughter's domain rendered the use of soul techniques impossible. However, under the sacred essence of Zhao Su's 12-winged holy angel, such a regulation was utterly ineffectual. May I see your proof? As he approached the ancient and formidable gates of the City of Slaughter, the guards stationed there intercepted him. They are all dead. They did not provide me with proof. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, the guards were momentarily taken aback, followed by a flicker of astonishment. The enforcement team assigned to the City of Slaughter, though not the strongest among all enforcement teams, possessed considerable strength. Given the prohibition on soul techniques, they found it hard to believe that someone could annihilate an entire squad of enforcers. Esteemed guest, welcome to the City of Slaughter. At that moment, a woman clad in a flowing black robe emerged from within the gates, approached Zhao Su, bowed respectfully, and gestured invitingly for him to enter. Zhao Su eliminated the administrator at the entrance and subsequently annihilated the entire enforcement team. The King of Slaughter has already been informed of this. The woman in the black robe is none other than the one who, acting on the orders of the King of Slaughter, has come to guide Zhao Su into the city. Zhao Su's countenance remained stoic as he stepped into the City of Carnage. May I inquire, esteemed guest, whence do you hail? Asked the woman in the black robe, bowing respectfully after they entered the outer city of the City of Carnage. I have come to attain the domain of the God of Death, not to engage in idle chatter. Enough of this trifling conversation. Lead me to the hellish arena of slaughter. Zhao Su's voice was icy, his tall and slender figure clad in black radiated a palpable aura of lethal intent. Do you not wish to learn about the City of Carnage? He inquired. What is there to know about such a trivial place? He retorted. I trust you comprehend that under the reign of the illustrious King of Carnage, your words are a grave insult to his greatness. If you possess the courage, summon him forth. At this moment, Zhao Su had already stepped into the inner city of the City of Carnage. The rampant debauchery and scenes of cannibalism that surrounded him only deepened his disdain for this locale. This place could hardly be described as a paradise of sin. It was more akin to a realm that transformed individuals into true beasts. Humanity is defined not by the superior cultivation talents that surpass those of wild beasts, but by an understanding of the fundamental principles of morality and ethics. Here, the most basic tenets of humanity had clearly been forsaken. I hope you do not come to regret the words you have spoken. Upon hearing Zhao Su's remarks, the woman in black felt her expression turn as frigid as his. She merely uttered a brief response before hastily departing, intent on reporting to the King of Carnage without delay. Zhao Su paid her no heed, resolutely pressing onward in search of the arena of infernal slaughter. Caution! At that moment, he sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. Before he could react, a woman clad in form-fitting black attire, her long hair ensnared by a coarse rope, sprang into action, wielding a short sword, and dispatched the assailant who sought to ambush him from behind. Zhao Su turned his gaze towards the individual, the coldness on his face gradually softening. He had not anticipated that the first familiar face he would encounter here would not be Tang San, but rather Hulaina. With her nearly perfect figure and somewhat icy demeanor, she stood in stark contrast to the surrounding women clad in revealing attire. Chapter 55. The City of Slaughter that should not exist. To think you would also come to the City of Slaughter? It was evident that Hulaina had recognized him. And thus, Zhao Su felt no need to conceal his identity any longer. Why shouldn't I come to the City of Slaughter? Oh, it's nothing. I merely find it surprising to see you here. Hulaina's expression remained impassive as she casually uttered those words, then turned to leave. May I ask, where is the Hell Slaughter Arena? Zhao Su gazed at the departing figure of Hulaina and inquired. Hulaina halted her steps and turned once more to face Zhao Su, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. Yet, she refrained from elaborating further, merely responding with indifference. It's just ahead. Turn left at the tallest building. Thank you. Zhao Su smiled at Hulaina and, without further hesitation, made his way towards the Hell Arena. At that moment, Hulaina was also heading to the same place, preparing for her 76th match. Just prior, she had been ambushed. An attempt to severely injure her and prevent her from continuing her victorious streak. However, she effortlessly dispatched her assailant. Upon entering the Hell Arena, the brutality of the battles intensified. In the spacious arena, a group of fighters engaged in a ferocious struggle, resembling wild beasts in their relentless pursuit of victory. The audience, witnessing the sanguinary scene, displayed no compassion or fear. Instead, they grew increasingly frenzied. Soon, Hulaina entered the arena, having achieved an impressive 75 consecutive victories, making her somewhat of a celebrity here. The moment she stepped onto the platform, the other 9 competitors united against her, intent on eliminating her first. Undeterred, Hulaina stood poised in her sleek black attire that accentuated her nearly flawless figure, wielding a short sword as she awaited their assault. As the battle commenced, the 9 adversaries showed no mercy, launching lethal attacks without hesitation. Initially, Hulaina managed to withstand their coordinated onslaught, but opportunities for counterattack were non-existent. Their teamwork suggested they had trained specifically for this encounter, clearly prepared to confront her. After nearly half an hour, Hulaina's stamina waned significantly, and a momentary lapse led to a deep gash across her back. Blood flowed freely, quickly staining her garments. Observing this from the stands, Zhao Su contemplated whether to intervene. To do so would undoubtedly breach the established rules and could lead to unnecessary complications. Yet, if he refrained, Hulaina might never leave the arena alive. The rules dictated that only one fighter could emerge victorious from each match. Nevertheless, the 9 continued their relentless assault on Hulaina, perhaps orchestrated by the so-called King of Slaughter. After all, it was unfathomable that only 8 competitors had achieved 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Arena over the span of a millennium. As Zhao Su pondered, Hulaina was struck once more, her body trembling from the loss of blood and exhaustion. Her vision began to blur. Ultimately, Zhao Su decided to act. But instead of intervening directly, he hurled a dagger, deflecting a fatal blow meant for Hulaina. Instantly revitalized, she moved with agility, her short sword mercilessly claiming the lives of her attackers. Cheating! She's cheating! The audience erupted in cries, pointing at Hulaina, who remained unfazed by their accusations. The enforcers of the Hell Arena did not appear, implying their tacit approval of her victory. With her weakened body, she staggered out of the arena. Once outside, she immediately attracted attention, not only from those wishing to eliminate her as a formidable opponent, but also from those coveting her beauty. In this city of slaughter, while many female soul masters existed, none matched Hulaina's extraordinary beauty and perfect form, enhanced by the innate allure of her fox spirit. Many desired to possess her. Before long, 6 individuals surrounded her. The leader, a gaunt man with a lecherous grin, reached out with hands that seemed to have gone unwashed for years, attempting to touch her. Shameless. Hulaina, pale from blood loss, looked at them with profound disgust. Cursing, she lunged with her short sword. Since you're asking for it, do not blame us for being unmerciful. The lecherous man's demeanor hardened upon witnessing her resistance. Once we are done having our fun, everyone will have a share? At his words, the surrounding men erupted in excitement. Though Hulaina was a prodigy, having reached the level of a soul king at merely 25. Her exhaustion and blood loss rendered her incapable of dealing with the 6 lascivious men before her. A cold gaze filled with resignation flickered in her eyes before transforming into resolve. She raised her short sword to her own delicate neck, determined to preserve her dignity even in death rather than succumb to the filth before her. Just then, a small stone flew through the air, knocking the sword from her grasp. Confused, Hulaina looked towards the source of the projectile, finding Zhao Su standing there. Here is a chance for you to live. Just leave. Zhao Su approached step by step, his voice laced with murderous intent as he addressed the 6 individuals. Young man, I see that you have yet to utter the word death that resides in the mouth of your leader. In that moment, Zhao Su's Imperial 7-kill sword martial soul manifested before them, its 6 black eternal soul rings radiating an astonishing brilliance. Beyond the implausible configuration of soul rings, there was also the fact that Zhao Su was not bound by the rules of the City of Slaughter, where one could not wield soul techniques. In this realm, only 2 types of beings were impervious to the influence of the King of Slaughter's domain, those who had attained the realm of the God of Slaughter and the enforcers loyal to the King of Slaughter. Whichever the case, it was evident that they were not to be trifled with. The 6 individuals hastily knelt, their foreheads striking the ground as they pleaded, "Spare us. We meant no offense. Please forgive our rudeness. We are willing to offer you the purest Bloody Mary." Chapter 56, Divine Will. Consider this my betrothal gift to the Tang family. It was too late. With Zhao Su's indifferent voice, the Imperial 7-kill sword soared forth, effortlessly severing the heads of the 6. At that moment, Zhao Su had also reached Hulaina's side, smiling as he said, "Do not forget, you owe me a life." Unable to bear it any longer, Hulaina was overcome by dizziness and fainted. Zhao Su swiftly caught hold of Hulaina, lifting her into his arms as he surveyed the surroundings in search of shelter. However, this dilapidated city, with its crumbling edifices, offered no indication of where to seek refuge. "Come here." Zhao Su pointed towards a young man not far away, who, despite being somewhat haggard from the pervasive aura of slaughter that enveloped the City of Carnage, possessed a resolute gaze devoid of any lewdness. He beckoned the man closer. The individual, having witnessed the earlier scene, could not help but be intimidated by the Emperor's 7-kill sword, which hovered beside Zhao Su, emanating a chilling aura of death that instilled fear in all present. He approached Zhao Su without daring to resist. "Tell me, is there a place to stay around here that is spacious and clean?" Zhao Su inquired. "If you head east and take a turn, you will find accommodations reserved for those who have achieved over 50 victories. They are considerably cleaner than this area." The man replied. "And how does one acquire the right to reside there?" Zhao Su pressed on. "There are no set rules. Simply eliminate the current occupant of a residence, and it becomes yours," he answered. "Very well," Zhao Su mused. Without further ado, Zhao Su embraced Hulaina and proceeded towards the east, as directed by the man. Upon reaching the end and turning a corner, they arrived at another street. Indeed, it was as the man had described, much quieter and more orderly. Zhao Su casually glanced around, identified a room, and strode straight inside. Before long, an unfortunate soul emerged, unceremoniously cast out by Zhao Su as if he were a mere punching bag. Upon entering the room, it revealed itself to be rather modest, approximately a mere 10 square meters in size, with an exceedingly sparse arrangement consisting of only a bed, a table, and a few chairs. Zhao Su positioned Hulaina upon the bed, gently unfastening her form-fitting black attire. The ensemble Hulaina donned was a singular piece, necessitating the removal of her trousers in tandem. Soon, her delicate pink undergarments were revealed. Though Hulaina lay on the bed, the snug pink shorts, barely grazing the upper thigh, accentuated her subtly rounded dairy, rendering her all the more alluring. Complementing this allure were her long, slender legs, exquisitely shaped and devoid of any excess flesh, nearly causing Zhao Su to lose control. Zhao Su closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to quell the restlessness within him. Fortunately, prior to entering the city of Carnage, he had spent 3 tender days with Tang Yuehua. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to his urges by now. The horrifying scar that marred the smooth and delicate expanse of his back could be said to have tarnished his otherwise flawless physique. Yet, it also bestowed upon him a touch of ferocity. Zhao Su suppressed the turmoil within, deliberately avoiding the sight of Hulaina's alluring figure, clad merely in her pink hot pants. From the jade pendant at his waist, he retrieved a healing elixir and administered it to Hulaina. Subsequently, he crushed the remaining pills and gently applied the powder to the wounds on her back. Having completed these tasks, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Zhao Su hastily covered Hulaina's body, averted his gaze, fearing that he might succumb to base instincts. Subsequently, he ventured out to procure a clean set of garments for her, gently dressing her. Once this was accomplished, he seated himself at a nearby table. In the abode of the King of Slaughter, a towering figure clad in crimson regalia sat upon a stone throne, attentively listening to the reports of his subordinates. "Are you saying that there exists an individual who is unfettered by the dominion of the Slaughter realm, capable of wielding soul skills at will?" The King of Slaughter's blood-red eyes displayed a flicker of intrigue. Since ascending to the throne, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Not even with the 2 existing gods of slaughter, who had adhered to his decrees upon their arrival. Indeed, although this individual is merely a soul emperor of over 60 levels, all 6 of his soul rings are of the 10,000-year caliber. Where is this person now? A scout reported that he had taken the recently victorious Helm Messenger, who had triumphed in 76 consecutive matches, to a residence on East Street. Understood. Remember, do not impede him, regardless of his actions. I shall personally pay him a visit. With that, the King of Slaughter gestured for his subordinate to withdraw, and in an instant, he vanished into thin air. Within the confines of the East Street room, Zhao Su sensed a formidable aura approaching. A smirk graced his lips. The King of Slaughter, one wonders if he can truly bear such a title. As the King of Slaughter soared through the air, he was abruptly startled by Zhao Su's voice, realizing too late that Zhao Su had materialized behind him without his awareness. "Whether I can bear it, you shall find out." The King of Slaughter's blood-red eyes narrowed, and without a trace of hesitation, he launched his attack. Yet, as he did so, regret washed over him, for he soon perceived a powerful mental force enveloping him. Mental power? In a daze, the King of Slaughter realized he was ensnared by this overwhelming psychic energy, rendering any escape impossible. A foul bat dares to declare himself the King of Slaughter. How laughable. Zhao Su let out a cold snort, extending his right hand to form a seal, which he subsequently pressed against the brow of the King of Slaughter. In an instant, his hand morphed into a claw, forcibly extracting a blood-red bat from within. The blood-red bat king emitted a series of piercing squeaks, flapping its repulsive wings in an attempt to break free from Zhao Su's grasp. At the moment the blood-red bat was drawn forth, the crimson eyes of the King of Slaughter began to fade, revealing a glimmer of light within. "Are you the one who has come to my aid?" The voice of the King of Slaughter, no longer raspy, inquired as he gazed at the struggling blood-red bat king in Zhao Su's hand. "Indeed. The divine thought I left within you serves as a gift from the Tang family of Haoyan sect. Whether you can withstand the trials of the god of Shura and ascend to divinity and body rests solely upon your own capabilities. Do you know who I am? A gift? What does that mean? You need not concern yourself with such matters for now. Focus on your enlightenment. Zhao Su spoke as he made another move. Sealing the blood-red Bat King, whose deathly aura had been eradicated and was now entirely under his control, back within the body of the King of Slaughter, Tang San. As previously stated, the Douluo continent forbids the ascension of mortals to divinity. Thus, Zhao Su chose to once again implant the Bat King within Tang San, allowing it to continue its role as his King of Slaughter. However, the Bat King was now completely governed by Zhao Su, enveloped by that divine consciousness. Should Tang San comprehend this divine will, he would break free from the Bat King's dominion and reclaim his consciousness. This could be seen as a boon for Tang San's ascension, akin to a wedding gift for the Tang family, as Zhao Su had remarked. Having accomplished this, Zhao Su vanished entirely, and the eyes of the King of Slaughter morphed back to a blood-red hue, gazing vacantly at the desolate street. A flicker of confusion reflecting in his gaze. Chapter 57. Rules are made by man and can naturally be altered. At that moment, although the King of Slaughter could not recall the events that had just transpired, he still remembered the terrifying divine consciousness of Zhao Su. Without any hesitation, he returned to his lair at the swiftest pace. He issued orders that, regardless of Zhao Su's actions within the city of Slaughter, even if it meant the city's complete destruction, no one was to intervene. His subordinates, cloaked in black robes, were witnessing such palpable fear from their great king for the first time. They dared not speak further or inquire, quickly acquiescing to execute the King of Slaughter's commands. Hulaina did not awaken until noon the following day. Upon opening her eyes, a fleeting sense of bewilderment washed over her, quickly followed by the recollections of her thoughts before losing consciousness. Startled, she leapt up, looking down at the unfamiliar attire she wore. A myriad of complex emotions flickered in her eyes. Although Hulaina possessed an innate allure due to her fox spirit martial soul, she was exceedingly virtuous. Even though Yin, a member of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, had pursued her since childhood, she had never allowed him to touch her. The thought that she might have lost her purity sent her emotions spiraling into despair, her gaze gradually losing its luster. She sank onto the bed, tears flowing unbidden. Enough with the tears. I merely applied some medicine to your wounds and glanced at you. I did not do anything. At that moment, Zhao Su's voice echoed from the doorway. He then entered the room, placing a meal he had procured from somewhere on the table. Is that true? Hulaina initially felt a surge of joy, but then turned to Zhao Su with a tone laden with suspicion. You're too small. I have no interest. Zhao Su spoke while pointing at Hulaina's chest. Go to hell. Hulaina exclaimed as she charged towards Zhao Su, inadvertently pulling at the still unhealed wound on her back. Letting out a cry of pain. I have already treated your wound. In a few days, it will heal without leaving a scar. Zhao Su spoke, tossing a small porcelain vial to Hulaina. Take one daily. It will expedite your wound's healing. Thank you. Hulaina replied, receiving the vial. She gazed at the resolute half of his face, which, while not exceptionally handsome, stirred something deep within her. Clutching the vial tightly, she whispered to Zhao Su, You needn't thank me. It was Bibi Dong who entrusted me with your care. If you were to perish in the city of Slaughter, I would have no explanation to offer her. Is it truly because of my master that you saved me and treat me so kindly? Hulaina inquired, a hint of disappointment evident in her voice. Not entirely. You have made quite an impression on me. It would be a pity for you to die here. Is there no other reason, perhaps regarding my appearance or form? Hulaina asked, her cheeks flushing slightly. To be honest, your figure is rather commendable. Aside from that one area being somewhat petite, your pert posterior is quite delightful. So, do not be overly self-conscious about your physique. Zhao Su initially spoke with some rationale. But as the conversation progressed, he became increasingly incoherent. Go to hell. Hulaina glared at Zhao Su with a gaze that seemed capable of devouring him, uttering those fierce words before swiftly departing. In the city of Slaughter, Hulaina possessed her own residence, for she was a formidable warrior with an impeccable record of 76 consecutive victories. Although she still bore some injuries, they were merely superficial, and her soul power had nearly fully recovered, granting her the ability to protect herself in the face of danger. Thus, Zhao Su chose not to pursue her, as he had his own matters to attend to. Earlier, aside from seeking sustenance, he had also inquired about Tang San's whereabouts. Just as Zhao Su had surmised, Tang San had indeed arrived in the city of Slaughter and had achieved 56 consecutive victories. Although soul skills could not be utilized here, Tang San's cultivation of the Xiantian skill endowed him with physical prowess that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. coupled with his elusive and devastating hidden weapons. Even the King of Slaughter would find it challenging to confront him, as he did Hulaina. In the audience section of the Hell's Slaughter arena, Zhao Su sat observing Tang San within the arena, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Tang San's cultivation speed had indeed surpassed his expectations. Notably, the transformation of the blue-silver grass into the blue-silver emperor, combined with his formidable control skills and the overwhelming Haotian hammer, had elevated Tang San's combat effectiveness beyond Zhao Su's imagination, representing a perfect amalgamation of control and damage output. If I remember correctly, you must also be from Shrek Academy. Truly, all of you from Shrek are monsters. Hulaina, who had inexplicably taken a seat beside Zhao Su, remarked as she watched Tang San in the arena. This monster is rather unexpected. Zhao Su, stroking his chin, contemplated something and turned to Hulaina beside him. Do you wish to surpass him? Indeed. Yet the rules of the Hell-Killing Field dictate that those who achieve 50 consecutive victories shall not be assigned to the same group. Regulations are established by man, and thus can certainly be broken by man. A wicked smile played upon Zhao Su's lips as he continued. Do you possess the confidence to triumph over him? No. Despite Hulaina's haughty demeanor and her aversion to failure, she could not bear the thought of accepting her own defeat. Yet, she was compelled to concede that, in the face of Tang San, her chances of victory were exceedingly slim. I shall assist you, even if we are placed in the same group. One of us must perish. As I mentioned earlier, rules are made by man and can likewise be altered. With that, Zhao Su rose to his feet, instructing, Wait for me here. He then exited the hellish arena. Before long, Zhao Su returned to the brutal battleground, where Tang San had already claimed victory, achieving his 57th consecutive win. When Tang San takes the stage again, you two shall be grouped together, and the rules for achieving victory will be amended. Each individual will have the opportunity to concede, but consecutive wins will be nullified. Who exactly are you, capable of manipulating even the King of Carnage? It is quite simple. One need only defeat him. Zhao Su spoke with an air of casual simplicity, yet to Hulaina, it resonated like a thunderclap on a clear day. She had always believed she understood Zhao Su, convinced that his infiltration into Shrek was solely for the purpose of aiding her master, Bibi Dong, in her grand design to unify the continent. However, it has become evident to her that she hardly knew Zhao Su at all. In her mind, given Zhao Su's formidable strength, he had no need for such intricate schemes and machinations. Zhao Su, undeterred by any delays, commenced his next match with the intent of swiftly achieving his 100th victory, setting forth on the path to the underworld in pursuit of the domain of the God of Slaughter. That afternoon, a notice altering the rules of the hellish arena was posted. Upon seeing this announcement, many inhabitants of the inner city of the City of Slaughter expressed their joy. However, a faction of individuals who had already secured over 50 consecutive victories held a different view. Each individual capable of attaining such a streak possessed their own unique prowess, and grouping them together naturally heightened their risk of demise. Nonetheless, in this City of Slaughter, which lay entirely under the dominion of the King of Slaughter, dissent proved futile. The King's word was law. Chapter 58, Suppressing Tang San, trapping him in the City of Slaughter that night, within Zhao Su's chamber. Hulaina, perplexed, inquired of him, Why must you insist on my participation? If you were to compete yourself, there would be no need to alter the rules. You could simply eliminate him. He cannot perish just yet. I have need of him. Why? There is no rationale. He cannot die. Simply cannot. Remember, even if you have the opportunity to slay him tomorrow, do not take action. At the outset, Zhao Su refrained from eliminating Tang San, intending instead to harness the formidable destiny of the protagonist to assist in his quest for treasures. His current reluctance to take Tang San's life stems from a desire to allow him to grow stronger, thereby utilizing his blue-silver Emperor martial soul to resurrect Ain. Otherwise, if Ain were to restore herself, it could take an indeterminate span of time for her revival, a duration Zhao Su cannot afford. This elucidates why Zhao Su has consistently spared Tang San, refraining from suppression, and instead aiding him in rapidly enhancing his power. However, Tang San's growth has surged to an alarming pace, necessitating a control on his progression. Furthermore, today Zhao Su sensed a divine aura emanating from Tang San, suggesting that he may have caught the attention of the god of Shura from the divine realm. It is widely acknowledged that even within the original narrative, during the trials imposed by the god of Shura, leniency was shown towards Tang San. No one can ascertain whether the god of Shura has intervened in this moment. This uncertainty is why Zhao Su cannot permit Tang San to ascend to godhood before he has gathered the 9 divine dragons of Guardian. His adversaries may extend beyond the Douluo continent and could very well include entities from the divine realm. Moreover, his system and his transmigration might be intricately linked to the conflicts among factions in the divine realm. Of course, these remain mere conjectures. Zhao Su now contemplates whether, upon reaching the threshold of divinity, one must inevitably accept the inheritance of a deity from the divine realm. Ultimately, this may not signify true ascension, but rather a transformation into a mere vessel or servant of the deity from whom the inheritance is drawn. Nevertheless, Zhao Su must set aside such reflections for the moment. The immediate priority is to temper Tang San's cultivation speed without imposing excessive restrictions. After all, he still relies on Tang San's blue-silver emperor domain to resurrect Ain, a prospect that is undeniably enticing, given the allure of 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Are you truly certain that I can surpass him? With my presence, nothing is beyond the realm of possibility. Zhao Su conveyed a formidable stream of divine consciousness into Hulaina's mind and continued, at the pivotal moment, harness this divine will to subdue him, and you shall effortlessly vanquish him. Are you not apprehensive that I might disregard your instructions and slay him? You cannot kill him. Zhao Su spoke with a casual yet resolute demeanor, as if everything in the world lay under his dominion, subject to his will. As anticipated, on this day, he and Hulaina were indeed placed in the same group, alongside 3 others who had also achieved a winning streak exceeding 50 matches. This battle was poised to be the most exhilarating since the inception of the hellish killing field nearly a century ago. Hulaina did not confront Tang San directly. Instead, the two joined forces to launch an assault on the remaining 8 competitors, swiftly leaving only themselves standing in the arena. They retreated a few paces, locking eyes, neither eager to strike first. I never imagined our reunion would occur in such a place. Hulaina initiated the exchange. You should concede. You are no match for me. Tang San stood there nonchalantly, exuding an intense aura of murderous intent as he coldly replied, whether I am your opponent can only be determined through combat. After uttering this, Hulaina sprang into action, wielding a short sword as she leapt toward Tang San. She did not wish to employ Zhao Su's divine consciousness to eliminate Tang San in an instant. Rather, she aimed to vanquish him through her own prowess. Seeking to redeem herself for the humiliation suffered at the hands of Tang San during the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament, while also avenging her brother. Previously, Xiaoyu had sustained the deepest poison in protecting her. Although he quickly recovered, it had irreparably impacted his essence, possibly preventing him from ever reaching the rank of title Douluo. Tang San regarded Hulaina's advance with indifference, failing to take her assault seriously. Soon, Hulaina realized that, with her present strength, she could not overcome Tang San. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Yield, or you shall perish by my hand. Tang San's voice was devoid of emotion as he repelled Hulaina's relentless attacks, delivering his chilling proclamation. Do not rejoice too soon. Today I shall spare your life, but I will surely defeat you honorably one day. No sooner had Hulaina spoken than Tang San felt himself ensnared by an overwhelming mental force, rendering him immobile. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Hulaina closed the distance, seizing Tang San by the shoulders and forcefully hurling him away. He crashed onto the hard concrete outside the arena, the violent impact causing him to cough up blood, his eyes filled with fierce resentment. Yet he understood that he had no further opportunity to contest with Hulaina. At that moment, Tang San summoned his hidden skill, forbearance. When faced with insurmountable odds, he would not recklessly seek death but would instead endure and await a more favorable opportunity. As he turned to leave the arena, he cast a glance at Hulaina, who was basking in the adulation of the crowd, and resolved to conserve his strength to avoid ambush. With Tang San's departure, Hulaina celebrated yet another victory, while Tang San's winning streak was abruptly halted, necessitating a fresh start. Furthermore, with the alteration of the rules, those with winning streaks exceeding 50 could now compete in the same match, making it increasingly challenging to attain 100 consecutive victories. This was, indeed, Zhao Su's cunning scheme to ensnare Tang San within the city of slaughter. However, Zhao Su also recognized that Tang San would not remain trapped for long, prompting him to expedite his cultivation. Even if he could not ascend to divinity, reaching the realm of title Douluo was imperative. In the ensuing days, Tang San did not appear, while Zhao Su's winning streak soared to over 30 matches. Although he held an aversion to the city of slaughter, a den of iniquity, he could not deny the immense energy he garnered daily, as death was a constant presence both in the city and the arena. With each death, he could convert the soul power of the deceased into energy points. Eventually, Zhao Su found himself somewhat fond of the place, contemplating whether to gather sufficient resources to exchange for a complete set of the holy angel soul bones before departing. However, as the system's mechanical voice reverberated in his mind, Zhao Su realized he must hasten his exit. Ding! The location of the remaining bones of the nine-winged dragon has been determined. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School possesses a nine-winged dragon skull. Ding! Task acquired. Proceed to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to obtain the nine-winged dragon skull. Task rewards: 1 10,000-year soul ring, 1 holy angel set skull. As Zhao Su beheld the task interface materializing before him, a smile graced his visage. Although he was uncertain of the benefits the Guardian Nine Divine Dragons would bestow upon him, he was acutely aware of the advantages that the soul bones from the holy angel set would confer. Merely acquiring the right arm bone had elevated his mental prowess to the divine realm, transforming into tangible divine consciousness. One could only imagine the terrifying potency of gathering all 6 pieces. In the subsequent 3 months, Zhao Su engaged in a frenzy of slaughter, participating in multiple matches daily. In this brief span, he amassed an impressive winning streak of 97 matches and accrued a staggering 16,000 energy points. One fateful night, he accessed the system's marketplace, bypassing other options, and directly opened the section for the holy angel set soul bones, opting to exchange for the left arm bone. He no longer felt urgency regarding the skull, as he would receive it as a quest reward upon completion. The torso bone required 20,000 energy points, which he did not yet possess, thus he chose the left arm bone for immediate exchange. Upon completing the exchange, Zhao Su wasted no time and commenced the fusion process. The moment the left arm bone integrated with his limb, a surge of potent mental energy flooded into his consciousness, akin to the previous fusion with the right arm bone. However, this time, the presence of the golden pool rendered the experience devoid of any pain. As this vast mental force merged into the golden pool, it transformed into a substantial liquid form. Simultaneously, the remnants of the nine-winged dragon materialized within the golden pool. The formidable divine consciousness enveloped the seemingly ordinary remnants, imbuing them with a radiant golden glow. In that instant of merging with the left arm bone, Zhao Su's immense divine consciousness rapidly expanded outward, causing a tremor within the hearts of all present in the city of slaughter. Yet, this divine presence was fleeting, leaving no significant impact. In the cavern where the king of slaughter resided, he abruptly opened his blood-red eyes, gazing in a specific direction, a mix of fear and confusion reflected in his gaze. His once vacant eyes were now imbued with awareness. Knock, knock, knock. As Zhao Su completed the fusion, a knock echoed at his door. Before he could respond, the door swung open, revealing none other than Hu Laina. Was that immense power emanating from you? You dare intrude without concern for my attire? Zhao Su did not respond to Hu Laina's words. Instead, he poured himself a glass of water, his gaze fixed upon Hu Laina's delicate figure. I truly wonder what kind of person you are, he remarked. Unfazed by Zhao Su's scrutinizing glance, Hu Laina stepped closer and seated herself beside him, continuing. I have come to seek your assistance regarding a matter. Seek my assistance? How peculiar. You, Miss Hu, actually have a request for me? Zhao Su replied, feigning surprise. After achieving 100 victories, I wish to traverse the path of hell alongside you. Do you lack confidence in me, or in yourself? Hu Laina queried. Before my arrival, my mentor advised me not to hastily complete my 100 victories, but to thoroughly absorb the deathly aura of the city of slaughter to enhance my chances of traversing the path of hell. Humph. Zhao Su let out a resigned huff and said, having such a mentor is indeed unfortunate. She is leading you astray rather than guiding you. Zhao Su, I may permit you to look down upon me, but I will not tolerate any insult directed at my mentor. Hu Laina retorted. I speak the truth. She has become a complete lunatic. If I surmise correctly, it is the deathly aura within the city of slaughter, or perhaps the malevolent thoughts that have driven her to madness. What do you mean? The domain of the god of slaughter, rather than a domain, resembles a vessel for absorbing the world's malevolence. Excessive absorption of the malevolent aura from the city of slaughter can instill a powerful urge to kill within a person. Yet it also erodes the soul, transforming an otherwise normal individual into one of extreme madness. Furthermore, this Bloody Mary merely enables you to swiftly and perfectly absorb malevolence. Zhao Su gestured towards the Bloody Mary held by Hu Laina. What? Therefore, do not heed every word from your deranged master. She is no longer the BB Dong of your. Impossible. What is impossible about it? You have been by her side every day. Have you not noticed that ever since she entered the city of slaughter and obtained the domain of the god of killing, she has undergone a profound transformation? Hu Laina lowered her head as she listened. Indeed, As Zhao Su had articulated, she had sensed the changes in Bibi Dong. Her irascibility had escalated, and her brutality had intensified. However, for Hu Laina, her master was the dearest person to her. In her heart, she had long regarded Bibi Dong as a maternal figure. She was unwilling to accept the unsettling truth that her master had become a madwoman. Is there a remedy? Not at present. My purpose in coming to the city of slaughter is to acquire the domain of the god of killing and to seek a means to dispel the malevolent energy within it. These elixirs, taken daily, will suppress the darkness within you. Refrain from consuming that Bloody Mary any longer. Zhao Su handed Hu Laina a small porcelain vial and then gestured towards the glass of Bloody Mary on the table, speaking with a solemn tone. He wished to prevent Hu Laina from becoming a lunatic like Bibi Dong one day. The following day, Zhao Su resumed his participation in the arena of slaughter, engaging in consecutive battles until he swiftly amassed 100 victories. At that point, Hu Laina also achieved her own centenary of triumphs. The entire arena erupted in fervor. These individuals had only heard tales of those who had attained 100 victories. Yet no one had ever witnessed such a feat in person, let alone two individuals accomplishing it simultaneously. Unbeknownst to them, all who had seen those who achieved 100 victories were already deceased, for it was their blood that was required to unlock the path to hell. Amidst their overwhelming excitement, the king of slaughter, clad in a crimson robe with blood-red eyes, made his appearance. The king of slaughter wasted little breath. He formed hand seals. Those in the audience who were chanting his name suddenly found their bodies exploding, their blood cascading into the troughs of the spectator stands, flowing down to the arena below. Soon, an opening appeared on the slaughter platform, revealing the entrance to the path of hell. The king of slaughter seemed intent on hastening Zhao Su's departure from the city of slaughter. Zhao Su lingered here, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of impending peril. Although he could not recall having ever confronted Zhao Su, the indelible fear of that formidable spiritual presence persisted within him. Come, follow me. I shall lead you away from this place. Without hesitation, Zhao Su turned to Hu Laina behind him and, with a single remark, leaped into the pitch-black opening. As they ventured further into the abyss, visibility dwindled to nothing, plunging them into complete darkness. Even when standing face to face, they could not discern one another. You must be on the verge of obtaining your 6th spirit ring, correct? Zhao Su inquired, noticing Hu Laina's labored breathing. Indeed. I reached level 60 upon entering the city of slaughter. My master advised me to hunt spirit beasts for my spirit ring only after I acquire the domain of the god of slaughter, thus allowing me to surpass my limits. Very well, then I shall bestow upon you a spirit ring. As Zhao Su walked forward, he spoke casually. Chapter 60, The Blood-Red Bat King, The Evil Eye. Is it here? Hu Laina inquired with some confusion. Not to mention that soul skills cannot be utilized in this place, even if they could. What kind of soul beast could possibly exist in such a location? Squeak. Before Zhao Su could utter a word, a cacophony of chirps filled the air. The 6th soul ring possesses an age of 30,000 years. Yet I surmise this soul beast's age exceeds 50,000 years. If my conjecture holds true, absorbing this soul beast may very well suppress the malevolent thoughts that accompany your acquisition of the domain of the god of killing. In truth, Zhao Su's actions here could be deemed somewhat unscrupulous, as he is effectively using Hu Laina as a subject for experimentation. Nevertheless, Zhao Su harbors confidence. Even should his hypothesis fail, he would ensure that Hu Laina remains unharmed. Are you referring to these bats? Just wait. Heed my command and refrain from any rash actions. Although Zhao Su spoke such words to Hu Laina, he had already taken action. The Emperor's 7-kill sword was drawn, emanating a formidable sword intent as it surged towards the bats. The gleaming light of the sword illuminated the dark cavern, casting a faint glow. Hu Laina stood there, gazing at Zhao Su, who stood protectively before her. Her expression was somewhat dazed. A woman's affection for a man often stems from myriad reasons. It was evident that Hu Laina had developed feelings for Zhao Su, an affection that was both abundant in reasons, yet inexplicably devoid of them. Although Zhao Su's appearance may not be exceptionally handsome, it has undoubtedly etched itself deeply in her heart. Every woman yearns for a powerful man who can provide her with a sense of security. Moreover, the more formidable a woman is, the more she desires a man who surpasses her strength to cherish and protect her. Zhao Su embodies such a person. Why are you standing there in a daze? Move along. Zhao Su turned around to glance at the unaccompanied Hu Laina and promptly called out to her. Hu Laina took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and hastily quickened her pace to catch up. After traversing nearly 500 meters, amidst the swarm of black bats, a formidable figure emerged, a blood-red Bat King, resplendent with power. Although this Bat King was not as mighty as the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King residing within Tang San, its aura unmistakably suggested that it had existed for well over 30,000 years. "It is you." Zhao Su gazed upon the blood-red winged Bat King. As the 12-winged seraphim soul swiftly manifested behind him, the overwhelming aura of divinity dispelled all malevolence, simultaneously enveloping Hulaina, who felt her chaotic heart gradually finding tranquility. The Bat King, sensing this formidable sanctity, was stripped of all combativeness, consumed by a singular desire to flee. Yet, Zhao Su would not allow such an escape. A colossal hand emerged, crushing all bats save for the blood-red winged ruler. It seized the Bat King and presented it before the bewildered Hulaina. "What are you contemplating?" "Eliminate it and absorb its soul ring." "Absorb its soul ring?" "Enough with the idle chatter. Hasten." Zhao Su spoke as he assisted Hulaina in summoning her fox spirit martial soul. After Hulaina merged with her martial soul, a fluffy fox tail appeared behind her, enhancing her allure. Without hesitation, Hulaina drew her short sword and thrust it towards the completely subdued blood-red Bat King. As the blade pierced, the Bat King utterly relinquished its life force. Following this, a black soul ring, interspersed with golden ripples, emerged. Upon seeing this ring adorned with golden patterns, Zhao Su realized that this Bat King possessed a much greater age than he had initially anticipated. Simultaneously, a soul bone fell beside the soul ring, appearing to be an external soul bone, glimmering with a faint crimson light. "Hurry and merge." In the interest of safety, Zhao Su enveloped Hulaina with his immense spiritual consciousness, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of danger. Coupled with the divine essence of purification that accompanied him, it provided a dual layer of protection. Perhaps due to the influence of this spiritual presence and sacred intent, Hulaina's fusion process proceeded remarkably smoothly, completing in under 10 minutes. "How was it? What is your sixth soul skill?" Upon witnessing Hulaina's eyes flutter open, Zhao Su recognized the successful completion of the fusion and retracted his spiritual consciousness, along with his 12-winged seraph. His gaze, filled with anticipation, turned towards Hulaina. "Evil Eye," Hulaina declared, unleashing her sixth soul skill, which manifested as an eye appearing on her forehead. Under the gaze of this evil eye, the obscurity that once shrouded everything was rendered crystal clear before her. Additionally, it could emit malevolent energy, disrupting opponents' attacks. Even within the confines of a domain, it would disregard any barriers. Its power was undeniably extraordinary. "This is astonishing," Hulaina exclaimed, her delight evident as she grasped the implications of the evil eye's capabilities. Although she had yet to test it in battle, merely the description of the skill stirred a tempest of excitement within her. "As I suspected, the evil eye absorbs all wicked thoughts, allowing the malevolence within the god of killing's domain to be drawn into it, thus shielding you from corruption. Is it truly capable of such?" Zhao Su mused, directing his attention towards the soul bone radiating a blood-red luminescence. He reached out, retrieving the soul bone and examining it closely, discovering it was indeed a flying-type soul bone. "Do you possess any external soul bones?" he inquired. "I do. But how unfortunate." Hulaina responded, her gaze fixated on the blood-red Bat King's fallen soul bone. A soul bone that grants the ability to fly like a bat. Upon seeing the soul bone, her eyes ignited with fervor. "This means that by merging with the soul bone, I would not only be able to fly, but soar for extended durations like a bat. Is there a way for me to fuse with this soul bone?" Hulaina asked Zhao Su, fully aware that aside from the limb soul bones, which could be removed through the drastic method of severing the limbs and reducing one's soul power by 10 levels, other soul bones and external soul bones could not be extracted alive. "System, is there a method to extract an external soul bone?" "Yes, but it requires enduring inhumane torment, comparable to having one's ribs forcibly extracted. Furthermore, one must remain conscious, otherwise it would be impossible to fuse with the soul bone again." The System's voice remained devoid of emotion, yet Zhao Su felt an echo of pain akin to having his ribs torn from him. "There is a way, but I fear you may not withstand it." "I can endure it. No matter how excruciating, I will persevere," Hulaina replied resolutely. Zhao Su then relayed the method for extracting the previously fused soul bone and refusing with a new one. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's complexion paled slightly. The prospect of such a procedure filled her with a sense of despair. To extract the original soul bone while remaining fully conscious and simultaneously merging with a new one, ignoring the unbearable pain. Any minor misstep during the process could lead to her demise. Chapter 61. Bone Exchange. The temptation within the cave. Do you still believe you can endure it? Zhao Su gazed at Hulaina, whose demeanor was one of panic. He shook his head and inquired of her. Just when Zhao Su believed that Hulaina would choose to surrender, the terror in her eyes transformed into steadfastness and resolve. I can withstand it. As long as it allows me to undergo a metamorphosis, I can endure any suffering. You must contemplate this carefully. Failure does not signify that nothing has transpired, but rather it signifies death. I fear not death. I ask you once more, are you truly resolved to proceed with the transformation? This marks Zhao Su's third inquiry to Hulaina, and it shall be the final one. Should she persist, Zhao Su will not refuse. However, the outcome, whether survival or not, hinges solely on her own resolve. I am certain that even in the face of death, there will be no regret. Very well. If that is the case, I shall assist you in the transformation, so do remove your garments. Zhao Su extended his hand to form a seal, conjuring a colossal palm that effortlessly moved a massive boulder, reducing it to a smooth surface with a few deft strokes. He gestured towards the stone, resembling a bed, and inquired of Hulaina, is this suitable? Where do you wish to go? In response, Zhao Su remarked, to achieve a transformation of your spirit bone, it is advisable to do so before you attain the domain of the god of slaughter. This way, once you acquire the domain, you will be able to harness its murderous intent to seamlessly integrate the new spirit bone with your body, achieving an unparalleled union. Very well, Hulaina uttered, refraining from further comment as she untied the belt that casually secured her clothing at her waist. She removed her outer garment, revealing a pink undergarment underneath, clearly indicative of her fondness for the color. Truth be told, while Zhao Su often jested about Hulaina's modesty, it was not truly the case. Her figure, usually concealed by clothing, showcased an impressive silhouette. Particularly captivating were her long, slender legs, which added to her allure. Zhao Su took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the restlessness within him, even resorting to exuding a hint of divine aura to aid himself. What is your other external soul bone? He inquired, gazing at Hulaina, who reclined upon a massive stone clad only in pink lingerie. The tailbone of the nine-tailed celestial fox. She replied, the tailbone? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su instinctively directed his gaze toward Hulaina's pert backside, his expression tinged with curiosity as he asked, could it possibly have merged with that part? Although Hulaina's countenance remained frigid, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She merely nodded in response. You truly know how to present me with a challenge. As Zhao Su spoke, he gestured for Hulaina to turn over. Are you certain this is necessary? She inquired. Indeed. I must first assist you in removing your bone before you can integrate the new soul bone, he replied. Hulaina's face flushed slightly. Yet she complied with Zhao Su's request, revealing her flawless form once more. Let me be clear, I hold no interest in you. This is solely for the purpose of replacing your bone. Understood, proceed, she said. Zhao Su nodded slightly, choosing to speak no further, his demeanor turning earnest. Having prepared all that was necessary, he placed a pill into Hulaina's mouth and said, while this elixir cannot entirely alleviate your suffering, it will stimulate your consciousness, preventing you from slipping into unconsciousness. Remember, it is imperative that you remain alert. Hulaina responded with a soft sound, her tension palpable as her entire body was taut, accentuating her elongated figure. Now, release your external soul bone. As Zhao Su's voice resonated, a splendid tale, divided into 9 segments, gradually manifested from Hulaina's shapely form. Zhao Su, without any hesitation, reached out and placed his hand slightly above the center of Hulaina's pert backside, now adorned with a foxtail. Despite the barrier of her short shorts, the delicate, smooth, and elastic sensation sent a jolt through Zhao Su's heart, compelling him to amplify the sacred intent that could soothe his spirit and regain his composure. The moment Zhao Su's hand made contact with Hulaina's rounded form, her body trembled, only to be swiftly overtaken by an overwhelming wave of pain. As Zhao Su exerted more force, attempting to extract the soul bone that had become one with Hulaina, the intensity of the pain escalated. Soon, her entire body was enveloped in a fine sheen of perspiration. Hulaina, who had initially stifled her cries, could no longer contain herself and let out a desperate shout. Don't lose consciousness. Whatever you do, don't fall asleep. As Zhao Su meticulously controlled the force used to detach the soul bone, he called out to the increasingly silent Hulaina. He infused a fragment of his consciousness into her mind, ensuring she remained alert, yet amplifying her awareness of the excruciating pain from her shattered bones. The moment the tailbone of the nine-tailed celestial fox was completely severed, Hulaina could no longer contain herself and cried out. Sweat cascaded down her flawless, smooth skin, making her appear even more enticing. However, Zhao Su had no inclination to admire this picturesque scene. His focus was solely on extracting the bone for Hulaina. Once the tailbone was removed, he needed to supplement her skeletal structure. The original tailbone had become entirely fused with Hulaina's own bones. Thus, extracting the soul bone was akin to removing a part of her very essence. After 10 arduous minutes, he finally completed the procedure. Hulaina lay there, seemingly drained of all strength as the pain gradually subsided. Upon finishing, Zhao Su retrieved a garment from nearby and draped it over her body. Now, she merely needed to regain her strength to absorb the soul bone of the blood-red Bat King. Soon, as Hulaina sat cross-legged atop the smooth boulder, a pair of wings sprouted from her back, signifying the success of the bone exchange. Suddenly, Hulaina opened her eyes, and with a flutter of her bat wings, she soared into the air. As she ascended, her form began to diminish, allowing for swifter and smoother flight. After a brief trial, when Hulaina landed, her body instantly returned to its original size, and her wings quickly retracted into her body. She could distinctly feel her ribcage growing stronger, accompanied by occasional cool sensations. How wonderful! So this is what it feels like to fly. In that moment, Hulaina was completely immersed in the joy of flight. Forgetting the inhuman pain she had just endured, as well as her current attire of only pink lingerie. Most importantly, a tear had formed in her shorts during the bone extraction, leaving half of her pert, smooth dairy re-exposed, creating an unbearable allure within the dark cave. Chapter 62. Perfect absorption of evil thoughts, reluctant separation. What kind of expression is that? Hulaina inquired, her brow furrowing in puzzlement as she observed Zhao Su's strange demeanor. Zhao Su remained silent, tilting his head to one side and gesturing towards Hulaina's petite rear. Following Zhao Su's, Hulaina lowered her gaze in that direction. In an instant, her face flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a ripe apple, as she hastily rummaged through her soul guide storage to retrieve her clothing. She clumsily donned the garments. Once Hulaina had dressed, Zhao Su turned his head, a lingering smile gracing his lips, and remarked, "It seems you have a fondness for pink. Both times I have seen you, you were adorned in that color. Go to hell." Hulaina's face deepened in hue as she scolded Zhao Su. "But Bibi Dong truly treats you well." Zhao Su paid no heed to Hulaina's scolding. He picked up the tailbone of the nine-tailed fox resting upon the massive stone, feeling the immense soul power that emanated from it. He then extended the soul bone towards Hulaina, saying, "Take this. When someone is in need, it may serve them well. Consider this soul bone a token of my gratitude for your assistance." However, Hulaina did not accept the soul bone Zhao Su offered. She gently replied, "It would be better for you to keep it. If you have no use for it, you could sell it for gold soul coins, which would be of greater benefit to me." Zhao Su ultimately placed the tailbone into Hulaina's hands. Observing that she did not refuse, Hulaina accepted the soul bone. "Thank you." After a while, her emotions gradually stabilized, and her complexion was no longer flushed. She then stepped forward to express her gratitude to Zhao Su. "No need to thank me. It is your own strength that deserves recognition. Few could endure such pain." This statement was a heartfelt acknowledgement from Zhao Su, devoid of flattery. At this moment, Zhao Su could not help but regard Hulaina with newfound respect. Her indomitable spirit and earnest approach to her endeavors compelled Zhao Su to reconsider his previous underestimation of her. What Zhao Su remained unaware of was that Hulaina's childhood was far from joyful. Before encountering Bibi Dong, she and her brother endured countless disdainful glances and hardships. This serves as the impetus behind Hulaina's fervent desire to become powerful. On one hand, she yearns to escape the torment of others' scorn and humiliation. On the other, she seeks to repay the gratitude owed to Bibi Dong for her nurturing guidance. Thus, Hulaina had long sworn in her heart to dedicate her entire life to the Spirit Hall, aiding her mentor, Bibi Dong, in realizing her dream of unifying the continent. Even death would pose no concern for her. After an hour, Zhao Su and Hulaina finally emerged from the treacherous path. Returning to the small town they had entered upon arriving at the City of Slaughter, they had successfully attained the realm of the God of Slaughter. When Hulaina activated the God of Slaughter realm, the evil eye, having just acquired its sixth soul skill, would automatically awaken, absorbing the malevolent essence within that domain. With each absorption of the wicked intent, the evil eye grew increasingly powerful, effectively neutralizing the corruptive influence of the malevolence upon her being. Moreover, the evil eye's capacity to absorb all forms of evil elevated Hulaina's own essence, rendering her spirit ethereal and impervious to any temptation or illusion. Now it seems, We must part ways. Zhao Su, having other matters to attend to, spoke to Hulaina as they emerged from the treacherous path of hell. However, Hulaina's eyes did not reflect the joy one might expect from having traversed the road to attain the domain of the god of slaughter. Instead, she bore a countenance laden with unspoken worries. Just as Zhao Su turned to depart, she called out to him, but ultimately, her words amounted to little more than a trivial farewell. Until we meet again, take care. Take care. Zhao Su nodded at Hulaina, uttering a simple farewell before turning to depart. In just a few steps, he vanished completely from sight. As Hulaina gazed in the direction of Zhao Su's departure, tears inexplicably welled in her eyes. My dear, I didn't expect you to return so soon. At that moment, a voice pierced through her thoughts, bringing her back to reality. Upon recognizing the speaker, Hulaina wiped away her tears and exclaimed, Elder Ju, Elder Gui. It was indeed Yueguan and Guimei who had brought Hulaina to this city of slaughter. To her surprise, they had remained for such an extended period without leaving. This clearly indicated Bibi Dong's affection and prioritization of Hulaina, treating her as if she were her own daughter. My dear, how did you end up with him? Guimei and Yueguan had also seen Zhao Su earlier but had chosen to remain hidden until he departed. We encountered each other in the city of slaughter. He guided me through the path of hell. As Hulaina spoke of him, a hint of melancholy flickered in her gaze. You have surpassed level 60? Yueguan looked at Hulaina with curiosity, quickly extending his hand to grasp hers for closer inspection. Upon confirming that Hulaina had indeed reached the status of a 60th level Soul Emperor, he felt a mixture of confusion regarding how one could obtain soul rings within the city of slaughter, yet he noted no abnormalities in her body or martial soul, which eased his concern slightly. Yes, I have acquired my 6th soul ring, Hulaina declared, releasing her martial soul, revealing the 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, impossible to counterfeit. Particularly notable was the 6th soul ring, predominantly black yet adorned with dark golden ripples, signifying its quality far exceeded 10,000 years, even reaching over 50,000. You defeated the Bat King on the path of hell? Indeed, and from the Bat King, I obtained a soul bone, which I have absorbed. And it is an external soul bone, Hulaina proclaimed proudly, lifting her chin. You have indeed been fortunate. An external soul bone? Yueguan seemed to recall something and continued to inquire, haven't you already fused with an external soul bone? That's correct, but I removed the one I had. What? Both Yueguan and Guimei expressed their astonishment in unison. As titled Douluo, they were well aware of the methods and sacrifices required to extract a soul bone. However, the Hulaina before them clearly did not exhibit the toll that such an act would typically entail. This is no trivial matter. We must hurry back so I can report to my master. Hulaina teased with a playful smile at the astonished Yueguan and Guimei, deliberately keeping them in suspense. At this point, Hulaina's character had evidently undergone significant transformation. After her declaration, she dashed forward and leapt into the air. In that moment, her form rapidly diminished, and a pair of wings sprouted from her back, her flight speed leaving even the two-titled Douluo feeling a sense of inadequacy. Exchanging glances, they discerned surprise and skepticism in each other's eyes, but chose not to voice their thoughts, hastily following her towards the spirit hall. Chapter 63, the soul-hunting operation officially commences in the spirit city. Within the papal palace, Bibi Dong sat in contemplation on the grand papal throne, sensing an individual approaching rapidly. Slowly, she opened her eyes, filled with a hint of curiosity as she gazed toward the entrance of the papal palace. Soon, a bat-like figure, significantly smaller than the average person and with wings sprouting from its back, flew in. The moment Hulaina touched down, her wings vanished, and her body instantly returned to its normal size. With her expression returning to its usual indifference, Hulaina knelt before Bibi Dong and declared, Master, I have returned. Indeed. You have traversed the path of hell and exited the city of slaughter in less than a year. As Bibi Dong spoke, Guimei and Yueguan also entered the papal palace. First, Bibi Dong praised Hulaina, then coldly inquired, You have obtained your 6th soul ring? Precisely, I also acquired a new external soul bone. As Hulaina spoke, she released her martial soul, instantly enveloping the entire papal palace in a powerful domain. Simultaneously, the 6th soul ring, adorned with golden ripples, shimmered, and a blood-red eye appeared upon her forehead. As this eye closed, it absorbed the malevolent energy within the killing god domain. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Relate to me in detail your experiences in the city of slaughter, and remember to hold nothing back. faced with Bibi Dong's icy gaze. Hulaina felt compelled to recount her experiences in the City of Slaughter, including Zhao Su's assistance in altering her bones. Master, that is all. Upon finishing, Hulaina respectfully presented the nine-tailed celestial fox's tailbone to Bibi Dong. Receiving the soul bone, Bibi Dong did not inquire further but casually remarked, in that case, focus on your training and strive to elevate your level. Yes. Furthermore, you must cease all interactions with Zhao Su. Bibi Dong turned and resumed her position on the papal throne, gesturing for Hulaina to withdraw. A flicker of hesitation crossed Hulaina's eyes. She wished to voice something but ultimately refrained, simply acquiescing before stepping back. Elder Gue, Elder Ju, it is time. We shall officially commence the soul-hunting operation. Your Holiness. Is it not too early for this? Yueguan stepped forward to caution Bibi Dong. In our spirit hall, 3 titled Douluo are stationed. I worry there may be unforeseen complications. Do not concern yourself with them. They must heed my command. Do not rush to act. First, we must consolidate our position. Understood, replied Guimei and Yueguan, both bowing slightly before retreating. Haotian sect, your demise is imminent. Bibi Dong gazed towards the direction of the Haotian sect, her aura growing increasingly frigid, as if it were about to take on a corporeal form. At that very moment, not far from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, in the setting sun forest, Ning Rongrong and 2 other outer disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were being pursued relentlessly. Recently, Ning Rongrong had ascended to the 60th level, embarking on her quest for the 6th soul ring. Originally, Sword Douluo Qinshin had intended to accompany her, yet she had steadfastly declined, wishing to seek the 6th soul ring on her own as a final trial before becoming the sect's heir. Prior to entering the setting sun forest, Ning Rongrong had teamed up with several others, and as the most exceptional genius of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was effortless for her to form a team, especially after the evolution of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. However, disaster struck when the treasures she carried were targeted. During a critical moment while hunting a nearly 30,000-year-old soul beast, they were ambushed. Had it not been for the 2 outer disciples fighting valiantly to protect her and break through the encirclement, Ning Rongrong would have already fallen victim to her assailants. This incident highlighted the vulnerabilities of auxiliary soul masters. Without protection, even those of the same rank, let alone weaker opponents, could easily bring them down. Miss, you must flee first. We will hold them off. Despite their severe injuries, the 2 disciples fought fiercely to shield Ning Rongrong. Both hailed from impoverished backgrounds, having been taken in by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, which provided them the opportunity to become soul masters. It could be said that without the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, they would not have attained their current standing. No, I shall stay and assist you. I will fight alongside you. Ning Rongrong's face was pale, clearly wounded, yet she forced herself to summon the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Rays of light emanated from the pagoda in her right hand, enveloping her companions. At that moment, their pursuers had caught up, 7 in total, led by an imposing figure who had achieved the rank of 81st level Soul Douluo. The other 6 were all soul saints in their 70s. It seemed these individuals were well aware of Ning Rongrong's identity and had come specifically to eliminate her. They understood that she had recognized them, and thus, she had to be silenced. Otherwise, upon her return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it would herald their doom. Do not struggle. Even if your 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda's auxiliary abilities are unmatched, your realm is too low, and your companions are too weak, the leading Soul Douluo remarked mockingly, observing the completely encircled Ning Rongrong. Tuoba Ming, are you truly instigating a war among the 7 sects? Humph. Your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is merely an auxiliary martial soul. Were it not for external forces, you would have long been expelled from the ranks of the top 3 sects. Tuoba Ming scoffed at Ning Rongrong's words, unleashing his oppressive aura upon her and her companions. Being an 81st level Soul Douluo, he was simply not someone Ning Rongrong could contend with at that moment. To protect herself and the 2 outer disciples under such immense pressure was a testament to the strength of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. With a roar, Tuoba Ming, incensed that Ning Rongrong could withstand his oppressive force despite her injuries, no longer showed mercy. He aimed to swiftly eliminate her to avoid any prolonged complications. His martial soul, a white-armored earth dragon, was not the dragon we are accustomed to, but rather a dinosaur-like creature. With a dragon's roar, Tuoba Ming leaped towards Ning Rongrong and her companions with ferocity. Seeing the oncoming attack, Ning Rongrong despairingly closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. However, after a moment, she realized she had not been harmed, the fierce assault from Tuoba Ming had ceased. Slowly opening her eyes, she beheld Zhao Su, clad in white, standing not far away. All the members of the Holy Dragon sect lay defeated on the ground. Brother Su. Upon seeing Zhao Su, Ning Rongrong's face lit up with joy as she retracted the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda and rushed towards him. After a year apart, Ning Rongrong had become even more beautiful. Though her figure did not rival Zhu Zhuqing's voluptuousness, her white gown and fair skin exuded the charm of a neighborly little sister. You truly are audacious, daring to venture out alone? Zhao Su's lips curled into a smile, a gentle expression gracing his face as he surveyed Ning Rongrong, continuing. It has been over a year since we last met, and you have grown even more beautiful. Brother Su, you two have become increasingly handsome. The two exchanged pleasantries, showering each other with compliments. Who are you? Tuoba Ming, wounded and kneeling on the ground, directed a fierce gaze towards Zhao Su, struggling to suppress his fear. Do not inquire about my identity just yet. I wish to know if your sacred dragon sect possesses the remnants of the 9-winged Inglong. Just moments prior, as Zhao Su approached Tuoba Ming, the system had alerted him to the presence of the 9-winged Inglong's essence emanating from him. Furthermore, the white-armored earth dragon of their sacred dragon sect is a degenerated form of Kuei Long, one of the 9 divine dragons guarding the realm. How do you know? Upon hearing Zhao Su mention the 9-winged Inglong, Tuoba Ming could no longer maintain his composure. Fear flickered in his eyes. This matter was, without a doubt, a closely guarded secret within their sacred dragon sect, known only to the sect leader and a few elders. Even the direct disciples were unaware. Take your questions with you to hell. Zhao Su did not respond to his words, but instead reached out to place his hand on Tuoba Ming's crown, suddenly exerting force, shattering Tuoba Yuan's skull while simultaneously extracting all his memories. From Tuoba Yuan's recollections, Zhao Su learned that the remnants of the 9-winged divine dragon, crucial to their sacred dragon sect, were concealed within the ancestral tablet of the sacred dragon ancestral hall. It was precisely these remnants that had enabled the sacred dragon sect to rise again after the decline of their martial spirits. What is this 9-winged divine dragon's remnant you speak of? Ning Rongrong inquired with keen interest as she gazed at Zhao Su. Nothing significant. Merely a soul bone that had fallen from the dragon's body, Zhao Su replied nonchalantly. Is that true? Ning Rongrong pressed further. Of course. Why would I deceive you? Then why are you here? Surely, you did not come solely to rescue me? Not at all. I was tracing their whereabouts and did not anticipate finding myself here in the Sacred Dragon sect, located within the Star Luo Empire. If my assumptions are correct, the Sacred Dragon sect has long since submitted to the Spirit Hall. It appears they intend to take action against my 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Rest assured, I have promised you that as long as your 7-treasure glazed tile sect refrains from aiding others against the Spirit Hall, I can guarantee your sect's safety, ensuring it remains one of the top 3 sections. Without mentioning the incident following the Soul Master Elite competition, where Zhao Su had intervened to block Tang Hao's Haoyan hammer, Ning Rongrong had already discerned Zhao Su's affiliation with the Spirit Hall. Moreover, they had reached an agreement. As long as Ning Fingji did not consent to collaborate with the Spirit Hall, Ning Rongrong would succeed him as sect leader. Zhao Su assured her that the Spirit Hall would not harm any member of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, and he would also provide them with defensive weapons. You may be disappointed. My father will certainly not agree. Otherwise, they would not have laid hands on me. Have you forgotten our pact? I have not forgotten. But the situation may not be as straightforward as we hope. Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu are unwavering in their support of my father, Ning Rongrong said, frowning. She had not forgotten their agreement, and during her year back at the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, she had tested the waters multiple times. While she had almost been confirmed as the next sect leader, Ning Fingji was still relatively young, and her strength was insufficient to assume leadership at this moment, leaving her feeling somewhat helpless. Do not worry. Do not forget our agreement. I will handle the rest. What do you intend to do? I must insist that no harm come to Grandfather Gu and Grandfather Jian, nor to my father. That will not happen. I will accompany you back to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Zhao Su replied, waving his hand at Ning Rongrong. Let us go. I will assist you in obtaining your soul ring, and then we shall return together. Though Ning Rongrong was uncertain of Zhao Su's intentions, she had no other viable options at this point and could only proceed step by step. With Zhao Su's assistance, Ning Rongrong soon acquired her 6th soul ring. Afterward, they returned together to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Upon hearing that Ning Rongrong had been pursued, both Ning Fingji and the 2 Douluos, Jian and Gu, were enraged. The hot-tempered Chen Xin disregarded any objections and insisted on personally confronting the sacred dragon sect for an explanation. Uncle Jian, do not act impulsively. The situation is still unclear. Your actions could provoke infighting among the 7 sects. And what of it? Those from the lower 4 sects do not regard us as allies anyway. Indeed, old Jian. Let us go together and obliterate the sacred dragon sect. Though Gu Douluo spoke little, his words dripped with murderous intent. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, do you not understand? This is clearly the Spirit Hall scheme to incite us into mutual slaughter. Fingji, shall we simply let this go? That is too cowardly. Regardless, Rongrong has not been harmed. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. What do you think of Zhao Su? Ning Fingji prompted the two to sit before questioning them. This Zhao Su is evidently the black-robed figure who saved Bibi Dong back at the Spirit Hall. It is uncertain what brings him to our 7 treasure glazed tile sect this time, Chen Xin observed, now more composed, his eyes cold. Keeping him around is a potential disaster. We might as well eliminate him sooner rather than later. Gu Rong suggested, making a gesture across his throat. Old Jian and I will strike together. I refuse to believe he can withstand both of us. That will not do. He is shrouded in mystery, capable of effortlessly blocking Tang Hao's Haotian true form. If we fail, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Indeed. Have you noticed how Rongrong seems to hang on his every word? There appears to be a certain connection between them. Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly the most cherished among the 3, and even the slightest change in her demeanor would not escape their notice. Just then, Gu Rong seemed to recall something, his gaze sharpening. Could it be that he has come for that object? Uncle Gu, what do you mean? While outsiders were unaware of Gu Rong's true identity, Ning Fingji and Chen Xin were well aware. This could be considered the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's greatest secret. Just as Zhao Su had surmised, Gu Rong was not a native of Douluo continent, but rather a member of the dragon clan from the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm, long sought after by the inhabitants of Douluo, was not the idyllic paradise it appeared to be. It was rife with factions, intrigue, and unending conflict. Gu Rong's dragon clan had been among the defeated in the recent divine struggle, and they had no choice but to seal their divine powers and flee to Douluo to hide and await their opportunity. Impossible. How could he possibly know about the Divine Realm, let alone the existence of the 9-winged divine dragon skull within our 7 treasure glazed tile sect? Ning Fingji remarked, skeptical as he noted Gu Rong's nod, which seemed to affirm his suspicion. The notion struck him as too fantastical to accept. Chapter 65. The Bone Transformation Divine Dragon. The first guardian divine dragon, there is nothing impossible. Otherwise, how could he, at the rank of Soul King over level 60, block the Haotian true form? Gu Rong leaned back against the sofa, having confirmed Zhao Su's intentions. Old Bones, are you suggesting that Zhao Su is like you? That is hard to say. But I can assure you that even if he is not from the Divine Realm, he is undoubtedly connected to it. Fingji, lend us your support. Let us eliminate him. Chen Xion's sword intent radiated from him as he spoke to Ning Fingji. That cannot be. We have yet to clarify the situation. Acting rashly may lead us to confront a formidable opponent. At that point, not only would my 7 treasure glazed tile sect be at risk, but Uncle Gu would be in danger as well. What do you propose? Let us remain observant, prepared to act at any moment. The typically refined and gentle Ning Fingji now revealed an unexpected aura of murderous intent. Simultaneously, he dispatched the direct disciples of the 7 treasures glazed tile school to join forces with the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan in their efforts against the Spirit Hall. In their hearts, they had already concluded that Zhao Su was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Thus, confronting the Spirit Hall equated to confronting Zhao Su. That evening, Ning Fingji personally hosted a banquet for Zhao Su. Ostensibly, it was to express gratitude for Zhao Su's life-saving intervention on behalf of Ning Rongrong. However, it was, in truth, a covert attempt to extract information. Yet, as soon as Ning Fingji spoke, Zhao Su discerned his intentions. Given this realization, Zhao Su felt no need for subterfuge. You are correct, Sect Master Ning. I indeed have ties to the Spirit Hall, but my purpose here is not on their behalf. Then what brings you here, Brother Zhao? The remnants of the 9-winged divine dragon. Zhao Su spoke with unvarnished candor, his gaze fixed upon Gu Rong, who was seated beneath Ning Fingji. I fear you lack the requisite strength. Gu Rong retorted with a disdainful snort, his physique seemingly swelling with renewed vigor as he resolutely made his move. 9 soul rings materialized around him, all igniting simultaneously. With a mighty roar, he completely merged with his martial soul, the bone dragon, and charged towards Zhao Su. His gaping maw aimed to engulf Zhao Su whole. At that moment, both Ning Fingji and Chen Xian sprang into action. Ning Fingji, wielding the 7 treasures glazed tower, activated his 7th soul ring, instantly assuming the form of the 7 treasures, casting a radiant light over Gu Rong and Chen Xian. Meanwhile, Chen Xian unleashed his formidable 7 killing sword, a grand and ancient blade imbued with potent sword intent, cleaving towards Zhao Su. The 3 combatants unleashed their most formidable strikes in unison, seeking to catch Zhao Su off guard and eliminate him. Humph, Sect Master Ning. You have made a grave error in your judgment. Upon encountering this individual, Zhao Su observed an absence of any signs of panic. He remained seated with an air of tranquility. The 12-winged holy angel manifested behind him, and at the moment its eyes opened, an overwhelming aura imbued with the essence of death emanated forth. The 12-winged holy angel appeared to detach from Zhao Su's body, enveloped in a radiant golden black light, transforming into a towering giant, standing twice the height of a man. This was the first soul skill of the 12-winged holy angel, heavenly law and earthly phenomena, albeit with control over its physical size. Simultaneously, the 5th soul skill, indestructible dominance, was also activated upon the 12-winged holy angel. One hand wielded a sword, while the other grasped a spear of death. The sacred aura carrying the essence of mortality from the 12-winged holy angel effectively nullified Ning Fingji's blessings upon Chen Xian and Gu Rong, with a resounding impact. The spear of death in the hands of the dark angel swiftly pierced through Gu Rong's skeletal dragon form, pinning him against a nearby wall, shattering his corporeal manifestation. Gu Rong's gaze grew increasingly indifferent, a white halo pulsating around him, as he beheld Chen Xian, who was similarly subdued by the sword's intent. He gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Without a trace of hesitation, he let out a furious roar and forcefully extracted the spear embedded in his form. His immense skeletal frame began to swell, the withered muscles rejuvenating, instantaneously rendering him significantly younger. Divine power? At this moment, Zhao Su sensed the transformation occurring within Gu Rong. His soul power was gradually morphing into divine power, escalating rapidly until it plateaued at the unparalleled level of the 99th rank soul Douluo. Perish! Gu Rong's eyes burned with a fierce, murderous intent, and as he grew stronger, he also descended into madness. A bone sword materialized in his hand, and he charged towards Zhao Su, merely a pseudo-deity. This was the first time Zhao Su felt such tremendous pressure, solidifying his resolve that no one shall ascend to divinity before the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm were gathered. At this moment, Zhao Su also made his move, unleashing for the first time the 4th soul skill of the 12-winged holy angel, the true body of the holy angel. Following the fusion with the 12-winged holy angel, Zhao Su underwent a profound transformation. Under the influence of the law of heaven and earth, he stood over 3 meters tall, adorned with 6 golden wings and 6 black wings, radiating a divine aura intertwined with the essence of death. Zhao Su transcended the established theory that even twin martial spirits could not engage in simultaneous combat. Grasping the Emperor's 7 killing sword, he unleashed a sword intent that surpassed that of the Dustheart's 7 killing sword, weaving a formidable sword net that temporarily ensnared Dustheart. He then focused intently on confronting Gu Rong. His immense physique, radiating overwhelming authority, swiftly subdued the partially unsealed Gu Rong. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal fist struck mercilessly against Gu Rong's form. Roar. Ultimately, Gu Rong found himself utterly cornered, feeling as if he had been under Zhao Su's relentless pressure from the very beginning. Furthermore, Dustheart and Ning Fingji were nearing their limits within the 36 celestial sword formation of the Emperor's 7 killing sword. Left with no choice, Gu Rong resorted to his hidden trump card, the 9th spirit ability, the Bone Transformation Dragon. In that instant, the entire 7 treasures glazed tile school was filled with the resounding roar of a dragon. The bone dragon, initially composed solely of bones, began to grow flesh, eventually transforming into a true divine dragon. The 5 claws beneath the dragon signified the completion of its form. Ding! A notification from the system emerged, indicating the presence of the complete bone dragon within the Guardian 9 divine dragons. Would it be absorbed? At that moment, Zhao Su's will chose to absorb it, and a powerful aura surged forth, manifesting as a colossal hand that seized the bone dragon rushing toward him. The hand formed seals, and a pentagram symbol appeared, binding the entire bone dragon completely. Roar! After being thoroughly restrained, the bone dragon emitted another roar, this time filled with fury and tinged with fear. The ominous black hand grasped the dragon's head and formed seals once more, forcefully extracting the bone dragon's consciousness. As the consciousness was gradually drawn out, The flesh on the bone dragon began to vanish, reverting it to a mere skeletal form, its momentum significantly diminished. The divine energy within Gu Rong dissipated entirely, and the forcibly elevated level regressed back to its original 95. Chapter 66. The turmoil of the seven treasures glazed tile school. Once the Black Hand had completely extracted the bone dragon's consciousness, it flipped upwards, revealing a sinister black flame within its palm, seemingly refining the dragon's essence. After nearly a minute, the bone dragon's consciousness fell utterly silent. The Black Hand clenched into a fist, encapsulating the consciousness within, and surged into Zhao Su's body. In an instant, Zhao Su felt as though he were engulfed in searing flames, a conflagration that consumed not only his flesh, but also scorched his very soul. The liquid mental energy within his mind's golden pool erupted explosively, coursing throughout his entire being. Soon, the agonizing sensation of his soul burning dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming surge of power. All 9 of his meridians transformed into a radiant gold, and the spiritual liquid in his mind's golden pool grew increasingly dense. Ah! Zhao Su emitted a resounding shout, his formidable soul power surging forth and directly propelling Gu Rong away. Simultaneously, Ning Fengji and Chen Xian, who were ensnared within the 36 heavenly sword array, were also cast aside. A mouthful of fresh blood was expelled. At that very moment, the system interface unveiled Zhao Su's detailed attributes. Host, Zhao Su. Martial Soul, 12-winged Holy Angel, Emperor's 7 kills sword, devouring heaven links. Soul Skills, 12-winged Holy Angel, First Soul Skill, Celestial Phenomenon, Second Soul Skill, Annihilating Palm, Third Soul Skill, Ninefold Sword Technique. Fourth Soul Skill, True Form of the Holy Angel, Fifth Soul Skill, Indestructible Body, Sixth Soul Skill, Spear of Death. Emperor's 7 kills sword, First Soul Skill, Supreme Sword Intent, Second Soul Skill, Sword of Destruction, Third Soul Skill, Sword of Slaughter. Fourth Soul Skill, a sword that transcends time. Fifth Soul Skill, True Form of the Emperor's 7 kills sword. Sixth Soul Skill, 36 heavenly kills. Devouring Heaven Links, a fusion technique with the Yin-Yang Spirit Cat's martial soul, traversing the 7 extremes. Level, 69 Battle Soul Master, Assault Type. Mental Power, 56,300 points, Divine Origin Realm. Energy Value, 83,000 points. Fortune Value, 53 points. Guardian Dragon, Remnants of the 9-winged Long One, complete 9-winged Long. Simultaneously, Zhao Su discovered that the 9-winged Long was currently being nurtured in the golden pool. A white skeletal dragon was swimming amidst the liquefied divine consciousness. Zhao Su retracted his consciousness, reclaiming the 12-winged Holy Angel and the Emperor's 7 killing sword. Hand over the remnants of the 9-winged Long, or today you shall all meet your demise. Zhao Su approached the pale-faced Gu Rong, who lay on the ground, and crouched beside him. If you surrender the remains of the 9-winged dragon to me, I can assure you that your 7 treasures glazed sect will forever remain one of the top 3 sections. Who are you, and how do you possess this knowledge? You need not concern yourself with my identity. Just understand that I alone can offer you protection, safeguarding your entire 7 treasures glazed sect. Impossible. I cannot hand over the remains of the 9-winged dragon to someone like you. Someone like me? What kind of person do you believe I am? Certainly, you are one who aids the wicked. Do you comprehend the secret of the 9 divine dragons? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su furrowed his brow, just as Gu Rong had said. He had only heard about the so-called 9 divine dragons of Guardian Realm from the system, whether it was good or bad, or why it was necessary to gather these 9 divine dragons. He remained utterly oblivious. Each time he inquired, the system either feigned ignorance or evaded the question with vague responses. Ha ha ha, just as I suspected, you are merely a puppet of an outsider. Observing Zhao Su's expression, Gu Rong realized that his assumptions were correct. He burst into laughter and continued, kill me if you must. Do you truly believe that by remaining silent, I will be unable to uncover the truth? Zhao Su extended his right hand, gently placing it upon the sparse strands of hair atop Gu Rong's head. Do not harbor any illusions. You cannot siphon my memories, Gu Rong remarked nonchalantly, fully aware of Zhao Su's intentions, before closing his eyes. The man's consciousness was enveloped by a formidable soul power. Any forceful probing would inevitably lead to self-destruction. As Gu Rong spoke, the voice of the system echoed in Zhao Su's ears. Hold on, do not harm Grandpa Bone. Here is your soul bone. At that moment, Ning Rongrong appeared, tossing a diminutive dragon-head soul bone, no larger than the palm of a hand, towards Zhao Su. Zhao Su received the skull of the 9-winged dragon, tossed over by Ning Rongrong. The formidable aura of the divine dragon was unmistakable, compelling him to secure the skull. With the task accomplished, the reward was granted. Upon stowing the skull away, the system's voice resonated, confirming the reward's arrival. Zhao Su exhaled in relief, a smile once again gracing his face as he approached a nearby table to take a seat. I assure you, as long as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School refrains from engaging in the conflict between the Spirit Hall and the seven great sects, none within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School shall encounter unforeseen misfortunes, Zhao Su declared. Do you genuinely believe that a mere Spirit Hall can contend against the entirety of the continent? One must attempt to know. Zhao Su spoke with an air of casualness. In light of this, let us await the outcome with bated breath. At that moment, Ning Fengji appeared remarkably composed, devoid of any anger, as if the matter at hand bore no relevance to him whatsoever. Father, are you all right? Ning Rongrong inquired with concern, her gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Ning Fengji's eyes. I am fine, Rongrong. I have grown old. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School shall be entrusted to you henceforth. It was evident that Ning Fengji had come to realize that Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly aware of Zhao Su's intentions for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. His eyes reflected a hint of resignation. Father, there is no need for further words. I understand that the past 20 years have brought an unsettling tranquility to the continent. The burden of facing the impending storm rests upon the shoulders of you younger generations. Upon uttering these words, Ning Fengji seemed to age a decade in an instant, sighing with a faint smile of bitterness as he strode away from the hall. Chen Xian approached Gu Rong and pulled him up. The two exchanged no words. They merely cast a glance at Ning Rongrong and Zhao Su before following Ning Fengji's lead out of the hall. Both had resolved that as long as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was not under existential threat, they would refrain from intervening. Observing the despondent departure of Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Chen Xian, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, yet she had no alternative. For the safety of everyone within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she was compelled to act thus. Taking a deep breath, Ning Rongrong's expression gradually solidified with determination. No longer wavering, she resolved that even if everyone harbored hatred towards her, it mattered not. Father, Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Jian, rest assured, with me at the helm, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School shall not decline, nor shall anyone be placed in peril, Ning Rongrong said softly yet resolutely, gazing in the direction of Ning Fengji and the others as they departed. This, perhaps, is the most favorable outcome. Sitting at the table, Zhao Su addressed Ning Rongrong. I am curious, should the Haotian School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan oppose the Spirit Hall, what would your course of action be? War brings not only calamity, but also progress. Though I am not fond of warfare, at times, it serves as the simplest means to resolve conflicts. Zhao Su's statement is quite explicit. Chapter 67, The System's Spiritual Awareness, the Hidden Conspiracy Behind. This is merely sophistry, a fade for your own ambitions. Ning Rongrong, for the safety of her father and the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, reluctantly collaborates with Zhao Su, yet she does not endorse his ideologies. Whether it be sophistry or ambition, you will come to realize that this is an inevitable outcome. I do not wish to dwell on these matters any longer. I have fulfilled my promises to you. When will you complete your end of the bargain? It can be done now. Zhao Su spoke as he retrieved 5 exquisite Kiro tulips from the storage space within the jade pendant, placing them delicately upon the table. These Kiro tulips possess the remarkable ability to significantly transform an individual's constitution. However, I cannot guarantee that every person who consumes them will evolve into the 9-treasure glazed pagoda. I understand this. While it is true that not every direct descendant inheriting the 7-treasure glazed pagoda will necessarily evolve into the 9-treasure glazed pagoda, it is certain that even in the absence of complete evolution, their physical constitution will be greatly enhanced. This will undeniably confer profound benefits for their future cultivation. Well then, our agreement has been fulfilled, and there shall be no further entanglements between us. Zhao Su rose from his seat, preparing to depart. At this moment, he had attained all he desired. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect held little significance for him now. Whether they would become adversaries or allies in the future lay in the hands of the sect. Your companionship with Xu Qing is motivated by some benefit, is it not? Ning Rongrong inquired abruptly as Zhao Su took a step forward. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su halted but offered no reply, soon continuing his exit. This incident had matured Ning Rongrong considerably, for she understood that being the sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect was no easy feat. She began to formulate her own thoughts. In her heart, she realized that reliance on others could not guarantee the safety of the sect indefinitely. Yet, such matters had become irrelevant to Zhao Su. In a rather secluded residence on the eastern street of Heavendo City, Zhao Su sat beside a stone table in the courtyard, gazing at the skull of the nine-winged dragon that lay quietly before him. Alongside the skull rewarded from the holy angel set. The words of the bone Douluo earlier that day filled Zhao Su with uncertainty. He pondered whether the formidable strength he had gained through the system and these soul bones was a blessing or a curse. There is no need for you to contemplate this, as you possess no other choice but to execute the tasks assigned by the system. I wish to know. Who exactly are you? At that moment, a spectral figure materialized beside Zhao Su, its features obscured. No trace of soul power or divine energy emanated from it. However, from its emotionless, mechanical voice, Zhao Su discerned that this apparition was the system's consciousness, a being who had long forgotten its name. Were you once human? He ventured. Perhaps. It replied, a fleeting hint of emotion flickering across its otherwise impassive visage, only to vanish in an instant. I came here because of you? Zhao Su asked. Even if I divulged everything to you now, you would not retain the knowledge. Upon awakening the next day, all would be forgotten. You have no other path but to continue with the tasks. And if I refuse to proceed with the tasks? Zhao Su queried. You must understand that you are not alone. Only upon completing all tasks and ascending to divinity might you possess the possibility of rebellion. With that, the ethereal figure gradually faded away. Zhao Su then turned his gaze back to the skull of the holy angel set upon the stone table. Resolute, he stored the nine-winged dragon's skull and commenced the fusion process. Upon completion, he felt his divine consciousness grow immensely powerful, perhaps surpassing even the early stages of divine origin. His mind became increasingly clear, and the golden liquid of divine consciousness within his mental pool swelled, enhancing the might of the bone dragon submerged within. This augmentation transformed Zhao Su's aura dramatically. Subsequently, he summoned his 12-winged holy angel martial soul and fused it with the 10,000-year soul ring he had received, officially stepping into the realm of soul sage at level 70. The headbone's influence rendered Zhao Su even more handsome, and his stature increased slightly. The Holy Dragon Sect. Zhao Su now accelerated his quest for the 9 divine dragons, for he understood that only by attaining an invincible state could true safety be assured. Before heading to the Holy Dragon Sect within the Douluo Empire, Zhao Su made a brief visit to Shrek Academy. There, he discovered that Flinder and Lu Erlong had both reached the 84th level of Soul Douluo. Even Master Yu Xiaojiang had surpassed 40 levels. Although their cultivation speed was not particularly rapid, it was certainly beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. Their remarkable progress was aided by Zhao Wujia's daily infusion of a pill left by Zhao Su into their tea, facilitating their ascent to the rank of titled Douluo. At the Holy Dragon Sect, not far from the imperial capital of the Douluo Empire, the conference room was tense. Tuo Ba Shi presided at the head of the table, flanked by 8 elders, all wearing grim expressions. They had just learned that Tuo Ba Ming, who secretly sought to forge an alliance with Ning Fingji at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, had been rejected and subsequently killed while pursuing Ning Rongrong, the sect's future heir. Foolishness, acting on his own accord, he deserves his fate. Tuo Ba Shi scoffed, slamming his hand on the table. Master, now is not the time for such comments. We should consider our next course of action, one elder suggested. What can we do? The situation is as it stands. We must remain passive and heed the winds of change. What should we convey to the Spirit Hall? Another elder inquired. We must affirm our loyalty to the Spirit Hall and pledge our unwavering support to His Holiness the Pope. The Holy Dragon Sect found itself with little recourse. Having offended the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, leaving allegiance to the Spirit Hall as their only option. Master, someone claiming to be from the Spirit Hall seeks an audience with you and bears the Pope's insignia. Initially dismissive, Tuo Ba Shi's demeanor shifted as he turned to see the insignia featuring 6 symbols presented by a disciple. His eyes widened, and he quickly rose to his feet. Please, allow them to enter. He promptly stood and, alongside the elders of the sect, stepped outside to greet the visitor. Forgive our lack of proper welcome, esteemed guest. Please do not take offense. Tuo Ba Shi approached Zhao Su, who awaited within the grand hall, promptly presenting the Pope's insignia with a humble demeanor. Tuo Ba Sect Master, you are too courteous. I have matters to discuss privately with you. The rest may withdraw. Zhao Su received the papal decree and casually addressed Tuo Ba Shi, commanding him to dismiss everyone. Tuo Ba Shi presumed that the arrival of the elder from the Spirit Hall was a consequence of the matter concerning Tuo Ba Ming, and thus, upon hearing Zhao Su's words, he hesitated not at all, gesturing for those behind him to withdraw. Chapter 68. Another fragment of bone, the evolution of the white-armored Earth Dragon. What? Your Excellency, your just seems rather excessive. Once all had departed, Zhao Su gestured for Tuoba Shi to take a seat. Contrary to Tuoba Shi's assumption that this was a reprimand, Zhao Su directly broached the subject of the nine-winged Yinglong's remains, expressing his desire to acquire them. I am not one to indulge in jest, nor do I joke with those who are not my friends. Though a smile lingered on Zhao Su's face. It sent a chill down Tuoba Shi's spine. As long as we can become friends, I shall assist you, Tuoba, in ascending to the rank of title Douluo. That feat may not be achievable otherwise. Do you truly possess the means to help me break through the bottleneck of level 89 and attain the title Douluo? Of course. I assure you, I do not indulge in jest. Then what method shall be employed? Is it the burning of one's life force? Not only will there be no consumption of life force, but it will also alter your constitution. Your sacred dragon sect's martial soul was not merely the white-armored earth dragon. Was it? How do you know of this? At that moment, the reverence Tuoba Shi once held for Zhao Su dissipated, replaced by a sense of vigilance. While he could not discern Zhao Su's level, he was resolute not to stand idle should Zhao Su choose to unleash his strength. The prospect of altering one's constitution to reach the rank of title Douluo seemed utterly implausible. What was more alarming was that Zhao Su possessed knowledge of secrets so profound that even the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall could not fathom them. I was the one who killed Tuoba Ming, and I have extracted all his memories. You are not affiliated with the Martial Soul Hall. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Shi abruptly rose, his aura surging rapidly as he fused with his formidable martial soul, the white-armored earth dragon, causing his already imposing figure to tower even higher. In that case, allow me to express my sincerity. Zhao Su, having completed his transformation, suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving Tuoba Shi astounded. When Tuoba Shi encountered Zhao Su once more, the latter had already materialized before him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself ensnared by an overwhelming force of divine consciousness. Not only was his soul power restrained, but his very body was also immobilized. At that moment, any attempt to move was utterly impossible. Zhao Su reached out and pinched Tuoba Shi's cheek, compelling him to open his mouth and forcibly administered a pill. As the pill entered, it transformed into a warm current that flowed into Tuoba Shi's being. At that moment, the martial soul he had fused with began to dissolve, returning to Tuoba Shi's body and merging with the warm current. The white-armored earth dragon, upon encountering this warmth, commenced its evolution. Ultimately, it metamorphosed from a creature resembling a dinosaur into a dark divine dragon, entirely black in hue, resembling a one-legged ox. The formidable aura it emitted far surpassed that of Tuoba Shi's original martial soul, the white-armored earth dragon. The immense power radiating from the Kuei dragon martial soul effortlessly transmuted into soul power, allowing Tuoba Shi to break through the long-standing bottleneck of level 89 and ascend to the rank of title Douluo at level 90. Upon the completion of this profound evolution, the constraints binding Tuoba Shi's body were entirely released, causing him to collapse onto the ground. He was acutely aware of the transformation of his martial soul and the breakthrough of his bottleneck. His eyes sparkled with frenzied joy. For many years, he had been stuck at the pinnacle of ultimate soul Douluo, exhausting numerous methods to no avail. At this moment, not only had he successfully transcended to title Douluo, but he was also elated by the evolution of his martial soul, though his family had long inherited the white-armored earth dragon. An ancestral depiction of the evolved form hung in the ancestral hall, venerated alongside his forebears. Thank you, esteemed elder. Since you desire that remnant bone, it serves no purpose for me, so I shall offer it to you. At this juncture, Tuoba Shi's earlier arrogance had completely dissipated, replaced by profound respect. He would not hesitate to relinquish even his spouse if Zhao Su requested it. Esteemed elder, are you truly a member of the Spirit Hall? In a short while, Tuoba Shi personally retrieved the remnant bone of the nine-winged Yinglong and respectfully presented it to Zhao Su. He then inquired, having resolved that he would no longer serve as a mere pawn of the Spirit Hall, but rather pledge his loyalty to Zhao Su. If Zhao Su were not affiliated with the Spirit Hall, he would unhesitatingly sever ties with them. Naturally, Zhao Su discerned Tuoba Shi's intentions and responded, as long as you remain steadfast in your loyalty to the Spirit Hall and the esteemed Pope, that is all that matters. Upon the remnants of the nine-winged dragon, Zhao Su sensed an aura akin to that which he had encountered upon the skull acquired from the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Realizing that this was precisely what he sought, he promptly extracted it from the box and stored it within the jade pendant at his waist. Naturally, while our sacred dragon sect pledges allegiance to His Holiness the Pope, we also remain loyal to our predecessors. Brother Tuoba, you are far more astute than your cousin Tuoba Ming, Zhao Su remarked as he rose, presenting the papal decree adorned with angelic wings to Tuoba Shi. Henceforth, you shall be the esteemed elder of the martial soul hall. Thank you, esteemed elder. Tuoba she reverently accepted the papal decree with both hands, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Zhao Su casually waved his hand, choosing not to linger any longer, and turned to depart from the sacred dragon sect. As he watched Zhao Su's retreating figure, Tuoba she's eyes shimmered with an overwhelming desire. One might say that human desires are insatiable. Upon reaching a certain pinnacle, one invariably yearns to ascend yet another peak. In this moment, Tuoba she embodied such a mindset. After Zhao Su departed from the sacred dragon sect, he made his way directly to the imperial capital of the Douluo Empire, seeking out Zhu Qing. In a secluded courtyard of the Zhu family, nestled within the imperial capital, Zhu Qing sat alone in a pavilion beneath the night sky, her gaze vacant and lost in thought. It had been over a year since she and Dai Mubai returned to the Douluo Empire, during which Dai Mubai had completely subdued Davis. Except for a few die-hard supporters of Davis, the majority of the royal nobles stood firmly by Dai Mubai's side. While Dai Mubai thrived in his newfound authority, Zhu Qing found herself in a dire predicament. In her refusal to unite with Dai Mubai in marriage, she had been expelled from the ranks of the Zhu family's direct descendants, relocating from the main estate to this remote and sparsely inhabited courtyard. Throughout this past year, Zhu Qing seldom ventured beyond her confines. Zhu Qing, as she leaned against a pillar in the pavilion, she heard Zhao Su's voice, and a glimmer of light returned to her otherwise lifeless eyes. She swiftly turned towards the source of the sound, but found no one there. Over the past year, she had experienced countless instances of auditory hallucinations, hearing Zhao Su's voice in her mind. Each night, his figure haunted her dreams. Zhu Qing had initially believed that returning to the Douluo Empire and distancing herself from Zhao Su would lead her to forget him. Yet, she soon realized her mistake. The more she endeavored to forget, the clearer his image became. Chapter 69, more proactive, a different sensation as Zhu Qing turned back. She found herself enveloped in a moment of desolation, only to be startled by the sight of a white flower with striking red accents before her. Simultaneously, Zhao Su appeared, holding the flower aloft, a familiar smile gracing his face. Upon seeing Zhao Su's well-known smile, her heart ached and her eyes brimmed with tears, only to quickly transform back into a cold demeanor as she turned her head away. Zhu Qing, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Please don't cry. Zhao Su implored, panic evident in his voice as he reached out to wipe her tears. Zhu Qing brushed his hand aside, weeping as she retorted, I don't need your concern. Why are you here? I don't want to see you. Do you truly not wish to see me? Zhao Su feigned sadness. Very well, if you do not wish to see me, then I shall take my leave. Don't go. Don't you realize I was speaking out of anger? Just as Zhao Su pretended to turn away, Zhu Qing grew anxious and grasped his arm. If you want to let me leave, then I shall remain. Zhao Su, having dismounted from his donkey, settled beside Zhu Qing and once more presented the flower before her. Behold, this flower, deprived of your presence, is withering away. Zhu Qing gazed intently at the bloom, reaching out to grasp it, and tears streamed anew down her cheeks. Do not abandon me. Never leave me. I promise you. He vowed, as long as you do not forsake me, I shall remain by your side for eternity, I swear it. Zhao Su raised his right hand as he spoke. Continuing, should I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning. Do not utter such ominous words. I have faith in you. Zhu Qing interjected, covering Zhao Su's mouth, her gaze towards him growing increasingly tender. Following this brief separation, Zhu Qing had thoroughly come to understand her own heart. She realized she could not bear to be apart from Zhao Su. Zhao Su reached out and grasped the soft, smooth jade hand of Zhu Qing that was pressed against his mouth. A fervent intensity gradually ignited in his gaze. He leaned in slowly, and when their lips finally met, Zhao Su was once again enveloped by a tingling sensation coursing through his entire being. No, not here. Let us retreat to a room. Just as Zhao Su prepared to advance further, Zhu Qing once more obstructed him, her face flushed with embarrassment. However, the words that followed reignited the flames of desire within Zhao Su's heart. Very well, I shall comply with all my little darling's wishes. Zhao Su rose with a smile, lifting Zhu Qing into his embrace, while she shyly buried her head in his chest. Upon entering the room, the flames of desire within Zhao Su surged to their zenith. He swiftly removed Zhu Qing's garments, revealing her stunningly perfect figure, which rendered Zhao Su unable to contain himself any longer. Zhu Qing murmured, biting her lip and suppressing any sounds. Did I hurt you? He inquired. No. She shook her head, willingly wrapping her arms around Zhao Su's neck and kissing him. Although Zhu Zhuqing's physique was comparable to that of Tang Yuehua, she offered Zhao Su an entirely different experience. The seemingly aloof Zhu Zhuqing was, in fact, more proactive than Tang Yuehua, stirring Zhao Su's very soul. After more than 20 minutes, both their souls reached a sublime climax, a euphoric release causing Zhao Su to involuntarily exclaim. The following morning, they departed from the Zhu family estate, with Zhu Zhuqing as their guide to explore the imperial capital of the Douluo Empire. Having truly embraced her womanhood after last night, Zhu Zhuqing shed her youthful innocence, exuding a newfound mature charm that rendered her even more alluring. Isn't that the fourth miss of the Zhu family? A sharp voice interrupted their morning stroll. Fourth miss? I am no longer a mere fourth miss, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her demeanor cooling as she sensed the unwanted confrontation. Grasping Zhao Su's hand, she attempted to leave. But the group of four, 2 men and 2 women, blocked their path. One of the women scrutinized Zhao Su with a disdainful smirk. So, this is your wild man? Zhao Su felt a surge of anger rising within him. But before he could respond, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, Luo Fei, I have no desire to converse with you. Please step aside. The Luo family was also a noble house within the Douluo Empire, though not quite as esteemed as the Zhu family. Luo Fei's aunt was married to a highly regarded general, favored by the emperor and commanding half of the empire's military forces, which only inflated Luo Fei's arrogance. Furthermore, Zhu Zhuqing's refusal to marry Dai Mubai, who had ascended to the position of crown prince, had significantly impacted the Zhu family's standing within the empire. Had it not been for Dai Mubai assuming responsibility for the situation, claiming he did not wish to marry Zhu Zhuqing, the repercussions for her would have been far graver than merely being excluded from the family lineage and relocated to a remote dwelling. Although Dai Mubai took the blame upon himself, the nobles of the Douluo Empire were well aware of the underlying truths. Have you nothing to say? Luo Fei taunted, her gaze fixed on Zhao Su, a hint of mockery gleaming in her eyes. I initially wondered who would make you forsake the crown prince. It seems your judgment is rather lacking. The fluctuations of soul power emanating from Zhao Su were not particularly intense, merely reflecting the level of a soul king at around 50. This led those around him to mistakenly perceive Zhao Su as nothing more than a worthless individual of that same tier, resulting in their disdain. My perspective is of no concern to you, Zhu Zhuqing insisted, gripping Zhao Su tightly to prevent any impulsive actions on his part. She attempted to lead him away once more, yet the others regarded Zhao Su as nothing but a weakling, their arrogance only escalating. Regardless of the situation, the 2 young men behind them, though not particularly old, had already attained levels exceeding 60, and they were both formidable. In their eyes, dealing with a mere 50-level Zhao Su would be a trivial matter. The fact that Zhao Su remained silent, concealed behind Zhu Zhuqing, only reinforced their conviction. What? Are you saying that our shameful deeds cannot be criticized? As the voices of the 2 echoed, passers-by soon gathered around. For the universal inclination to witness a spectacle knows no boundaries. Zhu Zhuqing's icy, striking visage was reddened by their provocations. I'll give you a chance. Clear the way immediately. Observing the fury almost bringing Zhu Zhuqing to tears, Zhao Su could no longer contain his indignation. Just a worthless individual. And yet you dare to demand opportunities from us. Before Luo Fei could finish her words, she felt an uncontrollable force propel her backward, crashing violently to the ground. Chapter 70. I never strike women, unless they invite it. I have never laid a hand on a woman, save for those who bring it upon themselves. Zhao Su let out a cold snort, completely disregarding Luo Fei, who lay unconscious on the ground. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand and prepared to depart. You arrogant fool, do you think you can simply walk away after striking someone? At that moment, the 2 onlookers who had been observing from a distance sprang into action. One approached to assess Luo Fei's condition, while the other, uttering a remark, reached out to seize Zhao Su. Bang! Zhao Su casually unleashed a kick, sending the man soaring through the air. Initially, Zhao Su had no intention of embroiling Zhu Zhuqing in any trouble, thus he had not exerted much force in his strike. Seeking death, in front of the gathered crowd, the man was launched away by Zhao Su's kick, his pride utterly wounded, feeling deeply humiliated. With a furious roar, he revealed his martial soul, a black wild boar with menacing tusks. Upon merging, his entire body sprouted sharp black spikes, and 6 soul rings shimmered around him. With a fierce determination, he charged violently towards Zhao Su. Yet, how audacious for a mere wild boar to act with such arrogance. Zhao Su scoffed, remaining utterly still as an aura of authority emanated from him, causing the wild boar charging towards him to collapse under its weight. The distinct sound of bones fracturing soon followed, echoing from the unfortunate individual. The wild boar's martial spirit swiftly dissipated, leaving the person sprawled on the ground, desperately attempting to rise yet overwhelmed by an unbearable pain. Would you care to give it a try as well? Zhao Su gazed at the other individual, who appeared utterly petrified, and inquired, No, don't even think about it. The person swallowed hard, hastily shook his head, and, fearing further delay, abandoned the others and fled, swiftly disappearing from sight. I am Zhao Su. Should you seek vengeance, feel free to come find me. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he disregarded them, turning to leave with Zhu Zhiqing. Following the commotion, both Zhao Su and Zhu Zhiqing lost their desire to continue their outing and returned together to the secluded courtyard of Zhu's family. The most effective way to forget unpleasant matters is to engage in the activities one enjoys. Soon, enveloped in shared joy, Zhao Su and Zhu Zhiqing dismissed the day's grievances from their minds. The individual whose martial spirit Zhao Su had crippled and whose ribs he had broken was none other than the nephew of the renowned general of the nation, known as the Starry Duo, alongside Zhu Zhiqing's father. Upon witnessing his nephew's tragic state, the general erupted in fury, dispatching formidable warriors from his estate with the intent to locate and eliminate Zhao Su. Naturally, Zhu Yuming, Zhu Zhiqing's father, received the news as well. When he arrived at the remote courtyard where Zhu Zhiqing resided, he was greeted by the sound of her melodious laughter wafting through the air. Clad in a long black robe, tall and imposing with a stern countenance, Zhu Yuming paused in astonishment at the sound of his daughter's laughter. Due to the peculiar customs of their family lineage, he had never before heard his daughter's laughter, even as her father. Entering the courtyard, he found Zhu Zhiqing nestled in Zhao Su's embrace, unaware of their conversation. Zhu Zhiqing's face bore no trace of her usual indifference, only a radiant smile. Clearing his throat, Zhu Yuming coughed a few times. At the sound of his cough, both Zhu Zhiqing and Zhao Su turned to see Zhu Yuming standing at the entrance with an expression of cold detachment. Zhu Zhiqing quickly rose, her smile swiftly replaced by a mask of indifference. Father. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhu Yuming was still Zhu Zhiqing's father. Although Zhao Su held a certain disdain for the traditions of the Zhu family, he nonetheless respected Zhu Zhiqing and stood up, offering a slight nod to Zhu Yuming. Come in, I have something to discuss with you, Zhu Yuming instructed, stepping into the room. Zhao Su intended to follow, but Zhu Zhiqing halted him. She understood that this matter needed to be clarified sooner or later. After all, she was already Zhao Su's, leaving her with no other choices. While Zhao Su anxiously paced the courtyard, the assassins dispatched by the general of the nation arrived just in time. Perfect. I was just lamenting the lack of an outlet for my frustration. Zhao Su snorted softly, and before the assassins lurking in the shadows could act, he had already taken the initiative. This time, Zhao Su summoned the Imperial 7 killing sword directly. The 7 black soul rings gleamed simultaneously, and a wave of sword intent sliced toward the hidden assassins. At this moment, Zhu Yuming and Zhu Zhiqing, who were in the room, also heard the commotion outside and stepped out, only to witness Zhao Su ruthlessly slaughtering the assassins. Clad in white, he transformed into a sword. These individuals had no opportunity to strike back and were all swiftly dispatched. There were nearly 8 of them, with the leader being a soul saint above level 70, while the others were all over level 60. Zhu Yuming observed Zhao Su's Imperial 7 killing sword adorned with 7 black soul rings, a hint of astonishment flickering in her gaze. Brother Su, are you all right? Zhu Zhiqing asked anxiously, seeing Zhao Su revealing his martial soul, fearing he had encountered a formidable enemy. I'm fine. With these people, no matter how many come, they cannot harm me. They are from the Wang family. I know Wang Jie well. He will not let this go lightly. Zhu Yuming stated coldly to Zhao Su. What can he do? Let him come. Zhao Su replied confidently. Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, the Wang family will no longer trouble you. Just then, a voice came from outside the courtyard, followed by the entrance of Dai Mubai. Having heard about the events of the day, Dai Mubai knew that Wang Jie would undoubtedly seek revenge. So he had sent someone to warn Wang Jie not to provoke Zhao Su. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Your Highness. Zhu Yuming greeted Dai Mubai with a slight bow of respect. Uncle Zhu, no need for such formalities. Dai Mubai waved his hand, then turned to Zhao Su. Teacher Zhao, may we speak privately? Of course. No one knew what Zhao Su and Dai Mubai discussed, but once their conversation concluded, Dai Mubai's demeanor toward Zhao Su was notably more respectful, as if a certain agreement had been reached. Soon after, Zhao Su prepared to leave. But Zhu Zuqing chose to remain behind to assist Dai Mubai in solidifying his position as the crown prince. Simultaneously, Zhu Yuming announced that Zhu Zuqing would be the next clan leader of the Yuming family, even in the face of opposition from the clan elders. Zhu Yuming displayed his domineering side, forbidding any dissent. Otherwise, they would have to leave the Yuming family. It was evident that Zhu Yuming had completely aligned the Yuming family with Dai Mubai, willing to spare no effort to help him secure the title of crown prince. If he were to become the future emperor of the Xinglua Empire, then the Zhu family would remain among the most powerful within the empire. Though Zhu Zuqing's generation did not forge a marital alliance with the royal family of the Xinglua Empire, this did not preclude the next generation from forming a union with Dai Mubai's descendants. Moreover, Zhu Yuming understood that although Zhu Zuqing might not become the crown princess or future queen of the Xinglua Empire, her close relationship with Dai Mubai would not hinder the Zhu family's influence within the empire. Most importantly, Zhao Su possessed formidable strength, allowing Zhu Yuming to override the majority opinion and elevate Zhu Zuqing to the position of clan leader. Chapter 71. Power as the ultimate voice in the Douluo continent. Where strength reigns supreme, powerful capabilities serve as the greatest form of authority. From this point forward, Zhu Zuqing no longer remained silent as the heir of the Yuming family. She stood resolutely behind Dai Mubai. After Zhao Su departed from the Luo Empire, he made his way directly back to Heaven-Do City. He had received word that Tang San had emerged from the City of Slaughter and had likewise acquired the domain of the God of Slaughter. This revelation compelled Zhao Su to marvel at Tang San's extraordinary talent and his own capabilities. At that moment, Tang San was undergoing training under Tang Yuehua within the Moon Pavilion. Therefore, Zhao Su refrained from visiting Tang Yuehua immediately, opting instead to remain concealed within Heaven-Do City. Several months later, after Tang San had left the Moon Pavilion, Zhao Su finally made his appearance. At the pinnacle of the Moon Pavilion, as Zhao Su manifested, Tang Yuehua sensed his presence. Her exquisite visage instantly broke into a smile as she turned to gaze in his direction. Upon spotting Zhao Su standing there, she swiftly rose and rushed towards him. "Little beauty, have you missed me?" Zhao Su inquired. "Of course I have. But did you miss me?" she replied. Tang Yuehua perhaps only revealed her softer side in Zhao Su's presence. "Certainly. I think of you day and night, every moment," she declared. Such sweet words. Though Tang Yuehua spoke thus, her heart brimmed with delight, akin to having tasted honey. By the window, as she leaned against Zhao Su's embrace, she suddenly lifted her gaze to meet his. "Su, in a few days, I will return to the sect to see my elder brother. Would you like to accompany me? Is it appropriate for me to go, given that Haotian sect is currently in seclusion? What is inappropriate about that?" Tang Yuehua rose from Zhao Su's embrace, her expression turning serious as she posed a question to him. "Do you wish to marry me?" "Yes." Zhao Su exhibited no hesitation and spoke directly. "After all, there are no restrictions on monogamy in the Douluo continent. So it is. My father is no longer with us, and if you wish to marry me, you must obtain my elder brother's consent." "Very well then. If that is the case, I shall accompany you back to the Haotian sect to meet your elder brother." As she spoke, Zhao Su smiled and turned to Tang Yuehua, asking, "Are you not concerned that I might learn the whereabouts of the Haotian sect, which could be detrimental to you? Although the Haotian sect is well concealed, do you truly believe that the Spirit Hall is unaware of its location?" Tang Yuehua sighed and continued, "They merely fear the power of my grandfather." Upon hearing Tang Yuehua mention Tang Chen, Zhao Su gently embraced her, speaking with a hint of mystery. "Do you know whom I encountered in the City of Slaughter? Tang San?" At this moment, Tang Yuehua realized that Tang San had also just emerged from the City of Slaughter, and the timing was quite close to Zhao Su's visit. "I did meet Tang San, but he is not the one I am referring to." Zhao Su shook his head as he spoke. "Who is that? Did you not mention them just moments ago?" "My grandfather?" Tang Yuehua initially displayed a hint of confusion, but then, recalling something, her expression shifted to one of shock. "My grandfather is in the City of Carnage?" "Indeed. Although he cannot yet leave the City of Carnage, I have sent him a betrothal gift, and your grandfather has already consented to our union." While this was merely Zhao Su's belief, he was convinced that since he had delivered the betrothal gift and it had been accepted, it constituted agreement. "You cannot be jesting with me, can you?" Tang Yuehua, noticing Zhao Su's somewhat mischievous grin, seized his ear and demanded fiercely, "How could I possibly jest with you? Everything I say is the truth." "My dear Yuehua, you do not believe me? This truly saddens me." Zhao Su displayed a slightly vexed yet somewhat aggrieved expression as she spoke. "Oh, you truly are impossible." Upon witnessing Zhao Su's demeanor, Tang Yuehua couldn't help but chuckle. Releasing her grip on Zhao Su's ear, You've wronged me. Don't you think a little compensation is in order? Zhao Su gazed upon the exquisite form of Tang Yuehua, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. How insufferable! I shall not yield to you, Tang Yuehua declared, though her body betrayed her true intentions. Soon, the two became perfectly entwined, merging seamlessly into one another, indistinguishable from each other. By dawn the following day, Tang Yuehua summoned Steward Aoda to convey a few instructions regarding the affairs of Yuxian before departing with Zhao Su. They set forth towards the secluded Haotian sect. Traveling by carriage northward for nearly 2 hours, they arrived at an unremarkable village. Third Miss, you have returned? This was the periphery of the Haotian sect, where ordinary folk devoid of martial souls resided. Among them were also some outer disciples affiliated with the sect. Naturally, these villagers recognized Tang Yuehua. Aunt Lu, I presume Shao Dungdung has awakened his martial soul? Alas, a mere shovel martial soul with only a third-level spirit power. Yet, there is a silver lining. The speed of farming has significantly increased. Aunt Lu initially displayed a flicker of disappointment, which was swiftly replaced by joy. These individuals were easily contented. However, those blessed with formidable martial soul talents were perpetually unsatisfied. Yet, there is nothing inherently wrong with this. At this moment, Tang Yuehua had already disembarked from the carriage, and the laborers in the fields, upon seeing her, began to gather around. Zhao Su initially hesitated to disembark, yet upon reflection, she acknowledged that, having arrived, the unappealing daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. Thus, she followed Tang Yuehua out of the vehicle. Upon witnessing Zhao Su's descent, Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback, but soon her smile returned as she spoke and strolled towards the village. Second aunt, as they ventured deeper into the village, the crowd of villagers dwindled, leaving mostly a few children. At that moment, a joyous voice echoed, and following the sound, 2 robust young men, appearing to be in their 30s, came into view. Towering at nearly 2 meters, they were notably taller than Zhao Su. These two were none other than Tang Long and Tang Hu, the most formidable members of the 3rd generation of the Haotian sect. Among them, Tang Long had been adopted by Tang Xiao, and it was anticipated that he would become the future leader of the Haotian sect. Their personal arrival to greet Tang Yuehua clearly indicated her esteemed position within the sect. It has been years, and you two have grown even more formidable, Tang Yuehua exclaimed, affectionately patting the muscular arms of both men. At that moment, Tang Long and Tang Hu also noticed Zhao Su standing beside Tang Yuehua. Zhao Su felt a sense of helplessness. Was it truly the case that he lacked any sense of presence? Second aunt, is this the uncle you referred to in your letter? Tang Long discreetly pulled Tang Yuehua aside, believing he was speaking softly. Isn't he rather feeble? The soul power emanating from Zhao Su is comparable to that of the 2 individuals, leaving them somewhat disheartened. Enough of your prattle. Lead the way ahead. I must meet my elder brother. Tang Yuehua chided as she nudged Tang Long to take the lead toward the Haotian sect, perched upon the mountain peak. Tang Long cast another glance at Zhao Su, choosing not to utter another word. He and Tang Hu proceeded ahead, making their way toward the mountain not far off. Chapter 72. Journey to Haotian Sect, the Battle of the Howling Sky under the guidance of Tang Long and Tang Hu. The four soon arrived at the base of a towering mountain. Gazing upward, its height was no less than 500 meters, stark and devoid of any footholds. Second aunt, hold on to our shoulders, we shall take you up. Tang Long and Tang Hu were well aware that due to the mutation of her martial soul, Tang Yuehua was unable to surpass the 10th rank, making it impossible for her to scale such a formidable peak. This was precisely why the 2 strongest among the 3rd-generation disciples had come to escort her. It was not only out of respect for Tang Yuehua, but also to ensure her safety. There is no need for that. You two should first ensure you can keep up with me. At that moment, Zhao Su interjected, without unnecessary words. He reached out and wrapped an arm around Tang Yuehua's waist, and with a powerful leap, he soared upward. His speed astonished both Tang Long and Tang Hu, who quickly followed suit. With one arm around Tang Yuehua, Zhao Su occasionally paused to wait for the two. You two are far too slow. After a brief wait at the mountain peak, Zhao Su glanced at Tang Long and Tang Hu, casually remarking, evidently in response to their earlier comments about his supposed weakness. Tang Yuehua, with a resigned look at Zhao Su, leaned closer and whispered, why engage in a contest of strength with these 2 children? Teach them a lesson, so they do not grow overconfident and suffer greatly in the future. As Zhao Su spoke, he once again linked arms with Tang Yuehua, and at that moment of leaping forth, he urged Tang Long and Tang Hu to follow closely. Tang Yuehua was naturally aware that the true Haotian sect resided atop that very peak. However, with each distance covered, Zhao Su would pause. awaiting the arrival of Tang Long and Tang, Hu before continuing onward. In their endeavor to keep pace with Zhao Su, Tang Long and Tang Hu exerted themselves to their utmost limits, managing to barely keep up under Zhao Su's lenient pace. Before long, they arrived at a site where two mountain peaks were connected solely by a single iron chain. I shall await you on the peak ahead. Do not keep me waiting for too long. Zhao Su had not taken any protective measures. With one hand wrapped around Tang Yuehua, he confidently traversed the iron cable, advancing swiftly. What manner of creature is this? Tang Hu cast a glance at Tang Long, who bore a similarly grim expression, and murmured softly. He then began to don the rope, making his way towards the opposite side of the iron cable. Not far beyond the cable lay a structure reminiscent of a stone fortress, dominating the entire peak. Upon reaching the fortress's grand entrance, two guards greeted Tang Yuehua before turning their attention to Zhao Su, requesting, "Please present your token." Token? What token? Surely you must know this is the esteemed guest the sect leader mentioned would arrive today? At this moment, both Zhao Su and Tang Long stepped forward, visibly irate, reprimanding the guards. It was evident they were venting their earlier frustrations onto these two. Well, they are merely fulfilling their duties, Tang Yuehua remarked to Tang Long, as she took Zhao Su's arm and led him directly into the Houghton sect, bypassing Tang Long and Tang Hu to head straight for Tang Zhao's residence. Upon their arrival at Tang Zhao's courtyard, they found him waiting at the entrance. Elder brother. Tang Yuehua rushed towards Tang Xiao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It had been many years since the two siblings had last met. Seeing Tang Zhao's graying hair stirred a pang of sorrow within her. With the passing of their father and the departure of their second brother, Tang Hao, from the sect, all burdens had seemingly fallen upon Tang Zhao's shoulders. Enough of the tears. You're no longer a child, yet you still weep daily, worrying that the younger generation will mock you. Tang Zhao's steadfast visage softened into a smile upon seeing Tang Yuehua. As he comforted her, his gaze shifted to Zhao Su. As a super title Douluo of the 96th level, Tang Xiao could discern that Zhao Su's strength transcended the mere soul power he exhibited. Is this the suitor you mentioned in your letter? Tang Xiao scrutinized Zhao Su, his brow furrowing slightly. He appears rather young, does he not? Being the sole brother to Tang Yuehua, and with a 25-year age gap, he had always regarded her with a paternal affection. He harbored concerns that Tang Yuehua might be swayed by fleeting whims and the charming words of a youthful man, which could lead to greater suffering in the future. Having endured the anguish of love separation himself, he wished to spare his sister from a similar fate. I am not young. I merely appear so, Zhao Su interjected, as Tang Yuehua wiped away her tears and smiled, pulling him closer. Zhao Su, this is my elder brother, Tang Xiao. Elder brother. Upon hearing his sister's introduction, Zhao Su called out to Tang Xiao. I wonder if you possess the strength to protect Yuehua? Tang Xiao did not respond immediately, his gaze sharpening, a formidable pressure emanating towards Zhao Su. Yet, Zhao Su stood unfazed before the overwhelming aura of the title Douluo. Rest assured, I shall protect Yuehua diligently, ensuring her safety. Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smile as he casually addressed Tang Xiao. Is that so? I believe you cannot protect Yuehua. Upon uttering these words, Tang Xiao sprang into action, summoning a colossal black hammer in his right hand that surged toward Zhao Su. Although he did not employ any soul skills, Tang Xiao wielded the formidable soul power of a 96th level title Douluo, coupled with the inherent dominance of the Haotian hammer. It was unlikely that even an ordinary title Douluo could withstand such an onslaught. With a resounding crash, a violent tremor reverberated through the air, and Tang Xiao was propelled backward, taking more than 10 steps before regaining his balance. In stark contrast, Zhao Su remained composed, standing firm without even releasing his martial soul, effortlessly repelling Tang Xiao with sheer physical strength. How could you possibly be this strong? Tang Xiao pondered, his thoughts echoing with disbelief, while Tang Yuehua shared in the astonishment. Although she was aware that Zhao Su was not as feeble as he appeared, she could not fathom the extent of his extraordinary prowess. Thank you for your kind words, Sect Master Tang. I merely employ a humble technique. Zhao Su demonstrated a rare display of humility and modesty, particularly as he was about to wed the sister of another. Please, Zhao brother, he said. Tang Xiao, having retrieved the Haotian hammer, slightly turned to the side and gestured for Zhao Su to enter. His manner of address had also transformed, indicating a preliminary acknowledgement of Zhao Su. After you, elder brother. Zhao Su also extended his hand towards Tang Xiao. Without hesitation, Tang Xiao turned and entered the room. The space was quite spacious, measuring a full 100 square meters. However, the furnishings were remarkably simple. 2 rows of bookshelves, a large desk, and 2 long sofas, with no other decorations in sight. Master, there is a report from below stating that a person named Tang San has appeared in the village. At that moment, a disciple of the sect knocked and entered. Addressing Tang Xiao. Chapter 73, The Heritage of Haotian Sect, The Remnants of Two Nine-Winged Dragon Bones. Tang San? Upon hearing this name, a flicker of confusion crossed Tang Xiao's gaze, as memories of his youth involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Brother, Tang San is the son of second brother and Ayin. It was I who invited him to Haotian Sect, acting on my own accord. Even if he comes to Haotian Sect, the elders will surely make things difficult for him. Brother, Zhao San possesses extraordinary talent, and he also wields dual martial souls. He is bound to gain the elders' recognition. Dual martial souls? As Tang Xiao pondered this, the anger on his face gradually dissipated. After considering the matter, he instructed the waiting disciple, inform Tang Long to bring Tang San to me. Understood. The direct disciple of the Haotian sect responded and promptly turned to seek out Tang Long. Zhao Su reclined silently on the sofa, enveloped in a profound stillness that lingered for what felt like an eternity. After nearly half an hour, the voice of Tang Long pierced the silence. Master, Tang San has arrived. Let him in. Came the indifferent command directed at Tang Xiao, who stood with his back turned at the desk. Upon entering, Tang San's gaze immediately fell upon Tang Yuehua and Zhao Su seated on the sofa. The moment he beheld Zhao Su, his eyes widened in surprise. Yet he refrained from uttering a word, instead shifting his attention to Tang Xiao at the desk. I pay my respects to the master. Tang San bowed respectfully to the towering figure of Tang Xiao. Enough. Rise. Tang Xiao's tone softened upon seeing Tang San, as he recognized the reflection of a long-cherished aspiration within him. Zhao Su, acutely aware of Tang Xiao's transformation, understood the reason behind it, and couldn't he help but marvel at the peculiar nature of love in the Douluo continent. There were not only the romantic entanglements between the master and Lu Erlong, but also the convoluted affections where Qian Xuanji betrayed his own disciple solely to keep Bibi Dong within the spirit hall. The master, in a twist of fate, severed ties with his first love for Lu Erlong, while Tang Hao and Ain's union crossed the boundaries between human and beast, entangled in a love triangle with their own brothers. The intricate love-hate dynamics involving Tangshan, Qian Douluo, and Poseidon only added to the complexity, as did Tang San's unusual affection for a rabbit. One could not help but ponder the convoluted depths of Tang San's heart. You aspire to acknowledge your roots and seek redemption for your father. I harbor no objections, but you must also secure the elders' consent, Tang Xiao stated, observing the two pieces of inherited soul bones that Tang San presented, originally belonging to Tang Hao. As a supertitle Douluo, Tang Hao was acutely aware of the cost of extracting soul bones, and he closed his eyes in discomfort, even for the sake of his brother and Ayin. Tang Xiao consented to Tang San's desire to acknowledge his lineage, yet he knew that in the Haotian clan, his word alone was insufficient. The elders' approval was paramount. Thank you, uncle. You should rest now. Facing the elders' inquiries tomorrow will not be an easy task. After Tang San departed, Tang Yuehua, tearful upon learning of Tang Hao's sacrifice and severing his own leg and arm to extract the inherited soul bones, turned to Tang Xiao. Brother, do you truly possess a means to persuade the elders to allow little San to acknowledge his lineage? It is too early to tell. It will depend on his performance tomorrow, Tang Xiao replied, shaking his head as he gazed at the two soul bones within the black box. Ding. Detection of the aura from the remnants of the nine-winged Inglong. Just as Zhao Su believed the narrative of Tang San's lineage acknowledgement had reached its conclusion, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his ears, prompting him to sit upright. Upon closer inspection, he indeed sensed the presence of the nine-winged Inglong within those soul bones, with both pieces exuding a similar essence. Brother, Zhao Su contemplated for a moment before rising to address Tang Xiao. May I propose an exchange of these soul bones with your esteemed clan? An exchange? Tang Xiao was taken aback. While he recognized that the two soul bones were of significant value, he was unaware that they were derived from the nine-winged Inglong, mistakenly considering them merely as high-quality soul bones. Indeed, I am willing to exchange a complete set of 6 soul bones for these two. Or you may select any specific part you desire. Tang Xiao, holding one of the pieces in his hand, scrutinized it carefully. These 2 soul bones may seem insignificant to you, yet they hold immense importance for me. They are the remnants of the nine-winged Inglong. The nine-winged Inglong? One of the 9 divine dragons? Indeed, Zhao Su did not conceal the truth, for Tang Yuehua was already aware of the matter. What of the nine-winged dragon? Brother, there's no need to inquire further. This soul bone holds significant importance for Zhao Su. Just grant it to him. for he will surely provide the remaining soul bones to the sect, thus fulfilling his obligations to the elders. As the saying goes, a married daughter is like spilled water. This adage is particularly apt in the case of Tang Yuehua. However, she was not mistaken. Trading 2 soul bones for 6 is indeed advantageous for the Haotian sect. Ah, you, Tang Xiao remarked, lightly tapping Tang Yuehua's forehead with his hand, shaking his head in resignation. If that is the case, then these 2 soul bones shall be yours. You need not trade for them. Consider them a part of Yuehua's dowry. Tang Xiao placed the soul bones back into the box, sealing it shut, and handed it to Tang Yuehua instead of Zhao Su. As for whom Tang Yuehua chose to bestow these soul bones upon, he chose not to concern himself with. Thank you, brother. Tang Yuehua exclaimed as she accepted the box, her handsome features brightening with a radiant smile as she grasped Tang Xiao's arm. At that moment, Tang Xiao suddenly gazed at Tang Yuehua, a flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. He then took her hand. Due to Tang Yuehua's innate noble ring domain, even a titled Douluo could not discern her soul power level. In Tang Xiao's mind, he believed that Tang Yuehua could not surpass the 9th level, so he did not pay much attention. Coupled with Zhao Su's arrival and Tang San's intent to return to the Haotian sect to acknowledge his lineage, Tang Xiao's mind was in turmoil, and he naturally overlooked Tang Yuehua's transformation. As he calmed down and felt her presence, he suddenly sensed something unusual about Tang Yuehua. Level 19? Have you broken through? Indeed, I had originally intended to surprise you, but it seems I was discovered before I had the chance to reveal it. Tang Yuehua replied, releasing her martial soul, the Rui ring. Not only did its appearance now feature golden waves tinged with a hint of crimson, but her aura had also significantly intensified. Excellent. Tang Xiao smiled upon witnessing this, genuinely pleased for Tang Yuehua. And that's not all. As Tang Yuehua spoke, the Rui ring, shimmering with golden waves, swiftly transformed, reassembling into a pair of meridian duck axes, adorned with barbed edges. This was her first soul ring's soul skill, Blood Moon Devour. Chapter 74, Haotian Sect, Honorary Elder Brother. Be careful. Tang Yuehua warned Tang Xiao, her form vanishing instantaneously. When Tang Xiao next perceived her, she had appeared behind him, aiming the meridian duck axes toward him. Though she leveraged the spatial teleportation afforded by the external soul bone, providing her with considerable surprise, her soul power level remained too low. Even with the enhancements from the external and complete soul bones, Tang Xiao easily deflected her strike. Nevertheless, it left him momentarily astonished. Had Tang Yuehua possessed a higher level, even at the level of a soul sage, he might have been forced to pay a price to withstand such an unexpected assault. After all, there were no signs preceding this sudden attack, and by the time he sensed it, it was already too late. External soul bones and a complete set of soul bones? Yuehua, your return has truly astonished me. All thanks to ASU. Tang Yuehua retracted her martial soul and turned her gaze to Zhao Su, her eyes brimming with affection. Zhao, I apologize for my earlier words upon first meeting you. Tang Xiao inclined slightly toward Zhao Su, his demeanor now devoid of condescension. Brother is too courteous. Yuehua is my beloved, and all of this is merely my duty. Zhao Su replied, retrieving a black box from the storage space within his waist pendant and placing it upon the expansive desk. Here are 6 soul bones. I implore you. Brother, do not refuse. He then opened the black box, revealing 6 soul bones within. The set included the skull and torso bones, forming a complete set of soul bones. Moreover, they were the entire set dropped by the Forest King White Tiger. The regal aura of the Forest King, combined with the unparalleled martial soul, the Haotian Hammer, would bestow even greater power upon it. Each piece of this White Tiger soul bone set was comparable to the 2 soul bones of the 9-winged dragon. Even Tang Xiao, who fancied himself worldly, could not suppress the glint of greed in his eyes. In that case, I shall no longer refuse. Ultimately, Tang Xiao accepted the 6 White Tiger soul bones. However, as he was already full of soul bones, he could not absorb any more, which left him somewhat regretful. Yet he did not dwell on it, merely storing the soul bones away for the most talented descendants of the Haotian sect. At this moment, Zhao Su had unequivocally earned Tang Xiao's recognition and approval to marry Tang Yuehua. That very evening, he summoned all the elders of the Haotian sect to announce Zhao Su as an honorary elder. This decision naturally met with unanimous opposition from the elders. However, when Tang Xiao presented the 6 White Tiger soul bones gifted to the Haotian sect, all the elders fell silent, conceding to Zhao Su's honorary elder status. Following this, Tang Xiao recounted how Tang San wished to return to the Haotian sect to acknowledge his lineage in place of his father. Impossible. If you allow that wretched son of Tang Hao to return, I shall leave the Haotian sect." As soon as Tang Xiao finished speaking, a gaunt elder stepped forward, coldly snorting, conveying an unmistakable lack of room for negotiation. This individual ranked 7th among the 7 elders of the Haotian sect. Years prior, due to Tang Hao's offense against the Spirit Hall, his son had been attacked and killed while out procuring supplies. The pain of losing a child, compounded by Tang Hao's later disregard for the sect's safety to rescue Ain, had led the Haotian sect into seclusion. For years, he forbade the direct disciples of the sect from venturing out freely. Once the premier sect among the top 3, the Haotian sect still held its place but had become a subject of ridicule among others. In the eyes of this 7th elder, Tang Hao was nothing short of an ungrateful traitor, squandering the sect's investment in him. Thus, he was the most vehement opponent of Tang Hao and his son returning to the Haotian sect. 7th uncle, so much time has passed. Why do you cling so tightly to the past? Tang Xiao, seated at the head, spoke calmly, betraying no trace of emotion. Humph. For Tang Hao and his son to return to the Haotian sect, there are only 2 possibilities. Either I die, or you, the sect master of the Haotian sect, expel me. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible. 7th, you have lost control of your emotions. Please rein them in. The speaker was a long-browed elder seated beneath Tang Xiao, and he was the eldest among them, possessing the strongest cultivation aside from Tang Xiao. To Zhao Su's astonishment, of the 7 elders present, 5 had already attained the rank of title Douluo, with only 2 remaining at a lower level. This indicated that the Haotian sect boasted 6 title Douluo at that moment, all of whom were direct descendants of the sect and would never betray it. Truly, it was worthy of being the foremost among the 3 great sects, and rightfully recognized as the supreme martial soul of the world. Typically, a sect or family, even one as esteemed as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, would not have so many living title Douluo simultaneously. While Zhao Su pondered this, the 7th elder spoke once more. "This is my decision, and it shall not be altered." With that, the elder rose and departed the conference room. The others remained silent, refraining from further discussion. The following day, upon rising, Zhao Su was greeted by a cacophony of sounds emanating from outside his door. Zhao Su hastily rose, donned his garments, and exited the chamber, making his way towards the courtyard where the sounds of battle resonated. Upon his arrival, he discerned that the 7th elder was engaged in combat with Tang San. "You have awakened?" Tang Yuehua swiftly approached Zhao Su, yet her gaze remained fixed upon the fierce struggle between Tang San and the 7th elder. Her brow furrowed in evident concern for Tang San. They have commenced their skirmish so swiftly?" Zhao Su remarked with a smile. But upon noticing Tang Yuehua's resentful gaze directed at him, he promptly concealed his amusement. "Rest assured, the 7th elder will not resort to lethal force against Tang San. You are unaware. The 7th elder harbors deep-seated resentment towards the family of my second brother. That will not be the case." Zhao Su grasped Tang Yuehua's hand, which glistened with a fine sheen of perspiration, and softly offered his words of comfort. "Su," she called out to him, her gaze fixed upon Tang San, who was being suppressed by the 7th elder, forced to evade rather than retaliate. "If the 7th elder truly intends to harm Tang San, you must intervene." Tang Yuehua's request for Zhao Su to take action was not without her own considerations. After all, Tang Xiao was the sect leader. Should he intervene, it would undoubtedly displease several elders. However, Zhao Su, though an honorary elder, remained an outsider. Offending the elders of the Haotian sect would bear little consequence, as Zhao Su was unlikely to remain in the Haotian sect for an extended period. One cannot help but admire Tang Yuehua's meticulousness, even amid such turmoil. She had already contemplated every detail. "Very well, should the moment arise, I shall act." Zhao Su did not refuse. Whether it was due to Tang Yuehua's plea or his own considerations, he was resolute in preventing Tang San from meeting his demise here. In Chapter 75, struck by his own Haotian hammer, Tang Yuehua underestimated Tang San, or rather, underestimated his intellect. Aware that his current soul power level surpassed 60, he recognized the impossibility of victory against a title Douluo. Nevertheless, prior to their contest, they had reached an agreement that the 7th elder could utilize only 40% of his soul power. Exceeding that threshold would constitute a defeat for him. Tang San cleverly exploited this accord, avoiding direct confrontation with the 7th elder. Soon, their battle transcended the original battlefield, arriving at the precipice outside the Haotian sect's fortress. "Old 7, you have already lost. Cease this at once," the 2nd elder urged, witnessing the 7th elder being compelled to unleash his 7th soul skill, Haotian True Body. Yet, it was too late. At that moment, the seventh elder's mind was consumed by a singular desire for victory, devoid of reason. The colossal black Haotian hammer erupted with overwhelming destructive force, hurtling towards Tang San. Realizing he could not evade it, Tang San activated all his soul rings. The 8 spider lances behind him swiftly pierced into the cliff to prevent his fall. A resounding crash echoed as everyone anticipated Tang San would be obliterated beneath the full force of the seventh elder's Haotian true body. However, as the dust settled, they beheld a figure clad in white, effortlessly blocking the seventh elder's Haotian hammer with one hand. A powerful shockwave radiated from Zhao Su, restoring the seventh elder's rationality, yet propelling him away, sending him plummeting toward the abyss. Tang San was similarly affected by this immense force. In that moment, Tang Xiao intervened, leaping with all his might to rescue Tang San from the brink of the precipice. No one made an effort to assist the seventh elder, for all understood that a tidal Douluo was not so easily vanquished, and indeed, the seventh elder remained unharmed. Moments later, the seventh elder ascended from the fathomless chasm. Ignoring the meditating Tang San, he turned his gaze toward Zhao Su, who appeared nonchalant in his white attire. In that furious strike, although the seventh elder had been momentarily blinded by rage, he now clearly recalled Zhao Su effortlessly blocking his Haotian hammer. Was it you who thwarted my Haotian hammer? Indeed. Has the seventh elder regained his senses now? A faint smile graced Zhao Su's face, as if it were an ordinary occurrence to withstand the might of the Haotian hammer wielded by the seventh elder. At that moment, not only the seventh elder, but also the other elders, Tang Xiao, and all disciples of the Haotian sect, were enveloped in disbelief. It is impossible. How could you possibly block my Haotian true form with your bare hands? The seventh elder, filled with skepticism, declared, "Let us engage in a contest. If you can compel me to unleash my martial soul, it shall be deemed your victory." "Very well, then I shall ascertain your true capabilities," Zhao Su replied. Ignoring the second elder's warnings, the seventh elder summoned the dark Haotian hammer once more, swinging it fiercely towards Zhao Su. He could not fathom that Zhao Su could withstand the force of his Haotian true form unarmed. Upon encountering the seventh elder, who wielded a massive hammer aimed directly at him, Zhao Su felt a twinge of helplessness. Nonetheless, he held a rather favorable impression of the seventh elder, known for his fiery temperament and straightforward nature. With that in mind, Zhao Su resolved to demonstrate what true strength entailed. At that moment, he did not summon the 12-winged holy angel, but instead activated his first soul skill, heavenly transformation. Instantly, Zhao Su's physique expanded, reaching a height of over 3 meters, which, despite its imposing nature, appeared harmonious. His entire form was enveloped in a radiant white light. With a swift motion, he seized the seventh elder's Haotian hammer, forcibly wresting it from the elder's grasp. The Haotian hammer, measuring over 1 meter in length, felt as light as a child's toy in Zhao Su's hands. One hand pressed firmly against the seventh elder's head while the other wielded the Haotian hammer, delivering a series of resounding blows. Now you shall experience the sensation of being struck by the Haotian hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Su relentlessly struck the immobile seventh elder with his hammer, producing sounds akin to the ringing of iron being forged. Towering at 3 meters, Zhao Su resembled a giant, rendering the diminutive seventh elder little more than a child before him, utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. Observing the scene from a distance, the second elder furrowed his brow, yet dared not intervene. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Tang Xiao, who was equally stunned. "Master, perhaps it would be prudent to rein him in. After all, the seventh elder is driven to madness by the sorrow of losing his son. His transgressions do not warrant death." Coughing softly, Tang Xiao withdrew his gaze, attempting to mask his discomfort. He then turned to Tang Yuehua and urged, "Yuehua, do speak up. It is time to intervene." "Brother, second uncle, do you not sense the changes within Uncle 7? Tang Yuehua, having attained a profound understanding of the 9 nether demonic arts, felt a deep connection with Zhao Su. She comprehended that Zhao Su did not genuinely wish to slay the seventh elder, beyond the desire to discipline him. He sought to alleviate the internal injuries left by the forceful breakthrough to the title of Douluo. What is this? Just moments ago, Tang Xiao and the second elder had not considered this aspect, but upon Tang Yuehua's reminder, they redirected their attention towards Zhao Su and the second elder. They could indeed perceive the blocked meridians within the seventh elder. Under Zhao Su's vigorous blows, they began to clear. Yet, such a method was undeniably humiliating. Nevertheless, the second elder recognized that if Uncle 7's tempestuous nature remained unchecked, his cultivation would stagnate. Thus, having someone to administer a lesson could be deemed beneficial. "What are you all still doing here?" Return to your training. The second elder admonished the direct disciples of the Haotian sect gathered nearby. After all, the seventh elder was an elder. It was essential to preserve a semblance of dignity in front of the younger generation. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as Zhao Su ceased his assault, casting the Haotian hammer beside the bruised and battered seventh elder. He was undoubtedly the first to be so thoroughly vanquished by his own martial spirit. With the Haotian hammer discarded, Zhao Su's physique returned to its normal size. His bare torso, though not particularly muscular, was well proportioned and caught the attention of the onlookers. Several young girls from the third generation of the Haotian sect, around 16 or 17 years old, gazed at Zhao Su with starry-eyed admiration. Zhao Su swiftly retrieved a black robe from his storage pendant and donned it. Lower it down. Once he awakens and the swelling subsides, all will be well. After Zhao Su donned his attire, he casually addressed Tang Xiao, who stood a short distance away. Tang Long, why are you dawdling? Hurry and escort Elder Qi back. Ah, yes. Let us swiftly return Elder Qi. Tang Long then glanced at Tang Yu, who in turn looked towards Tang Ming and urged, come on, let's go together. How can I carry him alone? With a sense of resignation, Tang Ming had no choice but to join Tang Yu in lifting the unconscious Elder Qi back. Chapter 76, The Declaration of War from the Spirit Hall. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Tang Xiao expressed his gratitude to Zhao Su after witnessing the second elder being carried away. There is no need for thanks. My actions are solely for the sake of Yuehua, Zhao Su remarked, surveying Tang Xiao with a discerning gaze. He then shifted his attention to the second elder and several other elders, a slight smile gracing his lips. I noticed that both you and the esteemed elders bear hidden injuries. Would you care for a few strikes to alleviate them? No, we are all of advanced years. It is as it is. The fifth elder, tall yet lacking in robustness, resembling a slender bamboo pole, replied while looking towards Tang Xiao. He continued, the sect master is still young, with ample opportunities for advancement. I believe it is more prudent to administer a few strikes to the sect master instead. Elder 5. The second elder chuckled at first, but quickly regained his authoritative demeanor, casting a stern glance at the fifth elder. Although Tang Xiao was their junior, he remained the sect master, after all. It was merely a jest. There is no need for you to take it to heart, Elder 2. To eliminate hidden injuries, there are indeed more methods than just that. Zhao Su spoke as he produced a small porcelain vial, which he handed to the second elder. Inside the vial, the elixir was crafted from the soul-gathering herb, capable of assisting in cultivation and remedying internal injuries. The seventh elder, upon hearing Zhao Su's words, would surely be driven to madness. However, being directly confronted had its merits. It was a decisive move. Thank you, the second elder said, clasping his fists in gratitude as he accepted the elixir. Yet, before he could finish his words, a series of thunderous booms erupted nearby. Master, several elders, fertile Douluos have breached our Haotian sect's protective barrier. Fertile Douluos? Indeed, they seemed to be from the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing the name of the Spirit Hall, Zhao Su's expression shifted, as did Tang Yuehua's. However, there was no time for contemplation. The four titled Douluos had already materialized before them, all belonging to the flight class of Spirit Masters. Tang Xiao, the Pope commands you to either submit to the Spirit Hall or face annihilation. One of them, bearing a pair of rock wings, appeared almost as a humanoid bird with some rock features. With just the four of you, you dare to obliterate my Haotian sect? You overestimate yourselves. Tang Xiao scoffed, leaping forward, the black Haotian hammer materializing in his hand as he swung it fiercely at them. The four swiftly positioned themselves, forming a unique formation. Chains of black and white iron emerged at their command. Their martial spirits were these chains, and their stances appeared meticulously arranged, resembling a 4-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Within the confines of the iron chain cage they constructed, even the 96th level super title Douluo Tang Xiao found himself suppressed, unable to unleash the might of the Haotian hammer. Tang Xiao, consider this a mere warning. A month from now, if your Haotian sect does not submit, prepare for destruction. The four had come solely to declare war, not to engage in combat. They understood that it would be impossible for just the four of them to annihilate the Haotian sect. After delivering their message, the four retreated swiftly, their figures vanishing from view. It seems it is time for our Haotian sect to emerge from seclusion. Brother, our Haotian sect has no significant enmity with the Spirit Hall. Why must we wade through this murky water? Tang Yuehua furrowed her brows and approached Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao glanced at Tang Yuehua but said little, offering only a few words of reassurance. Do not worry. Even if our Haotian sect has remained hidden for many years, We are not to be bullied by the spirit hall. With that, Tang Xiao turned and entered the Haotian sect, while the second elder and others exchanged glances and followed suit. The arrival of the spirit hall's people signified that their hidden sanctuary had been exposed. This was effectively a revelation from seclusion. A plan must be devised swiftly. Su, what should we do? Tang Yuehua asked anxiously. Rest assured, the spirit hall will not act so swiftly. Yet, Zhao Su was mistaken. The spirit hall had not only sent envoys to the Haotian sect to declare war, but had also dispatched forces to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Once the spirit hall made their presence known, the atmosphere within the Haotian sect grew tense. Multiple layers of sentries were established, and the protective formation was activated. Supplies were stockpiled, and training intensified, clearly preparing for a protracted conflict with the spirit hall. That night, after leaving Zhao Su's chamber, a dark figure appeared behind him. Master. Bibi Dong has struck against the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. So soon? Did I not instruct you to remain at the Pope's palace and ignore her orders? We underestimated Bibi Dong. Her intentions run far deeper than we imagined. The Spirit Hall, aside from Bibi Dong and Yuguan Guemei, conceals 9 titled Douluos, all loyal to her. It seems I have underestimated the Spirit Hall. At that moment, Zhao Su realized that the events unfolding were no longer merely following the original plotline. Perhaps with his presence, the narrative of this world had already diverged. It was akin to a parallel universe. Each distinct decision could alter the course of all things. You must immediately head to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and ensure the survival of at least one direct descendant. What about the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? I shall personally go to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I once promised Ning Rongrong that I would not harm anyone from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and I intend to uphold that vow. Zhao Su's expression was quite grim. Indeed, I shall go at once. After Zhang Ying departed, Zhao Su approached the window, opened it, and gazed at the waning moon in the sky. Zhao Su's decision to remain in the Spirit Hall is not solely motivated by his feelings for Bibi Dong. Initially, Zhao Su harbored a deep yearning for her. However, he has now been thoroughly disenchanted. He recognizes that Bibi Dong approaches matters of the heart with utmost sincerity, which explains her profound animosity towards Yu Xiaojiang. On one hand, it stems from her affection for him, and on the other, it arises from her belief that if she cannot have something, neither shall anyone else. Zhao Su's decision to remain in the Spirit Hall and assist Bibi Dong is primarily attributed to the dictates of the system. The system has issued 2 imperative tasks that must be fulfilled: to locate the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm, or risk eternal barrenness in the pursuit of divinity, and to aid Bibi Dong in attaining the position of the Rakshasa God, not merely inheriting the title, but usurping it. This latter task proves to be far more arduous than the quest for the 9 divine dragons, as the latter can be accomplished with careful planning, minimizing the risk of significant errors. In contrast, Bibi Dong is an individual with her own fervent ideologies, rendering her resistant to any form of control. The rationale behind the system's imposition of such a task remains a conundrum for Zhao Su. To fully supplant the Rakshasa God rather than merely succeeding her, it is imperative to empower Bibi Dong. This empowerment must coincide with the completion of the Rakshasa trials, culminating in the slaying of the Rakshasa God. Chapter 77. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School suffers severe damage. It is critical to recognize that the Rakshasa God is a first-tier deity, renowned for her formidable prowess even among the pantheon of gods. The prospect of vanquishing the Rakshasa God with mere semi-divine capabilities appears utterly implausible. Thus, Zhao Su is compelled to assist Bibi Dong in procuring soul rings of 100,000-year caliber. Currently, there are preliminary plans in place, for have already been identified Xiao Wu, the Great Ming Sky Blue Bull Python, the Titan Giant Ape, and the Resurrected Ain, coupled with Bibi Dong's existing 100,000-year soul ring. It becomes evident that 4 more are still required. According to the intelligence gathered by Zhao Su's shadows, additional 100,000-year soul beasts have been tentatively identified, including the evil demon Orca King, the 3 brothers of the 1,000-June Ant Emperor, the dark demon Evil God Tiger, and the nearly million-year-old deep-sea demon Whale King. Only through this endeavor can they hope to slay the Rakshasa God during the trials for semi-divinity. However, the daunting nature of this undertaking is not to be underestimated. For Zhao Su, there exists no alternative. He must resolutely press forward. Zhao Su gathered his thoughts and, contemplating for a moment, stepped out of his room and into Tang Yuehua's chamber. Yuehua, are you asleep? He inquired. Not yet. What brings you here? Are you up to no good again? Tang Yuehua opened the door, her eyes sparkling with a captivating allure as she gazed at Zhao Su. Of course I am. I would gladly indulge in mischief every single day. Zhao Su, with a swift motion, wrapped his arm around Tang Yuehua's waist, pulling her into his embrace. How annoying! Tang Yuehua exclaimed, lightly slapping Zhao Su's chest, her cheeks tinged with a blush. But I must leave now. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Tang Yuehua's eyes dimmed with disappointment. The Spirit Hall has launched an attack on the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. I must hurry to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. It is a promise I made to Ning Rongrong, and I cannot allow them to be annihilated. Go then. But do exercise caution, Zhao Su urged. Rest assured, in this continent, no one can harm me. Rather, I worry for your safety. I shall be fine. With my elder brother and several elders present, the Spirit Hall dares not act recklessly. Although she spoke confidently, Zhao Su could not shake his concern for Tang Yuehua's safety, as Bibi Dong had become increasingly unpredictable. No one could foresee what more insane actions she might take. Take this. Should you encounter danger, hand it over to someone from the Spirit Hall, and they will not harm you. Tang Yuehua accepted the papal decree Zhao Su offered. Her gaze filled with concern for him. At this moment, a storm was brewing on the Douluo continent, and even Zhao Su could not guarantee his own safety. Especially with the impending battle against the gods. Do not dwell on it. Refrain from returning to Heaven Do City for now. It is safer here. Understood. Tang Yuehua nodded. Zhao Su refrained from saying more, fearing that the more he spoke, the harder it would be for him to part. Under Tang Yuehua's reluctant gaze, he hesitated no longer. As he turned, a pair of butterfly wings unfurled behind him, and he swiftly descended the mountain. Inside the great hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, a fierce battle raged. The Spirit Hall had dispatched 4 title de law and nearly 10,000 spirit masters to assault the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, resulting in devastating losses. Chen Xian, do you think you can withstand the 4 of us alone? Sneered the serpent spear Douluo, pointing his spear at the already injured Chen Xian. Enough talk. If you wish to fight, then strike. Chen Xian retorted. It is you who underestimate yourselves. Just then, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, who had resolved the external crisis, arrived, tipping the odds to 3 against 4. After all, both Chen Xian and Gu Rong were super title Douluo, each above level 95. In contrast, the highest-ranked title Douluo on the Spirit Hall side was merely at level 93. With Ning Fengji, renowned as the world's premier support, the battle was far from lost. However, their expressions soon darkened as they sensed the approach of 2 more title Douluo rapidly advancing toward them. The sudden attack by the Spirit Hall instilled a palpable fear in everyone present. Yet, despite this, Chen Xian and Gu Rong showed no signs of retreating. Kill. Chen Xian's 7-killing sword manifested instantly, unleashing a powerful intent toward the serpent spear Douluo and the boar Douluo. Feeling the overwhelming bloodlust, the 2 recoiled in shock, quickly retreating. At that moment, Gu Rong also sprang into action. In Ning Fengji's hand, a resplendent 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda radiated a brilliant light, enveloping Chen Xian and Gu Rong. Clearly, the 5 exquisite tulips Zhao Su had gifted Ning Rongrong had allowed Ning Fengji's martial soul to undergo a glorious evolution. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School could now rightly be called the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile School, as the 2 additional title Douluo from the Spirit Hall joined the fray. Even with Ning Fengji's support, Chen Xian and Gu Rong gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Moreover, the Spirit Hall's army of spirit masters surged forth again, launching another assault on the disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, many of whom turned traitor at the critical moment. Fengji, Gu Rong, go assist the disciples outside. I will handle things here, Chen Xian commanded. How can you face 6 title Douluo alone? Enough with the chatter. Hurry. You wouldn't want the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to be eradicated, would you? Chen Xian's voice was stern, his body radiating light as all 9 of his spirit rings illuminated simultaneously, single-handedly entangling the 6 title Douluo. Ning Fengji, though worried, recognized the urgency. If they did not support the disciples soon, they would all perish here. Gu Rong, protect the sect master. Be careful, old sword. The skeletal visage of Bone Douluo bore a hint of concern, yet he did not hesitate, following Ning Fengji out of the hall. God and Demon Duel / After Ning Fengji and Gu Rong departed, Chen Xian unleashed his most potent killing move, the 9th spirit ability, God and Demon Duel / The 7-killing sword gradually became ethereal, exuding a powerful and strange aura. With no intention of defense, Chen Xian was solely focused on attack. Not good, retreat. The bear Douluo exclaimed, hastily retreating. He was the strongest among the Spirit Hall's side. Chen Xian, however, had set his sights on him. With a resounding strike, the sword cleaved through the air. Although the bear Douluo retreated and activated his martial soul's true form, he was still grievously injured by Chen Xian's blow. At that moment, the serpent spear Douluo's spear descended upon Chen Xian. After severely wounding the bear Douluo, Chen Xian swiftly turned, but the serpent spear Douluo managed to sever his right arm. As his right arm flew away, the seven killing sword struck again, inflicting a grievous wound upon the serpent spear Douluo. The boar Douluo and the other three title Douluo also suffered varying degrees of injury from Chen Xian's god and demon dual slash. 6 against 1. Yet they could not gain a significant advantage, leaving the six title Douluo from the Spirit Hall both shocked by Chen Xian's strength and resolute in their intent to eliminate him. Chapter 78. The storm approaches. Aside from the severely injured bear Douluo, the remaining 5 closed in on the one-armed Chen Xian. Just then, a sword resembling Chen Xian's 7 killing sword, radiating a powerful sword intent, suddenly plunged into the ground. The title Douluo from the Spirit Hall quickly became alert upon seeing the unexpected sword. Let us depart. Today, I have no desire for bloodshed. Zhao Su, clad in black, strode in from the great hall, followed closely by Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. You cannot leave. Today, no one shall escape the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Gu Rong, witnessing Chen Xian's desperate struggle, shouted furiously as he charged forward. The boar Douluo and the others were compelled to engage, realizing they could not accomplish their mission today. Lacking the will to continue fighting, they began to retreat while still clashing. Though they were weaker than Gu Rong, they were title Douluo and found it challenging to escape if they truly wished to leave. Bon uncle, let it go. Do not pursue, lest we fall into their ambush. Ning Fengji halted the pursuing Gu Rong, having already arrived beside Chen Xian. He unveiled his martial soul, enveloping Chen Xian in a radiant light that swiftly healed the bleeding wound where his arm had been severed. The pallor of his face gradually regained a hint of color. It must be said that the 7 treasure glazed tile school's reputation as the foremost auxiliary soul master is by no means exaggerated. Uncle Jian, how are you faring? I shall survive. Chen Xian inhaled deeply, suppressing the inner turmoil, and forced himself to rise as he spoke. Brother Zhao, I am grateful for your assistance. Without you, the 7 treasure glazed tile school might have faced utter destruction today. Ning Sect Master, you are too kind. I promised Rong that I would not allow the Spirit Hall to harm the people of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. It is I who have broken my word. How can this be blamed on Brother Zhao? Ning Fengji remarked, pausing briefly before continuing. Brother Zhao has witnessed the brutality of the Spirit Hall. Do you still intend to serve them wholeheartedly? Ning Sect Master, it would be futile to waste your breath. You do not wish to join the Spirit Hall. Yet I cannot betray them. Take care of yourself. Zhao Su interrupted Ning Fengji's words and swiftly departed. Fengji, it seems we can no longer remain in the sect. We must hasten to find a new sanctuary to prevent the return of the Spirit Hall, said Chen Xian, his pale face watching Zhao Su's retreat. Ning Fengji nodded and replied, Sword Uncle, your injuries are severe. You should recuperate here in the sect. Bon Uncle and I will immediately head to Heavendo City. For now, we can only seek refuge in the Heavendo Empire. As he gazed upon the desolate Qibao glazed sect, Ning Fengji felt a profound sorrow. To see a sect that had been cultivated over many years utterly destroyed overnight was devastating. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong wasted no time and set off directly for Heavendo City, arranging for others to pack their belongings, ready for a swift departure. At the same moment the Qibao glazed sect was attacked, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was holding an ancestral ceremony, leaving their external sentinels vulnerable to an assault. One even more tragic than that of the Qibao glazed sect. When Ning arrived, she witnessed the current clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan perish in a mutual destruction with the title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. The sight of the countless corpses on the ground stirred even Ying's heart with a tinge of brutality. Hidden in the shadows, Ying learned that the clan's most talented twins, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, were still alive but absent from the clan. Furthermore, the second clan master, Yu Lumian, had already allied himself with the Spirit Hall and had not come to their aid. Just as she prepared to leave, a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall was excavating 3 soul bones from Yu Yuanjin's body. Ying halted, her gaze fixating on the arm and leg soul bones among the 3. She sensed the essence of the 9-winged dragon's remains that Zhao Su had urged her to remember. Without hesitation, Ying launched an attack on the titled Douluo, who was then absorbed in his triumph, completely unguarded. In an instant, the 3 soul bones were seized by her. Who? The titled Douluo, enraged at the loss of his prize, was on the verge of retaliating when a token fell before him indeed. It was the Pope's decree bearing angelic wings. These 2 soul bones are under the orders of His Holiness the Pope for me to take back. This one is your reward. Yes, thank you, Your Holiness. Though displeased, the titled Douluo had no choice but to accept, feeling fortunate to have retained one. Ing paid him no further heed, her figure vanishing completely as she departed. In Heavendo City, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, aside from Xiao Wu and Oscar, the remaining 5 of the Shrek 7 monsters had gathered once again. After a brief reunion, Tang San, eager to locate Xiao Wu in the Stardow Forest, departed alone. That night, Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong shared a room, discussing the events of the past 2 years. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, followed by Zhao Su's voice. Zhu Qing, Rongrong, are you asleep? Hearing Zhao Su's voice, a hint of a smile broke through Zhu Qing's usually cold demeanor as she hurriedly got out of bed to open the door. I wonder, Sister Zhu Qing, why the haste? Teased Ning Rongrong, rising after her. Brother Su, I missed you so much. Zhu Qing exclaimed, throwing herself into Zhao Su's embrace, her eyes filled with affection. I missed you too. Zhao Su gently kissed Zhu Qing's cheek, yet cast a peculiar glance at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, I am truly sorry. Upon entering the room, Zhao Su suddenly uttered this statement, leaving both Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong perplexed. At that moment, Ma Hongjun rushed in with great urgency, calling out to Rongrong, only to also notice Zhao Su. Boss Zhao, you have returned as well? Indeed. Zhao Su merely nodded, refraining from speech. What has happened to the chubby fellow? You appear exceedingly anxious, he remarked. By the way, the esteemed Master Ning Rongrong has arrived and is currently in the dean's office. It seems there is a matter of urgency. In truth, at that moment, Ma Hongjun was equally unaware of the unfolding events. He had merely been summoned by Flander to seek out Ning Rongrong. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School had been besieged by the Spirit Hall, resulting in the tragic loss of 2/3 of its direct disciples, and the Sword Douluo had suffered the grievous fate of losing an arm. It was then that Zhao Su spoke up, addressing Ning Rongrong. I have broken my promise. What? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes instantly filled with concern. Without uttering another word, she dashed towards the dean's office. Zhao Su and the others hurriedly followed. Chapter 79, Starry Forest, The Hunt for Xiao Wu. Upon arriving at the director's office, they encountered Ning Fingxi and Gu Rong, both of whom wore grim expressions. Father, Ning Rongrong exclaimed upon seeing Ning Fingxi. I presume you are already aware that our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has been destroyed. Ning Fingxi, noticing Zhao Su trailing closely behind and observing Ning Rongrong's flustered demeanor, understood that she was informed of the attack on their sect. Thus, he refrained from concealing the truth and directly addressed her. It was evident that Ning Fingxi's countenance was poor. His typically neat hair was disheveled, making him appear significantly aged. Was it the Spirit Hall? At that moment, the Master and Lu Erlong arrived at Flinder's office, just in time to hear Ning Fengxi's words. Although there was no concrete evidence implicating the Spirit Hall, who else possessed such formidable power to orchestrate an assault led by 6 titled Douluos with an army of thousands of spirit masters against our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? 6 titled Douluos? They were aware that the Spirit Hall likely harbored hidden titled Douluos, but to mobilize 6 at once was indeed shocking to all present. Indeed, had it not been for Uncle Jin sacrificing an arm to severely injure several of them, our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would have likely faced complete annihilation. Father, how is Grandfather Jin? Rest assured, his condition has stabilized and is not grave. Ning Fengji replied, turning to the Master. Brother Yu, with the attack on our sect, we must alert the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to remain vigilant. Now that the Spirit Hall has taken action, they will not limit their aggression to just our school. Consequently, the Master and Lu Erlong hastened back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family that very night, only to find the ground strewn with corpses. The entire family had been pillaged, leaving a scene of desolation. Bibi Dong's actions, while severely crippling the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and obliterating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, instilled a profound sense of dread within the Spirit Master community. This fortitude galvanized Ning Fengji and Yu Xiaojing to resolutely resist the Spirit Hall. Henceforth, Zhao Su's previous schemes against the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School became utterly ineffective, and Ning Rongrong's attitude towards him turned cold. In the Spirit City, within the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong sat upon her throne, her gaze cold and tinged with mockery. Bibi Dong, you truly are self-righteous. Do you believe that hiding in the shadows and attacking the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family will absolve you of blame? What of it? They are merely the insignificant seven treasure glazed tile school and blue lightning tyrant dragon family. They can always choose new sects. Bibi Dong retorted. Her demeanor icy. You are not only a madwoman, but also a fool. Do you really think you can withstand the combined might of the two great empires and the top three sects with just your spirit hall? At this moment, Zhao Su was rendered utterly speechless. He had once believed Bibi Dong to be a cunning individual, but now she appeared merely as a deranged, vengeful spirit, wounded by love. To label her as the greatest antagonist of the Douluo continent only underscores the incompetence of the so-called righteous factions. Were it not for the constraints of the system, Zhao Su would have long since severed ties with the Spirit Hall and pursued his own path, which would surely be preferable to aligning with a deranged individual prone to unpredictable outbursts. What of alliances? I, Bibi Dong, fear nothing. If that is the case, I have nothing more to say. Zhao Su understood that whatever he said now, Bibi Dong would likely not absorb it. With a resigned shake of his head, he prepared to depart. Although it was a restriction imposed by the system that he must assist Bibi Dong in genuinely replacing the Rakshasa god, he also needed to ensure that he could complete his preliminary arrangements, gathering the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian realm to secure his own ascension to godhood, thereby positioning himself in an invulnerable stance before addressing other matters. Your Holiness the Pontiff. At that moment, a member of the Spirit Hall rushed in. But upon seeing Zhao Su, he hesitated, fumbling for words. Speak. Bibi Dong commanded coldly. The Elder Gui and Elder Zhu have located Tang San's whereabouts within the Douluo forest. But they encountered interference from 2 other 100,000-year soul beasts during the attempt to capture him. 2 additional 100,000-year soul beasts? Indeed. You must inform Elder Gui and Elder Zhu to seal off the entire Douluo forest. I shall personally go to hunt down these 300,000-year soul beasts. Understood. The man replied and respectfully withdrew. Bibi Dong's gaze flickered as she stood up and turned to Zhao Su, her previous coldness and arrogance dissipating. Can you assist me? If you help me hunt down these 300,000-year soul beasts, I will heed your every command from now on. Remember your words. Do not act rashly. Now is not the time to instigate a war across the continent. I understand. Bibi Dong recognized that relying solely on her own strength would not suffice to confront 300,000-year soul beasts, even with the assistance of Gui and Zhu. Success was not guaranteed. However, with Zhao Su's support, her confidence grew considerably. Zhao Su, feeling helpless, decided to first assist Bibi Dong in order to placate her. Within the Douluo forest, the moonlight and the specter had ensnared the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. However, while the others were attempting to capture Xiao Wu, Tang San suddenly appeared and whisked her away. Leading the pursuit were the golden generation of the Yellow Spirit Hall, Yan, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina. During the chase, Tang San eliminated numerous spirit masters from the Spirit Hall, even causing Hulaina and her companions to suffer defeats at his hands. Nevertheless, Tang San was but one individual, despite his dual martial spirits and various hidden weapons. He was still only at the 60th level and had to protect Xiao Wu. Under the assault of dozens, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, he fell into a web trap set by the Spider Queen, which completely extinguished his chances of escape. In a desperate moment, he forcefully severed his own right leg, casting the blue-silver Emperor Spirit Bone, imbued with flight abilities, to Xiao Wu in an attempt to send her out of the encirclement. To save Tang San, Xiao Wu was left with no choice but to sacrifice herself, as she transformed completely into radiant light, offering her spirit rings, spirit bones, and soul to Tang San. A powerful divine consciousness suddenly enveloped them, instantaneously separating the two. At that moment, Bibi Dong also appeared, following the method Zhao Su had conveyed to her. She formed hand seals and drew the already sacrificial Xiao Wu towards herself. Xiao Wu's sacrificial spirit rings began to merge with Bibi Dong's martial spirit. At this juncture, Bibi Dong's second martial spirit, the soul-devouring Spider Queen, bore only a single red spirit rings, indicating her prior contemplation to ensure that all spirit rings of her second martial spirit would be of the 100,000-year caliber. Chapter 80. The successful hunt of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Despite Bibi Dong having reached the 99th level, with 9 spirit rings of her first martial spirit all being of the 10,000-year level, she still faced formidable resistance while absorbing Xiao Wu's sacrificial spirit. This was due to the overwhelming power of the 100,000-year spirit ring and Xiao Wu's inherent resistance. No. Tang San, lying on the ground with a broken leg, watched helplessly as Xiao Wu's spirit rings were gradually absorbed by Bibi Dong. He extended his hand, his gaze burning with infinite rage, shouting loudly. Yet, this matter had already reached a conclusion. Despite the fierce unwillingness in his heart, he could do nothing. With Zhao Su's powerful divine consciousness aiding her, it took nearly an hour to fully absorb Xiao Wu's 100,000-year spirit ring. After absorbing Xiao Wu's spirit ring, Bibi Dong appeared even more youthful, her skin becoming fairer and smoother, as if it were fragile porcelain. Upon completing the absorption, she paid no heed to the prostrate Tang San, for she had promised Zhao Su not to lay a hand on him. Guided by Hu Laina, she proceeded towards the central lake of the Douluo forest. 100,000-year spirit ring from Xiao Wu was evidently insufficient for her. She intended to hunt the other 200,000-year spirit beasts as well. After Bibi Dong departed, a divine consciousness collected Xiao Wu's residual soul, and soon a small white rabbit coalesced into form. However, at that moment, the rabbit's eyes were hollow, devoid of any light. Although Xiao Wu had lost her spirit rings and spirit bones, the possibility of resurrection was not entirely extinguished. Once Tang San matured into a titled Douluo, he would be able to revive Xiao Wu, allowing her to live fully and cultivate diligently. Zhao Su remained elusive throughout. His voice altered as he delivered the true form of Xiao Wu, a small rabbit, to Tang San's side. Concurrently, a formidable regenerative power rapidly healed the wounds on Tang San's body. However, the blue-silver emperor's soul bone was not returned to him. Instead, it was claimed by Zhao Su, who recognized that time was no longer on his side and that he could no longer proceed with the original plan in a methodical manner. He needed to employ special means to use the soul bone to resurrect Ain swiftly. After the regenerative force had mended Tang San's injuries, Zhao Su rendered him temporarily unconscious to prevent him from interfering with the hunt for the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. In the heart of the Douluo forest, the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, enraged by the relentless pursuit of Yu Guan and Gue Mei, sensed the waning vitality of Xiao Wu. Humans, we have tolerated you at every turn, yet you relentlessly press us. Do you truly wish for mutual destruction? Humans are the rulers of all. You spirit beasts exist solely as our sacrificial offerings to attain power. Dressed in a golden robe and wielding a scepter, Bibi Dong appeared before the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, her eyes filled with disdain. Humph, since it has come to this, we shall show no mercy. Eliminate them. Upon hearing this, the sky blue bull python ceased any further verbal sparring. It emerged from the lake, its massive serpentine form fully revealed, and, filled with fury, it charged towards Bibi Dong. But at that moment, an overwhelming divine consciousness immobilized both the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. A long sword, exuding an aura of terror, appeared and struck the sky blue bull python. Brother! The Titan giant ape roared in fury upon witnessing the sword cleave through the sky blue bull python's resilient scales. It attempted to break free from the divine restraint, but found itself unable to muster any soul power. Forced to watch helplessly as Bibi Dong approached and killed the sky blue bull python, sitting down to absorb its soul ring. In addition to the 100,000-year soul ring being absorbed by Bibi Dong, the sky blue bull python also possessed a soul bone, specifically the most valuable trunk bone among its 6 parts. All eyes turned greedily towards that trunk bone, yet none dared to approach it. Soul bones, particularly those shed by 100,000-year spirit beasts, could bestow unimaginable enhancements, but one must be alive to reap such benefits. After absorbing the soul ring of the sky blue bull python, Bibi Dong first glanced at the Titan giant ape, which was still furiously struggling against the divine restraint. Then at the trunk bone on the ground. However, Bibi Dong was already adorned with full soul bones, while not as ancient as that of the sky blue bull python. They were perfectly suited to her. Upon picking up the trunk bone, she surveyed the eager faces surrounding her before her gaze settled on Ghost Douluo. Tossing the sky blue bull python's trunk soul bone to him. Take this opportunity to fuse with the soul bone. You are currently too weak and must bolster your strength. Yes, thank you, your holiness. The ethereal Ghost Douluo, upon receiving the trunk soul bone of the sky blue bull python, excitedly revealed his true visage for the first time before the crowd. He appeared as an ordinary middle-aged man in his 50s, standing around 1.60 meters tall, yet his mundane features now radiated with exhilaration. Bibi Dong then turned her attention back to the Titan giant ape, using the sword imbued with sword intent to pierce through its formidable defenses, ultimately leading to its demise. The Titan giant ape's colossal form collapsed to the ground, transforming into a soul ring and another trunk soul bone, just like its elder brother, the sky blue bull python. This time, Bibi Dong did not hastily absorb the soul ring, but instead retrieved the soul bone from the Titan giant ape, feeling overwhelming power emanating from it. You still need one more soul bone, don't you? This one is for you. Bibi Dong tossed the soul bone to Hu Laina, who beamed with joy. Thank you, teacher. Do not mention it. I hope you can grow rapidly and not disappoint me. Rest assured, teacher, I shall not let you down. Hulaina replied with unwavering determination. Bibi Dong remained silent, continuing to absorb the soul ring of the Titan giant ape. Once fully absorbed, the plan to hunt the 100,000-year spirit beasts concluded successfully. After absorbing the rings from 300,000-year spirit beasts, Bibi Dong appeared slightly taller. Her figure, now even more perfectly sculpted beneath her golden attire, exuded an irresistible allure. Continue searching for traces of 100,000-year spirit beasts. Notify me immediately upon discovering any leads. Before departing from the Stardow Forest, Bibi Dong gave instructions to Yue Guan and Gue Mei, and subsequently returned to the Spirit Hall with Hulaina. At the same time that Bibi Dong successfully hunted down Xiao Wu and the twin brothers, Ning Fengji and the Master had reached an agreement with the Snow Knight Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire to unify their efforts against the Spirit Hall. Chapter 81. It is imperative to accelerate training. The Snow Knight Emperor entrusted all Soul Masters within the Heaven Do Empire to the Master for training. Following the suggestions of the Master and Ning Fengji, he decided to send envoys to the Douluo Empire to negotiate a temporary ceasefire and a unified front agreement. As Zhao Su had anticipated, various factions sensing danger began to gradually unite, undoubtedly complicating the Spirit Hall's ambition to unify the continent. However, this was not without its advantages. The formidable power exhibited by the Spirit Hall garnered support from numerous sects, families, and kingdoms. Bibi Dong ordered the establishment of guardian troops in all kingdoms that supported the Spirit Hall, ostensibly to protect the sanctity of the Spirit Hall within these kingdoms. Everyone understood that this was merely a tactic to intimidate those who defied the Spirit Hall, beyond the sects, families, and kingdoms. Many powerful young Soul Masters also chose to align themselves with the Ascended Spirit Hall. On the surface, a fragile equilibrium was maintained among the various factions. Yet all were acutely aware that such harmony would not endure for long. At this juncture, Zhao Su possessed 7 fragments of the 9-winged dragon's remains, needing only 2 more to complete the set. Moreover, the level of Tuoba, she from the Sacred Dragon sect, was steadily rising. Upon reaching level 95, Zhao Su would be able to absorb the Kuei dragon from him, along with the golden sacred dragon summoned by Master Flinder, Lu Erlong, and others, as well as the candle dragon from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. It could be said that Zhao Su had already found 5 of the 9 divine dragons, now merely awaiting the opportune moment for absorption. Thus, Zhao Su's most pressing task remained the search for the remaining 2 fragments of the 9-winged dragon's remains and the other 4 boundary guarding divine dragons. My lord, news has arrived from the shadows hidden within the Heaven Do Empire. The royal family has sensed the presence of the 9-winged dragon's remains. In a tranquil courtyard within Heaven Do City, Zhao Su contemplated his next steps when Ning appeared beside him. The Heaven Do Empire? Upon this realization, Zhao Su's eyes gleamed with excitement. How could I have overlooked this? Order the shadows to ascertain how many fragments of the 9-winged dragon's remains the Heaven Do Empire possesses. If there is only one, we should focus our efforts on investigating the royal family of the Douluo Empire for the last fragment. Indeed, there is also the matter of Yu Luomian's martial soul undergoing a mutation, rendering him potentially unsuitable as a vessel for raising the dragon. A mutation? Precisely. Just days ago, Yu Luomian ascended to the rank of 80-level Soul Douluo, at which point his martial soul transformed into the purple lightning demon dragon. Where is Yu Luomian now? Within the Spirit Hall. The Pope has promised to win him over to their side by offering him a position as an elder after successfully eliminating the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Understood. Zhao Su nodded, having already formulated a plan in his mind. After Ying departed, Zhao Su rose to his feet and gazed toward the direction of the Spirit Hall. He intended to meet the illustrious Yu Luomian in person to ascertain whether the aberrant purple lightning demon dragon he had encountered was indeed one of the 9 guardian divine dragons he sought. At this moment, Yu Luomian exuded an air of confidence. Despite being merely an 80-level Soul Douluo, he held the favor of Bai Dong, commanding respect even from title Douluo within the Spirit Hall. This privilege further emboldened Yu Luomian's demeanor. Brother Shilong, I raise a toast to you. Inside the Spirit Hall, Yu Luomian, along with the Snake Spear Douluo and the Porcupine Douluo, were reveling in drink. Yu Luomian was acutely aware that his strength was vastly inferior to that of the title Douluo, and although he enjoyed the protection of Bai Dong, he understood the necessity of fostering good relations with them to establish his foothold within the Spirit Hall. Suddenly, amidst their merriment, a piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by the appearance of a long sword within the Grand Hall. It was none other than Zhao Su's Emperor's 7 Kills sword. Upon witnessing this formidable weapon, the snake spear and porcupine Douluo immediately recognized Zhao Su's arrival. Although they were unaware of his intentions, they promptly stood aside. However, Luomian did not recognize the Emperor's 7 kills sword. With a bemused expression, he glanced at the rising figures and, with a tipsy bravado, jested, "Brother Shilong, it's merely a sword. Why are you all so frightened?" No sooner had Luomian uttered these words than the sword moved, slicing toward him. Initially startled, Luomian's intoxication evaporated under the weight of the terrifying sword intent, and he swiftly merged with his martial spirit. Yet, to his astonishment, the Emperor's 7 kills sword, after he had integrated his spirit, departed just as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Zhao Su, observing Luomian's mutated purple lightning demon dragon martial spirit, felt no trace of the guardian dragoness aura, and the system offered no indication. Zhao Su realized that he had overthought the matter. The mutation of the Jade Crown martial soul was merely a consequence of its elevation in rank. This revelation induced a sense of unease within him. At that moment, the direct descendants of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan were dwindling in number. If none among the living could evolve the blue electric Tyrannosaurus into the Candle Dragon, he would ultimately face failure. Acknowledging this, Zhao Su understood that he could no longer afford to wait. He needed to swiftly gather the 9 divine dragons. He resolved to embark on this quest personally, while also striving to elevate his level to 99, reaching the pinnacle of his current capabilities. Consequently, Zhao Su first sought an audience with Tang Weiwa. After parting ways with her, he proceeded to Shrek Academy, where Zhu Qing was currently residing. In Zhao Su's heart, aside from Tang Weiwa and Zhu Qing, he harbored no other concerns. Once he had arranged everything, he departed from Heavendo City alone. As Zhao Su reached the entrance of Heavendo City, Ning Rongrong intercepted his path. "You weren't waiting here specifically for me, were you?" she inquired. "Indeed. I heard from Yu Qing that you were about to embark on a journey for training." "Yes. I must hasten to elevate myself to the title Douluo level to ensure my safety. Then I shall accompany you on this journey. I too must swiftly enhance my cultivation to revive the 7 treasure glazed tile school." "Accompany me on this training? Can you protect me?" Ning Rongrong had long ago devised her plan. To restore the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she must become formidable. However, being a support-type soul master, she needed someone to safeguard her during her endeavors. The recent betrayal by the outer disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school had left her distrustful of them. Zhao Su is not only trustworthy, but more importantly, possesses formidable strength, capable of offering her ample protection. If you wish to accompany me, so be it. But let us establish one thing. Wherever I go, you shall follow, and do not inquire further. Regarding the destruction of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he indeed fell short of his promise to Ning Rongrong to assist her in enhancing her abilities. This serves as a form of recompense. As long as I can elevate my cultivation, your whereabouts are of no concern to me," Ning Rongrong declared with unwavering determination in her eyes. Despite her delicate and fair appearance, she is resolute in her decisions, never altering them lightly, and they must be fulfilled. Chapter 82. The Transformation of Martial Souls. Forcefully taking aim. "Very well. If that is the case, I shall take you with me. We will first visit a certain location." As Zhao Su spoke, a mischievous smile crept across his face. Without allowing Ning Rongrong to inquire further, he took the lead and stepped outside. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong hastily followed suit. A day later, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong found themselves entering the Sunset Forest. "What are we doing here?" Ning Rongrong asked. "You will know soon enough. Remember, no matter what happens, do not say too much." Zhao Su once again cautioned Ning Rongrong. As they approached the heart of the Sunset Forest, nearly a mile away, Zhao Su instructed Ning Rongrong to find a place to conceal herself and await his return. "You are not planning to engage in any nefarious activities, are you? Have you forgotten our agreement? If you continue to speak, I shall leave you here without a second thought." Upon uttering these words, Zhao Su swiftly darted forth, making his way towards the vicinity of the ice and fire two-headed eye. At that moment, a thatched cottage had been erected near this extraordinary sight. Tang Hao, with one arm and one hand severed, sat before the cottage, gazing vacantly at a nearby blue-silver emperor. Not long ago, Tang San had relocated his mother, Ayin, to this area, which significantly aided her growth. Tang Hao had steadfastly remained by Yin's side, watching over her. Concealed in the shadows, Zhao Su observed the scene unfold. From his storage space, he retrieved a black robe, enveloping himself in its shroud. He then exchanged for a soul exchange pill within the system marketplace. a potion capable of temporarily transforming one's martial soul into another desired form. Zhao Su first summoned the Imperial 7-Kills sword, then consumed the soul exchange pill. With a radiant beam of white light enveloping the Imperial 7-Kills sword, its form began to transform at a visible pace. Ultimately, the Imperial 7-Kills sword metamorphosed into the Haotian hammer. The obsidian Haotian hammer, along with the aura it emanated, bore a striking resemblance to the authentic Haotian hammer. Subsequently, Zhao Su deliberately released a hint of his aura, drawing Tang Hao's attention. As Tang Hao rose and gazed in Zhao Su's direction, Zhao Su had already made his move. Wielding the Haotian hammer and striking towards Tang Hao, who stood on one leg. To conceal his identity, he purposely suppressed his strength. Bang! Despite standing on one leg, Tang Hao demonstrated remarkable agility, swiftly evading Zhao Su's fierce blow. He then leaped backward, clearly aware that Ain was planted in this location. Tang Hao was keen to avoid conflict here to prevent any harm to her. "Who are you?" Tang Hao asked. His gaze clouded as he focused on the Haotian hammer in Zhao Su's grasp. In Tang Hao's mind, the Haotian hammer could not be counterfeit, and its unique, dominating presence could not be feigned. "You need not know who I am. You betrayed the sect and brought disgrace upon it. A person like you deserves death." Zhao Su not only transformed his martial spirit into the Haotian hammer, but also completely disguised himself as a member of the Haotian sect. His motives for such actions were twofold: to conceal his true identity and to sow discord between Tang Hao and the Haotian sect. By creating rifts between Tang Hao, he effectively aimed to disrupt the relationship between Tang San and the Haotian sect. However, his visit was not solely to instigate this division. His true purpose was to seek out Ain. Presently, he possessed the soul bone that had fallen from Ain, which could expedite her growth and facilitate her swift return to human form. "Are you sent by the sect to kill me? Spare me the trivialities. Reveal your hammer." Zhao Su refrained from excessive words. After a brief statement, he swiftly wielded his hammer once more, aiming it at Tang Hao. Although Tang Hao had lost an arm and a leg, and his level had plummeted by 20, leaving him at a mere 76, the moment he brandished the Haotian hammer, his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. His once murky gaze now gleamed with intensity. "You may have lost an arm and a leg, and though you were once the youngest title Douluo, you are no longer my match," he declared. In response, Zhao Su unleashed one of the Haotian sect's secret techniques, the chaotic cloak hammer method, which happened to be one of Tang Hao's specialties as well. Upon witnessing the chaotic cloak hammer method, Tang Hao felt a surge of astonishment. Many within the Haotian sect were proficient in this technique, yet few could wield it with such formidable power at the level of a soul saint in their 70s. Tang Hao too employed the chaotic cloak hammer method, but ultimately, due to his missing limbs, he was unable to exert his full strength and was consequently struck away by Zhao Su. "Tang Hao, today I shall not take your life. However, for your betrayal of our sect for the sake of this herb, and for the grief you have caused your father, I will compel you to witness as I uproot this herb from the ground. No, it is I who has betrayed the sect. All of this is my fault, and it has nothing to do with Ain. You may kill me, but I implore you, spare Ain." The fact that someone like Tang Hao would utter such a plea underscores his deep concern for Ain. This perfectly aligned with Zhao Su's intentions. He aimed to drive Tang Hao into madness, to make him believe that it was the members of the Haotian sect who had harmed Ain. "Indeed, Tang Hao, this is what the elders have commanded of me, and I can only say that this is the retribution you deserve." As Zhao Su spoke, he turned around, intending to uproot the Blue-Silver Emperor. Observing Zhao Su drawing ever closer to the Blue-Silver Emperor, Tang Hao let out a furious roar, disregarding his injuries. He rose to his feet, brandishing the Haotian hammer, and charged towards Zhao Su. Zhao Su, wielding his hammer with great force, sent Tang Hao flying as he collided with the ground, where he fell hard and spat out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, Zhao Su grasped the root of the Blue-Silver Emperor, which swayed gently in the breeze, and with a powerful tug, uprooted it entirely. He then formed hand seals, storing both the Blue-Silver Emperor and its branches into his storage space. If Tang Hao desires to reclaim this herb, he must return to the Haotian sect and request it from the sect master. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su did not linger any longer and turned to leave. At that moment, Tang Hao, who had just risen to his feet, swiftly sprang forth on one leg, pursuing the direction in which Zhao Su had departed. However, he soon lost all trace of Zhao Su. In that instant, Tang Hao appeared to be in a frenzied state, desperately searching for any sign of Zhao Su. "She is gone." Zhao Su arrived at the hiding place of Ning Rongrong and swiftly called out to her without pausing, then proceeded towards the outskirts of the sunset forest. Ning Rongrong had also heard Tang Hao's frenzied roar moments ago. Without further inquiry, she hastened to follow him. Upon leaving the sunset forest and arriving at the nearest town bustling with people, Zhao Su finally slowed his pace. Was that man Tang San's father? Indeed. What had happened to him? First, let us find a hotel. After we settle in, I shall explain everything to you. As Zhao Su spoke, he glanced around and quickly located a hotel, making his way inside without hesitation. After securing a room, he instructed Ning Rongrong to draw the curtains tight. Only then did he retrieve the temporarily sealed blue silver emperor from his storage space. The moment the seal was undone, the branches and leaves of the blue silver emperor began to grow rapidly, soon filling half the room. What is this? Ning Rongrong inquired of Zhao Su, gazing at the lush foliage of the blue silver emperor. Chapter 83, Limitless Replication of Martial Souls, a century-old soul beast. As Zhao Su spoke, he retrieved the storage bracelet he had meticulously prepared in advance. Subsequently, he laid down the specially formulated soil, designed to accelerate the growth of the blue silver emperor. Into the bracelet, on top of this life-infused soil, he sprinkled a unique powder. Once this was accomplished, he transplanted Ain into the special soil. An ancient soul beast of 100,000 years? Ning Rongrong's expression reflected her astonishment upon hearing Zhao Su's words. Not to mention the rarity of such soul beasts. Each one is undeniably a formidable entity. In a one-on-one confrontation, even a titled Douluo may struggle against a 100,000-year soul beast. Yet, despite the lush growth of this particular herb, it remained far removed from the power of those ancient beings. You must be aware that Tang San's mother is the 100,000-year soul beast, the blue silver emperor, correct? Of course I know, Ning Rongrong replied. As a thought struck her, you can't possibly be suggesting that the herb we just discussed is Tang San's mother, can you? Congratulations, you are correct. After Zhao Su had settled Ain, he took a seat beside the table, a smile gracing his face as he nodded gently. What is it that you intend to do? I cannot disclose that just yet. You shall naturally understand on the day of my success. You do not intend to domesticate the blue silver emperor to obtain its century-old soul rings for your own gain, do you? Absolutely not. Then what is your purpose? As I mentioned, you will know once I achieve my goal. Upon finishing his speech, Zhao Su fell silent, regardless of what Ning Rongrong murmured in his ear, merely shaking his head in response. Eventually, exasperated by his indifference, Ning Rongrong ceased her inquiries. Early the next morning, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong departed from the town they had resided in, this time opting for a spacious and comfortable carriage as they journeyed northward to the frozen lands. He had received news from the shadows that the twin heirs of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, were currently honing their skills in the northern icy terrain. Their absence during the calamity had allowed them to escape the clutches of death. Although they were engulfed in sorrow upon receiving Master S' message, their spirits were reignited with a fervent desire for revenge. They resolved to train rigorously in the frozen lands, vowing to return stronger and avenge their kin. Given the dwindling numbers of the direct descendants of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, these brothers were the most likely candidates to evolve their martial spirits into that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Rongrong, let it go. These individuals are not worth your energy, Zhao Su called out to Ning Rongrong within the frigid forest of the north. At this juncture, a year had passed since their departure from Tiando City, and Zhao Su had ascended to the formidable rank of an 81st level soul Douluo, while Ning Rongrong had recently achieved the pinnacle of a 70th level soul sage. Zhao Su possesses a marketplace that allows for the direct exchange of soul rings, whereas Ning Rongrong must seek out suitable soul beasts to obtain hers. Their current expedition into the frozen forest is dedicated to assisting Ning Rongrong in acquiring a soul ring. However, after 3 days of searching, they have yet to encounter a suitable soul beast, particularly one exceeding 50,000 years in age. Just moments ago, a squad of over 10 soul masters launched an ambush against Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong. Why did you not eliminate them? Through more than a year of trials and tribulations, enduring the elements, Ning Rongrong appears to have grown taller, her once fair skin now sun-kissed. Notably, the aura of hostility surrounding her has intensified. Be wary of the overwhelming killing intent that lingers within you. It may well turn against yourself. Zhao Su did not respond to Ning Rongrong's inquiry. Instead, with a hint of concern, he gazed at her and remarked, I ventured out solely for the purpose of honing my skills and advancing my level. I am indifferent to notions of murderous intent, and I assure you, I will not suffer any backlash. Since you have expressed your thoughts so clearly, I find myself at a loss for words. Zhao Su, with a sense of resignation, shook his head and chose to disregard Ning Rongrong, stepping forward in search of a suitable soul beast. Hurry, surround the mirror beast. It is already at its wit's end and must be slain. Soon, a cacophony of sounds approached, revealing a group of 8 individuals besieging an injured mirror beast. Among them, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong recognized a familiar figure, Oscar, who had ventured out alone for training. This group was striving to secure a soul ring for him. And judging by the number of soul rings on Oscar, he had reached the impressive level of 69. Although this mirror beast was not the 6th soul ring for Oscar as depicted in the original narrative, it had transformed into his 7th soul ring. Nevertheless, this mirror beast was significantly more formidable than the one in the original story, which was merely over 20,000 years old. By its size and demonstrated prowess, this mirror beast undoubtedly surpassed 50,000 years. What use is this mirror beast? It cannot enhance the 9-treasure glazed tile. Ning Rongrong clearly held no regard for it, desiring a soul beast that could elevate her 9-treasure glazed tile. As a support-type soul master, your greatest deficiency lies in offensive power. If the mirror beast can replicate others' martial souls and soul skills, wouldn't that be far superior to merely augmenting the attributes of the 9-treasure glazed tile? How can you be certain that such skills will manifest? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Ning Rongrong felt a stir of intrigue, yet still harbored some skepticism and inquired of him. Only through experimentation will the truth be revealed. As Zhao Su spoke, he had already made his move. Drawing the Emperor's 7-kill sword, first to slay the intruders and then the soul beasts. However, he showed mercy towards Oscar. Boss Zhao, Rongrong? Oscar was initially taken aback to see his companions falling around him, but his eyes lit up upon spotting Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong, especially the latter. Rongrong had also reached the 70th level and needed to hunt soul beasts to acquire a soul ring. This mirror beast was indeed a fitting choice. Then let it be for Rongrong. I shall seek another suitable soul beast. Before Zhao Su could finish his sentence, Oscar, fixated on Ning Rongrong, spoke without a trace of hesitation. Love had the power to make Oscar relinquish everything. Yet, the events on the Douluo continent had irrevocably changed. Ning Rongrong was no longer the same girl from the original story who cherished Oscar. Nevertheless, Oscar remained infatuated with her. Alas, while the flowers may be willing, the flowing waters are indifferent. Zhao Su conjured a colossal hand, seizing the mirror beast that had surpassed 50,000 years. He commanded Ning Rongrong eliminated. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong retrieved a dagger from her soul guide device and plunged it into the already near-death mirror beast. Subsequently, she sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the soul ring produced by the creature. Although this mirror beast had exceeded the age limit for absorbing a 7th soul ring, it was still within Ning Rongrong's capacity to endure at that moment. Before long, she had completely assimilated the essence, her eyes glimmering with exhilaration. Just as Zhao Su had indicated, she had acquired the 7th soul skill, her martial soul's true form, in addition to the ability to replicate other martial souls. This soul skill was bestowed upon the martial soul's true form, requiring no blood sacrifice, as long as enveloped by the radiant light of the 9 treasures glazed tile. It could replicate the martial souls of others. Crucially, it was not limited to allies. Even the martial souls of foes could be copied. This replication effect would revert to her original martial soul only when her soul power was depleted, meaning there were no time constraints. With the activation of Ning Rongrong's 7th soul ring, a resplendent 9-colored light enveloped Zhao Su. In that moment, the true form of her 9 treasures glazed tile began to transform, morphing into Zhao Su's formidable 12-winged holy angel martial soul. Albeit with significantly diminished potency compared to Zhao Su himself, Ning Rongrong's 7th soul skill, the replication of martial souls, harmonized perfectly with Zhao Su's essence. Although the auxiliary martial soul could only manifest power corresponding to her soul power and rank, the sheer might of Zhao Su's martial soul was such that even when compressed, it remained formidable beyond the average adversary's capacity to contend with. Ning Rongrong wielded the 12-winged holy angel, brandishing a spear of death. Instantly, a tremendous pressure accompanied by immense offensive might radiated forth, leveling all trees within a 10-meter radius with a single strike. Wonderful. I shall no longer be an attack-less soulmaster. With a radiant smile illuminating her face, she withdrew her martial soul and leapt into Zhao Su's embrace. This unexpected gesture left Zhao Su momentarily bewildered. Nearby, Oscar's expression darkened significantly upon witnessing the scene. Little Ao, rest assured, I will assist you in acquiring a martial soul suited to you. Zhao Su gently pushed the exuberant Ning Rongrong aside and turned his gaze toward the somewhat dejected Oscar. Thank you, but I am capable of obtaining the soul ring on my own, without the need for anyone's assistance. Oscar expressed his gratitude initially, but without a moment's hesitation. He turned and departed. Observing this, Zhao Su shook his head in resignation, choosing not to utter further words. Love, indeed, is a matter beyond the influence of others. What is it? After the excitement, Ning Rongrong gradually regained her composure, displaying no emotional turbulence at Oscar's departure. She gazed upon the lifeless visage of the mirror beast, its head shimmering with a golden radiance. Zhao Su followed the direction indicated by Ning Rongrong and approached, crouching beside the mirror beast. He sensed the aura of the golden light and remarked, "You are fortunate. This is a head soul bone." With that, he unearthed the skull from the creature's head. As it was freed from the flesh that enveloped it, the golden radiance intensified remarkably. The aura emanating from this soul bone was unparalleled, rivaling only the angelic skull within the holy angel set. Not even the skull of the nine-winged dragon could compare to its potency. The head soul bone of the mirror beast? It must be absorbed. This soul bone is formidable, perhaps linked to the replication soul skill you just acquired. Ning Rongrong did not refuse or elaborate, accepting the skull from Zhao Su's hands and commencing its fusion. However, as the soul bone integrated into her mind, the golden light surged forth, and she immediately exhibited an expression of extreme agony. The pain in her head was excruciating. Initially, she managed to endure it through sheer willpower. But as the pain intensified, she could no longer withstand it. Clutching her head with both hands, she collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, even Zhao Su was taken aback and swiftly channeled his consciousness into Ning Rongrong's mind. Within her consciousness, a blazing inferno materialized. Her soul was ensnared within the flames, and from her burning essence, tendrils of dark mist were expelled. Zhao Su understood that the golden radiance upon the soul bone was not merely light, but rather flames, the chaotic white fire, one of the 10 primordial divine fires. Ancient texts recorded that these divine fires had vanished long before the early days of the Douluo continent. It was unexpected to encounter the foremost of the 10 primordial divine fires, the chaotic white fire, in this very moment. At present, the chaotic white fire was consuming Ning Rongrong's soul, intent on incinerating all the distractions, accumulated killing intent, and hatred festering within her spirit over the past year. However, it soon became apparent that Ning Rongrong's willpower began to wane, and her soul grew increasingly ethereal. Clearly, if she could not withstand the trial imposed by the chaotic white fire, her soul would be utterly reduced to ashes. Even if her body survived, she would be left a mere shell of her former self. Zhao Su, no longer hesitating, allowed his formidable spiritual consciousness to envelop Ning Rongrong's soul, gradually rousing her awareness. With the assistance of Zhao Su's divine awareness, the agony etched upon Ning Rongrong's visage began to fade as she seated herself in a meditative posture. Her soul also settled within the ethereal white flames. Clouds of black mist erupted from her spirit, ultimately dissipating, leaving a layer of luminous white radiance adorning her soul's surface. After approximately 10 minutes, assured that Ning Rongrong was no longer in peril, Zhao Su intended to retract his spiritual essence. However, he soon discovered that a fragment of his consciousness had been irrevocably absorbed by the white luminescence, merging seamlessly with Ning Rongrong's essence. Yet, Zhao Su gave it little thought. The loss of a portion of his spiritual essence was of no consequence to him. Once he retracted his consciousness, he observed Ning Rongrong, who was engrossed in her introspection, and realized that she would not awaken immediately. Thus, he casually settled upon a nearby tree stump. Having integrated the head soul bone of the mirror beast and purified by the chaotic white flames, Ning Rongrong's skin, which had darkened slightly under the sun, returned to a pristine whiteness, even more radiant than before. Her skin was as delicate as that of an infant, complemented by her exquisite beauty. Though her figure was not particularly striking, it was sufficient to captivate the hearts of most men. After roughly an hour, Ning Rongrong finally stirred from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, they sparkled like stars in the night sky. At that moment, all traces of murderous intent and other negative emotions had vanished from her being, replaced by a serene smile. The combination of her fair complexion and those star-like, bright eyes rendered her even more alluring. "Brother Su, thank you." Ning Rongrong beamed at Zhao Su, who was seated a short distance away. "Why do you thank me?" He replied. "When I was engulfed in those white flames, I knew it was you who awakened my consciousness. I could feel your presence." As Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhao Su, a hint of shyness crept onto her face, leaving Zhao Su somewhat bemused. He understood that a portion of his consciousness had been absorbed by Ning Rongrong's soul, enhancing her spiritual fortitude while leaving behind a trace of his essence within her spirit. Zhao Su sighed, contemplating the burdens that accompany immense strength. "No need for gratitude. We are comrades. and it is my duty to safeguard you. Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhao Su with her bright, expressive eyes, filled with anticipation as she inquired, "Will you protect me, as you do Zhu Qing? It is getting late, and you have found a suitable spirit ring. We must take our leave from this place." Zhao Su did not respond to Ning Rongrong. After speaking, he turned and departed. Although Ning Rongrong was undeniably beautiful, captivating to all who beheld her, Zhao Su had no desire to entangle himself in romantic complications any further. With Tang Yuehua and Zhu Zhuqing already in his life, he felt that was sufficient. Chapter 85. A reunion with Tang San. Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhao Su's retreating figure, a mischievous glint flickering in her eyes as she softly declared, "You will undoubtedly be mine." Then she hurried to catch up with him. Ever since that day when Ning Rongrong assimilated the soul bone from the head of a mirror beast infused with chaotic white fire, she had undergone a transformation. The expulsion of spiritual impurities rendered her devoid of any murderous intent. Her disposition grew increasingly cheerful, a gentle smile perpetually gracing her lips, captivating attention wherever she roamed. Yet, her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Zhao Su. "Could you please stop staring at me? Your gaze is making me uneasy," Zhao Su remarked, lifting his head to meet Ning Rongrong's intense stare while enjoying his noodles in a small eatery. "I am willing," Ning Rongrong responded with that simple statement. Choosing not to engage further in conversation, nor did she continue eating, her eyes solely focused on Zhao Su. "Stop. Submit to inspection." At that moment, a voice drew Zhao Su's attention. He turned to see Tang San and the robust patriarch of the Strength Clan, Titan, descending from a grand carriage. Zhao Su's eyes suddenly sparkled with brightness. He and Ning Rongrong had been waiting in this border town for 3 days, anticipating Tang San's arrival. Drawing from his memories of the Douluo continent from his previous life, coupled with the reports from the shadow, they remained hopeful. Zhao Su effortlessly discerned the whereabouts of Tang San. He also learned that after Zhao Su forcibly took Ain, Tang Hao had completely lost his mind. Disregarding his status as a sect defector, he stormed into the Haotian sect, demanding the return of his son from Tang Xiao. Caught off guard, Tang Xiao found himself in a tumultuous situation as Tang Hao erupted with fury, offering no chance for explanation before launching an attack. In his prime, Tang Hao might have posed a challenge for Tang Xiao. However, in his current state, with 2 limbs incapacitated and reduced to the 77th rank, he stood no chance against the 96th rank Super Douluo, Tang Xiao. The 5 elders, witnessing Tang Hao's reckless assault on the Haotian sect, engaged in a fierce battle without discrimination. The 7th elder, who held the strongest disdain for Tang Hao, was particularly aggressive, directly suppressing him. Ultimately, it was only through the pleas of Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua that the 7th elder agreed to spare Tang Hao, albeit with the condition that he be expelled from the Haotian sect and forbidden from returning. Though filled with wrath, Tang Hao was left powerless and seething. He subsequently sought out Tang San, who, upon learning that his mother had been taken by the Haotian sect, did not react with the same fury as Tang Hao. Instead, he calmly reassured Tang Hao, promising to retrieve his mother. Tang San understood that this was a crucial moment in their struggle against the Spirit Hall. When the time came to confront them, the support of the Haotian sect would be indispensable. Therefore, it was imperative not to sever ties with the Haotian sect. Tang San exemplified a perfect form of self-interest, marked by exceptional restraint. He maintained cordial relations with those he could utilize, while others were met with a different demeanor. This might very well explain the rapid pace of Tang San's growth. "Tang San, fatty, what brings you here?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed upon spotting Tang San and Ma Hongjun. She glanced at Zhao Su, who nodded, prompting her to rush out of the noodle shop, calling out to them. "Rongrong, what are you doing here?" Ma Hongjun asked, his eyes lighting up in surprise at the sight of the now even more beautiful Ning Rongrong. "I came out to train with Zhao Laoda. We just arrived yesterday and are planning to venture into the Star Luo Empire," Ning Rongrong replied, gesturing towards Zhao Su, who was still enjoying his meal. Zhao Su hastily took a few bites, set down his chopsticks, settled the bill, and rose from the noodle shop. "Zhao, why are you two together?" Ma Hongjun inquired. Casting a lewd glance at Ning Rongrong and Zhao Su, continuing with a suggestive tone, "Could it be that you two have become an item?" "Of course not. You lecherous glutton. Watch me not strike you," Ning Rongrong retorted, her cheeks flushed as she extended her hand towards Ma Hongjun. "Still denying it? Just look at your face. It's all red. Xiao Ao will be heartbroken if he finds out," Ma Hongjun teased, dodging Ning Rongrong's playful sweat while pointing at her rosy cheeks. "Enough, you two. Stop the commotion." At that moment, Tang San intervened, halting the playful scuffle between Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun. He then turned to Zhao Su, his gaze devoid of warmth. instead revealing a hint of vigilance and caution, though he concealed it quite well. This is the esteemed Titan, the patriarch of the Strength Clan. Tang San introduced Zhao Su. And this is our teacher from Shrek Academy, Zhao Su. A teacher from Shrek Academy? Upon hearing Tang San's introduction, Titan's eyes flickered with a touch of intrigue. Zhao Su appeared to be merely a couple of years older than Tang San. It was hard to believe that someone of such youth could already be the mentor of a genius like Tang San. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of power emanated from him, a pure force that compelled one to assess Zhao Su's true capabilities. However, when Titan unleashed his formidable pressure to its fullest extent, even Tang San found it necessary to rely on his own soul power to withstand it. In stark contrast, Zhao Su stood unaffected, a smirk gracing his lips, displaying no signs of distress whatsoever. In a tit-for-tat manner, as Titan maximized his oppressive force, Zhao Su reciprocated with a measure of his own, which promptly subdued Titan's pressure. The effect was so pronounced that Titan was forced to stagger back several paces, letting out a muffled grunt as he regained his composure. The disciples of the Strength Clan surrounding them were drenched in sweat, having felt the cold grip of death under Zhao Su's formidable presence. Having long heard of Titan's esteemed reputation, witnessing it firsthand proved he was indeed as formidable as rumored. Too flattering. In the presence of young Master Zhao, I, an old man, feel as though I have squandered my years, Titan admitted, his pride humbled in the face of undeniable strength. Through their brief interaction, Titan grasped the vast chasm that lay between himself and Zhao Su. Just as compliments were exchanged, a contingent of armored soldiers approached, initiating a search of their carriage. They even insisted on inspecting the contents stored within their soul guide devices. After the reprimanding from the direct disciples of the Strength Clan, 3 rather unsavory figures emerged. Among them was Douluo, the very individual who had once been torched by Ma Hongjun's flames. Provoked by Ma Hongjun's taunts, Douluo was consumed by rage, recklessly launching himself at Ma Hongjun, with the other 2 joining in the assault. However, Ma Hongjun was no longer the same easy target he had once been. He had transformed significantly and stood resolute, emboldened by Zhao Su's presence. With a resounding cry akin to a phoenix's cry, a magnificent fire phoenix materialized behind him. Its 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, glowing vibrantly. Douluo and his companions were taken aback to discover that in just a few short years, Ma Hongjun had ascended to the realm of a soul emperor, his refined fire phoenix spirit exuding an impressive aura. Even Douluo, filled with fury, felt a flicker of hesitation within. Chapter 86, regardless of circumstances, I will stand by you, but at this juncture, contemplating retreat was no longer an option. Ning Rongrong was seizing the opportunity to test her 7th soul skill, the ability to replicate soul skills, regarding this trio as ideal practice targets. Fatty, allow me to handle them. I wish for you to witness my newly acquired 7th soul skill. With a triumphant smile, Ning Rongrong called out to Ma Hongjun before stepping forward. You? Stop joking, you're better off supporting me. Ma Hongjun scoffed, taken aback by her audacity. Underestimating me? Ning Rongrong merely shrugged, saying no more as she approached, summoning the 9 treasure glazed tile, which radiated with a spectrum of colors. Upon seeing her with 7 soul rings, Douluo and his companions displayed a glimmer of astonishment, for Ning Rongrong, appearing to be in her early 20s, had already reached level 70. For a soul master, level 70 marked a significant threshold. Once one's spirit awakened, even 3 soul emperors in their 60s might not pose a threat. However, the 9 treasure glazed tile was primarily an auxiliary spirit and lacked offensive capabilities. Even with Ning Fengji's backing, without the protection of a title de law, she would be at a disadvantage. Little girl, it seems you are unaware of the distinction between auxiliary and assault-type soul masters. Do you think that your level 70 is sufficient to contend with us 3? Their initial surprise shifted to disdain. Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong activated her 7th soul ring, casting it over Tang San. This time, rather than replicating Zhao Su's spirit, she chose to enhance Tang San's. The Haotian hammer was formidable in its own right, and she wished to keep Zhao Su's 12-winged seraph a secret. After bestowing her enhancement upon Tang San, Ning Rongrong charged at Douluo and his companions, who were left perplexed by her intentions. Even Titan and Tang San bore expressions of confusion. Although Tang San realized that Ning Rongrong had acquired an offensive skill, he perceived it merely as a means of self-defense, never expecting her to directly engage 3 soul emperors. The subsequent scene rendered all spectators speechless, particularly Ma Hongjun, Talon, and the direct disciples of the Strength Clan. Witnessing Ning Rongrong wielding the Haotian hammer, enveloped in white flames, transformed her into a force of sheer violence. With no elaborate soul skills or techniques, she simply swung the hammer, sending Douluo and his companions flying with each strike. Ning Rongrong was relentless. She swiftly pursued, bringing the Haotian hammer down once more, its weight exceeding 1,000 pounds, yet in her hands, it seemed as light as a feather. After absorbing the soul bone from the chaos white fire beast, not only had she purged impurities from her soul, but her physical strength had also surged dramatically. Now, even without assisting others, her formidable physique could rival that of ordinary opponents. Are you not leaving yet? Do you wish to be reduced to a pulp? Zhao Su observed as Ning Rongrong chased after Douluo and his cohorts, addressing the soldiers who had tried to intervene. The dozen soldiers, upon hearing Zhao Su's words, dared not retort and hastily retreated to the barracks. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall spare you. However, should I learn of your misdeeds again, next time, it will not be as simple as a beating. Initially, Douluo and his companions attempted to resist, but soon found themselves utterly overwhelmed, left to endure a relentless assault. Now bruised and battered, they knelt, pleading, "Thank you, milady, for sparing our lives. We shall behave ourselves in the future." Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, the three promptly bowed their heads, eager to see her off as swiftly as possible. Ning Rongrong turned, a hint of pride gleaming in her eyes as she glanced at Zhao Su. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong joined Tang San and Titan in a horse-drawn carriage. Initially, Tang San and Titan had no intention of accompanying Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong. Their journey to Longxing City in the Star Luo Empire was not merely to attend a gathering of the four families with single attributes. They also aimed to persuade the other three families to join the Tang sect. Accompanying Zhao Su was rather inconvenient. However, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong seemed oblivious to this. Ning Rongrong busily sought conversation, much to the dismay of Titan and Tang San, whose expressions darkened. Yet, they found themselves powerless, after all. Tang San could not afford to confront Zhao Su directly. Before long, the carriage rolled into Longxing City. Titan cast a glance at Tang San, took a deep breath, and coughed lightly, saying, "Young Master Zhao, upon our arrival in Longxing City, we shall not proceed further. I apologize, but it seems we cannot accompany you any longer." "Oh, is that so? Very well, then. Allow me to gift this carriage to young Master Zhao and Miss Ning as a token of my father's goodwill." "There's no need for that," Titan thought joyfully upon hearing Zhao Su's words, yet the subsequent remarks from Zhao Su made him roll his eyes in exasperation. "Since we have nothing else to do, why not follow Titan and gain some experience? Is there anything wrong with that?" Tang San interjected. "Since Zhao Su wishes to accompany us, let him be. It's of no consequence." With Tang San's words, Titan refrained from further protest, though his eyes betrayed a slight disdain. Yet, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong feigned ignorance, peering out the carriage window. Longxing City could be described as the most vibrant border city connecting the Heaven Do Empire to the Star Luo Empire. The streets bustled with a diverse crowd, the voices of street vendors ringing out in a lively chorus. Although Longxing City could not rival the grandiosity of Tiando City, its prosperity and population density far surpassed that of Tiando. Soon, the carriage came to a halt in front of a residence strikingly similar to that of the Li family. After Titan alighted, disciples from the Yu family at the entrance approached, dispatching someone to inform their clan leader, Niu Gao. These gatekeeping disciples had already received word that the gathering of the four families was underway, and being acquainted with Titan, they displayed utmost respect. In the midst of their conversation, a robust elder with an imposing stature, particularly broad shoulders, emerged with a hearty laugh. "Old gorilla, it's been far too long. I've missed you dearly." This individual was Niu Gao, the leader of the Yu family. Their greeting was remarkably unique, as they opened their arms and forcefully collided chests, the sound echoing like firecrackers. They then wrapped their arms around each other, clearly engaged in a friendly contest of strength. After their playful bout, Titan and Niu Gao erupted into hearty laughter. Talon pays his respects to Grandpa Niu. At Titan's gesture, Talon stepped forward, preparing to kneel before Niu Gao, only to be halted by him. "You rascal, growing stronger by the day. Your father at your age was nowhere near as formidable. You flatter me, Grandpa Niu. Enough standing around. Let us head inside, sip some tea, and chat." Niu Gao said as he and Titan linked arms and entered the residence together. Zhao Su, Ning Rongrong, and a few others followed Tai Long into the residence of the Yu family. Observing the exquisite and spacious abode, even Zhao Su couldn't help but express admiration. Aside from their formidable defensive capabilities, the Yu family's architectural prowess was indeed remarkable. This skill in construction was also the means by which they sustained their existence. Upon entering the grand hall, although the decor was rather simple, Every item was placed with great significance. After taking their seats, Niu Gao finally noticed Zhao Su, Ning Rong, and Tang San, clearly identifying from their physiques and demeanor that they were not members of the Li family. Old gorilla, will you not introduce these young individuals to me? Tai Tan inquired, casting a glance at Tang San, his eyes briefly revealing a hint of discomfort. Yet he proceeded to introduce them to Niu Gao. However, Niu Gao paid little attention to Zhao Su, Ning Rong, and the chubby Tang San, instead directing his gaze towards Tang San, not due to his appearance, but because of his surname, Tang. Years ago, to safeguard itself, the Haotian sect had declared a closure of its doors. While this decision preserved the sect's heritage and strength, it brought misfortune to the four subordinate families reliant on it. Unable to locate the Haotian sect, the Spirit Hall had vented its frustrations on these affiliated sections. Over the past 2 decades, the disciples of the four families had suffered immense losses. Recently, they had managed to establish a foothold in Longxing City through their construction skills, acquiring their own territory and income, thus leading a semblance of a normal life. Their resentment towards the Haotian sect was profound. Old Rhinoceros, aside from attending the gathering of our four families, I have another important matter to discuss. May we converse privately? Old Gorilla, you haven't done anything behind my back that would betray me, have you? Privately, Tai Tan said as he rose and walked with Niu Gao towards the backyard. Clearly, we have become thorns in their side. I wish to leave this place. Ning Rong whispered to Zhao Su. Do not rush. Let us wait a while longer. Zhao Su cast a glance at Ning Rong, urging her to remain calm, to refrain from anxiety and overthinking. Ning Rong sat there, her displeasure evident. Yet, since Zhao Su had advised her thus, she chose not to voice further objections and leaned back against the broad chair. Soon enough, Niu Gao and Titan returned to the hall. Niu Gao's expression was notably grim as he strode directly to Tang San's side and inquired, Are you the son of Tang Hao? Indeed, I am his son, replied Tang San, as he revealed his Haotian hammer. At that moment, however, the Haotian hammer bore no soul rings. Yet, there was no surprise in Niu Gao's eyes, for it was apparent that Talon had already informed Niu Gao of Tang San's dual martial souls. If you wish to compel the Yu family to submit, you must first demonstrate your strength. The old gorilla has sung your praises. I am eager to see if you can breach my defenses. Old Rhinoceros, you promised me. Do you intend to go back on your word? If you cannot even penetrate my defenses, then do not harbor any illusions of making me submit. I have already shown you a measure of respect. Niu Gao's eyes flared with anger, clearly struggling to contain his fury. Pardon my interruption. Zhao Su interjected as the impasse between Niu Gao and Titan persisted. He rose to his feet and addressed Niu Gao, Elder Niu Gao. Let me clarify. This is not a matter of underestimating you. Rather, all forms of defense are rendered futile in the face of absolute power. What did you say? Niu Gao retorted. The martial soul characteristic of the Yu family lies in its defense. While lacking in offensive power, it undoubtedly ranks as the foremost in defense across the Douluo continent. Zhao Su's words, though not overtly stated, subtly implied that the Yu family was merely a fade. I speak only the truth. I hope Elder Niu Gao will heed my advice and focus on the art of construction. At the very least, it will provide a means to build houses and earn a living. Although Zhao Su's words contained no vulgarity to Niu Gao's ears, they were 100 times more offensive than any curse. It could be said that a single statement from Zhao Su rendered the Yuji clan utterly worthless. They were reduced to mere survival through the construction of houses for others. While Zhao Su spoke the truth at that moment, the Yuji clan indeed relied on aiding others in designing and building homes to barely sustain themselves. This was a painful truth for Niu Gao. Young man, do not be so arrogant at such a tender age. One must learn humility to endure the long journey ahead. Begone, for the Yuji clan does not welcome you. Although Niu Gao felt a surge of anger within, he suppressed it forcefully. After all, Zhao Su was brought here by Titan, with whom he had shared a childhood bond of deep friendship. Why must you be so enraged, senior? How about we make a wager? A wager on what? Naturally, on defense. Haha, it seems you truly are one who does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Very well, I shall accept your challenge. If you lose, before Niu Gao could finish, Zhao Su interjected, if I lose, I shall bow 10 times and apologize to you. If I lose, my life shall belong to you from henceforth. I will do whatever you command. Old Rhino, do not be impulsive at your age. Why engage in a serious contest with a child? Titan quickly interjected, hoping to dissuade Niu Gao from proceeding with the bet. Titan understood Niu Gao's temperament all too well. Should he truly lose to Zhao Su, he would undoubtedly keep his word, making it impossible for Titan to persuade him to lead the Yuji clan into Tangmen. Rest assured, I cannot possibly lose. Niu Gao had confidence in his defensive capabilities and sensed a soul power fluctuation from Zhao Su at over level 60. Though reaching such a level at Zhao Su's age was indeed a testament to his genius, breaching his defenses was an impossible task. Old Rhino, if you still consider me your good brother, do not hinder me any further. Trust that I will give you face and will not take his life. At this moment, Niu Gao was no longer receptive to any words. He was solely focused on teaching Zhao Su a lesson. However, this mindset played directly into Zhao Su's hands. Very well. It is settled. Upon hearing Niu Gao's words, Zhao Su's smile blossomed even brighter. This was precisely his intention. He must not allow Tang San's influence to expand further. The Yuji clan's absolute defense might hold little value before him, yet in the midst of a legion of soul masters, it served as the finest shield. Chapter 88. A more humiliating method of competition. Speak then. How shall we compete? It is not a contest between us, but rather between you and her. As Zhao Su spoke, he turned his gaze toward Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing this, Niu Gao was on the verge of losing his temper, but Zhao Su continued. Let us simplify the competition. You shall unleash your martial spirit and assume your strongest defense. If she can breach your defenses, then you shall be deemed the loser. Initially, I thought you were merely arrogant, but it appears your reasoning is also questionable. We, the Yu family, do not welcome your kind. After listening to Zhao Su's words, Niu Gao was not only infuriated but also found the situation absurd. Why are you afraid? If we are to compete, let it be between the two of us, without the interference of others. She represents me. If she fails to break through your defense with a single strike, then I shall accept defeat and kneel to apologize. Zhao Su's intention in this endeavor was not to elevate Ning Rongrong's status, but rather to convey to Niu Gao the undeniable truth of his assertions. A seemingly fragile young girl could dismantle his most formidable defenses, thereby substantiating Zhao Su's claim that such defenses were utterly futile in the realm of soul masters. Very well. Under these circumstances, I must compel you to bow your head today. Niu Gao ceased his superfluous discourse and unleashed his armored giant rhinoceros martial soul, which manifested a thick, horn-like exoskeleton akin to that of a rhinoceros. However, the aura emanating from him indicated that he had not summoned his most potent defense. He could not fathom that a mere girl could breach his defenses. Mimic my 12-winged holy angel, but do not reveal your martial soul. Employ the fourth soul skill. Indestructible body. Surely, I cannot kill him, can I? The words spoken by Zhao Su to Ning Rongrong were inaudible to those around them. Yet Ning Rongrong's utterance resonated clearly with all present. Her seemingly casual remark ignited an overwhelming fury within Niu Gao. Ah, what do you underestimate? Do you still wish to compete? Old rhinoceros, I advise you to unleash your martial soul's true form and activate your strongest defense. Otherwise, should I defeat you, I shall not bear the responsibility. Such arrogance. You must first breach my defenses before uttering any further claims. Very well then, I shall not hold back. A smirk graced Ning Rongrong's lips as she advanced slowly, raising her small fist towards Niu Gao. Are you ready? Enough with the trivial chatter. Bang. Before Niu Gao could finish his sentence, Ning Rongrong's punch, seemingly light, struck the white protective barrier he had conjured. Crack. With a resounding impact, Niu Gao was propelled backward, crashing through the hall's walls, followed by the sound of his body hitting the ground and the shattering of his barrier. Old rhinoceros, witnessing this, Titan was the first to react, hastening toward the gaping hole in the wall. Upon passing through the damaged barrier, he beheld Niu Gao's massive frame sprawled on the floor, the protective layer akin to a rhinoceros's skin beginning to flake away. His face bore a pallor, a testament to the toll on his martial soul, and the anger in his eyes had transformed into disbelief. With Titan's assistance, Niu Gao regained his footing, forcefully pushing Titan aside as he re-entered the hall through the breach. He gazed at Ning Rongrong, who stood there with an innocuous, sweet smile, and inquired, "What level of soul power do you possess?" "I recently acquired my 7th soul ring," Ning Rongrong replied, extending her right hand, from which a dazzling 9-treasure glazed tile emerged, emanating a spectrum of colors. The 7 soul rings atop it were unmistakably evident. Impossible! How could the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul so effortlessly penetrate my defenses? Though Niu Gao's words echoed disbelief, doubts regarding the formidable strength of his own martial soul began to creep into his mind. I have long maintained that defense is of little consequence. Zhao Su. With a gesture, retrieved a small porcelain vial from the jade pendant at his waist and presented it to Niu Gao, saying, "Take this elixir. Your injuries will soon mend." However, Niu Gao did not accept the offered remedy. Instead, he abruptly knelt before Zhao Su, declaring, "I concede. From this moment forth, I, Niu Gao, along with the Yu clan, shall submit to your highness." Zhao Su, taken aback, replied, "There is no need for such grand gestures, esteemed Niu Gao. The matter of submission is irrelevant. If you hold me, Zhao Su, in regard, then we shall be friends henceforth." Zhao Su's words brought a significant sense of relief to Niu Gao's heart. However, true to his nature, he was a man who accepted the consequences of his bets. And he never easily went back on his promises. Friends are friends, but from this moment onward, my clan, the Yu clan, shall become a vassal of your highness. Upon hearing Niu Gao's declaration, Titan sighed and glanced at Tang San, whose face betrayed no emotion, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. With a resigned shake of his head, Titan understood. Tang San then exchanged a glance with Titan, signaling him to refrain from mentioning the Yu clan's potential integration into the Tang sect. Zhao Su observed everything but remained indifferent, for his objectives had already been fulfilled. The rest mattered little. After Niu Gao consumed the elixir gifted by Zhao Su, his injuries healed rapidly and his damaged martial soul was restored. His pallid complexion soon returned to a healthy hue. His soul power, originally at the 84th level of Soul Douluo, saw an enhancement, leading him to believe that he would soon reach the 85th level. This transformation further solidified Niu Gao's trust in Zhao Su. The anger and humiliation he once felt began to wane. He instructed his son, Niu Bin, to prepare a sumptuous banquet. A large table was laden with an array of meats and 3 jars of potent liquor, each containing approximately 10 pounds. Each guest was provided with a deep, coarse porcelain bowl filled with nearly a pound of wine. In the past, Old Niu, was akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, lacking worldly experience. "I shall punish myself with a bowl as an apology," Niu Gao proclaimed, lifting his porcelain bowl and downing its contents in one go. "Very well, esteemed elder Niu Gao, I shall join you with a bowl as well." Zhao Su similarly raised his wine bowl and drained it in one gulp. As he consumed more and more of the fiery beverage, the knots in Niu Gao's heart began to unravel, fostering an increasingly close bond between them. Ultimately, the two even referred to each other as brothers. It could be said that they had created a unique camaraderie, to the point where even Titan, this old comrade, found himself unable to interject. Although labeled as strong liquor, Zhao Su perceived its potency to be merely a notch above the beer he had consumed in his previous life. Despite this, he could not escape the relentless flow of bowls being poured into his belly. While he would not succumb to intoxication, he felt somewhat uncomfortably full. Today marked a rare moment of joy for Zhao Su since arriving in the Douluo continent. He found himself increasingly fond of Niu Gao, the irascible yet straightforward old man. After the crowd dispersed, Niu Gao insisted on having a few more large bowls with Zhao Su, and it was only after Niu Gao was thoroughly incapacitated by drink that their revelry finally came to a close. Chapter 89. The Fierce Ning Rongrong. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Su splashed water on his face to awaken his senses. Although alcohol is not inherently a good substance, at times it serves as a temporary remedy, allowing one to forget their troubles and momentarily escape from reality. Zhao Su sat by the window, gazing up at the luminous full moon in the sky. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he thought of his family, his parents, and his sister. He could only imagine the depths of despair his parents must feel since his disappearance. It has been over 20 years since he arrived in this Douluo continent, and he wondered if 2 decades had also elapsed in his original world. Lost in his thoughts, Zhao Su eventually succumbed to slumber at the window. Perhaps it is only in dreams that he might reunite with his beloved parents and those dear relatives who cared for him. "Brother Su, Brother Su." A gentle voice echoed in his ears, though he could not discern how long he had been asleep. Zhao Su groggily opened her eyes and looked up to see Ning Rongrong's handsome face, which bore a hint of concern for her. Alas, it had been quite some time since she had consumed such a copious amount of alcohol. Zhao Su sat up, took a deep breath, and suppressed the longing that resided within him. He turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong and inquired, "Why are you still awake at such a late hour? Have you come to see me for a particular reason?" "There's nothing of great importance. I merely worry about you and wanted to check on you," she replied. "Rongrong, I am not suitable for you. It would be best if you did not invest your feelings in me." Zhao Su understood that Ning Rongrong's sudden change was due to the strand of divine thought she had inadvertently absorbed. "No, I am most aware of who is suitable for me. You are the one who fits me perfectly." As Ning Rongrong spoke, she unexpectedly moved closer, perching herself on Zhao Su's lap and wrapping her arms around his neck. I adore you. My silence before was due to Zhu Qing. This past year of our intimate companionship has made me realize that I can no longer restrain my feelings. Rongrong. As Zhao Su was about to speak, he was silenced by Ning Rongrong's soft, sweet lips. I do not care if you still have Shiqing. If you are worried about her, I shall explain to her. I no longer wish to deceive myself. With that, he kissed her once more. The kiss, tinged with a hint of unfamiliarity, swiftly ignited the fervor within Zhao Su's heart. Coupled with the influence of alcohol, he found himself yielding to Ning Rongrong's advances. Although Ning Rongrong possessed delicate features, she was undeniably the most assertive, prompting Zhao Su to question who among them truly wore the pants in their relationship. Whom do you prefer, me or Zhu Qing? After their passionate encounter, Ning Rongrong rested her chin on Zhao Su's chest, gazing up at him. I adore both. No, you must choose one. You and Zhu Qing are both the epitome of beauty. To win the affection of either one of you would make a man the luckiest in the world. Yet here I am, fortunate enough to have you both. Does that not render me even happier than the luckiest man? How infuriating. You possess such sweet words. You must have charmed many women aside from me and Zhu Qing. Haven't you? Not many, merely one more. And I speak only the truth. Each of you is paramount in my life. Who could it be? It wouldn't be Xiaowu, would it? Ning Rongrong fixed her gaze intently on Zhao Su, a sudden realization dawning upon her. No, I dislike rabbits. But she is indeed connected to Tang San. Once we return to Tiando City, I shall take you to meet her. Zhao Su understood that these matters would inevitably come to Ning Rongrong's attention, and it was perhaps better to disclose them himself. You are now a man more fortunate than the happiest of souls, and I shall not permit you to seek happiness elsewhere, Ning Rongrong declared. As she deftly turned and positioned herself atop Zhao Su, her visage, pure and delicate, belied the audacity of her actions. Though her figure may not rival that of Tang Yuehua and Zhu Zhiqing, she possessed a radiant fairness, her skin as smooth and tender as that of an infant. She seemed almost boneless, exuding a remarkable softness. Coupled with her assertive movements, Zhao Su was enveloped in an unparalleled sensation. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhao Su was still immersed in the embrace of tranquility when a knock resonated at the door. Mr. Zhao, have you arisen? Who is it? Zhao Su glanced down at Ning Rongrong, who had been peacefully slumbering in his embrace, as her eyes fluttered open in a state of drowsy confusion. Zhao Su furrowed his brow, expressing mild displeasure as he inquired. Junior Niu Ben, the esteemed patriarch of the Xiangjia sect, Huyan Zhen, has arrived, and my father requests your presence. At this moment, Ning Rongrong had fully awakened, her gaze filled with tender affection as she looked at Zhao Su. I understand. I shall go at once. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su felt the flames of his inner turmoil reignited, prompting him to pull the blanket over himself once more. An hour later, when Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong emerged from their room, they found Huyan Zhen and Niu Gao engaged in a contest of strength. Brother Niu. Zhao Su gazed at Huyan Zhen, whose figure resembled a dark mountain of flesh, and called out to Niu Gao. Following their hearty revelry the previous night, it was evident that even their forms of address had transformed. The exclamation of Brother Niu from Zhao Su carried a hint of spiritual force, instantly countering the oppressive aura exuded by Hu Yinjin. It is worth noting that Hu Yinjin was merely at the 86th level, while Zhao Su had already attained the esteemed rank of 83rd level Soul Douluo. Clearly, he was not a match for Hu Yinjin. How did you sleep last night, Brother Zhao? Upon seeing Zhao Su, Niu Gao completely disregarded Hu Yinjin and approached Zhao Su. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, whose fair and delicate face was tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Very well, I must extend my gratitude to you for your generous hospitality, Brother Niu. You needn't stand on ceremony, as I, old Niu, shall never be stingy with my brothers. However, I shall not extend the same courtesy to those who are not friends. Niu Gao's words were clearly directed at Hu Yinjin. Humph, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. I hope you ponder my earlier words carefully, for if you do not, your Yu clan shall no longer be regarded as my friends. To those who are not friends, I, Hu Yinjin, will show no mercy. With that, Hu Yinjin rose swiftly and departed. The individuals who had accompanied him also followed suit, leaving in his wake. Humph, do they truly believe I am afraid of them? Niu Gao scoffed as he watched Hu Yinjin's retreating figure. Brother Niu, who are they? Zhao Su, seated at the head of the hall alongside Niu Gao, pretended not to recognize Hu Yinjin and inquired about him. They belonged to one of the lesser sects, the Xiangjia sect, of which the rotund figure was the sect leader, Hu Yinjin. The Xiangjia sect? Did my old brother Niu offend them? Niu Gao sighed. The story is lengthy. The The Xiangjia sect, like our Yu family, excels in defense, but possesses greater offensive capabilities. Hu Yinjin has come to persuade me to join the Xiangjia sect. Although Niu Gao articulated it this way, he understood that his words were merely a facade for his own dignity. What he referred to as persuasion was, in truth, an attempt at annexation. Should he acquiesce to Hu Yinjin's overtures, the disciples of the Yu family would likely find themselves reduced to mere servants of the Xiangjia sect. Furthermore, as the most formidable clan in terms of defensive attributes, the Yu family possessed unique esoteric techniques. Hu Yinjin's visit, couched in friendly terms as an invitation for Niu Gao to join the Xiangjia sect, was fundamentally a quest for their superior defensive secrets. Chapter 90. The two factions with Tang San. If the Xiangjia sect were to acquire the Yu family's proprietary techniques, they could elevate their defenses to match the strength of the Yu family, coupled with their own offensive prowess. The Xiangjia sect would undoubtedly enhance the prestige of their inherited martial spirit, the Diamond Mammoth. Such an achievement would likely secure them a top 3 position in the upcoming new 7 sects election in 6 months, a rare opportunity for the lesser sections. Thus, not only the Xiangjia sect but also the remaining 3 sects had begun to take action. Among the lesser sects, the most powerful at present was the Holy Dragon sect, the sole sect to possess a title Douluo. As for this matter, I wonder what plans my old brother Zhao has? I shall not align myself with the forces of the Spirit Hall. Zhao Su understood that the 4 single attribute clans harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Spirit Hall, which was precisely why he had refrained from courting Niu Gao. Provoking Niu Gao could potentially drive him to ally with Tang San, a prospect that would spell trouble for Zhao Su. Niu, my friend, what do you think about the idea of us joining forces to establish our own sect? Establish our own sect? Indeed. A sect independent of the Spirit Hall and the myriad factions engaged in conflict. The Spirit Hall is purging its dissenters. Can we truly remain untouched? As long as you, my friend, harbor no ambitions of domination, I believe we can ensure the Yu clan's autonomy. Really? Absolutely. Upon reflection, I propose that you rally the remaining single attribute clans, and together we can form a sect of 4 attributes. We shall focus solely on commerce, abstaining from the struggles of various factions. Zhao Su noticed that Niu Gao was somewhat intrigued and continued, Brother Niu, the construction techniques of the Yu family are unparalleled across the continent. We could offer our services to all the sects on the continent, building houses for them and collecting remuneration. If you could persuade the other single attribute clans to join us, each possessing their unique skills, living a stable life would be quite simple. Brother Zhao, to be honest, I have harbored such thoughts for a long time. But the elders of the other clans are stubborn as mules. I fear I may not be able to persuade them, Niu Gao replied. That's easily remedied. If you introduce me, I can persuade them. Do you truly have a way? Rest assured. Brother Zhao, it's not that I doubt your capabilities. But I want to confirm one last thing. Can we truly remain unscathed amidst the conflicts involving the Spirit Hall and various factions? Of course, as long as you do not wish to engage in the struggle for supremacy and simply desire to earn a living for the sect. I assure you it can be achieved. All right, Brother Zhao, I believe you. Niu Gao's gaze gradually grew resolute. Zhao Su's words struck at his vulnerabilities. Over 20 years ago, he had been deeply hurt by the Haotian sect. He no longer wished to be dependent on any sect or participate in the power struggles. As long as he could lead a stable life, everything else became inconsequential. As long as you trust me, I will not let you down. Among the 4 single attribute clans, apart from the Yu family and the strength-based clan led by the old gorilla, there is also the speed-oriented clan led by Baihe. They have suffered greatly, yet they are the easiest to rally. However, the breaking clan, in my opinion, will be difficult to persuade. Niu Gao then provided Zhao Su with a detailed analysis of the 4 single attribute clans. The titan of the strength-based clan had already pledged allegiance to Tang San. Thus they could not be swayed. The two then set their sights on the speed-oriented clan and the breaking clan. Although the speed-oriented clan possessed incredible velocity, they, like the Yu family, lacked offensive power and had no other means of survival, leading to their unfortunate plight. They struggled daily to keep their clan afloat. Lacking a fixed residence, the breaking clan, aside from their formidable offensive capabilities, also had ancestral medicinal concocting skills. They engaged in business with both the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, making them the wealthiest among the clans. However, Yang Wudi was known for his fiery temper, making him difficult to approach. Additionally, the speed-oriented clan had familial ties to Tang Hao. According to their lineage, Tang Hao and Tang Shao were by his nephews. Let us set aside the speed-oriented clan for now and first approach Elder Yang. What do you think? Well, that seems to be the only option. Niugao nodded in agreement with Zhao Su's proposal. Titan and the others then exited the room and entered the reception hall. It was evident that two factions were emerging, Tang San and the Titan of the strength-based clan, establishing the Tang sect, and Zhao Su and Niugao, preparing to form a united single-attribute sect. Both Titan and Niugao had their own thoughts. Soon, they received word that the speed-oriented clan had arrived. Titan and Niugao quickly rose to greet them. In contrast to Titan and Niugao's imposing figures, Baihe of the speed-oriented clan appeared considerably frilier. In fact, Baihe's physique resembled that of an average person, while Titan and Niugao had clearly surpassed the limits of human stature. "Old Baihe, you finally made it." Titan and Niugao greeted him warmly upon arrival. Although Baihe disliked being addressed as Old Baihe, he did not mind in the presence of his two old friends. "Old Rhinoceros, you are still the first to arrive. Of course, though you belong to the speed-oriented clan. When it comes to feasting at Old Rhinoceros's place, I am always the quickest. All right, let us not linger here. Let us speak inside." Niugao smiled as he ushered them in. Accompanying Baihe were 13 individuals, representing nearly all members of the speed-oriented clan. Among them was a tall and graceful young woman, whose beauty was striking, though she appeared slightly slender. Her looks were only marginally less impressive than Zhu Xuqing and Ning Rongrong. She bore a somewhat proud expression, glancing around while following Baihe. "Old Baihe, let me introduce you to my newly acknowledged younger brother, Zhao Su." Upon entering the hall, Niugao was the first to speak, introducing Zhao Su to Baihe. Upon hearing Niugao's words, Zhao Su stepped forward with a gentle smile, addressing Baihe. "Since yesterday, Brother Niu has spoken highly of you. Today, I see that your prowess is indeed extraordinary." "Haha, you flatter me, young brother," Baihe replied, appreciating the compliment, as even the proudest individuals enjoy being praised. "Old Rhinoceros, when did you acquire such a young brother? We have a mutual understanding and have become close friends despite our age difference." Niugao glanced at Zhao Su before continuing. "How have you been lately, my old friend?" "Ah, words fail me. Surviving is enough." As Baihe spoke, his smile faded, replaced by a hint of sorrow. And he sighed, falling silent. "Fear not. Everything will improve," Niugao reassured Baihe before sharing his thoughts. "Zhao Su and I are planning to unite our single-attribute clans to establish a commercial guild. I wonder if you would be interested?" "A guild?" Baihe's interest was piqued upon hearing this. "What kind of guild?" "A guild independent of the Spirit Hall and various factions, solely focused on profit without engaging in their conflicts." "That sounds splendid. Please elaborate." Baihe had spent years leading his clan in a nomadic existence, often struggling to make ends meet. Upon hearing Niugao's words, he felt a surge of hope. Although Baihe was aging and indifferent to his own fate, he had to consider the future of his granddaughter and the clan members who followed him. Continuing, Niugao relayed his entire plan to Baihe. "Are you sure that the Spirit Hall will not interfere?" Baihe questioned. Though intrigued, he expressed his skepticism after hearing Niugao's proposal. "Absolutely. While conducting business, we must also possess the ability to protect ourselves. We will not engage in their disputes, but if trouble arises, we will not back down. Which is why I wish for our alliance. Your idea is fundamentally flawed. The Spirit Hall is currently ambitious in its quest for dominance over the continent. No sect can remain unscathed under such ambitions." At this moment, Tang San interjected, sharing his perspective. "In my view, business can be conducted, but it must be in opposition to the Spirit Hall, uniting with other clans to counter it. This is the only sustainable approach." "Old Niu, I believe this young man has a point. Under an overturned nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? Such actions will only hasten the demise of our single-attribute clans. I have no desire to revisit past grievances. I merely wish to lead a tranquil life." "Senior Niugao, it is only by eradicating the Spirit Hall that we can truly attain peace. However, you are mistaken, though the Spirit Hall has always been domineering. It treats commoners and lower-ranked soul masters quite well. They provide free soul awakening services, granting commoners the opportunity to become soul masters. Their actions are merely a means to recruit talent for the Spirit Hall. What, then, is wrong with such an approach?" Zhao Su, with unwavering determination in his gaze, retorted to Tang San and continued, "Your desire to recruit them into the Tang sect is merely a means to exploit them against the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall acts with tyranny and commits numerous atrocities. Should it not be eradicated? However, have you considered that once the Spirit Hall is eliminated, the various factions will undoubtedly become increasingly rampant, and the common folk will face oppression from the major clans, leaving them little hope for advancement? It is inconceivable. Without the Spirit Hall, the entire continent will truly flourish." "Humph, Do you genuinely believe what you just said? All right. All right. Now is not the time for such a debate. Niu Gao interjected, halting their ongoing argument. Regardless, I stand with Brother Zhao. My focus is solely on business, and the continent's conflicts are irrelevant to my clan. Old Niu. Your actions are tantamount to courting disaster. Whether it leads to my demise or not, I have made my decision. What about you, old Whitebird? I have yet to come to a conclusion, but he confessed, revealing a hint of difficulty in making a choice. In that case, let us postpone this discussion for today and indulge in food and drink. With Niu Gao's command, preparations for wine and meat commenced, and the group fell into a temporary silence. Soon, the feast was served. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes emboldened by the effects of alcohol, Titan and Niu Gao resumed their spirited debate. They argued fervently, each presenting their points with conviction, neither able to sway the other. Meanwhile, Tang San and Zhao Su engaged in a subtle contest of wills. After the banquet concluded, Tang San sought out Bai He directly. Having learned from Titan about the unique bond he shared with Bai He aimed to deepen their relationship. In Zhao Su's room, Ning Rongrong nestled in his embrace. Unusually quiet today, refraining from disturbing him. Brother Su. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's call, Zhao Su finally retracted his sorrowful expression, allowing a smile to grace his lips. Brother Su, your alliance with the esteemed Niu Hao is not merely a pursuit of establishing a profit-driven merchant guild, devoid of involvement in the conflicts between the Spirit Hall and various sects, is it? Indeed, my motives extend beyond that. For the Spirit Hall? Ning Rongrong rose from Zhao Su's embrace, fixing her gaze intently upon his eyes as she continued. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect were to oppose the Spirit Hall, would you then obliterate it entirely for the sake of the Spirit Hall? That will not happen. It is not as you perceive. My actions are also for my own benefit. Subsequently, Zhao Su recounted to Ning Rongrong the matters concerning the demon god that he had shared with Tang Weihua, omitting only the details of his identity as a time traveler and the existence of the system. The demon god? Indeed. I must gather the 9 divine dragons of Guardian before anyone ascends to godhood, to complete the trial of the demon god. Only then can I survive. Otherwise, I shall face the repercussions of the demon god, leading to my utter ruin. Have you gathered the 9 divine dragons of Guardian? Not yet. I have only located one. As for the remnants of the 9-winged Inglong, I still require 2 pieces. However, I have already obtained some leads and am currently investigating. Rest assured, Brother Su. Regardless of the circumstances, Rongrong shall remain by your side. Upon my return, I will persuade my father not to conspire with the Heavendo Empire and Tang San against the Spirit Hall. Thank you, Rongrong. Zhao Su tenderly embraced Ning Rongrong, his emotions intricate and tinged with a sense of remorse towards her. We need not express gratitude, he said. Brother Su, you must promise me to live well. Rest assured. Until there is no one left to ascend to divinity, I shall not encounter any unforeseen mishaps. Zhao Su positioned Ning Rongrong upon his lap, the frown on his face replaced by a jovial smile as he continued. Moreover, regarding the assault on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School by the Spirit Hall, I shall devise a means to compensate the esteemed Ning sect leader and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. You still address me as sect leader? My dear father-in-law, once this matter is resolved and we return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I shall seek your blessing for our union. How insufferable! I have yet to declare my intention to marry you, Ning Rongrong replied, her cheeks flushed as she turned away, avoiding Zhao Su's gaze. But now you belong to me. Who else could you possibly marry? Zhao Su, growing increasingly audacious, began to unfasten the garments adorning Ning Rongrong. In turn, she revealed her formidable side once more. Originally perched sideways on Zhao Su's thigh, she pivoted to straddle him, entwining her arms around his neck. Her gaze imbued with tenderness and a hint of seduction as she declared, I shall marry none but you. With that, she leaned in to kiss him. After days of practice, Ning Rongrong's kissing technique had become remarkably adept, her soft tongue leaving Zhao Su in a state of delightful bewilderment as he experienced an unprecedented joy. Chapter 92. Stirring the conflict among the 4 singular clans. The following noon, Yang Wudi of the Paiji clan arrived, his countenance grim. He sought to rally Niu Gao and Titan Bai He, proposing the formation of a sect to jointly resist the Spirit Hall. Prior to attending the gathering, Yang Wudi had been threatened by the lower 4 clans already aligned with the Spirit Hall, who warned him of annihilation should he refuse their allegiance. Seeing Yang Wudi's fury, Niu Gao spoke first. Old goat, I wish to pose a question. What is the question? Do you wish for a relentless feud with the Spirit Hall? Or do you seek to live in tranquility? What sort of question is that? The The Spirit Hall has already obliterated the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Do you think we can remain unscathed? Indeed, well said. Old Goat. Even if we refrain from provoking the Spirit Hall, they will not spare us. Upon hearing young Woody's words, Titan interjected, aiming to sway him. Old Goat. Old White Bird and I plan to unite and head to Tiando City to join the Tang sect in our fight against the Spirit Hall. The Tang sect? Allow me to introduce you. This is Tang San, the son of our master. Old Gorilla, have you forgotten how Haotian sect forsook us for their own gain? And how Tang Hao abandoned our 4 clans for his own interests? Old Goat, let us not rush. The master had no choice at that time. And our true enemy should be the Spirit Hall, not the Haotian sect. Titan deliberately directed all blame towards the Spirit Hall. Whether it be the Haotian sect or the Spirit Hall, I shall not submit to any sect. If you insist on opposing the Spirit Hall, I can only say I shall not accompany you. By now, Niu Gao had regained his composure, taking a seat at the head of the table, appearing quite serene. Indeed. While I harbor animosity towards the Spirit Hall, I shall not pledge allegiance to them nor any other sect. To claim allegiance is merely to become their vassals, offering tributes each month, only to be disregarded in critical moments. Yang Wudi also took a seat, thoroughly wounded by the Haotian sect. Were it not for the Haotian sect, their clan would not have spent years in hiding, perpetually wary of the Spirit Hall's assassins. The Haotian sect's seclusion only exacerbated their plight, leaving them to fend for themselves. Senior Yang, the events of the past were beyond the Haotian sect's control. Humph, beyond their control? If the Haotian sect was powerless, then what of us? Leave, or I may just unleash my wrath upon you here. It was evident that Yang Wudi held deep-seated resentment towards the Haotian sect and Tang Hao. Had it not been for by his intercession, he would have already confronted Tang San. Senior, might I be granted the opportunity to defend the Haotian sect on behalf of my father? Tang San stepped forward to address Yang Wudi. Leave, Yang Wudi bellowed, summoning a dark spear that he hurled towards Tang San. Tang San had no choice but to retreat swiftly, narrowly evading the attack of the broken soul spear. Yang Wudi, intrigued, advanced quickly, activating the 7th spirit ring on his spear, unleashing his true martial spirit. Tang San remained impassive, betraying no fear. As the blue-silver Emperor's vines materialized, attempting to ensnare Yang Wudi temporarily. Yet, the now united man and spear disregarded the makeshift prison, breaking through it and charging at Tang San once more. This time, Tang San grew serious, revealing the 8 spider lances that swiftly lunged toward Yang Wudi. Meanwhile, he grasped the Haotian hammer in his other hand, seizing the moment while Yang Wudi was momentarily hindered by the 8 spider lances to strike. Humph, mere trifles. Yang Wudi scoffed, showing indifference to Tang San's assault with the Haotian hammer as he collided the long spear against it. Everyone present was riveted by the clash between Tang San and Yang Wudi. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Su exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Rongrong, who understood and stepped forward, nonchalantly positioning herself in Zhao Su's way. Meanwhile, Zhao Su retrieved a silver needle from a jade pendant at his waist, launching it with remarkable speed toward Yang Wudi. The needle was coated with a substance capable of inducing temporary madness, enhancing one's soul power and granting a strength far beyond the norm. Upon being struck by the silver needle, Yang Wudi's aura intensified, his eyes aflame with fury, no longer capable of restraint. He aimed the broken soul spear directly at Tang San's vital points, his intent clearly lethal. Old Goat, do not act rashly. Why must you contend with a mere child? Titan, noticing Yang Wudi's transformation, called out in vain to halt him. Yet Yang Wudi was deaf to reason, consumed solely by the desire to attack. Although Tang San had achieved an extraordinary level at such a young age, he was still only at rank 68. Even with the internal energy derived from his Xiantian skill bolstering his soul power, he barely surpassed a 70-level soul sage. Against Yang Wudi, a formidable rank 89, he remained outmatched. Initially relying on his agility and the 8 spider lances, he managed to hold his ground. However, as Yang Wudi's fury escalated, Tang San found himself retreating under relentless pressure, barely evading death. Old Goat, cease this madness. Titan, witnessing Yang Wudi's growing frenzy, was left with no choice but to intervene. After merging with his gorilla spirit, Titan's stature grew imposing as he leaped to shield Tang San from Yang Wudi's assault. Old gorilla, do you truly wish to make an enemy of me? You are insane. Calm yourself. We can discuss this. Humph. Yang Wudi sneered. Your protection of this Haotian sect brat reveals your lack of regard for me as a friend. There is nothing left to discuss. After speaking, Yang Wudi charged directly at Titan, cutting through any unnecessary dialogue and going straight into combat. Although Titan was reluctant to engage with young Wudi, he found himself left with no choice but to attempt to subdue him and bring him to a state of calm. At this moment, Tang San's complexion was pale, with blood at the corner of his mouth as he observed the clash between Titan and young Wudi, yet he had no intention of intervening. With a resounding crash, Titan forcefully blocked young Wudi's thrust, subsequently colliding his entire shoulder into him, sending young Wudi flying. Regaining his footing, young Wudi quickly steadied himself, and the broken soul spear in his hand began to whirl rapidly. One spear shatters all. The spear, enveloped in a veil of black light due to young Wudi's swift movements, swept toward Titan with a sound that pierced the air. Chapter 93. I no longer have a home. Boom. As the two formidable forces collided, a colossal shockwave radiated outward. Bai He and Niu Gao swiftly intervened to protect their kin, while Zhao Su rose to his feet, shielding Ning Rongrong behind him. Observing the fierce battle between young Wudi and Titan, a knowing smile crept onto his lips. Enough, you two. What grievances could warrant such a deadly confrontation? Bai He exclaimed, attempting to halt the escalating conflict as both combatants had fully committed to the battle. If this continued, one would undoubtedly be grievously injured, or worse. They could both suffer devastating consequences. However, despite Bai He's utmost speed, he lacked the power to influence the clash between Titan and young Wudi. Indeed, we are old friends. Surely there must be a resolution to this, Niu Gao added in an effort to mediate. Yet, at that moment, neither combatant could hear their pleas. Wholly absorbed in their fierce struggle. Brother Zhao, if they persist, it is likely they will both end up gravely wounded. What shall we do? Niu Gao, seeing that his attempts at persuasion were in vain, turned to Zhao Su and quietly inquired. Brother Niu, worry not. I will intervene. Both of them are soul-fighting champions. Though they wield single attributes, their attacking power is formidable. Can you truly halt them alone? Niu Gao, despite his camaraderie with Zhao Su, had never witnessed Zhao Su in action. He could discern Zhao Su's level at a glance, only in the 70s. How could he possibly stop two enraged soul-fighting champions? Today, I shall use my own strength to demonstrate to Brother Niu that after establishing our business association, as long as we focus on our trade, should the Spirit Hall seek trouble, I will be the one to resolve it. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he did not wait for Niu Gao's response and vanished from his spot. When Zhao Su reappeared, he stood confidently between young Wudi and Titan, with one hand grasping young Wudi's soul destroyer spear and the other blocking the advancing Titan. Zhao Su radiated a magnificent black and gold light that erupted forth, sending both men tumbling to the ground. The two massive figures crashed heavily onto the earth. Simultaneously, a divine aura emanated from Zhao Su, enveloping young Wudi and Titan. This sacred presence swiftly quelled the fury and rage that had consumed young Wudi, his crimson gaze gradually returning to normal as he looked around in a daze. Dear seniors, we are all brothers. Must we resort to such extremes? Let us first calm down and engage in a proper discussion. Indeed, old gorilla and old goat. What is the necessity of this? Humph, old gorilla, I shall ask you one last time. Are you truly willing to forsake our decades of friendship for this boy? Old goat, the past is behind us. Why cling to it? The Spirit Hall now casts a watchful eye upon all factions. We ought to unite against it. Assist him in confronting the Spirit Hall? To aid the son of one who once abandoned us to face danger alone, sacrificing our kin in the process? Senior Yang, I apologize on behalf of my father, but the events of that time were not as you perceive them. Not as I perceive them? What else could they be? Young Wudi's eyes flared red once more. For a soul beast, we were asked to die for his family. Is this not what you call the past? Very well. Old goat, you remain engulfed in anger. Let us speak when you have calmed down. Titan understood that no matter what he said now, young Wudi would not be receptive. There is no need for another discussion. The gathering of the 4 single attribute clans holds no further purpose. I bid you all farewell. With that, young Wudi turned to look at Tang San, hesitated no longer, and strode towards the exit. Those who had accompanied young Wudi quickly followed suit. Sigh. What an unfortunate turn for what should have been a gathering. Since it has come to this, I too shall take my leave. Bai He, will you stay or accompany me? Titan recognized that the 4 single attribute clans had fractured and would no longer stand united as before. He also understood that young Wudi and Niu Gao could not join the Tang sect. He could only place his final hope in Bai He. Considering that the Min family and the Haotian sect were akin to relatives, after all, Bai He was Tang Hao's uncle. Very well, I shall go with you. Bai He ultimately chose to leave with Titan. Enough, no need for further words. Each has their own choices, as long as they do not regret them in the future. Niu Gao said, turning away, no longer wishing to watch them. tightened, and he exchanged a glance, looking at Niu Gao's retreating figure, and said nothing more as they departed from the residence of the Yu family. Once the others had left, Zhao Su finally spoke. Brother Niu, I truly apologize for putting you in such a difficult position. Brother Zhao, do not speak such words. This matter does not concern you. Come, let us enjoy some wine. The feast is prepared, and not partaking would be a waste. Though Niu Gao said this, he could not conceal his disappointment. At the dining table, Niu Gao downed 3 bowls in quick succession, and Zhao Su mirrored him without hesitation, keeping pace with 3 bowls of his own. They drank until nightfall, and eventually, Niu Gao succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the table, bringing the evening to a close. Exiting the dining hall, Zhao Su, with a slightly flushed face, gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. What occupies your mind? Ning Rongrong, who had returned to her room, approached Zhao Su and gently asked while linking her arm with his. Nothing, merely a touch of homesickness. I wonder how my parents are faring. Brother Su, where is your home? Perhaps I could accompany you back. Home? At the mention of the word, Zhao Su's face revealed a hint of longing and despair. I have long since lost my home. I am sorry, Brother Su, for bringing up your sorrowful memories. It is not your fault. It is my own circumstance. They made their way to a nearby pavilion to sit. Perhaps due to the effects of the wine, Zhao Su finally opened his heart. My home lies far from here. Perhaps I shall never return. Far away. Ning Rongrong observed the sadness in Zhao Su's eyes and felt a pang of sympathy. Do not worry, no matter when. Rongrong will always be by Brother Su's side. My home is wherever Brother Su is. Indeed, wherever you are is my home. Zhao Su concealed the sorrow etched upon his visage and turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, feeling a flicker of solace within. He resolved to set aside those troubling thoughts, to muster his spirits, and to swiftly accomplish his objectives, finding a way home to reunite with his beloved, to introduce them to the one who cherishes them most dearly. Chapter 94. The complete subjugation of the Yu and Pa clans. The following day, Niu Gao arrived in high spirits to seek out Zhao Su. Zhao, my dear brother, you have succeeded. Niu, my esteemed brother, what brings you such joy? Zhao Su gestured for Niu Gao to take a seat and said, Niu Gao, with great excitement, exclaimed, this morning, young Wudi came to see me, expressing his intent to join our merchant association, but he presented a condition. What condition? Zhao Su inquired, instantly intrigued. He requests that we promise to allow him to solely focus on researching medicinal herbs from now on and to refrain from engaging in any disputes. We must ensure the protection of his clan from the disturbances of the spirit hall. No problem, I can assure you of that, Zhao Su replied. Retrieving a bracelet from his storage jade pendant and handing it to Niu Gao, this contains numerous rare treasures and many uncommon celestial herbs I have gathered over the years. Please present these to Senior Yang, so he can devote himself to the study of medicinal herbs. Excellent. With these celestial herbs, I assure you that the old goat will definitely agree to join us, Niu Gao exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he rushed out of the room to find Yang Wudi. After approximately half an hour, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong were in the courtyard admiring the flowers, engaged in light-hearted conversation that elicited joyous laughter from Ning Rongrong, her smile enhancing her beauty further. Zhao Laodi, Niu Gao called out to Zhao Su. Upon seeing Niu Gao and Yang Wudi, Zhao Su rose to greet them. Brother Niu. Senior Yang, do not call me senior, just refer to me as old goat, like old rhinoceros. At that moment, perhaps due to the celestial herbs, Yang Wudi spoke with a notably calm tone. In that case, I shall address you as Brother Yang. Just as I do Brother Niu, then I shall not hesitate to call you Zhao Laodi. Brother Zhao, we have come to discuss the name of our United Merchant Association and where our base of operations should be located. Please, gentlemen, I have already contemplated this matter and am eager to share my thoughts with you. The three then proceeded to the main hall, where they enjoyed tea while discussing the specifics of their future endeavors. From this day forth, our merchant association shall be named the Holy Angel Merchant Association. What do you two think? Holy Angel? Yang Wudi expressed some confusion. Why choose this name? Both of you should be aware that the angel spirit is a divine-level spirit passed down through the spirit hall's 1,000 families. With this name, the spirit hall will think twice before troubling us. Additionally, Brother Yao's spirit is none other than the Holy Angel. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Niu Gao and Yang Wudi exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of skepticism in their eyes. However, before either could speak, the conversation continued. Zhao Su unleashed his 12-winged Holy Angel martial soul, radiating a sacred aura of death, half shrouded in black and the other half in golden light. As the 12 wings gently fluttered, a formidable pressure enveloped the two men, instilling a deep sense of fear within their hearts. What astonished them the most were the 8 terrifying spirit rings, 2 black and 6 red. 6 spirit rings of 100,000 years? Young Wudi suddenly rose to his feet, gasping for breath, his eyes wide as saucers. How embarrassing for the 2 esteemed seniors. It was only when Zhao Su retracted his martial soul and the oppressive aura dissipated that Yang Wudi and Niu Gao began to regain their composure, accompanied by Zhao Su's voice. Truly, my younger brother is a prodigy. At that moment, both Yang Wudi and Niu Gao found themselves at a loss for words. Their faces still etched with astonishment. If my younger brother's conjecture holds true, then my brother's broken soul gun must possess a remarkable innate talent. Yet it also bears a fatal flaw, does it not? Indeed, the broken soul gun, the inherited martial soul of my broken clan, comes with a millennium spirit ring but can never transcend the level of 90 to attain the rank of title Douluo. Therefore, I have concentrated all my efforts on enhancing my attack power, believing that even against a title Douluo, I, Old Yang, can hold my own in battle. Does my brother wish to break through to title Douluo? This is the inherent flaw of the inherited martial soul of my broken clan, an insurmountable limitation. While it may be impossible for others, I shall defy the odds. Zhao Su lifted the nearby teacup, took a sip, and casually glanced at Yang Wudi, smiling as he spoke. Really? Yang Wudi initially displayed a look of surprise, but soon shook his head, dismissing Zhao Su's assertion. Impossible. Our clan, the Break Clan, has tried countless methods through generations, all to no avail. How can one know it is impossible without attempting? What should be done then? Unleash your martial spirit. Though Yang Wudi was skeptical, he acquiesced to Zhao Su's suggestion and summoned his martial spirit, the Break Soul Spear, a seemingly ordinary black long spear. Zhao Su extended his hand towards the soul-breaking spear. The moment he made contact, a tremendous surge of destructive energy surged into the spear. Instantly, the weapon began to tremble violently. Ultimately, a powerful flame erupted from the black shaft of the spear, engulfing its base, where a millennia-old soul ring resided. In a frenzy of black fire, after approximately a minute, the ancient black soul ring exploded, separating from the spear that radiated black flames. However, rather than falling to the ground, it swiftly merged back together, ultimately reforming into a complete soul ring, which integrated itself into the spear. At the moment the soul ring rejoined the spear, Yang Wudi felt an exhilarating surge of soul power within him, rapidly ascending until it broke through to level 90. At this juncture, the soul ring had fully transformed into the 9th soul ring of the soul-breaking spear, marking it as the 9th ring of a title Douluo. This innate 9th soul ring would enhance alongside Yang Wudi's growth and soul power. When he reached level 99, this originally inherent soul ring would attain the caliber of 100,000 years. With the complete integration of the 9th soul ring and Zhao Su's intent of destruction, the once ordinary soul-breaking spear evolved into a formidable weapon. It could be said that the new soul-breaking spear matched the renowned Haoyan hammer, known as the Supreme Martial Soul. Level 91, I have truly broken through to the realm of title Douluo at level 91. Yang Wudi felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him as he gazed upon the spear, ablaze with black flames and exuding an aura of annihilation. His excitement was palpable. Raising his right hand, he lifted the soul-breaking spear and executed a series of spear techniques inherited from the Breaking Clan. Although he tempered his strength, Yang Wudi could distinctly sense the profound transformation the spear had undergone. Brother Zhao, from this day forth, my life is yours. If you bid me to go east, I shall not venture west. Brother Yang, there is no need for such formalities between us, as we are friends despite our age difference. Indeed, since you insist, let us not be pretentious. From now on, the Yu clan and the Breaking Clan shall follow your lead, Brother Zhao. Exactly, Brother Zhao, just give the word, and I, Old Goat, shall heed your command. After the initial excitement subsided, Yang Wudi regained his composure, and the gaze he directed at Zhao Su was now filled with unwavering trust. Devoid of any doubt. Chapter 95, A Return to the Sacred Dragon Sect. Now, Zhao Su was no longer courteous. The name of the United Merchant Association would henceforth be the Holy Angel Merchant Association. Zhao Su serves as the president of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, with Yang Wudi and Niu Gao as vice presidents, overseeing all affairs of the chamber. In addition to specializing in pharmaceuticals developed by the Bo family, Niu Gao's Yu family has established the Holy Angel Auction House. The ultimate goal is to expand and strengthen the organization. This is merely a preliminary plan, as future endeavors will encompass various industries. At present, The most crucial task is to enlist a group of exceptional blacksmiths. As Zhao Su aims to forge gold and silk armor capable of withstanding Tang San's concealed weapons. This is certainly feasible. Although skilled blacksmiths superior to those of the Li family are rare on this continent, they are not entirely absent, as long as we can afford the price. I assure you that the blacksmiths we recruit will be no less competent than those of the venerable Li family, when matters can be resolved with financial means. They are not truly problematic. Zhao Su, while rummaging through the storage of jade pendants, produced a card containing 5 million gold soul coins and handed it to Niu Gao. This card held 5 million gold soul coins. One could only wonder if it would suffice. 50 million? That seems about right. How much? 50 million? Niu Gao first murmured softly, nodding in acknowledgement, and then his eyes widened in realization as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Su for confirmation. If that is insufficient, I have another 50 million. For now, this is all I can provide. Subsequently, Zhao Su produced another card and placed it before Niu Gao. Not only Niu Gao, but even Yang Wudi, who engaged in business dealings with both the Starfall Empire and the Tiando Empire through his pharmaceutical expertise, did not possess such an amount. In fact, he had never even heard of 100 million gold soul coins. That is ample. There is no need for such excess. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Niu Gao returned the 2 cards to Zhao Su, stating that for the initial startup funds, a few million would suffice. If that is the case, then I shall entrust these to you, Brother Niu, as the startup capital for our Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce. Besides reconstructing the headquarters of the Holy Angel Chamber, we will also need to procure a substantial amount of materials for forging the gold and silk software. I hope it won't be too much trouble for you, Brother Niu. Very well, in that case, I shall not decline. I will establish an account specifically for the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, and every expenditure will be meticulously documented. Let us proceed with your decisions, esteemed brothers. Zhao Su can now be said to possess an abundance of golden soul coins. So, Brother Zhao, where should we establish our headquarters? What do you both think of setting it up in Heaven-Do City? That sounds agreeable, however. Considering we are leveraging the name of the Holy Angel, do you think the Spirit Hall might pose any issues? Rest assured, I will handle matters with the Spirit Hall, and there will be no trouble whatsoever. Brother Zhao, please do not take offense at my insistence. We are merely merchants and do not pledge our allegiance to the Spirit Hall or any other factions. It is likely that Yang Wudi and Niu Gao have already surmised Zhao Su's connection with the Spirit Hall. Thus, Yang Wudi reiterated his thoughts to Zhao Su. Naturally, Brother Yang, you need not worry. Our sole focus is on profit, not servitude. Zhao Su smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, Yang Wudi nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his face. Subsequently, Yang Wudi made arrangements with Zhao Su and Niu Gao to gather their clansmen and, once prepared, relocate the entire clan to Tiando City. Yang Wudi then took his leave first. Niu Gao resolved to sell all the assets in this place and, after a month, lead the entire clan to Tiando City. After finalizing their plans, Zhao Su prepared to depart as well. Just the night before, news had come from the shadow operatives that Zhang Ying had discovered a fragment of the 9-winged Yinglong's remains within the Tiando Empire. However, this fragment was currently in the possession of Prince Shuqinghe. Moreover, Zhang Ying was aware that Shuqinghe was, in fact, Qianrenxue, making it difficult to confront her directly. The last fragment of the 9-winged Yinglong had also been located within the royal family of the Xinglua Empire and was secured. Thus, it meant that only the fragment held by Qianrenxue remained to complete the collection of the 9-winged Yinglong's remains. Brother Niu, I shall await your grand arrival in Tiando City, Zhao Su said, cupping his fists at the entrance of the Yuji clan's residence. I am grateful, Brother Zhao. Niu Gao reciprocated the gesture. Zhao Su and Niu Gao exchanged a few trivial remarks before Zhao Su turned and boarded the carriage prepared for him by the royal family, heading towards the outskirts of Longxing City. Brother Su, shall we return directly to Tiando City? No, we must first visit the Holy Dragon Sect. What is the purpose of going to the Holy Dragon Sect? If my estimations are correct, Tuoba, she has undoubtedly solidified his status at the level of a title de law. It is time for him to absorb the Kuei dragon from the 9 divine dragons that guard the realm. As he spoke, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Zhao Su's gaze, as if he were reminded of someone dear. Ning Rongrong, gazing into Zhao Su's eyes, smiled and remarked, surely it is not solely for this matter? What else could it possibly be for? Zhao Su's gaze flickered, deliberately tilting his head away to avoid looking at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong reached out and linked her arm with Zhao Su's. As far as I know, the Sacred Dragon Sect should be located near the capital of the Douluo Empire, Douluo City, right? What's the matter? Zhu is currently in Douluo City. Isn't she? Perhaps. Don't you wish to meet Sister Zhu? I do not wish to meet her. I am headed to the Sacred Dragon sect to seek out Tuoba, not to Douluo City. In his previous life, although Zhao Su was not a romantic sage and had not courted many women, he understood that one should never exhibit undue concern for another girl in the presence of one's companion, regardless of what she claimed to feel. Are you avoiding meeting Zhu out of fear of my anger, or is it simply a matter of cowardice? Not at all. We have matters to attend to. And now is not the time to seek Zhu. Humph. Ning Rongrong snorted, playfully tugging at Zhao Su's ear. No man is without fault. Do not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts. I truly have not considered it. The carriage sped along, cushioned by the advanced shock absorption treatment of the Yu family's vehicles, rendering the journey quite smooth. 3 days later, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong arrived at the Sacred Dragon sect. Upon hearing of Zhao Su's arrival, Tuoba personally came to greet him at the door, respectfully ushering him inside. Esteemed senior, I have failed to greet you properly from afar. Please forgive my shortcomings. Tuoba sect master is too kind. Once in the grand hall, Zhao Su turned to Tuoba and stated, I have matters to discuss privately with you. Please have everyone leave. Yes, everyone depart. No one is permitted to enter unless I call for them. At Tuoba command, all present withdrew, leaving only Zhao Su, Tuoba and Ning Rongrong in attendance. Release your martial spirit. Why? Just do it, and also unleash your 7th spirit skill, the true form of your martial spirit. Understood, though somewhat puzzled. Tuoba complied without further inquiry, releasing his evolved Kuei Long martial spirit. The spirit, a dark dragon resembling a bull with a single leg, emanated an imposing aura. Chapter 96. The Second Guardian Dragon, Kuei Long. As Tuoba, unleashed his 7th spirit skill and manifested his martial spirit's true form. The dragon seemed to come alive, its presence growing ever more formidable. Detection complete. One of the 9 guardian dragons, Kuei Long, detected. Would you like to absorb it? As the true form of the Kuei Long appeared, the system's voice echoed in Zhao Su's ears. Zhao Su did not ponder for long before opting to absorb the power. Subsequently, the system conjured a colossal hand, which, without any forewarning, reached directly for Tuoba. As Tuoba prepared to retaliate, Zhao Su's voice echoed, do not resist. Tuoba vividly recalled the prowess Zhao Su had previously displayed, and upon hearing his words, he forcefully quelled his rebellious instincts, allowing the immense hand to grasp him and the Kuei Long together. Tuoba felt an agonizing pain as if his martial soul was being torn away, with every bone in his body seemingly fracturing one by one. Unable to contain himself, he cried out in torment. Simultaneously, his soul power began to circulate autonomously, striving to resist the terrifying aura emanating from the gigantic hand. However, Tuoba soon realized that his soul power was like a mere child standing before a giant. It was utterly ineffective. After approximately 5 minutes, the excruciating sensation of broken bones gradually subsided, giving way to a warm current that flowed into his fractured bones, beginning to mend them. This warmth then traversed through his entire meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian. The moment this warmth melded with his soul power, his entire essence ignited instantaneously. The formidable aura that accompanied this influx significantly enhanced his soul power, culminating at the esteemed level of a 94th ranked title Douluo. Perhaps due to the infusion of this warmth, the strength of Tuoba soul power experienced a remarkable augmentation. He reveled in an unprecedented sense of empowerment, transforming the earlier pain from his broken bones into a feeling of bliss. Once the colossal hand re-entered Zhao Su's body, Tuoba had already regained his composure. The Kuei Long martial soul appeared unchanged, yet Zhao Su could discern that Tuoba Kuei Long had now merely become a fragment of the true Kuei Long's essence, no longer possessing a complete soul. On the Douluo continent, all beast martial souls are but a sliver of their true essence. Thank you, Master. Tuoba is willing to toil for you, becoming your loyal servant. Without hesitation, Tuoba stepped forward and knelt before Zhao Su, altering his form of address. Yet at that moment, Zhao Su remained with his eyes closed, emanating a deep, radiant aura, completely oblivious to Tuoba words. Observing Tuoba kneeling there, he dared not rise and could only wait for Zhao Su to awaken. At that moment, after the complete absorption of the Kuei Long soul, the divine consciousness within Zhao Su's mind grew increasingly potent, and the white luminescence of the bone dragon intensified as well. The moment the Kuei Long soul entered the golden pool, an overwhelming divine consciousness radiated from Zhao Su. Tuoba, kneeling before him, felt this terrifying divine presence and immediately prostrated himself, his body trembling uncontrollably. At this point, Zhao Su's divine consciousness had ascended to the terrifying pinnacle of the divine origin realm, teetering on the brink of the divine king realm. When Zhao Su finally opened his eyes, a fleeting golden glimmer flashed within them, only to be swiftly subdued, as he compressed his aura back to that of a soul sage at the 70+ level. What is the meaning of this, Master Tuoba? Please rise. Zhao Su lowered his gaze upon the prostrate figure of Tuoba Shili, promptly urging him to rise. Upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, Tuoba Shi remained bowed, reiterating his devotion. Tuoba Shi is willing to serve his master as a loyal servant, to toil for you like an ox or a horse. Zhao Su replied to Tuoba Shi, you need not demean yourself as my servant. Simply fulfill your role as the esteemed leader of the sacred dragon sect. Please, stand. Tuoba Shi rose respectfully to stand beside Zhao Su, expressing, it is an honor for both myself and the entire sacred dragon sect to serve you, my master. Zhao Su continued, the time for the new 7 sects of the martial soul hall is approaching. Focus on your cultivation. I have great faith that the sacred dragon sect will rise to become the foremost among the top 3 sections. Thank you, master. Tuoba Shi exclaimed. Noticing Zhao Su's intent to leave, he quickly added, Master, I have arranged accommodations for you in the matron. The day has grown late. Might you consider resting here for the night before departing? Not this time. I have other matters to attend to. Zhao Su did not linger at the Shenlong sect. Under the cover of night, he took his leave in a carriage. Brother Su, are you truly not going to meet Sister Zhuqing? Ning Rongrong inquired once more in the carriage. I shall not. Zhao Su responded with remarkable decisiveness. Ning Rongrong, observing Zhao Su's serious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Well, it has been quite some time since I last saw Sister Zhuqing, and I truly miss her. Since you wish to go, by all means, do so. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su finally burst into laughter. I knew it, you charmingly deceitful man. Ning Rongrong huffed, playfully pinching Zhao Su's waist, eliciting a cacophony of exaggerated wails within the carriage. Amidst the uproar, the carriage journeyed toward the nearby Douluo city. In the residence of the Zhu family within Douluo city, the elders of the underworld clan were convening to collectively oppose Zhu Zhuqing's ascension as the next clan leader. Despite Zhu Yoming's staunch insistence on Zhu Zhuqing's appointment, it proved futile. Recently, Davis had hunted a formidable dark sacred white tiger beast, nearing 100,000 years of age, acquiring not only its soul ring but also a fragment of its skeletal remains. Coupled with his fusion technique with Zhu Tuluan, the underworld white tiger, he was already capable of contending with ordinary title Douluo at the level of a soul sage exceeding 70. Although Dai Mubai possessed remarkable talent, he was merely at the 76th level of soul sage and lacked the fusion technique of the royal family with the Zhu family's underworld spirit cat. Consequently, he was no match for Davis. Recently, he had suffered multiple defeats at Davis's hands, leading some elder statesmen and various clan factions to shift their allegiance toward Davis. Even with Zhu Zhuqing's assistance, Dai Mubai remained at a disadvantage. At this juncture, Zhu Yuming announced his desire to appoint Zhu Zhuqing as the clan leader of the underworld family ahead of schedule, which was met with immediate opposition from the clan elders. One faction, led by Zhu Yuming, clashed with another headed by the Grand Elder, resulting in a stalemate that had persisted for several days without resolution. Zhu Zhuqing has violated the family oath and lacks the qualifications to become the leader of our underworld clan, especially since Dai Mubai may not be destined to become the future emperor. The Grand Elder asserted coldly. Grand Elder, must our underworld clan forever be subservient to the imperial family of Douluo to wield power? Zhu Yuming, tall and clad in a black robe, retorted from his position of authority, his voice resonating with gravitas. For centuries, our underworld clan has thrived in alliance with the Dai family. Do you wish to ruin us? Perhaps not. The Grand Elder scoffed. Zhu Yuming, are you truly willing to oppose the entire clan for this unfilial daughter? I am the leader of the underworld clan, and I possess the right to choose the future successor. Zhu Yoming's gaze was unwavering, showing no signs of retreat. Very well, in that case, I, as the Grand Elder, shall move to impeach you as clan leader. Just then, a person claiming to be Zhao Su sought an audience. Before the Grand Elder could finish his statement, an individual entered the meeting room, respectfully addressing both Zhu Yuming and the Grand Elder. Zhao Su, do not allow him entry. Zhu Yuming and the Grand Elder spoke simultaneously. Yet their words conveyed entirely different meanings, leaving the messenger momentarily perplexed as to whom to heed. Sister Su. Upon hearing Zhao Su's name, Zhu Zhuqing leapt to her feet, disregarding the Grand Elder entirely as she dashed outside. Zhu Yuming, remaining silent, took his seat, knowing that with Zhao Su's name mentioned, he need not fear the Grand Elder's faction. Grand Elder, this Zhao Su is the man Zhu Qing found, an instructor from Shrek Academy. A middle-aged man resembling Zhu Yuming leaned in to whisper to the Grand Elder. This man was Zhu Yuming's younger brother, Zhu Yusui, a staunch supporter of Davis, placing all his bets on Zhu Tuluan. Should Davis ascend as the emperor of the Star Luo Empire and Zhu Tuluan become empress? He envisioned himself supplanting Zhu Yuming as the new power within the underworld clan. Thus, he had employed persuasive rhetoric to sway the Grand Elder, obstructing Zhu Yuqing's path to leadership. What is his level of strength? The Grand Elder inquired softly of Zhu Yusui. I have ascertained that he is at the level of a soul sage exceeding 70. How can a mere soul sage overturn the heavens? The Grand Elder dismissed with a scoff, unaware that his disregard was about to alter the course of his own life. At the entrance of the Zhu family's courtyard, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong had disembarked from the carriage, standing there patiently awaiting news from the messenger. Do not be anxious. I shall clarify everything to Zhu Qing. Ning Rongrong gently reassured Zhao Su, who was pacing back and forth in evident agitation. No, it's not that, Sugo. Before Zhao Su could finish speaking, an excited voice belonging to Zhu Qing interrupted, followed by the sight of a figure lunging directly into Zhao Su's embrace, with both arms tightly wrapped around Zhao Su. The grievances endured over the past few days erupted in an instant upon seeing Zhao Su. Ignoring the gazes of those around, she began to weep. What is the matter? Have you suffered some injustice? Zhao Su gently extended his hand to wipe away Zhu Yuqing's tears, his heart brimming with compassion as he gazed upon her pitiful visage. No, it's merely that I missed you. Zhu Yuqing ceased her weeping, clinging tightly to Zhao Su, unwilling to part for even a moment. Sister Zhu Qing, I stand here as a living person. You cannot possibly have not seen me. At that moment, Zhu Yuqing's attention was solely fixated on Zhao Su, oblivious to the presence of another nearby. It was only when Ning Rongrong spoke that Zhu Qing noticed her. Rongrong? Zhu Yuqing hastily wiped away her tears and turned to look at Ning Rongrong, who had become even more radiant and beautiful after absorbing the soul bone from the head of the mirror beast. The impurities within her soul burned away by the chaotic white flames. I apologize, Rongrong. I was too emotional. Let us go inside and discuss further. With that, Zhu Yuqing grasped Ning Rongrong's hand and led her into the Zhu residence. Instead of guiding them to the conference room, she took Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong directly to her secluded courtyard. After Zhao Su's previous departure, Zhu Yuming had wished for Zhu Yuqing to return to the main hall, but she had declined, preferring the tranquility of her current abode. Rongrong, how is it that you two are together? Zhu Yuqing inquired. I have reached the level of a soul sage at level 70 and need to hunt for suitable soul rings. Brother Su also requires experience, so we decided to journey together. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed, and she dared not meet Zhu Yuqing's gaze. When she had not seen Zhu Yuqing, she had spoken with bravado, claiming she would explain everything. Yet now, faced with her, she found herself at a loss for words. Zhu Yuqing observed Ning Rongrong, then glanced at Zhao Su, harboring a hint of suspicion in her heart, though she chose not to voice it. Miss, the clan leader and the elder have requested that you escort young Master Zhao to the conference room. Just as the atmosphere among the three grew slightly tense, a disciple from the Yuming clan knocked on the door and addressed Zhu Yuqing. In response to the elder, I wish to refrain from any further disputes today. Let us discuss matters tomorrow. Zhu Yuqing replied. Wait, Ning Rongrong interjected, stopping the messenger. What is there to fear? If words fail, we shall simply give him a good thrashing. With a playful shake of her small fist, Ning Rongrong smiled at Zhu Yuqing. Zhu Yuqing understood Ning Rongrong quite well. She appeared to be the innocent girl next door, yet in truth, she possessed considerable fierceness. The messenger, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, could not help but glance at her a few more times, though his expression revealed his disdain for her. Come, let us go together. Zhao Su stepped forward and grasped Zhu Yuqing's hand, conveying a reassuring look that signified his unwavering support. Upon meeting Zhao Su's gaze, Zhu Yuqing's previously tumultuous heart gradually found tranquility. Without further hesitation, she accompanied Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong toward the conference hall. Zhu Yuqing, as a direct descendant of the Yuming clan, you have shamelessly shredded the marriage pact between our Zhu family and the Dai family, rendering yourself unworthy of being part of our lineage, let alone the clan leader. Zhu Sui launched the first verbal assault against Zhu Yuqing. Before she could respond, Ning Rongrong interjected, your family thrives on sacrificing the happiness of your daughters to attain wealth and prestige. Such a family should not exist. What do you think you are? You dare to meddle in Zhu family affairs. The elder's icy retort echoed, and an overwhelming pressure, akin to that of an 80-level soul Douluo, bore down upon Ning Rongrong. It was evident that the elder harbored lethal intent, not merely seeking to teach her a lesson. Zhuqing's matters are my affairs, and your family's rules are utterly disgraceful. Are we not allowed to speak the truth? Ning Rongrong remained unfazed by the elder's imposing aura. With her own prowess at level 73 as a soul sage, along with her full complement of soul bones and the ancient power of the chaotic white flame, she was impervious to the elder's intimidation. Impudent girl, how dare you flaunt your power in my Zhu family? You seek death. A robust man aligned with the elder bellowed, lunging at Ning Rongrong. As the Yuming spirit cat instantly possessed him, transforming his hands into razor-sharp claws, he surged toward her with astonishing speed. Humph, merely a cat. Ning Rongrong paid no heed to the approaching man, turning her back on him, a silent insult. Buzz. Just as he was about to make contact, the sound of a sword being drawn resonated from her. The Emperor's 7 kills sword materialized, its blade slicing through the air. The man, still in mid-charge, halted abruptly, the light in his eyes extinguishing as he collapsed, a horrific wound appearing on his chest, his heart shattered. In my Zhu family, anyone who dares harm shall face death. Do you think your family has any dignity? Gained through the betrayal of your daughters? Ning Rongrong's fearless stance rendered the elder's face ashen, though he hesitated to act rashly, fearing the terrifying aura of the Emperor's 7 kills sword. Elder. While her words may be harsh, they ring true. Our Yuming clan must reconsider its archaic customs. Zhu Yuming finally spoke, his voice steady as he addressed the assembly. Are you suggesting we sever ties with the Star Luo Empire's royal family? Retorted another, whose physique was not particularly imposing but possessed a strikingly handsome visage. This man was Zhu Zhuqing's third uncle, a steadfast supporter of her cause since she returned victorious from the elite competition in Wuhuan City, demanding the annulment of the engagement to Dai Mubai. Do not forget your own standing, Zhu Qing. You have enjoyed a life of luxury thanks to your daughter. Have you pondered the existence of Lu Mei within the palace? Zhu Qing's words referenced the late empress of the Star Luo Empire, who had long since passed. Historically, empresses bore children only to succumb to illness shortly thereafter, their lives reduced to mere vessels for progeny. The Zhu family had risen to prominence within the Star Luo Empire by exploiting their daughters in this manner, building their fortune upon the graves of their own kin. This is their fate. As daughters of the Zhu family, they must embrace such a destiny. Nonsense. You, old fool, are a waste of resources. Ning Rongrong, having heard of the Zhu family's bizarre rules from Zhu Qing, now fully grasped the gravity of the situation. Her fury erupted, and she unsheathed the Emperor's 7 kills sword, the golden aura of a 6th black soul ring illuminating her. Waves of sword intent surged toward the elder. Sensing the impending threat, the elder hastily summoned his martial spirit, attempting to escape. However, the sword intent had already locked onto him, cleaving him to bone with merciless precision. Does anyone else wish to strike? Witnessing the gruesome scene, everyone aligned with the elder retreated, speechless. Even Zhu Yuming, accustomed to violence, was taken aback by Ning Rongrong's prowess, his complexion paling as he rose to declare, from this day forth, our Yuming clan shall abolish its archaic rules. Everyone shall have the right to love freely, and Zhu family women will no longer be compelled to marry the Dai family. Let it be known. We shall heed the clan leader's decree. The assembly responded in unison, no one daring to voice dissent. Furthermore, Shiqing shall be the new leader of our Yuming clan. Dad, I do not wish to be the leader of the Yuming clan, nor do I want to remain in Star Luo City. I want to leave with Suge. Zhu Zhuqing firmly grasped Zhao Su's hand, her resolve unwavering. She had made up her mind to follow him wherever he might go. Perhaps spurred by a sense of urgency from Ning Rongrong. Very well, if that is your decision, I shall respect your choice. Zhu Yuming, though hesitant, ultimately acquiesced to Zhu Zhuqing's wishes. That night, Ning Rongrong shared a room with Zhu Zhuqing, while Zhao Su slept alone in another chamber. As night fell, Zhao Su found himself restless, unable to sleep. The following morning, he rose early, stepping outside to sit at a stone table, gazing toward the room where Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing resided. As the sun ascended, the two women finally emerged, appearing quite close. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained cool, yet softened with a hint of longing as she regarded Zhao Su. Have you awakened? Zhao Su hurriedly approached the two individuals he encountered, casting a glance at Ning Rongrong, who, however, chose to disregard him. Who was the other person? Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong each took hold of one of Zhao Su's arms, their hands simultaneously pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Zhu Zhuqing fixed her gaze on Zhao Su and inquired, once we return to Tiando City, I shall introduce you to her. No, You must disclose everything right now. Both women exerted their grip, and an intense wave of pain surged through Zhao Su's waist. Faced with the furious expressions of the two, Zhao Su had no choice but to confess everything. Are there any others? No, truly, there are none. I swear. Zhao Su promptly raised his right hand and declared, aside from the three of us, you are forbidden from associating with any other women. Otherwise, we shall not spare you. At this moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing had undeniably united, and under their combined influence, Zhao Su found himself utterly subdued, lacking any retort. However, this predicament brought Zhao Su immense joy, enveloping him in a profound sense of happiness. In the ensuing days, the three of them shared the same room each night, allowing Zhao Su to revel in the embrace of tenderness, reluctant to extricate himself from such bliss. It was not until 3 days later that news arrived from the Shadow Organization, reporting a grave incident at the Imperial Palace of the Tiando Empire. The Snow Knight Emperor had been gravely poisoned and was nearing his end. Zhao Su realized that it must be Qian Rinxue masquerading as Xue Qinghe who had initiated hostilities against the Heavenly Dou Empire. This revelation awakened him from his gentle reverie, urging him to hasten back to Heaven Dou City. However, before returning, he needed to visit another location. The Shadow had not only brought news of the upheaval within the Heavenly Dou Empire, but also tidings regarding Niu Gao. When Zhao Su and Niu Gao parted ways, they had agreed that if Niu Gao and his kin arrived in Heaven Dou City in Zhao Su's absence, they would make their way to the residence Zhao Su had acquired there, where members of the Shadow would be present. They could temporarily stay there while scouting for suitable locations to prepare for their endeavors. Niu Gao possessed 100 million gold soul coins. Thus he was not lacking in funds. He also recalled his promise to Zhao Su to seek out exceptional blacksmiths for the Holy Angel Trading Company. Although few could rival the craftsmanship of the forging clan in the Douluo continent, they were not entirely absent. The majority of adept blacksmiths could be found in the metal city of Gingxin. Therefore, without any delay, after arranging for his kin, Niu Gao set off for Gingxin City with several companions. He also relayed this information to the Shadow. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Su wasted no time. He met privately with Zhu Yuming, leaving her with a plethora of formidable concealed weapons for self-defense in times of peril. Zhu Zhuqing had also resolved to accompany Zhao Su on his journey. Brother Su, what are we doing in Gingxin City? Ning Rongrong inquired, somewhat perplexed. As the carriage sped toward Gingxin, Niu Gao should have already arrived in Gingxin City. We must reach there before Tang San does. Otherwise, if he gets there first, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to find competent blacksmiths. After 6 days, the trio arrived at Gingxin City. It was evident that Niu Gao had received the news. As Zhao Su's carriage appeared at the city gates, Niu Gao was already waiting. Once aboard the carriage, Niu Gao's expression was grim. Brother Niu, what troubles you? Zhao Su asked. Alas, my dear Zhao, we have arrived too late. Lu Gao has already been taken into the Tang sect by that old gorilla, Titan. Are there no other divine craftsmen available besides Lu Gao? Although Zhao Su felt a tinge of displeasure, he regarded the matter as not overly significant. In this vast land, there were only 3 master craftsmen. The president of the Blacksmith Association, Lu Gao, the vice president, Titan, and Tang Hao. At this moment, all 3 master craftsmen had already joined the Tang sect. Could we cultivate our own master craftsmen? It is indeed possible, but the time required is incalculable. And training a master craftsman is no easy feat. Over the years, only 3 have emerged. Thus, we do not necessarily need a master craftsman. It suffices to find blacksmiths capable of crafting hidden weapons and golden silk armor according to my designs. This is not an issue, I can manage it. While Niu Gao assured Zhao Su that finding blacksmiths skilled in creating hidden weapons and golden silk armor would be no problem, he still appeared somewhat disheartened. Alas, if only we had a master craftsman, we could alleviate ourselves of these concerns. Is there truly no opportunity? The chances are quite slim. Lu Gao and Titan share a close relationship, and since Lu Gao has already committed to Titan, I doubt he would change his mind easily. In that case, let us go directly to the Blacksmith Association to meet Lu Gao. I shall speak with him personally. We have no choice but to try. After Niu Gao finished speaking, he fell silent and directed the driver towards the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association. Upon their arrival, they happened to see Tang San, Titan, and Oscar exiting the headquarters, their expressions suggesting they were in good spirits. I am Niu Gao, the clan leader of the Yu family, seeking an audience with the master craftsman Lu Gao, president of the Blacksmith Association. Once Tang San and the others had departed, Niu Gao dismounted the carriage and approached the Blacksmith Association. Soon, he waved to Zhao Su, indicating that Lu Gao had indeed agreed to meet with them. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, You two wait here for me. If you feel bored, feel free to wander around and see if anything catches your fancy. Rest assured, I've got this. The 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School offers more than just supportive skills, Ning Rongrong confidently declared, patting her chest. Zhao Su nodded and dismounted from the carriage, making his way towards the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association. At this moment, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. However, the execution of this plan awaited his actual encounter with Lu Gao. Within the private forge on the 5th floor of the Blacksmith Association's headquarters, Lu Gao was engrossed in studying blueprints when Zhao Su and Niu Gao entered. He merely glanced up momentarily before returning his attention to the drawings. "What brings you to me?" Lu Gao inquired, not even lifting his head. Zhao Su did not respond to Lu Gao's words. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Niu Gao. Then, with a smile gracing his face, he approached Lu Gao. He seemingly cast a casual glance at the portion of the blueprints depicting the torrential rain needle design held by Lu Gao. These blueprints, although exquisite, appeared to be somewhat incomplete. Did you also possess knowledge of the art of forging? As soon as Zhao Su spoke, it instantly piqued the interest of Lu Gao, who for the first time cast a proper glance at Zhao Su. The torrential rain pear blossom needles, if the esteemed Lu wishes for it. I can provide you with the complete blueprints, along with a detailed introduction. You have the blueprints? Zhao Su did not respond. Instead, he retrieved several blueprints from the jade pendant at his waist, each more detailed and complete than those possessed by the skilled craftsmen of the loft. Gao merely cast a casual glance at them, yet he was utterly captivated. He carelessly tossed aside the partial blueprints that Tang San had given him onto the table and eagerly accepted the blueprints Zhao Su offered. After examining them, Gao's eyes sparkled with undeniable brilliance. To him, these blueprints resembled a stunningly beautiful woman, drawing his gaze irresistibly. Furthermore, I possess not only the blueprints for the rainfall pear blossom needles, but also designs that are even more exquisite. Zhao Su once again produced 2 sets of blueprints, one depicting the intricate details of peacock feathers, and the other illustrating the fierce beauty of the Buddha's wrath lotus. These designs were so exquisite that they seemed beyond the capabilities of mere human craftsmanship. As Lu Gao examined the 3 blueprints, his initial excitement gradually transformed into disappointment, which was soon replaced by a sense of calm. Turning to Zhao Su, he continued, "You must have some expectations in providing me with these blueprints, am I correct?" Zhao Su replied, "Indeed, I hope that President Lu will lead the Blacksmith Association to join our Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce to create concealed weapons for us, as well as the golden silk software capable of defending against these very weapons." Zhao Su did not beat around the bush, but instead addressed Lu Gao directly, stating, "Our Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce will not impose restrictions on your freedom or that of the entire Blacksmith Association. We shall provide the funding, and you, Chairman Lu, need only focus on the research of these concealed weapons. Each weapon can be inscribed with the names of the Blacksmith Association and yourself." Chapter 100, A Second Interception of Tang San. Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce? What is that? Lu Gao, having regained his excitement, momentarily set aside the blueprints and inquired of Zhao Su. Niu Gao stepped forward to elucidate the details of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce to Lu Gao. "Are you truly mere merchants, with no ties to the Spirit Hall or any factions?" After listening to Niu Gao's explanation, Lu Gao appeared visibly intrigued. Although Tang San's promises were enticing, he yearned to immerse himself solely in the study of forging techniques, wishing to avoid entanglement in the conflicts of various factions. The Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, as described by Zhao Su, seemed far more appealing to him. Of course, if we were to collaborate, you would still be the president of the Blacksmith Association and could also serve as the vice president of our Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, the forged items produced by the Blacksmith Association could be auctioned through our chamber's auction house. What do you seek in return? Quite simply, I aspire to establish the largest chamber of commerce across the Douluo continent, with the principle of remaining unentangled with any sect or power while conducting business with all of them. With just you alone, how can you protect the entire Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce? Brother Lu, you need not worry about that. Just focus on your research into concealed weapons. We will handle everything else. Provide me with all the blueprints and detailed explanations for the concealed weapons, and I shall agree to join your Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce. Ultimately, Lu Gao could not resist the allure of the exquisite concealed weapons. Naturally, besides these 3 remarkable designs, I possess dozens of various concealed weapons that I can unconditionally offer to you. Chairman Lu, dozens? That is merely a conservative estimate, Zhao Su replied, casually producing several more blueprints. Once you have thoroughly studied these, I have even more to share. Have you truly forged these before? Lu Gao scrutinized the blueprints before turning his gaze back to Zhao Su, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. He believed that while the blueprints Zhao Su provided were intricate, it was improbable that anyone could actually forge them. If that were the case, these blueprints would merely be scraps of paper. Though I share your passion for these creations, I am not as infatuated as you, Chairman Lu. I merely crafted a few in my leisure time. As Zhao Su spoke, he produced the peacock feather and the torrential rain pear blossom needle, placing them before Lu Gao. The torrential rain pear blossom needle appeared quite ordinary, merely a prototype device without anything particularly remarkable about it. What truly piqued Lu Gao's interest was the peacock feather. It was cylindrical in shape, measuring 1 foot in length, with a diameter of 3 inches at its cross-section, adorned with 2 buttons on the top. In its closed state, the peacock feather was strikingly beautiful, emanating a gentle blue hue. Such a small object could harbor 3 million concealed projectiles? Lu Gao cautiously picked up the peacock feather, examining it meticulously. The detailed blueprint for the peacock feather began with an introduction stating that, when activated, it could unleash a staggering 3 million projectiles. If Lu, as the president, harbored doubts about its potency, would he dare to test it? How to test it? Fire at me. You? Come on. I believe Lu, as the president, is also eager to witness the peacock feather in full display. Can you withstand it? Fear not, for it is my creation, and I certainly know how to counter it. Then I shall proceed. Very well. With Zhao Su's encouragement, Lu Gao felt no need for further politeness. He was not only eager to assess the power of the peacock feather, but also to gauge Zhao Su's prowess. Zhao Su was acutely aware of Lu Gao's intentions, which is why he chose to position himself as the target, allowing Lu Gao to assess the potency of the peacock feather. As Lu Gao pressed the button concealed beneath the peacock feather, the cylindrical form began to unfurl, cloaked in a delicate azure hue, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its resplendent plumage. At the moment the peacock feather blossomed, countless silver needles were instantaneously propelled toward Zhao Su, saturating an area within a 10-meter radius around him. Thus, escape was rendered utterly impossible for Zhao Su. Clang, clang, clang. At that instant, Zhao Su seamlessly merged with the indomitable body of the holy angel spirit, conjuring a colossal hand that intercepted all the projectiles within the 10-meter range. However, Zhao Su deliberately allowed a few of the hidden weapons to pierce his defenses. My young friend, what level are you at this moment? Lu Gao inquired, as he retracted the now-closed peacock feather and turned his gaze toward Zhao Su. Zhao Su did not conceal his abilities. Instead, he directly unleashed his 12-winged seraphim martial soul. Upon witnessing the 2 black and 6 red soul rings, Lu Gao's eyes widened in astonishment, his pupils reflecting disbelief. I am but a humble soul master who has just ascended to the rank of an 83rd level soul Douluo. Soul Douluo? The configuration of 2 black and 6 red soul rings? Surely, I am not mistaken. Indeed, what President Lu has witnessed today is entirely genuine. Such a level and such a soul ring configuration cannot fully withstand the lethality of the peacock feather. Among the concealed weapons I am familiar with, the peacock feather ranks merely 4th. Even so, should it be used unexpectedly, killing a tidal Douluo would be a straightforward endeavor. Very well, I concede. Henceforth, my blacksmith association shall serve as a branch of your Seraphim Chamber of Commerce, with all blacksmiths heeding your command. Since this is the case, it seems we are now family. Hereas to a fruitful collaboration, Brother Lu. Upon hearing the news from Lu Gao, Zhao Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the assistance of Lu Gao and the Blacksmithing Association, he could swiftly delve into the creation of a golden thread software capable of withstanding Tang San's Zhuge Divine Crossbow, rendering Tang San's hidden weapons utterly ineffective. As for the software to counter the peacock feather and the rainstorm pear blossom needle, Zhao Su had no intention of researching them. The effort would be too great, and even if Tang San were given the opportunity to craft them, the quantity would be limited and would not significantly impact the overall battlefield. Subsequently, Zhao Su conferred with Lu Gao, determining that the headquarters of the Blacksmithing Association would remain in Gingxin City, merely adding the emblem of the Holy Angel to its sign. The management of the blacksmithing headquarters in Gingxin City would be entrusted to Lu Gao's senior apprentice. Lu Gao, along with his other 2 apprentices and a dozen master blacksmiths, would set forth for Tiando City to establish a branch of the Blacksmithing Association. There, Lu Gao could focus solely on honing his forging skills. Furthermore, all items crafted by members of the Blacksmithing Association would receive priority for auction at the Holy Angel Trading Company, with all profits going directly to them without any fees deducted. In addition to this, The Holy Angel Trading Company would allocate funds to pay each blacksmith a monthly wage of 10 golden soul coins. Such conditions and remuneration were unparalleled across the continent. Besides serving as the president of the Blacksmithing Association, Lu Gao also held the position of vice president at the Holy Angel Trading Company, overseeing its forging department. The next day, when Titan and Tang San returned to the blacksmithing headquarters to seek Lu Gao, they were informed by Lu Gao's senior apprentice, Long, that Lu Gao had already departed for Tiando City with his 2 other apprentices and several master blacksmiths. Chapter 101. The Darkness of Tang San. Alas, I never anticipated being outmaneuvered by Zhao Su once again. Upon hearing Long's words, Titan sighed. Who exactly is this Zhao Su? Have you ever offended him in the past? No, his identity is quite enigmatic. All I know is that he is likely unrelated to the Spirit Hall. Beyond that, I possess no further knowledge. Tang San's expression was decidedly grim. Even though he had been able to endure multiple setbacks caused by Zhao Su, his composure was beginning to fray. Nonetheless, Tang San was acutely aware that with his current strength, neither the Spirit Hall nor Zhao Su were adversaries he could confront. Thus, he could only continue to bear it in silence. What shall we do next? Titan, sensing Tang San's change in demeanor, refrained from further commentary and instead inquired about their next course of action. We must return to Tiando City. Our presence here has become futile. We can only seek an approach through the Tiando royal family. Will the Tiando royal family genuinely oppose the Spirit Hall? They have no choice. Should the Spirit Hall's power continue to rise, the Tiando Empire's status as a hegemon alongside the Star Luo Empire will be jeopardized, even leading to their total annihilation. For their own survival, they will inevitably resist the Spirit Hall. Indeed, that's a valid point. What about the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Titan understood that the relationship between Ning Rongrong and Zhao Su was far from ordinary. Although the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School harbored animosity towards the Spirit Hall, it was uncertain how Ning Rongrong would influence her father, Ning Fingji, who had always been exceedingly fond of her. If Ning Rongrong were to persuade Ning Fingji to abandon his quest for vengeance, it would spell catastrophic consequences for Tang San and his companions. After all, a significant portion of their funding relied on the support of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. We must swiftly resolve our funding issues to prevent the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School from abruptly withdrawing their support. We need to devise a countermeasure. Do you have any ideas? It's too early to say. Tang San's ruthlessness far exceeded the facade he presented. When others could aid him, he would employ any means necessary to win them over. However, should their assistance wane, he would cast them aside without hesitation. Moreover, Tang San harbored no complete trust in anyone, even towards Tang Hao and his master, whom he often referred to as his second father. He merely viewed them as tools for his own purposes. This tendency was a habit cultivated in his previous life. The so-called Tang sect was merely a third-rate sect that relied on poison and hidden weapons, employing methods that were hardly respectable. In his past life, Tang San had only been an outer disciple of the Tang sect. His desire to establish the Tang sect in the Douluo continent, claiming it was to oppose the cruelty of the Spirit Hall and to protect all sects victimized by them, was merely a facade to fulfill his own aspirations of becoming the true master of the Tang sect. The rest were merely stepping stones for his ambitions. As Lu Gao had already departed Gingxin City with his apprentices and materials were nearly procured, they wasted no time and hastened their return to Tiando City. Little Ao, I speak the truth. In the Yuji clan of Longxing City, the fatty witnessed with his own eyes that Rongrong and Zhao Su have long since become an item. I advise you to relinquish any hopes regarding Rongrong, Tang San said to the glum-faced Oscar in the carriage. Ostensibly, he was offering consolation, yet in reality, he sought to sow discord between Oscar and Zhao Su. Zhao Su had already formed a bond with Zhu Zhuqing. Even if Zhao Su pursued Rongrong, she would not reciprocate. Oscar, however, remained skeptical of Tang San's words. He had seen Ning Rongrong and Zhao Su together in the frozen forest. Although Zhao Su had taken his soul beast for Ning Rongrong, Oscar sensed that Ning Rongrong held no feelings for Zhao Su. Her journey with Zhao Su was merely a means to find a powerful protector and secure her 7th soul ring. Little Ao, I understand your deep affections for Rongrong, but Brother San is right. The relationship between Rongrong and Zhao Su is indeed unusual. Enough, I know what I should do, Oscar replied, turning his head away to ignore Tang San and Ma Hongjun. Observing Oscar's demeanor, both Tang San and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances that revealed a hint of cunning, albeit their thoughts diverged entirely. When Zhao Su, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, along with Niu Gao and Lu Gao returned to Tiando City, they were greeted at the city gate by Niu Gao's son, Niu Bin. Father, Senior Zhao, I have already selected the location for our Holy Angel Trading Company's headquarters and purchased the land. Construction is underway and should be completed in about a month. Excellent. Brother Nyo's efficiency is truly commendable. From now on, you need not call me senior. Just refer to me as Zhao Su. Zhao Su was quite pleased with the efficiency exhibited by Nyo Ben. Moreover, he understood that, in contrast to the vice presidents like Nyo Gao and Lu Gao, it was truly Nyo Ben and his team who were diligent in their efforts. How could this be acceptable? How could it not be? Is Brother Nyo leading us to see it now? Very well, then I shall still address you as president. Nyo Ben cast a glance at Nyo Gao and continued, President, I have chosen the location for the headquarters of our Saint Angel Chamber of Commerce to be near the courtyard you purchased, acquiring all the surrounding residences centered around the courtyard. As he spoke, Nyo Ben boarded the carriage, heading towards the site of the under-construction headquarters. Upon entering the city, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing exchanged mysterious glances with Zhao Su before departing together. They did not disclose their destination, but in the bustling Do city. They were unlikely to encounter any peril, thus Zhao Su paid it little mind. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Saint Angel Chamber of Commerce, Nyo Ben meticulously presented his design to Zhao Su, covering every detail comprehensively. As Zhao Su was not well versed in such matters, he entrusted everything to Nyo Ben. However, he did make one request, to establish a specialized forging facility for Lu Gao and the master blacksmiths he brought along, constructed entirely according to Lu Gao's specifications. Nyo Ben, naturally, did not refuse this request and proceeded to collaborate with Lu Gao on the setup of the forge. Master, clan leader Yang and his kin have arrived. At that moment, a member of the shadow organization entered the room, addressing Zhao Su with respect. Please, do come in. With that, Zhao Su and Nyo Gao rose to their feet and went out to greet them. With the arrival of Yang Wudi, all members of the Saint Angel Chamber of Commerce had gathered, eagerly awaiting the completion of the construction to officially unveil the sign of the Saint Angel Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Su understood that he could not remain here indefinitely. To prepare for any eventuality, he entrusted Yang Wudi with a papal order, instructing him to present it to anyone from the Spirit Hall who dared to cause trouble. Should they disregard this warning, he would not hesitate to eliminate them all, leaving the aftermath for Zhao Su to handle. Chapter 102. Tang Yuehua, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shuqing. Once Zhao Su had arranged accommodations for everyone, he departed. His destination was to meet Zhang Ying, to inquire about the final piece of the nine-winged dragon's remains, as well as the recent upheavals within the Tiando Imperial Palace. My lord, after leaving the under-construction headquarters of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Su strolled leisurely down the street. It was not long before a voice called out from behind him. Soon, Zhang Ying, cloaked in a dark robe, appeared at his side. As Zhang Ying revealed his true form, the robe dissipated. What is the situation within the Tiando Imperial Palace? Qian Rinxue has completely taken control of the palace. The snake spear Douluo, the Douluo, and two other titled Douluos, leading nearly 5,000 soul masters, have firmly established their dominance over the entire palace. For titled Douluos along with 5,000 soul masters, quite an impressive display. It seems Qian Rinxue has even hidden the remains of the nine-winged dragon upon realizing I was searching for them. Is she aware of your identity? Not precisely. It's quite possible she suspects a connection between me and my master. Does Bibi Dong know of Qian Rinxue's actions? Currently, Bibi Dong is solely focused on enhancing her own strength, striving for a perfect fusion of her two soul spirits, and has been in seclusion. Hong Feng has informed us that Qian Rinxue's maneuvers are likely supported by Qian Douluo from behind the scenes. Qian Douluo? Indeed, his activities have become increasingly frequent, and it is very likely he has undermined Bibi Dong's authority, effectively taking control of the Spirit Hall. I understand. Have the remains from the Star Luo Empire been located? Zhang Ying said nothing further, merely handing Zhao Su the remains of the nine-winged dragon. Holding the fragment that radiated the essence of the nine-winged dragon, Zhao Su contemplated how to acquire the last piece from Qian Rinxue. Go seek Du Gubo. Have him enlist Tang San's aid to help detoxify the Snow Knight Emperor, thus compelling Qian Rinxue to act prematurely. Will Tang San trust Du Gubo? Rest assured, over the years, Du Gubo and Tang San have interacted frequently, and Tang San holds a considerable trust in him. Understood. I shall make the arrangements at once. After Zhang Ying departed, Zhao Su returned directly to Shrek Academy. Having not seen Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing for an entire day left him with an inexplicable sense of unease. Zhao Su was well aware that Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong would undoubtedly return to Shrek Academy. Thus, he made his way directly towards the esteemed institution. Upon his arrival at Shrek Academy, he was greeted by a cacophony of sounds emanating from the academy's playground. Zhao Su casually inquired with the student, and soon learned that it was the Four Elements Academy that had come to challenge them. Among them was the Thunder Academy, supported by the Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. Representing the Thunder Academy was Yu Tianxin. Zhao Su's primary purpose for traveling to the north, aside from honing his skills, was to seek out Yu Tianheng. However, he ultimately ended up with Ning Rongrong, even recruiting the Yu and Pa clans as well as the Blacksmith Association. Yet he failed to locate Yu Tianheng. Those from the Shadow clan reported that Yu Tianheng had vanished after entering the northern snow mountains. Initially, Zhao Su intended to venture into the northern snow mountains, but he ultimately decided against it. Besides Yu Tianxin, there were also the Fire Twins, Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu, along with Feng Xiaodian. Although these individuals did not possess the extraordinary talents akin to the Shrek 7 monsters, they were still distinguished figures among the younger generation. The detection of the presence of one of the 9 guardian dragons, the Fire Dragon, as well as the aura capable of evolving into the Candle Dragon from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, caught Zhao Su's attention. Standing amidst the crowd, he focused on Huo Wushuang, who was unleashing his unique fire-explosive dragon martial soul, and Yu Tianxin, who stood not far away, refraining from taking action. Zhao Su's lips curled into a smile, as he had already devised a plan in his heart. At present, in addition to the Bone Dragon and the Kuei Dragon he had acquired, he also possessed clues regarding the Golden Sacred Dragon summoned through the martial soul fusion technique of Master Flander and the duo of Lu Erlong and Long San. Furthermore, he had obtained the Candle Dragon from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family's evolution. He had gathered 8 fragments of the remains and was merely 1 fragment short of the 9-winged Yinglong. Additionally, there was the Fire Dragon that could evolve from the unique fire-explosive dragon of Huo Wushuang. However, he still lacked any leads on the last 3, the White Dragon, the Azure Dragon, and the Sea Dragon. Zhao Su resolutely etched the names of Yu Tianxin and Huo Wushuang in his heart, preparing to seek an opportune moment for a meaningful conversation with them. Having made this decision, he did not linger. The individuals from the Four Elements Academy could now be likened to stray dogs within the esteemed Academy of the Heaven Do Empire, which currently held the top rank. It was unlikely that any significant upheaval would occur. Senior Zhao. Just as Zhao Su intended to visit the accommodations he had arranged for the Shrek 7 monsters to check on the return of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, a timid voice called out to him. "Are you calling me?" Zhao Su turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld a youth, seemingly around 14 or 15 years of age, clad in a soiled yellow Shrek Academy uniform, standing there with palpable anxiety. "Indeed. Ning Rongrong and senior sister Zhu Zhuqing have sent me to inform you that they await you in the bamboo grove behind the academy." After delivering his message, the boy hurriedly took his leave. "They are waiting for me in the bamboo grove?" Zhao Su murmured a remark without much thought and proceeded toward the bamboo grove behind the academy. Within the grove, alongside the tall bamboo, an array of vibrant flowers and lush greenery flourished, creating a picturesque setting, ideal for romantic encounters. The fresh air was imbued with a delicate floral fragrance, naturally uplifting one's spirits. However, the gentle smile that once adorned Zhao Su's face soon faded. In the midst of the bamboo forest stood a stone table, at which 3 individuals were seated, each a paragon of beauty in their own right. Though each possessed a unique allure, they were unmistakably stunning. These were Tang Yuehua, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Upon returning to Tiando City, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had followed Zhao Su's directions to find Tang Yuehua Yuexin. Upon encountering the trio with their unfriendly gazes, Zhao Su felt an impulse to retreat. Just then, Tang Yuehua made her move, without any visible action. She seemed to vanish and reappear right in front of him. "Zhao Su, where do you think you're going?" Tang Yuehua inquired, hands on her hips, her tone laced with mischief. "I'm not going anywhere, just feeling hungry and thought I'd grab a bite." Zhao Su replied. "Hungry, are you? Come here," she declared, playfully tugging at Zhao Su's ear and guiding him to the stone table, urging him to take a seat. "Since you are all here, introductions are unnecessary," Zhao Su said, his demeanor growing earnest. "I swear, each of you is my beloved, and I would gladly sacrifice my life for each of you." The 3 women simultaneously emitted a hum of disbelief, their expressions mirroring one another as they scrutinized Zhao Su in silence, causing a wave of nervousness to wash over him. However, under Zhao Su's earnest declaration, the trio soon found it impossible to contain their laughter. They acknowledged one another as close sisters, which left Zhao Su feeling somewhat superfluous. Watching them chat and laugh, a content smile crept onto Zhao Su's face. Madam, just as Zhao Su pondered how he would spend the night, a voice drew him back from his reverie. The four turned towards the source of the voice to see Chief Steward Aota standing nearby, respectfully addressing Tang Yuehua. Upon seeing Aota, Tang Yuehua's smile gradually faded, and her demeanor shifted from approachable to one of regal authority that was difficult to gaze upon directly. At that moment, her soul power had reached the 35th rank of Soul King. With her rising power, the aura emanating from her noble domain intensified. What is it? Tang Yuehua gestured for Aota to approach before inquiring. Madam, we have received word from the palace that Emperor Xueje is gravely ill, and it seems the palace has fallen under external control, as Yuexian was a place for the royal aristocracy of the Tiando Empire to learn etiquette. They naturally had their own informants within the palace. Moreover, during her youth, Tang Yuehua had ventured out and traveled alongside Xueje, who was then the crown prince. After ascending the throne, he had pursued her with the intention of making her empress, but Tang Yuehua had declined. Although they could not become husband and wife, Emperor Xueje had always held affection for her. He had long suspected issues regarding Xue Qinghe and had sent a secret letter to Tang Yuehua, along with a decree. The letter indicated that should he meet an untimely demise, she should use this decree to unite with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Prince Xuexing to prevent Xue Qinghe from passing the throne to Xuebing. Despite Emperor Xueye's relatively low soul power, his imperial strategies were unparalleled. What? Upon hearing out his words, Tang Yuehua furrowed her brow and turned to Zhao Su, saying, Su, it seems that Xue Qinghe has indeed acted against him, just as Xueye predicted. You knew there was a problem with Xue Qinghe? Zhao Su asked. 3 months ago, Xueye sent me a secret letter along with a decree. Tang Yuehua recounted every detail to Zhao Su. At this moment, Zhao Su was undoubtedly her most trusted confidant, and there was no need for her to conceal anything from him. Let us head to the palace at once, Zhao Su declared. Then turned to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing. Rongrong, you and Zhu Qing go to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and ensure that the sect leader does not go to the palace. Understood, I'll know what to do. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement before departing with Zhu Qing toward the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Zhao Su's actions were merely a precaution, as he wished to keep Ning Fingji from becoming embroiled in the conflict between the Heaven-Do Empire and the Spirit Hall. They departed, and Zhao Su, along with Tang Yuehua, first returned to the Moon Pavilion, where they retrieved the secret letter and the Imperial Edict before seeking out Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi, with his profound knowledge of pharmacology and poisons, was the one who had previously cured the Snow Knight Emperor in the original tale. Hence, Zhao Su called upon him once more. The Snow Knight Emperor must not perish at this juncture, should he pass away. Internal strife would inevitably ensue within the Heaven-Do Empire, whether it be due to Xue Qinghe ascending the throne or Xuebing succeeding him. Such a scenario would undoubtedly weaken the nation, and the Spirit Hall would not let such an opportunity slip by. Zhao Su was not yet prepared for the Spirit Hall to initiate war so soon. Ever since the last time the system spoke to Zhao Su in cryptic terms, he had been unable to find peace within himself. Initially, he believed that by gathering the 9 divine dragons of defense and completing the tasks assigned by the system, he would attain divinity and perhaps return to his original world. However, upon deeper reflection, he began to perceive the tasks and demands set forth by the system as indications that he was merely a pawn in a grander scheme, manipulated by forces beyond his control. He even started to doubt whether, upon assembling the 9 divine dragons and achieving divinity, he would still hold any significance, or if he would simply become a discarded piece in the system's game. Yet, Zhao Su found himself with no options available, compelled to follow the system's directives while nurturing his own plans and thoughts. Presently, he approached the quest for the 9 divine dragons with less urgency than before, intentionally slowing his progress. Upon their arrival at the Imperial Palace, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any maids or eunuchs, save for the patrolling Imperial guards. Before the Grand Hall where the Snow Knight Emperor resided, Tang San, along with Master, Flinder, Lu Erlong, and the poisoned Douluo, confronted Xue Qinghe. Tang San's party was determined to enter the hall to see the Snow Knight Emperor, but Xue Qinghe obstinately barred their entry, even attempting to persuade Tang San to join the Spirit Hall. When Tang San proposed 2 conditions, the first being the execution of all those from the Spirit Hall who had hunted his beloved, including the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo, Xue Qinghe agreed without hesitation. Zhao Su, who had just arrived, caught this exchange and smirked coldly at Xue Qinghe, reflecting inwardly, truly, she is the daughter of the master of the Hidden Room. As ruthless as her father, willing to go to any lengths to achieve her goals. Xue Qinghe, even with Daolu supporting you. The spirit hall is not yours to command. Upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, not only did Shweqing's eyes narrow, but the expressions of the serpent spear and porcupine fish Douluo behind her revealed a hint of unease. Tang San, upon seeing Zhao Su, also exhibited a flicker of malice in his gaze. Zhao Su had become an unwelcome specter, continuously thwarting his plans. This moment was Tang San's prime opportunity to align himself with the Snow Knight Emperor, yet Zhao Su's reappearance was a setback. What I choose to do is none of your concern, Shweqing thought. Having infiltrated the Heaven Do Empire since the age of 9 and meticulously plotting for over 2 decades, sacrificing everything for her ambition, failure was not an option. Thus, prior to commencing her plan, she had mobilized 3,000 soul masters from the Spirit Hall, in addition to those under her command within the Heaven Do Empire, amassing a formidable force of 5,000. Most crucially, aside from the Serpent Spear and Porcupine Fish Douluo, 4 esteemed offerings from the Spirit Hall, numbered 2, 3, 6, and 7, had been dispatched by Douluo to his sister. Each of these individuals had attained the formidable rank of 95 level Super Douluo, with the second offering, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, reaching an exceptional 98 level, making him the second most powerful in the Spirit Hall after Douluo. Therefore, Shweqing felt assured of her impending success. Moreover, she was deliberately stalling for time. The longer the delay, the deeper the Snow Knight Emperor's poisoning would become, eventually rendering it unmanageable, beyond even divine intervention. Chapter 104. The ultimate choice of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Shweqing, you are not who you claim to be, nor the rightful heir of the Snow Knight Emperor. Thus, even if the Snow Knight Emperor were to perish, you would never inherit the throne. At this moment, Tang San interjected, unfurling the secret letter penned by the Snow Knight Emperor for Shweqing to see, alongside the Imperial Edict. Humph. And what of it? If I eliminate all of you, who will know my secrets? Shweqing, now thoroughly unhinged, realized that if she failed tonight, all her efforts over the past 20 years would be for naught. Despite her meticulous calculations, she had overlooked Tang San. She had not anticipated that, under her vigilant watch, the Snow Knight Emperor had managed to send a secret letter. Kill them. Leave none alive. With Shweqing's command, the Serpent Spear and Porcupine Fish Douluo acted without hesitation, charging towards Zhao Su and his companions. The Soul Masters encircling them surged forward, intent on confrontation. Zhao Su refrained from engaging directly, instead. He gently encircled Tang San's waist and swiftly retreated to a secure location, adopting a vantage point to observe the unfolding conflict. Yang Wudi did not withdraw. Ever since Zhao Su had rectified the flaw in his martial spirit, he had longed to find an opponent to test the potency of his newfound offensive capabilities. Zhao Su is extraordinarily formidable. He has been afforded no opportunity whatsoever. Although Niu Gao also possesses a level akin to a Soul Douluo, he is inherently inferior to Zhao Su. Thus, there is no necessity for a contest. In ordinary circumstances, finding a title Douluo is an exceedingly arduous task. Yet now, by sheer happenstance, several title Douluos have appeared, and moreover, in a manner that allows for a battle without the threat of fatal repercussions. Naturally, Yang Wudi has unleashed his full potential. Armed with the soul-devouring spear, which emanates a sinister black flame, he charges forth towards the Porcupine Douluo. Su, are you not going to intervene and assist them? Tang San inquired of Zhao Su. There's no rush. Let them engage for a while. Besides, there are still some lurking in the shadows who have yet to reveal themselves. Zhao Su gazed into the darkness not far away, where the 4 revered members of the Spirit Hall resided. Second revered, should we not intervene? A strikingly handsome man, even more exquisite than some women, inquired of the towering Golden Crocodile Douluo. There's no rush, replied the beautiful man, who was none other than Qingwan Douluo, the 3rd revered. The Grand Revered has instructed us that now is not the time to provoke Zhao Su. Observing the battlefield, he grimaced at the sight of the increasingly beleaguered Snake Spear Douluo and Spike Porcupine Douluo under siege. He found it perplexing that the decisions of Douluo and Golden Crocodile Douluo left him bewildered. It was inconceivable that a single Zhao Su, merely standing there without making a move, could instill such fear in 4 Super Douluos, each above level 95. The thought of this spreading would undoubtedly become a grand joke. Meanwhile, Tang San and Shweqing had begun their own confrontation. Though Shweqing was a few years older and possessed a higher soul power, Tang San gradually gained the upper hand with the assistance of his 8 spider lances and the killing god domain, compelling Shweqing to reluctantly unleash his angel domain, thereby alleviating his disadvantage. When Tang San revealed his Haotian hammer, infused with the killing god domain, he executed the secret technique of the Haotian sect, the chaotic cloak hammer method. The 91st strike shattered Xueqing his angel domain, sending him flying. However, Tang San too suffered considerable harm. I never expected you to be this formidable. My admiration for you grows. Here is your final chance. Pledge your loyalty to the Spirit Hall. Xueqing had declared. Impossible. Tang San replied resolutely. With a cold snort, Xueqing and he resumed their fierce battle, soon resulting in mutual devastation. Xueqing's pallor deepened as he coughed up blood. The snake spear Douluo, entangled by Douluo, witnessed this, and, disregarding everything else, unleashed his power to repel Douluo and swiftly headed towards Xueqing. Yet, he was soon ensnared once more by Douluo. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, the golden crocodile, unable to restrain himself any longer, realized that any misfortune befalling Xueqing, who was, in fact, Qianrenxue, would be untenable to explain upon returning to the Spirit Hall. With the arrival of the 4 super Douluos, each above level 95, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Yang Wudi was effortlessly repelled by the twin brothers Qianjun and Jiang Mo. Had it not been for Zhao Su's covert assistance, Yang Wudi would have perished beneath their dragon-patterned sticks. Both Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Mo Douluo sensed a formidable mental presence looming over them, thus refraining from further pursuit of Yang Wudi. Douluo, recognizing the precarious situation, hastily extricated himself as well. In the end, only Tang San, Master, Flinder, and Lu Erlong remained on the battlefield, as the sun and moon radiated their brilliance. The golden iron triangle centered around the Master initiated their fusion technique, aiming to protect Tang San as they fought their way out. The majestic golden dragon soaring above their heads appeared increasingly imposing, especially with its emanating golden light exuding immense pressure. Aside from the Master, who was in his 50s, Lu Erlong and Flinder had reached level 89, mere steps away from becoming titled Douluos. With their current strength, they might not even be able to withstand 1 or 2 titled Douluos, yet they faced 6, 4 of whom were super Douluos exceeding level 95. Their prospects seemed utterly bleak. It must be noted that beyond level 90, each advancement to title Douluo represents a qualitative transformation, particularly those surpassing level 95, who were on an entirely different plane compared to ordinary title Douluos. Su, will you not make a move? Tang Yuewa questioned. Concern etched on her face as she watched Tang San and the others fall into peril. After all, Tang San was her dear nephew, and she could not bear to witness his demise. Just a little longer. Zhao Su cast his gaze towards the Grand Hall, where the 6 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall stood at various exits. Moreover, he sensed several formidable auras approaching from that direction. Zhao Su was aware of the presence of Ning Fingxi from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, as well as Sword Douluo Chen Xin and Bone Douluo Gu Rong. Their arrival indicated that Ning Fingxi had disregarded Rong Rong's counsel. Tang Yuewa also sensed the change in Zhao Su, reaching out to grasp his arm, activating her noble domain to envelop him and restore his calm. At that moment, 3 figures descended beside Tang San and the Master, Ning Fingxi, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong. Due to the evolution of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower, Ning Fengji's soul power had rapidly ascended, now reaching the formidable rank of a level 91 title Douluo. With this enhancement, his supportive abilities had become increasingly formidable. Coupled with Chen Xin, who, despite losing an arm, had attained a breakthrough to level 97, and Gu Rong, who had reached level 96, the trio could potentially restrain or even eliminate the opposing 4 titled Douluos. Additionally, the combined Trinity fusion technique of the Golden Iron Triangle could effectively counter one adversary. Douluo and Yang Wudi had also returned to the battlefield, although injured. Their combined efforts were more than sufficient to confront a single opponent. At this juncture, the balance of power had shifted to a near parity of 50-50, with Tang San's side holding a slight advantage. Ning Zhongzhu, the towering figure of the Golden Douluo, cast a cold gaze toward Ning Fingxi, remarking, "Opposing the Spirit Hall will lead to dire consequences. Humph, the moment your Spirit Hall attacked our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, we were fated to a bitter confrontation." Ning Fengji, clad in white and exuding a scholarly demeanor, revealed a rare glimmer of murderous intent and formidable fighting spirit in his eyes. "Very well. Let today mark the complete annihilation of your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Chen Xin, standing beside Ning Fengji, though missing an arm, emanated an aura akin to a sharpened sword, even more potent than before. To extinguish our 7 treasure glazed tile school, you ought to send your esteemed high priest. Gu Rong snorted coldly, then without hesitation, charged toward the golden crocodile Douluo. 9 treasures, unmatched brilliance. As Ning Fingji invoked the soul mantra, the 9th soul ring atop the 9 treasure glazed tile tower illuminated, instantly radiating 2 streams of 9-colored light that enveloped Gu Rong and Chen Xin, elevating their momentum to its zenith. Yang Wudi and Dugabo also engaged, each seeking a worthy opponent. Meanwhile, the master and his companions refrained from direct combat, instead activating their Trinity fusion technique, manifesting as a golden holy dragon with golden wings, poised in the air, ready to provide support. Although Chen Xin wielded a sword of icy brilliance in place of his lost arm, he fought fiercely without defense, each strike a life or death gamble. With Ning Fingji's invincible divine light aiding him, he momentarily suppressed both the golden crocodile Douluo and the azure phoenix Douluo. On Gu Rong's side, he faced 2 opponents, summoning the true form of the bone dragon, which roared and disrupted the fusion technique of the brothers Qianjun and Jiangma. Following Gu Rong's dragon's roar, the bone dragon within Zhao Su's golden pool responded, and as its 9th soul ring shone, flesh began to manifest upon its massive skeletal frame, ultimately transforming into a 5-clawed divine dragon. In that moment, the bone dragon surged forth from the golden pool, merging with the 5-clawed divine dragon, enveloping the brothers Qianjun and Jiangma with its immense spiritual presence. Observing this, Zhao Su furrowed his brow. Do not worry. This merely reflects the bloodline connection of the bone dragon. Once Gu Rong's bone transformation dragon dissipates, the bone dragon spirit will naturally return to the golden pool. Will the bone dragon spirit merge each time Gu Rong summons the bone transformation dragon? Not necessarily. This instance is unique. If my intuition serves me right, Gu Rong has once again elevated his soul power through a special method. What is the essence of the 9 divine dragons' protective spirit? That cannot be disclosed. The system reiterated its enigmatic nature, and Zhao Su had grown accustomed to such cryptic responses. Humph. With a cold snort, Zhao Su no longer hesitated and took action. Buzz. The Imperial 7 Kills sword was drawn from its sheath, and in that very moment, it transformed into 36 exquisite swords imbued with supreme sword intent. They surged forth towards the golden crocodile Douluo and his companions. Sensing an unprecedented and formidable sword intent, the golden crocodile Douluo was momentarily engulfed by fear. He swiftly distanced himself from Chen Xin, retreating rapidly. Today, I shall grant you an opportunity. Depart now? Zhao Su intervened to halt the ongoing conflict between the 2 factions, with the Emperor's 7 Kills sword hovering beside him. This time, Zhao Su held nothing back. The full might of the Emperor's 7 Kills sword was unleashed. Even the formidable golden crocodile Douluo, at the pinnacle of level 98, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the face of its sword intent. Grandfather Golden Crocodile cannot leave. We must eliminate them today. Otherwise, our years of meticulous planning will be in vain. Qian Renxue, having revealed her true form, appeared somewhat pale as she urgently called out to the golden crocodile Douluo. Take your people and leave at once. Zhao Su let out a furious roar, sending Qian Renxue flying through the air. A mouthful of fresh blood was expelled, had it not been for the intervention of the golden crocodile Douluo. Qian Renxue would have suffered grave injuries at this moment. Your Holiness, this mission is crucial to securing the support of His Holiness the Pope, representing a rare opportunity for the Spirit Hall. Remember, I am not your Pope. You must heed my words. As Zhao Su cast his gaze towards the golden crocodile, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within the latter, rendering him unable to meet Zhao Su's eyes. Indeed, I shall adhere to your Majesty's teachings. With these words echoing in the air, everyone promptly withdrew from the palace. After addressing the soul masters of the Spirit Hall, the golden crocodile performed another bow to Zhao Su, cradling Qian Renxue, and made his way out of the palace. Once the 6 titled Douluos and the soul masters from the Spirit Hall departed, Zhao Su turned his attention to the trio of masters. At this moment, their triune martial soul fusion technique remained intact. The golden-hued holy dragon soaring above their heads appeared increasingly majestic, particularly with the radiant golden light emanating from it, exuding formidable pressure. Apart from the master, who was at level 50, Lu Erlong and Flinder had already reached level 89, just a step away from attaining the title Douluo rank. System, can the holy dragon be absorbed now? No. At present, the holy dragon lacks a complete soul. Absorbing it now would only yield an incomplete holy dragon soul, which remains insufficient for divinity. Hearing this, Zhao Su felt a twinge of disappointment. His identity had now been thoroughly exposed. It was evidently impossible to entice the masters any further. Moreover, with the master treating Tang San as his own son, He would undoubtedly assist Tang San against the Spirit Hall. There was no guarantee that within this trio, someone would not encounter an unfortunate fate on the battlefield against the Spirit Hall. Should even one of them face such a misfortune, it would be irrevocable for Zhao Su. Rest assured, in critical moments, the system will intervene. You are among the most exceptional of the 3,000 hosts chosen by the system and shall not be easily forsaken. 3,000 hosts. Indeed, do you believe Tang San's crossing was merely a coincidence? After uttering this, the system fell silent, yet its words deepened Zhao Su's unease. Zhao Su inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the myriad of emotions swirling within him. He then turned his gaze towards Tang San, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that you truly possess the means to resurrect Xiaowu. It appears I have underestimated you. Were you the one orchestrating events from the shadows that day in the Star Do Forest, aiding Bibi Dong?" Upon meeting Zhao Su's eyes, Tang San's expression sharpened, infused with a potent aura of murderous intent. Although Zhao Su had remained concealed during the hunt for Xiaowu, Tang San had sensed his presence, albeit without confirmation. Today, however, his suspicions were unequivocally validated. Indeed, this time, Zhao Su chose not to disguise his identity. He had come to realize that there was no longer any need for subterfuge. While he would not defy the tasks assigned by the system, he intended to devise his own strategies to gradually liberate himself from its grasp. The first step towards this liberation was to grow stronger. Only through strength could one adeptly navigate any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 106. Preparing to break free from the system, a new plan. Why do you act thus? Tang San's fists tightened, yet he ultimately restrained his impulse to engage Zhao Su in a fierce struggle. There is no reason, Zhao Su replied coldly. Xiaowu is your beloved, but to me, she is merely a 10,000-year soul beast, a source of soul rings and bones, nothing more. Zhao Su, I will undoubtedly avenge Xiaowu and the others, and I shall bring ruin to the Spirit Hall. I await that day. Anticipating your ascent to power and the moment you attain divinity. Zhao Su was not overly concerned with Tang San's threats in his heart. The most significant threat had ceased to be Tang San. He would not impose restrictions on all individuals achieving divinity. However, before Tang San ascended, he had a task to undertake, to assist Bibi Dong in attaining godhood. He intended to facilitate the fusion of Bibi Dong's dual martial souls, enabling her to complete the 9 trials of the Rakshasa God. When the Rakshasa God descended, he aimed to completely usurp her position. Zhao Su was curious to witness the strength of a god who did not inherit, but rather obliterated the previous deity. Master Ning, have you truly resolved to conspire with them and oppose me? Zhao Su declared, I do not wish to be your enemy. I merely stand on the side of justice. I cannot allow the Spirit Hall to instigate war, disregarding the lives of countless individuals for the sake of their own power. Nor can I allow the lives of hundreds from the 7 treasures glazed tile sect to be lost in vain. Given this, I have nothing further to say. As he spoke, Zhao Su tossed a small porcelain vial to Ning Fengji. If you still trust me, the elixir within can neutralize the poison planted by the Snow Knight Emperor. What do you mean by this? Ning Fengji inquired, holding the vial with a hint of skepticism. This serves as my apology for the fallen disciples of your 7 treasures glazed tile sect. From now on, I shall show no mercy towards your sect, Zhao Su asserted. Zhao Su, although Rongrong has never spoken of her feelings for you, I understand them. Why must you pledge your allegiance to the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengji continued, observing Zhao Su as he turned to leave. If you abandon the darkness for the light, I will agree to allow Rongrong to marry you and entrust the 7 treasures glazed tile sect to both you and Rongrong. Uncle Ning, I cannot do that, Zhao Su replied. Then are you truly willing to let Rongrong be heartbroken for your sake? Or do you see her merely as a pawn in your game? At this, Zhao Su hesitated, contemplating the weight of Ning Fengji's words. Dad, you need not pressure him any longer. From this day forth, I have no further ties with him. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's voice rang out as she stepped beside Ning Fengji, gazing at Zhao Su with a sorrowful expression. Ning Rongrong was well aware of Zhao Su's intentions, yet she could not voice them nor would she assist him in confronting the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Thus, she had made her choice. Rongrong, wait for me. Zhao Su's lips quivered slightly. Although no words escaped, Ning Rongrong understood his unspoken sentiment. She turned her gaze away, choosing not to look at Zhao Su any longer. Instead, she buried her face in the shoulder of Ning Fengji beside her, wishing to conceal her tears from the prying eyes of others. Zhao Su, no longer hesitating, turned and swiftly departed, while Tang Yuehua chose to remain, making the same decision. After all, Ning Rongrong was backed by the 7 treasures glazed tile school, whereas she was supported by the Houghton school. Ningrongrong could not possibly assist Zhao Su in confronting the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, just as Tang Yuehua could not aid him against the Haotian school. Thus, the only companion who chose to leave with Zhao Su was Zhu Zhiqing. Upon exiting the palace, a sense of bewilderment arose within Zhao Su, as he found himself uncertain about his next course of action. Brother Su, no matter the time, I will stand by your side. Whatever you choose to do, I shall support you. Zhu Zhiqing linked her arm with Zhao Su's, her previously indifferent expression now adorned with a gentle smile. With you by my side, I, Zhao Su. Fear nothing. Zhao Su inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, and grasped Zhu Zhiqing's hand firmly. He strode purposefully into the distance. Soon after Qian Rinxue was taken away by the golden crocodile Douluo, she regained her composure. While the golden crocodile Douluo and his companions harbored fear towards Zhao Su, she remained undaunted, disregarding their admonitions. She commanded the over 3,000 soul masters concealed within Heavendo City to launch a direct assault on the royal palace, targeting the more than 2,000 soul masters deceived by Shui Qinghe, along with the hundreds of outer disciples from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school tasked with guarding their home. Shrek Academy similarly faced an onslaught from Qian Rinxue and her 3,000 soul masters. Had it not been for the valiant resistance of teachers like Xiao Wujin and the timely support from the master and others, the entire Shrek Academy would have likely faced annihilation. Nevertheless, the academy suffered grievously, as did the entire Heavendo Empire. Although they ultimately thwarted Qian Rinxue's scheme, they endured significant setbacks. In the aftermath of this incident, many families that had previously allied with the Heavendo Empire chose to sever ties with the imperial family and realigned with the Spirit Hall. Simultaneously, the Star Luo Empire also fell victim to an assault from the Spirit Hall, exacerbated by the assistance of the Holy Dragon Sect and the Armor Sect, resulting in severe losses for the Star Luo Empire as well. In desperation, the Emperor of Star Luo organized his forces in preparation for another confrontation while dispatching Prince Dai Mubai to the Heavendo Empire, seeking an alliance to collectively confront the Spirit Hall. The Emperor Shuiyi, naturally, could not refuse the alliance proposal from the Star Luo Empire. However, he recognized that the time was not yet ripe for war against the Spirit Hall. He aimed to await a more opportune moment and, additionally, to anticipate the concealed weaponry designed and produced by Tang San's Tang sect. Meanwhile, Zhao Su's holy angel commerce was officially established, and the master craftsman Gao was leading the blacksmiths and forging gold-threaded armor capable of withstanding hidden weaponry. For now, the details surrounding the creation of this gold-threaded armor remained confidential. The Holy Angel Commerce publicly claimed that, aside from their auction house, their primary business centered on pharmaceuticals. Although Zhao Su held the title of president of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, the actual affairs were predominantly managed by Niu Gao. Initially, Zhao Su intended for Niu Gao, Yang Wudi, and Lu Gao to collaborate in decision-making. However, Yang Wudi was wholly devoted to alchemy, while Lu Gao focused solely on forging, both declining Zhao Su's proposal. Consequently, the responsibility for all matters of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce ultimately fell upon Niu Gao alone. Once these arrangements were made, Zhao Su departed from Tiando City alongside Zhu Zhiqing. Zhao Su did not return to the Spirit Hall. Instead, he ventured into the Sunset Forest. At the heart of the forest, the ice and fire yin yang appeared on the verge of desiccation for reasons unknown. Once a land abundant with celestial herbs, it was now overrun with weeds. Not far away, the thatched cottage where Tang Hao once resided still stood, but it was cloaked in dust, clearly untouched for a considerable time. Most critically, after Zhao Su abducted Ain, Tang Hao wreaked havoc at the Haotian clan and was subsequently expelled, vanishing without a trace. Even the shadows lurking throughout the continent's myriad sects and families could not uncover his whereabouts, as if he had simply evaporated into thin air. Ultimately, Zhao Su employed unique methods to relocate the nearly dried-up cold extreme Yin Spring and the scorching Yang Spring to a concealed sanctuary, reviving their vitality and planting Ain near this newly invigorated ice and fire Yin Yang Ai. Chapter 107. Merging the Ancient Tree of Life, reviving Ain. Moreover, Zhao Su harnessed his formidable divine consciousness, having reached the realm of a god king, to erase all of Yin's former memories. Even if Ain were to regain her human form in the future, she would retain none of her past recollections. Simultaneously, Zhao Su fused the ancient tree of life with the Yin's original form, the Blue-Silver Emperor. The Ain of now could scarcely be recognized as the Ain of yore. Upon her eventual transformation, she would emerge as an entirely new soul beast in the metamorphosis phase. Are you about to leave? Near the newly revitalized ice and fire Yin Yang Ai, Zhao Su had just prepared to rise. A small tree, brimming with potent life force, lifted its azure branches, entwining them around Zhao Su's arm. The branches above bore no resemblance to any ordinary tree. The fluttering azure leaves were reminiscent of the original blue-silver emperoress foliage, now transformed into branches of the ancient tree of life. At that moment, a soul consciousness permeated Zhao Su's mind. It was the voice of the newly reborn Ain. Not only had she lost her former memories, but in her thoughts, she no longer identified as the blue-silver emperor evolved from the blue-silver grass. Instead, she believed herself to be an ancient tree of life, a remnant from an epoch of the Douluo continent. In her memory, she was born here, having endured countless ages before gaining consciousness, with Zhao Su as her constant companion. I have matters to attend to. Absorb the essence of heaven and earth well while you await your transformation. I have set up barriers around you to ensure you are undisturbed. Just then, a figure appeared. Appearing to be in her mid-20s, clad in a flowing sky-blue gown that enveloped her form. Her noble and elegant aura accentuated her ethereal beauty, particularly her azure eyes, pure as crystal with no blemish in sight. The gown billowed with the breeze, releasing a subtle fragrance that perfumed the surrounding air. I do not wish for you to depart. It is too lonely for me here. Ain stepped forward, yearning to grasp Zhao Su's arm, yet as a mere spirit. She could not reach him. I cannot remain here. Be obedient and do not wander. I will visit you whenever I can. Zhao Su spoke, extending her hand to unleash a beam of white light that enveloped Ain, the ancient tree of life. This luminous aura not only shielded her during perilous moments but also facilitated a yin's rapid absorption of the essence of heaven and earth, hastening her progression towards transformation. Observing Zhao Su's departing silhouette, the ancient tree emanated an air of solitary desolation. Suge, the new Seventh Sect conference convened by the Spirit Hall has officially concluded. In a nearby town, close to the Sunset Forest, Zhu Zhuqing had resided for several months. Upon seeing Zhao Su, she hurriedly relayed the information she had gathered. With the selection of the new Seven Sects, it seems Bibi Dong is poised to declare war on the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. Should we intervene? Certainly. We must act to prevent it. The time for war against the two great empires is not yet ripe. What course of action shall we take? Let us proceed to Spirit City. It is imperative that your soul power ascends swiftly to the level of a tidal Douluo. Otherwise, should danger arise, you will lack the means for self-preservation. What relevance does this have to the Spirit Hall? It is of utmost importance if we can detain Bibi Dong. The Spirit Hall's declaration of war against the two empires will consequently be temporarily suspended. As Zhao Su spoke, a slight smile graced her lips, for she had already devised her plans in her heart. Over the past few months, aside from relocating the two springs, Zhao Su had been erasing a yin's memories and merging her true essence into the ancient tree of life. Zhao Su pondered thoughtfully about the path that lay ahead of him. Zhao Su understood that his foremost priority was to liberate himself from the reliance on the system. The only means to achieve this independence was to cultivate his own strength. Even before the possibility of a complete rift with the system arose, he aimed to seize all the benefits and rewards it offered. This was, in fact, one of the motivations behind Zhao Su's establishment of the Holy Angel Trading Company, through which he entrusted numerous soul bones and various medicinal items, obtained by exchanging energy values, to Nyogao. Zhao Su aspires to transform the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce into the foremost commercial entity on the continent. He is meticulously preparing for the possibility of a fallout with the system or facing its sanctions. This is also the reason why Zhao Su has not hastened to reclaim the final fragment of the nine-winged azure dragon's remains from Qianrenshua. Over the past few months, aside from reviving Ain within the Sunset Forest, Zhao Su has also altered his identity and intentionally lured Huowu Shuang and Shuryu Tianxin and Tiando City to apprentice under him, assisting them in evolving their martial spirits into the Fire Dragon and the Candle Dragon, respectively. He now awaits their ascension to the tidal Douluo level, which will enable him to absorb the complete souls of their respective divine dragons. Brother Su, are you truly confident that we can leave with Bibi Dong? On a swiftly racing carriage towards the Spirit Hall, Zhu Xing expressed her lingering apprehension to Zhao Su. Indeed, I possess a method to ensure Bibi Dong departs with us from the Spirit Hall. Upon witnessing Zhao Su's calm and confident smile, Zhu Xing chose not to inquire further. At this moment, in her heart, she resolved to unconditionally support Zhao Su, regardless of the decisions he made. Inside the grand hall of the Pope's chamber within the Spirit Hall, after Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing arrived, they did not encounter Bibi Dong, but instead first met Qianrenshue. At this moment, Qian Rinxue had already returned to her original appearance. Zhao Su had encountered Qian Rinxue in her childhood. Yet, at this moment, Qian Rinxue radiated an even more exquisite beauty than in her youth, seemingly inheriting the stunning allure of Bibi Dong in perfection. The air of haughtiness surrounding her mirrored that of Bibi Dong with striking resemblance. Zhao Su, I never anticipated you would dare to return to my spirit hall. Qian Rinxue declared coldly, seated regally upon the grand papal throne, her tone imbued with condescension. Why would I not dare to come? Do you truly believe that you alone pose a threat to me? Zhao Su paid little heed to Qian Rinxue, casually remarking, Go and deliver the message. I wish to see Bibi Dong. The pontiff is currently in seclusion and will see no one. Though Zhao Su's words may seem arrogant, they resonate with a certain truth. Qian Rinxue, despite her inner discontent, finds herself powerless to refute him. Zhao Su, do you wish to see the master? At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the great hall. Following the sound, one could see that it was Hu Laina. Ever since parting ways with Zhao Su in the city of slaughter, her mind has been consumed by his image. She had contemplated seeking him out on numerous occasions, but had restrained herself each time. Upon hearing that Zhao Su had arrived at the spirit hall, she hurried over without hesitation. Indeed, Zhao Su appraised Hu Laina, noting that after these years apart, she had become increasingly beautiful, her figure attaining a remarkable perfection. Her spirit power level approached 80, and the allure of her fox spirit was becoming ever more pronounced, compelling one to steal glances at her. Very well, wait here. I shall seek out your teacher. Upon encountering Zhu Zhuqing, Hu Laina took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions swirling within her, and softly addressed Zhao Su. Chapter 108, The Rakshasa God and the God-Slaying Plan. Sister, Qian Rinxue exclaimed upon hearing Hu Laina's words, rising to call out to her. However, Hu Laina paid no heed to Qian Rinxue and entered the rear courtyard, heading towards the place where Bibi Dong was in seclusion. Humph, Qian Rinxue snorted, choosing not to say anything further. Before long, Hu Laina returned to the main hall and informed Zhao Su, the teacher has summoned you. Thank you. Zhao Su expressed his gratitude to Hu Laina and then took Zhu Zhuqing towards the secluded area where Bibi Dong was in meditation. Sister, why do you choose to assist him instead of me? Regardless of the circumstances, he is a disciple of our teacher and a vital member of our spirit hall. This has been the case since childhood. Mother has always favored you over me. Everything I yearn for seems to be snatched away by you. One day, I shall prove to you all who truly possesses the potential to elevate the spirit hall to unprecedented heights. Swear, observing the furious departure of Qian Rinxue. Hu Laina's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness, prompting her to call out urgently. However, at that moment, Qian Rinxue was engulfed in her fury and extreme emotions, rendering her impervious to any counsel. She inherited not only her mother Bibi Dong's beauty, but also her obsessive disposition, perhaps even more fervently so, in pursuit of her ambitions. She was willing to sacrifice anyone, herself included, believing that as long as one could attain power, no one was beyond sacrifice. Are you here to dissuade me from waging war against the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire? In the dim chamber, Bibi Dong sat cross-legged on a stone bed. Upon hearing footsteps, she did not open her eyes but softly inquired, I am not that trivial. Your war against the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire is of no concern to me. Then what brings you here? Finally, Bibi Dong opened her eyes, which seemed to pierce through all illusions, revealing a touch of weariness. Your second martial spirit should have acquired 4 soul rings of 100,000 years by now, correct? Indeed. I promised you that I would procure the soul rings you require. Are you truly willing to assist me? Of course. I have located the remaining 100,000-year soul beasts on the Douluo continent. If you are inclined, I can aid you in hunting these soul beasts to obtain your 100,000-year soul rings. As Zhao Su spoke, he turned to Bibi Dong and continued, moreover, I possess a method to merge your Death Spider King and Soul-Devouring Spider King into the Rasha Spider King, enabling you to inherit the Rasha God flawlessly. Why should I place my trust in you? Bibi Dong queried, her heart stirred, yet still harboring a measure of doubt regarding Zhao Su's true intentions. From the very beginning, Zhao Su had been unwavering in his support of Bibi Dong. Initially, she had assumed that Zhao Su sought to gain something from her, or perhaps desired her for himself. However, as time passed, Bibi Dong realized that Zhao Su's martial soul, along with his soul rings and soul bones, far surpassed her own in strength. To illustrate, the external soul bone of the blood-red chapter king that Zhao Su had secured for Hu Laina in the city of slaughter was beyond her reach. Furthermore, the 6th soul ring that Hu Laina had acquired, along with its accompanying soul skills, could be deemed as nothing short of exceptional. If one were to assert that Zhao Su's motivations were rooted in a desire to possess her, such a notion would be utterly implausible. Regardless of whether it is Tang Yuehua, Zhu Shiqing, or Ning Rongrong by Zhao Su's side, none are inferior to her. Rather, they possess the advantage of youth. Furthermore, despite her repeated attempts to seduce Zhao Su with her own allure, she has been met with rejection. Thus, she remains perplexed about Zhao Su's true intentions. Now, you have no choice but to trust me. Although you have attained the level of a 99th rank Supreme Douluo in your current state, you cannot possibly pass the 9 trials of the Rakshasa. How can you be so certain that I cannot succeed in the 9 trials of the Rakshasa? If you could indeed pass the trials, why would you take the risk of attempting to merge your twin martial souls? This led Bibi Dong to pose the question that had eluded her understanding for many years. Zhao Su sighed, his smile fading to reveal a trace of sorrow. I am not aiding you. I am merely assisting myself, he remarked. Assisting yourself? Indeed. To become the Rakshasa god, you must complete the 9 trials of the Rakshasa. Just as I too aspire to attain divinity and must fulfill the corresponding trials, one of which involves aiding you in your ascension to godhood. Is that all? Moreover, it is not merely about inheriting the divine status of the Rakshasa god, Zhao Su continued, stepping closer to Bibi Dong, leaning in to whisper, but rather about helping you entirely supplant the Rakshasa god. Though both inheriting and supplanting can lead to divinity, the distinction between them is profound. Inheriting a divine position simply means becoming a servant of the true deity. While one's soul power may transform into divine power, it remains but a semblance of true divinity. In reality, the genuine divine status remains in the hands of the primordial gods, with their successors merely wielding the right to utilize that divine authority, fulfilling the responsibilities of the original deities. However, to supplant entails vanquishing the primordial god, slaying him, and seizing his divine essence to attain true divinity, not merely the right to use the divine status. To supplant? Indeed, to supplant means to slay the primordial Rakshasa god, who will descend to bestow upon you the divine position once you have completed the 9 trials of the Rakshasa. You are mad. How can a mere mortal like us possibly slay a true god who has existed for countless years? There is nothing impossible, though they are gods, possessing endless eons to squander. They ultimately ascended from humanity and can indeed be killed. The trials you undergo are a test from that god. Bibi Dong gazed at Zhao Su, who spoke of slaying gods with such ease, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Initially, she believed her ambitions to be sufficiently audacious, wishing to obliterate the 2 great empires and all sects, including the Spirit Hall. Yet, she never anticipated that Zhao Su's madness surpassed her own. Her aspirations, in comparison to Zhao Su's, seemed overly conservative. Since the inception of Douluo continent, many have completed the 9 trials of God and inherited divine status. However, she had never heard of anyone capable of slaying a god. In their perception, gods were invincible beings, deserving of reverence and worship. Keep it under wraps for now. When the time is right, you shall understand. Zhao Su's enigmatic smile reemerged as he spoke to Bibi Dong. How confident are you in your ability to slay a god? 10 out of 10. Bibi Dong replied. Very well, if that is the case, I shall indulge you in this madness. I too wish to witness whether a god can indeed be vanquished. Having absorbed the malevolent thoughts from the god of slaughter's domain, Bibi Dong had long ceased to be an ordinary individual. Her heart yearned for strength to conquer all her foes. Even in failure, death held no terror for her. In her eyes, death was the least of her fears. Chapter 109. Return to the city of slaughter as long as you trust me. I shall not disappoint you. Zhao Su continued. You mentioned the fusion of my martial soul. How do we achieve this? In the face of the god-slaying endeavor, Bibi Dong's foremost desire was to fuse her twin martial souls and become even more powerful. To accomplish this, she needed to procure the god of slaughter's raiment and the demonic scythe of the god of slaughter. Do you know where the raiment can be found? Of course. After multiple visits to the city of slaughter, did you not sense that another god exists within its confines besides the god of slaughter? At this point, Zhao Su saw no reason to conceal the truth from Bibi Dong. Only by empowering her could the feat of slaying a god be realized. Are you referring to the Shura God? Bibi Dong, having frequented the city of slaughter, was well aware that it was originally the domain of the Shura God, later usurped by the god of slaughter, thus becoming a place of inheritance for him. The god of slaughter and the Shura God were natural enemies. This indirectly confirmed Zhao Su's hypothesis that the so-called system-chosen host was likely a contest among the gods of the divine realm. To put it plainly, the divine realm was a world inhabited by humans exceeding level 100. As the saying goes, where there are people, There are rivalries, and where there are rivalries, there exists conflict. Indeed, the city of Slaughter was under the dominion of the King of Slaughter, who was merely an individual undergoing the Shura God's trial. Do you know who the King of Slaughter is? Of course. As I said, there is no need for secrecy. On the Douluo continent, there are 3 unparalleled Douluos. Do you know who they are? Are you saying the King of Slaughter is Tang San? It seems you are not entirely foolish. Humph, you are the foolish one. Bibi Dong scoffed, dismissing Zhao Su with her thoughts already made up. She decided to accompany Zhao Su to the city of Slaughter to obtain the raiment and the demonic scythe. That little girl must be Zhu Xuqing, correct? This time. For safety's sake, Zhao Su chose not to let Zhu Xuqing accompany them to the city of Slaughter, yet he was reluctant to leave her alone in the spirit hall. Thus, before their journey, he entrusted Zhu Xuqing to Hulaina, in a luxurious carriage adorned with the spirit hall's new insignia. Bibi Dong observed Zhao Su's worried demeanor and inquired, "It seems all my actions over the years have been within your grasp? If you can monitor me, I can certainly do the same to you. I appear to have underestimated you. If I lacked certain means, how could I possibly secure the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall?" Zhao Su merely laughed in response, his expression shifting to one that conveyed agreement with whatever she said. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing at all. I simply find your confidence quite admirable at times." The carriage sped along, especially with the Spirit Hall's insignia ensuring an unobstructed passage. Soon, they arrived at the entrance town of the city of Slaughter. Upon their arrival, all eyes turned towards Zhao Su and Bibi Dong, particularly drawn to Bibi Dong, clad in a golden gown, her striking visage complemented by a scepter, captivating the entire city of Slaughter. Some had resided in the city for years, yet had never encountered such beauty. "Welcome back, esteemed lords of Slaughter." At that moment, an envoy cloaked in black robes, representing the King of Slaughter, appeared before Zhao Su and Bibi Dong, kneeling in reverence. The previously raucous crowd fell silent upon hearing the envoy's words. Everyone retreated to their residences, while those without home sought refuge in corners. The title of God of Slaughter denoted an individual who had achieved 100 consecutive victories and possessed the domain of Slaughter through the Hell Road. The term God of Slaughter was not merely a name, but represented the essence of becoming divine through death. Each individual in this realm was a remorseless killer. Most importantly, those who attained the God of Slaughter's domain were unhindered by the oppressive forces of the city of Slaughter and could unleash their soul skills freely. Enough talk. Clear the arena. No one is permitted to approach. Bibi Dong's voice was icy, devoid of emotion. The Lord of Slaughter cannot make decisions without the king. It must go through him. Then hasten to seek the king. I have no patience to wait. The King of Slaughter is not present in the city. Humph. Are you mocking me? As Bibi Dong's words fell, the domain of Slaughter was unleashed, and the overwhelming pressure crushed the envoy of the King of Slaughter into a pulp, leaving no trace behind. The armored enforcers mounted on horseback, witnessing this, dared not linger and quickly turned their steeds to flee. You are truly a madwoman. Can you not reason with her? Why resort to murder at the slightest provocation? As soon as Zhao Su finished speaking, a piercing sound of screeching filled the air. 6 Bat Kings, adorned with blood-red wings, charged towards Zhao Su and Bibi Dong. These Bat Kings, with their crimson wings, were left behind by the King of Slaughter to guard the city of Slaughter. Although they may not compare to the Bat King hunted by Hulaina on the Hell Road, the difference was negligible. A few wretched bats should remain in the shadows. Zhao Su also made his move, drawing the Imperial 7 Kills sword, swiftly dispatching all 6 bats. You are not much stronger than I. Bibi Dong taunted Zhao Su before striding toward the arena of Slaughter. No one obstructed her passage along the way. Meanwhile, the combatants within the arena, engrossed in their brutal conflict or seated in the stands as spectators, remained blissfully unaware that the world outside had dramatically shifted. Suddenly, a spear of arachnids materialized, and in an instant it claimed the lives of everyone within the arena, leaving them oblivious to their demise. The blood of these unsuspecting souls flowed along the grooves in the ground, cascading towards the base of the Slaughter platform. The overwhelming stench of blood even caused Zhao Su to wrinkle his brow slightly. As the scent reached its zenith, the arena erupted with the sound of countless wings fluttering and chittering. In no time, the space was overrun by a multitude of bats, many of which surged out of the arena, launching indiscriminate attacks on all within the city of Slaughter. In that moment, the city of Slaughter truly transformed into a hell on earth, with cries of anguish echoing relentlessly. Yet, amidst the chaos, Bibi Dong and Zhao Su remained remarkably composed, refraining from making a move. A layer of white luminescence enveloped them, forming a barrier against the bats that surged toward them. It was not until nearly 30 minutes had passed that the wails outside the arena finally subsided. Zhao Su and Bibi Dong exchanged a glance before stepping out of the arena of slaughter. At that moment, the entire city of carnage was devoid of any other presence save for the two of them. The streets, stained crimson, were littered with dismembered limbs and the overwhelming sight of thousands of blood-red-winged bat kings. Chapter 110, The Illusory Form of the Rakshasa Deity. One of the deadly techniques upon encountering these thousands of bat kings, whose incessant squeaks filled the air as they flapped their crimson wings. Even the seasoned Bibi Dong's countenance darkened. It was not out of fear, but rather, as a woman, she instinctively loathed such creatures. You cannot possibly suggest that the Rakshasa deity's attire and the Rakshasa scythe are associated with these repugnant bats, can you? Certainly not, yet they are undeniably intertwined. As Zhao Su spoke, a ball of flames materialized in his hand and was hurled into the midst of the bat swarm. Instantly, the multitude of bat kings emitted a wretched cry as the flames engulfed them. Ultimately, a fierce crimson glow radiated from their bodies, exuding an overwhelming aura of death. Soon, a scythe, gleaming with a chilling light, appeared in midair. The scythe was entirely obsidian, adorned with patterns reminiscent of blood vessels. The deathly aura emanating from it intensified, swiftly splitting into 8 blades, forming an intricate design. The symbols upon this design flickered, releasing a palpable intent to kill. Then, a towering figure clad in black armor, with flowing red hair obscuring its features, emerged atop the pattern. The 8 demonic scythes rested upon the figure's dark armor. At the moment the design shattered, the figure stepped forth, seizing the scythe, and aimed it at Bibi Dong. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong instantly merged with her first martial spirit, the Death Spider Emperor, to counter the scythe imbued with lethal intent. Are you prepared to undergo my 9th trial? The figure's eyes opened, revealing blood-red orbs that fixed upon Bibi Dong. Its voice devoid of emotion. Apart from the palpable aura of malevolence surrounding this figure, no other presence could be sensed. Bibi Dong did not respond. Instead, her 4th spirit ring illuminated, enveloping her in a thick layer of armor. 8 spider legs sprouted from her back, adorned with sharp barbs. Bang! The spectral figure of the demonic god swung the scythe towards Bibi Dong. Simultaneously, the remaining scythes converged to form a deathly scythe approximately 2 meters long, aimed at her. After Bibi Dong deflected the incoming scythe, before she could react, the deathly scythe was already upon her. With no mercy, it sliced toward her throat. And the overwhelming aura of death locked onto her, leaving her no choice but to withstand the blow from the demonic god's scythe. Puff. Although the demonic god was merely a spectral form, its terrifying power instilled a sense of despair within Bibi Dong. Forced to block the scythe, her heart churned, and blood spewed forth. Since her ascension to Super Douluo after devouring Qian Xuanji, she had never experienced such a feeling of hopelessness, even in the face of Qian Douluo. At this moment, she finally comprehended that even a mortal, no matter how powerful, such as the unparalleled 99th level Douluo, could never measure up to a deity. The demonic god's spectral form did not grant Bibi Dong a moment to recuperate. The scythe once more lunged towards her, this time with even greater force. Despite Bibi Dong unleashing her martial spirit's true form, she felt utterly powerless. Her formidable soul power, under the suppression of the demonic god's divine energy, could not manifest its true potential. Repeated strikes left deep gashes upon her sturdy armor, severely injuring her. Eventually, even the true form of her Death Spider Emperor was shattered. The thorny armor enveloping her began to fall away, and her once neatly arranged hair became a disheveled mess. Gazing at the oncoming deathly scythe, Bibi Dong found herself devoid of any strength to resist. The soul power within her was insufficient to withstand the increasingly potent assault under the demonic god's divine oppression. Bang! Just as Bibi Dong believed her end was nigh, a figure, towering at approximately 3 meters and shrouded in a radiant white light, appeared before her. A massive hand grasped the deathly scythe, while the other clenched into a fist, striking fiercely at the demonic god's spectral form. The tremendous force sent the demonic god reeling away. Zhao Su, similarly, offered him no respite. The moment the Emperor's 7-kill sword was unsheathed, it transformed into 36 magnificent blades, forming a formidable killing array that ensnared the illusory figure of the Rakshasa god. The sword intent carried by the sword aura was utterly beyond the Rakshasa god's capacity to withstand. Soon, the obsidian armor and the 9 demonic sickles adorning the Rakshasa god were completely severed from him. With the invocation of the divine law and the indestructible body, Zhao Su stepped forth, positioning himself before the illusory figure of the Rakshasa god. One hand grasped the Rakshasa god's head, while the other forcefully extracted the armor and the 9 demonic sickles, hurling them towards Bibi Dong. Hurry and merge them. Remember to allow the already weakened Death Spider King and Soul-Devouring Spider King to be entirely absorbed by the Rakshasa demonic sickle during the fusion. As Zhao Su spoke, his movements did not cease. His massive fist was enveloped in a shroud of white light, striking relentlessly at the illusory form of the Rakshasa god. The reason Zhao Su had refrained from attacking earlier was to allow the divine power of the Rakshasa god's apparition to erode the soul power within Bibi Dong, rendering her 2 spider emperors into their most vulnerable state. Lowly human, how dare you conspire against me? Once my true form descends, I shall obliterate you into mere ashes. The Rakshasa god's apparition appeared on the verge of dissipating under Zhao Su's blows. However, at that moment, the blood-red eyes glinted with a hint of ferocity. The nearly vanquished apparition recoalesced, becoming even more distinct, its aura growing increasingly formidable. Although it was not yet sufficient to injure Zhao Su, he could discern the stark disparity between soul power and divine power. I possess a sword, known as the Emperor's 7 kills, annihilate. Zhao Su understood that he could no longer delay before the apparition materialized completely. Otherwise, when the true form of the Rakshasa god arrived, he would stand no chance. At that moment, both he and Bibi Dong would meet their demise. With no other option, he was compelled to invoke one of his most potent techniques, the 8th soul skill of the Emperor's 7 kills sword. As the word annihilate escaped Zhao Su's lips, 36 swords fused instantaneously, carrying with them an unparalleled sword intent. Accompanying this lethal formation was a colossal golden sword, one side adorned with engravings of mountains and rivers, the other with celestial bodies descending from the heavens. In an instant, it shattered the Rakshasa god's apparition, which was on the brink of becoming real, into mere dust, dispersing into the blood-soaked city of slaughter. This strike nearly exhausted Zhao Su's soul power. He was still too weak to unleash his techniques freely. However, rather than feeling anger, he found joy in the outcome. Although his soul power could no longer sustain the casual release of his techniques, the successful obliteration of the Rakshasa god's apparition indicated that deities were indeed not invincible. As long as gods could be slain, his envisioned new plan was no longer a mere fantasy. Despite the severe depletion of his soul power, he could not afford to collapse just yet. Not far away, Bibi Dong, having allowed the Rakshasa demon scythe to absorb her Death Spider Emperor and Sleeting Spider Emperor as per Zhao Su's words, found herself in peril. Upon absorbing the 2 Spider Emperors, the Rakshasa demon scythe did not cease its relentless consumption but continued to voraciously drain the life essence from Bibi Dong. The bond between a martial soul and its wielder was inherently intimate. Once the martial soul was absorbed, Bibi Dong appeared significantly aged. Her once flawless, unwrinkled skin began to exhibit creases. If this continued, not only would she be unable to perfectly merge her twin martial souls, but it was uncertain whether she would even survive. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Sit cross-legged and guard your spirit. Zhao Su swiftly appeared behind Bibi Dong, placing a hand gently upon her back. He channeled his innate soul power into her body, momentarily severing the connection between Bibi Dong and the floating Rakshasa demon scythe under the influence of his formidable consciousness. As Zhao Su infused his soul power, Bibi Dong gradually regained her stability, her once pale skin beginning to restore its former luster. Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's condition stabilize, Zhao Su gradually relinquished control over the Rakshasa demon scythe. At this point, the scythe had successfully merged the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor into a brand new martial soul, the Rakshasa Spider Emperor. This new entity exuded a far more potent aura than the original Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. With the fusion of the 2 Spider Emperors, Bibi Dong's innate domains, the domain of the god of slaughter and the death domain that accompanied her martial soul, began to intertwine. Within this newly formed domain, not only could Bibi Dong enhance all of her attributes by 20%, but the formidable killing intent and malevolence could also manipulate the souls of others. It is essential to recognize that in battles between masters, a mere moment of distraction could lead to irrevocable consequences. Furthermore, the new Rakshasa domain perfectly addressed the frenzied thoughts generated by the malevolent energy Bibi Dong had absorbed. As her malevolence was absorbed by the Rakshasa domain, Bibi Dong no longer exhibited her previous obsessive tendencies. However, while the Rakshasa domain could absorb the malevolence within her, it could not alter Bibi Dong's inherently domineering nature. The newly fused martial soul, a towering arachnid over 2 meters tall, predominantly red in hue, integrated seamlessly into Bai Bai Dong's being. The fusion of the twin martial souls, though it led Bai Bai Dong to forfeit the advantages of having dual martial souls, birthed a new martial soul that far surpassed the presence of the two Spider Emperors. Most importantly, this new martial soul, the Rakshasa Spider Emperor, bore the essence of the Rakshasa God, elevating Bai Bai Dong's martial soul to the status of a divine-level entity. As the martial soul evolved through this fusion, Bai Bai Dong's aura intensified correspondingly. Her previously reddish hair transformed into a vibrant purple, and the Rakshasa armor enveloping her shifted from black to a radiant gold. Her skin, pristine and flawless, became increasingly smooth and lustrous. Particularly striking were her eyes, which underwent a transformation from deep, dark hues to a bright, shimmering shade with a hint of purple. Do you two truly regard my realm of slaughter as a playground? Just as the pivotal moment of Bai Bai Dong's fusion was unfolding, a chilling voice echoed from a distance, followed by a blood-red longsword slicing towards Zhao Su and Bai Bai Dong. Zhao Su's eyes narrowed, disregarding his injuries. One hand pressed against BB Dong's back while the other summoned the Emperor's 7 kills sword, advancing to meet the challenge. This was a critical moment. Any interruption could lead to devastating consequences for BB Dong, even if she were to survive. At that point, not only would his aspirations of god-slaying be jeopardized, but he could also be rendered completely powerless, a devastating blow to Zhao Su's plans, potentially leading to his utter failure and relegating him to a mere pawn in the hands of others. It was evident that the King of Slaughter had been lurking in the City of Slaughter, biding his time to strike decisively at Zhao Su and BB Dong. It was common knowledge that the King of Slaughter was Tang San, despite being parasitized by the 9-winged Bat King at that moment. He still possessed the formidable strength of the legendary Douluo. In his prime, Zhao Su would have had no fear, however. The previous strike that annihilated the god of Rosa had nearly depleted his soul power. Coupled with the forced severing of the connections between the true Rakshasa god and the Rakshasa Shun and Rakshasa Demon Scythe, he had to shield BB Dong from any mishap. In that instant, Zhao Su found himself at a disadvantage. King of Slaughter, do you truly wish to oppose me? He scoffed. In this Douluo continent, no one should possess the domain of a god of slaughter. In this City of Slaughter, I alone should reign supreme. It seems your strength has grown significantly since my last visit. I must thank you. Your divine consciousness has allowed a fragment of my soul to descend. That brat Tang San is far too weak, only worthy of being my vessel in the Douluo continent, unfit to be my successor. Hearing this, Zhao Su furrowed his brow, contemplating. So, does that mean you have become the god of Shura? You are indeed impressive, yet you are not my successor. What a pity. Whose trial am I currently undergoing? You do not know? The King of Slaughter, possessing a fragment of the Shura God's soul. His crimson eyes flickered with a hint of confusion before he burst into laughter. I understand now. You two are a pawn in the war of the gods. What a shame. What war of the gods? You need not concern yourself with that. Today, you shall die, along with that little girl. Upon uttering these words, the King of Slaughter erupted with a formidable power that did not belong to this world, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Zhao Su and BB Dong. Then I shall have no choice but to engage you in battle. Who shall live and who shall die remains to be seen. Zhao Su cradled BB Dong in his embrace, exerting every ounce of strength to shield her from the terrifying blow of the King of Slaughter. At that moment, BB Dong awakened beneath the oppressive aura. Leaning against Zhao Su, she gazed upwards and met his resolute eyes, which were fixed upon her with a smile. The faint lavender hue of her eyes reflected a subtle transformation as they regarded Zhao Su's steadfast visage. No longer should she torment herself with past grievances. She must cultivate kindness towards her future self. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he extended his hand to usher BB Dong out of the City of Slaughter. Chapter 112. The red flower infused with a terrifying aura as BB Dong's form swiftly departed, she caught sight of Zhao Su's unwavering and resolute gaze, which profoundly stirred the depths of her heart. In his eyes, she sensed that the shackles binding her innermost feelings were gradually being undone. Once BB Dong had been sent away, Zhao Su let out a cold snort, and the 12-winged holy angel manifested behind him, with one black eye and one golden eye simultaneously opening. One bore the essence of vibrant life, while the other emanated an inexhaustible intent of death. One wielded a sword, the other a spear. At the moment their weapons clashed, the 12-winged holy angel seamlessly merged with Zhao Su's being. Simultaneously, 6 pairs of wings, 6 golden and 6 black, emerged from his back. His physique rapidly expanded, ultimately towering at several meters in height. His muscles swelled, enveloped in a layer of radiant white light. Very well, today I shall test the heights you have attained. The king of slaughter, who possessed a fragment of the Shura Goddess soul, observed Zhao Su, who was at the brink of collapse, yet still capable of manifesting the laws of heaven and earth. His crimson gaze reflected not only profound interest, but also a hint of admiration. However, his subordinate showed no mercy. The Shura God sword in hand erupted with a formidable crimson glow, instantly transforming the entire city of slaughter into a sea of red. Boom. As Bibi Dong, having been expelled from the city of slaughter, touched down, she felt an overwhelming force emanating from the city behind her, surpassing the limits of the Douluo continent. Amidst the collision of red and black golden light, the entire city of slaughter was utterly obliterated. From that moment forth, the Douluo continent would no longer harbor the city of slaughter. The realm of the god of slaughter would also vanish from the continent. Yet, there was no need for concern about the evil soul masters within the city wreaking havoc upon the land, for they had long since become sustenance for the blood-red wingback kings. Bibi Dong, adorned in a flowing golden gown, stood witness as the city of slaughter was reduced to rubble beneath the weight of those two terrifying auras. Furthermore, she could no longer sense even the slightest trace of Zhao Su. Tears involuntarily welled in her eyes, and even she could not fathom the reason for her sorrow. The words Zhao Su had spoken to her before sending her away, along with his smiling yet resolute visage, were indelibly etched in her heart. It is only upon experiencing true loss that one comes to regret and reflect. What are you standing there for? Come help me. At that moment, a familiar voice jolted Bibi Dong back to reality. Following the sound, she beheld the disheveled Zhao Su emerging from the ruins of the collapsed city of slaughter, bathed in moonlight. His complexion appeared somewhat pallid, yet he still bore a faint smile. You're not dead? Bibi Dong, momentarily disregarding her elegant and noble demeanor, hurried to support Zhao Su. Of course I'm not dead. While gods may hold a higher rank, their power is truly terrifying. As Zhao Su thought of this, a furrow creased his brow, anxiety creeping in regarding what he had once considered a flawless plan. At this point, do you still believe that after I complete the 9 trials of the Rakshasa, I will have a tenfold assurance of killing the original Rakshasa god upon his emergence? Certainly, his strength is formidable, but the possibilities for both of us are limitless. Zhao Sushu unfurled her brows, a smile once again replacing her sorrow, her countenance, though not particularly handsome, radiating an unassailable confidence. I find myself increasingly fond of you, Bibi Dong suddenly declared to Zhao Su. Yet, Zhao Su took a step back, waving his hand and replying, please do not develop feelings for me. The pressure of your affection is overwhelming. Do you truly perceive me as merely a lunatic? With Bibi Dong's assistance, they began to walk out of the small town. Zhao Su had expended considerable energy and needed to recover swiftly to his peak. This urgency stemmed from a desire to avoid leaving any vulnerabilities and to ensure his safety against any unforeseen dangers. You are not insane. Or perhaps every madman's heart is inherently kind and pure. Otherwise, they would not descend into madness. She retorted, humph, such sweet words. Is that how you ensnared your lovely companions? Bibi Dong glanced at Zhao Su, and to his surprise, her formerly icy visage broke into a smile. It could be said that Bibi Dong, when smiling, appeared even more enchanting. Are you feeling a twinge of jealousy? Could it be that I have struck a chord? Struck a chord? What do you mean? You haven't genuinely developed feelings for me, have you? As Zhao Su spoke, he reached out and encircled Bibi Dong's waist, suddenly pulling her delicate form into his embrace. His gaze softened as he looked at her. For a moment, Bibi Dong was taken aback, rendered speechless by Zhao Su's actions and words, offering no response. After a brief silence, she finally regained her composure, pushing Zhao Su away and her expression returning to its usual coldness. Do not attempt to deceive me as you would a naive child. I am not swayed by such tactics. With that, Bibi Dong dismissed him and strode away, observing the flawless silhouette of Bibi Dong as she departed. A smile crept upon Zhao Su's lips, lost in his own thoughts before he followed her. The next day, not far from the town leading into the city of slaughter, in the sacred city of the Spirit Hall, the scene unfolded. Zhao Su sat cross-legged on the bed in the room, his complexion having returned to normal. His injuries had largely healed. However, the words spoken by the Shura God during the final cataclysmic strike that obliterated the city of carnage lingered in his mind. Perhaps this was the reason he had survived. Do not trust any deity unless you possess the means to supplant them directly. Otherwise, refrain from inheriting any divine position. After the Shura God uttered this proclamation, a terrifying crimson divine energy coalesced into a blood-red blossom, which concealed itself within Zhao Su's body. This vivid crimson flower bore no resemblance to any flora found upon the continent, consisting of 9 petals, each intricately engraved with an ancient script. Zhao Su was certain that even the system could not detect this enigmatic red flower within him. Among the 9 ancient inscriptions upon the flower, it appeared to be gestating something formidable. The divine souls of the 2 dragons, the bone dragon and the Kuei dragon, reared in the golden pool, seemed to sense this ominous aura. They coiled at the bottom of the golden pool, absorbing its divine essence to further enhance their own souls. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door jolted Zhao Su from his reverie. Enter. Zhao Su took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. And a faint smile once again graced his face, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 113. The Dual Souls That Can Coexist with a Soft Creak. The door to the room swung open, revealing a beautiful silhouette carrying food, none other than Bai Bai Dong. After a night of recuperation, her once formidable aura had considerably softened. Although her delicate features remained expressionless, the coldness that once defined her had dissipated. Are you all right? Bai Bai Dong inquired. Placing the food on the table and looking towards Zhao Su, who was seated cross-legged on the bed. I'm fine, he replied. Although I have yet to fully regain my peak condition, I am capable of self-defense. Zhao Su rose from the bed and made his way to the table, where he took a seat. Gazing at the few steamed buns and the 3 dishes accompanied by an egg soup, he felt a genuine pang of hunger and, without hesitation, began to devour the meal voraciously. Bai Bai Dong sat silently, merely responding with a non-committal hum before lapsing into silence once more. As Zhao Su indulged in his meal, he mumbled to Bai Bai Dong, "You've come to see me so early, it can't merely be to bring me food." "Can it?" "Of course not. Let us discuss it once you've finished eating," she replied. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Zhao Su rose, stretching comfortably, and continued, "Now, what brings you here?" Bai Bai Dong then revealed, "Yesterday, after the Rakshasa demon scythe absorbed my Death Spider Emperor and soul-devouring Spider Emperor, it merged into a new Spider Emperor. I've been feeling something is amiss." With that, she unleashed her new martial spirit. Behind her loomed a massive, blood-red spider phantom, adorned with 8 legs. Suspended around this crimson Rakshasa Spider Emperor were 6 soul rings, each a staggering 100,000 years in age. 600,000-year soul rings? Zhao Su inquired, astonished. Indeed. And have you not noticed that these 6 soul rings are affixed to the Rakshasa Spider Emperor rather than to me? You are correct. There is indeed something peculiar, Zhao Su remarked, furrowing his brow. Could you demonstrate your soul skills? He asked. I've tried, but I'm utterly incapable of unleashing any soul skills. She exclaimed. What? Zhao Su was taken aback. If what Bibi Dong claimed were indeed true, then no matter how formidable the aura emitted by the Rakshasa martial soul, it would merely be a hollow facade, impressive in appearance yet devoid of substance. The additional 200,000-year soul rings, if my conjecture is correct, resulted from the overlapping of the rings originally belonging to my martial soul. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is the absence of soul skills. Doesn't that seem rather absurd? As Zhao Su spoke, he reached out and grasped Bibi Dong's hand, channeling his formidable divine consciousness into her being. Yet, in the end, Zhao Su remained oblivious to any anomalies. The immense soul power, augmented by the absorption of the Rakshasa divine armor and the Rakshasa demonic scythe, rendered Bibi Dong's mental prowess exceedingly formidable. What of your Rakshasa divine armor and Rakshasa demonic scythe? Zhao Su suddenly had a revelation and inquired of Bibi Dong. This marks the second peculiar occurrence, Bibi Dong sighed. I can sense the Rakshasa divine armor and the Rakshasa demon scythe within me, yet I am utterly unable to summon them. I have figured it out, Zhao Su chuckled. You are not merely a single martial soul, you still possess dual martial souls. Are you suggesting? Bibi Dong, upon hearing Zhao Su's words, contemplated the implications but found it hard to believe. Indeed, the Rakshasa divine armor, along with the Rakshasa demon scythe, has become your new second martial soul. As Zhao Su spoke, he retrieved several black spirit stones from the jade pendant at his waist and handed them to Bibi Dong. As the black spirit stones emitted golden specks of light that cascaded onto Bibi Dong, a fierce red glow erupted from within her, infused with an overwhelming aura of slaughter. In an instant, the red luminescence incinerated the golden gown enveloping her, leaving her entirely bare, her flawless, snow-white skin devoid of any blemish, showcasing a perfectly curvaceous figure. Zhao Su couldn't help but mutter inwardly, truly stunning. However, before he could linger on the sight, a suit of golden armor enveloped Bibi Dong's delicate form. The armor fitted her exquisitely, and adorning it were 9 signs of the Rakshasa. Subsequently, 9 black spirit rings emerged around her, each adorned with golden ripples, clearly indicating their elevated age. At this moment, Bibi Dong opened her eyes. The harmonious golden armor, complemented by her delicate lavender hair, exuded an air of nobility. Extending her right hand, the 9 Rakshasas' scythes soared into the air, converging to form a deathly scythe approximately 2 meters in length. As Bibi Dong grasped the scythe, the 9 spirit rings, radiating golden ripples, seamlessly attached themselves to it, enveloped in a sinister red glow that concealed which of the rings illuminated. This was not the end. As the 9 rings merged with the death scythe, the ethereal silhouette of the Rakshasa Spider Queen re-emerged, and the Rakshasa domain instantaneously enveloped the entire room. The presence of dual martial souls was astonishing, as it effectively granted her 9 additional soul abilities. Yet, it was not that simple. The true intricacies of dual martial souls required one to delve into their essence and become familiar with their depths. Zhao Su could sense that the newly fused Rakshasa Spider Queen, created by Bai Dong, was far more complex than it appeared at present. Indeed, he could feel the immense power emanating from the Rakshasa Spider Queen. As Bai Dong spoke, her violet eyes betrayed a hint of delight. After she had donned the Rakshasa divine outfit and the Rakshasa scythe, she did not remain as unclad as Zhao Su had anticipated. Instead, she wore a flowing golden gown that accentuated her exquisite figure. This revelation left Zhao Su somewhat disappointed. However, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire of Bai Dong, "Surely you do not shed your garments every time you adorn the Rakshasa divine outfit?" Get lost. Bai Dong's cheeks flushed as she retorted sharply. Although she had been with her eyes closed, she was acutely aware of her surroundings. She realized that when the Rakshasa divine outfit enveloped her, her previous attire had been destroyed, leaving Zhao Su with an unobstructed view. She had intended to avoid this topic, but was taken aback when Zhao Su brought it up. "I only seek to look out for you. If it is indeed the case that your clothes are shed upon merging with the Rakshasa divine outfit, how embarrassing it would be to be seen by others. As long as you do not gaze upon me, no one else will be inclined to look." The earlier incident was merely a consequence of Bai Dong's unfamiliarity with the Rakshasa divine outfit. In the future, such an occurrence would undoubtedly be avoided. "I wish to see. Do you wish for me to see?" Zhao Su wore a mischievous grin as he leaned closer to Bai Dong and inquired. "If you wish to see, I can show you, provided you assist me in hunting a 100,000-year soul beast to complete my remaining 3 soul rings." Bai Dong turned her gaze towards Zhao Su, her eyes glimmering with allure. However, her words extinguished the fervor that once burned within Zhao Su, causing his playful smile to vanish and his demeanor to shift towards earnestness. Chapter 114. The underlying contest. Zhao Su paid no heed to Bai Dong. Instead, he turned and seated himself beside the table, pouring himself a glass of water. "How is it? Did you not wish to see? Bai Dong, do you truly believe yourself to be so worthless?" Zhao Su let out a cold laugh and addressed Bai Dong with a frosty tone. "If someone else could assist you in hunting a 10,000-year soul beast, would you not be willing to exchange your own body for it?" "What do you mean? Is it as literal as it sounds?" Zhao Su continued. "If that were the case, I imagine many would be eager to hunt soul beasts for you, considering you yourself are indifferent." After Zhao Su finished speaking, he disregarded Bai Dong and swiftly exited the room. Standing there, watching Zhao Su's departing figure, Bai Dong involuntarily shed tears. The wounds inflicted upon her by Qian Sunji in the past rendered her life a tragic tale. She no longer trusted anyone, believing that any kindness shown to her was merely a means of manipulation. She had fortified her heart against intrusion, denying entry to anyone who sought to care for her. That afternoon, within a swiftly gliding luxurious carriage, the atmosphere between Zhao Su and Bai Dong was palpably awkward. Bai Dong had reverted to her frigid demeanor, keeping others at bay, her face devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Zhao Su leaned against the car window, yearning for a topic to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. "I apologize. My remarks today were somewhat excessive. It has nothing to do with you. You are right. The issue lies with me." At this moment, Bibi Dong exuded an unsettling tranquility, her voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. She seemed utterly lifeless, as if she were merely a shell of her former self. Alas, Zhao Su let out a sigh, choosing not to utter another word. The carriage traveled at a swift pace, and instead of heading directly back to Wuhuan City, they made their way to Tiando City. Initially, Zhao Su had intended to return directly to Wuhuan City, but during the journey, circumstances shifted. Zhao Su received a message from the shadow. reporting that Lu Gao had been assaulted. Although he was ultimately rescued by Yang Wudi, he sustained severe injuries. Despite Lu Gao's exceptional forging skills, his soul power was merely at the level of a 70-plus soul saint. According to the intelligence gathered by the Shadow, the assassin had reached at least the rank of a soul Douluo, with a clear target in mind, Lu Gao himself. This infuriated Yang Wudi and Yo Gao, who were determined to uncover the identity of the assailant. However, they were left with no clues and could only relay the troubling news to Zhao Su. Zhao Su and Bibi Dong did not conceal their whereabouts. Upon Bibi Dong's arrival in the Heaven Do city, various factions became increasingly active, particularly Tang San's Tang sect and the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire. Within the palace, Emperor Shui occupied the main seat, surrounded by Ning Fingji, the master. And Prince Xuexing Lord Ning, Shui inquired, his voice tinged with weakness, with Bibi Dong's unexpected presence in Heaven Do city, do you suspect a conspiracy? Though the poison within him was under control, it had yet to be completely eradicated. His continued existence relied on various medicinal pills. Aware of his own plight, Shui had begun to cultivate Shui Bong as a suitable heir. It is unlikely, Ning Fengji responded, for Bibi Dong, being the Pope, would not reveal herself if she harbored ulterior motives. Now is not the time for open conflict. The Holy Angel Merchant Guild was attacked last night, and Vice President Lu Gao sustained severe injuries. I believe this incident is connected, the master suggested. Are you implying that Bibi Dong is behind the Holy Angel Merchant Guild? It is not Bibi Dong, but Zhao Su. However, he is also affiliated with the Spirit Hall. At that moment, Tang San's voice resonated from outside the hall. Upon entering, he bowed respectfully to Emperor Shui. I pay my respects to your majesty. There is no need for such formality. Please take a seat. Shui gestured to the eunuch nearby. Do you know anything about Zhao Su, Lord Tang? Our knowledge is rather limited. We only know that he possesses a three-life martial soul and hails from the Spirit Hall, with no further leads. Tang San shook his head, then, with a glimmer of insight in his eyes, turned to Ning Fengji. However, Uncle Ning's daughter shares a unique bond with Zhao Su. I believe you understand him better than I do. It was evident that Zhao Su aimed to sow discord between Ning Fengji and Emperor Shui. Tang San was known for his extreme self-interest, willing to employ any means to achieve his goals. Although Ning Fengji remained aligned against the Spirit Hall, his connection to Ning Rongrong made Tang San uneasy regarding the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thus, he sought to create a rift between Ning Fengji and Shui, hoping to secure full support for his Tang sect. Indeed, I have heard of this matter. I hope Lord Ning will not withhold any truths. Prince Xuexing seized the opportunity to challenge Ning Fengji. Their relationship had always been strained, especially since Ning Fengji had been the mentor of Xuexing, who had once opposed him. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had waned, its power diminished despite still possessing considerable wealth. Ning Fengji chose to ignore Xuexing's provocations and instead focused on the seemingly innocent Tang San. My daughter has no ties to Zhao Su, if there is any connection. It is merely that both are products of Shrek Academy. That does not seem to be the case, Shui interjected. Regardless of Zhao Su's identity, it suffices to know he is affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Let us cease this discussion. What we require now is a precise understanding of Bibi Dong's purpose in Heaven Do City. No speculations. Shui recognized that while the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's strength had waned, it remained a significant sect, boasting wealth that even the royal family envied, along with the formidable title Douluo and Xian and Gurong. Furthermore, Ning Fengji's Seven Treasure Glazed Tower had evolved into the Nine Treasure Glazed Tower, attaining the level of title Douluo. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School still held potential value. Indeed, the assembly rose and bowed to Shui before departing. Ultimately, to ascertain Bibi Dong's true intentions for her visit, under the guidance of Tang San and with Xuexing's support, the master consented to seek out Bibi Dong for answers. At the headquarters of the Holy Angel Merchant Guild, Zhao Su observed Lu Gao, who lay in bed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Brother Yang, is there truly no way to uncover the identity of our adversary? Thanks to Yang Wudi's treatment, Lu Gao is no longer in critical condition. And with Zhao Su's medicinal pills, he would soon recover. However, this incident was a blatant provocation against the Holy Angel Merchant Guild, and vengeance was imperative. The assailant deliberately concealed their martial soul, yet during our confrontation, I sensed the presence of the Haotian hammer, Yang Wudi replied. As a member of the Haotian sect, he was quite familiar with the Haotian hammer. Although their adversary attempted to mask their identity, Yang Wudi had discerned the truth. Chapter 115. Bibi Dong decides not to be a madwoman. The Haotian sect? Zhao Su furrowed his brow. Wary of taking action against the Haotian sect, and the 7-treasure glazed tile school due to his ties with Tang Yuehua and Ning Rongrong. This individual must possess at least the rank of an 89th level soul Douluo. Only a direct descendant of the Haotian sect could wield the Haotian hammer and reach such a level. Based on your insights, do you think the Haotian sect is behind the attack on our Holy Angel Merchant Guild? Or could it be Tang San's Tang sect? The Tang sect is merely a front for the Haotian sect, which has chosen to remain hidden, using the Tang sect's reputation for convenience. Humph. Zhao Su merely let out a cold snort, choosing not to utter another word. Zhao Su's mind was burdened with excessive contemplation and overthinking. Brother Zhao, allow me to remind you that the Haotian sect is not as inherently righteous as it may appear on the surface. Nor is there any sect on this continent that harbors true benevolence. Yang Wudi discerned Zhao Su's hesitation and cautioned him. Every sect, including the Wuhuan Temple, prioritizes self-interest above all else. In their pursuit of power and the preservation of their sects, there exists no genuine familial affection among these individuals. Thank you, Brother Yang, for your counsel. I now comprehend the course I must take. At this moment, Zhao Su's heart was undergoing a gradual transformation, for he realized that only through change could he emerge as the ultimate victor. As the system has indicated, one must become the true master of all, the quintessential antagonist, to achieve success. Master, Zhao Su stepped out of the room and into the courtyard, gazing at the sky alone, lost in thought. At that moment, Zhang Ying appeared behind him, who had been searching for clues regarding the remaining 3 divine dragons. They were not in Heaven-Do City. After the Angels Association was attacked, he had hurried back to Heaven-Do City overnight. Any leads? There are no clues for the White Dragon and Black Dragon, but we have information on the Sea Dragon. Where? Sea God Island. Sea God Island? Indeed. The Sea God Douluo, Poseidon, is one of the 7 holy pillars, and his martial soul is the Sea Dragon. It is highly likely that it is the complete form of the Sea Dragon. It seems we must pay a visit to Sea God Island. Zhao Su was well aware of Sea God Island, yet had never considered going there. Although Poseidon was only at the 99th level, her martial soul was exceptionally unique. Especially in the ocean, he might not stand a chance against her. However, after slaying the phantom of the Rakshasa god days ago, Zhao Su realized that gods were not invincible. Yet, before embarking on the journey to Sea God Island, there was another task he needed to accomplish. He planned to ascend to the ancient relic mountain to elevate his soul power to the 90th level, ensuring his invincibility when facing the phantoms of gods or their emissaries. The ancient relic mountain was said to be the place where the gods ascended before the emergence of Douluo continent. In the twilight of the ancient era, countless races rose to power amidst endless wars. The ancient epoch could be described as utterly shattered by these so-called deities, which led to the creation of the divine realm and, subsequently, Douluo continent. It was rumored that the ancient relic mountain was where the ancient gods once lived and ascended to the divine realm. Many descendants of the gods also resided there. Their martial souls derived from their divine ancestors. In essence, the Douluo continent was merely a cage for the combat prowess nurtured by the gods, compelling all to engage in conflict. Among them, the strongest, during the 9 trials of the gods, would be controlled by the original deities and become their warriors. This explained why many extraordinarily powerful Douluos could not pass the 9 trials. They held their own convictions and could not be entirely subjugated. Master, there is another matter. What is it? Yu Xiaojiang has arrived and is currently engaged in conversation with Bi Bidong. Oh, I see. Zhao Su had anticipated Yu Xiaojiang's arrival. He understood that Bibidong's presence in Heaven-Do City would surely stir unrest among various factions. Have you managed to uncover who was responsible? At that moment, Bibidong's voice interrupted the conversation between Zhao Su and Zhang Ying. Upon seeing her, Zhang Ying said nothing further, cloaked in darkness as he vanished from sight. No. But it is unnecessary to investigate further now. That person was the one who had been monitoring me at the Spirit Hall, wasn't he? Bi Bidong approached Zhao Su, casting her gaze toward the shadows. She sensed that Ying had not ventured far and was still nearby. Hidden in the darkness, Ying's presence quickly dissipated upon hearing Bibidong's words. Is it true that Yu Xiaojiang can influence your mood? It is not Yu Xiaojiang who affects my feelings. It is you who has that power. At this point, Bibidong's demeanor turned serious as she looked at Zhao Su. Upon meeting Yu Xiaojiang again, I realized that I no longer harbor any hatred for him. In this encounter with Yu Xiaojiang, Bi Bidong discovered that her feelings had faded. With the absence of love, hatred naturally dissipated as well. The obsession that once consumed her was no longer as intense. Congratulations on freeing yourself from your inner turmoil. Zhao Su remained largely unaffected by the words spoken by Bi Bidong. Presently, His thoughts were solely focused on enhancing his own strength. Initially, Zhao Su believed himself to be sufficiently powerful. However, after confronting the ethereal manifestations of the Shura God and the Rakshasa God, he realized the stark truth of his inadequacy. Had it not been for the Shura God's lack of intent to kill him, he might have already met his demise. The ominous red flower, imbued with a terrifying aura, which the Shura God had left within him, served as a constant reminder of his weakness. While beauty is universally admired, the sanctity of one's own life remains paramount. He would willingly risk his life to safeguard the woman he truly loves. Yet he would not sacrifice himself for one who seeks to exploit him for her own gain. Do you not wish to understand why I have changed? He mused. Forgive me, but I am not in the mood. Bibi Dong retorted, her tone oscillating between sweet persuasion and an air of discontent. With a hint of lingering sorrow in her gaze, she grasped Zhao Su's arm and continued, I wish to grant myself a chance to pursue my own happiness. To live a life of normalcy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that her aspirations diverged from his own. He pondered silently. If you seek your own happiness and a life of normalcy, then who will slay the gods? Who will assist me in unifying the continent and fulfilling the grand design? Zhao Su uttered no further words, merely responding with a casual hum. It was not that he lacked the desire to speak. Rather, he found himself at a loss for words. Should he directly tell her not to change, to continue embracing her madness? He could not bring himself to do so, as Zhao Su still found it impossible to embody the ruthless villain who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Chapter 116. Preparing to journey to the western sea of the continent, what does your signify? Bai Dong furrowed her brow, acutely sensing that Zhao Su seemed different from his usual self. Haven't you always encouraged me to abandon the past, to grant myself an opportunity for a fresh start? Nothing much, he replied. I am merely feeling quite disordered in my thoughts at present and do not wish to discuss these matters with you. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving Bibi Dong standing there, her face a mask of confusion. Although Bibi Dong was no longer young, having grown up in the spirit hall, she believed she had found true love upon meeting Yu Xiaojiang. Ignoring the objections of others, she even contemplated severing ties with the spirit hall to escape with Yu Xiaojiang. However, she was coerced by Qian Xuanji and subsequently gave birth to Qian Renxue. The once naive girl, infatuated with love, transformed into a twisted soul, harboring a desire for vengeance against the world. She then devoted herself to relentless training, rarely leaving the spirit hall. Ultimately, Bibi Dong was merely older in age, yet emotionally immature. She was also rather obsessive. Once she set her heart on something, she would never easily relinquish it. What I, Bibi Dong, desire, I must possess. Zhao Su, you are mine and shall never escape. In her pale purple eyes, a fierce craving burned. Having failed to grasp the love of her youth, she vowed that the love of her later years would never slip away. In that moment, Bibi Dong began to comprehend Qian Xuanji a little more. At this moment, Zhao Su was strolling alone along the bustling street, wandering aimlessly, oblivious to his destination and uncertain of what the future held for him. Sugu. Suddenly, a voice pulled Zhao Su back to reality. Following the sound, he beheld Ning Rongrong, dressed in a flowing white gown, standing a short distance away. Upon hearing her voice, the melancholic expression on Zhao Su's face gradually transformed into a warm smile. Rongrong. Zhao Su hastened forward, enveloping Ning Rongrong in a warm embrace. Brother Su, I have missed you dearly. Ning Rongrong clung tightly to Zhao Su, burying her head in his chest, tears suddenly streaming down her face. I miss you too. It is I, Brother Su, who has let you down, who is so ineffectual. Yet in Rongrong's heart, Brother Su is the finest of all. Regardless of the circumstances or outcomes, she would always stand resolutely behind him, offering unwavering support. As her tears subsided, she lifted her gaze to Zhao Su, her eyes shimmering with encouragement. Haha. Upon hearing Rongrong's words, Zhao Su smiled, his heart resolute. For himself, and to remain forever with the one he cherished most, he would exert every ounce of his strength. No matter the schemes that lay ahead, he would fearlessly confront them, determined to pierce through the darkness and vanquish all adversaries. From this moment forth, be it the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School or the Haotian School, he would show no mercy. This was for the sake of ultimate victory. After a brief reunion with Ning Rongrong, Zhao Su proceeded to Yuexian, where he quietly spent the night by Tang Yuehua's side. Following this, Zhao Su harbored no more reservations. Elder Yang, I will leave Shadow behind to oversee the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce. Should anyone dare to harbor ill intentions towards it, they shall be dealt with swiftly. The next day, Zhao Su summoned all key members of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce. This time, not only did he retain Shadow, but also 4 title Douluo and several soul Douluo, with ordinary soul masters fully armed. It could be said that the security of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce had been comprehensively fortified. Rest assured, such incidents will not recur. Yang Woody and Niu Gao expressed their confidence to Zhao Su. Excellent. With 2 elders at the helm, I am at ease, Zhao Su remarked as he rose, finally instructing. From now on, whether it be the Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, or the Haoyan School and 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, anyone who dares to show their face shall be executed without hesitation. With your word, I shall show no mercy to anyone I encounter. Shadow, cloaked in black. Though her visage remained concealed, her voice carried an unmistakable chill. After conveying all these directives, Zhao Su and Bibi Dong departed from Tiando City. Soon, news reached the Tiando Empire, the Douluo Empire, and various sections. The ancient relic mountain, which opens once every 100 years, would officially unveil itself in 30 days. All factions began assembling the prodigies from their respective clans to form teams destined for the ancient relic mountain. Although fraught with peril, the ancient relic mountain was also laden with opportunities. A century ago, its opening had bequeathed the world with 3 of its most formidable champions. This time, everyone harbored such aspirations as they journeyed toward the fabled site. Each opening of the ancient relic mountain occurred at a different location, leading many to search in vain at previous sites after its closure, yielding no clues. Legend has it that regardless of one's level, upon entering the ancient relic mountain, one would be suppressed to the rank of a soul sage at level 70. Your Holiness, it has been confirmed that this ancient relic mountain lies within the western sea of the continent, shrouded in dense fog. To gain access, one must first reach Sea God Island. Understood, Bibi Dong replied from her throne, waving her hand dismissively to the assembly below. She then turned to Zhao Su, who sat beside her, and inquired, So, shall we go? Of course. Let's head to Sea God Island first, right in the heart of the ocean. Zhao Su appeared remarkably composed, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. I too wish to test the strength of the so-called strongest, the guardian of the Sea God Island, who is said to be closest to divinity. I advise you against embarking on such a venture lightly. Why? I have ventured to Sea God Island. Though the other 7 titled Douluos do not surpass the 95th rank, they possess unique abilities in the ocean. We would not fare well there. I am aware of that. Yet we must proceed. Zhao Su rose from his seat and exited the grand hall, gazing toward the western sea. When Zhao Su uttered these words, he did so with unwavering conviction. Why? Bibi Dong, although perplexed by Zhao Su's decision, questioned the rationale behind facing danger knowingly. Our objective is not merely to inherit the divine position, but to usurp it. Each deity possesses unique abilities. If we cannot even overcome a titled Douluo who commands the ocean's extraordinary powers, what grounds do we have to challenge a god? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong fell silent. She had contemplated the difficulty of slaying a god, but had never anticipated it would be this formidable. It could be deemed an unattainable goal. Do you truly believe we can slay a god? The impossibility of such a task renders it even more enticingly challenging. Zhao Su's demeanor shifted as he turned to face Bibi Dong, stating earnestly, I shall not compel you to undertake anything. If you wish to retract your decision now, it is not too late. I fear not, she replied. As long as you are by my side, I shall not shy away from peril. After all, it is merely death. I died over 20 years ago, and it was you who resurrected me. To accompany you into death, I willingly embrace it. Bibi Dong's sudden display of emotion left Zhao Su momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Su considered himself somewhat of a master in the realm of romance. However, when confronted by Bibi Dong, he realized that the sweet nothings uttered by women possess a more potent charm than those spoken by men, especially when such words flow from the lips of someone like Bibi Dong. Chapter 117, Journey to the Sea. The trials commence. Why is it that hearing such words from you sends a shiver down my spine? Zhao Su inquired. Believe it or not, these are my sincere sentiments. Bibi Dong replied, stepping forward to link her arm with Zhao Su's. Just as she was about to speak further, a sound of approaching footsteps drew her back. She quickly released his arm, her cheeks flushing slightly, and turned to face the papal throne. The newcomers were Zhu Zhuqing, Hu Laina, and Qian Renxue. Teacher. Hu Laina bent gracefully in greeting towards Bibi Dong, addressing her with respect. Zhu Zhuqing hurried to Zhao Su's side, while Qian Renxue remained aloof, her expression icy and silent. I shall personally journey to the ancient relics mountain. Laina, you, along with Yin and Xieyu, will accompany me. Bibi Dong had made her decision clear. This expedition was not solely for her own advancement, but also for the golden generation, Hu Laina, Yin, and Xiaoyu to join her. Teacher, you intend to go to the ancient relics mountain yourself? Hulaina exclaimed in surprise. While the mountain was known for its myriad opportunities, it was equally fraught with peril. For someone of Bai Bai Dong's unparalleled prowess, venturing forth into danger was unusual. Moreover, given Bai Bai Dong's youth, even without entering the mountain, her achievements would surely become legendary. Typically, it was the older title Douluo, those who deemed further breakthroughs unlikely, who took their disciples to the ancient relics mountain in search of opportunities for both themselves and their students. Indeed, Bai Bai Dong offered no further explanation, instructing Hulaina to gather Xiaoyu, Yin, and the others to assemble in the great hall the following morning. Yes, I will see to it. After Hulaina departed, Bai Bai Dong turned her gaze to Qian Rinxue, whose golden hair cascaded down her back, clad in a flowing white dress, her demeanor icy and mute. Are you inclined to join me, or does your grandfather have other plans for you? I have my own arrangements. I prefer not to accompany you. You would be much safer with me than relying on Shilong and Xixue for protection. In truth, Bai Bai Dong held a deep concern for Qian Rinxue, as she was, after all, her own flesh and blood, birthed after 10 months of pregnancy. However, it seemed that Qian Rinxue's resentment toward Bai Bai Dong ran deeper still. When did you start caring about my safety? I do not require your concern. Very well, then I have nothing more to say. You may leave. Bai Bai Dong waved her hand dismissively, turning away to avoid looking at Qian Rinxue. Without hesitation, Qian Rinxue turned and strode away. The following morning, when Bai Bai Dong, Zhao Su, and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the Great Hall, they found Hulaina and the other 6 already waiting. Each was fully equipped and resolute. Upon seeing Bai Bai Dong, they promptly bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your holiness. There is no need for such formality. This journey to the ancient relics mountain should not be ostentatious. You may address me simply as teacher," Bai Bai Dong replied. Upon hearing this, Hulaina remained unaffected, while Xiaoyu, Yin, and the others felt a surge of joy. To be a student of the Pope meant that one would inevitably ascend to the ranks of the elders of the Spirit Hall upon reaching the title Douluo level. Their status elevated to a realm beyond comparison. Yes, teacher. Bai Bai Dong nodded in satisfaction and continued, moreover, during our expedition to the ancient relics mountain, Zhao Su will take the lead. His word shall be my command. Understood. The group turned to Zhao Su, their gazes betraying a hint of reluctance. Yet they dared not voice their dissent. We are all brothers and sisters here. Let us discuss matters together without any hierarchy. Zhao Su discerned the defiance in the eyes of these individuals. However, he paid it no mind, for earning the respect of others is not achieved through mere words, but rather through demonstrating one's strength. The group consisted of 10 individuals, traveling in 2 horse-drawn carriages. Zhao Su, Zhu Zhuqing, Bai Bai Dong, and Hulaina traveled together in one carriage, while the remaining 6 occupied another. The horse-drawn carriage journeyed westward, destined for the final city where the continent meets the sea, Hanhai City. Upon arrival, they planned to rest for a few days before chartering a vessel to venture into the ocean. Hanhai City, located on the far western edge of the continent, boasts 2 ports for seafaring, one in the Luo Empire, Hanhai City itself, the largest port in the Douluo continent, and another in the Tiando Empire known as Mingyang City, which also provides access to the sea, leading to Sea God Island and the search for ancient relics. Sugu, how much longer until we arrive? After a fortnight of relentless travel, Zhu Qing, possessing only a soul power level above 70, appeared quite fatigued. Leaning against Zhao Su, she drowsily inquired. It should be soon, Zhao Su replied gently, wrapping his arms around Zhu Zhuqing with tender affection. Rest for a while. Once we reach the next city, we will take a few days to recuperate. Seated opposite Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing, Bai Bai Dong and Hulaina exchanged glances, revealing subtle signs of intrigue. Bai Bai Dong averted her gaze, staring out of the carriage window. After 2 hours, just as dusk began to settle, they finally arrived at a coastal city. This marked their first halt after many days of travel. The toll of the journey was evident not only on Zhu Zhuqing and Hulaina, both of whom were still relatively inexperienced, but also on the faces of Zhao Su and Bai Bai Dong, which bore traces of weariness. At this moment, Bai Bai Dong had changed from her opulent golden gown into a more practical and graceful purple dress. Her crown had been removed, and her hair was casually gathered. Although she was slightly older than Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing, her beauty and poise surpassed theirs, exuding an air of authority cultivated from years in a position of power, something neither Hulaina nor Zhu Zhuqing could compare to. Teacher, there isn't an ahead. Shall we rest there? Hu suggested. Whatever you wish, Bai Dong replied nonchalantly. Upon entering the inn, the presence of their group, particularly the stunning beauty of the three women, captured the attention of all present. This vicinity was nearing the ocean, distanced from the imperial capital of the Xing Luo Empire. Though still under its rule, frequent conflicts arose here, exacerbated by the recent opening of the ancient relic mountain in the sea, drawing the interest of various sects, families, and independent cultivators eager to seek fortune within its depths. The influx of people contributed to the chaos in the surrounding cities. Yet everyone understood that those bold enough to approach the ancient relic mountain were individuals of considerable strength or the elite of their respective clans. Consequently, most refrained from inciting trouble. Please prepare 5 rooms for us. Yin called out to the front desk upon their entrance. I'm sorry, sir, but we only have 3 rooms available, the receptionist replied. Turning to Bai Dong for guidance, Yin received a nod before stating, 3 rooms will suffice, also. Please arrange for some food, expedited, if possible. Certainly, sir, just a moment. Suddenly, a brash voice echoed from outside the inn. Chapter 118. To conquer the world. One must first win the hearts of the people curious. The group turned towards the sound, spotting a robust soldier clad in armor entering the inn, followed by a contingent of soldiers. General Liu, what brings you here? The hotel manager greeted the imposing figure, recognizing the unmistakable aura of a soul saint emanating from him. Where have you come from? General Liu inquired, directing his question towards the group. I am asking you where you hail from? Although Zhao Su and his companions were visually striking, with the women being beautiful and the men handsome, there was a distinct lack of palpable soul power emanating from them. Consequently, the hotel manager was rather curt in his dealings with Zhao Su and his entourage in the presence of General Liu. Enough of this chit-chat. Quickly arrange our accommodations and prepare our meals. Yin paid no heed to the manager's inquiries, nor did he spare them a glance. Instead, rapping on the service desk and addressing the bewildered staff member, Young man, do you wish to court death? Do you comprehend the nature of this establishment? Enraged by Yan's disregard, the manager was on the verge of confrontation. Yan, however, was not one to relent. Flames suddenly enveloped his form, and his impeccable configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings ignited, eliciting astonishment from everyone present, including a visibly perturbed General Liu. Despite being a soul saint himself, the disparity in their soul rings was stark, with his first soul ring being merely white. In an instant, the earlier bravado faded away. At that moment, Zhao Su, Bibi Dong, and Zhu Zhuqing had settled onto the sofas in the hotel lobby, leaving all matters to Yin for resolution. Do not act impulsively. Both of you, refrain from rashness. The hotel manager swiftly positioned himself between Yin and General Liu, preventing Yin from taking action. General Liu is merely looking out for your welfare. Recently, numerous wolf bandits have emerged around Hanhai City, slaughtering the nearby villagers. The manager first sought to pacify General Liu before leading Yin and the others aside to explain the situation. He continued, thus, to combat these bandits, we have instituted a new regulation requiring both local merchants and outsiders to pay a certain amount of gold soul coins. Are you suggesting he is a good person then? Indeed, the city lord of Hanhai and the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Charles, are in collusion, prioritizing their own safety while allowing the bandits to pillage the surrounding villages. Without General Liu's intervention, countless innocent lives would have been lost. Is it truly as you say, that the Pope and the city lord are in cahoots? The manager, growing increasingly agitated, scoffed, what Spirit Hall? Merely a band of blood-sucking fiends, strutting about with bravado, yet the moment trouble arises, they flee faster than anyone. At this moment, Bibi Dong's expression turned frigid, her gaze sharp enough to pierce. Is this how you perceive the Spirit Hall? Indeed, those individuals regard us common folk with disdain. Just my single hotel alone has outstanding debts to the Spirit Hall totaling 100 gold soul coins for room fees, and countless virtuous women have suffered as a result. I dare say the members of the Spirit Hall are not much better than the marauding bandits, perhaps due to the prolonged oppression from the Spirit Hall. The hotel manager finally unleashed his pin-up frustrations. Although General Liu may appear coarse and overbearing, he genuinely cares for us commoners. Another individual in the hotel interjected. He even fell out with the city lord over this issue, resulting in his assignment to patrol the streets. Yin, you must personally slay Charles and bring me his head. At this juncture, Bibi Dong was thoroughly incensed, coldly instructing Yin. Understood, Yin replied, and alongside Xie Yu and Li Kai, the 3 departed the hotel. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's command, not a trace of fear appeared on the faces of those within the hotel, including General Liu. Instead, a glimmer of joy was evident. This alone was enough to illustrate the long-standing grievances these individuals harbored against Charles. "We have been disrespectful, General Liu. Please do not take offense." Zhao Su held a deep admiration for General Liu Tianzheng, who safeguarded the peace of the people. Therefore, he did not act arrogantly and respectfully cupped his fist towards Liu Tianzheng, saying, "It is I who have been somewhat overbearing. I should be the one apologizing to all of you." Liu Tianzheng reciprocated the gesture, but hesitation flickered in his gaze as he inquired, "May I ask from where you all hail? Do you not fear retribution from the Spirit Hall after slaying Charles?" "Rest assured, General Liu," one replied. "If we are to strike, we shall eliminate them entirely, ensuring that no one remains to seek vengeance." Zhao Su spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet his words sent a chill of trepidation through the hearts of all present. Nevertheless, lingering doubts remained within their minds. They were uncertain whether Zhao Su and his companions were merely jesting or if they had indeed set out to slay Charles. It is worth noting that the sub-chancellor of the Spirit Hall in Hanhai City was no insignificant figure, having attained the formidable rank of Soul Sage at over 70 levels, accompanied by a dozen or so Soul Kings ranging from levels 50 to 60. After the passage of nearly half an hour, the confusion in their minds was dispelled. Charles's severed head was unceremoniously cast into the hotel lobby by Yan. From Yan's words, it was evident that, aside from Charles, the remaining Spirit Hall Soul Masters had been eradicated without mercy. General Liu, with his noble intentions for the people, why not usurp the tyrannical and ineffectual City Lord? Yet, I cannot do so, for the City Lord has bestowed upon me great favor. If you cannot, then I shall take it upon myself. Zhao Su rose and strode towards the hotel exit, having already inquired about the location of the City Lord's mansion. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded directly to the mansion. He swiftly eliminated the City Lord, who was still lost in a state of bliss, and exterminated all who opposed Liu Tianzheng's ascension to power, leaving no one alive. Within the City Lord's mansion, Liu Tianzheng, observing this unfolding chaos, wore a grim expression. "Who are you?" he demanded. "You needn't concern yourself with our identities. All that matters is that henceforth, there will be no representatives of the Spirit Hall in this vast city," came the reply. At this juncture, Bibi Dong had resolutely decided that upon her return from the sea, she would initiate a thorough purge within the Spirit Hall. As her previously obsessive and fanatical disposition began to wane, she realized that to unify the continent, she would require not only a firm hand but also a policy of conciliation. The first step was to cultivate a favorable image of the Spirit Hall in the hearts of the common people, to genuinely unify the continent. Winning the people's hearts was imperative. As the saying goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. It must be acknowledged that, despite her former cold-heartedness and propensity for violence, Bibi Dong was an undeniably competent ruler. "Are you affiliated with the Spirit Hall?" Liu Tianzheng, being astute, discerned subtle hints from Bibi Dong's tone and expression. "General Liu, or rather, City Lord, could you elaborate on the matter of the wolf bandits?" Zhao Su inquired, thinking that since he had arrived, he ought to eliminate this threat to the populace. "Of course," Liu Tianzheng replied. Through his narration, Zhao Su learned that the so-called wolf bandits were in fact aberrations born from the union of the Gale Demon wolf spirit beast and humans, creatures that preyed upon humanity, reproducing in a most brutal fashion. Such beings ought not to exist, which is fundamentally why there exists opposition against human-beast unions on Douluo continent. One can never predict what monstrosities might emerge from such unions. However, spirit beasts that have transformed after over 100,000 years cannot truly be classified as spirit beasts anymore. Upon completing their transformation, they abandon their beastly forms entirely and can never revert. Yet, they remain anathema to humanity, primarily because each of these transformable spirit beasts has surpassed 100,000 years of age. Killing them yields valuable spirit rings and bones. Additionally, the threat posed by these wolf bandits is immense. Should they produce hybrid abominations, it would spell disaster for the entire continent. "Do you know where the lair of these wolf bandits is located?" Zhao Su asked. "I cannot say for certain, but I suspect it lies within the forest, 30 miles east of here." "Very well, City Lord Liu, gather your forces, and let us eradicate these marauders who threaten the people." "This may prove difficult," Liu Tianzheng replied, his expression troubled. "These wolf bandits are born with levels exceeding 10, and the adults possess soul power of 30 to 40. They number in the hundreds. We would be walking into a death trap." "Fear not, City Lord. As long as you trust me, you need only assist from the periphery. There will be no need for you to engage directly," Zhao Su reassured him. Liu Tianzheng fell into contemplation, while he yearned to eliminate the wolf bandits. He had to consider his own capabilities. To charge into battle recklessly would be tantamount to seeking death. Very well, we shall go. Though I cannot guarantee how many men I can rally. Ultimately, Lu Tianzhong chose to place his trust in Zhao Su. Recognizing that the latter's party had not only slain the head of the Spirit Hall, but also the city lord himself, their strength was undeniable. Once Zhao Su's group departed, who knew when they might encounter such a powerful and fearless team again? This opportunity was rare for both him and the entire city of Hanhai. Naturally, those who wished to join should do so, while those who did not should not feel pressured. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. Indeed, Brother Zhao. Regardless of who else may join, I shall accompany you, Lu Tianzhong declared, making his intentions clear before setting off to muster his forces. Why do you concern yourself with these matters? Aren't you in a hurry to head to see God Island? Bibi Dong finally asked Zhao Su after Lu Tianzhong had left. It was evident that their party was currently led by Zhao Su, even though Yin and the others typically followed Bibi Dong's commands. However, Bibi Dong found herself inclined to heed Zhao Su's counsel. For instance, regarding this decision, though she harbored questions, she refrained from contradicting him. After all, it's all a form of training. It matters not where we train, Zhao Su responded, glancing at Huo Li and the others, as I understand it. These half-beasts possess not only formidable physiques, but also considerable strength, and they are numerous. You must exercise caution. Are you suggesting we go hunt those half-beasts? Yin furrowed his brow, feeling reluctant. In his mind, he held himself in high esteem, believing such matters were beneath him. Among the seven, aside from Hulaina, the rest exhibited similar sentiments in their expressions. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Su could only shake his head. These individuals hailed from powerful families, possessing exceptional martial souls and innate talents. However, having been pampered since childhood, they had never encountered adversity. They were akin to delicate flowers, nurtured in a greenhouse. How could such individuals contend with those who had been forged in the crucible of war? The former Pope, Qian Xuanji, and Bibi Dong, prior to the fusion of her new martial soul, possessed martial abilities that were not inferior to Tang Hao's. In fact, the six-winged angel martial soul, revered as a divine martial soul, surpassed the Haotian hammer. Yet, it was Tang Hao, of a lower rank, who nearly defeated him. This occurrence, while partly attributable to the 100,000-year soul ring sacrificed by Yin to Tang Hao, ultimately stemmed from the fact that Tang Hao had fought his way through countless battles. In contrast, Qian Xuanji had been cultivated through the extensive resources of the Spirit Hall. Although his rank had increased, his practical combat skills paled in comparison to Tang Hao's. Zhao Su aimed to temper their haughty dispositions while fostering their growth through combat. Otherwise, even if they were to become titled Douluo in the future, they would remain ineffectual. Indeed, this marks the true inception of their trial. Our purpose is to seek opportunities in the ancient relic mountains, not to engage in petty skirmishes with bandits. If you cannot even vanquish a band of robbers, how can you hope to pursue fortunes in the ancient relic mountains? It seems more like a journey towards demise. You merely wish to exploit us to satiate your own vanity. If you possess the capability, then slay them yourself. From the outset, Yin and the others harbored a deep-seated discontent towards Zhao Su, having never truly witnessed his prowess. Even during their hunt for the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape in the Star Doe Great Forest, Zhao Su remained cloaked in a black robe, concealing his visage. In their eyes, Zhao Su was merely seeking to use them to gain his own glory among the populace of Hanhai City. The already simmering discord among them reached a boiling point at that moment. Enough. Eradicating evil for the sake of the people is the duty of cultivators. Hulaina interjected, halting Yan's tirade. Bibian sat quietly throughout, observing the unfolding drama, fully aware of the thoughts occupying Yin and the others' minds. Without imparting a lesson, their hearts would remain unsettled. This was also the reason they were no match for the Shrek 7 monsters. The Shrek 7 monsters had truly forged themselves in the crucible of battle. Even Oscar, a support-type and food-type soul master, had endured hardships in the Grand Soul Arena. In contrast, these 7 had been regarded as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall since childhood. Not only were they revered, but they also had access to abundant resources, which inflated their pride as they rapidly ascended in rank. Since you doubt my capabilities, I shall offer you a chance, Zhao Su declared as he stepped out of the room into the expansive courtyard of the city lord's mansion. All 7 of you, come at me together. If you can force out my martial soul, I shall concede your victory. Zhao Su, you are insufferably arrogant. If it weren't for our teacher, I would have taught you a lesson long ago. Yin exclaimed, enveloped in flames as he charged at Zhao Su. The others, seeing Yin take action, revealed their martial souls as a united front. Even Hulaina joined the fray, eager to ascertain Zhao Su's true strength, viewing this as a rare opportunity to hone their synergy. Chapter 120, Prideful Dispositions Cannot Forge True Strength. The positioning of the seven was deliberate. Hulaina and Xiaoyu stood together to assist Yin, who spearheaded the assault. The remaining four each had their designated roles. Together, they launched an orchestrated and coordinated offensive. You are far too weak. It feels like a blatant abuse of power to engage you. Zhao Su once again mocked the group before him. In an instant, he seemed to vanish completely, and when he reappeared, he stood behind Yin. He patted Yin's shoulder, inquiring with a hint of sarcasm, "So this is your Flame Lord?" I must say, he seems quite adept at stoking the fire. As he spoke, his right hand seized Yin's shoulder while his left fist aimed directly at Yin's cheek with ferocity. Yin had no opportunity to retaliate. At that moment, Hulaina's sixth spirit ring radiated with light, unleashing a powerful aura of murderous intent as a third eye manifested upon her forehead. This malevolence sought to ensnare Zhao Su under its dark influence. Meanwhile, Li Kai had transformed into his martial spirit's true form, a fearsome black boar adorned with tusks. He charged with reckless abandon. Within the ranks of their team, Xiaoyu, wielding the radiant golden scepter of support, summoned a brilliant golden light from his staff that enveloped Li Kai, accelerating his momentum in the charge. As Zhao Su witnessed Li Kai charging towards him, he finally relinquished his grip on Yan's shoulder and forcefully hurled Yan away. Yan hurtled directly towards Li Kai, sending him flying as he collided with the oncoming force. At that moment, Xiaoyu also sprang into action, launching the Moonblade at Zhao Su from an unusual angle. Hulaina, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent, simultaneously merged her martial soul with Xiaoyu's, manifesting the enchanting fusion technique known as demonic charm. The Moonblade began to transform, and Hulaina underwent a significant metamorphosis as well. The third eye on her forehead turned a vivid shade of pink. Her entire form was adorned with soft pink fur, resembling a true fox as she assumed a predatory stance, coupled with the interference of the god of death domain. This martial soul fusion technique proved to be far more formidable than during the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. Yin, Li Kai, Xiaoyu, Sun Chuanao, and Zhang Ping all unleashed their most powerful soul techniques available to them at that moment. The martial soul manifested in a dazzling display, predominantly in shades of pink, as it advanced towards Zhao Su. If this is all the strength you possess, I have not misjudged you. You are truly feeble. Zhao Su let out a cold snort, exuding an overwhelming authority that enveloped the seven individuals. He forcefully dispelled their martial souls. Under Zhao Su's formidable pressure, each of them succumbed and knelt down. To be frank, the combined strength of Hulaina and her companions was not to be underestimated. They were quite formidable within the younger generation of the Douluo continent. Even the fully realized Shrek 7 devils would find it challenging to surpass them. However, for Zhao Su, their power held no significance. His ambitions were directed towards confronting deities, rather than the formidable beings of the Douluo continent. Let alone these individuals, even Bibi Dong would pale in comparison when faced with a god, necessitating her to devise every possible means to enhance her own strength. Much less could be expected from these few. At that moment, Lu Tianzheng had also returned, acutely sensing Zhao Su's tremendous pressure. His steps, previously leading him into the courtyard, quickly retreated. "So, do you acknowledge yourselves as worthless?" Zhao Su retracted his oppressive aura and turned his gaze towards the seven kneeling figures, softly inquiring. "Yes, we are indeed worthless." Yan's eyes reflected profound disappointment. In this confrontation with Zhao Su, he had scarcely managed to make a move before being utterly overwhelmed. Under Zhao Su's immense pressure, he could hardly maintain his footing. Though his heart was heavy with dismay, he recognized the vast chasm that separated him from Zhao Su. Remember, if you do not wish to be considered worthless, you must suppress the pride within you, fear not the hardships, nor shy away from injuries. Only those warriors who emerge from the crucible of bloodshed are the true paragons of strength. Observing the dejected Yin and his companions, Bibi Dong finally spoke up. "All right, let this matter conclude for today. Though you may be weak now, I believe that one day you will become true powerhouses." Hearing Bibi Dong's words, both Zhao Su and Hulaina turned their attention towards her. At that moment, Bibi Dong, clad in a simple purple gown, displayed a gentler aura than before, shedding the previous air of arrogance that once surrounded her. Once a sovereign reigning from a lofty perch, she now embodied the essence of a truly benevolent teacher, stern yet encouraging. A stark contrast to her former demeanor. "Yes, we shall heed the teacher's guidance." The seven replied respectfully, bowing slightly to Bibi Dong. Once Zhao Su and his companions had settled their affairs, Lu Tianzhong entered with keen awareness. In Zhao Su's presence, he exhibited even greater deference. Senior Zhao, I have gathered the willing soldiers, numbering around 30. At this moment, Lu Tianzhong had altered his address for Zhao Su, shifting from Brother Zhao to Senior Zhao. You need not be so formal. Simply call me Brother Zhao. I am no senior, Zhao Su replied with a gentle smile. 30 will suffice. Your only task will be to guard the main routes to prevent those half-beasts from fleeing. The rest shall be entrusted to them. The 7 offered no objections, standing silently to the side. If Brother Zhao and his companions can assist us in Hanhai City, you shall forever be our benefactor. We will erect a statue in your honor, to be revered by generations. I cannot accept such accolades. Let us first vanquish these half-beasts, Zhao Su replied. Indeed. Should we advance under the cover of night for a surprise attack, or prepare for tomorrow? Lu Tianzhong pondered aloud. We shall go now. Our task is merely to eliminate these half-beasts. Preparation is unnecessary, Zhao Su asserted. Lu Tianzhong hesitated, concerned that his words might offend Zhao Su, but ultimately voiced his concerns for safety. The number of wolf bandits is at least 300 to 400, and their leader is an elite soul master with green wings. At least level 80. Oh, a soul master among the half-beasts? Zhao Su was taken aback, yet he remained unfazed, affirming, regardless of their level, this shall be dealt with. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Lu Tianzhong mistook his confidence for fear and suggested, perhaps we should prepare further? No need. I find myself increasingly intrigued by these half-beasts. Let us depart now, Zhao Su insisted. Lu Tianzhong steeled himself, accepting the risk, as the worst outcome would be to become prey for the half-beasts. After all, as long as these half-beasts remained, Hanhai City would know no peace. It was better to take a gamble now than wait for them to ravage the surrounding villages and eventually threaten their city. During Lu Tianzhong's preparations, Zhao Su turned to Bibi Dong, asking, will you accompany us, or remain here? Of course I will join you. It has been too long since I last engaged in battle. Today will be an excellent opportunity to hone my skills. Although her words were casual, the killing intent emanating from Bibi Dong was palpable. Yet, this aura was different from the sinister malice of the past. It was a pure, controlled desire to fight. Very well, let this journey in Hanhai City commence. I hope that when we return, we shall all stand as the strongest. Perhaps we shall never return. Bibi Dong's somewhat pessimistic remark elicited a light-hearted chuckle from Zhao Su. To live can sometimes be more terrifying than death, if one is unafraid of life. What is there to fear in death? Before long, within mere minutes, Lu Tianzhong and over 30 men were fully armed, having even bid farewell to their families in preparation for the worst, with a resolve to sacrifice themselves for the citizens of Hanhai City. They embarked on their mission to eradicate the bandits. Zhao Su and 10 others traveled by carriage, while Lu Tianzhong rode alongside more than 30 soldiers, swiftly heading east towards the forest where the half-orcs lay concealed, approximately 30 miles from Hanhai City. Stop, just 5 miles away from the half-orcs' hiding place. Both Zhao Su and Bibi Dong sensed something amiss and urgently called out to the carriage driver. What is it, Brother Zhao? A strong scent of blood permeated the air, overwhelming in its intensity. All disembarked from the carriage, and Zhao Su furrowed his brow, gazing intently in a certain direction. Is there a village or town over there? There are no towns, only a few villages. Hurry, move at full speed. If my suspicions are correct, the wolf bandits are attacking the villages. What? Lu Tianzhong promptly shouted to the soldiers beside him, accelerate to the utmost speed towards those villages. We may still save a few villagers. Zhao Su continued to speak to Lu Tianzhong, saying, Lord Lu, you and your men should follow closely behind and secure the entrance to the village ahead. Remember, not a single half-orc must escape. Lu Tianzhong nodded reassuringly. Zhao Su refrained from uttering a word, instead wrapping his arm around Zhu Zhiqing's waist. In an instant, a pair of butterfly wings manifested behind him, propelling them swiftly towards the village. Hulaina, too, was in flight. The moment her bat wings unfurled, her form diminished rapidly. Once her wings fully extended, her speed surpassed that of Zhao Su's celestial butterfly. In terms of velocity, even Bibi Dong could not catch up with Hulaina. Moreover, as she spread her bat wings completely, perhaps due to the nature of bats, her presence became undetectable, rendering her essence concealed. In stark contrast to Zhao Su, Hulaina, and Bibi Dong, those trailing behind, including Yin and his companions, exerted every ounce of their strength, disregarding the consumption of their soul power. Within a mere 5 minutes, Zhao Su and Hulaina arrived at the village, which was currently besieged by the carnage wrought by the half-beasts. The gruesome scene before them caused Zhu Zhiqing, standing beside Zhao Su, to pale instantly. As she gazed around, she saw severed limbs and blood saturating the entire village. The half-beasts had retreated, leaving behind a scene drenched in cruelty and bloodshed. Most of the corpses appeared dismembered. Before long, Yin and the others caught up. Their faces equally ashen upon witnessing the horrific tableau, their hearts ignited with a burning fury. "Let us go," they urged. "We shan't linger long. We must eradicate them all today. Annihilate them." At that moment, any grievances were overshadowed by a singular resolve to exterminate the half-beasts. Shortly after entering the forest, Zhao Su and his allies encountered the throng of half-beasts, numbering over 300. Many of these creatures clutched severed limbs, evidently treating these body parts as their sustenance. "Kill!" they cried. Zhao Su did not employ any particular strategy. His approach could be encapsulated in a single word: slaughter. Soon, the half-orcs began to react. And under the command of their leader, they advanced towards Zhao Su and his companions, encircling them with murderous intent. In addition to the leader, who possessed the formidable strength of an 80-plus level soul Douluo, there were also 3 captains at the soul saint level, each commanding approximately 100 half-orcs. These half-orcs were utterly frenzied, exhibiting a singular focus on offense, with no regard for defense or fear of death. Zhao Su and his companions can be said to be even more frenzied than these half-beasts. The 7 of Hulaina protect one another, making it impossible for the half-beasts to approach. At this moment, Bibidong truly embodies the essence of a Rakshasa, her body enveloped in a golden armor, wielding 9 demonic sickles that form a scythe of death. With each swing, a wave of half-beasts falls. Lu Tian, stationed at the entrance of the forest, gazes at Bibidong, who radiates a golden light like a celestial being. Everyone stands in awe. It appears that these half-beasts are on the verge of being eradicated single-handedly by Bibidong. However, Bibidong's intention is not to annihilate, but rather to provide them with experience, not to unleash chaos. Zhao Su couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. After Zhu Zhuqing exited the battlefield, he called out loudly to Bibidong. At that moment, Lu Tian, witnessing the rows of fallen half-beasts, found himself devoid of fear and joined the fray. All eyes turned toward Bibidong, filled with admiration. "I truly apologize. I seem to have lost control." Upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, imbued with spiritual resonance, Bibidong regained her composure and sheathed her scythe of death. The golden armor adorning her gradually faded into her being as she withdrew from the battlefield. "Do not simply stand there. Hasten to rescue those villagers who are still alive." Zhao Su called out again to Lu Tianzhong, who stood there in a daze. At that moment, Zhao Su felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, a blend of helplessness and resignation. Of the 300 to 400 half-beasts, Bibidong had single-handedly slain 300, leaving only a handful remaining. Just then, the winged half-beast leader made his move. His muscles rapidly swelled, reaching an imposing height of over 2.5 meters, radiating a striking azure glow. His hands transformed into lethal claws as he leaped into the air, his azure wings stirring up a white mist that enveloped Hulaina and her companions. Zhao Su could distinctly observe that beneath the azure radiance, the half-orc chieftain's body swelled, accompanied by a remarkable increase in his soul power. Ultimately, he transcended into the esteemed rank of titled Douluo. His razor-sharp claws were astonishingly swift, each strike seemingly freezing the very air around it. With the assistance of the 3 captains, each of whom possessed over 70 levels of soul power, Hulaina and her companions found themselves at a disadvantage. Chapter 122. The Golden Generation Unites Against the Evil Wolf. This half-orc exhibited peculiar traits. Similarly, Bibidong gazed into the white mist, observing the eruptive half-orc leader, her brow furrowing in contemplation. What was so peculiar? Although Zhao Su sensed something unusual about the leader, he could not quite articulate what was amiss. He felt the potent aura of the Rakshasa God emanating from him, a strong malevolence. After Bibidong absorbed the Rakshasa God armor and the Rakshasa demon scythe, she transformed the latter into her new second martial soul. At this moment, Bibidong could be considered a quasi-Rakshasa God. Once she completes the 9 trials of the Rakshasa God, the deity will inevitably descend. At that time, should Bibidong slay the Rakshasa God, she would completely usurp the divine entity. This is not merely a matter of inheritance, but rather an absolute replacement. Could it be that the Rakshasa God does not reside in the divine realm, but has been present all along in the Douluo continent? When Zhao Su first encountered the shadow of the Rakshasa God in the city of slaughter, he had pondered this question. It is important to note that while the gods of the divine realm exert complete dominion over the mortals of Douluo continent, They are bound by constraints that prohibit unauthorized descent into the mortal realm. Furthermore, the succession of divinity follows stringent protocols. Typically, the corresponding god is not permitted to manifest until the successor has completed the 9 trials. Yet, the fact that the Rakshasa god could project a shadow to thwart Bibi Dong from obtaining the Rakshasa god armor and the Rakshasa demon scythe seems implausible. Bibi Dong turned her gaze toward Zhao Su, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment and skepticism regarding his conjecture. At this point, nothing seems impossible. We are resolutely determined to dismantle this chessboard and create a game of our own design. However, it appears that the journey to the ancient relic mountain may be fraught with dangers beyond our imagination. Zhao Su had already contemplated the perilous nature of this journey. Yet it now appeared that his considerations were rather simplistic. At this moment, the formidable half-orc chieftain, akin to a character from a legendary battle, had gained the upper hand with the assistance of 3 equally powerful half-orc warriors. Hulaina and her companions found themselves in a dire predicament. It was at this juncture that they finally grasped the significance of Zhao Su's words. Each individual became earnest in their resolve. Through their harmonious collaboration, coupled with Hulaina's malevolent eye that effectively countered the forces of evil, they gradually stabilized the situation. Zhao Su also took action, slaying all the half-orcs except for the leader and the 3 captains. He understood that those ordinary half-orcs were of no further use to the 7 elite members of the Spirit Hall. There was no point in keeping them alive. This time, I shall refrain from intervening. Should you fall to these 4 half-orcs, it shall be a testament to your inadequacy and strength. Although Bibi Dong uttered these words, her gaze remained fixed upon the battlefield. Her intention was merely to convey to the 7 that they were the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, gifted individuals upon whom their elders had placed great expectations. Yet, in the outside world, survival hinged upon their own prowess. Brother Zhao, we rescued all the villagers captured by the half-orcs, but there are only a handful of women and children left. The rest have perished. Lu Tianjing's expression was grim. Despite the victory in eradicating the half-orcs, the village had been nearly decimated. In light of this, I must trouble Lord Lu to escort those who have lost their loved ones back to Hanhai City and ensure their proper resettlement. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, that is not an issue. Should they wish to remain in Hanhai City, I shall provide for their settlement. If they desire to return to their village, I will assist them in rebuilding their homes. Upon hearing Lu Tianjing's words, Zhao Su nodded appreciatively. He then retrieved a small porcelain vial from the storage jade pendant at his waist. Lord Lu, this is the soul-gathering pill I have concocted. It can be consumed during cultivation to enhance the speed of one's training, and it may also be gifted to those of good character to bolster the overall strength of Hanhai City. Thank you, Brother Zhao. After expressing his gratitude, Zhao Su instructed Lu Tianjing to clear the battlefield, taking all useful spoils back to Hanhai City. Following this, Lu Tianjing and his group departed with the surviving villagers and the spoils of war. Zhao Su then focused intently on the now utterly enraged half-orc chief. The white mist, composed of malevolent thoughts, had been completely dispelled by Hulaina's evil eye. However, the half-orc chief grew increasingly fierce in battle. His claws, enveloped in a ghastly azure glow, exuded a strong scent of blood. How dare you, wretched humans? You have forced my hand. He bellowed, his words laced with overwhelming murderous intent. Suddenly, he pivoted, seizing another half-orc beside him. The claws on his hand pierced through the creature's body, voraciously siphoning its lifeblood. In moments, the half-orc was reduced to a desiccated corpse, cast aside carelessly. He then turned his attention to the other 2 half-orcs, consuming them with the same method. Once the devouring was complete, his physique began to swell once more, hard armor manifesting on his body. His soul power surged dramatically, ultimately breaking through to the rank of title Douluo. His once formidable claws transformed into a massive broadsword, his visage contorted with rage, and his eyes turned blood red. This time, the half-orc chief leaped into the air, seemingly possessing the ability to teleport, disregarding the constraints of space. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the defensive formation of Hulaina and her 6 companions. Furthermore, following his evolution, the chief's intellect had significantly increased. Instead of targeting the strongest among them, Hulaina and Xiaoyu, he fixated on Suyu, who wielded the support-type martial soul, the golden candescent staff, and Zhang Ping, who possessed the agility-focused martial soul, the golden waist swallow. He aimed to disrupt their formation first before dealing with the rest. Yet, he severely underestimated the true strength of Hulaina and her companions. Among the 7, they practiced a secret technique that enhanced their mental power, allowing them not only to amplify their own mental faculties but also to connect their minds with one another. Without the need for words, they understood each other's thoughts. While Hulaina served as the core of their group, it was Xiaoyu who directed their strategy. Following Xiaoyu's lead, Suyu and Zhang Ping swiftly retreated, while Li Kai and Sun Quan now stepped forward to defend. In that moment, Yin also sprang into action, igniting flames that surged wildly, temporarily forcing the half-orc chief back. However, Hulaina did not allow him a moment's respite. She fused with her martial soul, the demon fox, her entire being cloaked in fine fur. In her hands appeared 2 daggers, which she thrust towards the half-orc chief with blinding speed. Xiaoyu unleashed his martial soul's true form, transforming into a crescent moon blade, which he could manipulate from a distance. Its razor-sharp edge could even pierce the azure armor that adorned the half-orc chief post-evolution, coupled with Yan's flames, which hampered the chief's agility. Their coordinated assaults made it exceedingly difficult for him. The half-orc, driven to fury by their relentless attacks, roared once more. Despite his immense strength, he found himself unable to unleash his full potential against the impeccable teamwork of the 7. Chapter 123. The War of the Gods Not Far Away. Bibidong and Zhao Su observed the unfolding battle, satisfaction evident on Bibidong's face. Yet, despite the Golden Generation's harmonious synergy, the disparity in soul power loomed large. Before long, as the 7's soul power began to wane, the half-orc chief managed to turn the tide of the battle. The once azure armor now bore blood-red veins, enhancing its defensive capabilities. He no longer feared Yan's flames. Even Xiaoyu's crescent blade could not truly breach his defenses. Li Kai's Blackhorn Mountain Pig was countered by the half-orc chief's evolved Wind Demon Wolf, while Hulaina could cause some trouble for the chief due to her rapid speed. Her overall attack power was insufficient. She needed to strike the same spot on the chief's body 3 times consecutively to breach his defenses, allowing Xiaoyu's crescent blade and Sun Chuantao's attacks to deal damage. However, the half-orc chief was not a mere target. Despite his massive size, he remained remarkably agile. For Hulaina, landing 3 consecutive strikes on the same spot proved to be an arduous task, exacting a severe toll. This toll was not solely on her soul power, but also on her mental energy, which was equally taxing. As a result of the prolonged dual drain on her soul and mental powers, Hulaina's complexion paled, her speed noticeably diminished. Blood Moon and Yin fared little better. The gap in soul power had become an insurmountable chasm. As Hulaina's speed waned, she was swiftly caught by the half-orc chief, who gripped her neck tightly. His blood-red eyes were filled with murderous intent, malice, and a hint of fury. Disregarding the rescue attempts from Xiaoyu and the others, he opened his cavernous maw, aiming to bite down on Hulaina's head, intent on devouring her. Hulaina struggled with all her might, but her weakened state rendered her unable to escape the chief's grasp. As she felt the gaping maw drawing nearer, the overwhelming scent of blood filled her senses, instilling within her a profound sense of impending doom. Her vision blurred, and a wave of helplessness washed over her. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared, delivering a powerful punch to the half-orc chief's jaw. At the same time, a long sword was drawn, severing the chief's grip on Hulaina's neck. As she fell towards the ground, the figure caught her and delivered her safely to Xiaoyu's side. Gasping for breath, Hulaina sought to steady her breathing. The others quickly gathered around her, gazing at Zhao Su, who, like a celestial being, rained down blows upon the half-orc chief. Each punch landed with devastating force, tearing horrific gashes into the chief's form. Zhao Su refrained from directly executing the half-orc leader, intending instead to extract the concealed essence hidden within him. This strategy would allow him to discern more clearly whether the essence concealed within the half-orc leader was indeed that of the Rakshasa deity. It is you. From this moment forth, you shall be my eternal foe, a rivalry that shall not cease until death. A voice emerged from the half-orc leader, one that resonated with profound weariness and boundless fury, unmistakably not that of the half-orc leader himself. Is this what they call a deity? Zhao Su snorted softly, acutely aware that the aura of the Rakshasa deity was far from stable. This might explain why the Rakshasa chose to attach a fragment of its essence to the half-orc chieftain, intending to eliminate ordinary mortals and use their lifeblood to mend its damaged soul. You need not seek me out. One day, I shall certainly come for you, and make you hypocritical deities meet your demise at my hands. At this moment, Zhao Su was utterly incensed by the Rakshasa. In the eyes of these so-called gods, mortals were but mere insects, to be exterminated at their whim. If that is the case, then Zhao Su felt no obligation to harbor goodwill towards these deities. While violence is not to be condoned, it can, at times, serve as the simplest and most expedient solution to a problem. As Zhao Su uttered these words, he extended his hand and extracted the entirety of the half-orc chieftain's memories. Within the recesses of that half-orc's mind, Zhao Su discovered fragments pertaining to the Rakshasa god. To his astonishment, it was not merely the Rakshasa god. The sea god, the Shura God, and various other deities were likely present on the Douluo continent. The divine realm was engulfed in ceaseless turmoil, with each god seeking a formidable successor to inherit their divine position, thereby liberating themselves from the relentless warfare among the gods. Zhao Su even discerned that his transference to this realm was not a mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate act to bring him to the Douluo continent. In this universe, the Douluo continent was not the sole land. There existed at least 3,000 continents. Among these, the very blue star where Zhao Su once resided was included. The rationale behind his relocation to the Douluo continent stemmed from the fact that it was the only continent that had not achieved complete unification. The interference from the gods here was most pronounced. It was likely that Tang San was brought to this continent for similar reasons. However, the deity behind Tang San differed from that of Zhao Su. Zhao Su speculated that the god responsible for bringing Tang San to the Douluo continent was likely one of either the sea god or the Shura God. Yet, the ominous red flower harboring a terrifying aura within Zhao Su's being, alongside the words it had spoken to him, instilled a sense of doubt within him. Zhao Su casually discarded the half-orc chieftain, whose memories had been siphoned away, onto the ground, his eyes reflecting a blend of confusion and sorrow. Bibi Dong also noticed Zhao Su's unusual demeanor, but refrained from probing him further, instead approaching Hulaina. Taking Hulaina's hand, she assessed her condition and discovered that Hulaina merely appeared weakened due to the depletion of her mental and soul energy, and had not sustained any real injuries, which eased her concerns. Supported by the sinister moonlight, Hulaina rose to her feet, while the seven stood before Bibi Dong, their heads bowed, their morale significantly diminished. This encounter with the half-orc chieftain had dealt them a heavy blow. Had it not been for Zhao Su's timely intervention, Hulaina's head might have been devoured by the chieftain. Furthermore, had Hulaina been slain, their own endurance would have faltered, ultimately leading them to share the same grim fate at the hands of the half-orc chieftain. You have all performed admirably. Do not let pride consume you. Yet do not succumb to despair. Once you each attain the rank of titled Douluo, I firmly believe that every one of you will surpass this half-orc. Bibi Dong's encouragement reignited the flickering hope within the eyes of the seven, restoring not only their original pride but also imbuing them with a newfound determination. Observing this, Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, urging them to replenish their soul energy swiftly, for they would soon need to return to Hanhai City. As dawn gradually broke, the rising sun from the east bestowed a gentle warmth upon the land. Chapter 124, completely earning the trust of the Golden Generation while waiting for Hulaina and the others to regain their soul energy, Bibi Dong approached Zhao Su, who was examining the corpse of the half-orc. Have you discovered something? Zhao Su replied, Indeed, it seems highly probable that the ancient relic mountain harbors a conspiracy, with gods such as the Rakshasa and Ashura potentially concealed within its depths. As Zhao Su spoke, he extracted a piece of azure soul bone from within the half-beast's body. This was a soul bone from the right arm. Upon touching it, Zhao Su sensed a formidable and violent aura emanating from it. It was highly likely a gift from the Rakshasa deity to this half-beast leader. It was precisely this soul bone that rendered him significantly stronger than the other three half-beasts. What? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Bibi Dong's brows furrowed. If that is truly the case, what is their objective? Of course, it is to heal. The essence of these ordinary people's blood pales in comparison to the potent blood of a soul master. Are you suggesting that the ancient relic mountain, which opens once every century, is merely a facade for their plot to hunt soul masters? Indeed, a century ago, many individuals entered the ancient relic mountain and emerged alive. Moreover, Tang Chun and Qian Daolu became the greatest beneficiaries, ultimately rising to the status of peerless Douluo, the strongest on the Douluo continent. How do you explain that? That is easily explained. After Tang Chun emerged from the ancient relic mountain, his level ascended rapidly. But have you noticed that it was at that time he was already parasitized by the nine-headed bat king, becoming the king of slaughter? Indeed, that is the case. And what about Qian Daolu? How many years has it been since he stepped out of the Douluo palace? Bibi Dong nodded. Being an astute individual, she required little elaboration to comprehend the situation. So, should we still venture to the ancient relic mountain? Of course we must go. How can we shatter their conspiracy without confronting it? Zhao Su's lips curled into a smile, radiating a sense of determination. This resolute expression, in the eyes of Bibi Dong, only deepened her admiration. Just then, a soft cough from the distance, belonging to Zhu Zhuqing, abruptly pulled Zhao Su back to reality. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's somewhat displeased demeanor, he quickly rose and offered an awkward smile, while gently waving the azure soul bone in his hand. This soul bone was remarkable. Albeit infused with a hint of ferocity, one could only wonder if its bearer might also succumb to madness. Zhao Su swiftly diverted the conversation, feigning a serious examination of the soul bone. Although Zhu Zhuqing said nothing, a knowing smile graced her face as she approached Zhao Su. She reached out and pinched the soft flesh at Zhao Su's waist with considerable force. Instantly, a sharp pain contorted the smile on Zhao Su's face. Regardless of whether it was Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, or Tang Yuehua, whenever they pinched Zhao Su's waist, he never attempted to resist in any manner. Despite the pain, his heart was filled with sweetness. Upon witnessing this, Bibi Dong also smiled gently, her exquisite beauty becoming even more radiant. Are you still watching? Zhu Zhuqing whispered into Zhao Su's ear, tightening her grip once more. I'm not watching. I am truly studying the soul bone. Zhao Su swiftly grasped the delicate hand of Zhu Zhuqing, bringing it to his lips for a gentle kiss. Your little hand still possesses some strength. How bothersome. Zhu Zhuqing managed to free herself from Zhao Su's hold, playfully striking his chest, her cheeks tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Amidst the affectionate exchange between Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing, Gulaina and the others had nearly regained their composure, although they had yet to reach their peak condition. Continuing their journey was no longer a challenge. Li Kai, this soul bone will undoubtedly aid you significantly in your ferocious endeavors. Upon receiving the azure soul bone from Zhao Su, a radiant smile illuminated Li Kai's face. Zhao Su continued, however, this soul bone is imbued with a powerful and ferocious aura. The consequences of its fusion may be unpredictable. The choice to merge lies solely with you. What potential side effects might arise? While it may enhance the ferocity of your barbaric charge, there exists the peril that your consciousness may be usurped, plunging you into a state of madness. Is there no remedy for this? Li Kai yearned for this soul bone, yet after hearing Zhao Su's words, he found himself wavering. Among the 7 elite members of the Spirit Hall's golden generation, he stood as the only one without a soul bone. Very well. If you place your trust in me and wish to experiment, then proceed with the fusion. After a moment's contemplation, Li Kai resolved his hesitation, extending his hand to grasp the soul bone and swiftly integrating it into his right arm. Upon the fusion, a surge of intense ferocity erupted, enhancing his aura significantly. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Kai abruptly opened his eyes, a cerulean glow emanating from his right arm. His martial spirit had fully merged with his being, transforming into an even more imposing black wild boar. With powerful strides, the true form of his martial spirit executed a barbaric charge, surging forth with reckless abandon. His eyes glowed crimson, indicating that his consciousness was indeed being compromised. Zhao Su signaled Hulaina and the others to retreat, and then advanced on his own. With a sudden surge of strength, he intercepted Li Kai, who was charging at him. The overwhelming force exerted pressure even on Zhao Su, who was not utilizing his immortal dominance body. It is noteworthy that Zhao Su's physical prowess, even without the use of his formidable ability, had already surpassed the strength of a soul Douluo. This implies that under such ferocious circumstances, Li Kai's martial spirit manifestation could inflict harm even upon an ordinary title Douluo. However, it is essential to recognize that the reality of combat differs considerably from the mere act of allowing Zhao Su to stand there and be struck. Once Zhao Su restrained Li Kai, a radiant white light, imbued with a sacred essence, entered Li Kai's body. Soon, the blood-red hue of his eyes returned to normal, and a glimmer of brilliance emerged within them. With his senses restored, Li Kai promptly retracted his martial spirit. Give it another try. Zhao Su addressed Li Kai, who, without further inquiry, merely nodded and once again employed the spirit bone of his right arm. Although it retained a ferocious aura, endowing his right arm and entire being with immense strength, he managed to maintain control. This newfound ability to wield it freely brought a smile of satisfaction to Zhao Su's face as he remarked, "Very well. But do remember to enhance your mental fortitude as much as possible. This will enable you to better manage the spirit bone. With a robust mental capacity, when you acquire more spirit bones in the future, your control will be significantly improved." "Thank you, Brother Zhao." Li Kai promptly expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Following this interaction, the demeanor of Yin and the others, particularly Li Kai, underwent a notable transformation, shedding their previous hostility. "Brother Zhao, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I humbly ask for your magnanimity and hope you can overlook it." As they journeyed back to Hanhai City, their slow pace was a result of the absence of a carriage and the lingering weakness in their bodies. They ambled along, taking in the scenery that lined the path. Yin and Xie Yu approached Zhao Su, who was walking behind, chuckling alongside Zhu Zhuqing, and said, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have already forgotten. Let us refrain from discussing such matters in the future. Zhao Su glanced at Yin and Xiaoyu, speaking casually. In chapter 125, The Little Woman and the Little Man. Yin and Xiaoyu exchanged glances. Xiaoyu remarked, since that is the case, we shall not be pretentious any longer. From this day forth, Brother Zhao shall be our leader. The words you speak hold the same weight as those of our esteemed teacher, and we shall unconditionally comply. Indeed. You are now the leader of our 7. The others quickly echoed. What leader? We shall discuss matters together. Zhao Su humbly remarked. In the midst of a joyful atmosphere, Zhao Su and his companions swiftly returned to Hanhai City. At that moment, Lu Tian was leading over 30 soldiers, awaiting their arrival at the city gate. Initially displaying an anxious expression, Lu Tian's face broke into a relieved smile upon seeing Zhao Su, as he approached with warmth. Brother Zhao, have you dealt with the half-orc leader? Yes, rest assured, there shall be no more wolf bandits in the vicinity of Hanhai City. Wonderful. Brother Zhao, you will henceforth be revered as our great benefactor in Hanhai City. I have already arranged a banquet to celebrate the heroes. With that, Lu Tian took Zhao Su by the arm and led him into the city. Upon their arrival in the city, Zhao Su and his companions were greeted by a throng of people lining the streets, who had gathered spontaneously to welcome them. Among the most fervent were the families of Lu Tianzheng and the 30 soldiers who had ventured forth to quell the bandits. In a display of gratitude, these families knelt before Zhao Su and his entourage within the Lord's mansion. Although these brave souls had embarked on their perilous mission with a resolve to face death, their safe return filled their loved ones with profound appreciation for Zhao Su. The ensuing feast lasted an astonishing 3 days, overflowing with sumptuous delicacies and fine wines, generously shared with all who attended. The inhabitants of Hanhai City, long deprived of such revelry due to the threat posed by the half-orcs, finally experienced a joyous celebration. For far too long, they had lived in a state of anxiety and fear. The complete eradication of the half-orcs was a monumental blessing for the citizens of this place. As the third night drew to a close, the grand festivities finally reached their conclusion. Throughout these 3 days, Zhao Su and his companions indulged without reservation, fully aware that this marked the dawn of a happier existence for the people of Hanhai City. Yet, for themselves, it signified merely the commencement of their own tribulations. Once they set sail upon the ocean, they would truly confront the trials of life and death, with the uncertainty of their return looming large. Brother Su, must we truly venture to the ancient relic mountain? Zhu Qing, leaning against Zhao Su, voiced her apprehensions. She was well acquainted with Zhao Su's intentions, and the more she understood, the deeper her unease grew. We have no other choice. The awakening of the ancient relic mountain signifies the onset of the god's century-old conspiracy, and our time is running short. Zhao Su took a deep breath, reluctant to take any risks. Yet, to abstain from risk meant surrendering his life entirely to the system, to the unseen manipulators behind it. He was not inclined to embrace death, particularly after having forged bonds with Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang Weihua. The thought of leaving them behind was unbearable. His blissful existence had only just commenced. How could he so readily relinquish it? I will remain by your side forever. Even in death, I shall accompany you, Zhu Shiqing stated with serene composure, entwining her arm with Zhao Su's. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall shield you from any harm. My life is yours to protect. I know that as long as I am by Brother Su's side, I fear nothing, Zhu Shiqing declared, leaning in to kiss Zhao Su. The gentle caress dispelled the worries that had plagued him for days. Ahem. Just as they were about to draw closer under the moonlight, a cough interrupted them, prompting an immediate separation. Zhu Shiqing's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She hastily adjusted her slightly disheveled attire and cast a glance at Zhao Su, seemingly conveying her intent to await him that evening. With a graceful leap, she descended from the rooftop and returned to her chamber. The source of the earlier cough was Bibi Dong, who, after witnessing Zhu Shiqing's departure, approached and seated herself beside Zhao Su. Her cheeks bore a hint of color, leaving one to ponder whether it was due to the effects of alcohol or the passionate scene she had just witnessed between Zhao Su and Zhu Shiqing. Did you summon me for something? Zhao Su cast a fleeting glance at Bibi Dong, subtly shifting closer to the side. Moments ago, Zhu Shiqing had already stirred the malevolent fire within him, and as Bibi Dong approached, the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her rendered Zhao Su even more captivated. Is it truly the case that I cannot seek you out without reason? What compels you to seek me in the absence of purpose? As Zhao Su spoke, he rose to depart, unwilling to squander the precious moments of this enchanting night. Upon entering the ancient relic mountains, will you protect me in the face of danger? Bibi Dong inquired, reaching out to grasp Zhao Su's hand. her gaze filled with hopeful anticipation. With your prowess, surely you do not require my protection? Zhao Su's words caused Bibi Dong, who had been filled with anticipation, to display a hint of disappointment. She chose not to respond further and released her grip on Zhao Su's arm. Seated there, she unexpectedly began to weep. This sudden display of emotion left Zhao Su momentarily at a loss. He had never imagined that someone like Bibi Dong, who epitomized the modern-day strong woman, could shed tears. Could it truly be so? Do you think a woman like me would never cry? Go ahead. Sometimes shedding tears can alleviate the burden. As Zhao Su settled down beside Bibi Dong once more, she patted her own shoulder. Seeing you in such distress, I offer you my shoulder. Cry if you must. You know. Throughout the years, whenever I found myself alone, I would weep. I despised myself and everyone around me. I never wished to be a pope. I simply longed to be a cherished and loved woman. Alas, that seems unlikely now. Zhao Su gazed at Bibi Dong with a serious expression and remarked, "What do you mean impossible? The majesty of your holiness is evident. Who would dare to regard you as merely a woman? Have you ever considered me as anything less than your holiness?" At that moment, Bibi Dong's eyes gradually took on a seductive glimmer as she intertwined her arm with Zhao Su's and continued, "I can be your little woman." Faced with Bibi Dong's audacity, Zhao Su felt a surge of apprehension. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. I am not suited for such a role. Before Zhao Su could finish his words, Bibi Dong took the initiative once more, leaning entirely into Zhao Su's embrace. Her fragrant lips pressed directly against his. In that moment, Zhao Su found himself entirely in a passive role. How can you know it won't work if you haven't tried? Or if you don't wish to be my little woman? Then be my little man instead, she proclaimed, not allowing Zhao Su a moment to respond before closing the distance once more. Chapter 126, Rejecting Bibi Dong. I cannot love only one. When a woman who appears aloof takes the initiative, her allure becomes even more intoxicating. However, despite the temptation, the two did not progress further. Though the allure was potent, Zhao Su swiftly regained his composure amidst the seduction, forcefully breaking free from Bibi Dong's grasp. You are too impulsive. I am not the one most suited for you. Zhao Su quickly rose to his feet and leaped from the rooftop, maintaining a certain distance from Bibi Dong. His heart racing with a hint of anxiety. Why? I cannot love you alone. I understand, and I do not require you to love me exclusively. Your affection is sufficient. I apologize. I cannot offer you any guarantees. In truth, Zhao Su spoke honestly. He wished to spare Bibi Dong, who had just emerged from her suffering, from sinking into another bout of sorrow. Since you say this, I have no further words. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Bibi Dong did not linger in the conversation. And although her gaze held a trace of melancholy, it also bore a hint of joy. At the very least, Zhao Su had not deceived her regarding her physical form. Watching Bibi Dong depart, Zhao Su took a deep breath, calming the tumult within him, before turning to enter the room. Inside awaited another beauty, Zhu Qing, who truly needed his affection at this moment. Throughout the night, Zhao Su remained industrious, striving to repay all that he owed to Zhu Qing. As they set out towards the sea, it felt as though they were stepping into peril. Perhaps for a long time, such delightful moments would be scarce. The following day, it was not until noon that the two finally emerged from their quarters. Thanks to the harmonious balance of yin and yang, both were in excellent spirits. Devoid of any fatigue, Zhu Qing appeared increasingly enchanting. Boss, what a real man. Upon exiting the room, Xiaoyu and Yin were already waiting for them. Upon seeing Zhao Su and Zhu Qing, they hurriedly approached. Yin glanced at Zhu Qing, then gave Zhao Su a thumbs up, saying, "What a man." Hearing Yin's words, Zhu Qing's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head away, avoiding their gaze. What is with all this chatter? Do you seek something from me? Zhao Su assumed a posture suggesting aggression and inquired of Yin and Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu and Yin immediately adopted a serious demeanor and approached Zhao Su, saying, Tang San and his companions have also appeared in Hanhai City and have now proceeded to the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena. The teacher instructed us to ask you whether we should join them. Tang San? Who else? Aside from Tang San, there are also Ma Hongjun and Oscar, as well as a few individuals from the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire. Isn't Ning Rongrong with them? No. In that case, let us also venture to the Grand Soul Arena and, at the same time, familiarize ourselves with the Soul Masters of the Sea. The teacher suggested the same, however. He appeared somewhat displeased, indicating that we should seek you out and accompany you. Zhao Su was acutely aware that Bibi Dong was upset with him. Yet he chose not to elaborate further, merely nodding in response. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart at once. Are we all going together? Or shall it just be the three of us? Do not summon your teacher. Instead, Invite Li Kai and a few others to join us. Understood. Yan and Xie responded in unison before turning to gather their companions. Zhao Su then addressed Zhu Shiqing. You should remain here and rest, for I anticipate our departure in the next couple of days, after which there will be little time for respite. All right, Zhu Shiqing replied obediently, not voicing any objections. Before long, Yin and his group had assembled, yet Hu Laina was noticeably absent. It was only through Xie that Zhao Su learned Hu Laina was accompanying Bibi Dong, who seemed to be unwell. Since their objective was merely to observe the spirit arena and not to engage, her absence was of no consequence. Upon their arrival at the Grand Spirit Arena in Hanhai City, the battle had already commenced. After finding a suitable vantage point to sit, they turned their gaze towards the spirit pool within. Did you not mention that Tang San and his companions would be present? Why do we not see them? Zhao Su cast a sweeping glance around, yet found no trace of Tang San and his companions, prompting him to inquire of Yin beside him. They must be in the VIP room. Upon hearing Yan's words, Zhao Su unleashed his formidable spiritual sense, swiftly locating Tang San and the others within a lavish chamber. Besides Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, there was also Bai Qinxiang from the Minji clan, along with Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan from the Tiando Royal Academy, as well as Yi Lingling, who possessed the nine-heart Begonia martial soul. It could be said that a new battle team had been formed. Through their conversation, Zhao Su discerned that this group was led by Tang San. Furthermore, he noticed that in the absence of just a few days, Tang San's rank had ascended to over 80, achieving the level of a soul de law. Most significantly, Zhao Su sensed a profound aura emanating from Tang San, suggesting that he had likely made contact with divinity. However, it remained uncertain which deity Tang San had engaged with. Soon, Ma Hongjun and Bai Qinxiang emerged wearing masks, initiating a battle against the two twin sea soul masters. It was evident that among them, Ma Hongjun was the least valued by Tang San, which explained his role as a test subject in combat. Within the soul arena, Ma Hongjun faced considerable restrictions and quickly found himself on the defensive against the twin sea soul master's onslaught. Nevertheless, he ultimately triumphed, albeit at the cost of considerable self-damage, defeating the two sea soul masters in a manner that inflicted 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while sustaining 800 points to himself. Let us depart. There is nothing more to behold here. Zhao Su rose and made his way towards the outskirts of the combat arena, with Yin and the others promptly following suit. Boss, judging by the battle just now, that sea soul master is truly formidable in the ocean. Indeed, a worthy challenge is what constitutes true experience. If one could simply overpower the opponent, it would hardly be considered a trial. So, shall we seek a vessel? No need. I shall take care of the ship issue myself. You all return and rest well. We shall set sail tomorrow. And you, are you not returning? I have a few matters to attend to. You may head back first. Zhao Su's gaze drifted in a particular direction, a hint of daze flickering in his eyes. For just moments ago, he sensed the presence of Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuehua. Very well, then let us return, he said. Indeed. Zhao Su nodded, hastening without delay towards a certain direction. Eventually, he arrived at a tea house where he encountered Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuehua together, alongside the one-armed sword Douluo, Chen Xin. Rongrong. Yuehua. Upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuehua were momentarily taken aback, then turned to face him, their faces lighting up with smiles. They quickly rose and dashed towards Zhao Su. At that moment, the bustling street was filled with passers-by, all casting envious glances at Zhao Su, who was embraced by two exceptionally charming beauties. Brother Su-Hua? Ning Rongrong clung tightly to Zhao Su, and as she looked up at him, tears began to flow. Her handsome face, adorned with the rain-like appearance of pear blossoms, was utterly endearing. In contrast, while Tang Yuehua's eyes were similarly reddened, she managed to restrain her tears. All right. Do not cry. If you keep weeping, my little beauty will no longer appear lovely. Zhao Su gently wiped away Ning Rongrong's tears, offering soft words of comfort. In the serene atmosphere of the tea house, Ning Rongrong gradually ceased her crying, yet she continued to cling tightly to Zhao Su's arm. Senior Sword, are you also heading to the ancient relic mountain? Zhao Su inquired, though he felt little surprise at Ning Rongrong's and Tang Yuehua's intentions to embark on this journey. However, he found it perplexing that someone like Xiang Qinshin, a formidable title Douluo who had attained the 97th level, was also intent on going to the ancient relic mountain. Indeed. Qinshin sighed, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. Since my last encounter with those from the Spirit Hall, I have suffered grievous injuries, losing an arm in the battle, though I have gained some insights since then and reached the 97th level. I still bear a heavy burden and fear my time is limited. Clad in a flowing white robe, with hair as white as snow, yet possessing the youthful visage of a transcendent, Qinshin appeared somewhat desolate, harboring feelings of discontent within. For many years, he had relentlessly pursued cultivation, striving to surpass his father and to vanquish the one who had once defeated him, thus fulfilling the final wishes of his father before his passing. Yet, despite the passage of time, he found himself unable to advance further. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the 97th level, he sensed that his limit had been reached, leaving no possibility for further progression. With no other options available, he resolved to journey to the ancient relic mountain in search of fortuitous opportunities, hoping to discover a means to break through. After all, with death looming over him, perishing within the ancient relic mountain would not be in vain. Moreover, he wished to safeguard Ning Rongrong as she ventured into the mountain. Though he had aged, she was still young, and if she were to seize an opportunity, it would ultimately allow her to defeat Douluo, thus fulfilling his own lingering regrets. Senior, there is truly no need for you to take such risks. If you wish to survive, there are many paths available, Zhao Su countered. Having lived over a century, I find that merely existing without purpose is less appealing than a final act of recklessness. Qinshin understood the underlying meaning of Zhao Su's words, yet within his heart, he felt a different kind of revelation. Even a life spent merely surviving seemed less worthwhile than taking a bold chance. If that is the case, then I have nothing more to say. Zhao Su rose and clasped his fist in respect towards Chen Xin, whom he held in genuine admiration. Since we have encountered each other today, I shall entrust Rongrong to your care. It was evident that Chen Xin had made up his mind. This expedition to the ancient relics mountain would either lead to soaring triumph or meet with fatality. Why not accompany us to the ancient relics mountain, esteemed elder? It would be beneficial to have an extra safeguard. Indeed, Grandfather Jian, let us journey together with Brother Su, Rongrong chimed in eagerly. Never mind. You young folks are better off without an old man like me. Rongrong, you should go with Zhao Su, Chen Xin replied, gently patting Ning Rongrong's shoulder. This time, do not heed your father's words, pursue your own desires regardless of what others may say. A flicker of contentment crossed Chen Xion's visage as he hesitated no longer and swiftly turned to leave. Rest assured, Grandfather Jian, as long as I draw breath, I shall fulfill your wishes. Ning Rongrong called out loudly to the resolute figure of Chen Xian retreating into the distance. Chen Xian offered no reply, nor did he glance back. He merely raised his single arm in a farewell gesture. A century ago, when the ancient relics were first unveiled, Chen Xion's father was among the few who survived the treacherous journey into the ancient relics mountain. However, unlike Douluo and Tangchen, he did not uncover great fortunes. Before his demise, Chen Xion's father had shared insights regarding the circumstances within the ancient relics mountain. This time, Chen Xion's venture was not along the conventional path. It was one fraught with peril. This was the reason he entrusted Ning Rongrong to Zhao Su's care. Now, Zhao Su began to comprehend that the aura he had sensed earlier was intentionally projected by Chen Xian to draw him closer. Brother Su, do you think Grandfather Jian will be in danger? Ning Rongrong nestled against Zhao Su, tears welling up again, her heart heavy with concern for Chen Xion's safety. Though she often appeared carefree, her thoughts were intricately woven, and she had sensed Chen Xion's unwavering resolve in the face of death. Do not worry, nothing will happen, Zhao Su reassured her. Although Zhao Su understood that Chen Xion's departure was fraught with peril, he still spoke words of comfort to Ning Rongrong. Rest assured, Rongrong, all will be well. Tang Yuehua also gently encouraged Ning Rongrong. Indeed, Ning Rongrong nodded. Despite the tear stains on her delicate visage, she managed to compose herself. Subsequently, Zhao Su, accompanied by Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuehua, returned to the city lord's mansion. Upon their arrival, they found Bibidong, Hulaina, and Zhu Zhuqing seated in the courtyard, sipping tea. Rongrong, Sister Yuehua. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuehua, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been sitting beside Bibidong, instantly broke into a smile and stood to greet them. Amidst the conversation between Tang Yuehua, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, Zhao Su finally realized that originally, the two of them were to accompany Tang San and his party as representatives of the Heaven Do Empire to the ancient ruins mountain. However, ever since the last coup within the imperial palace of the Heaven Do Empire, Tang San had undergone a significant transformation. He had grown increasingly sullen and ruthless. Moreover, in front of the Snow Knight Emperor, he had instigated discord with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, further aided by the machinations of Prince Xuexing. At this juncture, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had utterly lost the trust of the Snow Knight Emperor. Although Ning Fengji remained a guest elder of the Heaven Do Empire, his influence had waned considerably. It could be said that the imperial authority of the Heaven Do Empire was nearly under Tang San's control. Furthermore, the relationship between Tang San and the Haotian school was exceedingly delicate. According to your statements, could it be that Tang San has also been parasitized like Tang Chen? After listening to Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuehua's accounts, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow and spoke to Zhao Su. Have you met my grandfather? Indeed. The king of slaughter from the city of slaughter is your grandfather, Tang Chen, but he was parasitized by the nine-headed bat king, losing his consciousness. After the destruction of the city of slaughter, there has been no news of the parasitized Tang Chen. The king of slaughter is my grandfather? There can be no mistake about that. Zhao Su's current thoughts are not occupied by Tang Chen, but rather by Tang San. He has come to a clear realization that the enigmatic system is, in fact, seeking formidable successors for the deities involved in the divine war. Both Tang San and Zhao Su have been specially chosen as traversers from beyond the Douluo continent. The deity that selected Tang San is likely to be the god of Shura or the sea god. However, the identity of the deity that has chosen Zhao Su remains shrouded in mystery, which is a source of concern for him. Perhaps the system has sensed a change within Zhao Su, which is why it has remained silent during this period, refraining from issuing any further tasks. Fear not. For perhaps our journey to the ancient relic mountains will allow us to encounter all those we wish to meet. Zhao Su spoke as he gently grasped Tang Yuehua's hand, offering her words of comfort. Indeed. By the way, aside from Tang San and his team, are there any others heading to the ancient relic mountain? Certainly, she replied. Almost all the clans have dispatched their direct descendants to the ancient relic mountain, along with numerous independent cultivators. Moreover, I heard from my elder brother that this time, the number of individuals journeying to the ancient relic mountain exceeds previous expeditions. Many titled Douluo, who had long concealed themselves within the mountains and forests, have also emerged. It seems that this excursion to the ancient relic mountain is becoming increasingly intriguing. Although Zhao Su spoke casually, his heart was increasingly filled with concern. Upon entering the ancient relic mountain, the soul power within would be suppressed to the level of a soul sage. Moreover, Zhao Su was uncertain whether his advantages would remain intact after entering the ancient relic mountain, particularly if his soul power would be suppressed, and whether his spiritual awareness would also be affected. Chapter 128. Departure, sailing on the sea. However, at this moment, Zhao Su had no alternative but to press forward with determination. Yet, in his heart, he wished to dissuade Ning Rongrong, Tang Yuehua, and Zhu Qing from accompanying him to the ancient relic mountain, deeming it too perilous. No, wherever Brother Su goes, I shall follow. I fear no danger. Indeed, wherever Brother Su goes, I shall accompany him. Brother Su, I have come to a realization. I shall follow you wherever you lead, for I am yours now. The rise and fall of the Haotian sect no longer concern me. From now on, I am devoted solely to you. The three women exchanged affirmations, leaving Zhao Su without a counterargument. Thus, he resigned himself to their companionship on the journey to the ancient relic mountain. Yet, he silently vowed that no matter the circumstances, as long as he drew breath, he would ensure that no harm befell them. The following morning, Zhao Su and his companions bid farewell to Lu Tianzheng and made their way to the port where the sea vessel had been reserved. Upon their arrival, Captain Heidel and several crew members of the Sea Demon were already awaiting their presence, offering a warm welcome aboard. Zhao Su had invested a considerable sum to charter the largest and most robust ship at the port. Captain Heidel exhibited great enthusiasm. The ship boasted 3 decks, each containing 10 cabins. For safety's sake, their party of over 10 people occupied the 10 rooms on the uppermost deck. As the vessel set sail, they watched the cityscape gradually recede, gazing out at the boundless azure sea. In the beginning, apart from Zhao Su and Bibi Dong, the others were filled with excitement. Having lived on land since birth, they had never before experienced the vastness of the ocean. However, within a few hours, the initial exhilaration was replaced by seasickness, rendering them utterly despondent. They could hardly stand, let alone cultivate. Even Bibi Dong, whose complexion grew somewhat pale, managed to endure due to her formidable soul power. The most severely affected were Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, who could only lie in bed, barely able to move without succumbing to nausea. Rongrong, Zhu Qing, are you feeling any better? Zhao Su held the white porridge he had personally prepared. His eyes filled with concern as he gazed at the frail Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing lying in bed. I am fine. I never anticipated that the tumultuous sea could exert such a formidable influence. With Zhao Su's assistance, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing propped themselves up against the cabin, their faces ashen. Have a bite to eat. After a day or two of acclimatization, all will be well. Zhao Su served the plain congee, carefully sitting between the two, gently blowing on it before feeding them a bit to help them swiftly regain their strength. On the deck of the ship, Bibi Dong and Tang Yuehua stood gazing at the boundless sea, where the horizon met the sky. As dusk approached, the crimson twilight bathed the water's surface, evoking a dreamlike ambience. Those who have never beheld the ocean cannot fathom its beauty. Yet, as the saying goes, the most exquisite things often accompany danger. This adage holds true in this ocean teeming with formidable sea spirit beasts. Under the glow of the setting sun, the scene appeared enchanting. Yet one could never predict when a powerful sea soul beast might strike, plunging them into peril. Are you not envious? Bibi Dong inquired, retracting her gaze from the distant waters to address Tang Yuehua. What is there to be envious about? I believe that if I were unable to rise, he would care for me in the same way. Tang Yuehua replied, turning to look at Zhao Su, who was attentively tending to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing in the room, her eyes sparkling with infatuation. No wonder he would reject me, Bibi Dong murmured, her tone tinged with melancholy. Before long, Zhao Su returned with 2 bowls of congee, approaching Bibi Dong and Tang Yuehua. He handed one bowl to Bibi Dong, saying, "You haven't eaten all day. A warm bowl will soothe your stomach and alleviate your discomfort." Bibi Dong remained silent, simply accepting the bowl of congee from Zhao Su. However, Zhao Su did not directly offer the bowl prepared for Tang Yuehua. Instead, he chose to feed her personally, just as he had done for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Watching from the side, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of embarrassment and reached out to take the bowl herself. "Be good. Don't move. Open your mouth." Zhao Su deftly evaded Tang Yuehua's outstretched hand and brought the spoon to her lips, uttering tenderly, "How annoying." Despite her words, Tang Yuehua obediently opened her mouth, a blissful smile illuminating her face. "Humph." Bibi Dong, witnessing this scene, could not help but let out a huff before hastily retreating to her chamber. As night fell, it marked the onset of peril. Among Zhao Su's group, he alone maintained the best condition. Thus, he settled cross-legged on the deck, standing guard for the others. As midnight approached, a chill breeze swept across the sea, carrying with it a faint scent of blood. Zhao Su opened his eyes, his consciousness expanding outward to envelop a radius of 100 meters around the sea demon vessel. Zhao Su discovered that hundreds of deep-sea demon whales had completely encircled the vessel. They approached from all directions, swimming towards them. Simultaneously, Zhao Su's divine consciousness awakened all those aboard, including the captain of the sea demon and several crew members. Zhao Su, Bibi Dong, and those with a more optimistic disposition stood at the periphery, while the individuals in poor physical condition were shielded in the center, all prepared to confront the impending assault of the abyssal sea whales. "Captain Odell, what do these abyssal sea whales fear?" These creatures are not particularly terrifying. In contrast to the panic exhibited by Zhao Su and others, Odell appeared remarkably composed. "As long as the abyssal whale king does not manifest, our vessel will remain unassailable." As Odell spoke, he commanded the crew to activate the protective shield and propel the ship forward at full speed, aiming to break through the encirclement of the abyssal sea whales. However, just as the whales were about to close in on the ship, an odd sound reverberated from the depths of the ocean. This sound was piercing and resonant, causing the abyssal sea whales to swiftly alter their course and swim away in another direction. It seemed that someone was about to encounter misfortune. Observing the retreating whales, Odell shook his head, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. "Captain Odell, what was that sound?" "That was the call of the whale king. Someone has intruded into their domain." "How long has the whale king been a sea soul beast?" "There is not merely one whale king. The one that just called out is approximately 50,000 years old, while the most powerful one, rumored to have undergone transformation 8 times in the abyssal sea domain, is on the verge of achieving its 9th transformation into a deity, a million-year-old whale king. Are there truly million-year-level sea soul beasts in these waters?" Upon hearing Odell's words, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with interest. Her Rakshasa Spider Queen spirit still required 3 soul rings. If she could acquire a soul ring from this million-year soul beast, her overall strength would undoubtedly ascend to a higher echelon. Moreover, aside from this nearly million-year sea soul beast, there are 2 others exceeding 100,000 years. As long as we avoid these 3 locations, we generally should not encounter significant danger, Odell elucidated to Zhao Su and the others. Chapter 129. Misinformation, Perils at Sea. So what was the situation with those soul beasts that had just besieged us? At this moment, Zhao Su's heart was stirred. The allure of the million-year sea soul beast was undeniable, not to mention the million-year soul rings. Even the soul bones of such an ancient caliber could incite a frenzy of adventure among all. It seemed that not far from us, a ship was engaged in battle. Blood spilling into the ocean, attracting these deep-sea demonic whales. Captain Odell, if our vessel were to venture into the abyss of the deep-sea demons, could we withstand the onslaught of the deep-sea whale king? I advise you to abandon such reckless thoughts. As for the deep-sea whale king, not even my ship, nor the esteemed sea god himself from Sea God Island, could guarantee victory against that formidable foe. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Odell hastily waved his hands, urging Zhao Su to relinquish this notion. Zhao Su chuckled and said, Captain Odell, I have purchased your vessel to venture into the abyssal sea. No sail. I will not accompany you. If you wish to proceed, we shall return at dawn tomorrow, and you can procure another ship. Odell's refusal was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. It is of no use to earn wealth if one cannot enjoy it. Accumulating riches without the means to spend them is utterly futile. How about this? I will compensate you for your ship, and you and your crew may return in the lifeboat. That would be akin to courting death. No matter how Zhao Su pleaded, Odell remained steadfast in his refusal. In the end, Zhao Su, left with no alternative, resorted to force, subduing Odell and his crew entirely. He took the helm of the sea demon and set forth towards the abyssal sea. After traversing over 3 miles, the surface of the water was littered with corpses, human remains, carcasses of abyssal whales, and various marine soul beasts. As Odell had forewarned, a great battle had surely transpired here, invoking the abyssal whales, leading the people to unite against the monstrous foes. Zhao Su, I sense a potent aura of malevolence in this place. Bibi Dong, standing on the deck, frowned and remarked to Zhao Su. Indeed, I feel it too. Zhao Su responded, a thought striking him. Could it be that the entrance to the ancient relics mountain lies within this abyssal sea? That cannot be. Our spirit hall has received intelligence indicating that the entrance is behind Sea God Island, and we are still quite distant from it. Humph. How can you be certain that the information your spirit hall has received, or what has been conveyed to you, is accurate? What do you mean? Bibi Dong pondered, skepticism gnawing at her. No wonder Qian Douluo had not permitted Qian Rinxue to accompany them to the ancient relics mountain, opting instead for a solo endeavor. It now seemed that the situation was far more complex than merely a lack of trust between Zhao Su and Bibi Dong. In hindsight, it was indeed illogical. Although the relationship between Bibi Dong and her daughter Qian Rinxue was strained, Qian Rinxue was still Bibi Dong's flesh and blood. Could she truly wish harm upon her? Although you may not believe it, I can assure you that once you return to the spirit hall, the preservation of your position as Pope may be in jeopardy. A fierce aura emanated from Bibi Dong, but it soon receded, revealing a hint of relief in her otherwise stoic expression. It matters not. If she desires the position of Pope, let her have it. You have indeed changed. Are you now aligned with the current version of me? Or do you prefer my former self? Bibi Dong provocatively leaned towards Zhao Su, her gaze teasing. Suddenly, before Zhao Su could respond, a tremendous force struck the hull of the sea demon, causing the entire vessel to sway violently. Zhao Su had no time to ponder further. His consciousness expanded, revealing that the entire vessel was encircled by deep-sea demon whales. Among them were several colossal demon whale kings, their inky black forms significantly larger than the average of their kind. As the ship rocked violently, with only Sun Chuanhao and Zhang Ping operating the vessel on the lowest deck, the rest of the crew gathered on the deck. Bang, bang, bang. With the relentless battering from the deep-sea demon whales, the protective shield of the ship soon began to show cracks, teetering on the brink of shattering. Zhao Su understood that he could no longer afford to wait and must take the initiative. You all remain on the deck, vigilant to your surroundings. I will drive away those abyssal magic whales and create an opening for us to escape. I shall accompany you, Bibi Dong declared to Zhao Su. And without waiting for his response, she donned her divine armor and charged ahead. Alas, what are you doing? Observing Bibi Dong rushing forth, Zhao Su felt a pang of helplessness. However, it was too late to voice any concerns. Turning to Xie Yu and Hu Laina, he instructed, remember, once the gap is breached, do not hesitate for a moment. Simply charge through. Understood, be cautious. Hu Laina replied earnestly. Zhao Su harbored concerns for Bibi Dong's safety. After all, although she was invincible on land, the vast ocean posed a different challenge. This was, after all, the domain of the sea soul beasts. Each deep-sea magic whale possessed not only formidable offensive capabilities, but also astonishing defensive prowess. As the wings of the rift sky demon butterfly materialized behind Zhao Su, he soared towards the direction in which Bibi Dong had just dashed. In the depths of the night, although Zhao Su's vision was limited, His formidable spiritual sense allowed him to perceive everything around him with impeccable clarity. He observed that Bibi Dong, adorned in her Rakshasa divine attire, had also sprouted a pair of wings, albeit black in hue. She hovered above the surface of the sea, as if treading upon its waters. In her grasp, she wielded a death scythe formed from 9 demonic sickles. With each swing of the sickles, a deep-sea demon whale met its demise, its head cleaved from its body. Soon, the waters were littered with the corpses of the slain whales, and the once azure sea was gradually stained crimson with blood, the pungent scent of carnage prompting a slight furrow of Zhao Su's brow. Nevertheless, he understood that this was not a moment for compassion. Buzz! The Emperor's 7 killing sword was drawn, and 8 soul rings illuminated simultaneously, splitting into 38 swords of celestial intent, forming a sword array that plunged into the ocean, forcibly carving a passageway. Swiftly, he urged himself onward. Zhao Su's divine consciousness enveloped the entire sea demon ship. The crew, upon receiving Zhao Su's transmission, exhibited no hesitation as they maximized the ship's speed, following the guidance of his divine intent, and surged forward. Do not kill, preserve your spiritual energy, and move swiftly. Zhao Su fervently called out to Bibi Dong, who was fiercely engaged in battle. Simultaneously, the 36 heavenly sword formation obstructed the relentless assault of the deep-sea magic whales pursuing the sea demon ship. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Su and Bibi Dong hastened towards the departing direction of the sea demon ship. After Zhao Su had distanced himself, the 36 heavenly sword formation erupted with formidable sword intent, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. In an instant, the surrounding waters were engulfed in towering waves as countless deep-sea magic whales were swept away, perishing beneath the undulating sword intent. This locale instantaneously transformed into a veritable hell on the high seas. Chapter 130, Pearl Island. The evil soul master aboard the sea demon ship, Odell, along with several crew members, had regained their autonomy and resumed command of the vessel. Having ventured into the territory of the deep-sea demon domain, it was too late for any protest. Odell had no choice but to acquiesce. However, taking advantage of the situation, he extorted a significant sum from Zhao Su and his companions, compelling Zhao Su to purchase the sea demon ship. Additionally, the captain and his 8 crew members were to be compensated daily. With Zhao Su aware of his precarious position and considering the vastness of the ocean, having Odell, an experienced navigator, was a considerable advantage for their safety. Most importantly, neither Zhao Su nor Bibi Dong were lacking in financial resources. In their view, matters that could be resolved with money were trivial. 5 miles to the east, we can confidently say we have exited the territory of the deep-sea magic whales. At that point, we shall be safe. On the deck, Odell gazed at the ocean ahead and addressed Zhao Su. Are you certain there is no land or any small islands in this vicinity? Zhao Su, with a hint of skepticism, once more sought confirmation from Odell. They had been navigating the depths of the abyssal sea for nearly 5 days, and not only had they failed to catch sight of the figures they had encountered during their tumultuous battle on the ocean, but they had also seen no islands or land in sight. This indicated that the entrance to the ancient relics mountain was not located in this vicinity. Although I would not typically venture here, I am confident in the knowledge imparted to me by my predecessors, who risked their lives to chart these waters. This knowledge resides firmly within my mind, and I assure you, I am not mistaken, Odell proclaimed proudly, tapping his temple with a sense of accomplishment. So, are there any islands in the vicinity? Aside from the grandest of them all, the island of the sea god, the most significant nearby island would be Pearl Island. Pearl Island? Upon hearing those words, Zhao Su cast a meaningful glance at Odell. What kind of place is Pearl Island? Oh, it's nothing extraordinary. Pearl Island is inhabited by ordinary fishermen, and occasionally, sea soul masters, while honing their skills in the ocean, will also take refuge there. Is that so? Of course. Would I dare to deceive you? Rest assured, it is entirely safe. Very well then, if that is the case, let us proceed to Pearl Island. Zhao Su was well aware that the inhabitants of Pearl Island were far from the ordinary fishermen described by Odell. Rather, it was a haven for a band of pirates. Zhao Su refrained from exposing Odell, partly because he sought to discern Odell's intentions. More crucially, they had lost their bearings amidst the vast ocean. Aimlessly navigating was not a viable strategy. Thus, they aimed to locate an island to rest for a few days while simultaneously probing the whereabouts of the ancient relics. The pirates were entirely irrelevant to Zhao Su's considerations. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Odell exhibited an unusual eagerness, commanding the crew to sail at full speed towards Pearl Island. It was evident he was fabricating lies. Why then did he agree to proceed to Pearl Island? watching Odell depart the deck towards the control room. Bai Dong inquired of Zhao Su with a puzzled expression. Let him lie. After all, we merely require a temporary refuge. The rest is inconsequential. After days of drifting at sea, although the crew's seasickness had subsided, fatigue was etched upon every face. The ocean was, after all, not land and ill-suited for them. The sea demon sped forth, and upon exiting the depths of the abyssal sea, it surged ahead towards Pearl Island. 3 days later, as the sea demon approached Pearl Island, Zhao Su gazed at the eerily calm island, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Mr. Zhao, something feels amiss. Odell too sensed the anomaly and ordered the sea demon to halt, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Pearl Island. If you still refuse to speak the truth now, perhaps we might assist you. This time, Zhao Su no longer concealed his intentions, turning to the anxious Odell. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, a flicker of evasion appeared in Odell's eyes. What do you mean? I fail to comprehend. Though Pearl Island appeared meticulously tidy, did you not notice the remnants of blood along the shore, indicative of a fierce battle? Impossible. On this ocean, aside from Sea God Island, no other powers would dare assault Pearl Island. Yet, do not forget, the emergence of the ancient relics has drawn many factions to these waters. Enough with the prevarications. Speak. What ulterior motives do you harbor in luring us to Pearl Island? At that moment, flames ignited beside Yen, who stepped forward, seizing Odell by the collar, demanding angrily. The weeks at sea had heightened everyone's emotions to a breaking point, particularly for the already fiery Yen. I genuinely do not understand what you are implying. Odell remained obstinate, refusing to divulge the truth. If that is the case, then do not blame me. At this moment, Zhao Su had also lost his patience and reached out to seize Odell's memories. Stop, Mr. Zhao, I implore you. At that instant, a youthful voice echoed, belonging to one of the crew members who appeared to be in his 30s. Release my father, and I shall divulge everything to you. Speak then. Zhao Su refrained from unnecessary chatter and promptly pushed Odell out. Indeed, as Zhao Su had anticipated, on this Pearl Island, although there were common folk present, the predominant force remained the Purple Pearl pirate crew, of which Odell was one of the vice captains. He often engaged in the nefarious act of plundering passing vessels. Originally, Odell had intended to launch an attack on Zhao Su and his companions at sea, but before he could make a move, the deep-sea demon whale was provoked. Subsequently, he and his crew were subdued by Zhao Su and his allies, realizing that they were no match for them. Thus, he devised a plan to lure Zhao Su to Pearl Island, where they would be at the mercy of his crew. A clever scheme, indeed. Zhao Su let out a cold hum, his consciousness radiating outward, enveloping Pearl Island. It seems your calculations might be in vain now. Observing the dire situation on Pearl Island, Zhao Su furrowed his brow. The island had been seized by a group of malevolent soul masters, and few of your people remain alive. Impossible. How could there be malevolent soul masters here? Our captain is a soul sage of over level 70. Pearl Island could never fall to such foes. There is nothing impossible. If you wish to save those still alive, cease your lies and heed my command. Father, please agree. By now, I trust Mr. Zhao will not deceive us. Urge Odell's son, Shalu. Very well, what do you propose? Odell took a deep breath, resolved, and turned to Zhao Su for guidance. Signal Pearl Island. Act as if nothing has transpired. Shalu, send the signal. Odell instructed his son. Chapter 131, The Saintess Before the Wuhuan Hall. Purple Pearl. Once Shalu discharged the signal flare, figures soon appeared at the coast of Pearl Island. These individuals waved small flags in their hands. What are they saying? They beckon us to approach the shore. Odell replied to Zhao Su while continuing, These are acquaintances. I told you nothing could go amiss on Pearl Island. The frown on Odell's face dissipated, replaced by a joyful expression. However, as the sea demon drew closer, Odell's countenance darkened again, though the island appeared unchanged at first glance. The absence of figures was unsettling. Being a soul king of over level 50, and with the formidable great white shark martial spirit, Odell's senses were keen, and he distinctly detected a strong scent of blood. It seems you were right, Odell grimly remarked to Zhao Su. Remember, no matter what you see, do not act impulsively. After the sea demon came to a complete halt, Zhao Su reiterated his warning to Odell. Odell remained silent, merely nodding. Wangjia, why are you on guard here today? Where are Xiao Duzi and the others? Odell composed himself, forcing a smile, and casually inquired of Wang Jia. Wang Jia was also the vice captain of the Purple Pearl Pirate Group, a level 68 soul emperor with a toxic sea urchin martial spirit, making him the strongest member after Captain Purple Pearl, highly esteemed within the group. They went to rest. I had nothing to do. so I decided to keep watch for a while, Wang Jie replied, gazing toward the sea demon. Upon seeing Zhao Su and the others bound and lifeless, particularly his eyes lingering on Bibi Dong and her companions, his gaze brightened. Did you gain much from this venture, especially with these young ladies? Wang Jie remarked, striding toward Bibi Dong, a lewd grin upon his face. You cannot possibly handle so many. Why not let your brothers enjoy as well? He reached out his hand, attempting to caress Bibi Dong's smooth, delicate face, his eyes wandering to her perfect curves. Damn it, perish. Zhao Su, who had been urging Odell to remain calm, could no longer contain himself. With a furious curse, he broke free from his bindings and appeared beside Wang Jie in an instant, decisively snapping his neck. At that moment, Yin and Xiaoyu also struck, swiftly eliminating Wang Jie's accomplices. I shall no longer pretend. With Zhao Su's declaration, a terrifying consciousness swiftly enveloped Pearl Island. Under the might of his presence, everyone on the island could not stand and fell prostrate. Odell and Xiaolu gazed at Zhao Su in fear, their previous disdain transforming into reverence. An hour later, in the gathering hall of the Purple Pearl Pirate Group, Zhao Su sat leisurely, sipping tea. Soon, Yin entered, supporting a well-proportioned woman who appeared to be around 27 or 28, strikingly beautiful yet currently pale. Xiaolu hurried to greet her. Captain, are you all right? I am fine. That beast Wang Jie colluded with unknown malevolent soul masters to drug our food, aiming to monopolize Pearl Island. The woman was none other than Purple Pearl, the captain of the Purple Pearl Pirate Group. Although pale, her short purple hair exuded a sense of heroism. Xiao Lu's attitude towards her clearly indicated his affection. In recent days, Purple Pearl had been imprisoned by Wang Jie, who tortured her for the secrets hidden on Pearl Island, leaving visible whip marks on her once fair skin. You are unaware of where these malevolent soul masters originated? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Purple Pearl finally looked toward him, her eyes betraying a hint of wariness, likely due to Wang Jie's deceit. Who are they? Purple Pearl did not answer Zhao Su but instead questioned Xiao Lu beside her. Captain, this is Mr. Zhao Su. He is the one who helped us kill the traitor Wang Jie and repel those malevolent soul masters. Zhao Su, are you also here for the ancient relic mountain? Oh, Purple Captain is aware of the ancient relic mountain? First, answer my question. Indeed, we have come to the sea in search of the ancient relic mountain. I advise you to turn back. It is not a place for mere mortals. Upon mentioning the ancient relic mountain, fear was evident in Purple Pearl's expression, as if she had been there before. However, the ancient relic mountain opens only once every 100 years. Although Purple Pearl's appearance suggests youth, she could not be over 100 years old. Since we have arrived, we shall not leave easily without finding the ancient relic mountain. Zhejian Pearl scrutinized Zhao Su, and despite her formidable soul power at the level of a soul saint, she was utterly incapable of discerning his true essence. Moreover, being confined in a secret chamber, Zhejian Pearl could not help but feel the overwhelming and terrifying divine consciousness emanating from Zhao Su. At that moment, Zhao Su's divine awareness seemed to be completely unrestrained. Zhejian Pearl recognized that it transcended mere spiritual energy. It was divine consciousness. She had encountered such an intimidating presence before, one that was even more potent than the divine awareness of true deities she had felt in her past. As she assessed Zhao Su, her thoughts began to drift to other matters. Very well, since you are unafraid of death, I shall reveal nothing but the truth. Thus, Zhejian Pearl recounted her true identity and the reasons for her prolonged stay on this desolate Pearl Island. What? You are the saintess of the Spirit Hall? Indeed. A century prior, I accompanied my master, Douluo, into the ancient relics mountain, only to discover that he had sacrificed my soul to the angel god in his pursuit of the divine legacy. As Zhejian Pearl narrated her tale, Bibi Dong's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Bibi Dong herself had been coerced by her teacher, Qian Xuanji, leading to over 2 decades of tragedy. She was astonished to learn that Qian Xuanji was not alone in his treachery. Though Qian Douluo did not force Zhejian Pearl, he similarly obliterated her life. Zhejian Pearl continued. When my soul was offered to the angel god, it seemed that some horrific entity attacked the god, providing me with the opportunity to escape with my fragmented soul. I have remained in slumber on this Pearl Island until a decade ago when I finally awoke. What manner of place is the ancient relics mountain? It is akin to another continent, a realm crafted by the gods, inhabited by their descendants. As Zhejian Pearl spoke, a pained expression crossed her face. As though she were haunted by memories she wished to forget. Chapter 132. Preparing to open the entrance to the ancient relics mountain from Zhejian Pearl's account. Zhao Su and his companions gained an initial understanding of the ancient relics mountain. It is a realm reminiscent of the primal jungle era, rife with conflict, slaughter, and the principle of the strong prevailing. There are no regulations to restrain the powerful if one possesses sufficient strength that can act with impunity. The reason the ancient relics mountain opens once every century is not merely for the gods to absorb the souls of soul masters to ensure their own immortality. The so-called gods are not truly immortal. As time progresses, their vitality wanes, leading them into a state of frailty. To stave off death and maintain their strength, they must consume the souls of others. Thus, each so-called god can be regarded as a malevolent soul master. Those deities who refuse to absorb the souls of others have long since faded into obscurity through the passage of time. In every world, the reality remains the same. No one genuinely empathizes with the weak. Only by empowering oneself can one truly seize control of their own destiny. Furthermore, the soul masters of Douluo continent are treated as prey, serving as sharpening stones for the progeny of these deities. Only the elite who survive the onslaught of the indigenous inhabitants of the ancient relics mountain will receive the favor of the gods, thereby acquiring immense power. However, these fortunate individuals favored by the gods inevitably become their puppets, much like Tang San, who was parasitized by the nine-headed Bat King, thus manipulating the Douluo continent. This is also why Douluo has remained sequestered within the spirit hall for many years. He senses that his soul is being gradually devoured. Hence, he strives to maintain his utmost strength to combat this insidious parasitism originating from the depths of his soul. This elucidates why Douluo, despite achieving the rank of a 99th level peerless Douluo years ago, has yet to ascend to divinity. For once he undergoes the divine trial, his soul will become parasitized. Much like Tang San's. At that point, he would cease to be himself. So this is how it is? Zhao Su seemed to have grasped something in his heart, and he turned to the purple pearl to inquire further. How did you manage to leave the ancient relics mountain? She replied, what departed was merely a remnant of my soul. Thus, my memories remain incomplete. My soul power is still suppressed at the level of a soul sage, akin to that within the ancient relics mountain. Otherwise, how could these individuals possibly harm me? Anger and hatred glimmered in the eyes of the purple pearl. So, these evil soul masters likely emerged from the ancient relics mountain? Indeed, each time the ancient relics mountain opens, a group of evil soul masters escapes, becoming a scourge upon the Douluo continent. These individuals are either the original inhabitants of the ancient relics mountain or the last group that entered it. They should be considered semi-original inhabitants. The bloodlines passed down from those who entered the ancient relics mountain last are also hunted by the descendants of the gods within. Humph. Is this what is revered as a deity by all? At that moment, Zhao Su harbored no fondness for the gods, and in fact, he felt a profound loathing. Yet, he understood that in the face of overwhelming power, any emotion was futile. Only by becoming strong could he alter this reality. Do you still wish to go to the ancient relics mountain? The purple pearl, appearing significantly improved, asked Zhao Su. Of course, without pressure, how can one grow strong? I hope you do not come to regret this. The purple pearl did not elaborate further, revealing a hint of profound meaning, clearly still harboring secrets. Captain Purple, is it not said that each opening of the ancient relics mountain occurs at different locations? In truth, they are all the same. It is merely a ruse to confuse the masses. The entrance is not the same each time, but the Douluo continent is entirely connected to the ancient relics mountain. As long as your strength is formidable enough, you can open a portal at the end of the Douluo continent and enter the ancient relics mountain. So, does that mean there is an entrance to the ancient relics mountain here on Pearl Island? Indeed. Wang Jia was pressing me to reveal the location of the entrance to the ancient relics mountain, which is why he spared my life. In the words of the purple pearl, Zhao Su sensed numerous inconsistencies. For instance, if those evil soul masters had indeed escaped from the ancient relics mountain, how could Wang Jia, in collusion with them, be unaware of its location? Furthermore, if entering the ancient relics mountain was fraught with peril, why conceal the truth from Wang Jia? The purple pearl, perceiving Zhao Su's confusion, smiled with a pale visage. I know what you are contemplating. Once those evil soul masters escape the ancient relics mountain, they will swiftly be discovered by the enforcers of the gods within, who will rectify any loopholes. Even if Wang Jia wished to enter, it would be impossible. Additionally, once the entrance to the ancient relics mountain is opened, the entire Pearl Island will transform into a teleportation array to the ancient relics mountain, resulting in the destruction of the island itself. Even the inhabitants will be drawn into the ancient relics mountain. Upon hearing Zhejian Pearl's explanation, Zhao Su felt a lingering sense of unease but refrained from further inquiry. A general understanding sufficed. Without personal experience, one could never fully grasp the situation, regardless of the opinions of others. Soon, apart from the few fleeing evil soul masters, the peril on Pearl Island was entirely eradicated. Even those who had revolted alongside Wang Jie were mercilessly slain by Zhejian Pearl. Subsequently, under her direction, the remaining survivors of Pearl Island boarded the sea demon ship. Once the entrance to the ancient heritage mountain was unveiled, this island would become a forbidden realm. Bamboo Qing, Rong Rong, Yuhua, are you truly not leaving with the sea demon? As the ship prepared to set sail, Zhao Su once again posed the question to the three women. In truth, he harbored a desire to spare them from the impending dangers of the adventure, especially after hearing Zhejian Pearl's account. Yet, the trio seemed resolute, unwavering in their determination to accompany Zhao Su into the ancient heritage mountain. Have you all made up your minds? Though Zhao Su felt quite helpless, he refrained from uttering any further words and instead turned his gaze towards Hulaina and the others. Once the entrance opened, there would be no opportunity for retreat. Their fate, whether it be life or death, would rest solely upon destiny. Resolute in his decision, he declared that he would not waver. Very well, Captain Odell. You may set sail, Zhao Su called out, waving his hand towards Odell, who stood on the deck, looking back at him. Captain, please exercise caution. I shall await your return in Hanhai City. As the sea demon ship turned around, Xiao Lu shouted loudly to Zhejian Pearl. Fool, Zhejian Pearl muttered dismissively, paying no heed to Xiao Lu. Watching the sea demon ship gradually recede into the distance, Zhejian Pearl finally addressed Zhao Su and the others. Let us proceed. To unlock the entrance to the ancient relics mountain, we must gather some necessary items. Chapter 133. The entrance opens, the black vortex subsequently. Zhejian Pearl led Zhao Su and the others to a hidden cave behind Pearl Island. The cave was spacious, featuring a black pentagram pattern on the stone floor, with various ferocious beasts and ominous birds intricately carved into the surrounding walls. A chilling atmosphere pervaded the entire cavern, evoking an eerie sensation. This is your final opportunity. Should you act recklessly, there will be no chance for retreat, Zhejian Pearl warned as she placed a dozen black spiritual orbs within the black pentagram. She posed one last question to Zhao Su and the others. Zhao Su remained silent, merely extending his hand to grasp the hands of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, while Ning Rongrong reciprocated by holding on to Tang Yuehua's hand. Subsequently, a radiant white light emanated from Zhao Su, enveloping everyone within a protective white barrier. However, it was futile. Upon entering the ancient relics of the mountain's boundary passage, a formidable aura of divine consciousness would surround you, suppressing your soul power to the level of 70 while also dispersing you. Dispersing? Indeed. This measure is intended to prevent powerful individuals from uniting and gathering in the same location within the ancient relics of the mountain. Is there no way to circumvent this? Zhao Su furrowed his brows and inquired of Zhejian Pearl. If the words spoken by Zhejian Pearl were indeed true, then Ning Rongrong and her companions would be venturing into the ancient relic mountain with great peril, unless your divine consciousness surpasses that of the collective deities. Rongrong, do not speak further. I shall not return. Zhao Su Gong was about to speak to Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang Yuehua when Ning Rongrong interrupted him. Rest assured, even if we must part ways for a time, we will swiftly find you again, and you shall be safe. Very well. Zhao Su pondered for a moment and retrieved 3 resplendent golden lotuses from the jade pendant at his waist, their size notably diminutive, even smaller than the average lotus. These were the renowned concealed weapons of the Tang sect, the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Alongside them, he produced 3 cylindrical, azure-hued weapons known as peacock feathers. He distributed them to the 3 individuals, cautioning, should we find ourselves separated, do not attempt to be brave in the face of adversity. Preserving your lives is of utmost importance. Indeed, rest assured. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang Yuehua nodded in agreement. Is it done? Why linger in such turmoil when there is no need to court danger? Let us proceed. Zhao Su paid no heed to the purple pearl, instead gripping Tang Yuehua's hand tightly. Among the 3 women, Tang Yuehua held the lowest rank. Despite her innate talents, she paled in comparison to true powerhouses. Ning Rongrong, although an auxiliary spirit master, possessed the formidable 7th spirit skill that allowed her to replicate other spirits, complemented by the formidable Buddhist Rage Tang Lotus and the Peacock Feather, making her quite capable of self-defense. As for Zhu Zhuqing, her strength was already considerable, As long as she wasn't besieged, she would fare well. The purple pearl smiled softly, choosing not to speak further. Instead, she formed hand seals, conjuring a black gas that flowed into the spiritual stone embedded in the black pentagram. Instantly, a powerful aura emanated from the pentagram, and dense black mist swiftly enveloped the entire cave. The mist continued to spread, transforming Pearl Island into a massive black vortex, akin to a black hole in the vast ocean. Soon, the terrifying energy radiating from this black vortex attracted others in search of the ancient relics scattered across the sea. Within the Sea God Island Sea God Hall, Poseidon, seated in meditation, sensed the aura of the black vortex. With a slight furrow of her brow, she vanished from her spot. When she reappeared, she stood atop the highest peak of Sea God Island. Only then could one truly appreciate Poseidon's beauty. She stood tall, even surpassing the average man, easily measuring around 1.80 meters. Draped in a flowing crimson robe, though her figure remained obscured. Her silhouette and exquisite features suggested an enchanting physique. Her striking visage appeared to be around 30 years of age, radiating a tranquil aura reminiscent of the sea. In her right hand, she held a golden staff measuring 3 meters in length. Regardless of her beauty or grace, neither could rival the depth of her cerulean eyes, deeper than the ocean itself. The profound weariness within those eyes evoked a sense of trepidation, as if one were staring into the abyss of the deep sea. At that moment, the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, the 7 sons of Poseidon, appeared not far behind her. The 7 men bowed slightly, paying their respects. Poseidon simply acknowledged them with a soft HM. Her gaze returned to the direction of Pearl Island. Great Priestess, the entrance to the ancient relics is opened. Should we intervene? The sea dragon Douluo stepped forward respectfully to inquire. Despite their powers not necessarily surpassing those of land spirit masters, they held a natural advantage in the ocean, especially Poseidon, who was an unrivaled entity within these waters. Even the most formidable land spirit masters, Tang San and Douluo, would find it difficult to best her. Therefore, should they choose to intervene, they would undoubtedly seize control of the situation. No, Poseidon's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. I sense that this opening of the ancient relics is unlike any before. This time may signify an end. Great Priestess, do you mean? Do not speak of it. Poseidon turned, raising a hand to halt the sea dragon Douluo's words, continuing, what we must do now is observe. Convey my orders. As long as Sea God Island remains unscathed, no one is permitted to act. Understood. The 7 bowed once more, responding with deep respect. May you not disappoint me. Poseidon gazed once more toward Pearl Island, her azure eyes seemingly piercing through layers of obstruction to glimpse the scene enveloped in black vortex. At that moment, as the black mist shrouded Pearl Island and formed the swirling vortex, Zhao Su and the others were drawn into its depths. Upon entering the vortex, their soul powers were instantaneously bound, and their consciousness began to fade. The individual will could not withstand the collective will of the divine. This thought crossed Zhao Su's mind as he lost awareness entirely. Unbeknownst to him, as he succumbed to unconsciousness, a long-dormant system began to coalesce within the reverse-flowing black hole, forming a spectral figure, an indistinct white shadow, neither male nor female. It approached Zhao Su, extending a hand to emit a white light aimed at entering his being. However, at that moment, a red light erupted within Zhao Su, preventing the white light from penetrating his body. Chapter 134, The Enigmatic Black Hole. Strolling birds at sea. The crimson radiance emanating from Zhao Su's body was indeed that which originated from the ominous red flower. Subsequently, the red flower manifested at the center of Zhao Su's brow, transforming into a blood-red lotus that enveloped his entire being in protection. Upon witnessing this blood-red lotus, the ethereal white figure gradually revealed her true form. She was a woman clad in a flowing white gown, exuding a vibrant vitality even within the malevolent confines of the dark abyss. A subtle smile graced her exquisite visage as she beheld the crimson lotus. To think, you had already been concealed within this body. With the words of the white-clad goddess, the blood lotus imprinted itself upon Zhao Su's brow. Slowly, Zhao Su opened his eyes, revealing deep crimson orbs imbued with an inexorable intent of destruction, an antithesis to the vivacious aura surrounding the white-clad goddess. I, too, was astonished to discover that it was you hidden within him. I had assumed it was one of the Shura God's followers. Would the Shura God's followers seek the soul of the guardian 9 dragons for you? You have always been so carefree, acting without consideration. The white-clad goddess regarded Zhao Su with a hint of reproach, yet her gaze was predominantly filled with concern. My dear, I am truly sorry. It is all because of me that you have endured such suffering. Zhao Su stepped forward and gently took the hand of the goddess in white. As long as you can return safely, what does my suffering matter? The goddess leaned into Zhao Su's embrace, her eyes filled with tenderness. Rest assured. This time my return is unstoppable. This body conceals another secret. Zhao Su cradled the goddess in white, leaning close to her ear and whispering softly, Really? Of course. Otherwise, how could I have chosen him? The smile on the goddess's face grew increasingly radiant, and instead of speaking further, she rewarded Zhao Su with a gentle kiss. Her soft, ruby lips pressed against his, while her arms wrapped tightly around his neck. Their bodies melded together, her supple form moving gracefully against him. As their passion intensified, one of Zhao Su's hands ascended to a towering peak, while the other lingered on an astonishingly perky plateau. Within the once malevolent and murderous abyss, the temperature began to rise rapidly. After an indeterminate period, Zhao Su slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness fully returning. At that moment, an exquisite and enchanting spring scene materialized in his mind. Their bodies entwined, limbs interlaced, as if they sought to merge completely into one another. Yet, this vision remained elusive and indistinct. Zhao Su cast his gaze around, simultaneously extending his consciousness. Although the soul power within him had been suppressed to the level of a mere 70th-ranked soul sage, fortunately, his mental faculties remained unhindered. Before long, Zhao Su realized that he was adrift upon a vast ocean. Without any means of assistance, he floated aimlessly with the currents of the sea. Moreover, he found himself devoid of clothing, completely bare. Upon witnessing his own nakedness, the vivid imagery that had previously occupied his mind resurfaced once more. Zhao Su shook his head, suppressing his wandering thoughts, and stood atop the vast ocean. However, his appearance at that moment was rather ludicrous, standing there bare-skinned upon the water's surface. Had there been anyone around, he would undoubtedly have been perceived as a peculiar sight. In truth, this predicament stemmed from an unfortunate circumstance, as his garments had inexplicably vanished, along with the storage jade pendant at his waist. At present, he was utterly destitute, left with no choice but to remain in this state of undress. Yet, his concerns lay not in his lack of clothing, but rather in the safety of Ning Rongrong and her companions. Moments prior, his spiritual sense had swept the surroundings, yet he found no trace of Ning Rongrong or her friends, nor of Bibi Dong and Hulaina's group. 3 days later, Zhao Su finally departed from that maritime expanse and entered a primeval forest. The trees here, even the smallest, could be regarded as towering giants, their canopies casting a dense shade that enveloped the forest in a cool embrace. Zhao Su first gathered some leaves, weaving them haphazardly to at least conceal his vital parts. Having already spent 3 days wandering the vast ocean, he was not keen on further meandering in this forest. Fortunately, upon entering this primeval woodland, he finally encountered signs of life. Though the creatures were merely low-level soul beasts, their presence indicated that this place was not devoid of vitality. It was no longer a barren wasteland. Ladies, if you submit to us today, we shall spare your lives. On this day, after Zhao Su had satisfied his hunger and thirst, he reclined on a tree branch, ready to rest. Suddenly, a lewd voice echoed from a distance. Although the tone was quite distasteful, to Zhao Su's ears, it sounded oddly endearing. Zhao Su had been wandering in this forest for 5 days, yet it seemed boundless. An endless expanse of primal wilderness. Even his vast spiritual awareness could not entirely encompass its reach. Aside from the lowly soul beasts, he had not encountered a single human figure. Suddenly, he heard a voice that ignited excitement within him. He quickly rose, bare-chested, with only a mat woven from leaves draped over his lower half, embodying the image of a primitive wildman. Wang Hong, do you truly wish to oppose the Xianyuan family? Came a lewd voice, followed by the furious retort of a woman. Xianyuan Qing'er, today you are the sole representative of the Xianyuan clan here. As long as we leave no witnesses, who will know that it was us from the Wanjin sect? Humph, despicable and shameless. Do you think a mere handful of you can defeat us? At the sound of this voice, Zhao Su's heart leaped with joy, for he recognized it all too well. It was the voice of Hulaina. Haha, you are but an outsider. Your soul power suppressed to the level of a soul sage at 70, and you are gravely injured. What do you intend to fight us with? As the confrontation ensued, Zhao Su's spiritual awareness spread outward, serving only to gather intelligence, refraining from exerting pressure. In this ancient, mysterious mountain, he had yet to grasp the situation fully and sought to preserve his trump cards, concealing his true strength from others. Standing alongside Hulaina was a woman clad in silver armor. Though her beauty did not quite match that of Ning Rongrong and the others, she was still strikingly lovely. Her martial spirit was a golden longsword, reminiscent of Zhao Su's Emperor's 7 Kills sword, albeit lacking its formidable sword in tint. The opposing group comprised 6 individuals, each wielding swords as their martial spirits, though they wielded 3 swords collectively. All 6 were at the level of soul sages. However, the leader among them evidently surpassed the 70-level threshold, with Hu Laina and Xianyuan Qing'er on the verge of being completely surrounded. A uniquely shaped figure suddenly descended from the sky. "Young man, do you think you can act so arrogantly?" Upon landing, Zhao Su struck a pose he believed to be quite charming, lifting his chin towards Hu Laina before turning his gaze towards the individuals from the Wanjin sect. When Hu Laina beheld Zhao Su presenting himself in such a manner, she was momentarily taken aback. However, relief soon washed over her, and a smile graced her face. The arrival of Zhao Su instilled a sense of safety in Hu Laina. "Who are you?" inquired a man named Wang Hong, who led the faction from the Myriad Sword sect, his eyes narrowing upon seeing Zhao Su. He retreated swiftly, regarding Zhao Su with great caution. "Just remember, in your next life, strive to be a good person. Refrain from being so despicable. That should suffice, lest you forget." As soon as Zhao Su's words fell, a long sword descended from the heavens, and before the individuals could react, they had already met their demise. Ding! The system's voice, which had been absent for some time, re-emerged as it detected the dissipating soul power. At the moment Wang Hong and the others collapsed, the familiar yet emotionless mechanical tone of the system resonated once more. However, for reasons unknown to Zhao Su, there was a subtle distinction in its tone, though he could not quite articulate what it was. Without further contemplation, he chose to absorb the soul power. The ability to assimilate soul energy into valuable energy points indicated that the system shop had been reactivated, allowing for the exchange of celestial herbs and items once again. Due to the loss of his jade pendant soul guide, Zhao Su was in urgent need of these resources. "What is this peculiar appearance of yours, Zhao Su?" Hu Laina and Xianyuan Qing'er, astonished and bewildered, gazed at him as if he were a fool, their expressions a mix of shock and curiosity. With a smile, they inquired, "Don't mention it. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying stark naked on the surface of the sea, with my clothes and soul guide lost." As Zhao Su spoke, he approached Wang Hong's lifeless body and swiftly stripped him of his garments, donning them upon himself with remarkable speed. Although the clothing did not fit him perfectly, it was certainly preferable to the mere mat that offered scant coverage to vital areas. "You awoke in the ocean?" he inquired. "Indeed. Where did you come to consciousness? Surely your attire has not vanished as well?" Zhao Su, casting a sidelong glance at Hu Laina's prominent figure, spoke, "I did not lose consciousness. Rather, I descended directly into this forest. However, initially, like you, I was utterly alone. It was 3 days ago that I encountered Qing'er. Allow me to introduce her. This is the Sanus of the Xianyuan clan, Xianyuan Qing'er." "The Xianyuan clan? So, the martial spirit you just exhibited was indeed the Xianyuan sword? Are you aware of my clan's inherited martial spirit, the Xianyuan sword?" Upon hearing Zhao Su mention the Xianyuan sword, Xianyuan Qing'er adopted a notably humble demeanor towards him. Addressing him as senior, Zhao Su, somewhat perplexed, casually remarked, "Do you have any curiosity about the Xianyuan sword? Your ancestors are the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, are they not?" "Indeed. Do you know our ancestral progenitor of the Xianyuan clan?" "Very well." Zhao Su smiled enigmatically at Xianyuan Qing'er. In truth, his words were not mere fabrications. Although he had never encountered the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, as a descendant of the Huaxia civilization, he was quite familiar with his legacy. What surprised Zhao Su was the unexpected encounter with a descendant of the Yellow Emperor in this realm. Hu Laina observed Xianyuan Qing'er gazing at Zhao Su with admiration, and she couldn't help but chuckle, yet she chose not to expose Zhao Su's pretense. "By the way, who were those individuals earlier? Why were they pursuing you?" Zhao Su and the others found a place to settle down before addressing Xianyuan Qing'er. The leader of the group, named Wang Hong, was one of the more formidable disciples among the 3rd generation of the Swordplay sect, possessing a soul power level that had reached the impressive realm of an 83rd level soul Douluo. In these ancient relic mountains, do you native inhabitants also experience a suppression of soul power? Indeed, whenever the ancient relic mountains are activated, a 2-year divine pressure descends, constraining everyone's level to that of a 70-level soul saint. However, individuals with exceptional talent can, under this divine pressure, enhance their soul power, though it is an exceedingly arduous feat. "I see." Upon hearing Xianyuan Qing'er's explanation, Zhao Su began to comprehend the situation a bit better. The divine pressure, although seemingly a constraint on everyone's soul power, simultaneously allows for cultivation under such duress. facilitating a swifter breakthrough of one's limits to reach the pinnacle of strength. It appears that the machinations of the gods serve not only to absorb the souls of soul masters to maintain their own peak condition, but also harbor ulterior motives. What is the situation with the 10,000 Swords sect? The 10,000 Swords sect has long been a sworn enemy of my Xianyuan family. This time, seizing the opportunity presented by the hunting trials among various clans, they have covertly targeted us. In truth, Zhao Su held little interest in the long-standing feud between the Xianyuan family and the 10,000 Swords sect. After all, these individuals might very well become adversaries in the future. The hunting trials within these ancient relic mountains were originally designed to hunt down outsiders like them. Miss Xianyuan, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Zhao Su cast a glance at Hulaina, signaling their departure. He sought to swiftly locate Ning Rongrong and the other two women. Otherwise, prolonged delays might lead to unforeseen complications. Hulaina, fully aware of Zhao Su's intentions, similarly clasped her fists towards Xianyuan Qing'er and said, "Young lady Qing'er, until we meet again." As Hulaina and Zhao Su prepared to leave, a flicker of hesitation crossed Xianyuan Qing'er's eyes, which soon transformed into resolute determination, as if she had made a momentous decision. "Seniors, please wait." Xianyuan Qing'er swiftly rose, calling out to Zhao Su and Hulaina, and, to their astonishment, knelt before them. "Young lady Qing'er, what are you doing?" Zhao Su inquired. "Please, seniors, lend your strength and save my Xianyuan clan." Ding. The Xianyuan clan, in a bygone era, was the progenitor of unparalleled fortune, reigning supreme in its domain. Although their fortunes had waned, they still held a stature beyond that of ordinary sections. Before Zhao Su could respond, the voice of the system resonated. This time, Zhao Su distinctly sensed a divergence in the system's tone, no longer mechanical but imbued with a touch of emotion. "Fortune's progeny? What does that signify?" Zhao Su, with a sudden thought, inquired of the system. Each continent is regarded as an independent world, and within each world, there exists a sect or family that harbors a child of fortune. This child, endowed with the essence of heaven and earth, not only cultivates at an astonishing pace, but also ascends to become a sovereign at a certain stage. So, does this imply that the Xianyuan family is that family of fortune? Indeed, although the Yellow Emperor of Xianyuan has long since passed, the aura of fortune still protects the Xianyuan family. Acquiring this aura would be of immeasurable benefit to you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su nodded, his eyes revealing a sense of determination. However, when faced with Xianyuan Qing'er, who knelt before him, he displayed a troubled expression. "I am but an outsider. I fear I lack the power to save your Xianyuan clan." "No, senior, you can." As Xianyuan Qing'er spoke, she retrieved an ancient tome from the soul guiding device on her wrist. This is the Book of Turbulent Times, left behind by the progenitor of the Xianyuan clan before departing. Within this tome lies a prophecy that foretells the resurgence of our Xianyuan clan through the deeds of a young man. Chapter 136, The Ancient Relic Mountain. The Three Great Sects. The Book of Turbulent Times? Zhao Su remarked as he accepted the ancient tome handed to him by Xianyuan Qing'er. The tome bore no written words, only intricate and elaborate illustrations. On the final page of the book was a depiction of a figure, seemingly a self-portrait. The figure stood atop a mountain, gazing into the distance, the face obscured. Yet, the attire suggested a primitive wild man, bare-chested and clad merely in a rudimentary grass wrap. Despite this simplicity, an overwhelming aura of power emanated from him. Even confined to the confines of paper, one could sense the majesty of a sovereign. "I believe that the young man mentioned in the prophecy left by our progenitor is none other than you, senior. Is it merely due to my appearance?" "It is not solely your appearance, but also the extraordinary aura that radiates from you, which mirrors the prophecy left by our progenitor." Zhao Su found great comfort in Xianyuan Qing'er's words. He cleared his throat gently, clasped his hands behind his back, and adopted the demeanor of a reclusive sage. "You, young lady, may be youthful, yet your insight is remarkably keen. Thus, I shall extend my assistance to you this once." "Thank you, senior." Xianyuan Qing'er's heart swelled with joy, and she quickly prostrated before Zhao Su once more. "Rise." Zhao Su, having uttered these words, returned the disordered tome to Xianyuan Qing. Since he was already on his way to the Xianyuan family to seek that elusive aura of fortune, it was only fitting to extend a gesture of goodwill towards them. Perhaps he could also leverage the Xianyuan family's influence to locate Ning Rongrong and her companions. After all, the inclusion of an ally could enhance his chances. Under Xianyuan Qing'er's guidance, the trio swiftly exited the primordial forest. During their journey, Zhao Su gleaned insights into the prevailing powers within the ancient ruins mountain from Xianyuan Qing'er. Similar to the paramount sects of Douluo continent, there existed 7 major sects, categorized into the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects. Additionally, a maritime sovereign, the Wanqing Dragon Palace, reigned over the seas. The lord of this palace, Shi Yao, possessed an ancient white dragon as her martial spirit, which piqued Zhao Su's interest. The 9 divine dragons of boundary defense were elusive, with only the white and black dragons remaining shrouded in mystery. It was conceivable that unexpected revelations awaited him within the ancient ruins mountain. Although the system could not confirm this, it suggested that Shi Yao's ancient white dragon might indeed be the white dragon among the 9 divine dragons of boundary defense. The upper 3 sects included the Buddhist sect, the Taoist sect, and the Divine Hall. The Buddhist sect's inherited martial spirits were various manifestations of Buddha figures and arhats, with the Buddha Lord's martial spirit taking the form of a Tinzhong golden-bodied Buddha. The Taoist sect's martial spirit was much simpler, represented by an innate 8 trigrams diagram, which harmonized with the heavenly Tao, enabling the harnessing of natural forces. The Divine Hall's martial spirit, akin to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's 7 treasure glazed tower, was an auxiliary type known as the sacred compass of Qi Duanjia. This compass not only possessed capabilities similar to the 7 treasure glazed tower, but could also discern celestial secrets, and unlike the latter, it was flawless. Beyond the upper 3 sects, the strength of the lower 4 sects should not be underestimated, which included the Xianyuan clan and the Wanjian sect. However, the Xianyuan clan had fallen into decline, retaining little prestige despite still being classified among the lower 4 sects. Both the Xianyuan clan and the Wanjian sect wielded sword martial spirits, and the Wanjian sect had always been overshadowed by the Xianyuan clan. This opportunity to completely eradicate the Xianyuan clan was one the Wanjian sect would not allow to slip away. Upon leaving the primordial forest, Xianyuan Qing'er rented a carriage in a nearby town, directing it towards the Xianyuan family estate, which, like the Wanjian sect, was situated within Longxing City. After 6 days, Zhao Su and his companions finally arrived at Longxing City. "Why do I sense something peculiar about the citizens of Longxing City?" Hulaina remarked, gazing out of the carriage window at the strangely watchful townsfolk. "Indeed, the Xianyuan family is in trouble." Zhao Su, who had been resting with his eyes closed against the carriage, opened them and said to Xianyuan Qing'er, upon entering the city, he had sensed an overwhelming aura of slaughter permeating the air, compelling him to extend his spiritual awareness across the entirety of Longxing City. At that moment, within the easternmost courtyard of the Xianyuan family, a fierce battle was unfolding. As the carriage sped towards the Xianyuan family estate, the sounds of combat echoed from within, creating an atmosphere that deterred anyone from approaching. From Xianyuan Qing'er, Zhao Su learned that within the ancient ruins mountain, no city had enforcers. Survival here depended solely on the strength of one's fists, a truth that applied even to ordinary individuals. Yet, many cities established rules due to the presence of powerful sects or families, though such instances were rare. Most adhered to the primal laws of the jungle. Within the main courtyard of the Xianyuan estate, 9 elders stood guard with their swords drawn, encircling a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, with a golden longsword floating behind him. "Xianyuan Qing, surrender the Xianyuan sword that carries the aura of fortune, and I shall spare you and everyone in your family. Otherwise, you will witness their demise one by one," spoke an elder in white, his hair white yet his visage youthful, with a gaze as sharp as a blade. As he spoke, he seized a controlled Xianyuan family disciple and executed him with a single stroke. "Wang Changsheng, spare me your nonsense. If you have the ability, come at me directly." Xianyuan Qing roared, his sword martial spirit radiating a powerful golden light as he grasped the hilt and charged at Wang Changsheng. However, before he could close the distance, 2 of the 9 elders intervened, their 3 swords hovering protectively around them. In unison, they kicked Xianyuan Qing away, sending him crashing to the ground, causing the brilliance of his martial spirit to dim significantly. Xianyuan Qing spat out blood, using his sword to prop himself up as he feebly stood, gazing at Wang Changsheng and the 9 elders of the Wanjian sect. Realizing his inevitable demise, he resolved that if he were to perish, he would at least take Wang Changsheng down with him, or at the very least, severely wound him. As Xianyuan Qing made this determination, a longsword imbued with unmatched sword intent descended from the heavens, and a figure clad in silver armor appeared before him, none other than Xianyuan Qing'er. "Uncle, take a moment to recover. I shall handle these foes," she declared to Xianyuan Qing, her gaze sweeping over the lifeless bodies of the Xianyuan family disciples scattered across the ground and the few captives remaining nearby. her eyes ablaze with fury. Ha ha, how amusing. You, a mere girl, dare to speak so boldly. One of the individuals who had just attacked Xianyuan City cast a disdainful glance at Xianyuan Qing'er, revealing a mocking expression. With a cold huff, a formidable pressure surged towards her. This man was the fifth elder of the 10,000 Swords sect, and Wang Hong was his beloved grandson. Wang Hong had expressed his affection for Xianyuan Qing'er on multiple occasions, and the elder had always kept this desire in mind, intent on capturing her to present to his cherished grandson. The fifth elder aimed to subdue Xianyuan Qing'er under his oppressive aura rather than directly attacking her. Unaware that his precious grandson had long since perished and might currently be awaiting reincarnation. Little did he know that he himself was also on the brink of death. Although the elders of the 10,000 Swords sect had felt the suppression from the divine, while during this extraordinary period, they still possessed formidable strength, with levels reaching 80. Wang Changxing had even attained the rank of titled Douluo. Conversely, the Xianyuan family had failed to nurture any titled Douluo-level experts under the weight of divine pressure, prompting Wang Changxing to conclude that it was time to eliminate the Xianyuan clan and seize the Xianyuan divine sword, which harbored the essence of fortune. Upon acquiring the Xianyuan divine sword, they believed that with its divine intent and hidden aura of destiny, the 10,000 Swords sect could soon ascend to the ranks of the top 3 sects, establishing themselves as the true rulers of the ancient relic mountain. However, they overlooked the imperial 7-kill sword, which hovered above them, exuding an unparalleled sword intent. Even Wang Changxing sensed a difference with the Xianyuan sword spirit, but dismissed it as inconsequential. Xianyuan Qing'er, undeterred by the fifth elder's oppressive presence, summoned the imperial 7-kill sword to float behind her. With a contemptuous smile, she addressed the elder, "Now it is my turn." As her words fell, the imperial 7-kill sword began to rapidly split, transforming into 36 celestial swords, striking not just at the fifth elder but at all the members of the 10,000 Swords sect present in the courtyard. As the supreme sword intent locked onto them, a chilling notion of death gripped each heart. Realizing their grave oversight, it was already too late. Their soul power was utterly insufficient to withstand the 36 celestial sword formation. In the blink of an eye, apart from the severely injured Wang Changxing, who barely managed to block a strike, the other 9 elders and all disciples had met their demise. Impossible. How can you be this strong? Wang Changxing knelt, his soul power dissipating rapidly, blood surging from his mouth. Humph. Today, Wang Changxing, I shall use your life to avenge my parents, my elder brother, and all my kin who perished at the hands of your 10,000 Swords sect. No, Miss Xianyuan, spare me. In the future, Wang Changxing and the entire 10,000 Swords sect will serve as your Xianyuan clan subordinates. In the face of mortality, dignity felt utterly worthless. Confronted by the overwhelming sword intent, he found no will to resist, only a desperate desire to survive. Did I not know the true nature of Wang Changxing? A treacherous and cunning man. Qing'er, kill him. Despite his injuries, Xianyuan Qing, sitting on the steps, was astonished by Xianyuan Qing'er's transformation, yet clearly sensed that the long sword was not the Xianyuan sword spirit. However, this was not the moment for inquiries. Pointing at Wang Changxing, he urged Xianyuan Qing'er to act. Wang Changxing understood that his long-standing enmity with the Xianyuan family precluded any hope of survival through pity. Thus, he resolved to fight desperately. Summoning his martial spirit, the 3-star sword, and activating his 7th soul ring, he fused 3 swords into one, creating a colossal light sword that cleaved towards Xianyuan Qing'er. Wang Changxing could not believe that in just a few months, Xianyuan Qing'er had grown so formidable. He surmised she must have acquired some treasure, which had unexpectedly allowed her to slay 9 elders and severely injure him. Therefore, he was determined to kill Xianyuan Qing'er in a final gambit, believing that if he survived, the 10,000 Swords sect could rise again. Little did he know, the treasure Xianyuan Qing'er had acquired was not an object, but a person. As the light sword descended upon her, Zhao Su finally emerged from the shadows. Initially concealed, he had been uncertain of the combat prowess of the titled Douluo during this extraordinary period of suppressed soul power. Now, it seemed they were not as formidable as he had feared. Since he had never intended to let Wang Changxing escape, there was no longer any reason to remain hidden. Zhao Su has always adhered to the principle of eliminating threats entirely, leaving no room for future repercussions. You are far too feeble. How could you possibly aspire to eradicate others with such ineptitude? As Zhao Su made his entrance, an enormous hand materialized, effortlessly crushing Wang Changxing. In the process of obliterating Wang Changxing, this colossal hand transformed his titled Douluo's soul power into energy. It simultaneously extracted all his memories, Among Wang Changshan's recollections, Zhao Su was unexpectedly intrigued to discover memories pertaining to the sea god. The reason Wang Changshan managed to attain title Douluo status despite the suppression of divine wills seemed to stem from a divine essence left within him by the sea god. This revelation took Zhao Su somewhat by surprise. However, just as that divine essence began to vanish swiftly, the system intervened. A layer of green luminescence enveloped the massive hand, seizing the dissipating divine essence of the sea god and eradicating it completely. Once the sea goddess' divine essence was extinguished by the system, he, who had been in seclusion on a small island in the heart of the ocean, abruptly opened his eyes, sensing the obliteration of his divine essence. Within the force that had annihilated his essence, the sea god perceived a tremendous vitality. It was amidst this overwhelming vitality that he deduced the identity of his adversary. A cunning smile, tinged with malice, crept across the sea god's still handsome visage. Rising to his feet, he took a decisive step forward. In the future, exercise caution. When obliterating others, first ascertain whether there are any taboos within them. After the sea goddess essence was erased, the enormous hand vanished. Subsequently, Zhao Su heard the voice of the system resonating in his mind. The recent changes within the system have become increasingly pronounced. Zhao Su did not respond to the system's words. Instead, a slight smile graced his lips as he turned to Xianyuan Qing'er, saying to uproot the threat. We must gather our forces and strike down the Wanjin sect during this opportune moment. Although Zhao Su's tone was casual, his words resonated with a deadly intent in the ears of Xianyuan Cheng and Xianyuan Qing'er. However, for the Xianyuan family at this juncture, it was indeed their only viable option. Soon, under Xianyuan Qing'er's summons, the remaining disciples of the Xianyuan family rallied together, led by her, and marched towards the Wanjin sect, which resided in Longxing City. From this night onward, the ancient mountain would no longer harbor the Wanjin sect. Longxing City was irrevocably under the control of the Xianyuan family, and all inhabitants were bound to adhere to their regulations. Master, good news. One day, while Zhao Su was enjoying tea in the Xianyuan family's courtyard, Xianyuan Qing excitedly approached him, exclaiming, Our Xianyuan family disciples in the outside world have reported that they encountered a girl possessing the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda in the trial grounds. Where? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su was instantly exhilarated. For days he had been searching for the whereabouts of Ning Rongrong and her companions, yet he had found no leads, leaving him in a state of anxious despair. Now, at last, a clue had emerged. Whoever bore the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda as their martial soul could only be Ning Rongrong. Chapter 138. The joint pursuit order of the 3 great sects in the vicinity of the northern seas, considering the time it took for the news to return. It should not exceed 3 days. Through their time together, Xianyuan Cheng had increasingly placed his trust in Zhao Su, genuinely considering him a hidden master. Despite knowing that Zhao Su was an outsider, and that their ancient mountain's forces were at odds with outsiders, they treated him as an esteemed guest, yielding to his every request. And what of her current situation? Zhao Su inquired. It is said that she has been taken in as an adopted daughter by the leader of the Shintang, the ancient Jiran, and is now the saintess of Shintang. Hence, there is no need for concern regarding her safety. That is reassuring. Zhao Su sighed with relief upon hearing this. Over the past few days, he had gained a thorough understanding of all the forces within the ancient mountain, including the enigmatic figure of Jiran. As the head of the Shintang, he had long achieved the unparalleled rank of a level 99 Douluo and was recognized as one of the most formidable beings alongside the leaders of the other 2 sects, the Buddhist and Taoist masters. However, unlike the Buddhist and Taoist leaders, Jiran harbored no grand ambitions. Each time the ancient mountain opened, Shintang rarely took action against outsiders. Unless provoked, Shintang disciples would generally refrain from intervening. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Shintang was weak. It was rumored that within Shintang lay the sacred compass of the divine calculation emperor, one of the ancient divine kings. As long as Jiran remained hidden in the divine calculation mountain, even the will of the gods could not harm him. Thus, Jiran seldom left the secluded confines of the mountain. With the news of Ning Rongrong in hand, Zhao Su could hardly contain his eagerness. That very day, he departed Longxing City with Hulaina, heading towards the northern seas. Originally, Xianyuan Cheng intended for Xianyuan Qing'er to accompany Zhao Su and follow his commands. But Zhao Su respectfully declined this arrangement. Zhao Su preferred to avoid excessive interaction with the ancient forces of the Aishan. He had saved the Xianyuan family, and in return, they had assisted him in uncovering the whereabouts of Ning Rongrong, thus settling their debt to one another. Even if he were to encounter members of the Xianyuan family as adversaries, he would show no mercy. Why did you not allow Xianyuan Qinghe to accompany us? Hulina inquired, puzzled, as the carriage sped swiftly along the path. As the future head of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Qinghe held considerable weight in the ancient Ishan. Any issues that arose would be more easily resolved with her presence than with the two of them, mere outsiders. The forces of the ancient Ishan were fundamentally at odds with those of us who were outsiders. Zhao Su leaned against the car, his initially closed eyes gradually fluttering open. He continued, in the ancient relic mountains, do not develop feelings for anyone. It could prove perilous for you. Also, do not place your complete trust in anyone. Can I trust you? Believe in you? Hulina, who had been seated across from Zhao Su, suddenly rose and settled beside him. I refer to the individuals within the ancient relic mountains, not including myself. You may place your utmost trust in me. Since that is the case, I have nothing to fear, Hulina remarked, casually resting her head on Zhao Su's shoulder and closing her eyes. As Zhao Su and Hulina journeyed towards the northern seas, an unknown source disseminated a certain piece of information, which was accompanied by a portrait that circulated among various factions. The figure depicted in the image was none other than Zhao Su himself. It was proclaimed that Zhao Su possessed the legendary devil body, harboring an unparalleled malevolent entity within him. Should this dark force awaken, it would spell catastrophic ruin for the ancient relics of the past. Consequently, the three foremost sects united to issue a bounty on Zhao Su's life. Whoever succeeded in slaying him would be granted the privilege to choose any sect from the three and ascend to the rank of elder, in addition to receiving 2 soul bones as a reward. Upon hearing this news, a frenzy ensued, with countless individuals scouring for information regarding Zhao Su. Meanwhile, the protagonist remained blissfully unaware, continuing his journey towards the northern seas. On a particular day, Zhao Su and Hulina arrived at the coastal city belonging to the Xianyuan family, where they were to meet Ning Rongrong. After a long and arduous journey, the duo felt fatigued. Upon entering the city, they sought out a restaurant to replenish their energy with a meal. Why do I feel as if everyone is watching you? In the restaurant, as Zhao Su and Hulina settled into a cozy corner, Hulina sensed myriad eyes fixated upon them. Strangely, the focus of attention did not rest on her, the striking beauty, but was instead directed towards Zhao Su. Perhaps it was due to my extraordinary handsomeness. Zhao Su paid little heed, caressing his own visage with a self-absorbed expression as he spoke. In truth, upon entering Haicheng, the system had already alerted Zhao Su, sensing an overwhelming aura of malice. Moreover, within this city, there were at least 3 titled Douluos who remained unshackled by the will of the gods. Even now, with a carefree demeanor, do you truly harbor any fear? Fear of what? What purpose does fear serve? Since we have arrived, let us find solace in our circumstances, first tending to our hunger before all else. Zhao Su gestured to the waiter, signaling him to take the order. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, when the dishes had yet to arrive, impatience began to brew among the patrons. 2 robust middle-aged men approached Zhao Su, one of them fixing a cold glare upon him and inquiring, "Are you Zhao Su?" "Indeed, I am Zhao Su," he replied. "Then it is settled. Let us commence." With a thunderous roar from the burly man, the spirit of the great sea turtle materialized, its limbs retracting and a formidable shell emerging on its back. Within its shortened foreclaws, a sharp spike was gripped tightly. In a swift motion, it charged toward Zhao Su. Simultaneously, every individual in the restaurant unveiled their own spirits, rushing toward Zhao Su in a fervent frenzy. Though their soul powers were not particularly formidable, with the most potent among them being the great sea turtle, which merely reached the 50+ level of Soul King, they had unwittingly invited their own demise. This time, Zhao Su chose not to wield the Emperor's 7-kills sword, but rather summoned the long-unused devouring celestial cat spirit. The devouring celestial cat extricated itself entirely from Zhao Su's body. Initially no larger than a kitten, it rapidly expanded, ultimately assuming a colossal form exceeding 4 meters in length, surpassing even that of a tiger. Its blood-red eyes radiated a light that seemed to consume souls as it lunged toward the throng within the restaurant. Like a tiger among sheep, in mere minutes, it had devoured every last one of them. In the instant these individuals were consumed by the devouring celestial cat, their soul powers were simultaneously transformed, and their memories extracted. At that moment, Zhao Su finally grasped the reason why these individuals recognized him and sought his life. It appeared that some enigmatic deity had intervened. At this juncture, the devouring celestial cat had reverted to its kitten size, leaping onto the table and affectionately rubbing against Zhao Su's hand. "What does this mean?" Hulina asked Zhao Su. Her expression one of bewilderment. Zhao Su offered no further explanation. He simply transmitted the crucial information he had just mentioned to Hu Laina. Does this not place us in peril? After receiving Zhao Su's transmission, Hu Laina furrowed her brow in concern. Chapter 139. Our adversaries are more than just Tang San. When we entered the ancient relic mountain, we did so with a mindset geared towards training. How can one truly train without facing danger? Zhao Su paid little heed to the joint pursuit order from the three upper sects. After all, they had come to the ancient relic mountain for the purpose of honing their skills. As long as we can avoid death, the greater the danger, the better. Yet, despite this sentiment, it is now common knowledge what you look like, which is far from advantageous for us. It matters not. Does the joint pursuit order not state that a demon resides within me? I shall embrace this role of a demon and fulfill their desires. A flicker of crimson light danced within Zhao Su's eyes, accompanied by a beguiling smile that graced his visage. This smile evoked a sense of unfamiliarity in Hu Laina. Indeed, upon their reunion at the ancient relic mountain, Hu Laina had sensed a subtle change in Zhao Su, though she could not articulate its essence. Now, that sensation has grown increasingly pronounced. "Boss, serve the dishes," Zhao Su called out to the owner, who stood before the counter. As he watched all the customers vanish within mere minutes, leaving not even a trace of blood behind. Though the owner was also a spirit master, he recognized that Zhao Su was not someone he could contend with. Moreover, he had no desire to become an elder of the upper three sects. He simply wished to conduct his business honestly. Thus, upon hearing Zhao Su's shout, he quickly forced a smile and responded affirmatively before turning to the kitchen, urging the staff loudly to expedite the dishes. "Have you seen a woman in possession of the 9 treasures glazed pagoda in this coastal city?" After Zhao Su had nearly finished his meal, he turned to the proprietor, who had been standing at the counter, observing them intently, and inquired. Upon hearing Zhao Su's question, the proprietor swiftly approached his side and pondered, "Are you inquiring about the saintess of the divine hall?" Indeed, the proprietor was aware of her current whereabouts. He appeared somewhat hesitant, as if caught in a dilemma. Zhao Su then retrieved a 1,000-year-old ginseng king from the soul guiding device on his wrist and placed it on the table. "This exquisite herb shall serve as my token of gratitude to you." Upon witnessing the faintly fragrant ginseng king, the proprietor's eyes widened in astonishment. How could I possibly accept this? Although he protested verbally, his actions betrayed his sincerity as he quickly accepted the ginseng king and promptly stated, "To my knowledge, the saintess of the divine hall is an outsider. While she is under the protection of the divine hall, she has nonetheless attracted the attention of certain individuals." "Which individuals?" Zhao Su pressed. "Those from the Buddhist and Taoist sections. I cannot ascertain their exact destination, but I suspect they have journeyed to the Northern Sea region." "Why would they go there?" "It is rumored that a colossal waterfall, seemingly descending from the heavens, has appeared in the Northern Sea. It is said to be a passage connecting to the outside world." "Thank you, esteemed proprietor." After Zhao Su finished speaking, he took out a bag of golden soul coins, which he considered as payment for their meal. Subsequently, Zhao Su and Hu Laina exited the restaurant, setting their sights on the Northern Sea region. Within these ancient relic mountains, the sea is not entirely interconnected, but rather divided into 5 distinct maritime areas: east, west, south, north, and the central region where the sacred dragon palace resides. The sea tribes, unlike their terrestrial counterparts who engage in relentless conflict, are united under the command of the sacred dragon palace, led by the white dragon Douluo, Xiao. Until the will of the gods manifests, no land soul masters are permitted to trespass into the territories of the 5 seas without the explicit consent of the sacred dragon palace. However, since the arrival of the divine will, not only has the sacred dragon palace remained silent, but the other sea tribes have also refrained from opposing the entry of land soul masters into the ocean. Perhaps this leniency is related to the emergence of the entrance to the ancient relic mountains appearing above the sea. As Zhao Su and Hu Laina emerged from the restaurant, they were suddenly assailed by a barrage of steel needles hurtling towards them. Yet, their naked eyes could discern no source from which these lethal projectiles were launched. "Humph! How cowardly to hide one's face. Tarnishing my hands with your demise would be beneath me." Zhao Su let out a cold snort, remaining motionless as dozens of steel needles redirected their trajectory, hurtling toward the nearby crowd. The assault was indiscriminate, resulting in several individuals collapsing to the ground, devoid of blood, their consciousness swiftly extinguished. Simultaneously, a middle-aged man clad in black attempted to flee. At that moment, Hu Laina sprang into action, merging with her fox spirit, leaping gracefully as if embodying a true fox, skillfully obstructing the man's escape route. "Who provided you with these hidden weapons?" she demanded. recalling the steel needles launched at her and Zhao Su, which were, in fact, the lethal dragon whisker needles. A total of 36 needles, each laced with a venom capable of sealing one's fate. What hidden weapons? I have no idea what you were talking about. The man, though betraying a flicker of fear as he felt the blade pressed against his throat, stubbornly retorted. With a swift motion, Hulaina dismissed any further dialogue, deftly slicing through his throat. She then delivered a powerful kick, sending him tumbling toward Zhao Su's direction. Zhao Su naturally comprehended the implications of Hulaina's words. He had absorbed the memories of that individual. How intriguing. Zhao Su not only smiled, but within that smile lay a hint of murderous intent. Is it Tang San? Indeed. It seems I have underestimated him. As he spoke, Zhao Su transmitted his memories to Hulaina. Tang San is truly a character of destiny, possessing a fortune more formidable than that of the favored ones. Upon arriving at the ancient relic mountain, although their group had scattered, they quickly regrouped. While Tang San enjoys the advantages of his fate and luck, Zhao Su is more convinced that someone is covertly assisting him. As for who this person might be, it remains a mystery. Simultaneously, Tang San, utilizing concealed weapons and the Xiantian skill, has subdued a sect known as the Wanda sect for his own purposes, orchestrating assassinations against the outsiders. Tang San's objective is simple: to monopolize all opportunities within the ancient relic mountain. After arriving at this ancient site, he has unabashedly revealed his ambition and avaricious nature, ruthless and unyielding in his endeavors. Was it Tang San who issued the bounty on you? It shouldn't be. Zhao Su pondered before continuing. Tang San likely lacks the capability to mobilize the entire upper three sects. Then who could it be? Fear not. We will soon uncover the truth. Just remember, Tang San is not our ultimate foe. Our true adversary is far more formidable than he. Hulaina appeared to grasp something, hastening to keep pace with Zhao Su, saying, "Are you implying no need to speak further?" However, since our opponent has already made a move, our opportunity has also arrived. We must just hope he does not refrain from acting. Zhao Su revealed a faint smile and, with a hint of depth in her tone, spoke to Hulaina. But do you truly possess the confidence to contend with all the forces within the ancient Yushan? Although Zhao Su remained indifferent, a profound sense of concern welled up in Hulaina's heart. Even if they were to gather in full force, they would merely number 13 individuals. Aside from Zhao Su and Bibi Dong, the others could at best barely restrain a sole Douluo-level expert. Yet, behind all the factions of the ancient relic mountain looms the presence of a deity, and not just one. She truly feared whether they could withstand the onslaught. Chapter 140, Pursued, and the peacock spreads its feathers. Rest assured, they have deities backing them. We may not be without our own divine support. Zhao Su merely spoke until that point, choosing to remain silent thereafter. In truth, whether human or divine, conflict arises only in the presence of an adversary, without an opponent. War cannot ensue. The gods are no exception. Behind Tang San stands a deity, naturally countered by another deity opposed to him. Thus, Zhao Su harbored no worries, for all he needed to do was to act boldly. Furthermore, he had his own secret weapons at his disposal. Above the North Sea, 2 men and 2 women were being pursued. Ning Rongrong, you all go ahead. I will hold them off, exclaimed Zhu Zhuqing. With a feline cry, she plunged into the throng of assailants. Zhuqing, do not engage with them. As long as we retreat within the confines of the divine calculation mountain, they will not dare to act further. Ning Rongrong's right hand bore a radiant tower that emanated a kaleidoscope of colors, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing in a protective aura, enhancing her strength. Beside them stood 2 others clad in black robes, a sacred compass of mystical arts hovering above their heads. As the compass spun, beams of black and white light radiated forth, not only augmenting Zhu Zhuqing's power from the 7 treasures glazed tower, but also calculating the optimal escape route. Despite 3 of the 4 being top-tier support spirit souls, only Zhu Zhuqing was a battle spirit saint. Even the strongest enhancement could not withstand the relentless onslaught of their assailants. Boom. At the juncture of the North Sea and the divine calculation mountain, a formidable aura descended upon the attackers, causing all to halt in their tracks under the immense pressure. Gentlemen, beyond this point lies the territory of the divine calculation mountain. Those who trespass shall meet their demise, spoke a youth clad in white, appearing little more than 20 years of age, standing atop a peak, a golden sacred compass levitating over him. Ancient Fu, do you truly intend to shield these intruders? Questioned a scarred man, wielding a colossal blade, exuding a tyrannical spirit. It was evident that while he held Ancient Fu in considerable regard, he was unafraid. Thus, he boldly turned his attention to the 2 outsiders, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. I know not what an outsider is, I only know that they are my friends, allies of my divine hall. Ancient Fu replied, his handsome visage betraying no emotion. Utterly serene. Humph. I suspect your divine hall harbors ulterior motives, came a voice from the crowd, lingering in the shadows without revealing its source. Indeed. All outsiders should be the quarry of us from the ancient heritage mountain. Why should your divine hall claim them for itself? If you dare, step into the divine calculation mountain, and we shall see. Ancient Fu chose not to engage further, signaling for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing to enter the sanctuary of the divine calculation mountain. The connection between the divine calculation mountain and the North Sea meant that even a single step would not count as entry. Crash. Just as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing were about to cross into the realm of the divine calculation mountain, several black pieces fell from the sky, landing strategically to block their escape, yet remaining outside the boundaries of the divine calculation mountain. Brothers, they are trapped by the five elements flag. Charge. The scarred man bellowed, brandishing his blade as he charged first at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, with hundreds following suit. At this juncture in the ancient heritage mountain, not only were there Zhao Su's bounty notices, but also the names of Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and all from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. It could be said that everyone had a price on their heads. Although the bounty was not as lucrative as Zhao Su's, it was nonetheless a fortune sufficient for a lifetime of indulgence, prompting each individual to vie for a share. Standing on the peak, Ancient Fu observed the unfolding chaos with a grim expression. He could not intervene as long as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing remained outside the divine calculation mountain. Yet the five elements flag completely obstructed their final step towards safety, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. As the son of the divine hall's master and the only child of the revered ancient Jirun, Ancient Fu was immensely pampered, having been born a prodigy. His sacred compass spirit had evolved into a golden version since birth, promising an extraordinary future. However, his sheltered upbringing rendered him indecisive, squandering his remarkable talent. Brothers, leave that little wildcat to me. I intend to enjoy myself thoroughly, the scarred man declared, while another voice from the crowd responded, You dream. If anyone is to enjoy themselves, it will be me first. In the midst of the throng, laughter of a lewd nature echoed. Although Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing were formidable, dealing with a dozen of these ineffectual foes was manageable, yet the sheer numbers were overwhelming. The myriad of spirit souls rapidly drained their energy, their complexions paling as they stubbornly refused to yield. Thud! A massive iron hammer struck Zhu Qing's back, causing her to stagger and spurt blood. Zhu Qing. Ning Rongrong's seven treasures glazed tower first emitted a restorative light, followed by a white glow that enveloped Zhu Qing, transforming into her yin-yang spirit cat, shielding her from harm. Rongrong, do not concern yourself with me. You must flee, Zhu Qing urged. No, with Brother Su absent. I will protect you, Ning Rongrong declared, her resolve unwavering, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhu Qing. Each gripped a science circular device, the king of hidden weapons, the peacock feather. Little girl, why not surrender to us and meet your end swiftly? The scarred man taunted, emboldened by the sight of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing nearing their limits. As he advanced to capture them, suddenly, the peacock feathers in their hands emitted a radiant cyan glow, unfurling like a peacock's tail, accompanied by a piercing cry. Amidst the dazzling display, countless lethal silver needles were unleashed. The scarred man was the first casualty, instantly transformed into a pincushion. The majority of those behind him suffered grievous injuries as well. Witch. They are witches. Charge forth and rend them to pieces. As the specter of death loomed, a shout ignited fury among the assailants, who rushed towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing once more. At this moment, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing could not help but admire the audacity of their foes, who truly feared nothing. However, as they braced themselves for the inevitable, they prepared a grand surprise in kind. In their hands appeared an exquisitely crafted lotus, resplendent in beauty. Chapter 141. The Prophecy of Destiny, a Great Calamity Approaches. Boom. Just as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing held each other's hands tightly, preparing to unleash the Buddha's Raftang lotus and perish together with their adversaries, 36 swords descended from the heavens, directly obstructing those who charged towards them. In that instant, a figure appeared before the two, as if a celestial deity had descended. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Su. Simultaneously, Hulaina also materialized before Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, shielding them both. Zhao Su's face, once adorned with a smile, transformed into a visage of fury as he turned to gaze upon Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, whose pallid faces spoke volumes. The sight of blood staining the corner of Zhu Qing's mouth ignited a profound rage within him. His eyes gradually morphed into a crimson hue, and the previously harmonious aura surrounding him turned ferocious. Let them all perish." With these words, the 36 celestial sword became equally wrathful. Each blade radiated a crimson intent, coalescing into the character for kill as it surged toward the throng. Upon the character's entry into the crowd, it began to split once more, unleashing countless beams of red light that enveloped everyone in an instant. The aftermath was a gruesome spectacle as bodies were reduced to mere fragments, limbs flying amidst a miasma of blood, the pungent scent lingering in the air. Once he had dealt with these foes, Zhao Su turned his attention to the 5 elements flag that barred his path. He unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the barrier emitted by the flag. With a swift motion, he summoned the 5 elements flag into his grasp, subsequently refining it and imprinting a fragment of his consciousness within. While the flag possessed no offensive capabilities, it served as a rare protective artifact, capable of ensnaring others and safeguarding its wielder in times of peril. Zhao Su then cast his gaze toward the ancient figure standing atop the mountain, whose countenance was laden with distress. Brother Su, Brother Su." At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing rushed toward Zhao Su, enveloping him in a tight embrace, unable to restrain their tears as they wept upon his shoulder. There. Do not weep. It is Brother Su's fault for not protecting you well enough." Zhao Su wrapped her arms around the waists of the two, her expression tinged with guilt as she gazed upon their pale faces and the blood at the corner of Zhu Qing's mouth. This sight intensified the turmoil within Zhao Su. "No, it cannot be blamed on Brother Su. It is we who have held him back." "Silly girl." Upon hearing this, Zhao Su's breath gradually steadied. Her eyes filled with compassion as she reached out to wipe away the blood from Zhu Qing's lips. "It must hurt, doesn't he? It doesn't he hurt?" Zhu Qing grasped Zhao Su's hand, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she shook her head. After the 3 shared fond memories, Zhao Su finally turned her gaze towards the ancient figure standing atop the peak, her smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by a hint of indifference. Ning Rongrong leaned closer to Zhao Su, whispering softly in her ear. Zhao Su's expression softened slightly. Within the majestic castle atop the main peak of the divine calculation mountain, the ancient sage Jiran sat solemnly in the principal seat, scrutinizing Zhao Su. A few days prior, the sea god had unexpectedly descended upon divine calculation mountain, compelling Jiran to conjoin forces with the Buddhist and Taoist sects to issue a decree for Zhao Su's extermination. Initially reluctant to acquiesce, Jiran wished to remain uninvolved in the conflict between the ancient heritage of the mountain and the outsiders, particularly not to be thrust into the epicenter of this strife. However, under the oppressive presence of the sea god, he had no choice but to yield. Although Divine Calculation Mountain enjoyed the protection of the sacred compass bequeathed by the ancient divination emperor, an assault by the sea god could severely jeopardize the sanctity of the entire divine hall, possibly leading to its ruin. Most crucially, Jiran was unaware of Zhao Su's true nature. Thus, ultimately, he opted to heed the sea goddess mandate. Upon meeting Zhao Su, a flicker of disbelief shimmered in Jiran's star-like eyes. Jiran's greatest prowess did not lie in combat or the formidable supportive abilities for which he was renowned, but rather in his capacity to discern heavenly secrets. From Zhao Su, Jiran perceived a faint yet ethereal aura reminiscent of a divine monarch, a presence even the sea god lacked. "Thank you, esteemed sect leader, for your guardianship over Rong these past days," Zhao Su remarked, his demeanor amicable. After all, Jiran had indeed protected Ning Rongrong. "Brother Zhao, you are too kind. Rong is my goddaughter, and it is my duty to safeguard her," Jiran replied, his voice bearing an otherworldly quality that felt somewhat disconcerting. The pair exchanged further trivialities until Jiran was about to voice his inner inquiries regarding Zhao Su when a disciple of the Divine Hall rushed in. Glancing briefly at Zhao Su and his companions before hurrying to Jiran's side and whispering urgently, "Sect leader, the Buddhist disciple Huaikong and Taoist disciple Liu Ran have announced their intent to subdue demons, requesting that we do not interfere." "Subdue demons?" Upon hearing this, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Jiran's gaze, for he was aware that the Buddhist and Taoist sects were typically allies. This was merely a ruse to launch an offensive against his divine hall. Judging by Zhao Su's performance, while he possessed remarkable strength, it did not warrant a joint attack from the most powerful third-generation disciples of both sections. Leaning back in his chair, Zhao Su perceived Jiran's predicament. With a casual smile, Zhao Su remarked, "Once again, I extend my gratitude for the hospitality of the ancient sect master. I shall take my leave now." "Brother Zhao, please proceed with caution," the ancient sect master responded, as his ethereal aura of divinity grew increasingly pronounced. Taking a deep breath, he resolved, "I can assure you, Brother Zhao, that as long as you remain within my divine hall, no one shall dare to harm you. There is no need for such assurances. Why burden the ancient sect master? It suffices to eliminate those insignificant individuals. Zhao Su, with a respectful gesture towards Shanggu Jirun, turned and departed without a trace of hesitation. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Hulaina, upon witnessing Zhao Su's departure, hastily followed in pursuit. Shanggu Jirun furrowed his brow, summoning his martial soul. A colossal divine compass of the mysterious Qi Minduinjia materialized before him, its 9 soul rings illuminating simultaneously. The ladle atop the compass began to spin rapidly. Shanggu Jirun closed his eyes, seemingly in deep contemplation. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, a spurt of blood escaping his lips. "Father, are you all right?" Shanggu Fu, who had been vigilantly guarding Shanggu Jirun's side, rushed forward to support the injured elder, concern etched across his face. "It appears that a significant upheaval is imminent for our Shanggu clan," Shanggu Jirun remarked, his expression grim as he gazed at the now-still compass, lost in thought. "Father, is this related to Zhao Su?" Shanggu Fu inquired softly. Blessed with superior talent compared to Shanggu Jirun, he possessed the ability to glimpse the threads of destiny, though his soul power remained insufficient to forecast the future as his father did. Yet, the moment he laid eyes on Zhao Su, an overwhelming sense of doom enveloped him. This sensation was an innate gift bestowed upon his golden Qi Minduinjia divine martial soul. Indescribable, indeed. Shanggu Jirun murmured softly, then gravely advised Shanggu Fu, regardless of the circumstances. "Never oppose Zhao Su, even if he were to take my life. Do you understand?" "Father, what do you mean?" Shanggu Fu's voice trembled as realizations dawned upon him. "Precisely. Therefore, no matter what transpires, irrespective of my choices, you must steadfastly align yourself with Zhao Su. Remember that." Shanggu Jirun grasped Shanggu Fu's arm tightly, his tone icy and resolute. In response to his father's inquiry, Shanggu Fu merely nodded, silence enveloping him, as if he had already resolved within his heart. Yet, he felt powerless to effect any change. Many envied his status as a direct disciple of the Divine Hall, possessing the ability to discern the threads of fate. Yet how many could fathom the helplessness and despair that accompanied such foresight, knowing they could not alter the course of destiny? Thus, it is said that one need not comprehend life too deeply. The more one understands, the more burdensome existence becomes. At this moment, Zhao Su and the others had exited the Divine Calculation Mountain, yet they noted the absence of individuals from the Buddhist and Taoist sects. Rather, numerous wandering cultivators meandered about the waters surrounding the mountain. "Brother Su, do you think those bald monks and Taoists are lurking in the shadows, plotting against us?" "It matters not. This 5 elements flag has been fully refined by me, concealing a fragment of my divine consciousness within. In times of peril, I shall use this flag to shield you." "Understood." Zhu Qing accepted the 5 elements flag, nodding in acknowledgement to Zhao Su. Zhao Su paid no heed to the individuals wandering around him. Regardless of their intentions, as long as they posed no threat to him, they could retain their lives. In the system's marketplace, Zhao Su exchanged energy points for a modest vessel. Although small, it was ample enough to accommodate the 4 of them. After all, prolonged use of soul power to levitate oneself over the vast ocean would lead to significant depletion of their own energy. This small boat, while not particularly swift, effectively alleviated their concerns regarding soul power consumption. Whoosh! Just as Zhao Su and his companions had traversed a certain distance from the fortune-telling mountain, a series of dark iron chains surged toward them. These chains emanated a faint golden glow, exuding an air of solemn authority. Zhao Su understood that it was the followers of Buddhism who had intervened. "Zhao Su, surrender willingly and accompany us back to the Buddhist sect. We can ensure your safety." 18 black chains, radiating a golden luminescence, intertwined to form a cage. Zhao Su gazed along the iron chains and beheld 18 monks clad in cassocks, standing around the small boat occupied by Zhao Su and his companions, with their palms pressed together in reverence. Each monk was accompanied by a spectral image of an arhat behind them. Behind these 18 arhat venerables stood 3 youths, one representing Buddhism and 2 embodying Taoism. The one who had spoken earlier was the solemn young monk, Huai Kong, renowned as the foremost prodigy of the 3rd generation of Buddhism. "I harbor no belief in Buddhism, Taoism, or deities. Thus, you shall find that your chains of magic shall not ensnare me." When Zhao Su spoke these words, he exuded an aura of tranquility. Regardless of the era, be it the modern world or this Douluo continent, Zhao Su remained a staunch atheist, even after acquiring divine powers. He firmly believed that so-called gods were merely individuals of superior cultivation. At that moment, a strand of crimson radiance enveloped Zhao Su, who stood there with an indomitable presence. "In that case, I shall transcend you." With Huaikong's declaration, the 18 Arhat venerables sprang into action. Black iron chains imbued with Buddhist light swiftly constricted, aiming to ensnare Zhao Su and his companions entirely, intending to refine and transcend them completely. A mere display of insignificant skills. Zhao Su let out a cold snort, and the wings of the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly emerged behind him. With a rapid flutter, he ascended into the air. The 12-winged Holy Angel Martial Soul materialized at his back, half black and half golden, its eyes suddenly flaring open. It then fully integrated into Zhao Su's being. Instantly, his originally crimson eyes transformed, one becoming black and the other gold. The Emperor's 7-kill sword grew in size before him, casting a colossal shadow as it struck at the black iron chain radiating with Buddhist light. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the black iron chain shattered entirely, sending all 18 Arhat venerables flying backward. Zhao Su was far from finished. The Emperor's 7-kill sword swiftly fragmented, forming the formidable 36 Heavenly Gang Sword formation, aimed at the 18 revered Arhats. In Zhao Su's heart, these individuals were not divine beings, but adversaries. When faced with one's enemies, there exists no possibility of mercy. To show compassion to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. With a swift motion, the 18 Arhats hurriedly formed seals, each surrounded by a shimmering golden protective shield, attempting to withstand Zhao Su's 36 Heavenly Gang Sword formation. However, they underestimated Zhao Su and overestimated their own capabilities. Nearby, Huaikong observed in dismay as, in just a single exchange, not only was the 18 demon locking formation dismantled by Zhao Su, but all 18 were also stripped of their protective golden bodies, spitting out blood and plunging into the depths of the sea, their fates uncertain. Huaikong was compelled to intervene. Yet, the two Taoist priests clad in robes beside him refrained from taking action, instead retreating swiftly, clearly unwilling to involve themselves in this conflict, opting instead to watch from the sidelines and await the opportunity to reap the benefits. Huaikong unleashed a powerful technique, invoking one of the Buddhist lineage's sacred arts, the 6-syllable mantra. Behind him, a Buddha figure emanating a golden halo materialized, seated in meditation with hands clasped together. The Om resonated from the mouth of this ethereal figure, instantly amplifying the golden radiance. Countless Om characters coalesced into a colossal Buddhist palm, poised to strike at Zhao Su. A divine being, perhaps? Zhao Su smirked disdainfully, refraining from drawing his sword. The 12-winged holy angels behind him seamlessly merged into his being. The wings of the were entirely supplanted by the black and gold wings of the holy angels. At this moment, Zhao Su resembled a true celestial being, standing there impervious to all that surrounded him. He swiftly formed an enigmatic seal with his hands, and a magnificent golden holy sword, radiating an immense aura of sanctity, descended from the heavens. In an instant, it shattered the countless Buddhist palms formed by the sacred syllables. The divine essence of the golden sword clashed vehemently with the compassionate light emanating from the Buddha, each striving to assert itself as the singular embodiment of sanctity and compassion in that moment. Ultimately, however, they manifested as two distinct and independent forces. May the Buddha bestow upon me a sacred artifact to aid in vanquishing demons. Huaikong once again formed a seal, and as his gestures shifted, the spectral image of the Buddha behind him began to mirror his movements. Soon, a demon-slaying scepter materialized in Huaikong's grasp. Countless rays of Buddhist light enveloped the scepter, enhancing its power as Huaikong gripped it firmly, his aura growing increasingly formidable. With a sudden awakening of his eyes, he raised the scepter high and hurled it towards Zhao Su. If you seek to engage in close combat, then I shall oblige you. With a wave of Zhao Su's hand, the golden holy sword vanished, and the divine aura it once emanated gradually transformed into an essence of destruction. Zhao Su's eyes transformed entirely into a deep obsidian hue. In his grasp materialized a death spear, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. Chapter 143, The 8th Soul Skill. The 6 Paths Reincarnation Spell. The moment the death spear was clutched by Zhao Su, a blood-red lotus mark manifested upon his brow. A formidable sense of destructive death enveloped the vicinity, extending nearly a kilometer from Zhao Su's center. Under the weight of this overwhelming annihilation, the long-dormant protective array of the Divine Calculation Mountain was spontaneously activated. The sacred compass of the Chiman Duanjia, enshrined in the ancestral hall, radiated a luminous white glow, enveloping the entirety of Divine Calculation Mountain. Within the grand hall, the ancient and silent figure seated upon the throne abruptly opened his eyes. A flicker of fear ignited within his gaze, which soon morphed into resignation as he shook his head, murmuring in disbelief, "I did not expect it to arrive so swiftly." Meanwhile, upon the ocean, Zhao Su stood like a demonic deity, brandishing the death spear. His profound eyes had completely turned black, emanating an aura of sovereign disdain. It is said that the Buddha's light suppresses all wickedness and darkness. Today, I shall witness whether your holy radiance can quell my power. At this moment, Zhao Su's imposing presence surged rapidly. The 18 venerable arhats, previously vanquished by Zhao Su's assault on their golden bodies, reappeared, arrayed behind Huaikong, with hands clasped in reverence. Each emanated a resplendent Buddhist radiance, chanting an esoteric scripture. This divine light converged upon Huaikong, gradually clarifying the Buddha figure behind him. A statue seemingly forged of gold that slowly opened its eyes, golden orbs reflecting the divine. At this juncture, Huaikong's own eyes transformed to a golden hue, his entire being radiating a golden brilliance as he too intoned sacred verses. Zhao Su stood there, his black wings gently fluttering behind him. He raised the death spear in his hand towards Huaikong. Since you desire battle, I shall oblige. No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhao Su lunged forward, charging towards the solemn little monk, Huaikong, in the forefront. As Zhao Su wielded the spear of death, Huaikong, who was reciting scriptures, was visibly moved. His chanting continued, and the demon-subduing staff, which had been suspended before him, was now clasped firmly in his hands, charging towards Zhao Su's spear of death in a direct clash. The moment the spear met the staff, a terrifying wave of energy radiated outward, compelling those observing from a distance to retreat. Even Ning Rongrong and Hulaina hastily summoned their 5 elements flags. The 2 Taoist disciples watching from nearby exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment. They had not anticipated that Huaikong, whom they had considered their equal, possessed such profound Buddhist teachings. Even more surprising was Zhao Su, who they had underestimated, revealing himself to be immensely powerful. At that moment, new thoughts began to stir in their minds. They simultaneously utilized a special transmission method to relay the situation back to their sects, clearly indicating their loyalty to different leaders despite both being disciples of the Taoist sect. The 18 great monks behind Huaikong, though formidable in their Buddhist practices, found themselves utterly suppressed by Zhao Su's domain of destruction, unable to provide effective aid. With hands clasped in prayer, Huaikong's chanting shifted from a general blessing of all beings to one of transcendence. He then formed a peculiar mudra, directing it forward. An Ama character soared forth, dispersing the destructive power enveloping him. As the second character of the 6-character true word, Huaikong, a prodigy of the Buddhist sect, had already begun to grasp its meaning at such a tender age. Among the observers, one individual marveled at Huaikong's might. The 6-character true word is one of the most renowned and formidable powers within Buddhism, with each character possessing immense strength, each surpassing the last. It is said that if all 6 characters were to be manifested, their combined potency would be unimaginable. Benefactor, retreat. As long as you vow never to step foot outside our sacred Buddhist ground, I, representing the Buddhist order, assure you that you will not face annihilation, Huaikong proclaimed. With a cold snort, Zhao Su replied, Do you truly believe I would withdraw based solely on your words? Have you overestimated yourself? You seem to be obstinately deluded. Since you regard me as malevolent and wish to suppress me, I shall reveal to all that the light of Buddhism is but a farce. Amitabha. Huaikong uttered another sacred phrase, his countenance adorned with solemnity and regret. If that is the case, I shall represent the Buddhist order and suppress you. Upon uttering the word suppress you, Huaikong's 7th soul ring illuminated, and the fully formed Buddhist apparition behind him instantly merged into his being. A brilliant golden light surged forth, enhancing Huaikong's already imposing presence as he began to grow rapidly, ultimately reaching a towering height of Tinzhong. His 7th soul skill. The true form of his martial spirit, manifested as the ancient Buddha's Tinzhong golden body, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities, impervious to all forms of assault. At this moment, the 18 revered arhats behind him also activated their 7th soul rings, unleashing their own martial spirit forms. The diverse appearances of the 18 arhats encircled Huaikong's magnificent golden body, their combined Buddhist light appearing as if it aimed to eradicate all evil from the world. In Zhao Su's grasp, the spear whirled into a multitude of crimson weapons, soaring in all directions, each red spear resembling a streak of blood. Zhao Su sought to shatter the compassionate radiance of the Buddha with a violent display of bloodshed. However, the 18 arhat venerables, enveloped in the luminous aura of the Buddha, remained impervious to all forms of assault, causing the crimson battle spear aimed at them to dissipate mere steps away, as if transformed into genuine blood, merging into the vastness of the sea. In that moment, Zhao Su was genuinely enraged, no longer concealing his true capabilities, revealing one of his ultimate trump cards. The 12-winged holy angel, now intertwined with Zhao Su's essence, separated from him, manifesting as a magnificent being adorned in hues of black and gold, floating gracefully behind him. The 8th spirit ring on Zhao Su glowed, unleashing a spirit ability he had never before employed, the 6 paths of reincarnation spell. Much like the 8th spirit ability of the Emperor's 7 killing sword, it was a deadly technique capable of slaying deities. 6 paths of reincarnation, cast. As Zhao Su's voice resonated, the 12-winged holy angel behind him began to form seals with its hands. Subsequently, 6 colossal black holes emerged, enveloping Huaikong and the 18 Arhat venerables. By the time Huaikong and the 18 Arhat venerables sensed the impending peril, it was already too late. The 6 immense black holes exuded a terrifying aura, forcing everyone nearby to retreat to a safe distance. Even the 2 prodigies from the Dao sect dared not linger. Once the 6 black holes had completely enveloped Huaikong and the 18 Arhat venerables, they began to merge, ultimately transforming into a cauldron. Black gold flames surrounded the cauldron, intending to thoroughly refine Huaikong and the 18 Arhat venerables. However, Zhao Su retracted the black gold flames and instead turned his attention to Ning Rongrong, who stood on a small boat, her brow furrowed with concern. Rongrong, unleash your chaotic white fire and refine them. Upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, the expression of worry on Ning Rongrong's face transformed into one of joy. Without further ado, she summoned her 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Her 7th spirit ring illuminated, and a plume of white fire surged skyward, enveloping the cauldron. Amitabha. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from a distance, reciting a Buddhist chant. Hearing this, Zhao Su swiftly shielded Ning Rongrong, who was in the process of refining Huaikong and the 18 Arhat venerables, behind him. In an instant, an elderly monk clad in a robe and sporting long white eyebrows, alongside a Taoist dressed in white, appearing no older than 30, manifested before Zhao Su and the others. Amitabha, since you have already triumphed, why must you pursue total annihilation? The old monk intoned, a powerful pressure enveloping Zhao Su, though his demeanor and tone were serene. The aura he emanated spoke volumes. Enough of this banter. If you can defeat me, they shall naturally be spared. Zhao Su's demeanor was resolute. Since the adversary wished for his demise, he felt compelled to ensure their destruction in return. There were no superfluous words to utter. Rongrong, proceed with the refinement of their essence. Zhao Su escorted Ning Rongrong to a place of safety behind him, and then the Emperor's 7 killing sword hovered before him. It formed the 36 celestial sword array, aimed at the old monk, the Buddha master. At that moment, not only did the old monk spring into action, but so did the Taoist beside him, who appeared to be no older than 30, exuding an ethereal aura. Behind the old monk, a Buddha statue, more radiant than the illusory Buddha shadow, materialized in a meditative pose. Above the Taoist's head, an innate 8 trigrams diagram, infused with the essence of the heavenly Tao, emerged. Guided by this diagram, dark clouds gathered in the sky, unleashing bolts of lightning that struck fiercely towards Zhao Su. The Emperor's 7 killing sword, with its 8th soul ring aglow, emanated an ethereal sword intent, converging towards both the Buddha master and the Tao master. Boom! The rumble of thunder echoed. At this moment, the lightning summoned from the roiling clouds descended. The entire ocean was engulfed in a tempest of thunder. The sea surged tumultuously towards Zhao Su. The Tao master unleashed a lethal strike, not only targeting Zhao Su, but also launching a ruthless assault on Ning Rongrong and the others. In their hearts, there was no trace of compassion. Although they prided themselves on being the epitome of the heavenly Tao and the righteous sect, it was merely a facade to deceive and dominate the world. In comparison to these individuals, Zhao Su remains excessively benevolent. Thus, in this world, although there exist virtuous and malevolent individuals, there is fundamentally no true distinction between villains and heroes. In the eyes of those who consider themselves righteous, anyone who does not align with their views is deemed a villain. Those who fail to adhere to the rules they establish are likewise categorized as antagonists. Boom. When Zhao Su's Emperor's 7 kills collided with the Taoist's 10,000 thunderstrikes, a terrifying wave of energy radiated outward. At that moment, the old monk also stirred. The Buddha's shadow behind him formed a seal, and a colossal golden hand reached towards Ning Rongrong, aiming to rescue Huaikong and the 18 revered Arhats. Zhu Zhuqing and Hu Laina sprang into action as well, especially Hu Laina, whose fox spirit martial soul merged, illuminating her 7th soul ring. The sinister eye upon her forehead emitted boundless malevolence, integrating into the realm of the god of death, seeking to dispel the divine light emanating from the Buddha's shadow. Zhu Zhuqing also merged with her true martial soul, moving with the swiftness of a cat, her hands manifesting sharp claws akin to blades. She appeared behind the Buddha, ruthlessly clawing at his neck, intent on tearing his throat. Yet, the Buddha's soul power had ascended to the formidable level of a 99th rank ultimate Douluo, impervious to the suppression of the ancient divine wills. Consequently, Zhu Zhuqing, constrained at the level of a 70-ranked soul sage, found it exceedingly challenging to inflict genuine harm upon the Buddha. Ultimately, she was struck by the Buddha's staff, sent hurtling away. Cough. A spurt of blood escaped her lips. Had it not been for Hu Lai's timely intervention, Zhu Zhuqing might have perished at the hands of the Buddha. Witnessing Zhu Zhuqing bleed, Zhao Su was consumed by fury. In his eyes, one may strike him, but to harm his beloved spells certain death. Regardless of the unknown price he would pay, the Buddha must perish. The crimson flower within him erupted violently. The 9 petals of the flower began to split, integrating into Zhao Su's myriad meridians. In his mind's eye, the skeletal dragon and the Kuei Long within the golden pool echoed with a chorus of dragon roars, melding into the meridians that had just embraced the petals. His entire skeletal structure crackled under the influence of this immense energy. At that moment, intricate patterns materialized in Zhao Su's consciousness. And when the spear of death reappeared in his grasp, red veins resembling blood threads adorned the black shaft, fostering a profound connection between Zhao Su and the spear. The aura of divinity? Observing Zhao Su, who had instantaneously elevated his presence, the Buddha and the Taoist hastily retreated, standing together in mutual vigilance. Zhao Su wielded a spear of death, his eyes glowing a crimson hue, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly upwards, exuding an aura of malevolence. In that fleeting moment, both the Taoist master and the Buddha felt the presence of divinity, an inexplicable fear arising within them. This was a sensation they had never encountered since ascending to the unparalleled rank of 99. Do you not consider yourselves to be exalted beings? Yet, in my eyes, you are even lesser than mere insects. As Zhao Su spoke, he took a step forward, simultaneously thrusting the spear in his hand towards the Buddha. The Buddha hurriedly formed a seal, yet his protective golden body proved utterly inadequate. There was no possibility of evasion. The spear, alive with crimson veins, pierced through his form. In that moment, the Buddha could no longer maintain the serene and compassionate visage of a revered figure, releasing a cry of anguish and terror. For as the deadly spear penetrated his body, he felt distinctly that it was voraciously siphoning the soul energy from within him. Even the Buddha's silhouette behind him began to fade. Zhao Su did not spare the Tao master either. With a powerful punch, he sent the Tao master reeling backward, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Zhuqing, he commanded, utilize the yin-yang secret arts I have taught you to absorb his soul energy. Zhao Su did not pay any further attention to the Tao Lord he had just sent flying with a single punch. Instead, his gaze fixed upon the Buddha, pierced by the spear of death. He summoned the spear to himself, simultaneously sealing the Buddha and presenting him to the pale-faced Zhu Zhuqing. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing nodded at Zhao Su, extending her sharp claws and leaping to plunge directly into the Buddha's body. Bang! In an instant, the Buddha became utterly withered, and the shadow behind him shattered completely. Zhu Zhuqing then discarded the Buddha, who Zhao Su caught midair before hurling him towards the Tao Lord. At this moment, even if the Buddha were not to perish, his restoration to peak condition within a short time was highly questionable. After absorbing the Buddha's entire soul power, Zhu Zhuqing's complexion gradually regained its color. Her soul power surged rapidly, overwhelming the will of the gods, and continued to escalate until it stabilized at level 79. With the enhancement of her soul power, Zhu Zhuqing's figure became increasingly perfect, clad in a black leather outfit that accentuated her flawless curves. Chapter 145, The Dragon Palace of All Saints, the 100,000-year soul beast boom. As Zhu Zhuqing ascended after absorbing the Buddha's soul power, Ning Rongrong had also refined Huai Kong and the 18 Arhot elders. The chaotic white fire, capable of incinerating souls and consuming all, grew ever more vigorous. Eventually, a 9-colored flame, dominated by chaotic white fire, manifested at Ning Rongrong's forehead. This flame was extraordinarily resplendent, with the 9 colors forming the core, enveloped by a swirling white flame. Beneath its brilliant glow lay a profound sense of antiquity. As the 9-colored flame imprinted itself upon Ning Rongrong's forehead, a powerful force surged into her mind. Ning Rongrong's spiritual power began to increase rapidly, ultimately materializing into a tangible form, reaching the divine essence realm. At this point, it could no longer be termed mere spiritual power. It had transformed into divine consciousness. Although her soul power had not increased significantly, The 9 treasures glazed tower she held in her right hand expanded slightly, surrounded by the 9-colored flame, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Ning Rongrong's divine consciousness radiated outwards, enveloping the Tao Lord, who was attempting to flee with the Buddha not far away. Humph! Just as Ning Rongrong's divine consciousness was about to completely envelop the Tao Lord, a soft snort resonated in the air. A massive divine consciousness emerged, repelling Ning Rongrong's presence. Cowardly wretches, too timid to show their faces, dare to call themselves gods? Sensing the tumultuous divine consciousness akin to an ocean's waves, Zhao Su swiftly pursued. On an island deep within the ocean stood a man clad in blue armor, with flowing blue hair, a crown atop his head, and wielding a trident. He sensed that Zhao Su's divine consciousness had discovered him. You are not my match now. Let us wait until your true form returns for our battle. The sea god regarded Zhao Su with disdain, hardly considering him a threat. This entire scheme was orchestrated by the sea god to force Zhao Su to reveal his trump cards and ascertain the extent of his current prowess. Although Zhao Su's displayed strength somewhat exceeded the sea god's expectations, it was still not regarded with concern. Little did the sea god know that this was not Zhao Su's true hidden card. He sensed the aura concealed within the red flower, but remained oblivious to the true intentions behind it. Furthermore, Zhao Su harbored a system within him, the vibrant, life-giving goddess in white. The decision to fight or not does not lie with you. It must be determined by my will. Zhao Su similarly disregarded the sea god. Perceiving him as feeble, his ambitions were set upon the Rakshasa god and the Shura God. Zhao Su was acutely aware that the sea god could not remain away from the small island where he was concealed for an extended period. Alternatively, the deities residing within the ancient ruins were also bound by certain restrictions, unable to act without regard for consequences. Otherwise, Zhao Su and his companions, as intruders, would have long since been obliterated. Above the island where the sea god stood, Zhao Su's spiritual consciousness gradually coalesced into a shadowy figure. Sea god, it would be wise for you to enjoy your retirement atop these waves. Should you choose to act, I shall not extend my courtesy any longer. As the figure spoke, it swiftly formed a series of intricate seals. A colossal hand, radiating an aura of destruction, surged towards the sea god. With a resounding crash, the immense hand descended, instantly shattering the entire island into fragments. The formidable energy waves rapidly spread, causing the sea to churn violently, as if an earthquake had erupted beneath the ocean's surface. Even the Hall of the Holy Dragon felt the repercussions, experiencing a severe tremor. Zhao Su was aware that this minor injury, though incapable of genuinely harming the sea god, was intended merely to vex him, rendering him quite embarrassed. After Zhao Su's spiritual manifestation unleashed its strike, it exhibited no hesitation or pause, swiftly beginning to dissipate. Zhao Su, from this day forth, we shall be locked in a relentless struggle. The sea god stood upon the surface of the ocean. Gazing at the island now reduced to mere fragments, his earlier composure vanished. With a fierce and wrathful glare, he let out a thunderous roar that stirred the sea into a violent upheaval, unleashing towering waves across its expanse. On the island where the sacred dragon palace resided, a silver-haired dragon Douluo, Shiyao, stood atop the palace, directing her gaze towards the sea goddess position. Master, a young boy appeared behind Shiyao, respectfully addressing her. Clad in a white robe, he too bore silver hair, with 2 subtle white horns atop his head, deliberately obscured by his hair. This individual was the contemporary holy son of the sacred dragon palace, Miashang, renowned alongside Huaikong of the Buddhist sect and Li Yuran of the Taoist sect as one of the 3 great young sovereigns of the ancient heritage mountains. His martial spirit was the ancient divine beast, the white dragon. Among the 3 sovereigns, he was the most reserved, seldom engaging in battle. Yet he had attained the esteemed rank of an 80-level soul Douluo at the tender age of 20. Even Tang Hao, celebrated as the most gifted individual in the Douluo continent in a century, could not rival his prowess. Turning away from Miashang, Xiao, upon hearing his respectful call, turned to reveal her visage. Like Miashang, she too possessed 2 delicate white horns atop her head, which did not detract from her beauty, appearing entirely harmonious and unforced. The awakening of the ancient heritage mountains is different this time. You must embark on your own journey of cultivation, or else you shall lack the means to protect yourself when calamity strikes. Yes, I understand, master. Miashang replied with a respectful bow. This illusory sea pearl, when worn, will shroud your soul beast's aura from even the gods, and in moments of peril, it may yet save your life. Thank you, master. As Shiyu prepared to depart, she casually remarked, there is no need to visit me upon your departure. With that, she vanished swiftly from sight. From Xiao's words, It was evident that Mieshan was not human but a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human form. It remained uncertain whether the other disciples of the sacred Dragon Palace shared a similar origin as reincarnated soul beasts. Should that be the case, the significance of the sacred Dragon Palace would indeed be profoundly altered. Meanwhile, the battle upon the sea was nearing its conclusion. The Tao Master, similarly grievously wounded by Zhao Su, summoned the last vestiges of his strength to flee with the Buddha. Zhao Su refrained from pursuing further, for he understood that the conclusion had not yet arrived. It was more enjoyable to maintain an air of suspense and engage in a leisurely game. The onlookers, naturally, dared not confront Zhao Su and his companions any longer. Even the Buddha and the Taoist, the two most formidable figures of the ancient remnant mountain, had been left severely weakened. Any attempt on their part would only result in their demise. Subsequently, Zhao Su and his companions once again boarded their small vessel, heading towards what was likely the entrance connecting the Douluo continent with the ancient remnant mountain. Chapter 146. In complete opposition to Tang San, although Zhao Su had located Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, the weakest among the three, Tang Yuehua, remained unaccounted for, as did Bibi Dong and Yan. Consequently, Zhao Su could not yet afford to relax. He needed to continue his search. Once he had gathered his allies, he could then contemplate how to enhance their strength. Through the recent conflict with the Buddhist and Taoist sects, Zhao Su had gained some insights. Since it was possible to elevate one's cultivation by absorbing the soul power of others, why toil endlessly through arduous training? However, Zhao Su also recognized that strength gained through the absorption of other soul power was inherently unstable. Therefore, while absorbing such energy, he must also engage in continuous combat, endless battles to truly grasp the purpose of acquiring strength. In the ancient remnant mountain, one could scarcely find a shortage of conflict. Moreover, many remained unaware of the battle near the Divine Calculation Mountain, still regarding Zhao Su as a prime target for elimination. This was essential to solidify his status as the foremost embodiment of evil, the ultimate antagonist. Zhao Su deliberately ventured into the esteemed and powerful sects of the ancient Mount Yishan, where he eliminated several individuals, inciting all to unite in their pursuit of him. This provided Zhao Su with ample justification to act with impunity against those who conspired to encircle him. Most crucially, the mere act of unification emboldened those who previously dared not confront Zhao Su. Above the vast ocean, it appeared as though the waters cascaded from the heavens, forming a magnificent waterfall that seamlessly connected the sky and sea. A colossal platform was erected above the ocean, and perplexingly, Zhao Su had procured robust timber from an unknown source, constructing wooden cabins atop the platform. Clearly, Zhao Su intended to stand his ground at the juncture of Douluo continent and the ancient Mount Yishan, refusing to depart until his forces had assembled. Surrounding the platform, he established prohibitions, for even the mightiest of tigers must occasionally rest. Brother Su, I have received news that the Wanda sect, under Tang San's control, is making new moves. Ning Rongrong and Hulaina swiftly approached from the distant sea, leaping onto the platform. Ning Rongrong hurriedly approached Zhao Su, who was engaged in the construction of the wooden cabin. What new developments? There has been a discovery of a 100,000-year-old sea spirit beast near the Wanxing Dragon Palace. Tang San and his group have headed there to hunt the beast. A 100,000-year-old sea spirit beast? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su was instantly intrigued. Although he himself had no need to hunt spirit beasts for spirit rings, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Hulaina certainly did. Moreover, Zhu Qing had reached level 79 after absorbing the Buddha's spirit power and was on the verge of attaining the rank of an 80-level soul Douluo, requiring only one spirit ring. With her current physical prowess, coupled with Zhao Su's assistance, she could undoubtedly absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring. Indeed, this information was relayed to me by a disciple of the Divine Hall. Hulaina and I also roamed the vicinity, and it is true that many have flocked to the area near the Wanxing Dragon Palace. Furthermore, Hulaina interjected, it is rumored that just days ago, a white dragon nearing 1,000,000 years of age was discovered near the Wanxing Dragon Palace. Zhao Su pondered for a moment and turned to glance at the cascading waterfall from the heavens. Very well, since that is the case, let us join in the revelry. Hulaina, you must also diligently cultivate. It would be best if you could attain level 80 in the coming days. Seize this opportunity to acquire a 100,000-year spirit ring. With such a spirit ring, I can break through at any moment. Hulaina proclaimed with great confidence. That is splendid. As Zhao Su spoke, a formidable spiritual force emanated from him, causing the massive platform to begin its swift movement. The platform resembled a fortress gliding across the surface of the sea. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, it advanced towards the direction of the Wanqing Dragon Palace. Before departing, Zhao Su planted a flag at the site where the platform had anchored, signaling to Bibi Dong and Tang Yuehua, among others, not to leave but to wait at this location. Furthermore, it served as a warning to other factions that this territory was claimed by Zhao Su, and no one was permitted to encroach upon it. The grand platform remained remarkably stable upon the water, offering far more comfort than a vessel. Dressed in white, Zhao Su stood at the edge of the platform, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed ahead, his robe billowing in the wind. Beside him, the exquisite Ning Rongrong added to the ethereal ambience. Meanwhile, Hulaina and Zhu Zhiqing were diligently striving to break through the level 80 barrier within the makeshift shelter they had constructed. Although Ning Rongrong's mental strength had reached the divine origin realm, her spiritual power was only at level 74, making it impossible for her to reach level 80 in such a short time. Thus, she remained unperturbed. Just then, a dilapidated ship appeared not far from the platform, where two disheveled individuals, looking quite weak and distressed, shouted loudly towards Zhao Su. Zhao Su followed the sound and focused his gaze, discovering that the two individuals on the derelict ship were Yin and Li Kai. Upon seeing them, Zhao Su halted the high platform, and shortly after, the two climbed aboard. "Boss, we finally found you," Li Kai exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Zhao Su, his voice laced with emotion and a hint of tears. "Why is a grown man crying?" Zhao Su remarked with a touch of helplessness, though he promptly produced some provisions and fresh water to offer the two. Gratefully, they accepted the food and water, devouring them hungrily. During these days, they had to remain vigilant not only against the assaults from the various factions within the ancient Heritage Mountain, but also against other outsiders like themselves. "Many have joined Tang San's ranks?" Yan's voice was filled with fury as he tightly clutched the provisions. Indeed, their trio originally included Zhang Ping, a formidable agility-type spirit master with the gold waist flying swallow spirit, who had been responsible for scouting ahead. Tragically, just 5 days after their arrival at the ancient Heritage Mountain, they encountered Tang San and his companions. Initially, Yan and his companions intended to join forces with Tang San's group, despite being adversaries on the Douluo continent, as fellow outsiders in the ancient Heritage Mountain. They should have united against the disciples of the various factions that sought to eliminate them. At first, they reached an agreement with Tang San to assist one another in breaking through the encirclement, planning to part ways thereafter. However, to their astonishment, as soon as they broke free, Tang San turned against them. Had it not been for Yan's quick reflexes, the trio would surely have perished under Tang San's hidden weapons. Even so, Zhang Ping sacrificed herself to cover their retreat, ultimately falling victim to Tang San's ambush. "Tang San," Zhao Su murmured softly, absorbing the tale from Yin and Li Kai. "Fear not. We shall have our chance for vengeance." At this moment, Zhao Su realized he had irrevocably positioned himself against Tang San. Chapter 147, The Bashia Dragon Turtle and the Woman in Red. Even now, Zhao Su harbored doubts about whether the current Tang San was still the same person he once knew. Yet, to Zhao Su, it no longer mattered. Regardless of the man he had become, he must die. For whether or not Tang San was still himself, he was allied with the Sea God, and Zhao Su had definitively severed ties with that deity. In the impending divine assassination plan, the Sea God must be eliminated. "Boss, a group of people is besieging a 100,000-year-old Bashia Dragon Turtle Sea Spirit Beast." Now fully recovered, Yin and Li Kai took on the responsibility of scouting. "The Bashia Dragon Turtle?" Zhao Su responded. Indeed, the creature resembled a small mountain, and those attacking it could not breach its defenses. "Let us go take a look." With Zhao Su's command, the high platform glided towards the besieged Bashia Dragon Turtle under his soulful manipulation. Soon, they beheld the Bashia Dragon Turtle, silently resting upon the water's surface, impervious to the onslaught of its attackers. How intriguing! Upon witnessing the upward curve of Zhao Su's lips, a plan began to form in his mind. "Li Kai, join me. This formidable Bashia Dragon Tortoise boasts astonishing defensive capabilities, making it a perfect match for your Blackhorn Mountain Boar. Will the boss truly grant me the soul ring of this 10,000-year soul beast? Enough with the trivialities, let's proceed." As Zhao Su spoke, he had already made his move, drawing the Emperor's 7-kill sword. However, he did not direct his strike towards the Bashia Dragon Turtle, but charged towards those besieging it instead. His intent was to eliminate them first before focusing on the formidable creature. Zhao Su sensed that the Bashia Dragon Turtle was not as easily subdued as it appeared. "Zhao Su, we have not provoked you. Why do you attack us?" The assailants demanded angrily, retreating swiftly and casting cold glares at Zhao Su. In the ancient mountain of ruins, is there a need for justification to take a life? Indeed, a true fiend, exclaimed a disciple of the Buddhist sect. His palms pressed together in a facade of solemnity, despite having been the most ferocious in the hunt for the Basya dragon turtle moments ago. Enough of this idle chatter. You have two choices: leave this place or perish. Zhao Su stood upon the surface of the sea. The Emperor's 7 kills sword suspended before him, its formidable and terrifying sword intent compelling those present to yield. Yet, within each gaze lingered an undercurrent of fury, an almost visceral desire to rend Zhao Su asunder. However, such sentiments mattered little to Zhao Su. The attainment of his objective sufficed. I wield a sword. The Emperor's 7 kills. Break. As the onlookers recoiled, Zhao Su's expression grew earnest, the 8th soul ring illuminating his form, signaling his lethal move. The Emperor's 7 kills sword transformed into a resplendent golden blade, cleaving towards the formidable tyrant dragon turtle. Roar. Crack. Under the weight of Zhao Su's lethal strike, the tyrant dragon turtle finally stirred, its once impenetrable shell now marred by a network of fissures. Its colossal form began to rotate with astonishing speed, conjuring a whirlwind upon the ocean's surface, an overwhelming force of soul energy intent on obliterating all in its path, aiming to shred Zhao Su into mere fragments. Indeed, it proved resilient, an apocalyptic blow, the tyrant's divine fist. Zhao Su made no attempt to evade, rather, he deliberately allowed the tornado generated by the Basya dragon tortoise to envelop him. Simultaneously, Zhao Su's form rapidly expanded, his colossal fist descending directly upon the fissured shell of the tortoise. With a mighty roar, the Basya dragon tortoise bellowed in response to Zhao Su's relentless assault. Its massive body began to transform swiftly, rising upright as if a human despite retaining its tortoise shape. In its grasp, it wielded a steel fork, its small eyes gleaming with a chilling intent, as if poised to shatter Zhao Su into a myriad of fragments. The very essence of life surged, shaking the heavens and the earth. The dragon tortoise articulated human speech, and the steel fork in its hand began to whirl rapidly, its entire form contracting, becoming adorned with sharp spikes. At that moment, it bore little resemblance to a tortoise, resembling instead a spiny hedgehog. As the dragon tortoise rolled forward, the sea surged violently, and fissures appeared in the fabric of space, truly an embodiment of earth-shattering force. A creature of 10,000 years, it surpassed even the gods in might. Zhao Su gazed upon the dragon turtle, softly murmuring a phrase. He sheathed the Emperor's 7-kill sword, and then grasped the Spear of Death. At the moment he held the Spear of Death, the aura surrounding Zhao Su shifted instantaneously, a sense of annihilation permeating the air. At the moment the Spear of Death was unleashed, crimson light surged forth, obstructing the formidable Basya dragon turtle. As the spear thrust forward, it effortlessly pierced through the dragon turtle's defenses. Impossible. You cannot so easily shatter my indomitable barrier. The Basya dragon turtle, sensing its once invincible form being breached with such nonchalance by Zhao Su, emitted a sound of disbelief tinged with a hint of fear. The resolve to continue battling had dissipated, and it turned to flee from the scene. A soul beast of 100,000 years is the ultimate aspiration of every soul master. Zhao Su would not allow it to escape so readily. If you wish to leave, offer your soul ring as a sacrifice, and I shall permit your essence to depart. You dream. I, the ancient turtle, would rather perish than grant you your desire. The dragon turtle, incensed by Zhao Su's words, ceased its retreat. It halted its massive form, now fully restored. At that moment, soft halos of light enveloped its entire being. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Su also paused. A gentle, ancient melody of the pipa began to play, and under the enchanting strains of this ethereal tune, a haze of confusion washed over everyone present. This bewilderment manifested in a myriad of expressions. Some faces lit up with joy. Others exuded murderous intent, while some were overtaken by madness. Only Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong remained unaffected, their composure intact amidst the chaos. Zhao Su emitted a soft grunt, his consciousness expanding outward, restoring normalcy to Li Kai, who followed closely behind him. As Li Kai regained his composure, a flicker of confusion danced in his eyes, and a shiver coursed through his body, leaving him with a lingering sense of trepidation. Just moments ago, under the influence of that ancient melody, he had traversed into a realm of perfection. In that idyllic world, there were no intrigues nor bloodshed, only the serene happiness of being cherished by parents and accompanied by a loving wife and children, a life of unparalleled beauty. Return. Zhao Su spoke a line to Li Kai and simultaneously sent him back to the high platform, where the 5 elements flag shielded it. Ning Rongrong's divine consciousness also protected the individuals on the platform. pulling their souls trapped in the illusion back to reality. Upon regaining their senses, each of them wore distinct expressions. At that moment, Zhao Su gazed toward the direction of the imposing dragon tortoise. There, upon the vast shell of the tortoise, stood a woman clad in a flowing red gown, cradling a pipa in her arms. The woman was not particularly beautiful, yet she exuded a gentle aura. Especially as her fingers deftly danced across the pipa's strings, it created a scene of profound elegance, reminiscent of an ancient painting. Chapter 148, The White-Clad Goddess, the System? Your presence in my North Sea, injuring my spirit beasts, do you not think that is rather tyrannical? The woman in red questioned Zhao Su after completing her melody. Her voice, though soft, carried an undercurrent of chill. In the North Sea, the sea spirit beasts should be considered unclaimed entities. We naturally have the right to hunt them. Zhao Su retorted. Humph, you are outsiders yet dare to recklessly slay my kin. Are you not afraid of the cycle of karma? What cycle of karma? Only the strong can escape its grasp. If humanity seeks strength, it must obtain soul rings. This is the law of heaven and earth, beyond my control. Very well. Then may I also slaughter you at will? Of course. You believe in the cycle of karma, do you not? If we perish at the hands of your sea spirit beasts, it would be considered a fitting end, fulfilling the cycle of karma. What might I call you, esteemed lady? Zhao Su inquired, noticing a flicker of unexpected emotion in the woman's ocean-like, tranquil gaze. Her tone softened, losing its previous iciness. I am Zhao Su. Zhao Su. The woman in red echoed. After inquiring about Zhao Su's name, she inexplicably added, So, you are Zhao Su now? Allow me to test the remnants of your former strength. Upon finishing her statement, her bare, immaculate feet gently tapped the tortoise's shell. The pipa in her embrace began to disassemble, transforming into 7 distinct weapons, arrayed before her. Although her aura remained gentle, Zhao Su sensed an unprecedented danger. With a delicate tap of her toes, her seemingly light frame caused the 7 weapons to shift once more. 7 styles of supremacy, first form kill. As the woman in red's voice resonated, the 7 weapons arranged themselves to form the character for kill. The gentle aura concealed an inescapable pressure that locked onto Zhao Su, suppressing even his divine consciousness. It felt as if her singular presence surpassed the will of ancient deities. What truly astonished Zhao Su, however, was the sole technique employed by the woman in red, 7 styles of supremacy. This was evidently the fusion technique of his sky-devouring dragon cat and Zhu Zhuqing's yin-yang spirit cat. Yet this woman not only executed this fusion technique alone, but did so with far greater potency than he had achieved with Zhu Zhuqing. After the woman unleashed the first form of 7 styles of supremacy, Zhu Zhuqing's spirit, the yin-yang spirit cat, manifested, rushing toward the woman in red alongside Zhu Zhuqing. Bamboo Qing, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, hastily attempting to intercept Zhu Zhuqing. However, she was far too late to replicate another spirit. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhuqing reached the woman in red, his eyes devoid of any light, appearing utterly hollow. The spirit cat's phantom affectionately nudged the woman's arm. 6 paths of reincarnation curse. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing under the woman's control ignited Zhao Su's fury. He clasped his hands together, summoning 6 black holes, 3 black and 3 gold, which enveloped the woman in red. With a casual gesture, she raised her right hand, summoning a bubble reminiscent of a rainbow that encapsulated the 6 curses of reincarnation. Then, she nonchalantly extended a finger, tapping the bubble. As it burst, the curses shattered alongside it. Upon the destruction of the bubble containing the 6 reincarnation curses, another bubble appeared beneath Zhao Su, entrapping him. Despite exerting all his soul power, he could not break free from the vibrant, seemingly fragile bubble. You are far too weak now. Focus on enhancing your strength and abandon your unrealistic ambitions. The woman in red regarded Zhao Su, and in that instant, he perceived a familiar sensation in her gaze, as well as in her tone. It resembled the reproach of his mother in a past life. Humph. Zhao Su remained engulfed in a state of perplexity when a soft hum resonated in his mind. This sound not only brought Zhao Su's wandering thoughts back to focus, but also shattered the bubble that enveloped him. No wonder he had been transported to this realm before the appointed time. It was you who orchestrated this mischief. The woman clad in red narrowed her eyes, her previously gentle aura gradually sharpening into something formidable. As her voice echoed, a radiant green light emerged from within Zhao Su, ultimately coalescing into a figure draped in white. The woman in white exuded a vibrant vitality. Zhao Su understood that the woman in white was the very same figure that had appeared in his mind after awakening from the abyss. Just when you think the time has arrived, it is already too late. Since you hold such a belief, I find myself at a loss for words. No matter what I say, you will not heed it. So do as you wish. The woman in red chose not to linger. Turning back to the back of the dragon turtle, the dragon turtle swiftly altered its course, heading towards the depths of the ocean. We cannot leave. We must not abandon Zhu Qing. The departure of the woman in red was inconsequential to Zhao Su, but if she intended to take Zhu Qing away, he could not abide by it. Even if he were to be overpowered, he would fight to the death. In an instant, the 12-winged holy angel merged with his being, casting aside all restraint to unleash the full power of the celestial and terrestrial. His form transformed into a towering giant, standing 10 zhang high. Simultaneously, the indomitable body was unleashed. His colossal physique traversed the surface of the sea with ease, and with a single stride, he caught up to the woman in red standing upon the turtle's back. Supreme body dominance fist. Zhao Su let out a furious roar and hurled himself towards the woman in red, who merely smiled with disdain. She made no move to defend herself. At the moment Zhao Su's fist descended, the woman in red, along with the dragon turtle beneath her, vanished in an instant. When she reappeared, it was already 100 meters away. Rest assured, this little girl will be unharmed. When the time comes, I shall return her. This was the last statement left by the woman in red before she completely disappeared. No, you cannot leave. It is inconceivable for Zhao Su to allow merely a single utterance to facilitate Zhu Zhuqing's departure, as she once again pursued the direction in which the woman in red had vanished. Yet, the figure of the woman in red eluded her sight entirely. Her consciousness swiftly spread outward, but it could not detect any trace of the woman in red. There was no need to search further. Her assertion was indeed correct. She would not harm Zhu Zhuqing. Having Zhu Zhuqing by her side would yield only benefits, devoid of any detriment. Who are you? Zhao Su took a moment to compose himself and turned to the woman in white, inquiring, how can you be so ungrateful? From the very beginning, I have been assisting you, yet you remain oblivious to my identity. Are you a system? Zhao Su's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on the enigmatic figure of the white-clad goddess. Chapter 149. Believing he had deceived the system, he had actually deceived himself. Not entirely, it is but a fragment of my essence. This time, the white-clad goddess did not conceal the truth but openly acknowledged it to Zhao Su. If the system is merely a fragment of your being, then what of the so-called energy points in the items available in the system's shop? He inquired. Energy points serve merely as a means of motivation. The items in the shop are inherently yours, or rather, the system's shop is your personal storage vessel. Upon hearing the goddess's words, Zhao Su was momentarily speechless. He had tirelessly amassed energy points, only to discover that the items he had exchanged were, in essence, his own. This revelation led him to realize that in his fervent attempts to outsmart the system, he had unwittingly trapped himself instead. Since those items rightfully belong to me, may I have the remaining 3 pieces of the holy angel set soul bones? He asked. That is not permissible. Why not? It is not yet the appropriate time. Forcibly absorbing them would yield no benefits for you. Then who are you? Did you bring me to this Douluo continent? Who I am is of little consequence. The white-clad goddess began to fade into a spectral form. To answer your final question, yes, it was I who brought you here. For you were always meant to belong to this realm. With those words, the white-clad goddess vanished completely. Ding! Erasing the memories of everyone present. As the goddess disappeared, the voice of the system echoed, and a green light enveloped all those around the sea, their expressions vacant and varied. In an instant, they returned to normalcy. Yet their memories remained fixated on the moment Zhao Su had engaged the Basya dragon tortoise. The subsequent encounter with the woman in red was lost to them. However, those protected by Ning Rongrong's spiritual presence on the platform retained vivid recollections of the events that had transpired, clearly aligning themselves with Zhao Su. Do not worry, Brother Su. Zhu Qing will be safe. As the individuals regained consciousness, Zhao Su and his companions departed the elevated platform. In their minds, it was natural to presume that Zhao Su had vanquished the Basya dragon tortoise and communicated the news to their respective factions. On the platform, Zhao Su stood gazing over the tranquil sea, lost in thought. Ning Rongrong approached him, gently linking her arm with his, and spoke softly, Zhao Su nodded slightly, managing a smile towards Ning Rongrong, though it appeared more painful than joyful. Confronting the woman clad in red today left him with a profound sense of disillusionment. Furthermore, after Zhu Zhuqing was taken away by this mysterious figure, Zhao Su was engulfed by overwhelming guilt. He had believed himself invincible, capable of safeguarding them, only to realize that Tang Duo was still unaccounted for, her safety uncertain. The ease with which Zhu Zhuqing was abducted deepened his remorse for the trio. In the ensuing days, the vast ocean lay tranquil. Despite sporadic skirmishes, no significant battles erupted thereafter. Bai Bai Dong, Tang Yuehua, and and the others left no traces behind. After the 15th day, the waterfall phenomenon connecting the sky and sea began to gradually dissipate, vanishing entirely by the morning that followed, leaving no vestige. As though it had never existed. The disappearance of the waterfall indicated a temporary severance of the link between the ancient relic mountain and Douluo continent. Moreover, it seemed futile to await Bai Dong and her companions, prompting Zhao Su to harness his soul power to control the platform and prepare for departure from the ocean. After drifting for days in search of the elusive 10,000-year sea spirit beasts, he found none, nor suitable ones for Hulaina and her companions. Thus, Zhao Su resolved to leave the ocean and venture towards the Death Valley, known as a forbidden zone for humanity, located in the ancient relic mountain. Despite its name, Death Valley resembled a primordial forest, akin to the Star-Do forest of Douluo continent, albeit far more perilous. It was rumored to harbor the Soul Beast King, the Yamada no Orochi, nearing 1,000,000 years in age, residing in a valley at the heart of the forest, which earned this wilderness its ominous title. Rong Rong. As Zhao Su and his entourage reached the shore, a voice called out to Ning Rong Rong. Following the sound, they spotted the figure of Ancient Fu standing at the water's edge, visibly elated upon seeing Ning Rong Rong. It was evident that Ancient Fu held a particular interest in her. Upon her arrival at the ancient relic mountain through the black hole, he was the first person she encountered. He had rescued her and brought her to the sacred mountain, subsequently adopting her as his goddaughter and elevating her to the status of the Holy Maiden of the Sacred Hall. Thus, despite being an outsider, Ning Rong Rong's identity as the Holy Maiden rendered her no longer merely a stranger. Moreover, Zhao Su's recent confrontation with the Buddha and the Taoist master had instilled fear in others, deterring them from attacking Zhao Su's group lightly. Though some still plotted against them with fatalistic resolve, these individuals, though remnants of the original powers of the ancient relic mountain, had been subjugated by Tang San. The previously known Wanda sect had been renamed Tang sect, now proficient in various concealed weapons and poisons, evidently becoming the most formidable sect in the area. Big brother, what brings you here? Upon disembarking, Ning Rong Rong addressed Ancient Fu, signaling her stance towards him. Hearing her call him Big Brother, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Ancient Fu's eyes, yet it quickly faded, replaced by a smile. I initially intended to search the seas for you, but upon learning from those returning that you were making your way to the shore, I decided to wait here for you. Our disciples from the Sacred Hall reported that on the way to the eastern Death Valley, they encountered an elder with a sword spirit, engaged in fierce combat. It's Grandfather Jin. Ning Rong Rong's brow furrowed at Ancient Fu's words. What was the outcome? Although injured, the elder had managed to vanquish his assailants and was headed towards the Death Valley. Brother Su. Ning Rong Rong anxiously grasped Zhao Su's arm. Her concern for Chun Xian's safety palpable. She had grown up under the watchful eyes of Chun Xian and Gu Rong, having frolicked on their shoulders since childhood. In her heart, she regarded Chun Xian and Gu Rong as her grandfathers, even more so than her biological grandfather, whom she had met only once. Rest assured, Grandfather Jian's 7-killing sword is not something mere miscreants can contend with. I believe he must have his reasons for heading towards the Death Valley. Are you suggesting that Senior Chun Xian came to the ancient relic mountain specifically for the Death Valley? Hulaina pondered, glancing at Zhao Su with intrigue. Indeed. And I trust that Grandfather Jian has his own considerations, so we need not be overly concerned. Zhao Su, while speaking, took Ning Rong Rong's delicate hand, a warm current flowing through her palm and gradually calming her emotions. Initially, Zhao Su had no intention of allowing Shang Gufu to join his team. This decision was not influenced by Ning Rong Rong, but rather due to the fact that Shang Gufu was the young master of one of the 3 great sects. With the Buddha Lord severely injured and the Tao Lord in a state of disrepair, the only sect that still possessed its full strength was the Divine Hall. Consequently, the Divine Hall had become the focus of many eyes. Zhao Su wished to avoid unnecessary troubles. However, Ancient Revival was resolutely determined to accompany them to the Valley of Death, refusing to leave alone. Ning Rong Rong also spoke on behalf of Ancient Revival, leaving Zhao Su with no choice but to tacitly permit Ancient Revival to join their party on the journey to the Valley of Death. The inclusion of the young master of the Divine Hall indeed facilitated matters for their expedition, although various factions harbored ulterior motives. The status of the Divine Hall remained a significant consideration. Until a complete rupture occurred, all parties were obliged to show some degree of respect, especially since many factions were directly subordinate to the Divine Hall. Once back on land, Ning Rong Rong and Hulaina gradually regained their peak vitality. After all, they were creatures of the land, and despite the expansive platforms offered by the ocean, they felt somewhat uncomfortable. In the days leading up to their arrival at the Valley of Death, they traveled slowly, balancing their journey with recuperation. As they progressed, they quickened their pace. On this day, in a city named Yaki, less than 30 miles from the Valley of Death, Zhao Su encountered Tang San for the first time amid the ancient remnants of the mountains. Teacher Zhao, what a coincidence to meet you here. In a hotel. It was unexpected that Zhao Su did not seek out Tang San. Instead, Tang San approached him. Had Hu Laina not intervened, Yan and Li Kai would have immediately taken action against Tang San. Zhao Su gazed at Tang San, who wore a smile that exuded an air of amiability. Appearing quite approachable, there was nothing unusual at first glance. However, at that moment, the voice of the system echoed, transformed from its previous mechanical tone devoid of emotion. It resembled the ethereal voice of the white-clad goddess encountered upon the vast ocean, albeit tinged with a certain hollowness compared to that day. Exercise caution. I sensed the aura of the sea god emanating from him. Upon hearing the system's words, Zhao Su displayed no peculiar reaction. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips, his demeanor remaining composed. I did not anticipate that upon your arrival at the ancient Ishan Mountains, you would bestow upon me such a splendid gift. The notion of a student presenting a gift to a teacher is, after all, a customary act. Tang San's expression appeared rather arrogant. It could be asserted that he was no longer the Tang San of yore, now unwilling even to feign modesty. In stark contrast to Zhao Su, the current Tang San bore the semblance of a grand antagonist. Yet, true villains seldom reveal themselves so early. The antagonists that emerge now can merely be regarded as cannon fodder. It is only when the ultimate mastermind, who orchestrates all, makes their entrance that one can truly deem them a genuine adversary. I must extend my gratitude to you, however. It would be remiss of me not to reciprocate your kindness. I too have a gift for you. Oh, is that so? Then the student must first express their gratitude to the teacher. No need for thanks. It is not too late to convey your appreciation once you receive your gift. Zhao Su cast a meaningful smile towards Tang San. Although he could not act against Tang San, who harbored the essence of the sea god within him, it did not imply that he was unable to deal with those around him and the forces that relied upon him. The Wanda sect, now renamed Taimen, had indeed elevated its status somewhat with the aid of Tang San's hidden weapons and poisons. However, it still fell short when faced with one of the top 3 sects. The Divine Hall. Zhao Su's creed is that a gentleman does not harbor grudges, and he never allows enmities to linger overnight. The Tang sect is not far from the 8-headed city, and that very night, Zhao Su, along with Yin and Li Kai, journeyed to the Tang sect. By the time they returned the following day, those left behind at the Tang sect had been reduced to mere corpses, or rather, ashes, since the entire sect had been consumed by flames. Simultaneously, the ancient figure of Fushi, in his capacity as the young master of the Divine Hall, issued commands to the clan forces that were allied with the Hall, ordering the complete annihilation of those associated with the Tang sect, leaving not a single soul behind. In that moment, Tang San, Yu Tianheng, and their companions also fell under attack. Before they could reach the Valley of Death, Tang San and his group found themselves in a frantic struggle for survival, with many of their followers either dead or fleeing. Ultimately, only a handful from Tang San's original team remained. This must be the work of Zhao Su and his companions, Tang San exclaimed, his expression darkening as they entered the territory of the Valley of Death, where assaults became increasingly frequent. They had just repelled another wave of attackers when Yu Tianheng, with a grim countenance, turned to Tang San and spoke. At that moment, Tang San's face bore no trace of mirth. Instead, it transformed into a mask of ferocity as he clenched his fists tightly. Zhao Su, one day I shall personally bring about your demise. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Ma Hongjun, standing not far away, let out a subtle, cold laugh, though he quickly masked it with a fade of righteous indignation. However, the fleeting glimpse of disdain in Ma Hongjuan's eyes did not escape the notice of Bai Qinxiang, who observed him with a contemplative expression, choosing not to expose him directly. In contrast to the dire straits faced by Tang San and his companions, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Zhao Su and his companions felt considerably more at ease as they admired the scenery along the way to the Valley of Death. Brother Shanggu, are you familiar with the Yamada no Orochi of the Valley of Death? Zhao Su inquired, turning to Shanggu Fu on the carriage. Despite Shanggu Fu's reticent nature over the past few days, Zhao Su held a favorable impression of him. He lacked the arrogance often exhibited by the second-generation elites, and instead carried himself with humility. I have only heard my father speak of it. I have never seen it myself. Now that winter has arrived, the Yamada no Orochi should be hibernating. Unless someone provokes it deliberately, we are unlikely to encounter it. Shang Fu replied. And if we were to provoke it, what are our chances? Zhao Su questioned, clearly intent on not leaving the Valley of Death without purpose. A soul beast nearing 1,000,000 years of age was a rarity. On the Douluo continent, only the deep-sea demon whale king could match such a feat, which held immense allure for Zhao Su. After all, while there were numerous 10,000-year soul rings available in the system's marketplace, none existed for soul rings of 1,000,000 years. Brother Zhao, you cannot be serious, Shang Fu responded with a wry smile, betraying a hint of apprehension. It is essential to understand that the Yamada no Orochi is but one step away from achieving enlightenment, thus transcending its mortal form to become a true deity. Though it remains a corporeal being, its combat prowess would rival that of an ordinary god, and it could even slay deities. How could mere mortals like them hope to contend with such divine power, whether in the ancient mountains or on the Douluo continent? The overwhelming strength of the gods is indelibly etched in the minds of all. It is often said that their ultimate aspiration throughout life is to attain godhood. Chapter 151. To truly be invincible, one must believe in their own invincibility, of course. I am not jesting. If we succeed in hunting a soul beast nearing 1,000,000 years, we could acquire a soul ring and soul bone of the same age. Does that not stir your heart? Zhao Su gazed intently at the ancient revival, indoctrinating him with an unwavering belief in invincibility. While such notions are professed, we are merely mortal beings. How could we possibly confront a deity? Yet, nothing is truly impossible. Gods are but transformed humans. If mortals can be slain, then deities too can meet their demise. Zhao Su leaned casually against the car window and continued, Brother Shanggu, to truly become powerful, one must possess an unwavering belief in oneself. Otherwise, even if you ascend to divinity in the future, your accomplishments will be minimal. I am merely a support-type soul master, with little combat prowess. Even with an indomitable spirit, I find myself powerless. I wonder if Brother Shanggu has heard this before.